Vincent was a famous hunter in the area who lived with his beautiful wife Olena, but unfortunately they were unable to have children. However, one night, Vincent kept hearing soft crying echoing from the stables. At first he thought it was some wild animal, but when he carried his axe over, Vincent was stunned to see a fair-skinned, blonde-haired child wrapped in a blanket lying among the horses. Years passed, and that child grew up to be a beautiful, adorable boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. The boy named Siron is our main character. Vincent and Olena always consider him their precious biological son. Every day in the forest, Vincent would take his son along. While he chopped wood, Siron would happily read the magic books his father bought for him. Their family is warm and loving, but the village children don't seem to like him much. The reason is pretty trivial. He's always reading books, and he's very thin and delicate, looking more like a girl, unlike Vinan's tall and strong appearance. The gossiping women in the village often say that Siron was picked up by Vincent and his wife from somewhere obscure, and of course, the children in the village also know about it. Although it's true that Siron is adopted, Vincent couldn't accept the gossip about the child he considers his treasure. Vincent always felt that the reason Siron was ostracized by the village children was his fault. Of course, he couldn't just rush in and give each of them one, so to make up for his guilt, he could only frequently take his son out to explore and broaden his horizons. The next morning, Vincentin took his son to the city of Chris, in the outskirts of the Tomia kingdom. This was Siron's first time in the city. The bustling luxury of this place dazzled him. Vincentin still had a few matters to attend to, so he ordered the carriage to stop in front of a familiar fruit shop owned by Ma and told his son to stay here until he returned. Although Siron is usually well-behaved, since this is his first time in the city, Vincent kept warning him not to go into dark alleys or bump into nobles before they finally left. Siron stays at the fruit stand, trying to prove his usefulness by helping to write the sign for Ma. He seems surprised that a rural kid like him can read, and he also appears very clever and quick-witted. While Ma was engrossed in admiring this beautiful child, Siron suddenly curiously asked, "Do you know magic?" "What? Magic law? No, I mean magic." Siron excitedly shows off the big magic book Vincent bought for him. Ma'an laughs. Kids will always be kids. They all love fancy things like dragons, heroes, and wizards. But seeing Siron's sparkling eyes of anticipation, Ma Yu couldn't bear to disappoint him, so she pointed towards the alley ahead. "You don't know much about magic, but there are many books about it over there." Siron followed the direction Ma Yu pointed, his eyes immediately lighting up. Behind the alley was a large bookstore. With Ma Yu's permission, he quickly ran over there. But after entering the bookstore, Siron was stopped by the bossy shopkeeper who wouldn't let him touch the expensive books on the shelves, claiming they weren't for someone as poor as him. At this moment, the bookstore welcomes a distinguished guest, whom the owner calls the chief butler, though it's unclear which noble family he serves. While the owner is busy entertaining him, Siron quickly flips through some books on the shelf and finds that their contents are not particularly interesting. Siron, a passionate book lover, lazily leaves the shop and happens to see a man carrying a box of books walking by, so he hurriedly follows him. And what surprised you immediately after was that this man simply dumped that box of books into Dongjiak, so it turns out this is the place your father got books for you. Siron was stunned for a few seconds before approaching the pile of books, carefully picking up each one to examine. At that moment, a few voices and laughter drifted into Siron's ears. He turned to see two noble girls happily chatting, each holding a book in her hand. Siron was very curious, wondering what was different between him and these people, and why his father had told him not to bump into nobles before leaving. And why are they allowed to read the books they like while you can't? Thinking of this, Siron instinctively followed the two girls, but before he could catch up, a tall guard stopped him. "Hey kid, this isn't a place for someone like you to wander around. Beyond this gate is the area reserved for nobles." "Kid?" "From the beginning. Where are your parents?" "Oh, my father is nearby," Siron replied nervously. At this moment, another soldier approached. Just glancing at Siron, he saw that the boy looked suspicious because he didn't resemble the local children. They immediately thought that Siron was either an orphan or one of the thieves' accomplices, so they wanted to take him in for questioning. But he was quick as lightning, took off his coat, and escaped. Siron hid behind some bushes, his hair messy and clothes all dirty. But he still felt lucky that he hadn't been caught yet. Just as he was about to pick up his shoes and go back to Mr. Demon's place, Siron suddenly heard voices coming from behind the tall wall. "So now let's discuss what magic is." "No, Principal, show us how you breathe fire." Few people responded with great enthusiasm. Siron looked up and over the tall wall, which was 2 or 3 times his height, but of course he couldn't see anything. "Wait a minute, could this really be a magic academy? My curiosity is growing stronger." Siron pressed his ear against the wall and listened carefully. Inside, the person called the principal continued to ask questions to his students. He asked, "What is the most important thing when learning magic?" Some said knowledge, others said hard work. Some thought money was the key, but no one has given a correct answer yet. Siron tried to listen carefully and finally received the principal's answer that the most important thing when learning magic is wisdom. The noble-born students inside are all around your age. When they heard him mention wisdom, each of their faces looked blank. "What is that?" the principal asked back, instead of answering quickly. "Is there anyone here who doesn't know that 1 + 1 = 2? Who wouldn't know? It's 2, of course." The students started to chatter. "So can anyone explain why it equals 2? The principal asked again, and the students looked at each other, none of them able to answer. The strange feeling now is actually clarity. There was a time when people didn't know that 1 + 1 = 2, and many scholars had to work hard just to prove it. But even without solid proof, we still understand that 1 + 1 = 2, right? Because it is a universal law that always exists in the world. That's also why we don't need to learn it, because we automatically understand and accept it. The same goes for magic. It has been present in the world since the beginning. We can perceive and accept it with our wisdom. That is why it is more important than knowledge and hard work, the principal explained all at once. The most important thing when learning magic is not money or noble status, but clarity of mind. So a child like you can become a great mage too, right? Hearing this, Siron felt both excited and nervous, his heart pounding almost out of his chest as he heard the principal ask, "The child behind that wall, I want to hear your thoughts." Siron jumped in surprise. He didn't think that even behind such a thick wall he could still be discovered. Should you run away now or answer that question? Especially when you look so filthy and disheveled like this. Siron was afraid that the principal and the children might also look down on him, as the bookstore owner and the 2 guards did, but he was also afraid that if he missed this chance, he would regret it for the rest of his life. And so, driven by some great motivation, Siron slowly climbed over the wall with his small body. He looked very scruffy, but his eyes shone brightly. Siron saw the headmaster sitting under a tree with a few children, looking very kind and gentle, unlike the bookstore owner or the guards. As soon as he saw Siron, he spoke first. "Hello, are you here to play with me or what?" That noble principal named Miras is a level 4 mage and also the founder of Anpass Magic Academy. Siron, with all his strength, jumps down from the wall and then steps forward. The children sitting around Alpheus are all from noble families, looking neat and well off, very different from Siron. Some of them immediately recognized his commoner appearance and rudely told him to leave. But Principal Alpheus is different. "It's okay, just come here." Did what this old man just say attract me? The gentle appearance of Principal Alpheus made Siron B feel even more insecure. Although I am quite shy, I dared to say what I wanted. I want to see magic. I've only seen that thing in books before. I've never seen it with my own eyes outside. Before Annas could reply, the students surrounding him started to chatter. They called Siron a liar. How could an ordinary person possibly read books? You know you're not someone with influence here, so you bow your head and beg, "Please perform any spell you like. I just want to see the magic with my own eyes." Anpheus laughed. "Ha ha, it's very simple. I will show you a spell that can create wind." As Anpheus finished speaking, a strong gust of wind swept in, lifting Siron into the sky. Not only Siron, but the children surrounding the principal were also blown into the sky, but they all seemed to be enjoying it. Only Siron looked terrified and confused. After reaching a certain height, they all started to fall down, while the others still seemed very excited. Siron's heart was pounding with fear. This is the first time in your life you've fallen freely, and from such a terrifying height, too. Siron felt like he was about to shatter, so overwhelmed with fear that he closed his eyes tight. After a long time, Siron no longer heard the whistling wind in his ears, only the giggling of the children. Only then did he dare to open his eyes and see himself floating about a meter above the ground. The magic school students were teasing you for being too cowardly, and Principal Alpheus couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene. What do you think? That's what magic is. Siron lands safely, but her heart is still pounding with fear. So this is what magic really is. It's so advanced that it goes beyond what that book could teach you. What exactly is magic? Sir. Siron is still overwhelmed by the recent shock. You ask? Anpheus strokes his long beard, seemingly searching for an easy example to explain to you. But Siron, feeling too impatient, urged him to speak. Please tell me the truth. His voice is quite loud, so outsiders might think Siron is being rude to the headmaster. The noble students are very shocked to hear that, because no one has ever dared to speak loudly to Anpass like that. Not even the teachers at the school. They were sure Anpass would fly into a rage and punish Siron. But seeing the intelligent face and bright eyes of the boy, Alpheus couldn't stay angry. Haha, if you really want to know that badly, I'll explain it a bit more complicatedly. It is something beyond common sense. In other words, it is an expansion of the mind to explore the truth of the world. Is it something unreal, but maybe because of that it's closer to the truth? Siron suddenly asked. Anfias couldn't hide the excitement on his face, because what Siron just said was something even the noble students here couldn't realize on their own. Did you read that in a book? No, but I have noticed similarities among many books. Many great ideas were considered absurd and avoided by the village, but in the end, they all had to accept that information as a newly discovered truth. So the truth is actually hidden within those absurdities. That's what I thought. Anpass nodded continuously as the boy spoke, seeming very pleased with this clever and bright child. Although the circumstances are quite difficult, he still tries to absorb and filter the limited information he has to understand the issue. It's just a pity that he is only an ordinary person. In the end, resources still can't compare to these noble children. To help Siron understand magic better, Anas called a pink-haired girl named Suin and asked her to enter the spiritual world. Then he took a handful of coins out of his pocket and asked Suin to guess how many he was holding. Suin almost didn't need to think and directly answered 6. And surprisingly, this answer was completely correct. Siron was extremely amazed, constantly thinking of 100,000 questions about how Anas could predict his thoughts, so he immediately explained that when a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to sense everything around them. Even more advanced mages can count the number of leaves on a tree from a great distance. This is called an extremely sensitive mental state, or the spiritual world. While explaining, Alpheus continued to exchange the coins, and this time Sumin still guessed correctly. A wizard who can enter the spiritual world perceives the outside world through a supernatural ability, and ultimately, they can dominate reality. Not only can they count the number of coins, but they can also perceive the entire situation unfolding before their eyes. This is also the fundamental skill that Anpass wants Siron to master if he wishes to become a wizard, because not everyone can enter this state of the spiritual world. First, you need to be able to feel yourself. Try practicing in a quiet place first, and then break through the vague thoughts in your mind. When you do that, a new world will be revealed for you to explore. Do you understand what I mean? So if you can't feel yourself, you won't be able to resist your thoughts, Siron asked again. Anpass is continuously surprised by Siron's questions. He asks him to try to feel himself right here. After all, if Siron can't do that, he will be useless at learning magic. But what exactly is he himself? Siron is beginning to seek an answer to that question. While the brain is just an organ, the senses and the reality he perceives cannot go beyond the concept of the brain. Siron didn't need to understand its meaning, only to feel it. After a long while, Siron opened his eyes. In front of him are Principal Anpass and the students, but something seems different. Anpass looks at him with hopeful eyes and asks, "What do you feel now?" Siron's whole body was soaked in sweat as he replied, "I hear all sounds." The children burst into giggles. Sound is, of course, something you should hear. Anpass didn't show much emotion, but seemed quite disappointed. He believes that Siron cannot do it as he initially predicted, because the events inside the spiritual world exist in a different dimension. There, people perceive events through senses entirely different, like synesthesia, a neurological condition where the brain processes multiple sensory inputs simultaneously. At that moment, you could smell sounds, taste light, and feel the scenery through your skin. But Siron just said he heard sounds, which proves he has not entered the spiritual world yet. After all, this is not something everyone can do. Anpass slowly stood up and patted Siron on the head to comfort him. "Well done. If you keep practicing in the future, you'll be able to hear more sounds." "All right, the special lesson is over. Let's head back to school." He only felt that if he had been born into a noble family and raised from a young age, what he could achieve would surpass even these children. As for Siron, he also climbed over the wall and returned outside. But Siron's mind was in complete chaos, because he knew that just now he had entered the spiritual world. Siron only told Alpheus that he heard a sound, but he didn't mention that after the shockwave, he felt as if he had been torn into hundreds of images and scattered across the world. He felt no longer like a small being, but that he was the entire world. That feeling made Siron's tears flow uncontrollably. He couldn't help but tremble before the vastness of this world. It was just a brief moment, but Siron truly escaped his body and became aimless, merging into the universe. You dashed forward desperately as if trying to release the emotions inside, and in that chaos, Siron accidentally collided with a passerby. Only I was the one thrown back because the other person was quite tall. Siron desperately apologized, but it seemed like the other person had no intention of forgiving him. There are a few more of them ahead, and the one you hit immediately grabbed your collar. Are they all crazy or what? If you bump into others, you have to pay, right? I'm sorry. Siron was so panicked, he stuttered. Sorry isn't enough. You belong to the Wolf Clan, right? Are you here to take my life? Siron didn't understand what the other party was referring to with the Lang Society, but if things continued like this, at best he would be defeated in a fight, and at worst, he could lose his life. What are you doing? What's so interesting, Miss Amy? Why are you here? Are you bored again? The thug quickly turned to greet the newcomer, but his hand didn't forget to grab Siron's collar. The girl called Lady Ami is a young noblewoman with striking red hair. Siron wanted to ask for help, but upon seeing that she was a noble, he immediately gave up the idea. After greeting Amy, the gang turned back to their main issue. First, Siron was hit with a knee strike, causing him to collapse to the ground, trembling from the pain all over his body. Bullying a small child like Siron not only didn't embarrass these guys, but actually made them more excited. They started turning back, continuously using crude words to provoke Siron, even asking about his parents with unpleasant words. Seeing the way they spoke about his parents, Siron's eyes instantly changed from fear to fury. The others also noticed his anger, but Siron had no chance to respond before he was kicked directly in the head. The group of big guys all ganged up to beat up a child. Siron couldn't fight back, only holding his head and enduring. After a while, Ami couldn't hold back anymore and stepped closer carefully. Stop and watch. If it goes on like this, it will really lose its life. After speaking, she sat down next to Siron and asked, "Are you okay?" "I didn't do anything. I was just passing by." Siron seemed to sense a glimmer of hope from this girl and, crying, explained, "Yes, it's okay to stop now," Ami said. "Isn't there anything more fun? I thought you were going to be saved." I never expected this seemingly innocent girl to be even more twisted than those thugs. To her, Siron was truly just a toy. "We planned to beat it up and then sell it to the southern village because it's just an ordinary person, so there's nothing to worry about," a thug suggested, and Siron immediately fell into despair. You start to regret not just staying still with Mr. Ma back then. If they really plan to sell you, maybe you'll never see your parents again in your life. Amidung looked at Siron with a judging gaze for a long time. Then suddenly a strange smile appeared. "No, Le shouldn't have any flaws, right? Then why don't I confirm it myself?" The gang surrounding her immediately burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, Miss Amy, are you planning to check on him? Did you hear that, kid? She's telling you to take your clothes off." Hearing those two words, Amy immediately turned pale and stepped back. She originally just planned to tease Siron a little and then let him go, but these crazy guys actually meant to do it for real. Moreover, Siron's expression looked like he was about to lose his temper. The threatening laughter and voices of the thugs gradually faded from Siron's mind. Instead, he began to hear more clearly the flapping of a fly passing by. And then the space seemed to freeze. Siron felt his mind drifting back to a few hours earlier. He saw Principal Althea sitting with the students under that old tree, reciting a spell to create wind so he could see what this thing called magic looked like. Siron no longer doubted. He was in his own memories. Anpass's spell became clear in his eyes, all pouring into Siron's mind and transforming into his own knowledge. While Siron's soul returned to the world of memories, in the real world he stood frozen like a piece of wood. Seeing Siron unresponsive, the thugs lost their temper again and grabbed his collar. "Hey, kid, are you deaf or what? Do I look like I'm joking?" Only Ami was the only one to notice something unusual here. She hurriedly shouted to stop, but it was already too late. Siron relied on the memory he had just recovered from his unconsciousness and cast the wind spell. Just like what Anpass did at that moment, he created a tornado strong enough to lift all the thugs into the sky. Until Siron regained his composure, they had already started falling freely, and from that height, it was no surprise if they broke their legs or arms. Siron managed to take down nearly a dozen thugs who were much bigger than him in just one move, and honestly, he wasn't even sure how he did it. I shouted loudly and rushed in, temporarily calming Siron down. "What the hell are you? Where did you learn magic? Why does an ordinary person like you possess magic?" At this moment, a few people came running over because of the loud noise from this side. Amy, wary of the crowd, quickly slipped away. Siron was amazed to see her quickly leap onto the rooftop of the building like a squirrel and then disappear. But that doesn't matter now. The important thing is that now in front of Siron is a mess, and I bet those newcomers won't give me a chance to explain. Siron wants to escape. I can't be caught again. And so he started to run as fast as he could to escape this alleyway. Leaving the village for the first time left Siron with too many terrifying experiences. He feels that this world is too terrifying and just wants to quickly return to his parents' embrace. That's all. Meanwhile, Amy has returned home. Her family is originally the Kami's noble family, the top aristocrats. Ami returned feeling resentful after being defeated by a commoner boy. Master Sakura from the Kami's family immediately guessed that his daughter had caused trouble again upon her return. "Why did you come back so early? Did you skip school today, Ami? I've already taught you everything. There's nothing fun about it, Father. Ami muttered angrily before going up to her room. Sakura was also at her wit's end with his daughter. Hi. I wonder when you'll finally mature. Even if you're a genius, you shouldn't be so careless. If one day you get tricked, Sakura said casually. But it seemed like his last words hit Amy right in the sore spot. Today she really was outsmarted, and it was by a common kid, too. Seeing his daughter suddenly fall silent, Sakura wasn't quite used to it. Usually if she was criticized like that, Amy would have been flailing around. But today was different. She remained silent for a long time and then suddenly asked a question that was completely out of character for her. Dad, do you know anyone at the Magic Academy who could introduce me to that magic? After that stormy trip, Siron finally found his father. As soon as he found Vincent, he threw himself into his arms, crying and saying he was lost. The two of them returned to the small village, but from then on, his personality completely changed and winter arrived. The next day, after returning home, Vincent only saw his wife sitting and knitting. Orina said that Siron had gone to the woodcutting area to gather more firewood. While a heavy snow was falling, Vincent went out to find him because he was worried. Although they are not biologically father and son, Vincent raised Siron and has considered him his own child since he was young. Through that paternal love, he could clearly sense the changes in his son after his first trip to the city in spring. And although Siron only said he was lost back then, Vincent always felt that things were not as simple as that. Now he is in the woodcutting forest. Even after many days have passed, Siron still cannot forget the day he instinctively cast magic to attack those thugs, and since then, he has not been able to use it even once more. That spell was successfully summoned by instinct, but lacking basic knowledge of magic, he couldn't do it again. Still, now Siron has become proficient in entering the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, I can sense everything. Just like now, from the feeling, shape, and scent, I can perceive everything related to the tree in front of me all at once. And you can even see the tree's weakest point. That helped Siron swing the axe and cut down a tree 5 or 6 times taller than himself. Vincent saw the entire scene unfold. He is an experienced hunter, and he is convinced that what he just witnessed was lightning, the phenomenon of an axe cutting down a tree by hitting its weak point. But what about Siron? Such a small, skinny child can do what even a skilled hunter like Vincent finds difficult. Seeing his young son carefully sawing a tree trunk in the freezing winter, Vincent couldn't help but shed tears. Meanwhile, Siron seems to be very excited because this is the first time he successfully created lightning, just like when he successfully summoned magic that day. Siron knew he wasn't as lucky as the noble children, but that didn't stop his desire to seek out fundamental knowledge of magic, and tomorrow, the day after, and the days after that. Siron would keep repeating these things to feel the magic, because he believes that an opportunity will surely come to him someday soon. Perseverance has truly brought Siron some achievements. Time kept passing by. 3 years later, Siron had grown much taller, his hair had lengthened, and he had succeeded in creating a lightning attack that hit every time. At that moment, he seemed to have become one with nature. Siron could even feel the trembling of each bush, the movement of insects, and the absorption of nutrients through the roots of every tree. But Siron knows that's not everything. If he keeps training, a new world will open up for him. Today you spent 5 hours meditating in the forest to train your spiritual world. After achieving your goal, Siron carried a bundle of firewood back home. On the way home, he saw 2 white horses like these, which are usually rare in this remote area. A luxurious carriage was parked in front of Siron's house. You're back already? Come in and meet this person, Vincent said. The owner of that luxurious carriage is the Owent family's assassin butler, who introduced himself as Temeran. Siron didn't know what the other person wanted with him, but since the Owent family was the second most noble in the entire kingdom, he still responded politely. Temurin stepped closer, carefully examining Siron's face and figure as if inspecting a precious treasure. Do you know how to read? He asked. I learned a little when I was young. Temurin seemed contemplative, then began nodding and continued examining Siron. You seem well raised, just a hunter's child, but able to read. You're a good kid, too. Wait, can you explain why you're here? Ajirun seemed to be losing patience, and finally Temurin revealed the true purpose of this trip. He came here to recruit Siron to work for the O family, even though he didn't understand how he knew about him. The task is to transfer a total of 10,000 books out of the main library of the Din estate, including many important volumes. This will be completed within 2 years. The transportation will be handled by others, but only Temeran and Siron will be responsible for sorting. Hearing the words library, Siron's heart started pounding. Moreover, it is the Owent family's library, so it must contain crucial knowledge for a mage. However, Temeran added, the only people who know about this are your family. If even one book leaks out or news about this gets out, both your life and your family's will be at risk. At this moment, Siron finally understood why his parents looked so worried. Of course, because this was such a dangerous matter, the Owent family agreed to pay a huge sum of money. That is an amount of money Vincent could never earn in his lifetime, even if he spent it hunting. Of course, he has no desire for wealth enough to sell his precious son. He agreed to Temerina's request so that his son could freely read books in the Owent family library. The amount he was paid was truly enormous. So it's worth you taking care of your son all these years. Temurin seemed very pleased with Siron and turned to speak to Vincent. But these words are no different from saying that Vincent took care of Siron all those years just for money, so he immediately stood up and slammed the table. I'm not doing this for money. I just want our Siron to be able to fulfill his dreams. Temurin suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, why worry so much? Do you really think that boy will have a career? Stop dreaming. If you're not doing this for money, then what reason do you have to ask me to give up my son? His tone was full of mockery because he said he could read books. Vinin almost shouted. Looking back, Olina only taught Siron a few words for fun when he was young, but unexpectedly, by the age of 6, he started reading books on his own to learn. Vincent still clearly remembers how obedient and adorable Siron looked back then, but what mattered most was that he was an intelligent child. Every time I look into your beautiful, delicate eyes and see how focused you are when reading, I wonder if maybe my adopted son is of noble blood and if his life would be better if he were raised by a noble family instead of a hunter's family. During those days, Vincent struggled intensely with his thoughts, wanting only to keep Siron for himself and raise him to become a hunter, a woodcutter like himself. But when he saw Siron spending several hours in the forest, chopping wood with dedication, he felt very uneasy. So it was Vincent who took the initiative to approach Temurin after hearing that the Owent family was looking for an educated commoner child. All Vincent wanted was for Siron to go there and read the books he liked, so he went to ask Temurin for help. But to his surprise, this arrogant man with high eyes thought that Vincent wanted to sell his child for money, which made him truly furious. I don't need any money. If I had known you would look at me that way, I wouldn't have come to beg you. Now get out of my house immediately. Temurin is also a proud person. After being scolded directly by Vincent, he immediately left. But as he reached the door, Siron quickly called him back. Are you serious about taking this job, even if it's dangerous or makes Temurin look down on your family? I'm not threatening you at all. Just so you know, even a tiny rumor could cost you your life. Temurin warned him, but even so, Siron remained very determined. You assert that you can keep silent in any situation, and that if anything unexpected happens, you will not blame Temurin or the Ogun family. Seeing the young man's determination, Temurin no longer tried to persuade him and said he would arrange a car to pick up Siron within the next week. During that time, if you refuse and change your mind, it's okay. But once Siron steps into the Ogun estate, you will not be allowed to leave until the job is done. After giving Siron his instructions, Temurin didn't linger any longer. Only the 3 family members remained, and Vincent hurriedly asked his son Siron why he agreed to such a request. Those bastards only need someone to die in their place. This is my father's fault. Dad will take responsibility, so you should refuse right now. Vincent's face is full of tears, and at this moment Siron also started to cry, but not out of blame for Vincent pushing him into the fire pit, but out of gratitude for the great gift he had given him. Because stepping into the Owent family library and reading those precious magic books is an opportunity Siron would never dare to dream of in his entire life. Thank you so much, Father. Siron was crying, but with a bright smile on his face. Vincent hurriedly embraced him tightly, continuously comforting him. Don't worry, Siron, and remember to come back safe and sound. Dad assured them they wouldn't lay a finger on this family. At that moment, Vincent truly didn't know if what he was doing was right or not. Even Olina couldn't hold back her tears out of worry for her son, but if he truly wanted to go, they couldn't stop him. A week later, Temurin kept his promise and sent someone to pick up Siron. After having Vincent sign a commitment, they hurriedly took him away. The carriage door closed and the wheels started turning. Siron quickly entered his own spiritual world. He could see Vincent and Olina hugging each other and crying painfully. In his subconscious, Siron wanted to reach out and touch them, but the last spark of reason made him withdraw his hand. Yes, this opportunity is a double-edged sword. Although working for the Owent family is very dangerous, it will also bring Siron many things, and he will no longer hesitate or step back. Regarding the Owent family, their main house is located inside Chris City in the Tomia Kingdom, quite far from the capital Basuka. Owent is a warrior family that regularly trains Orthodox swordsmen. The former head of the family was a level 3 swordsman, and the current head, Bishop Owent, is a level 4 holy knight. In short, they have the power to influence the forces within the city. I don't know how long later, but the carriage arrived in front of the Owent estate. This was Siron's first time stepping into a noble family, and it was a second-tier noble family with great influence in the kingdom. The magnificent and grand scene before him truly left him in awe. The two staff members escorting Siron led him to the administrative office, which also served as the butler's quarters and where he would stay for the next 2 years. Here, Timorin was already waiting. He didn't give Siron time to rest, and immediately took him to the family's grand library to explain the tasks Siron needed to do. Entering the Owent family library, Siron was even more overwhelmed. He had never seen so many books. And for a book lover like Siron, this is truly paradise, because the Owent family has built a new library, so the books here will be moved there, and Siron's task is to organize them. You will receive a list every week. Then you need to find and gather the books based on their titles. Working hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily. Outside of that time, Siron is allowed to rest but not to go outside, and he is not permitted to enter the estate without permission. Timorin, as the head butler, will be busier, but besides him, there are other butlers who will teach him the manners when entering this family. Do you have any other questions? Timorin asked. Siron was still digesting what the other person had just told him. I guess this really is a chance worth risking everything for. When do I start working? Starting tomorrow. So, the next morning, Siron changed into a brand new butler outfit and took the list to the Grand Library. After a night of thinking, he finally understood why the Owent family, so large, only hires one person to organize the books. Maybe it's because they need a consistent sorting standard. For example, if you need to organize a book called Swordsmanship History, everyone would have different opinions on whether it should be placed under professional sword techniques or comprehensive history. And another thing Siron realized from experiencing these sorting systems is that all knowledge is interconnected, and the most fundamental element to connect them is history. Knowledge is built up along a line called history. History is the backbone of knowledge. After thoroughly studying history and using it to strengthen other fields, Siron's reading speed increased significantly. Out of the 10,000 books here, about 850 are history books, and he plans to read them all within 2 years to achieve his greatest dream of becoming a mage. Time slowly passed by, and Siron adapted very quickly to his work. That evening, while secretly reading a book in the library, Siron heard footsteps and saw Timorin, along with a deputy manager, approaching. Siron quickly put the book away, because, after all, reading here was not exactly proper. Have you sorted everything out? Are you working overtime again? Yes, sir. Siron quickly stood up straight and answered seriously. Timorin also had no doubts and only advised Siron not to overstrain himself, since he still had 2 more years at the library. And most importantly, you must take full responsibility for everything you do. If your body becomes exhausted and causes mistakes, you might lose your head before you know it. After leaving the new list, Timorin then walked away, but after a few steps he suddenly turned sharply towards Siron, making him extremely nervous. What is this? Could it be that he found out you were secretly reading books in the library during your break? But luckily, Timorin only came over to straighten Siron's bow, as this library is visited not only by the butler, but also by the master and young masters. Pay attention to your uniform and make sure you're not tarnishing the Owent family's reputation. Timorin also reminded Siron to cut his long hair short before he finally left. Siron let out a sigh of relief and started thinking about tying his hair up like his father. But in reality, there was something more worth considering. The knowledge in the book was too difficult. After Timorin and the deputy steward left, Siron began to struggle with that enormous amount of information. He initially wanted to memorize quickly, but if he wanted to access the knowledge in a book at any time, Siron had to understand each event clearly, so he kept trying to cram more words into his head. But after working hard all day, Siron quickly couldn't resist the sleepiness and collapsed onto the table. When you fell asleep in the carriage, a hand reached out and took the book you were reading. It was Timorin, who had returned unnoticed. Wow, you're really foolish. He sighed and muttered to himself, You've had this book for a whole month. Do you think you can succeed just by studying? If you were to look for practical books, I would have banned you from coming here outside of working hours. But luckily, you're just a stubborn fool with only willpower. 3 months have passed, and Siron has started to get used to working at the Owent family's grand library. He also learned many other things from the maids. After 3 months of working, Siron also realized one thing, that the aristocrats didn't really care about losing 1 or 2 books. That also meant there probably weren't any truly important books in the library, but that didn't mean Siron would be safer. So he still holds the same stance as when Timorin came to him, that he must not make any mistakes. As he was lost in thought, the grand library door suddenly swung open, followed by a piercing voice that cut through Siron's ears. That damn old man! You startled me. I looked up, and the person who just barged in was a tall, green-haired young man. According to Siron's understanding, this is the youngest master of the family, Ran Oan. Then another voice echoed, this time even more terrifying. Rian, how dare you run away? Once I catch you, you'll have to run another 100 laps. Ran hurriedly rushed towards Siron, then crawled under the table nearby. Before escaping, he made sure to remind him not to tell anyone who was coming that he was hiding there. Ren's massive figure created a great pressure on Siron, but the one who burst into the Grand Library was even more than twice as huge. I know you're hiding here. That green-haired kid, the one about the size of a bean, just ran in, right? Siron was speechless. If that green-haired kid is as big as a pea, then what is this thin body of yours in the eyes of this old uncle? But he looks so intimidating. Siron had to first probe the identity of the opponent. Please forgive me, may I ask who you are? I am a swordsmanship instructor. I am the teacher authorized to beat that little bean into pulp, got it? Those two words really want to pierce Siron's ears. He feels that if he doesn't answer, this uncle will just bury him alive. So despite the young master's stern warning, Siron still had to honestly admit that he was hiding under the bookshelf nearby. Rai's swordsmanship teacher immediately grabbed his collar with one hand and pulled him out. Master, it's just a misunderstanding. Please, I was panicking, trying to explain, but they didn't give me a chance. Rian was thrown forcefully to the ground by his master, who then grabbed his leg and dragged him away. Follow me, you little brat, neglecting your training. You need to be taught a lesson about discipline. Ro looked extremely distressed. Siron could clearly see the shape of his mouth as he spoke to me at that moment. Ran said that you will have to pay the price, but seeing R's swordsmanship training look even more powerful than the head of the family, Siron had no other choice. After that day, Siron vaguely heard that the youngest master had been captured and taken to the mountain for training, so in the days that followed, no one suddenly barged into the library shouting and startling him anymore. In the following days at the Grand Library, Siron continued to finish his work while also taking the opportunity to read books. He finished the first book in 20 days, but after understanding it completely, he read 82 books in just 4 months. Everything went as Siron expected, with the beginning being quite difficult, but afterward no book contained entirely new content. If he built a solid foundation with the first 200 books, the remaining 650 would be much easier to absorb. When Siron read books about the origins of magic, he also began to question whether studying the history of magic's origins was the right choice at this time, but since he had already learned about the formation of all things before, he became even more convinced that this decision was the right one. Because if a scholar creates a theorem, a mage does the same, but they also have to realize that theory to apply it in practice. Therefore, a mage is similar to a scholar. However, not all scholars are mages. Because not everyone can enter a state of sensory detachment in consciousness, which is the spiritual world, Siron firmly believes that with his own spiritual world, just by absorbing a large amount of knowledge conveyed through these books, he might become a wizard. Honestly, I thought Siron's peaceful days would last forever, until that night when Ran returned in anger. Hey, you bastard! I've crossed hell to get to this day. Still that green hair, tall figure, and deafening voice. Siron silently broke out in a cold sweat. This young master is truly persistent. After enduring such a purification on the mountain, he still remembers the grudge I exposed in the library, and Ran was so furious that his teeth chattered with rage. Do you know how many troubles I had to go through, you bastard? Then he started to tell how his master had tortured him, climbing mountains countless times, until his fingers had no strength left. But every time I think I'm about to die, I remember the grudge from the library with the one who put me in this situation, and it's like I gain strength. Siron silently sighs. This young master is more than just an enemy. It seems like your anger has been building up and has reached its peak. Are you too afraid to speak up? I asked for your help and trusted you, but you turned around and reported me to the master. Just seeing a scumbag like you makes me feel sick. As Rand spoke, he grabbed Siron's collar. That's not it, I was just telling the truth. Don't try to justify yourself by saying you're right. You should have said that you didn't follow my request back then. Siron silently sighed. It seems I can't reason with someone who is angry and has the strength to overpower me like this. So, young master, what should I do? Rand looked surprised when Siron asked him back with that calm demeanor. Then he burst into loud laughter and dragged Siron to the training ground even though it was already midnight. But after inspecting the weapons hanging on the rack, Rand randomly grabbed a wooden sword and threw it to Siron. He challenged Siron to a one-on-one duel. I am not as cowardly as you think. The price for underestimating me is what you will pay. You were destined to become a great swordmaster, and now you must face the fury of my blade. What have I done that was cowardly, young master, because I've been accused of being cowardly all this time? Siron also became a bit agitated and retorted, As a servant of the Owent family, you should have protected the Owent members. But you betrayed me and my master, just because you were afraid of getting beaten. That's not cowardice. When Ren said these words, Siron could clearly feel her eyes had changed, becoming somewhat fierce. Siron instinctively clenched the sword in his hand, which was also what Ran wanted. Because of the significant difference in skill levels, he allowed Siron to make the first 3 moves. Siron was extremely tense. Although it was just a wooden sword, it couldn't kill him right away. But the wood is very hard. If he breaks a bone, Siron will be sent home and lose this job. A constant question keeps flashing in his mind: what should I do now? After a few seconds of thought, Siron clenched his sword and launched a powerful attack, but Ran easily dodged the first move. On his second strike, Siron again used his sword to block. Unlike Siron's trembling grip, Ran clearly has a much stronger foundation and superior strength. Sweat was pouring down Siron's neck. He only had one chance left to attack his opponent, and if he fails again this time, Siron will lose completely. He concentrates all his spirit and enters his soul realm. In the spiritual realm, Siron can sense the weakest point on his opponent's sword, just like the times he successfully created lightning strikes while chopping wood. After identifying the target, Siron immediately launches his attack. Ran immediately raised his sword to block, even mocking you for your ridiculous stance. But when Siron's sword swung down, Ran could no longer laugh, because the sword in his hand was instantly shattered into many pieces. Rian looked extremely shocked. He stared in shock at the sword in his hand for a long time. Siron's sword was also broken, but he had succeeded. Ran countered with 3 moves, using the first to gauge the opponent's strength, calculating the timing for the second, and executing his plan with the third. This is the lightning strike he has trained for 3 years. "Hey, Ren," trembling, asked where you learned swordsmanship. "This isn't swordsmanship, it's just lightning strike," Siron honestly replied. "Huh?" Seeing Ren look confused, Siron even kindly explained that his father was a hunter, and he had been going into the mountains to cut trees with him since he was a child. Because of his weak physique, he couldn't chop wood the usual way, so he devised this move to make the task easier, and lightning strike is the name that the woodcutters gave to it. The more Ran heard, the more confused he became. A powerful strike like that, and the opponent figures it out while chopping wood? After wielding a sword for 15 years, he still lost to the son of a woodcutter. Moreover, what Siron just called lightning strike is actually the deadly sword technique, the secret skill of the Owent family that Ron's older brother Gi learned when he was only 12 years old. Back then, R was defeated by Z using this very move. Today, he was defeated again by Siron with the same skill. "I won't accept this." R clenched his fists so tightly he couldn't hold back and shouted. Seeing the opponent's face growing more serious, Siron relaxed a little but then started to tense up again. "Young master, did I make you uncomfortable?" You... "Eat up!" Ran shouted. Then he pulled out another sword, this time a genuine one worth real money, and threw it towards Siron. "Since both of our weapons are destroyed, this fight isn't over yet. If you've mastered the deadly sword techniques, I should treat you accordingly." Siron's heart wanted to jump out of his chest. Don't tell me the young master is crazy enough to want to fight with real swords. Luckily, R isn't crazy enough to do that. The duel will be with real swords, but beforehand he will give Siron a head start to prepare. A head start may sound long, but for someone like Siron who has no swordsmanship foundation at all, it's truly useless. You hold that sword in your hand, trembling uncontrollably. If it's real, then you could truly lose your life. Siron didn't want to risk his life, so he begged Ryan to reconsider because he had never learned swordsmanship in his life. So how could he fight with a sword? But Ryan had no intention of taking back his words at all. "That's why I gave you a month. If you can master the deadly sword technique just by chopping wood, then somehow you will be able to do it. And don't even think about running away, because I will definitely surpass you." The sword in his hand wasn't too heavy, but Siron felt like it was crushing his heart. After returning to the Grand Library and gathering information, Siron finally understood why the youngest master reacted so nervously. The Owent family is known for having both black and blue hair. Clan leader Owent Bove, who has black hair, fathered 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son has black hair and is now a level 6 swordsman. His eldest daughter has blue hair and possesses exceptional musical talent, so she is currently working as a musician in the palace, instead of following the swordsmanship path of her family. The second son, Ozentai, also has black hair and is considered a genius for mastering the deadly sword technique at age 12, while Ran Owent is believed to be very different from his siblings. The household staff all agree that he is quite incompetent despite having his own instructor, and Siron's mood is extremely dejected. He started to regret why he didn't let Rin use the wooden sword to beat him until he was tired, instead of resisting, which led to this situation. Ren's pride was severely damaged, and it seemed he was determined to fight Siron and win to finally lift that mental burden. Siron even cried from the stress. If he were to die in the match against Rin next month, his parents probably wouldn't be able to live peacefully anymore. Thinking of my parents, Siron refused to let himself lose hope any longer. Come on, you will become a mage, Siron thought to himself and then started searching for some books in the library. When I lived on the mountain, Siron was already very confident in his physical strength, so he felt that just learning a few defensive skills would be enough to survive. And so Siron began to study everything within his ability. Meanwhile, R suddenly started training wildly, and his sudden enthusiasm surprised Siron's swordsmanship master. Even the kid who has always skipped training now asks him for even more intense methods of practice. The swordsmanship master quickly realizes that something has happened to Ran, but he just responds that nothing is wrong. Seeing Ran's determination, he no longer pressed for answers, but instead began giving him a training plan for a much more brutal demon training. While Ren was sweating profusely on the training ground, Siron was carefully studying the force diagram. It is considered a simple diagram of the human body. While mages have their spiritual realm, swordsmen have their force diagram to help them visualize their own bodies. The force diagram can push their limits to the maximum. Those who master it can use and control every cell in their body perfectly. This is the most important factor to becoming a swordsman. This aspect is completely opposite to the realm Siron has unlocked, but it also makes me feel excited. Should I give it a try? Siron silently thought and decided to do it. Siron folded the book in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to sense himself. This is the first step in opening the schematic, and it's quite simple because it's similar to entering the realm. If opening the realm requires erasing oneself, then opening the diagram demands delving deeply into one's own existence. In fact, Siron doesn't want to devote all his efforts to the diagram because it contradicts the realm. Therefore, he turned to learning some basic sword skills based on his existing spiritual domain. Siron carried a pile of swordsmanship books to the backyard. He started with the basics of the 8 directions of slashes, while Ran continued to push himself so hard that even the swordsmanship master was beginning to fear him. He had never seen his student so excited before, even though he had been teaching him since he was a child. Ren's mood was extremely complicated. In fact, Siron was just the last straw. The real core of the issue is that R has always been compared to his older siblings, and despite training in swordsmanship for 15 years, he still hasn't unlocked the blueprint to become the failure of the Owent family. Although my master seems strict, he is actually very caring. Today, seeing my terrifying change, he truly shed tears. Ryan, that's enough. Let's stop here for today. Ran's sword was taken back by the master. Only then did he realize that all the muscles in his body were exhausted. Rian obediently put down his sword, sat down, and began to gaze into the distance towards Sam. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking my hand hurts so much I want to break it. Rian, do you know? I never knew you could try that hard, but I think you did very well. Have you ever thought about what you've done best so far? He suddenly asked. I don't know. I only know that I haven't done well. Yeah, that's why you're not a genius. Ran clenched his fists, thinking his master was mocking him. But when he turned around, Ran saw that his face was very serious, and his eyes carried a heavy sense of concern. He said that all geniuses know what they are best at, and they only put in effort to act when they are 100% confident they will succeed. But even geniuses have a fear, which is the dedication needed to achieve the impossible. A burning will that challenges the impossible. That will and determination are the nemesis of geniuses. Thank you, Master. Ran chuckled faintly. Out of all the encouragement you've ever heard, I like these words the most. His swordsmanship teacher didn't just speak idly. Those words truly ignited Ran's fighting spirit, making him realize that if talent wasn't something he was born with, then he would grit his teeth and develop it through relentless hard work. Ran wants to use his determination to turn the impossible into the possible. He wants to win. And coincidentally, that is also Siron's thought, who is struggling to practice basic swordsmanship. At this moment, Siron is also very serious about his first sword techniques. Swordsmanship is the process of learning actions to take another person's life, so its dark side is a high-stakes psychological battle over life and death. Since he had no training partner, Siron could only grasp the sword Ran through to him and imagine an invisible enemy in front of him who could attack from many directions. In reality, sword attacks have 8 main directions, and with his extraordinary efforts, Siron trained himself in those 8 cuts and how to counter them. He kept practicing like that and then realized that the path of swordsmanship is as limitless as magic itself. And all the things Siron learned by himself are just like grains of sand in the desert. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, but I probably can't come back home this time, Siron said to himself, his voice full of sorrow. But since stepping into the Owent family, I have never regretted it. Although the path I walk faces death, I have also seen a wonderful world. A quick victory has passed, and Siron arrives at the training ground to face Ran in a life-or-death duel. In just one short month, he can clearly feel that the opponent's aura has completely changed. And that is also what Ran sensed in Siron, because just a month ago, he was in a completely disoriented state, both in stance and focus. Yet now Siron is incredibly composed, and even though it's his first time holding a sword, he's very calm. This made Ran think of his older brother Dai, which only made him more determined to win. Ran rushes forward, and Siron is extremely tense. Because even if this young master is called incompetent by the servants, his swordsmanship level is still on a different level from yours, but luckily, thanks to his relentless efforts over the past month, Siron can still sense the direction of the sword. His calmness and way of observing Siron's sword direction only make Ran's blood boil. Is he not afraid of this sword? He was very curious, secretly thinking that, in reality, Siron was not a reckless person who feared death, but he had completely controlled his emotions. Meanwhile, Ran continued to attack. This time, the sword comes from the right hand, and Siron manages to block it again. But the first and second times are easy. After that, Rin's strikes become faster and faster, beginning to surpass Siron's ability to sense the direction of the sword. Finally, Ren's sword managed to carve a shallow cut on Siron's chest. As the fresh blood flowed out, he knew he was about to lose. Siron hurriedly changed tactics, retreating with all his might, while the pain from his chest was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of confusion. Rian looked into his eyes, and as if understanding his confusion, became even more smug. The technique he just used was the O swordsmanship to train the great sword. Each strike is R's bone-shattering effort, making its power completely different from normal sword techniques. After injuring Siron, he became even more aggressive. In Ren's eyes now, there is only one goal: to crush Siron with his strength. They continue into the second round, but this time Siron still feels confused. If Ryan had swung upward after hitting him in the chest, Siron would have been cut on the side. But Ren's subsequent strikes didn't seem to be finishing blows. This also means that his understanding of swordsmanship is lower than Siron's. Ran can wield a sword skillfully, but doesn't fully understand how to use techniques effectively. This is the opening Siron needs to turn the tide. He immediately changes his battle plan and launches a full-force attack. Siron has learned the basics of swordsmanship, so his strikes are relatively decisive, and Ran was truly amazed once again. Why did he suddenly attack? Isn't he already exhausted? He is extremely confused, secretly questioning himself, and Ran becomes even more bewildered because although Siron's techniques are quite simple, he cannot block them. Ran, who was initially in an advantageous position and attacking fiercely, suddenly found himself on the defensive. Seeing his opponent's stamina gradually decline after clumsy defenses, Siron grew more hopeful about saving his own life. You just need to persistently conserve your stamina and keep up this rhythm of attack to win. On this side, Ren's mental state is fluctuating intensely. Siron's dominance caused the ghost of the past to reappear in his mind. Ran remembered his older brother Dai, praised by their father as a genius, who had also defeated him with lethal swordsmanship. Remembering his smug, satisfied smile after defeating him, Rin's anger erupted once more, and he directed that fury at Siron. Ren's sudden loss of composure made Siron think he had given up. But at that moment, a new problem arose. Ran was indeed not calm, but that burst of anger made his sword swings much faster. It was so fast that Siron couldn't read all the directions of the strikes, and in the final blow, Siron felt as if death itself had come to pat him on the shoulder. But with the main character's powerful aura, of course, this old man wouldn't be defeated. Neither of them managed to land a hit because Siron used his sword to deflect Ren's blade. He stood there in a daze, while Siron was exhausted to the point of gasping for air. Ran could clearly see that in that final strike, Siron had read his sword's direction and changed his grip in an instant. Siron's sword pointed upward, clashing directly with Rin's downward slash. Using all his remaining strength, he defeated Rin by knocking his sword away. Siron opened his mouth to breathe, having won but still unable to believe he truly triumphed. And even though he did, he still felt very awkward. Even though it was a contest, the opponent was still a noble, and once again you trampled on his already high pride. I don't know what R might do next. Siron was very tense, unable to imagine how furious R would get next, but this time R was not angry, only bowing his head to say 3 words: I lost. While Siron was still trying to collect himself, Ran kept scratching his head and repeated the 3 words I lost again and again, looking flustered. I lost and you won. Because I have lost, even if you decide to take my life, I have nothing more to say. Siron was a bit surprised. You didn't think Ren could accept defeat so easily, and even willingly let you decide his fate. But he's a noble. How could you risk even a hair on his head? What kind of ridiculous words are you saying, young Master Siron? I almost shouted. Quadrian, we fought with our very lives, and I have already admitted that I lost. So you have the right to take my life, right? The foolish Ren replied. Only you want to bet your life on this, while I just want to live. Siron shouted. So from the very beginning, I knew this fight was pointless. Why blame me and try to beat me up when you're the one hiding from your master just because you don't want to train? Anger overwhelmed Siron, no longer afraid, and he directly criticized the young master in front of him. Ryan refused to back down and immediately opened his foul mouth to argue back. Wait a minute, you bastard. Who's really to blame here? It's all because you're too cowardly. Even if this is the first time we meet and it's under these circumstances, you still have to respect me. Right? Respect this damn monkey. Have you ever thought about how much you've made me uncomfortable? I was caught between the young master and your swordsmanship teacher. If you truly deserved respect, you wouldn't have put someone as insignificant as me in a situation like this. Siron kept talking more passionately, venting all his frustration and shouting directly at Ran. Honestly, this young master is a real little tyrant. He challenged Siron out of his own pride for V, not to push Siron into a corner. As for Siron, he truly thought this time he might as well go sell salt. After scolding R, he was so exhausted that he sat down heavily on the ground. Meanwhile, Rian had just been scolded by the household servants and was left speechless. But what was strange was that he wasn't angry at all. In that moment when Siron unleashed his emotions, Rand felt the cold, calm warrior he had just faced disappear. Instead, it was a young teenager around his own age. And most importantly, even though Rand believed Siron was definitely a genius, he didn't mock Rion like GI did. Instead, Siron only fought with all his strength against Ran to protect himself, but also to respect his opponent. Because of these reasons, Rand saw a different side of the young man in front of him. Hey, what's your name? He suddenly asked. Arian Siron. Siron didn't understand what the other person meant, but still answered vaguely. And I am Oandrian, Rand said clearly. Siron once again felt confused. Who wouldn't know that this young man with blue hair is Oantrant? And the confusion reached its peak when suddenly Ren reached out to help Siron up, along with a proposal. Let's become friends. The duel between the two of us has ended like that. Siron continues with his work. A year has quickly passed since he first entered the Owen estate, and he has now sorted a total of 7,028 out of 10,453 books. This progress far exceeds expectations. Even the strict Temuran couldn't help but praise it. As the number of books Siron needs to categorize has decreased significantly, his work efficiency has also improved. Moreover, there are now only 200 out of 850 history books left for him to read. He reads 3 books every day, and soon Siron will have achieved the foundational knowledge he has always dreamed of. Furthermore, thanks to Korin, he also experienced swordsmanship and understood the nature of fear. As a result, it seems that Siron's spiritual realm endurance has also increased. Even though I started off pretty slowly, I know that as long as I don't give up, I will eventually reach my goal. And most importantly, Siron has found his first true friend in life, the very person who shouted in his face the first time they met. After that battle, Ron almost always stays in the Grand Library to talk with Siron, and he also realizes that he's quite emotional and has very adorable sides, completely different from his imposing appearance. Although sometimes Rand still acts in ways that give Siron a headache, like rummaging through the books he just sorted, Trunqui is still a pretty good friend, but after becoming close, Rand started to slack off on training. For example, today after finishing the basic training, he told his master he wanted to study in the library and stay here forever. Siron also knows that this seemingly lazy person is actually a smoldering fire that can ignite at any moment. Rand will become stronger as long as he has the chance, so there's no need to push him too hard to train. And so, Siron agreed to let Rand stay in the library and read with him. But just 10 minutes later, Rand was already exhausted by the jumble of words in the book. Siron, aren't you the one who said you wanted to become a mage? Do you really have to read so many books? That's 800 volumes. You're crazy, Rand muttered. Of course. Actually, I'm falling behind. I never had a chance to study before coming here, but now that I've read over 600 history books, I almost know everything. Rand wasn't interested in reading, so he focused solely on watching Siron, and every time he saw him work, he was amazed all over again. Siron's reading speed is unbelievably fast, to the point that Ren feels he could be pulled into the book at any moment. Bored out of his mind, Rand started chatting with Siron whenever he managed to read a few words. As long as they stayed close, everything was fine, like in the Free Fire lobby. Siron also couldn't focus on reading because of that. The two of them started arguing about the book in Rand's hands. It talks about the most common comparison across the continent. If a swordsman and a mage face off, who would win? Of course, yes, the swordsman would win. A voice sounded from behind the bookshelf, and Siron immediately stood up. Because the owner of this voice is Owent, the second young master of Owent, and also the brother that Renget despises bitterly. Siron is extremely tense, fearing that the conversation just now between the two has been overheard by G. A servant who dares to speak disrespectfully to noble children won't be easily forgiven. And right now, her gaze feels like it's piercing right through you. Seeing Siron look uncomfortable, Ran had to speak up to cover for him. Why do you sound like you already know the outcome? You probably didn't choose the swordsman's side just because you're one yourself, did you? Oh, I didn't think you'd care about this kind of thing. Just looking at the status of swordsmen and mages on the continent makes it obvious. Rian chuckled and said, We're talking about fighting. What does their status have to do with it? Do people choose their position on the battlefield based on their military rank? I doubt you're about to say something so pointless. Ran clearly showed his opposition, but Gi didn't bother to care. Instead, he turned back to Siron standing beside him. Hey, guy over there, what do you think? It's just a simple question, but Siron can feel the invisible pressure from him. You can't guess what Gi's true purpose is, or whether you'll be safe if you don't give the answer he wants. Still, Siron couldn't ignore the question, and could only cautiously share his opinion. You think that if a swordsman's skill is on par with a mage's, the swordsman would have a hard time winning once the mage enters their realm. But if the swordsman uses their physical strength to fight before the mage can enter that realm, they could definitely win. No, you're wrong, Gi interrupted Siron. I don't know when he appeared in front of you. Gi is taller than Siron, so his aura is also extremely overwhelming. You're wrong, mages will lose. As he said this, Gi wore a smug smile on his face. This familiar noble demeanor made Ren stare in shock. Gi's personality has been like this since he was a child. Whenever he feels annoyed with someone, he enjoys trampling on what they hold dear. It used to be Ran, but now he wants to pressure Siron. You seem to be interested in history, right? I'm sure you've heard of the Five Gods' armor. The sacred relics that can break a mage's spiritual world. I'm talking about anti-magic. Siron was stunned by Gi's words. Is a mage's innate ability the realm or the spiritual world? Fighting a mage in their domain is like battling a school of sharks in the deep sea. But there is something that can stir the water and distract the sharks. That is why the anti-magic name that Gi mentioned was created. If the spiritual world cannot influence, then magic cannot exist. Once someone possesses sacred relic equipment with this attribute, mages won't be able to do anything to them, but after all, this is still just a hypothesis. In the past, anti-magic was a precious power created from the mana flow within the dragon's heart, making its value extremely high on its own. Additionally, due to the wave oscillations, no matter how much wealth is poured in, their effectiveness cannot be improved. Even a master mage like Raya can only utilize up to 65% of the power of the Five Gods. So the price to obtain the holy relic is even higher, and of course, by now it also holds historical value. Therefore, the value of anti-magic spells is measured in years of a whole kingdom's budget. But the biggest problem here is that the ones who create anti-magic spells are also mages themselves. They create things that oppose themselves because the demand for them is huge, so earning from it is easy. Those mages are lining up to be favored. Wizards are just a profession where pathetic guys sell their own weaknesses to make money. With a tone full of contempt, Rian was extremely upset because he knew Siron was dreaming of becoming a mage, yet Gi was openly insulting that profession, but strangely, Siron didn't seem to show much emotion. That is the true nature of a wizard. Suddenly, you burst into a bright smile and said Siron's attitude surprised both Owent brothers, especially Dai. What did you say? He thought he had misheard and asked yes again. You're not wrong. Anti-magic is indeed created by mages. It is used to limit the power of magic in the Forbidden Zone, and is also effectively used to support the training of magic apprentices. Siron's knowledge is not inferior to Dai's at all. You know that anti-magic is truly used to counter mages, but its existence is like a product of wisdom aimed at serving good purposes. And that's why Siron still maintains his view that Gi's belief that swordsmen are more noble than mages is just a biased and wrong opinion. Gi, the second young master of the Owent family, has always been used to trampling on others. But today, even in his own house, Siron calmly pressed him down with a composed tone. Yet his attitude remained very proper, leaving Gi unable to find any fault. Your theory and reality are worlds apart. No matter what, the truth is that mages will never beat swordsmen. After Gi finished speaking, he stormed off in a huff, and only then could Siron let out a sigh of relief. Just now, young Master Gi appeared with such a terrifying face, I thought I was about to die. Ran was also very happy because he finally found a way to mock me again. After that event, Gi no longer came to the library to cause trouble, so Siron had more time to focus on his work. 6 months later, when winter had just arrived, he had also finished categorizing his more than 10,000 books. The task was completed even faster than the estimated 6 months. Timuran seems very relieved that the neglected books for 20 years have finally been sorted out. Siron finished his task and can return home, but an Owent housekeeper seems to regret losing such a useful servant. He wanted to force an extension of Siron's contract with some ridiculous reasons, but Timuran disagreed, while Siron had finished reading the last book he needed at the Grand Library. Having completed a year and a half of the noble family's book-sorting journey, Ran, who was training in swordsmanship, hurriedly rushed over after hearing that the task was finished. He worries that Siron will just go home like that. Seeing Siron finish reading over 800 books, Ran looks even more excited than he is. To commemorate this, Siron wants to do something truly special and asked Ran to take him on a tour of his family's estate. Although they live on the same grounds, they mostly only meet in the library, and Ran usually comes to see Siron because he's just a servant, so he has never had the chance to see the true home of a noble. Coincidentally, today the entire Owent family is out and will return after the afternoon, so Ran happily agreed to his request. Siron had already seen the Grand Library, but stepping inside that mansion truly overwhelmed him. Just one room here must be as big as his entire house. Ryan is actually the young master of a wealthy noble family, yet he is not arrogant at all. On the contrary, he is quite humble. Ran took Siron to visit his bedroom, which is the smallest room at the end of the corridor. Siron had prepared himself to be dazzled by the luxury when he entered, but the truth was that R's bedroom was much simpler than the other rooms and, importantly, filled with training equipment and swords. And that messy bed looks like a rest area after training. Siron couldn't believe his eyes. A young master like Ren living in such a simple place? You really can't judge a book by its cover. After a round of the game, Siron and Ron decided to play poker together, but Ron kept complaining about losing. Hey, you're cheating with your own domain, aren't you? What are you talking about? Who do you think I am to play such despicable tricks, huh? And then Siron revealed to Ron how he guessed the cards. That's how you win. Your habit of placing the aces aside and your betting style when holding a pair are also quite easy to read. Ran was hit right in the heart and just wanted to cause a fuss to save face. Observational skills will be effective the moment you stop paying attention to any particular thought. Therefore, when observing your opponent, you should watch all of their actions. Then you can guess what they are thinking. Siron sincerely wanted to guide Ryan, hoping he would soon break through to a new limit for himself. But before he could say more than 2 words, Ran had already fallen asleep. Siron was about to return to his own room when he heard a soulful melody. The tune, tone, and warmth were all perfectly controlled by the player. Siron instinctively followed the music, knowing there was only one person in the world capable of playing at this level. That's Rena's older sister, One. What do you think? That sonata of mine. After the music stopped, Rena suddenly asked. Siron, who was hiding behind the long door at that moment, was startled. Seeing that the other person had discovered him, he didn't run away, but walked straight up to her. Yeah, I think it's really great. Siron's mood started to tense up again. Maybe it's because you're the daughter of a noble family, or maybe because Gina is too beautiful. Hello, this is the first time I've met you. Did you just get recruited? Rena asked. Yes, miss. I am in charge of sorting books in the library and have been doing so for a year now. If that's the case, have you ever played the piano before? Sir Ron really wants to refuse because besides Ron, he doesn't want to get involved with any other competitors. Moreover, Rena is also an expert in using the score during performances, so I want to continue with this person. Ran once said that he has the worst personality in this mansion, so Siron looked very hesitant in response. Not yet, miss. Then let me teach you. Come here. After finishing, she placed one hand on the piano keys and patted the space beside her with the other. He was stunned by her invitation, sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He keeps tense and his mind starts to scream. What? Why are you sitting there? Rena also perceptively noticed his tense expression. She gently calms him down. It's okay. I've given my permission, so no one will blame you. He pursed his lips, hesitating and conflicted inside. He insisted on doing it, and I had no right to refuse. Reluctantly, I sat down, feeling both tense and excited, my heart pounding with anticipation. He told himself that he probably wouldn't have a chance to sit in front of a piano again anyway, and listened seriously as she explained music theory. She enthusiastically guides him through each note. Now there are buttons for do, re, mi, and the symbols in the sheet music. She jogged him to try pressing all 3 keys at the same time. He also quickly followed her instructions, his 3 fingers pressing down gently at the same time. A sound rings out, making him feel a bit confused. The pure, soaring melody touches his heart. He marvels at the beautiful resonance. She turns to look at him, surprised, and says, "That's a good start?" His mood is so restless he can't quite describe it. He's embarrassed, and his eyes reveal his awkwardness. Sorry if I'm asking too much, but can I give it a try? She was very surprised by his offer, but without thinking too long, she agreed immediately. All right then. Siron bowed his head, realizing his behavior was somewhat rude, and that his previous request might have been a bit too much, which he felt was not very proper. Maybe it wouldn't be very good. Everyone has to start somewhere. However, deep inside, she couldn't help but wonder if he knew more about music theory beyond what she had just taught him. Siron places both hands on the piano keys, gently touching the keys, and begins to move his fingers. Gently and gracefully, he presses and holds the black and white keys, as clear and enchanting sounds from the notes resonate one after another. Reina was so amazed she covered her mouth, staring intently at his hands. She was in awe, unable to believe he had played all wrong. But I didn't hesitate at all when pressing the keys. Should I stop him? Vina sweatfully watches Siron play the piano, a thought crossing her mind. She focused on the music he was playing. Her face was no longer stiff. Strange. He played completely wrong. Even though the sound wasn't perfect and a bit messy, she still enjoyed it. But suddenly Jay realized something. Her eyes wide with amazement as she watched her skillful hands move across the piano keys. She was stunned to realize that it was also completely similar. Siron seems to melt into the melody of the music. In that moment, she realizes that he can perfectly imitate the feeling of the music she just played. The harmony in each note truly amazed and surprised her, and suddenly his eyes shone with a jade-green light. Siron seems to fall into a matrix of musical notes. He and she sit in the center, surrounded by a hazy light that creates an enchanting and captivating space. Under his skillful hands, melodies and sounds keep rising one after another, his hands gracefully gliding over the keys. The notes seem to dance around in sync with the melody. Siron's fingers press down, making the keys shimmer and stand out, highlighting his grace and finesse. At this moment, Rena frowned, her eyes narrowing as if he was on the right track. She quietly began to listen more carefully, thinking it might be more accurate. His hand kept moving up and down without stopping, like a true artist. She sat focused, listening and enjoying every melody he created. Rena was stunned as she looked at the man in front of her. What was happening before her eyes was hard to believe. A strange feeling welled up inside her. What is this? This can't really be called a performance, but he can perceive the purest essence of things. Rena observed every gesture and action of Siron, and a few questions naturally arose in her mind. Why is this kid a butler? Especially since he looks like a nobleman. Seeing her contemplative attitude, he also realized. Sorry, I hadn't finished my sentence when Rand's taunt reached me. Stop making so much noise, you hateful demon gremlin. His scream tore through the peaceful atmosphere, making Siron feel uneasy and anxious, and sweat started to bead on his forehead. Rand looked annoyed, with a hint of anger in his eyes. He stood in front of Jenna's door, casually scratching his stomach to reveal his six-pack abs while still shouting loudly, "Just rest when you get home. Why do you keep making a scene like this?" Looking into the room, besides her, the person next to him also made him feel itchy. He looked at him with surprise and confusion. Oh, you're here too? Siron said to Ren in this awkward situation. Siron looked a bit embarrassed and shy, awkwardly responding to him. Yes, that's right. Vina, sitting nearby, also looked confused, not quite understanding the situation. She was stunned and open-mouthed. Do they know each other? While Ren stood still, Siron kept looking at him, then turned to look at her, looking embarrassed. He stammered, "No, I haven't known how to answer the question yet." Sweating profusely, feeling a growing sense of unease inside. Our friendship with Ron will be exposed. Why do I feel like I'm committing a crime? Behind him, Rand scratched his head and casually said, "Oh, Siron, huh?" He is now fully alert, his eyes shining as he introduces Siron to Jenna. He is my friend. You panic like glue and sit down on the floor, staring at him with a terrified look. What did you just say, Rian? You probably know it too. Maybe he's afraid that revealing our friendship won't be good, but don't worry, Jay. Ran, the witch gremlin, has a tough personality, but she doesn't care about those things. Siron widened his eyes in disbelief at what he just heard, his mind unable to calm the storm inside him. What? How can that be? Why doesn't he care? While he was unsure how to face her, Jaina spoke first. So, your name is Siron? She knelt down beside him, her tone gentle and caring. She lightly placed her hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, if Ren says you two are friends, then that's good. The kid is a bit annoying, but it takes its words very seriously. Her behavior is beyond what he expected, and it makes him feel a bit worried. Reina doesn't care whether you and he are friends or not, but what interests her more is what you think. She asks curiously, "What were you thinking while playing?" "I really want to know," The words she said scared him, and countless question marks appeared in his mind, unsure of what she was thinking. What do you mean? Is Siron hitting her? I thought you were going crazy in here. Witnessing this scene, my 16-year-old logic is collapsing. My wall of beliefs shatters in an instant. And I keep wondering, does he not care that his sister is friends with commoners? Besides, Ran, why did you lie? Your sister is a beautiful and kind young lady. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but feel amused. Unlike her expression, R's face turned pale. You look serious, with eyes full of fear. Don't let her anger get to you, she's a witch. Who knows when she will follow and swallow you up? Hearing this from you, he was also taken aback. She leaned in close to him, covering her mouth with her hand and giving a shy smile. Sorry about that. My younger brother is a bit immature. I'm glad he has you as a friend. Please look after him. I looked at Gina's smiling face and also responded, It's nothing, really. Actually, I am the one who owes him. Her enthusiasm made him shy, and Rena praised Siron endlessly. Oh my, you're really adorable. Ran smiled slyly at that. So cute. Why didn't you keep him? By the way, let's have him join our family too. Rena was surprised by Ran's suggestion. She smiled playfully, so close that you wouldn't be afraid he might steal your sister away. Rian chuckled happily. What are you talking about? I'm not the one you should worry about, it's Siron. And with that, a hand grabbed his collar tightly. They fought fiercely, showing no mercy and not caring that he was their younger brother as they continued to attack each other. Did you think I wouldn't say anything, huh? The two of them struggle on the floor. Ran couldn't take it anymore and shouted in pain. Siron watched as these two sisters fought each other. The chaotic thoughts in his mind made him feel lost. Just when he thought he had a better understanding of the nobility, they became even more confusing. After being beaten up, Ran snorted coldly, not convinced, and shouted at her. Humph, why did you come back home? You just rested not long ago? She casually dusts off her hands. Don't you know? GI is preparing for the exam. I came to pick it up. Tomorrow we will leave, and he has gone to visit another friend. He will be back later. Ran opened his mouth in shock. What, are you crazy? So, is the distance really that far? He saw that you seemed upset and kept thinking about what she said. The certification exam is a standard and requirement for mages and swordsmen to be recognized not only within the kingdom, but across the entire continent. Every year, over 1,000 people participate everywhere, but no one succeeds in completing it each time. There are also unverified certificates. If you graduate from an academy certified by the kingdom, like Anpass Magic Academy, you have the chance to become a level 10 uncertified mage. After earning achievement points through organizations and guilds, you can advance in rank. Hundreds, thousands of people come here, lining up so far away that the forest point is barely visible. But wherever there is wealth and fame, people will naturally gather there. Even if they haven't yet been officially recognized, they still keep hoping to earn their certification. That is the legendary exam that GI prepared for at age 18. Ran marveled in admiration. Geniuses really are different. They also have the full backing of their family. You sigh and your mood drops. Vina steps over to you, ruffling your hair to comfort you. It's okay, I'll go prepare dinner. Since it's seafood from the royal palace, she has to prepare it herself. She turned to him and smiled brightly. I'm very happy to meet you, Siron. Let's meet again next time. He looked at her blankly. Yes, have a good day, sir. He wondered if he still had a chance to meet him again. Recalling the scene earlier when she was teaching him to play the piano, that feeling was truly wonderful. I don't know if I'll see her again because I'll be leaving the estate tomorrow. Rena went out leaving Siron and ran behind. He turned to him hesitantly and asked, Ryan, your sister, do you look at him? He gazed into the distance with a determined look and asked, Do they have a lover yet? His question left Ren frozen in shock for a moment. Seeing his expression, Siron realized he had been rude. It's nothing, I was just flustered. Ran couldn't help but laugh, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He quickly responded to his attitude. I'm just curious, forget that question. Plus, before he could finish speaking, you rushed out the door. Siron called out teasingly, knowing something was about to happen, but I told him there was nothing. Yen clenched his teeth, his face anxious. Seeing R about to reach the door, he quickly followed. A feeling of impatience filled his heart. He blamed himself for speaking out of turn because he felt sad. Meanwhile, he ran outside as fast as he could, still shouting out his message. Miss, Siron has a question. Ryan stands on the upper floor, holding onto the railing, and leans down to shout loudly. Your shout echoed through the hall. R's words rang out again, only your lover hasn't heard it yet. That statement shocked everyone, and made them turn to look at him. Siron from behind covered Rhee's mouth with his hand and pulled him back, causing him to be surprised and make unclear sounds. He kept holding him tightly and covering his mouth, making incomprehensible sounds that caused people below to whisper and gossip. Huh? What's going on? A lover? My heart keeps pounding. Seeing the maid turn to look, she could only force an awkward smile, hiding her embarrassment. She laughed out loud and said to them, "They're just not bothering each other. Don't worry." Vina and the servants continued walking, and as they did, she said, "Now that we've separated the poison, we need to boil it up." Everyone responded in unison. "Yes, miss. Behind that nearby wall, the chief butler has been standing here for a long time. Everything just now was all seen by him." He called the person behind him. "Haynes, is the young master having guests today?" The guy bowed his head. "There are no plans beforehand." "Excuse me, head butler upstairs." Ran was going to say more about Siron. "He said he saw you causing trouble again, so I pulled your hand back." The head butler coldly told the other guy, "I've heard that voice before, now I remember." He turned around, his eyes sharp as a blade. He ordered his subordinates to tell Temuran to come to my office immediately. He handed you over and immediately shouted, "The sky is clear and the forest is covered by tall trees." Ruyan's breathing and training sounds echo through the air. A loud shout rings out, "Stop, take a 10-minute break. You're exhausted, out of breath, holding a training stick in your left hand, while your right hand keeps wiping sweat." Ket looked at him and stroked his beard, thinking about him, and his enthusiasm grew even more. "It's been about a year, I guess. Watching you train so diligently, he recalls how quickly you lost your composure last time. He glanced at you, then fell into deep thought, but I believe once the prince reaches the royal palace, the boy will change. The problem is to grasp the plan." Beads of sweat trickled down Ron's face. Suddenly, a shrill call. The young master was startled and looked toward the source of the call. A man wearing a hat, looking hurried and tense, runs over. His voice echoes from afar. "Master, Miss Jaina is requesting you to return to the DH residence immediately." I was about to drink from the water bottle when his words made me feel annoyed. "If she's praising your brother, I'm not interested. Just tell her to do whatever she wants." The servant firmly denies. "It's not about loving him," the young lady said. "Siron is in danger. He might die." Hearing this, he immediately spat out the water in his mouth. Ran picks up the water bottle, stands up, and looks at the servant with a worried and anxious expression. "Huh? Why? I thought he was coming home today." The servant, running too fast, is now coughing and catching his breath. The head steward has reported to the head of the family. "I'm not sure, but the young lady said it's because of her relationship with you." Ran quickly grabbed a coat and threw it on. I'm worried and quickly told Ket that I have to go see my father. Seeing my expression, he knew something was wrong. He pressed for details at Duel, asking what was going on, and I lost my composure a little. "A butler named Siron is your friend, and somehow your father found out. There's not much time left, and feeling like sitting on a fire, you tell him, 'I believe my father will forgive him if I just persuade him. I will train afterward.'" As soon as he finished speaking, he interrupted. "You can't. You stop your movement, stand straight and look at him. Not believing your ears, you ask again, 'What?'" He took the sword in front of Ron. He exclaimed, "Master!" The magnificent mansion stands before the mountain, vast and expansive. Inside the main hall of the mansion, Siron is kneeling there. The male and female pages stand in line on either side of the throne. Seated in the center is the head of the Bop family, with the young lady and young master on either side, and behind them stands the chief butler. He knelt on the ground, his heart boiling like ants crawling inside, as the commanding voice of the man echoed with authority. "Siron Orion." Bob exudes an aristocratic and noble aura. He holds a report in his hand and looks at you with anger. "You will be executed." The entire mansion was shaken, and everyone whispered and gossiped non-stop. How could this happen? The maids couldn't help but feel worried and scared, one of them leaning close to whisper in the other's ear. How dare a commoner do that to a noble? The whispers grew louder, and someone else said he was ignorant of right and wrong. No matter how naive he is, he should at least know these rules. Every judgment and comment was heard by Temura. He only glanced at the maids without saying a word. The three of them sit on the long bench, Bob holding a document in his hand, completely focused on it. Gi sits beside him, somewhat proud and indifferent, but anxious and restless, as if sitting on a fire, with many things she wants to say to her father. "I can't hold it in anymore," Rena spoke up anxiously and urgently. "Dad, wait, I have something to say." He just flipped through the document in his hand and repeated her words. What else is there to say? The stack of documents he held was being carefully examined. On the document provided by the chief butler, a row of people stand in line, all looking nervous. Mr. Bob uses a stack of documents to accuse him, based on the testimonies of many servants, confirming that this kid has behaved very recklessly in front of Ron. He turned to Jaina and questioned her. "You've read the contract details, so you shouldn't have any new comments." Is there anything else you want to say? Siron hesitated for a moment before speaking, then looked up at him and asked nervously, if I and the young master are friends, what would happen to the young master? All the servants were terrified beyond measure, each one thinking that this time he was doomed. Does this guy even understand the current situation? He should be begging for his life right now. He is furious. How dare you ask me that question? Vina looked at her father, then back at him. Even in such a life-and-death situation, he still dared to ask about Ran. She wondered to herself, does he care about Ran? Even in this situation, he is furious and scolding him harshly. You're just a commoner, truly foolish. Do you think nobles would be affected just because they associate with someone like you? Siron lowered his head, sighed, then smiled and looked straight at him, clearly admitting, yes, R and I are friends. In front of everyone, I admit once again that we have been friends for a year, and I declare that we always will be. The servants were terrified when they heard those words from his own mouth, and they spoke out in fear. This guy. His eyes flicker with a murderous intent. Even the servants are curious. Why aren't you afraid? He warned you with a condescending tone. Yes, it seems you look down on the name Owent. Losing his composure, he shouted, Head butler, deal with him quickly. Don't let this news get out. He handed the stack of documents to the chief butler. He bowed respectfully and took the documents from him. 2 soldiers stepped forward, each grabbing him to take him out for punishment. Reyna shouted to stop him. Father, wait! Please listen to me! She bowed her head in a respectful gesture, her face showing both worry and fear for her increasingly agitated father, who, upon seeing her oppose his decision, directed his anger toward her. He has admitted it, and I have made the decision to be the head of the family. Once I decide, I will not back down. The servants are like sitting on a fire, each worried about their own tiny lives. The blonde guy felt it was unfair and turned to the chief butler, saying, Chief Butler, isn't that a bit too much? The mock guy next to him also refused to accept it and decided to speak up to defend himself, saying that none of us should have to die for one person. The blonde-haired guy's face darkened in horror as he looked to the side and muttered, This family is our life. To protect it, we must eliminate any conflicts that arise, no matter how small. As Siron was led away by those 2, he looked on and said with a hint of meaning, Now you will see that it was wrong, but later you will be grateful for this choice. Suddenly, the door opens, and a scream echoes throughout the main hall of D.H. Manor. I won't let that happen. Reyna was overjoyed, unable to hide her happiness. At last, he has returned. Her hanging heart was lowered. She called out loudly for Ran. Unlike her expectations, Bob's face darkened. He crossed his arms and looked at his son with a serious expression and no hint of joy. Siron looked up at you, but in his eyes there was not the expectation like Jaws, only a resigned submission. Maybe he was afraid that any punishment would also involve you. Along with his impatience and anger, Ran shouted uncontrollably, Who dares to kill my friend without my permission? He looked at you coldly and decisively, calmly saying, just one sentence from him is enough to show his authority and status in this family. Ran below used all his words to defend him. You can't understand why he got such a harsh punishment just for being friends with you, and you question him, risking his life to defend your friendship. Why? He didn't commit any deadly mistake? He just made friends with her. Reyna anxiously stood up, worried about him and her younger brother. He saw that his son dared to question him over a commoner. He considers human life to be worthless. There's no need to commit a deadly mistake to be deserving of death. Matters involving the nobility are very complicated, beyond what you can imagine. Rian, refusing to accept, shouted in anger. Your words are very sharp. Our family is handling this complicated situation, and you are also enjoying the privileges of that noble son. If those privileges force you to kill your friend, then you don't need them. I look at you with my stern, commanding gaze. He imposes his opinions on others. His words carry a clear message of class division. Of course he's got to die. Why would you ask that? Befriending a noble means the relationship should be equal. You are being escorted by 2 soldiers, and your indifferent gaze and firm declaration earlier only make him more irritated. Seeing him, he didn't hesitate to insult and look down on you. Do you really think that commoner considers you a friend? Based on what? There are many people in this world who want to exploit the nobility, Ran shouted, fiercely protesting his father's arrogant words. Siron would never do that. He looked at you with half an eye, his words gradually losing patience. So what? Bob looked at you, his stern words striking a nerve. Why should I believe you? Prove that you and Siron are really friends. His words left you stunned on the spot. You want me to prove it? You can't help but feel uncertain inside. You feel guilty and panicked. Reyna, standing beside you, couldn't believe her father would ask about this. She nervously looked at him while he stared intently at her. He half smiled, his eyes full of satisfaction. At this moment, your thoughts are tangled like a ball of yarn. If I say I can't prove it, then everything is over. The question from him put pressure on me. I hesitated for a while, and finally I expressed my feelings. He wondered if he could prove human feelings. Lost in tangled thoughts, he felt he couldn't speak carelessly. Try putting yourself in his position. If I were Siron, I could have easily defeated him. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. What if I were Siron? He glanced at him, observing his calm, carefree face with no trace of worry or fear, yet his eyes were entirely determined and strong. Looking at him, he fell into deep thought. That look seems like it's taking everything in. It's the same gaze he had when he was competing with me. Rand stared directly into those eyes. It was as if he was being guided by him. Remembering what he said before, Rand sometimes found that not focusing on small details would be more effective. He let his memories take him back to the time he played cards with him. When his cards didn't turn out as he hoped and he leaned on his hands in frustration, he saw that he was holding the ace of spades. He guided him not to focus on the opponent's small details, but to look at the bigger picture. Are you doubting his advice to look at the big picture? Siron flips the buy card and hands it to you so you can see their true intention. He silently memorized it in his mind. Rand seemed to be filled with renewed courage. Looking at the whole picture, the person standing right in front of me now is my father, a second-class noble, the head of the Og family with black hair and a level 4 knight of the royal court. He tightly grasped the sword his master handed him, silently affirming that this was not a quarrel between father and son, but a sword fight. Rewinding 30 minutes earlier, when he received the message and was about to leave, but was stopped by his master. I shouted at him, "Master, why won't you let me go? My friend might die." He ignored your urgency and remained calm and composed. Yes, you're talking about the kid working in the library, right? He hesitated for a moment before continuing. But that kid is a commoner. I was stunned and speechless when I heard him say these words. Master, I didn't know you were like this. You have already taught me that. Master, I can't believe that the person I have always respected most has such dogmatic and conservative thoughts just like my father. At this moment, my mood truly collapses. I lose control and scream out my feelings that if raising a sword could speak, then anyone could become my friend. Calmly looking at his student, he began to explain to him. Ran, don't you know what is the most important thing for a noble? Isn't it natural for nobles to eliminate anything that threatens their family's status? He explained to you the disadvantages for your family. Have you ever considered the weight your friend bears when his worth is only like that of a fly, after becoming friends with him without thinking it through? As you hear those words from him, you grit your teeth and choke back tears, your shoulders trembling as tears uncontrollably stream down your cheeks, each drop proving your helplessness and inner pain. I advise you with a calm but firm voice not to think about solving this problem through argument. Rand clenched his fist tightly, his fingers continuously tightening, and said to him with a tone full of determination, but also revealing a sense of helplessness. But I can't just stand here and do nothing. I was the one who suggested becoming friends with him first. Brienne raised his hand, his eyes burning with passion and determination, and loudly told him, I don't want to be a coward. His words now seemed to challenge adversity, his resolve clear in every gesture and gaze, as the elder looked at him with a different expression. He secretly admires you, that's a good determination. The boy is very sentimental, truly pure and innocent. But that way you can't become a great swordsman. I have high hopes for you and I will support you. He then held out his sword to the front of your face and handed it to you to take. Fortunately, he is truly not the type of person with prejudices and class discrimination. He also advised and warned you. I will let you go if you bring this back with you. But if you're not even mentally prepared for this, don't even dream of taking a step out of here. The boy took the sword from his master. His eyes stared intently at it, reflecting his determination and seriousness. Ryan himself now must make a choice true to his own beliefs. His eyes light up, filled with unwavering confidence and determination. Master, I will never forget this kindness. Every word he spoke was like a vow, engraved deep into his heart and mind, becoming the motivation for him to face this challenge. That old man glanced at him. Remember this. Discarding a friend is like losing a part of yourself. His words serve as a reminder and a warning, and his inner turmoil now is like a raging storm. This is a sword fight where the life itself is at stake. Returning to the present in front of the palace entrance, realizing the truth taught by the master, Ran holds his sword and laughs loudly, his voice echoing throughout the estate and making others shiver. Yes, father, I almost got defeated. Him, I shouted in anger. Prove that we are friends? I believe it because I believe that Siron and I are friends. You also said that your existence as Siron's friend proves the friendship between you and him. Bob was furious at these sharp rebuttals. He clenched his teeth and growled, "This is ridiculous. This isn't a fight for me," he shouted angrily. Even now, the reputation of countless noble families is collapsing. His words left the servants utterly shocked as he kept spouting crazy talk. If I could prevent the decline of the family, I would even be willing to cut ties with my own son. The moment I finished speaking, she and a group of maids were all horrified. Vina had to scream, "Wow!" My legs move into a proper stance, my voice firm and unwavering. "If I have to do this to save my friend's life." He bows his head, placing his right hand on his chest, showing the most respectful and serious stance to express his attitude. Then everyone will happily leave. Everyone is terrified by this action of his. He clenched his fists in fury and stood up abruptly, veins bulging on his arms as he shouted at you. "This kid, draw your sword. If you really think this kid is my friend, then bet your life right here." He drew his sword without hesitation. The sharp sound of the sword ringing out seemed to say that your father-son relationship was about to end. He couldn't believe his eyes. His son drew his sword again to fight him for an ordinary citizen. He looked at his son and hesitated before speaking. Did Duke Kwang even raise his sword to oppose his father? He holds the sword in front of him, the tip pointing up with a sharp glint in his eyes. "I'm not pointing the sword at my father. I'm just showing my trust." Baichop then clutches his chest, trying to appear helpless. "How can I have friends when I can't even get along with other noble families? Maybe because I can't reach the level of the other nobles." He's trying to manipulate Rand's mind again. Now, I'm just keeping around someone weaker than me to comfort myself. But no, he lowered his voice. This time he was wrong, father. His eyes are like flames, steady and unshakable, filled with confidence and belief in himself. He lowered his sword and said to the old man confidently, "Siron is a friend, and he is better than me. I want to help Siron so he can shine brightly in a higher position." His decisive attitude also surprised him, and in frustration, he pointed at him, demanding with a voice full of anger, "Did you deceive the boy? Did you convince him that a commoner can be friends with a noble?" His words were like a sharp dagger stabbing straight into Siron's pride. He denied it. No. Ran also stepped forward to shield him, his voice full of protectiveness and reassurance. "Siron, stay there. I will protect you." Siron knew this was a decisive moment not only for himself, but also for the friendship he cherished. He called out directly to Ran. Hearing his call, you froze as if stunned. He took responsibility for all the blame himself. "You don't need to take responsibility for everything. I'll handle my part." You are stunned and turn to look at him. Siron recalls the moment when your hand reached out to hold his. "Ever since you wanted to be my friend, I had a feeling I would have to stand at a crossroads deciding whether to be your friend or save my own life." His eyes filled with gratitude. "I look at you, and even if it means I will die here, I do not regret becoming your friend." Rien bowed his head, tears welling in his eyes. His genuine friendship truly never disappointed him. My voice chokes up. "That's right." Suddenly, he looked up and shouted towards Bitchop, "That's exactly what I mean." That statement echoes as a strong affirmation of friendship and unwavering determination. Inside, you are filled with confidence and resolve. Knowing he made the right decision, Rand shouted once more to reaffirm his friendship with him. "Even if you are isolated, we are still friends." Your powerful words leave him speechless, only able to grimace and watch. Rena, standing aside, was also moved to tears by these honest words. She fell into thought, realizing that even if we are immature, we are still emotional beings. A true friend never turns their back on me. The servants were also moved and all shed tears. Everyone has a friend like that. Those barriers forever deny them their right to equality. The head butler also glanced over at Siron, then shook his head and sighed. "Ha ha ha. What a surprising and joyful laugh echoing through the estate. This is so interesting." Everyone below looked up in amazement, and Vina happily called out to him. Clam stood upstairs looking down, full of vitality and admiration, saying, "I never thought I would witness such an emotional scene, so close to the end of my days. Youth really is the best." Rena was overjoyed and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everything is fine now. If it were him, she thinks everything could be handled more easily if her father was here. But contrary to her attitude, Bitchop's expression didn't seem very natural. He looked at Clum with suspicion. "Dad's here?" Vina said it would be a few more days. He said, "I came early because my friend ran away with a young woman and then sat down." Siron was also very surprised by his appearance, looking confusedly in his direction and instinctively realizing his identity. That person is the general of Tomia and a level 3 swordsman, Ron's grandfather, sitting cross-legged comfortably with an excited tone. "Anyway, this place is still noisy as always. Youth really is wonderful." He is the former head of the Clamogian family. While he is smiling and talking with everyone, his current successor, his son, doesn't seem to be in a good mood. He approaches him looking gloomy to speak with him. This situation isn't really ideal either. Our family's image has already fallen apart, but he doesn't even care about his son's appearance and eagerly looks down at the people below the main hall. Don't rush to judge just yet. I've been standing in the back and watching for a while now, and it's clear that everyone here has a lot they want to say. So why don't we start by hearing each other's opinions to see if we've been humiliated already? You listen to the first person's opinion. Witness number 1, Vina Owent, the eldest daughter, was visibly happy when she was given the chance to share her thoughts about him. Although yesterday was the first time I met Siron, I could already tell he is a very intelligent and talented young man. She stood there presenting as if she were a speaker. Everyone there was looking at her intently, listening carefully to her opinion about him, as he crossed his legs, resting his chin on his hand, with an expectant expression, waiting for his granddaughter's comment. Furthermore, Siron has fulfilled all the contractual requirements and was supposed to leave the family today. Given these circumstances, it's hard to say that Siron approached Ren with any specific ill intent, and as a result, I don't believe his actions have tarnished the family's honor. He stroked his chin as if he understood her meaning. He snorted coldly and then asked, "What do you think then?" My second son. The next to give an opinion is witness number 2, Jogent, the second son. Although he didn't speak earlier, his expression showed no sign of goodwill towards him. "He gives you that." His words come through clenched teeth. "I don't like that kid." Bob, standing nearby, was very pleased with this answer. He smiled smugly, secretly praising his second son in his mind. "Yes, I know I can trust my son." Lie. But he has never paid attention to or cared about things that don't concern him. However, this has nothing to do with me. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? You say you don't like it, but then say you don't care? He crossed his arms, sat back in his chair, closed his eyes slightly, and spoke with an indifferent attitude. "That's right, I don't like that kid, but who I befriend has nothing to do with me. I just want this to end so we can leave for the royal palace." Reina was also very surprised by Gi's attitude. Her eyes lit up with admiration. "Wow, look at my younger brother's attitude." The old man laughed loudly at his nephew's opinion. "This is exactly why nowhere is better than home." He stroked his chin and looked toward Ran. "So it's settled. Let's hear the opinion of the person who has surely observed Siron's child." For the longest period, he called the next person, the deputy butler. The next was the third witness, Deputy Tamura. He cleared his throat, but then his attention shifted to the chief butler. He is raising his hand near his chin and signaling to him, secretly thinking that he must surely understand. Looking at Bitchop's attitude, his gaze also shifted towards the deputy butler. His thoughts were clear enough to signal to him, "We are people who do not express opinions but obey the wishes of our master." The deputy butler finally managed to say his name, Siron. He glanced at the head butler and then expressed his true feelings about him. He has completed the tasks I assigned and did so very satisfactorily. Moreover, he finished the work 6 months ahead of schedule. His words hit like a thunderbolt in a clear sky for the chief butler. He never expected him to disobey his instructions. He gritted his teeth, wondering what the hell he was doing. Bitchop sat back, sighing, his once heroic demeanor fading away. Clam looked at the deputy but asked, "Do you know they are friends?" The man placed his hand on his chest and respectfully answered his master's question. "I know he often goes out with the young master, but I didn't know they were friends. But in my opinion, if he were a rude kid, he wouldn't have been able to sort those 10,000 books." He was stunned and couldn't believe his ears anymore. He never expected that besides Ren, his friend, and the kind Lady Jaina in the mansion, there would be someone on his side. The one speaking well of him is the deputy butler. Ren glanced at him with a smile, finally someone acknowledging his efforts and abilities. Rena raised her hand to her chin, quietly happy for him. That's good. The atmosphere has completely changed. But that happiness was shattered when she looked at her father. His gaze on him remained unchanged. He frowned in annoyance as more and more people kept stepping forward to speak up for him, especially since Mr. Clum returned. Everything is beyond his control. She also knows that the only person who wants to punish Siron is her father. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice rang out, "No!" He stood up firmly by what he just said. "I cannot agree to this." As soon as he finished speaking, Gina and Mr. Bop both spoke up together. Vina's father didn't understand why he changed his mind at the last minute. Just when she was beginning to relax, she now felt like ants crawling on hot coals, while he looked even more radiant. Mr. Clum quickly corrected his words. No, I understand they see each other as friends." Siron and R stand in front of him, full of worry and tension. He looked at the two of them and pondered for a moment. "But that's enough." If this relationship continues, eventually the rumors will spread outside, and this could become a weakness for our political opponents to exploit and turn against us. He listened more attentively as his father spoke, and everything he was worried about was clearly explained by Mr. Clum. Jai, sitting nearby, also paid no attention to everything going on, and, appearing indifferent, began to voice his opinion. Everyone in my family is made up of outstanding individuals in the kingdom. Gyai is even preparing to take her certification exam. Moreover, what can I do when so many noble families depend on me? The maids stand straight, and hearing his words, they can't help but worry about their own fate and that of their families. Because they are commoners, working for the nobility is already an honor. Siron, you are a clever child. I believe you will understand. Rena turned to look at him, wanting to speak but choking on her words, but Ran could no longer sit still and watch. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at him with a determined look that refused to be restrained. He looked at his beloved grandson with a mixture of tears and laughter, thinking to himself, I see quite a lot of potential and intelligence in you, Ran. But why don't you understand what I am saying? I am just as confused inside. He wants you to understand what responsibility lies on your shoulders and how heavy it is to carry the lives of so many people. Now he turned to look at you, wanting to know how you feel at this moment, and what Yar has realized after befriending you. What do you think, Siron? I want to thank you for teaching my innocent grandson what true friendship really is. I don't want this family to be condemned because of him. He asked for your opinion, but can we just end it here? Siron only bowed his head, closing his eyes silently without replying. Then suddenly he uttered two words that surprised both Mr. Clum and Jenna. Mr. Bop also couldn't believe he could be so stubborn and oblivious to what's important. Jai would never care about anything now, and would look at him differently. Ran was also very surprised by his answer, thinking he would beg for forgiveness and end their friendship to save his own life. You also couldn't have imagined that he would be so brave. You hesitated, wanting to call him T. You looked at Siron sincerely and honestly, and without hesitation, you called his name, Siron. He placed his hand on his chest, looked at him, and spoke from the bottom of his heart. If I become an obstacle to Ran, I don't mind never seeing him again. However, now I no longer hesitate or fear. Honestly, I have expressed my feelings openly, but that doesn't mean I can't still consider him a friend. He confidently and firmly states that R and I are friends. I cannot let my friendship be bound by others or corrupted by anyone's words, I told Lord Clam. As long as you consider those matters, I will obey any order you give. Rian's hand holding the sword keeps trembling. He feels truly ashamed, and once again tears fall from his eyes. He also feels very guilty inside, and feels relieved that Siron didn't have to die. Honestly, part of me felt that way. But Siron knew that abandoning a friend is like losing a part of oneself. Ran stared wide-eyed at him. The words that my master taught me during training were very hard for me to decide. And for him, he would sacrifice his own life to protect the word friendship. The boy felt deeply ashamed. He made up his mind, fine, this isn't something to negotiate. He straightened his sword toward the sky, and with a clear and decisive shout, his voice thundered like a roar of thunder. Here I declare that Mr. Clum and Jenna immediately become frightened by your next move. She shouted, Don't do that. I don't know what you're planning to do, but don't. Her reaction was also because she didn't know if her younger brother would make a wise decision. If there is even a small mistake, the fate of both you and your family will be greatly affected. She can't let you make such impulsive decisions. Your sword is driven deep into the ground, the clash echoing painfully in everyone's ears. You kneel and thrust the sword into the tile floor, shocking Siron. I, Taran Owent, declare it openly in front of everyone. From this moment on, the third son of the Owent family will become Siron's sword. His vow echoed like thunder in the tense and suffocating atmosphere, making his father furious to the point of trembling. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in an ugly grimace. He growled, What is this, a lightning strike? The entire mansion seems to shake under the Fury's power. His roar echoed through every corner of the Fool's domain. The origin of the Knight's Oath dates back to the founding of the Kingdom of Tomia. During a chaotic period, all the nations, big and small, fought fiercely for colonies. The strongest among them succeeded in unifying everything and declared the founding of the Kingdom of Tomia. However, the newly established kingdom had to rise up against powerful neighboring nations. Therefore, instead of being purged during the unification of the kingdom, defeated kings were allowed to directly govern their own territories, and in the process, they created the Knight's Oath. Defeated kings must kneel before the new monarch. They vow to become a sword only their master can command, in exchange for being granted noble status. That is the origin of the Knight's Oath and also the birth of the aristocracy. Breaking the Knight's Oath means that person will become more despicable than a stray dog. Ran turned to look at everyone and then chuckled playfully. What do you all think? Now you can't take it back, can you? Everyone was stunned into silence. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected decision of yours. You still held the sword tightly in your hand, one leg forward and one leg back. At this moment, I can't help but blame myself. Master, it seems I have caused a big disaster this time. Ran also thought about the possibility of his master getting angry and blaming him. Giving you the sword wasn't meant for you to do this. Siron coughs as he kneels beside you, takes your hand in his, and looks terrified. Rian, what are you doing? He also didn't answer, but glanced at everyone else. Mr. Clum's voice rang out. His face hardened, and his features became even more determined. Ren, if I am truly witnessing you say you will become his sword, then that boy must be worthy, right? Answer me. He helped you to stand up, and both of you looked at him. He continued to ask, do you really think he is very talented? Or is he only talented in your eyes because you are a useless person? Hearing this, you also relaxed a little. I smiled confidently and put my hand on my chest, shouting, the sword doesn't judge, it only protects. Everyone's faces darkened when they heard his reply. Even Siron was surprised. Suddenly, a long laugh erupted in the tense space as he placed his hand on his face and laughed so joyfully that his whole body trembled. He also has to admit what you said is true. That's right, even immature kids have to reach at least this level to achieve greatness. While your father was helplessly clapping his hands, your grandfather kept praising you. Your mouth is quite something. But with your mediocre swordsmanship, I feel sorry for your friend having to face a sword like that. Ren couldn't believe these words from him. You can only stammer, Grandpa. He placed his hand on Siron's shoulder, smiling to comfort and remind him, it's enough, everything is over. Even though the boy isn't the sharpest sword yet, Siron will never betray you, and will take good care of my grandson. The man pats your shoulder, and you close your eyes, feeling this moment. You look at him with a grateful expression and say, thank you for recognizing me. He pointed at the head butler and ordered him, I can't let you go like this since you promised to be friends for life. The head butler used the carriage that Siron was supposed to take home, and that would bring his parents here. He quickly obeyed the order from the man. Yes, we're leaving, right, Nessie? The two servants looked at each other and laughed. The two of them put on their hats, and the head butler was still in shock. Deep down he's screaming, really? Looking up at the clear blue sky with clouds drifting lazily by, he felt helpless, never even knowing what the nobles were thinking. Ryan finally relaxed and let go of his worries, smiling comfortably and marveling with a sigh. That felt great. I flopped onto the bed, stretching my arms out, and he sat down beside me. I smiled and asked him, do you see the expressions on our family's faces? That's amazing. He felt deeply guilty inside. As a knight's vow, you don't need to do this to me. The boy sat up suddenly, startling the man. Siron, I didn't do this because you're my friend. Your eyes look straight at me, burning with determination. I am different from my brother. You have the power to attract others. I simply chose to stake my life on someone like that. He felt a bit shy and blushed. What? I'm feeling a bit embarrassed right now. I wonder why you suddenly said that again. I feel overwhelmed, he sighed, blushing as he told you, but if you want to protect me, you'll have to train much harder. His words made the boy so angry he almost vomited blood. Seeing that, he worriedly asked Han, what's wrong? I'm so tired. It's nothing. Just that you wounded my heart. Rena suddenly opened the door and stepped in. She loudly asked, Ryan, is it true that you can swear the knight's oath to become Siron's sword? As she stepped inside, she saw him slumped over a pile of blood. She asks how he's doing, what's wrong with him. He gathers his remaining strength and tells her, go outside. Siron refuses. What are you saying? Just a moment ago, she already helped a lot. Please come in. I invite you in. She is proud. Yes, you brought important information from the opposition. Stay alert now, with a hint of worry in your mind. What's going on? What are father and the elder doing? She gently sat on the bed and told the two of them. They are indeed bloodthirsty, but in the end I also played the card of the knight's advice. They are planning what to do next. So, anyway, I have some very important news to tell you. Dad is thinking about enrolling you and Siron in Ken's Swordsmanship Academy. Siron, you said your swordsmanship talent is incredible, right? You said it yourself. You're confused, but is it really to that extent? She smiled. Of course, now you have become a member of the family. I told everyone about your talent to see if they might be willing to invest in you or something like that. They want your talent to help R. Probably because they want to see Ran succeed in the future. After hearing that, you shouted at her, no one has my permission. Who dares to send you to school? It was so hard for me to finally get to play freely with Siron. She didn't hesitate, kicked me to the ground, and stepped on me. She sighed and shouted, you show no mercy at all. This damn troublemaker has caused so much chaos and still wants to do what now? You refuse to accept it and shout back, turning around to look at her with a gaze as sharp as a blade. He shouted at her, "Anyway, Siron doesn't even attend the Swordsmanship Academy. He's going to be a mage in the future, and he's already opened his spiritual domain." She looked at him in shock, full of suspicion. "What do you mean, a spiritual realm? Siron already unlocked it? Wait, so that means I can speak to the future mage like my Knight Master?" She looked at him in disbelief, and he angrily shouted regardless, "It has to be within a certain limit to be useful. Get out of here now." She stroked her chin and mused, "That's a good idea since your spiritual world energy is quite high, so this should be possible." Siron awkwardly replied, "Really?" Rena kept praising him. "You're amazing." "From what I learned at school, the more concentrated the energy is, the stronger the spiritual world becomes. And being able to maintain that density while using a sword is incredibly impressive." Hearing those words, his cheeks flushed red, and he gently stroked his hair. Vina and Rung shared the same thought. Was it really that embarrassing to say? She said, "I will talk to him about Siron's path. Of course, the condition for you to enroll in swordsmanship will also be included." "What do you mean?" "So what will happen to my master then?" Rai replied, "He already knows about this, so yesterday he ended the contract, and tomorrow morning will be the time for him to say goodbye," which surprised you even more. "Ah!" Ran tightly grips his sword with a heavy heart, quietly remembering that his master, the man, is about to leave this land. A butler opens the door to announce that Siron's family has arrived and is waiting in the living room, and the master said he could meet them first if he wishes. Rena gently turned to ask about his feelings. "What do you think, Siron?" At first he just smiled, but then he could no longer hide his feelings, standing up happily and exclaiming, "I will go." Siron hurried downstairs, making the two servants worried. "Be careful on the stairs." Siron hesitated and said, "Just talk to me like before. There's no need for this sudden change." They hurriedly replied, "Please God, no, don't say that. We will leave." He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." They still refused outright, but it was no use. After a few brief minutes, everyone had gathered in front of the guest room door. Siron hurriedly pushed the door open to see his dearest loved ones inside. Seeing the two people inside, he immediately shouted, "Mom and Dad!" They were all deeply moved and together called out Siron's name, as he, seemingly abandoning everything, rushed like a little bird finding its final nest to be embraced in his parents' warm arms. All three hold each other tightly in overflowing happiness. Siron gazes at his family with a deep sadness in his heart. They have become thinner. They must have been through a lot, worrying about us day after day. Mom Siron was crying and comforting him. "Don't worry, we're fine." Vincent wondered, "But why did you suddenly call us? If you're done, you should go home, right?" He suddenly asked insistently. "Could it be that they forced you to stay and wouldn't let you go home?" He explained. "No, it's just that I was given a pretty good opportunity." He didn't understand anything. Siron's mother was also hesitant. Good opportunity. He then recounted the entire story and the developments to his family. After hearing it, they all froze stiff, their faces blank and their legs trembling. Vincent's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at his son. Then he forced a smile and said, "So, you mean you became friends with a noble young master while working at the library, and that young master declared himself a knight to you and allowed you to be friends with him?" Siron calmly replied, "Yes, that's right." He suddenly lowered his voice. "Siron, tell your father the truth." Then she grabbed his shoulders and shook him repeatedly, tears streaming down her face, shouting loudly, "How could a smart kid like you be so delusional? Someone must be mistreating you, right? Is that right? You were shaking so much you almost ascended to heaven, but you still insist it's not true." He held his beloved hidden child tightly, crying uncontrollably as if about to say goodbye forever. "Oh my God. They say that those who come to noble houses may never return whole." Siron's mother tried to pull her husband away from Vincent. Suddenly, the door opened again, and the butler announced, "Young master, the owner has arrived." At this moment, 3 people entered. Bob spoke first, saying, "Nice to meet you both. I am the owner of this house." Bitchop. "Hello, I am Siron's sword." Rena gently introduced herself. "I am Rena's eldest daughter. I have heard a lot about both of you." As they witnessed the shocking event unfolding, everyone's faces turned pale. Then both immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "Hello, we are Siron's parents. Why would such great people as yourselves—" "Oh my God, haven't you heard from Siron yet?" Vincent asked anxiously, his voice trembling with concern. So even after sitting down at the luxurious feast with all the delicacies, he still couldn't believe it. No way, no way. In the end, Vincent seems to be lost in thought like drifting clouds while Siron's mother is left confused. "My dear, it's too much." Even after finishing the meal, he still seemed like he fell from the sky, his mind in turmoil. What is going on? She here immediately feels grateful after just receiving a hot cup of tea. Thank you. Vin feels the suffocating atmosphere here, his mind almost screaming. It's happening now. The hand holding the teacup is trembling so much it almost drops the cup. Even if I don't know what a Knight Templar is, there's no way they would treat a family like Xiao Thu's so well. I need to find out what's really going on. Thinking about that, Vincent spoke up. I'm glad my son is highly regarded by you, but I'm also very worried a noble young master like Owent would take the knight's oath with Siron. I can't believe it. B. Chop frowned, saying that honestly, I also feel a bit uncomfortable. He continued, but for the Owent family, who follow militarist principles like us, swearing allegiance as a knight is absolute. If we discriminate only because of differences in status, we will destroy Ron's honor. So from now on, we will use respectful language. Please don't feel uncomfortable, and our family will fully support your two sons. Gum burst out laughing and said loudly, It's been a long time since I heard you say something right. Annoyed, my father is too loud. Siron silently thought to himself that he was a family head who managed and made all the major decisions for the family. Decisive and proud words truly suit him, even though he only struggles with deciding to place a civilian under his protection. He gently turned to Gina and saw her winking at him. He continued to think as he looked at Rand's bright smile, but he is not afraid of anyone. Bob then returned to a serious expression and said, If we get straight to the point, I have to say your son is a user of the spiritual world. The spirit world isn't something you can just achieve through hard work. Honestly, it's a talent that is born with you. He continued, I understand that you aim to become a wizard, so if you want to get an unofficial wizard certification as quickly as possible, I think the SSS Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country, would be suitable for you. Bob stroked his chin and said, I'm not saying you have to go to that school to become a wizard, but not doing so would be a loss for that talent, and I don't recommend it. So he should attend the Anpass Academy to meet the OT standards. Clump reminds him, Think about their level of understanding, son. If your son graduates from the magic school, he will become a wizard. Only then did he realize and stand up. Our son will become a wizard, Vincent silently thought. The Wizard Academy. He started to tremble. This can't be real. It must be a dream, right? Our son. Bob continued. However, the biggest issue is his identity. Vincent was startled to hear him awkwardly explain that the magic school had selective admission, allowing only noble children to enroll. Clum responded, There is only one option. Then he seriously said, We will take Siron as an adopted son of the Owent family. Vincent couldn't believe what he had just heard, standing there with a confused mind. What? Clam firmly advocates for his plan. This is the only option after we have unified the family. He pushed forward a letter of commitment saying, I have a cousin who still doesn't have children. If I add the boy's name to my cousin's family, all the problems will be solved. However, we have no intention of taking the children from you. It's just on paper. But through this, Siron will become a noble, Vincent thought to himself. Siron will become a noble. How lucky is that boy to have such an opportunity? But if I do that, it would feel like I'm stealing this child away. Tell me what to do, Dad. Siron, seeing your calm face, only makes him more frantic. Could it already be decided? Then he subtly glanced at his father, his hand slowly touching the large hand that had always endured the sun and rain for him before gripping it tightly, causing Vincent to feel quite pain. Siron, with a determined look, loudly refused, No way! I am my father's son. I can't become someone else's adopted child. Hearing this, he shouted in shock. Siron! Rena sat opposite and explained, Siron, this is just on paper. Of course, we will still treat your parents as your biological parents. You will achieve your dream and nothing will change. As she finished speaking, Clem continued, You will become a noble. Not everyone gets such an opportunity. Siron remained determined and said, If I have to change my identity, I'd rather live as a commoner. Clem angrily shouted, Civilians cannot enroll in the magic school. He firmly replied, Then you will not go to the academy. He once again played on her emotions, saying if that's the case, she would never become a mage. Bop and Jenna here are full of shock. He once again insisted, I won't become a mage. That statement left Siron's mother and R stunned. Clam shouted even more fiercely, Siron, why are you so stubborn? This world isn't that easy. There are things you have to let go of to succeed. If you can't do that, then your dreams are just childish fantasies. He replied calmly, Maybe so. It makes your head spin just hearing it. What is it? Vincent here has tears welling up on his once passionate and lively face, showing clear signs of awkwardness and sadness as Siron speaks. No matter how wonderful your dreams are, they are still what you received from your parents. If your roots are your parents, then your dreams are the sweet fruits that draw nourishment from them. I remember a past filled with memories of standing shoulder to shoulder with my family, knowing how to read, and getting the chance to work at Owent's house. These are things I achieved because of my parents as my roots. This is just one opportunity I gained. It's nothing compared to the countless opportunities my parents have given me. Siron laughed confidently and said, "If now you tell the child to deny his roots, it's no different from telling him to die. Thank you all for your offer, but they are the only parents I have." Clam was so shocked his eyes widened, and he thought to himself, what is this feeling of guilt? No, it's what the child wants to say. Suddenly, Vincent leaned forward and loudly said, "Please accept Siron as your adopted child. I beg you." I'm a bit confused. Father Clam from afar said he understood, but what Siron cares about is... He ignored what the person beside him wanted to say and just bowed his head, struggling to say, "Siron is not my biological son." Siron's mother, after hearing her husband's words, exclaimed, "Vincent, what are you saying?" He still bowed his head and said, "We can't have children." He said, "I got Siron through a surprising event. I'm sure you can tell, but the boy definitely comes from a noble family." The boy is so remarkable. Clam and Jenna on this side are increasingly stunned. Vincent continued to share his thoughts. If it became the adopted child of a noble family, it would return to where it truly belongs. So this isn't a father abandoning his mother or rejecting his origins. Bop on this side secretly wonders if that's really the case. He looked at their family and understood on his own. Surely everyone here has guessed it. Siron looks completely different from his parents and gently strokes his chin in thought. But do those words mean he wants to give up on his son? Siron couldn't hear anymore. He was so overwhelmed that he grabbed his father's arm tightly and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? How could you say that without telling me first?" He could only avoid his gaze at that moment. Dad apologized, but I'm grown up now, and I need to know the truth too. Siron suddenly questioned seriously, "Do you really think I don't know?" That statement shocked Vin deeply. His mood now sank heavily, and he struggled to speak. "The reason I didn't ask you, Dad, is because people only have one father and one mother, and I want that too. But now you're saying I should have 6 parents. He was panicked, scared, and heartbroken, hesitating in his tone. "It's just that I don't want you to give up on your dream because of me." His tears started to fall. Siron firmly shouted out loud and decisively, "Who would give up on their dreams? As long as you try, the opportunity will come." But he was heartbroken, crying and asking his parent if he ever thought about how his child felt. Who would want to be abandoned by their parents twice? Vincent clenched Siron's hand tightly and trembled uncontrollably. Everything his father did was solely Siron's father's fault. "Dad will never abandon you." Saying that, he then held his small son tightly in his arms as if afraid of losing him. "The tears of love from a person I cherish flow like a river." Vincent sobs and pleads, "Please forgive this foolish father. You are everything to me." And then they hold each other tightly, expressing their feelings. Everyone around them remained silent, witnessing the sacred and beautiful family love. And only then did I realize that the things we do for our children can sometimes cause them pain. Clam replied, "Being a parent is really very difficult." He asked, "Aren't you also struggling a lot to raise your child alone?" Bop water tears welled up in his eyes, his hands subtly hiding them so no one could see he was crying, as he gently cast a glance at his son ahead. Ran was also crying, moved by the deep affection of Vincent and Siron. Suddenly Bob said, "I heard that Anpass Magic Academy has special considerations. Dad might be able to help." Glam asked, "Huh? What can that old man do? How can I possibly persuade that stubborn Alpheus? He said he couldn't really do that? I heard he's in debt to your father." Clump laughed out loud and said, "Ah, for someone who follows all the rules, isn't stubbornness the best way?" B-Chop also chuckled at this. He said, "Dad also used that method to push you to become the head." He slightly avoided eye contact and replied, "It's all for your benefit." 3 days later, after Rian arrived at the Swordsmanship Academy, the head of the family allowed us to stay at Ocean. Dad still feels guilty about me. I don't know when he'll remember this time again. Finally, Ren and I have some free time. They both took the chance to sleep together. He looked very happy and smiled happily as he looked at his friend lying beside him. He listened to your stories and couldn't help but laugh out loud with joy. And then 3 days later, both of them had to leave home to go to the academy where their dreams would come true. Siron gently turned his head to look a little longer when he heard someone sobbing. It turns out R is crying loudly. He speaks up. "Ran, don't cry. How can you not cry when you're in so much pain? If you get in the car, you have to go to the Swordsmanship Academy. It's really goodbye. The more I talk, the louder you cry." "Why can't I enroll next year like you?" Siron replied. "I'm not even sure if I'll be considered for special admission. We can still meet during the holiday break. Remember to write a letter every day." Ran suddenly placed her hand on his shoulder and loudly called out his name. Chiron, you use all your strength and shout. You have to become a wizard. I will also become the strongest knight to protect you. I promise you. Before I could finish speaking, Jay punched me hard in the head. Just focus on graduating first. I'll take care of you above all else. Then she turned to Siron and said, Siron, don't worry, just enjoy time with your family first. He will definitely help you get into the academy. He nodded softly and said, all right. Thank you for your help. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed deeply to express his endless gratitude. Rena smiled to herself, thinking, what a strange child. At first I thought he was just a cute boy, but he's also very thoughtful and able to hold on to his faith even in such a terrifying situation. She suddenly looked at him again and said, Siron, maybe when you graduate, but after that, don't say anything and fall silent. I wonder what I'm thinking. He's just a kid about to live in a completely new environment, the Magic Academy. Then Jay stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, don't hold back. You will definitely become a wizard. Please, take care of Ron, sir. Then she helped Ran onto the carriage before waving goodbye to Siron. He got on the carriage where his parents were sitting, feeling very excited and full of anticipation. The horses started moving, and the two carriages moved in opposite directions, gradually separating. He was sitting inside when suddenly he heard a loud call from outside. Siron. He immediately looked outside to see who was behind that voice. It turned out to be Ran Owent. You're shouting at him. When you go to the Magic Academy, remember to outshine them. He found it amusing and burst out laughing. Then Siron Arian also shouted back loudly in response. He is the same. And this encounter between these two passionate young men will be remembered as the beginning of the event that shattered the balance of the entire continent. There is a nest of baby birds under the roadside, and the mother bird has just returned to perch nearby before flying up into the sky again. Flying over the grand, majestic castles. This is the Anpass Magic Academy. A man is placing a cup down on the table. That is Clume. He tiredly forced a smile and said, I've been thinking for 30 minutes now. Probably the answer is yes, Anpass replies. Even though we have been good friends for 50 years, I truly cannot accept your proposal. Clump, hearing this, shouted in frustration. What did you say? Do you know how hard I struggled when I was young because of you? Anpass said it seemed like a pretty important matter, which is why he had to utter those empty words. But the special consideration is not a backdoor for the nobility. Every year many requests are sent in, but this court has its own standards. The more he listened, the more annoyed he became, silently cursing this cunning old man for making him wait uselessly for 30 minutes. Then Clam burst out laughing, saying, This time it's different. He was a bit surprised. It really is important. It's been a long time since I saw that expression on you. Glam smiled slyly and continued speaking. I never said you should accept a useless kid. It should be the opposite. The boy is my youngest nephew's friend. He's very talented. Do you know what I was thinking when I saw him? You seriously said, I thought I was looking at you when you were young. Anpass took a sip of tea and then questioned, if he's so talented, why didn't he enroll normally? Then there must be a problem, Gum explained with the same serious attitude. There's definitely a big problem. He's not nobility. When he heard that, he exclaimed, making even him jump in surprise. Then Anpass accurately described Siron's appearance as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed child. Clum remembered Siron's earlier words. Even if I die, I won't regret becoming friends with you. That was my first impression of him. Man is really clueless, he said seriously. I used to think he was a clever kid who knew how to manipulate adults. But when I proposed to adopt him, you responded like this. If I were told to deny my origins now, it would be like seeking my own death. Just remembering that moment made Clum cover his face and laugh out loud. Do you think that's reasonable? Who would refuse to become a noble? Anpass gently stroked his beard. He understands the natural law of cause and effect. Clump replied, yes. If there is no cause, there is no result, but not everyone understands this rule and easily loses themselves. A new opportunity can come at any moment, but when someone rejects their roots, they will lose everything and can no longer decide what they believe is right. Does that remind you of yourself when you were young? Anpass remained silent without answering immediately. Then he hesitated before saying that their refusal to compromise meant others might agree with what they believe is right, but those people could also judge them. That's what I find dangerous. Clamp sat here and hesitated for a moment before softly asking, You still can't forgive yourself, right? You've done everything you could. You've mentored many talented people. Isn't it time you forgave yourself? He chuckled and said I should forgive myself, but that would be too arrogant. Friend Anpass looked outside the window and shared his thoughts. The reason I teach children is to prevent someone like me from appearing again. With a deeply sorrowful look, He continued speaking to himself. If that child is like you say, there's no guarantee he won't walk the terrible path I once did, right? Glam said this from over here. He was once a genius Anpass, a once-in-a-century genius. He continued saying, the man who was once considered the light of the Milch family, who walked the wrong path only once and almost lost everything, but in the end, he came back. Of course, no one would have guessed he would become the headmaster of a school in such a remote place. Anpass didn't do anything wrong, right? Then maybe luck is on his side. An incompetent kid becoming an official third-rank swordsman. I'm worried about the future of the Tamiya kingdom. Then both of them laughed happily together. Lai suddenly stood up, then went to the window to look at his school. If there's no cause, there won't be an effect. Gum poured more tea into his cup and said, is this fate? Who would have thought he knew that boy? The child who was expelled 4 years ago has come back. He laughed and said, I don't believe in fate, then silently thought, but Anpass, whose talent was buried by class barriers, wandering for 4 years and now standing before me. Is this really fate? Finally, he decisively announced, I will take Siron. Spring, 3 years later, a carriage is heading into a small house deep in the forest. Siron has prepared himself from hair to clothes and calls out loudly to his parents. Siron Aryan is 17 years old this year. He smiles excitedly, knowing he will be home soon. Siron's mother hugged him tightly, praising him non-stop. My adorable child, I will miss you so much. I promised I would write often, but does my hair look good? I've never worn it like this before, so I feel strange. She replied that Miss Gina said short hair is currently popular among the nobility. Just act normally. Vincent, feeling a bit embarrassed, clears his throat and says, did you forget something? Siron waved his hand and said, Dad, I'm 17 now, so a kiss is a bit. He firmly replied, if you won't do it, then let me do it. The boy shouted out. Vincent gently placed a loving kiss on his little son's forehead, then softly embraced him to express a father's heartfelt feelings. Siron, your father is proud of you, and I also really enjoy this warm feeling. But is it really okay? Even the head of the family said he would give you a house, huh? Vincent replied seriously, you really are my son. A hunter, aren't you? A hunter's home is in the mountains and fields. He wondered to himself, is that really true? He just saw you off and said, even if Dad refuses the subsidies provided by the Owent family, they still insist on giving it to you sincerely. Siron thought to himself, this is a happy day in the village because I'm about to join the Magic Academy, but Dad hasn't told anyone. I'm sure the reason my father refused the invitation to live in the city is because he wouldn't become a reason to threaten me. Tamura was already waiting outside and politely said, please get on the carriage. We will escort you to the academy. Siron got on the carriage and stuck his head out the window to shout, I will be back soon. And that was how my first day at the academy began as the carriage drove away into the distance, behind a couple seeing off their child on his journey to follow his dreams. Inside the carriage, only Siron and Tamura, making the atmosphere very awkward. When they arrived, he proactively opened the door and called out to him. Master, we have arrived. Tamura helped Siron step down. His face showed clear surprise and fascination. He continued, at Anpass Wizard School, it's very crowded here with people coming and going, bustling all around. The tall and elegant school gate looks very prestigious. Tamura said, the cost of study materials will be covered by me, young master. You just need to focus on your studies. Siron was deeply grateful. Thank you, butler, for escorting me. He said seriously, I am just doing my job. On this side, he slightly bowed his head to sincerely express his feelings. Now I finally have the chance to thank you. I was able to come here because you valued me. I will never forget your contributions. He smiled as he spoke the words he had always cherished. Suddenly, a remark made Siron startle. No matter how talented a commoner is, they are still just a commoner. You can never be better than a noble forever. Facing him at that moment was Tamura's serious and stern face. But then he quickly expressed his full thoughts. However, not everyone is given this opportunity. After you join the school, many nobles won't like you. He smiled and taught the storm. But you have to persevere. If you can endure until the end, everything will pass. Siron replied, moved, thank you. I will definitely become a mage. Now that you're ready to come with me, we need to register you for enrollment, and then the two of us will head into the academy together. He wondered to himself what he could learn, and who he might meet at the place known as the Cradle of Geniuses. As the guards loudly declared, we will serve with all our hearts. They bowed. On the schoolyard are people coming to pursue their dreams like Siron. After completing the procedures, Tamura advised, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, just contact me. Siron replied, yes, thank you very much. But then he looked around, silently wondering who would come to pick him up. Should I take a quick tour while waiting? Where is it? Suddenly, he noticed many long posters pasted on the wall. Wizard Anpass operates based on a 10-tier system, with a total of 420 students. Among them, 30 are enrolled in the graduation class. The number of graduates each year is so surprising that Siron widened his eyes in shock. Only 10. Suddenly someone arrived and spoke. "So this is Siron, right?" Hearing that, he immediately turned around and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Principal." Anpass laughed and said, "Do you remember when we met before? Thank you very much for that time." He then patted his back and spoke. "It's fine. We can talk slowly while we walk. Anas announced that you will need to take an entrance exam." Siron was stunned because he had never studied for anything before. "How would I know what you've learned?" he reassures. "Don't worry, it's just a few simple tests to assign a rank for you." Tamura asked, "Can you access the spiritual realm?" He replied, "Yes." The old man was deeply impressed upon hearing that. "Wow, that's impressive." The old man thought to himself, "Who knows if it can open its own domain? If I had started teaching the boy when he was young, it would have been great. I missed the chance to see his talent right in front of me. Even though it's late, I need to teach the boy the basics first. The entrance exam hall will be full of 10-year-old children, so if he arrives early, he'll be embarrassed." So he made a suggestion asking if you wanted to take a walk around the school. Then they both went into a different area. There is a young boy reading 3 floating books in the middle of the hall. As he walks past, Siron immediately notices something strange passing by him. He stammered, "The Principal Anpass showed you that this is the classroom where students study. You look up and realize it's the freshman class from Class 18. This is the introductory class. Many children from Class 18 are flying above and using magic." He still stands there, puzzled, watching the children happily playing and sharing books with each other. A few kids are gathered together, playing games and snacking. Siron looked around excitedly and exclaimed, "Everyone is using magic." Anpass said, "Yes, but the place we need to go is a bit different." They continued to the advanced class 74. This place is very quiet. Everyone is studying seriously and not joking around. Siron quietly notes that the atmosphere is different because everyone around him is his age. What are they discussing so passionately? A young man with black hair speaks up. "Wouldn't a large amount of magical power be more effective in lowering the air to the snow point instead of freezing the coolant? Although the downside is that the reaction would occur more quickly. What if we adjust the timing instead of the magic power?" Siron was startled, almost shouting, "What?" He was shocked to realize something heartbreaking. "Why can't I understand what they're saying even though we're speaking the same language?" Suddenly, there was a loud explosion behind us, and a girl emerged from the smoke, coughing repeatedly, and when she saw Anpass, she quickly bowed. "Hello, Principal." He smiled and said, "All right, it seems there are some issues to deal with." The red-haired girl wearing glasses replied, "Yes, I am experimenting with some things to improve the sound system, but there was an error in the results." Siron wondered silently. "Do they not care at all?" Anpass remarked in my own, seeming to notice some imbalance in the input. "Output, the output line only." "Thank you, Principal. I will do it again." The boy was very surprised, and the principal didn't stop him at all. So was he planning to try again? Siron gazed around in awe and wonder, as if he were in a different world. As they continued their tour, a graceful, long-haired, red-haired girl passed by. Amy, a stunning young woman who captivated the hearts of the nearby boys with her beauty. The two of them continued to another room, where something caught Siron's attention. "Is this a notice board?" There's a yellow sign on the wall with many words written on it. He looked at it and thought to himself, it shows the rankings of the entire intermediate class. With Kamis at the top, isn't that the highest noble rank? Specifically, Ami Kamis. He stood there in shock, his face frozen, unable to believe it. Everyone listed here has talent like mine, but she is the one at the top. A desire emerges and grows in his heart. I want to be like that too. I will start studying from scratch right here. Siron's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope for the future. Something urged him. He had to improve his rank. Suddenly, I hear a call from behind. Ami is waiting for me. That call made Siron turn around curiously, wondering to himself, but is this Ami the same as Ami Kamis, top of the intermediate class? Suddenly, something made him freeze when he saw this red-haired girl. Her face reminded him of a terrifying and dark past when he was grabbed by some thugs. They beat and assault others, and the leader was Amy. She was like a little demon, crazed, pointing her finger in his face and demanding answers. Where did you learn this magic? Why is a commoner back here? In fact, Ami only brushed past him without a word, but she suddenly glanced at Siron. He immediately turned away as a girl with orange hair ran up from behind and shouted, Amy, I told you to wait and go together. Idiot. Siron here is lowering his head and quietly praying inside. Please don't look at me, I beg you. And then both girls passed by. Serial here looks back and asks, Do you see anything? That guy we just passed by, he looks really handsome. Is he a new student? But he doesn't really seem like it. She wondered again. Could he be a transfer student? Ami replied, That's quite interesting. I think I've met him before. Serial suddenly said loudly, What? Are you also interested in him? You're not interested in guys, right? She argued back. I didn't mean it like that. I just think he looks very familiar. When she heard that answer, she was not convinced and even shouted, Don't lie. You've already fallen for her. Haven't you? Ami firmly denies it. No, I didn't say that she's actually Ami Camus, the top student in the intermediate class, the most famous girl in the class. She has rejected many confessions from seniors, juniors, and classmates, and is considered a model student among all the exemplary students. But the only one who knows her dark past is trying to get in. Anpass asks, Are you cold? Siron trembled and replied, No, the third exam location of the Magic Academy. This is a sturdy and grand building. Both of them step inside. Anpass said, Oh my, it seems it's not over yet. He leans towards Siron and says, That's interesting. Take a close look at what that child is doing. Standing at the center of the 3 circles, filled with magical symbols, is a child with brown hair, with the judges above. As Anpass briefs Siron. When entering the spiritual realm, you will see that the words on the walls are different, and how you perceive them will help us understand its size, strength, flexibility, and tendencies. He continued, So just answer the professor's questions honestly. He replied, Yes, I am. Feeling excited inside? It's really interesting. Thief sitting above asked, So Cammy, can you use magic? The child replied, Yes. That boy demonstrated his ability to lift heavy objects. He was praised, saying, Well, that's really impressive. Good, now try to enter the spiritual realm. Cammy replied, Yes. The boy closed his eyes and announced, I have entered. Shit asked, What is the farthest number? The boy replied, 6. A professor smiled and asked again, 6? Alpheus explained. 6 means the diameter of the area is 6 meters. Siron absorbed the knowledge, understood. A brown-haired man then asked, I think this color looks the most powerful. Cammy replied, It's red. I think I'm entering a red world. The man quickly noted that the divergence type is like light and fire, indicating this person tends to be very active. Then Anaz explained, the divergence type means her realm is much stronger than her age. A female professor asked, Do you see the giant tower? Cammy replied, It's on the left. Sienna asked, How do you feel about the temperature? The boy replied, It's a bit hot. I'm sweating now. After finishing, she said, You did very well, Cammy. The praised child happily ran back. Sienna sighed, This year's new students are truly impressive. Chit laughed and said, That's right. The student's spiritual realm size is 12 meters, and it seems the quality of students has improved each year. In the end, they wrote a comment, Overall assessment, good use of the spiritual realm, but slightly lacking in endurance. Then they called his name, followed by Siron Arian. Anpass put an arm around him and smiled, saying, Show them your skills. He smiled and replied, Yes, I will do my best. That on top stroked his chin, thinking to himself, So that child is the one who went through the special test the principal mentioned. Sienna also thought to herself, This is quite a special choice. But he's already pretty old, borrowing a noble's house for registration. Isn't his family very famous? The documents state that Siron Arian is 17 years old and a guest of a noble family. She thought it seemed like she discovered her talent a bit late. Sienna looked at him and admired his unique appearance, but in this school he would soon be buried. He asked Siron Arian if he could use magic, and he replied that he couldn't. I haven't been taught before, he replied. I see, but even if you haven't learned, you should still be able to do a few things. Anpass frowns slightly. That's what they will think. Magic is an act that brings knowledge into the mind. Noble children are taught many different things, so they can naturally use magic. But that child has no knowledge at all. That replies, All right, now step into the circle and approach your spiritual realm. He asked, Do you think you can access the spiritual power? Siron hesitated and replied, I will try. He let out a relieved breath, glad that it didn't seem to be a serious case of domestic abuse. He gradually enters his own spiritual realm. Around him, a blue light exists, with a beam of light descending from above onto his head. The surrounding characters start to move and float in the air. He opens his eyes to take in the scene, feeling amazed. So that's how it is. That then asked the familiar questions. Now, Siron, tell us the furthest number. Kwong still didn't answer, so we had to call again. Siron? The brown-haired woman said with a smile. It seems like he's feeling embarrassed. Anpass, standing outside, says, Siron, please answer quickly. We won't judge you. We are just trying to find the best way to educate you. He hesitated before explaining his current situation. I see a number, but it's so long I can't read it. Confused? You can't do it? It's not based on sight, but on what you feel. Siron explained more clearly. No, I don't mean that. I can feel it, but it's too long, and it's even getting longer right now. That sighed and thought, well then. Then he frowned and said, let's start with the first numbers you can see. Siron focused and slowly looked at the result. In his realm, it was extremely long, and he saw the number 3.415 with more digits following. He summarized it into a number and answered 3.14. That was stunned. What? Sienna here is very panicked. Siron, we didn't include 3.14 in there. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He frowned and replied, so what? But that's what I saw, she thought to herself. Really? Of course, there will be some cases where the pi ratio appears. That means the size of the area has exceeded the range we set. Can he really see as far as 30 meters? The brown-haired woman asked, so which color do you think is the strongest? Siron looked around and replied that it was definitely blue. Once again, the professors looked at each other in surprise. If it truly is blue, then isn't that a convergence? But is his domain still that large? The convergence degree is better than the size of the area. Contrary to divergence, Anpass stood here, still in shock. Kung, I understand why you are so determined about this, but it's not just about being talented. They wrote the word convergence on his file, then continued to note both hemispheres. The old professor asked how many floating numbers there were around. Siron looked up within his own realm and wondered silently, is he asking about this? No need to count each one. When I can feel it, inside this place there are many bright glowing dots. I decisively answer that there are 857 numbers. He listened and froze, stammering 867, then tremblingly wrote it down. Density 86.7%. Anpass outside remains silent, suddenly showing a serious expression. This is dangerous? Sienna gently pushes up her glasses with a slightly cautious look. She regained her composure and continued the examination. Siron, how cold are you right now? I feel pretty cold all over, sir. She didn't find it strange and just wrote it down. As expected, Sienna wrote in the overall assessment section. His convergence and defense with exceptional durability, his dimensional size is unusually large. The brown-haired woman smiles and praises. All right, now we need to learn to decide which class the students will join, so all new students please wait outside. Siron immediately followed the instructions, turning around with the other children and heading outside. He led the way, slowly pushing the door open and stepping out, waiting for the children to come out first before closing the door behind him. As soon as the door closed, the room buzzed with chatter. An interesting student. Exactly. How can a 17-year-old student possess a spirit realm with a diameter of over 300? The density of a spiritual realm increases with its size, but that student's realm density is as high as 86.7%. The fake professor claims it's pure concentration without using any enhancement skills. Is he a monk constantly training on the mountain or something? Suddenly, a remark from that made everyone stop discussing. Could he be lying? He smirked mockingly, thinking about it. A realm with 90% density and a diameter of 30 centimeters coming from a 17-year-old who doesn't know what magic is, that's a bit unreasonable. Is it possible that he increased the number before telling us? Sienna frowned and said, But Lord, that it seems you have forgotten. There's no reason for new students to lie. If they get into the advanced class like that, they won't be able to keep up with the rest of the class. Not to mention taking tests, how could a student cheat like that just to attend school? Above all, it seems some teachers here have forgotten that pi is displayed as an error code. Siron was then sitting awkwardly among the children and continued, That's not something a regular student would say, just to attract attention. Thief here snorted in anger. Suddenly, Anpass approached and asked, So where would be a good place to put him? I mean, Siron, she stood up. Headmistress Sienna Oliver, a 6th-level mage, said that the next class would cover the development of the spiritual realm and hypotheses about it. So the 5th-year class actually starts learning real magic, right? I think this student's spiritual realm is almost fully developed. Therefore, I suggest placing him in the 5th year. The guy behind firmly objected, making her extremely angry inside. The 6th-tier mage voiced his opinion, being a 17-year-old boy who knows nothing about magic. This could cause trouble and make him arrogant after being placed in the advanced class. Now I think we should teach him from the basics. Sienna replied straightforwardly. That may be true, but not all students are like you, Lord Sith Da. He shouted angrily, What? So the two of them started arguing loudly, shouting at each other. Honestly, that long Thee, she just wanted to put him in 5th grade because that class was under her supervision, and she only wanted that student. Is there a problem with wanting to teach such a talented student? a brown-haired professor says. Master. That is right, even with great talent. He is still just a young student, so we should teach him step by step. What about from 10th grade? The fake professor beside him looked tired, and in the end, those two ended up like that. The woman with light brown hair gently said, if we send him to the basic class, he might lose motivation because of his age. What does everyone think about delaying the class assignment and just keeping an eye on him? The old professor spoke up. I think 7th grade would be suitable. 7th grade is an advanced class that includes basic lessons on the spiritual realm. If that child is that talented, skipping a grade is also an option, Anpass said, rubbing his chin. Just as expected, what he said was correct. The old man didn't hesitate and immediately decided that Siron would be placed in 7th grade. The Magic Academy has a system with 10 classes. Based on evaluations, students are placed into different levels of these 10 grades, but those classes can also be divided into 3 groups. Classes 10 to 8 are considered basic, and students there are educated with a focus on developing their spiritual realm. Classes 7 to 4 are advanced levels where students learn to use magic and their spiritual realm. Finally, the graduating class is formed from grades 3 to 1. Rigorously trained to produce professional mages, and the next morning, at the grand and prestigious school called Anpass, a 7th grade badge is worn on the chest of a new student. He draws the attention of the girls' eyes. They always look at him in awe. Siron walks into the classroom carrying a bag, drawing the gaze of everyone present. The teacher announces, "Today we have a new student in our class." The girls below keep gossiping. He was placed in the intermediate class right after starting school. He seems quite a bit older, but he's really handsome. He stands on the steps, softly smiling brightly as he introduces himself. I am Aryan Siron, pleased to meet you. The whole class immediately burst into excitement, like during a festival, with applause and cheerful chatter everywhere, mostly from the girls who looked very charming. The teacher had to ask for silence, while Siron was in a very excited mood, because his wish was finally coming true. I finally arrived at the Magic Academy. The Magic Academy. The Anpass Academy covers a total of 75,425 square kilometers of mountains, including the dormitories. It has 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although going outside is prohibited on non-weekend days, it's not inconvenient since most facilities are located within the school. Classes end at 5 o'clock, and any time after that is free time, but students usually go to the school library, always open 24 hours. By connecting students with similar interests, it satisfies their desire to learn. All of this is the motivation to create a prestigious environment, Siron thought, but predicted that classes would be difficult with many subjects and all advanced knowledge. This place is reserved for nobles, those who have studied since childhood and endured a long, difficult period because of it. That's why he faced many obstacles. However, by using every possible method, I can keep up. Knowledge, in the order of history, has been deeply ingrained in Siron, and all the world's knowledge is gradually being accumulated by him. One beautiful morning, the teacher announced that class was over for today. Well done, everyone. Siron closed his book and thought to himself, the afternoon class is the realm combat class, but there's no address listed on the timetable. Looking around the class, he felt a bit shy. Who should I ask here? Luckily, there are a few people around my age. Siron quietly approached and asked, Do you know which training center we need to go to? Maria was caught off guard and startled. Are you asking me? He thought. She must be a shy classmate. No wonder he's feeling so at ease. She replied, Probably you still don't know. Today's practical class is at the 2nd General Training Center. Siron asked, What do you mean by comprehensive? Maria explains, All the intermediate classes will train together for 2 weeks. The orientation is today. Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment. The comprehensive training for all intermediate classes. Could it be a transition to the 2nd comprehensive training area, where many students were entering inside at that moment? It's very noisy here, with talking, laughing, and greetings. Hello, Senior. Thank you. Because of last time. Hello. Senior, please come and sit here. They are all united. Hello, Senior Ami. Turns out it was because of her that everything became so chaotic. The side characters also wave and say hello, while Siron sitting above watches silently and sighs. She's truly famous. If I could, I would never want to interact with her. But there are actually 2 comprehensive training sessions every week. Even so, if she had been in the intermediate class from the start, she would have moved up to the graduation class by now. The senior and junior are chatting enthusiastically, but there are strict rules. Siron worries if he can remain invisible. At this moment, the special teacher of the intermediate field class, 6th level mage Etela Romit, appeared and loudly announced, Hello everyone in the intermediate class. I am Etela, and I will be responsible for your field class again this year. She looked around and then continued. Surely there are students who transferred into this class since the beginning of the year, right? Although our class is full of famous faces, there are so many, and today a new face will join the intermediate class. Because of that comment, everyone looked at him. Is the rumor true? Who is that? All he could do was force a nervous smile and think, wait, this is too dangerous. Patella added fuel to the fire. Siron, are you going to stand up and greet everyone? He sprays the glue and snaps it shut, but still tries to go along with it. He swallows his saliva to gather some courage. Ami and Serial also turned their attention to Siron, who then smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Aryan Siron, and I just started 7th grade. Nice to meet you all. I didn't even finish speaking before the whole room erupted in applause to welcome me. Siron froze as if he was about to faint. I don't know anything anymore. Serial excitedly chimed in. Amy, is that guy the one you saw yesterday? It seems his name is Siron. She seemed indifferent and thought to herself, this is the first time I've heard his name. Who could he be? He seems to be famous. I'm sure I should know everyone like that. Suddenly, a brunette girl spoke up. Senior, do you know him? According to my sources, the teachers are always paying close attention to him. Serial marveled. Really? That girl said that his stats were all excellent when they tested him during the entrance exam. Oh my god, I like him even more now. I wonder which young master he belongs to. That random question made Amy suddenly stop. Her eyes lit up with a fierce glow, and her hair flew wildly. She seemed to recall something truly shocking from her past. When she and a few others were caught in something like a tornado, she looked directly at a boy outside and questioned him, where did you learn magic? How can a commoner do that, and that crying boy outside is none other than Siron when he was a child? Back in the present, she is trembling, sweat pouring down, a forced smile appearing. Damn it! The Kami's family is famous for their genius bloodline, with red eyes being the only trait passed down to each generation of the clan. It allows the owner to remember every moment they see with perfect accuracy. The arrow shot accurately hits the bullseye, and another arrow flies towards the 2 arrows already stuck in the center. And that made all the studying meaningless. The archer was a red-haired girl who had hit the heart many times, but she didn't look happy at all. Meanwhile, the butler standing beside her kept clapping and praising, "That was wonderful, miss." That red-haired girl is Ami's youngest daughter and the most talented among her siblings. Amy's father laughed loudly. My daughter. He placed a chess piece down and said, truly a descendant of the Kami's family. Ami silently looked at the chessboard in front of her. The butler called out, Miss, Amy's father is asking, what's going on? Amy. Amy stood up coldly, bored. She angrily turned and walked away, followed by a gang of thugs. Ami angrily thought, I hate everything about this family. This family. What does my ability have to do with this family? I can do it without relying on the name of this house. She followed the thugs to fight all over the place. Amy silently thought, I can do whatever I want. Watching the thugs fight, Amy sat cross-legged, bored out of her mind. But you made Amy feel surprised and reconsider. Ami was stunned as she saw the thugs fall around her and a boy standing in front of her, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed. The one who changed Ami's mind is a damn low-class boy. On the lecture hall, Siron is bowing his head to greet everyone. Amy looked at the scene in front of her, her mouth twitching as she blurted out, damn it, damn it. Suddenly, Serial called out, Ami, Ami. The brown-haired girl nearby also stammered to call her senior. Both of them had different perceptions. Ami was startled and explained, I mean the shoes. My shoes are a bit uncomfortable. Ami thought to herself, I knew it. The memories seen through those red eyes could never be mistaken. The person next to her continued, What were we talking about again? But Amy kept lost in her own thoughts. I thought he was a noble. Ami was looking at Siron. I never expected he was actually a commoner. How did he get into this academy? Amy's body trembles with Ami. That past was extremely embarrassing. Amy slaps her face and says, I want to die. Her eyes are blank. I've cleared all the clues about that immature phase. There's no way he remembers that day, right? Amy recalled the memory from a year ago when she was crouching in front of a blonde boy, his face still blurred with tears. Amy covered her mouth and sneered. A slave wouldn't have nails, right? Why don't I just cut them off? A moment later, she stood behind, blushing, covering her mouth as she watched the thugs undress that boy. How did they undress him? What are they doing? Ami imagined Siron describing her to others. Senior Ami, she's not the person everyone thinks she is. Siron, in the imagination, waves her hand. 5 years ago, she used to hang out with thugs in those small alleys. Why would someone trusted by professors like me lie? Is that all there is to it? No, there's more. Siron whispered to everyone. She's actually very interested in men. Listen, She even tried to strip me completely, and me, in her anger, accidentally tore the page of a book right in front of her. She clenched her fists. No, never. Absolutely not let that happen. We must kill the rumors from within the water school. Over here, Siron keeps trembling. Someone is watching me, I know it. The middle-level spiritual domain specialist professor, with a 6th-level wizard certification, Romy Ithella, stands on the podium and says, "Now then, what exactly is the spiritual domain?" Someone replied, "It is the mental state of a mage." She nodded in agreement. "It is the awareness of a mage's mental state. Its initial form is just a sphere because that's the easiest shape to focus on." The blue of the spiritual realm reflects in Itella's eyes, and then through practical training, we can perceive and transform it at will. Itella opens her magic domain and says, "I will show you the image." Siron was stunned, staring intently at the blue image before him, able to see the professor's image realm with his own eyes. The scope of the abyss is 10 meters. Itella introduces it as the basic shape of a spherical realm, but as she mentioned, in reality the spherical form is rarely used. Etla snapped her fingers. "Let me give you an example. A floating stone tablet appears in the air. Itella says she will use magic to target it. Etla stands in her territory. Her range is 10 meters, but the target is 20 meters away, so she will use a fireball, a fire magic spell." Siron excitedly covers his mouth, finally able to see someone use magic. A small fireball appears on Ithella's fingertip. She said, "First, I will create a small flame." Itella controls her small fireball and then sees if she can hit the target accurately. The fireball, carrying the flame, flies straight toward the target, but when it reaches the boundary of the realm, the flame immediately extinguishes. Below, all the students sitting in front of her had their mouths open in amazement as the fire disappeared. Itella smiled and explained, "As you have seen, most magic cannot leave the spiritual realm, so magic can only maintain its shape within the spiritual realm. However, if I expand my territory, Itella's spherical domain instantly turns into a straight line." She continues, "Aiming directly at the target, Itella's small flame immediately destroys it." She told the students below that she could touch it. A wave of amazed admiration echoed throughout the lecture hall. The older students secretly chat among themselves, looking at the surprised faces of the 7th graders. So adorable. Siron and his friends applaud for Itella's impressive demonstration. He pondered, realizing he didn't know it was possible to do that. Could it really change the shape of the spirit realm? Then Itella continued, saying, "But this method has a weakness." The students' faces show a hint of disappointment. A boy asks, "Isn't that the right way then?" Changing the form of the spirit realm requires a lot of focus. In actual combat, when your opponent can attack you in many ways, constantly changing your form is not the right choice. She explained that the shape of the spiritual realm is divided into 4 main types: defensive, offensive, targeting, and redirecting. These are its 4 main forms. Itella continues, starting with the defensive form. The defensive form is a hexagonal shape. It allows the realm to block most attacks. Itella's realm immediately transformed into a hexagonal shape, enclosing her inside. She said, "The more sides in contact, the higher the defensive effectiveness." Itella waved her hand again, changing the shape of her domain to a star form, also known as the attack form. Based on the shape, it helps the user easily locate targets, with the brightest point indicating the direction toward the most targets. Itella's domain shape changes once again as she continues her lecture. Next is the highly effective targeting mode for long-range combat, but it won't work well against fast-moving targets. In theory, yes, but in reality, the distance between the ends and the center is quite far, so it would be difficult to rotate. Itella's voice is steady. The key to using this form is how quickly you can rotate it. The students are discussing among themselves, and she can even use that technique without blinking. Does the professor think we can do that? Unlike you guys, Siron is focused and thinking that with this method, he could use his powers within a 10-meter range in real combat. Itella continued, and the last one is the redirect type. It's not very popular because even 5th-year students struggle to master it, Itella said. But I will give you an example. At that moment, a student behind Siron spoke up. "If I can do it, does that mean I can move up to higher classes? In 8th grade, I got a perfect score in this magic subject. It's easy as pie." That friend hadn't finished speaking before the transformation below silenced her. The students are stunned with their mouths open, and Siron is also surprised. The students are noisy about the spirit realm. Below, the blue sphere is gradually separating from Ethan. Are all the students in the lecture hall shouting that it's separating from the professor's body? Siron was so excited he wanted to stand up. "I don't understand. How can a spirit realm, which is a mage's mental state, be separated from the body?" Itella's domain gradually transforms into a stream. Siron is curious about what lies inside it. the center of that spiritual realm. Etla stands below, surrounded by the flowing lines of the realm forming a barrier. She said that the redirect form is extremely difficult to use. It's so hard that even skilled mages really struggle with it. But the advantage of this form is that because the wizard is not the center of the realm, there are no limits to movement, and therefore targeting a goal with instant incantation is no longer just a theory because its range of operation is limitless. Instant incantation means the mage places the spell inside the redirect form, and it activates automatically upon contact with the target. Hearing Ethan La, the students exclaimed in surprise, "They're talking among themselves. How can the professor do that?" She acts as if breathing. Just entering the realm is already difficult enough. The girl behind Siron responds, "You are on a completely different level, a 6th level mage." Siron was lost in thought, her gentle expression hiding an extraordinary talent. Etla adjusted her glasses and said, "You would be disappointed if I skipped practice on the first day, right? You are ranked first in the target-oriented quick spellcasting exam." Etla hadn't finished speaking when the students below started to cheer excitedly because they were about to practice. "Amikamis from Class 4, where are you? We'll start with the student representative." The girl sitting next to Cyril said, "You're amazing, always #1 in the class." Cyril turned to smile at Amy again. "Amy really is a star. The boys in class just see you and fall for you right away." Suddenly turning to her, she saw Amy's vacant and distracted face. Cyril stammered, finishing her sentence, "Right?" Amy is sweating all over her face. "I don't want to be the center of attention right now." The first form among the 4 elemental modes, the target mode, has the advantage of a long attack range, but is disadvantageous against fast-moving targets and multiple enemies. But if it is used by someone with excellent focus and control over the domain at high speed, with continuous explosions, Ami quickly reacts, throwing several fireballs at the target, then that weakness would completely disappear and become an impregnable fortress against distant enemies. The students watching admire and marvel, as expected from Senior Ami. She's incredible. Usually, participants in quick draw competitions switch between 4 forms, but Senior Ami always wins even when she only uses the target form. The classmate sitting next to Siron muttered, "I wonder if I can become a wizard like that." Siron gazed in awe. Even an amateur like me can see how incredible she is. Siron couldn't take his eyes off Amy's performance. The fireballs continuously shatter targets, not only shifting the spiritual realm while standing still, but also attacking all targets within the realm's sweep, as if she were a ruler of the arena, and even more so with just one move. Siron admired her face, which was completely expressionless, and every gesture exuded elegance and nobility. Cheers erupted, truly magnificent. The student behind Siron said, "If I got to date an upperclassman like her, my school life would be completely different." The girl next to him sneered, "Dream on. She doesn't care about anyone. Don't forget the Kami's family." A perfect person. So why does she wander around with those lowlifes? Below, Amy finishes her demonstration, bows, and quickly concludes her spell. Achieved level 9, time 205. Applause erupted around her. Ami was stunned, then suddenly she raised her head and stared intently in one direction with her blue eyes. Siron felt that gaze and was startled. The students around were discussing. "What the hell is that? Senior Ami, no way." Someone shouted loudly. She just looked at the new student, right? Ami was awakened by the shout and immediately turned back to her seat. "Damn it, why am I just standing here watching that kid?" Ami was restless, but I just couldn't stand it anymore. At least I needed to confirm one thing. Everyone around is whispering, "Do they know each other?" No way, they just started school today. Siron turned pale, thinking he understood. But not only Siron, Amy is now thinking the same thing as him. Amy thinks he remembers her, and Siron also realizes she remembers them. Ami ponders that if he spreads rumors about her past, it would cause a lot of trouble. As expected, I have to silence him. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. "No way I can stay calm. I'm the top student in the school. Just a few random words from someone like that, how can I believe it so easily? If I'm careless, I'll only make things worse." Serial ran over to ask Amy what happened in the canyon. "Your face is all red." Ami quickly shook her head and rubbed her face. "No, nothing's wrong." Then the practice session was divided by class, with students moving down below. Inla said, "Our class will start with the defensive stance. You need to master the defensive stance first." She walks around explaining the lesson to the students because mages need to stay focused in order to survive on the battlefield. Siron stands alone, closing his eyes and focusing, imagining himself curling up and consolidating his consciousness. In his mind, he visualizes a personal spiritual realm, first condensing and forming a mass, then building a framework to prevent it from collapsing. When Siron thought he had succeeded, he suddenly startled. He looked at the domain in front of him. No, it's not real yet, so he can't be sure. It would be easier if he could see the domain within the domain. Siron approached Athela and asked, "May I use the realm of images?" She was surprised. Huh? The realm? Actually, the upper grades are the ones who used it first. Siron was thinking that opportunities for someone to truly improve are not always available. At this moment, Atella turned back and said with a smile, "It seems like no one is using it." All right, go ahead and get on. She wondered if it might be a bit much to have the student representative as a model. Everyone around is noisy. Are they new students? Nice, that's so cute. Serial reached out and poked Amy. Amy, look over there. Serial's next words make Amy choke on her water. That student just fell into the abyss. Ami turned around and shouted, startling Serial. What is he doing? What can a 7th grader possibly do? Serial whispered, Ami, you're acting strange. Is something bothering you today? I'm starting to get scared now. Everyone's focusing their attention on the abyss. Siron is standing alone in the abyss. The sign behind shows the abyss range as 0 meters. Siron stares ahead, finally able to see it. A blue sphere surrounds Siron, and he saw it with his own eyes. My spiritual realm. What? What is that size supposed to mean? The range of the aura on the measurement board keeps changing. Siron looked up, and now that I think about it, did they tell me about the size of my aura during the entrance exam? The teacher would definitely answer if he heard, no, we can't even measure it. Siron raised both hands high, so how much bigger could it get? Seeing the area grow larger and larger, Siron's heart panicked and he shouted, stop. The measurement device now displays a range of 20 meters. The 5th grade students stammer in amazement. Is he really a 7th grader? Isn't the average for 7th grade only 13 meters? The chatter kept going nonstop. Are you sure he's not intentionally creating a hole? If so, the density would drop to the level of a balloon. Siron broke out in a sweat. I've stopped it. Luckily, I drew too much attention. Now switch to a defensive stance. As he was about to change his spiritual realm form, Siron suddenly froze. What is this? Siron looked at the spiritual domain in front of him and couldn't lift the frame. Is it collapsing? But everything was fine during practice earlier. Amy stands in the 4th grade area, staring in disbelief. There's no way she succeeded on her first practical test, right? Siron is wondering where he went wrong. Is he scared because he saw it with his own eyes? No. My concentration can't be affected by something like that. Siron focused his thoughts, determined to find the reason. So what is the difference between the outside and inside of the abyss? There has to be something. I wonder if there's a sudden flash of insight, like a drop of water disturbing the calm surface of Siron's mind. I see now. Siron recalled earlier when Athela was inside the image. I was mistaken because Professor Athela was too relaxed as a model. If I change my domain, I will need to focus. So the idea of shrinking my domain also relied on that same focus. Siron took a deep breath to regain his composure. If shrinking my realm of power affects that, Siron widened his eyes and focused his thoughts. If you say so, just leave it at a normal size. As Siron finished speaking, the scope of the spirit realm continued to expand. The students around are opening their mouths in shock. What is that? Is it even bigger than that? Siron's spiritual domain keeps expanding, his eyes full of determination as the number on the display continues to rise. Mai looked at this scene and twitched the corner of her mouth in disbelief. The whole hall was almost covered in blue, and all the students around had to look up with their mouths open. The number on the realm measurement board is already 41 meters. The entire hall is shouting loudly. Looking at the realm in front of him, some people are rushing around chaotically. What the hell is this? How can the domain be so huge? Siron raised both hands high, focusing his thoughts. Now there's no need to give any commands to either side. He looked at his hand, and he would shrink everything all at once. Siron's domain immediately shrank and rose into solid flat surfaces. The older students exclaimed, "That new student is really something." They all looked at Siron inside his domain, and the crowd immediately became noisy. It's a success. Only the first day, and already. Even Siron was surprised by his domain. He reached out to touch the domain, looking as if he was inside a gem. Atella beside him also looked surprised as she adjusted her glasses. She thought to herself that although her exceptional convergence trait in the defensive type helped her, succeeding on the very first day was truly astonishing. I heard she even surprised the teachers during the entrance exam. Serial turned to Amy and said, "It seems like the fact that all the teachers are paying attention to you is true, huh? What do you think, Ami?" Ami's face looks incredibly terrifying. Sari is also panicked. What does Amy think? I can't forget the old thoughts about Siron that keep circling in my mind. That kid is the source of my shame, and he traveled all this way just to get here. It looks like someone is backing her up. She stares intently at Siron in the abyss. Sooner or later, he will close the gap between the classes, and his fame will only continue to grow. Amiha is determined to change her plan. I have to approach him secretly. Even Professor Ithella was surprised. She is especially skilled in all-around abilities. It's as if she has spent her whole life training on a mountain. Siron said, Professor, its size has been significantly reduced. Ithella nodded. That's right. The size is smaller, but the hardness of your domain will increase, and with this level of hardness, most physical impacts won't be able to break your domain. Moreover, the increased hardness will give you some ability to resist mental attacks. After explaining, Ithella continued, Well done, you can now dispel the barrier. The area around Siron gradually disappeared, and he said, Thank you, ma'am. At this moment, the cheers in the hall erupted like a wave. Students from different classes kept praising Siron. Well done. The new students are congratulating him. Only now does Siron realize he's been startled. Why is everyone looking at me like that? I shyly said. Thank you, and quickly ran away from the center. Thank you, everyone. Ithella smiles as she looks at Siron. She secretly thought she understood his clarity in perfecting that form of defense. He is the type with a strong concentration ability and an unusually large domain, so it's understandable that he succeeded in that form. Ithella watches Siron's shy expression as he receives a lot of attention. I need to observe him more. And now many eyes are looking at Siron, but not all of them are the same. A group of people are talking about Siron. It seems like he will join our class soon, right? That talent is truly amazing. Some competitive glances or a few girls marveling in awe, even on the first day, already showing clear admiration and affection. There is also jealousy and envy, and finally someone standing at the very back. Amy is looking at Siron with a terrifying gaze. The next day at the academy, now there is another pair of eyes. A woman with purple hair tied up high, about to enter, her curious gaze directed at Siron. The door was pulled open, and the classroom instantly became noisy when everyone saw that the person entering was Professor Sienna. Professor, please tell us about your first love. Siron also saw the person who just entered, a gaze as cold and serious as the one from the teacher standing at the podium looking down at the class. The students buzzed with excitement. Siron realized that was the intimidating professor who gave the entrance exam lecture. Sienna Oliver Siron didn't know, but she is actually the teacher in charge of the 5th grade. The other students are excited, thinking how amazing it is that 7th graders like us get to attend her class. But the reason someone like her goes out of her way to teach a 7th grade class only makes Jenna more annoyed. The professor is so troublesome. If you put a talent like her in 5th grade, she would definitely find a way to catch up with the others. Sienna pushes up her glasses. She came to this class so she could personally teach Siron. Sienna thought to herself, I will make her advance to the next grade as quickly as possible, and she must become one of my students. Siron was startled and stared ahead, thinking to himself, I think she just looked at me. Maybe I was overthinking it. The student sitting in front of Siron asked loudly, Since this is the first lesson, could you tell us a story? Another student chuckled. Are you really dating teacher that? Sienna said nothing, but her frown showed her disgust. Sienna raised her hand, and a small block of ice immediately appeared in her palm. The ice was as beautiful as crystal. Sienna asked the class, Can anyone here explain the theory behind this spell? A foggy layer of frost had formed on the glass door next to Siron due to the cold. Sienna's voice remained steady. What is the cold? Ice crystals have also formed on the classroom ceiling due to the lowered temperature. Sienna continued to ask, And what is freezing? The students shivered and hugged themselves, stammering, Professor, it's too cold. Sienna calmly explained, Your coldness is due to your lack of energy. The ice block in Sienna's hand suddenly shattered. She explains that when energy reaches 0 degrees, we call it absolute zero. Sienna smiles and says, If I mix in a little energy from this room, I can easily create things like this ice sample. But if I break it into tiny pieces and create a convection current, what would happen? Sienna answers this herself. As the shards of ice fall to the ground, the answer is that I can create temperatures cold enough to kill a person, just like you experienced. The students are both scared and speechless. So we're going to die then? Sienna turned her back and walked toward the podium. So the question here is, how can a mage absorb that energy? She picks up the chalk and writes while looking down and continues speaking, without any tools or devices. How can they activate magic like that? Siron focused on Sienna. She drew a circle representing the realm and the mage on the board and said, A mage controls the world within their realm. And of course it only works within a certain range, but once inside that range, the mage becomes a... Their voice is steady, and if you want to influence the senses, they can produce light, sense, or even physical sensations. That is the special sense of a wizard, giving them the ability to dominate reality. But even with such divine power, Sana paused for a moment, tapping the board with chalk. So what if they don't know what they are capable of? She raised her voice. For a mage, to activate magic, they need to satisfy certain conditions, and that is omniscience and omnipotence. The 7th grade students below gape as CNA explains that mages activate magic based on their omnipotence and totality. No matter how omnipotent they are, without knowledge, they cannot activate magic. Sienna's words awaken Siron. That is why, apart from having special senses, sorcerers study the world like scholars. Siron also realized that was why he couldn't use magic. He remembered how he used to protect himself in the past. I think I have no concept of the whole chi, so I only focus on practicing omnipotence. Sienna continued, You will learn countless subjects at this school. The field is only half of what it takes to create magic. Sienna smiled and said, If you don't work hard, you can't become a true mage. After the introduction, CNA also begins today's lesson. Now, we will start the basic chemistry class. Yes, Professor. Siron was determined that she could do it. Siren's eyes seemed to say that he could become a wizard. As evening fell outside the academy grounds, a few girls were chatting with each other. Are you going to the library today? Yes, I am. There's a test coming up soon. They even discuss studying at the dining table. What is the topic of your research project? Another student replies, I need to create a few things first. Students walk back and forth across the schoolyard. After classes end, they usually go to the library or join study groups. Siron walks forward carrying his bag. Every day I go to the library, and because of that, I am just enough to keep up with the other noble students. He looked up at the sky, even his sleep time was reduced. I'm so tired, thinking to himself. Siron lifted his spirits, and learning magic made him feel light. As his dream gradually came true, Siron quickened his pace, wondering if anyone had created a spell that could make people not need to sleep. Suddenly, my feet are floating high above the ground. Why does my body feel lighter and lighter? Siron was startled to realize he was flying in the sky. What the hell is this? I'm flying! What the hell is going on? Siron was stunned. Someone was carrying him through the sky like a hawk soaring with its prey. Inside the deep forest, with a thud, Siron was thrown to the ground. The pain brought tears to his eyes. He fell to the ground, looking at the person in front of him. Siron was panicked. A red-haired girl was Ami Kamis. Siron sweat and thought to himself, I knew I would have to face her, but I didn't expect her to appear so suddenly. Siron Trantru, is she still the same child from last year? At this moment, Amy spoke. That expression, she said, so you still remember who I am? What? A small flame appears on Ami's fingertip, blazing fiercely in front of Siron. Ami smiles menacingly. That's right, I should settle everything right here and now. The old story replayed like a film, with Siron holding his head as he braced against the relentless attacks. Someone spoke up, Hey, stop right there! A thug crouching in front of Siron looked at Amy and said, The young lady will kill that kid. Amy remembered that day, initially thinking she would take the kid home. But her expression when crying, that look. She pondered, wanting to watch a little longer. The blazing fire was controlled by Amy, she thought, but now suddenly Amy glared at this bastard. Siron sat up straight and looked at Amy. That gaze made her doubt. Was he really the boy from 5 years ago? Of course I remember, Siron continued. Back then you ordered the criminals to forcibly strip me. According to what you said, Amy also recalls that past. At that moment, she covered her mouth and laughed. Then why don't we verify it ourselves? Amy interrupted loudly. Siron stopped, clearly remembering very well. She started to raise her voice, explaining, That's not it, right? Actually, it's just a misunderstanding of your memory, not a serious mistake, see? Siron wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Amy. You'll see. Amy blushed and hesitated, saying, I'm not a reckless woman. Is Siron not keeping up with her thoughts? Amy shouted. Those thugs just wanted to strip you willingly. I never gave that order. Then she hurriedly added, No, wait, I think I heard you say you wanted to see it, right? Or something like that, not really, not exactly. Anyway, Amy affirmed, I haven't been interested in men from the beginning. No way, she kidnapped me just to say that. Amy was also stunned, her mind screaming. Of course not, but why am I standing here making excuses like this? Siron also realizes that maybe she's worried I will spread rumors about her bad reputation at school. Both sides are already in a difficult situation. It really is troublesome. Siron stood up. She just needed to apologize. Is that not allowed? Ami stepped back. What? Siron said tiredly. I understand that's the memory she wants to forget. Still, with her grades being among the highest in the intermediate class, she's quite well known. But what has happened cannot be changed. Siron calmly said, So instead of making excuses, isn't it better to apologize and put an end to everything? I think that was the right thing to do. Amy was stunned. Sorry? Ami paused, as if startled into realization. Wait, calm down, Amy. Her eyes showed panic. This guy is so slick. In front of Omi, it was as if a chessboard appeared, and he spoke the right things about himself to embarrass the opponent, then schemed to gain the advantage. How dare he challenge me? He must think I'm easygoing and weak, Amy silently thought to herself. In moments like this, she speaks up. Sorry? Listen up, commoner. What do I get if I apologize to you? Siron couldn't believe what she was hearing. What did she just say? Amy strokes her chin. I mean, if I just apologize to you, there's no reason to believe that you will accept my apology and then still betray me behind my back. There's no real trust between us, right? She nodded. If I just apologize, Zhang would see it as me admitting I was wrong in the past. Isn't it true that in the end, I am the one who suffers? Siron asked her, do you really have to get something out of an apology? An apology is the minimum courtesy you owe to someone you've hurt, not something you do to gain an advantage. Ami's loud laughter interrupted Siron's words, as if he didn't understand how this world really works. She silently thought, another attack using moral arguments. I understand now. Ami Y assessed the situation and thought to herself, I will turn the tide right here and right now. She continued, if I don't gain any benefit, I have no reason to waste my effort. I didn't expect you to boast about those things to appear noble in front of me. Her words leave Siron frozen. It seems that even if I apologize to you, I still won't be able to find peace in the Magic Academy. Siron was forced by Ami to broaden his horizons, secretly wondering what kind of thing that was. It seems the ideal student image is just an act. Her true evil nature still remains. Ami covers her mouth and exhales, secretly glad that she's about to win, wondering if she should say one more thing. She asks Siron, what is the scariest thing about the Magic Academy? Is that right? Siron looked blankly, not understanding. She said with a deep and inscrutable tone, it's an upperclassman. Amy's next words weighed heavily on Siron's shoulders. If a senior student gets in your face, not only will all the upperclassmen become your enemies, but your classmates as well. And of course, if people find out you're a civilian. Amy's sharp gaze suggests there's a high chance you'll be expelled from the academy. Are you worried I'll spread rumors to get you expelled? She covered her mouth and laughed. Of course not, right away. I'm just saying I'll wait and see how you behave. I'll verify how well you can keep your mouth shut. Siron asked, what do you mean? She ordered, bring me coffee every day from now on. I will test your reliability through these tasks. Siron asked loudly, why should I do it? I heard you were given special admission here. A commoner, managing to go this far, must have faced many difficulties. Wouldn't it be very sad to get expelled? Siron agrees. Fine, if I can prove my reliability with those trivial things, I'll do it. Put on your hat and cloak, make the right choice, and behave well. After all, your future depends on it. Seconds later, she immediately revealed a terrifying, threatening look at Siron. If you dare to tell the teacher, I will definitely drag you down with me. After saying that, she jumped 2 or 3 times into the air and disappeared, like a whirlwind passing by Siron. After Amy leaves, Siron squats down and picks up his backpack. Well, I guess this is better than getting expelled. It seems her scheming ability is still very impressive, even though Min feels it's really unfair to have to do everything she wants. It's true that Siron just started holding her face and already looks so exhausted. The next day, everyone hurriedly headed to the library. Some students in the school suddenly got distracted, calling out to their friends. Look over there. Siron is walking over with a cup of coffee. Everyone around was surprised and discussing. What is it? He's a new student, right? Oh my god, oh my god. Siron stands in front of everyone, offering her Amy's coffee with both hands. Senior Ami. Siron's voice was not too loud, but enough for everyone to hear and turn their attention to Amy's coffee. Cyril, standing beside her, patted Amy's shoulder and whispered, No way, Amy, how could this happen? Ami tucks her hair back, her red eyes reappearing, and she snatches the coffee cup from Siron's hand. Oh my god, you must have spilled a lot. Then she turned around and walked away. Cyril asked, Are you just going to leave like that? Amy calmly replied, We need to hurry, you have to go to school, there's no more time. What the hell is going on, I wonder? And a few students surrounding them started whispering. Oh my god, he just confessed to Ami. But Ami just left without saying anything? Poor thing. Siri chased after Amy and asked, Do you think the new student likes you? She shook her head and said it was nothing more than a little lesson for her junior. On the surface, she seemed calm, but inside Ami was jumping for joy, incredibly happy. She sipped her coffee and thought, How do you like it? The humiliation that I, the great Ami, have given you. In her mind, Ami was imagining a scenario where he would be classified among the juniors who secretly liked her. She thought that even if Siron stood in the middle of the field shouting that Ami Ami's is a perverted thug, everyone would just sigh and say, "Oh well, he's just seeking revenge because he was rejected." Am is sure that from now on, no matter what you say, no one will believe you. She hummed as she walked away. Is there anything sweeter than revenge? Cyril walks beside her without understanding a thing. It seems he's really happy. Em quietly thought, as if all her worries from the past 5 years had vanished. Her thoughts are like a huge drum beating intensely, while Siron looks exhausted standing among the crowd. This is definitely bullying. When did I offend her? Siron clenched his fists and thought if he got stuck in negative thoughts, he would be the only one to suffer and there would be no trust. As he looked up again, the emotion in Siron's eyes had changed. If I have to do it anyway, I will do it perfectly. My experience and feelings depend on my own thoughts. And from then on, for the next 10 days, everyone at the academy was noisy again. He's here again. He's coming again today. Someone shouted loudly. A sweet and romantic story at the Magic Academy. 10 days straight, he kept confessing his feelings. 10 days in a row. The loud cheer and excitement are filling the air. Amy and Cyril are standing at the library entrance, also looking this way. Amy chuckled. It seems the number of onlookers has increased. Behind Siron, many people are staring intently at him. Amy grinned. If so many people are watching, then everyone must already know. Should I gradually end this now? Suddenly Cyril stepped forward and asked, Ami, when do you plan to accept Siron's feelings? The sudden question froze Amy in place. Huh? What are you talking about? Cyril?
Amy shouted loudly, why should I accept that guy?
Have you forgotten who I am? Cyril pondered before saying, but there are many rumors. Honestly, he doesn't even bother to glance at others, but he always accepts coffee from Siron. Cyril's words felt like a thunderbolt to Amy. Everyone is ready to welcome the birth of the legendary couple of the academy. Her thoughts are reduced to just 3 words. Another cup of coffee is brought to Amy's face. Siron calls the senior. He smiled and said, your coffee. As soon as Siron finished speaking, the students below immediately started shouting excitedly. All right, Siron confidently said to Amy. This time, I didn't even spill a drop of coffee, right? But inside, he was urging Amy to take it quickly. I need to get to the library soon. Amy gritted her teeth. Now not only her eyes were red, but her cheeks were flushed. What is going on here? Are you guys joking with me? Amy, tense and blushing, looked at Siron, then suddenly slapped the coffee cup in his hand and said, such a hassle. Cyril and the other students are stunned. Cyril covers her mouth and calls out to Amy. The coffee cup spilled on the ground. Amy said, do you think I would fall for you just because you gave me this? Amy just points out that she's a student who doesn't study, but keeps following female students. She turns around and says, don't ever give me these again. Cyril quickly said to Siron, sorry, please forgive me. Amy, everyone around is also noisy because of the rejection. That's too harsh. Cyril asked, what's going on? What are you planning to do if those rumors get out? Amy snapped. Who would care? They probably all just ate their fill of wild boar. She raised her voice. Everything will end when I graduate. Outside the stairs, Siron is bending down to pick up the coffee cup. The gossiping continues non-stop. I think she's a cold princess. That's why she's acting like that. Let's report her for wasting coffee. Poor Siron. Siron is still in shock. Really? I don't have it to do this anymore? He picks up his bag and stands up, and the girls sigh. Oh no, he looks so miserable. It's heartbreaking. But, contrary to what everyone says, Siron looked radiant. I have already checked. That night at the library, Amy was slumped over, staring at the book in front of her. Damn it. She angrily raised her head and pointed her pen at the crowd. I need to stop the new students from spreading rumors outside. But I was the one who started it, so it's okay if I stop it before the rumor spreads. But that's not the most important thing. Amy's red eyes, Kami's pink eyes, the familiar scene reflects in her mind as the surroundings suddenly change and she feels as if she's sitting in the academy courtyard. This is a skill that allows the user to record what they have experienced. Ami recalls the way Siron handed her the coffee. He shyly called out, Senior, this is your coffee. For 10 consecutive days, every time she met Siron, she used her Kami's pink eyes. Amy remembered how Siron looked doing small tasks. She clenched her teeth. He seemed very pleased on the first day, but what Ami saw didn't change at all. In the remaining 9 days, Yin Yi pondered that his gaze hadn't changed at all, not even the slightest twitch of his eyelids. Amy approached, contemplating the image in her memory. What did it mean? She seriously wondered that no matter how someone tries to hide their emotions, they cannot conceal their true feelings in their eyes because the autonomic nervous system cannot be controlled if he can restrain his gaze. Ami's eyes suddenly flashed. He can control his emotions like a robot. She closed her eyes, or Ami shut the book, concluding that he was extremely sincere. Sari noticed her movements and quietly asked, "Oh, Amy, are you finished?" Ami stood up and packed her books.
I'm feeling a bit tired today. Sari also plans to stand up, so let's go home together.
Amy refused. "No, you don't have to do that for me. I will go alone." Serial asked worriedly, "Are you feeling guilty about not accepting Siron's coffee?" Ami was speechless, saying, "I told you it's not like that." Serial added, "If you want to talk about anything, just tell me. Is that okay?" Ami nodded. "Yeah, thanks." Amy went outside, feeling completely drained. She sighed. "Oh, I'm so tired. Everything isn't going according to plan. My mind is in chaos." Ami pushed the door open. "I need to rest for a while." Suddenly, someone greeted her. "Leaving early today, Amy?" She thought, "He's Jack Adrius." Jack winked at Amy. "I thought I had to wait for you until midnight." "Why do you have to wait for me? Are you that bored?" Tien then stepped closer and said, "Don't be so arrogant. I heard the rumors. I heard there's a slim guy named Siron chasing after you." Ami was bored. "No way. Are you here just to laugh at me?" "Oh my god, of course not. Here, take this." Giet hands Amy a coffee. "This is premium Western-style coffee. You won't find it at school." Amy deserves to be treated properly. Ami asked him with disdain. "What are you doing?" Jeet replied, "As you can see, I want to win your heart." Jeet said, "Unlike that pathetic guy. You will succeed the Royal Minister of Finance. You are much more worthy of me." Ami looked at him with disdain. She coldly said, "I don't engage in disgusting games with you." Giet Do repeated, "Disgusting." Ami continued, "And I don't think we're close enough for a relationship like that." She directly called him out. "Do you think I don't know that your group is trying to bring me down at every opportunity?" Diek hurriedly shouted, "Wait, you think it's just a misunderstanding? Isn't what I'm saying to you a bit too much?" He held a steaming cup of coffee and approached Amy, saying, "Insulting me is like insulting my family. I won't forgive anyone who touches our family's honor." Jack squinted and smiled. "As a member of the famous Kami's family, you should know that, right?" Amy coldly said, "That pathetic loser froze in place." "What?" Ami bluntly and directly told him, "Is it because you have a little reputation at school that you can act so arrogantly with those who do not support his family?" She smiles, a person who created that strange club and secretly insults others. "Do you even know what honor is?" Dieknie shows a sneering, contemptuous smile. He angrily scolds Amy, the little bitch, as if she's being arrogant just because she's famous. Shouting loudly, she thinks no one can stand up to her Kami's family. "Your family may be the top in some field, but not in power." He gradually cornered Amy, forcing her to retreat. "With the power of our family, we can drain the finances of your Kami's family." Duet's eyes looked down from above as he loudly asked Amy, "Do you understand now?" Amy chuckled. "I see now," she said bluntly. "That's right. Those eyes truly belong to a villain." Amy looked directly at Jack's ugly face and commented, "You're not like Siron. Your eyes look like dead fish eyes." "What? Are you saying I'm not worthy compared to that pathetic loser?" Geet went crazy. "Oh, right, I've already done everything out of order. Before I absolutely defeat you, I shouldn't interfere anymore." Jack's next words made Amy furious. "I can be sure that within a day, that guy will never be able to use magic again." She continued, "I will prove to you how great I am." But he was silenced when a slap knocked Amy's coffee cup out of his hand. The coffee cup crashes to the ground in pieces. Kill glares at Amy with clenched teeth. "You arrogant brat. My patience has its limits no matter how beautiful you are." Suddenly, his pupils constricted as Ami opened her spiritual domain. She calmly asked what he was killing. Ami's red eyes flickered in the darkness. "What are you planning to do? Who is this?" Diek trembled, thinking to herself, "Can she use the 4 images so quickly?" He hesitated and said, "Are you crazy? Do you know that this goes against the magic usage rules here?" Mwitwin laughed loudly, the wind howling through the narrow corridor, mocking the weakling. "He's just good for appearances. At least Siron doesn't rely on his family background." She said, "He is someone who takes responsibility for his actions. I bet you can't catch up with him in half a year, right?" He clenched his veins, wanting to scold Amy. This girl, truly, he thought, she filled the room with a whirlwind, killing any plans. If I take any action, will she strike back? I can't fight the head of the Magic Academy. But he looked at Amy and then grabbed the nearby handrail, preparing his stance. A true gentleman's revenge after 10 years is not too late. I kill and run downstairs. Don't think this is over. Ami muttered to herself, leaning against the wall. It's been a long time since I've been this excited. She wondered to herself why she had to do this. Was it because he had threatened her? Maybe it's because he found out my secret? Amy remembered what Siron once told her in the forest. If doing these things can make her trust me, I will do it. Ami turned away. Damn it, I guessed he wouldn't come. Tomorrow night, the moon will be high outside, she muttered. But thanks to him, my mind is no longer troubled by anything. A few days later, at the academy, Surreal stood there, tears in her eyes, caused by the waves into Ami. On a piece of paper it was written, I captured Siron and took him to Training Center 14 at 6 p.m. before I castrated him. If you dare say anything to the teacher, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. So Senior Ami went there to save me. The bottom corner of the paper bears the signature of the Dark Mage. These events have turned into a raging tsunami. The bell ringing from the tall tower echoes as students shuffle in to prepare for class. Siron walks by, reading a book. Everyone around recognizes him and whispers secretly, Look, he's the one flirting with Senior Ami. It's fun, but somehow it feels a bit awkward. Siron helplessly sighs. So 4 days ago, Ami knocked over Siron's coffee and coldly said no. Siron's inner thoughts were crying out, How can I lift my head up from now on? He took a book to cover his mouth and cleared his throat. In situations like this, just a confident smile is enough, and they won't tease me for long. It seems they've started to doubt me less. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of me, catching Siron's attention. Oh, that's Senior Serial. Seeing her standing alone there, Siron wondered, does she always go around with Senior Ami? Is something wrong? Siron approached to greet. Senior Serial. As soon as she finished speaking, Serial suddenly shouted, making him jump in surprise and shout along. Serial lunged forward and grabbed Siron's collar. Why are you here? Where is Ami? Siron, shaken, asked groggily. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Serial pressed the paper against Siron's face. Look at this, you should be in trouble right now. Why are you glaring, Siron? The note says, Siron is in my possession. To rescue him, come to Training Hall 14 before 6 p.m. If you dare to report to the teacher, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Signed, Black Magician. Siron stared at the paper in shock, asking again, Am I kidnapped? Moreover, Siron turned around and asked Serial, Who is this person? A dark mage. 30 minutes ago, while Amy and Serial were walking in the schoolyard, someone stopped them to greet, Senior, how are you? Serial frowned. It's him again. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you still talking to me? That blonde guy smiled evenly. You're less arrogant now and seem to be doing better. He waved the paper in his hand. The boss wants to see you. Serial pulled Amy away, ignoring him. Ami said, So he will only stay at level 5 forever. The blonde guy continued. The boss said if I send this to you, you'll finally listen. He said that if she didn't want her boy to get hurt, she should accept it. Serial frowned as if looking at a crazy person. What did you just say? That's terrifying. Damn it. Then she told Amy, let's go to the library quickly, but unexpectedly, Amy turned back and snatched the paper from that guy's hand. Hey, suspicious Serial is calling Ami. Ami looks at the paper in her hand. Siron has been kidnapped. Does she think Jack is him? At that time, she said, I'm sure I will make it impossible for him to use magic anymore. Damn it, you bastard! Ami clenched the paper in her hand and shouted, So what? What does his business have to do with me? What is this? The blonde-haired man waves goodbye and says, I'm just delivering a letter. Sari unfolds the paper and reads it. Is the Dark Wizard really the evil one who bullies the outstanding students? She muttered, What are they doing to Siron? It has nothing to do with you, right? Ami was worried that she really couldn't hold back that day and retaliated against him. Serial said, Go tell the professor. Professor, that is the right thing to do, but it won't be as easy as you think. Amy imagines herself being taken to the meeting room. If the faculty council intervenes, she will be forced to sever her relationship with Siron and her past will be exposed. She thinks of Siron's expression, and if that happens, they will find out. Siron's pitiful face appeared in Amy's mind. The fact that he is a commoner. She recalls what she once said. A commoner like you must have had a hard time getting here. It would be a shame to stop halfway, right? And as for what Siron said, if doing that would earn your trust, I would be willing too. Ami's thoughts drifted back to the year before. You were lying on the ground saying it wasn't me. She was stunned, seeing Siron lying on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. Ami clenched her fists tightly. She calls Serial. Amy hands over Serial's bag. I'll go. If you don't see me come back, please report to the professor. Serial was startled. What? Why are you doing this alone? Do you know how many of them there are? Amy turned back and said, Sorry, but I have my own reasons. Don't worry about me. She confidently said, "Even if there are a few bastards like that, they can't do anything to me." Returning to reality, Siron looked at the paper in his hand and said, "So you didn't dare to ask Senior Ami Siriel for help to save me?" In his heart, Siron thought, "No way. Someone as cunning as her." Siron hurriedly asked, "Is she going alone?" "What should we do now?" Sari replied. "Ami said he has his own reasons. This is the first time she's asked me for help like this." She continued, "She told me to wait until 7 p.m. Siron stroked his chin. There really was no other choice. He pondered, wondering why she didn't want to tell the professor. Siron confidently took out his watch to check the time because he wanted to keep the secret between himself and her. "Since we are in the same boat?" Siron thought for a moment, and she had no choice but to accept, even if it meant keeping her secret safe alone. Then he told Siriel, "I have to go too." Siron slammed his fist on the table. "Senior, just wait until that time to go." Siriel calls. "Wait a moment." Siron turned and ran away. As I ran, I wondered if I could make it to Hall 14 near the mountain. Suddenly, Siron's feet left the ground again. It's Siriel holding him and flying away. She says, "When will we finally get there if we keep running?" "I should go with you after all," she said loudly to Siron. "I'm about to teleport. Hold on tight." Siron asked nervously, "What do you mean?" A faint yellow light flickered beside Siron. He saw a pale yellow glow enveloping his hands, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from the sky. Siron shouted in panic as students inside the building looked up and saw something flash across the sky. What? Who just used magic? Siron's eyes widened, heading for the forest. Siriel held Siron back. Hitting a tree during the move could be dangerous, so they should fly from here. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately grabbed Siron and flew away. A moment later, Siriel landed on the ground. Siron tremblingly holds onto the tree trunk to steady himself, not even prepared, and he vomits green and yellow bile, while Siriel, after landing in Hall 14, hurriedly runs off calling out, "Where are you?" Amy Siriel worried. "No one's here." "That's strange. It's actually 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time now." Siron wiped his mouth and said, "Maybe they changed the location because the address in the letter was leaked, and they are trying to avoid the teacher's notice." Sari asked loudly, "So what about Amy?" Siron pondered, "That's a clever plan indeed. Senior, go report this to the professor." He looked ahead and said, "If you go back alone, it will be much faster." Sari replied, "But Ami told me to wait until 7 p.m. Siron shook his head and said, "It's okay, it's because of me. I'll help her, so don't worry." "Senior, go quickly." Siri looked confused. "What?" After hearing that, she held her head and shouted, "Is his important reason you? What is the relationship between the two of you? Are they really secretly dating? Is there something I don't know?" Siron urgently shouted, "We don't have time. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it gets." Sari also regained her composure. "All right, you stay here and... Yes, Siron breathes a sigh of relief as Siriel runs off. Mountains are familiar terrain to me. Siron stands in the mountain forest, activating his spiritual domain. He closed his eyes and focused, confident he would find the trail. His domain expanded throughout the forest. Siron seems to have caught something. Here it is, footprints. He followed the footprints and arrived. The footprints of the two people are still recent, but they have stopped halfway. Did they fly away? Suddenly, a sound came from the forest, startling Siron. The cracking sound, he stands up and looks toward the rising smoke in the deep forest. Please don't tell me something has happened. Inside the deep forest, the person who just cast a spell suddenly slipped. The blonde messenger handed the letter to Amy with a steady smile. "Oh my God, I almost hit you. I used a silver cannon to greet you, Amy." Ami glanced at the blazing fire beside her. A few more people appeared above. They land on the ground surrounding Ami. "The boss Ami has arrived, catching such a big fish. No wonder we're all in the same league." The newcomer spoke arrogantly. The leader of the gang said, "Amy is our honored guest, so don't be rude." Mwaitin stands in the middle of the encirclement, arms crossed, looking at them. "What do you think?" "It's just a bunch of thugs with nothing better to do." Diek asked, "Are you really here alone? Is that kid so important to you that you're willing to risk everything to come here?" Ami said coldly, "It's just catching mice. No need to burn down the whole house." The centipede gritted its teeth, furious enough to laugh. "Still so arrogant, huh? With such a small number of allies, I'm afraid things won't go as you wish." He cast a petty look at Amy. "This time I've got everything figured out." Amy doesn't even bother to pay him any attention. She replied, "What I do is none of your business. I don't care." Siron nodded. The killers immediately burst into loud laughter at Amy's question. Where else could it be? It's probably still licking books somewhere in the library right now. He doesn't even know what trouble his girl is about to face. The blonde guy jeered loudly. "Book, I love you." I don't care where that guy is. They stare intently at Amy. These guys only care about their little sister. The ones here are desperate to take revenge. Keetnyan Amidine said, "The thing from last night still stings. Revenge is a must. Just be careful." Ami sighed. "Without Siron here, it's easier." She smiled, just as Mi said, with so many eyes watching, "It's really troublesome." Amy's body was immediately enveloped by a blue light. She said it's a bit tiring to clean up all the trash at once. "What about the assassin group?" He was sweating with worry. No, this can't be happening. Before they could realize what was happening, Am launched an attack on the blonde-haired guy behind him. The flames burned his arm, and the blonde shouted in pain, feeling it was too hot. The remaining guys immediately panicked. "That girl, she's shooting fire." Jack ran while speaking, calming down and dodging. He shouted loudly, "The target type is ineffective against a large number of targets." Cowardly Jack quickly soared up with a few others, dodging swiftly and returning to their original positions, but Amy's domain was already sweeping over them. Jack froze in surprise as an explosion erupted right where he was, while Amy remained calm below, striking again with a flick of her hand. Amy's sharp red eyes revealed themselves as she confronted her. Amy's domain split into multiple beams, sweeping over them without missing a single one. She concentrates her power, and the flames burn fiercely. With a bang, Amy unleashes countless fireballs in multiple directions. The fireballs shot out wildly, and those guys covered their heads to dodge. Hey, you said she's only trained to the target level. Why is her rotation speed so fast?" "Damn it, what the hell is that?" This level is completely different from what it was on the training ground. Could she really have a real combat experience? It's too intense. Kill straight up into the sky, but no matter how skilled you are, there will always be flaws. He hovers in the air, looking down below, to counter a horizontal attack. The wind gathering into a tornado in his palm means he must attack along the vertical axis. Dieck desperately gathers all his strength and launches an attack towards Amy. The wind blade. Feng Dao approaches Amy from above, gradually closing in. Seeing that Amy can no longer escape, Jack grins and says, "You're finished." But suddenly, just as Feng Dao strikes down, Amy swiftly dodges out of the way in a flash. Giet shouts, "What the hell is going on?" Amy Wide looked at him mockingly and said, "People call this a plan." "Kwang?" Ami Y reaches out. "Fire attack!" Her spiritual realm aimed directly at the target. He shouted angrily. Damn it! After Amy's full fireball, he was knocked back several meters, fighting like a madman. The demoness. Amy walks forward and gently smiles, saying, "Because you keep worrying about these useless things all day, your progress remains stagnant." Gritting her teeth in hatred, she reached out to counterattack. "Don't think you can look down on me." Amy smiled and said, "Don't resist uselessly. This time I won't let you go easily." Suddenly something hit Amy's eyes. A purple energy surged in, and her body felt like it was nailed down. She was bewildered and shouted in pain, "What is this?" Amy clutched her face and screamed. The Dace gang all appeared around Amy, attacking her even harder, and only then managed to catch her. The Dace grinned and said, "Surprised, huh? That Hadong lion, Amy's domain is falling apart." Rex said, "If you don't dispel the domain, you might go insane." This kind of encirclement can be called a spell of anti-magic. Amy cursed the bastard. Her eyes flashed with a bright red glow. "Do you dare to use forbidden magic?" Amy cursed silently. "Damn it, even red eyes can't help me recover." Suddenly, a gust of wind grabs Amy's hand, and her arms and legs are immediately bound. He laughs loudly. "Finally catching you, you bastard. How do you feel? Have you reconsidered my offer from yesterday? I don't know where he pulled out a dagger to threaten you from. It's best that you think carefully. You see, I don't mind breaking the law." Ami gritted her teeth and said, "I warned you, if you keep messing around, I will take your life." She thought to herself that she couldn't take it off. Not even the blueprint could be entrusted, and after turning 12, she could no longer continue training. Damn it. Amy hovers in the air. "I need to find a way." He laughs loudly. "It seems you still know what kind of situation you're in, right?" He caresses the knife in his hand. "I hear you're tired of those guys leaning on you to the point of choking, right? Let me help you." Killed Truanga with a shameless smile at Ami. "Just a quick swipe and they'll automatically stay away from you." The red glowing knife pressed against Amy's face, and he was utterly triumphant. "I wanted to do this from the very beginning." "You should have been suffering like this from the very beginning." The knife tip hovers in front of Ami Mi's eyes. She hears Jack's arrogant voice. "You should have been in trouble from the very beginning." He orders him to speak. Amy closes her eyes tightly. "Damn it, I have no strength left." Suddenly, she remembered the memories from last year in the small alley. Siron lying on the ground. That's what he must be feeling right now. Just as things were getting intense, someone shouted, "Stop." Amy opened his eyes and looked towards the sound, seeing Siron appear with a wooden stick in his hand. He yelled at those damn sons-in-law, catching them off guard. That guy Ami is even more surprised than you are. Siron, panting heavily, stared intently at them with a stick in hand. He sneered. What's wrong? Are you here alone? He glanced at the knife in his hand. The prince is here. The others immediately follow suit. No matter what you do, prince, Ami shouts loudly. Idiot, why did you come alone? Siron silently calculated. Even if they are outnumbered and think they can control the top student among the intermediate students, how is that possible? Anyway, Senior Serial must have already called the teachers. Senior, I just need to buy some time. Siren's body erupts with a domain. He is building his confidence. I once defeated Ren with swordsmanship. I can do it. Siron orders to release Senior Amy immediately. Seeing Siron running towards him, he sneered mockingly. Are you crazy? Releasing her so the two of you can attack us together? Siron is still running forward with the stick in hand. The blonde-haired guy asks Jack, is that idiot just running straight at us? Jack laughs. You guys open fire. They stand still and watch Siron. At this moment, Siron also realizes something is off. Something feels wrong. Siron's domain suddenly shattered just like Ami's earlier. His eyes widened in shock, and the staff in his hand dropped to the ground. Siron cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground as Jack's laughter echoed around him. They laughed loudly, just as the prince expected, not disappointed in him at all. What do you think you're going to do with a mage using that? Ami shouted at Siron. Remove your spiritual realm now. It's anti-magic. Siron kneels on the ground, clutching his head, saying, anti-magic? This thing is still talking loudly. You might not be able to use magic for the rest of your life. Quickly remove your spirit realm, or you'll go insane. Are you listening to me? Siron's mind was hazy. His senses seemed to be drifting away, and his consciousness felt like it was breaking apart. He remembered what Professor Othello once said, that mages must maintain focus to survive on the chaotic battlefield. Siron held his head, thinking that the defensive stance is a way to prevent the realm from collapsing due to most disruptive factors. Even under physical shocks, it will not collapse and will still be effective against psychological attacks. Othello's voice echoed in Siron's ears. In the end, anti-magic and spiritual energy are just ripples. He still painfully clutches his head, enduring mental torment as his realm is attacked. Siron thought that if he increased the density of his spiritual domain to the point where it couldn't be penetrated. Siron looked at his hand, focusing his mind, and reconstructed the spiritual domain once more. The blonde-haired guy was surprised. What? He's trying to endure it, he sneered. Is he trying to act like a top student? You're just a new student, Siron shouted, boosting his power. Amy panicked and ran away. Idiots, there are too many of them. There is a limit to endurance, but the killers are stunned. What? They see Siron's realm being re-established once again. What the hell is this? The planes of the spiritual realm are becoming more and more stable. Siron slowly gets up as well, trying to focus once more. Min adds another piece of glass. The magic attacks are being reflected back. They are screaming. What is he doing? They are reflecting off him, Gyek still maintaining his attack stance. Don't be afraid. Your emotions are causing the waves to be disrupted. Geet shouted, do you want to be attacked by anti-magic? On this side, Siron was gradually standing upright, taking steps forward. With each step he takes, his domain becomes more fortified, and Siron's sphere of influence grows larger and harder. The Z group shouted, don't come any closer! The anti-magic is fighting back against them. No. All of their allies are being attacked by anti-magic. They are crying out in pain. Help me. Who's just standing there like an idiot? What the hell is going on? Suddenly, the wind binding Amy loosened. She was lost in thought, not knowing what was happening because she couldn't use her spiritual domain. Her hands are released. I can now use my spirit domain. Anti-magic has disappeared. She lands on the ground. Ami stared in disbelief at Siron's barrier in front of her. No way. Could such a cold and hard domain really exist? Siron is even bleeding from his nose. He looked down and could feel something wriggling beneath his feet. Siron's domain was pressing down on the anti-magic barrier. He remained silent, feeling as if he was standing on a tiny worm. His forbidden spell was shattered in an incomprehensible way. Are you joking with me? He shouted as he saw his companions all lying on the ground. We have 6 people on our side. How could we possibly lose to a scoundrel like him? Gyet Nufat, furious from defeat, begins to slander Siron. Yes, that bastard is definitely a magic-resistant student, which is probably why he was able to get into the academy through a special recommendation. Gyet stands up and opens his domain. Do you think you can beat me with magic combat? Siron froze in place, realizing this was a big trouble as the enemy was preparing to launch 2 wind blade attacks. Siron was confused, not knowing what kind of magic to use. The ret laughed loudly. I should cut. He hadn't finished speaking when Amy struck him hard, causing him to fall to the ground and even be thrown several meters away. Before he could regain his composure, he was hit again right in the face. Amy cursed at him. "That's it, you bastard!" Siron hurriedly stopped Amy from going crazy and beating Jack Thua to death. "Senior, calm down." Amy, while hitting, asked, "What are you going to do to me? Say it again." Amy fights fiercely like never before, continuously questioning and shouting, "Say that again, you damn bastard." Siron was crying without tears. If she keeps using that plan, he's really going to die. He used all his strength to pull her back. "Please." After a struggle, silence falls over the forest. Siron asks Amy, "Are you okay?" But Amy just lay motionless on top of him without responding. Siron tried calling out again. Senior, finally, Siron realizes that Amy has fainted. "Wake up, Senior, Senior." Inside the forest, both Siron and Jack's group are sprawled on the ground. Siron looks at Amy lying unconscious on top of him. I didn't expect her to be unconscious like that. Did she collapse from exhaustion? He paused for a moment and then said, "Thank you." "Senior," Siron whispered. "I heard that you came here to save me." At that moment, Amy suddenly jerked on top of him. She springs up like a spring. Now I feel so refreshed. Amy turned back to look at Siron. "That's right. How do you have the guts to come here and fight them when you're so weak?" Siron was hurt by Amy's touch, clutching her stomach and kneeling on the ground. As expected, she has nothing good to praise. Amy cleared her throat and said, "All right, let's get out of here quickly." She extended her hand and said, "If we get caught by the teachers now, we'll be in big trouble." Siron grabs Am's hand and helps her up. Senior Serial must have already reported this to the teachers. "I told her to do that." Amy was startled. "What? I told Serial not to do that. Why is that?" Siron also raised his voice in response. "Is there anything else we can do? That was an emergency situation just now." Amy holds his head because he doesn't understand how everything here will unfold. Things will get much more complicated if the school has to get involved in matters like this. Wizards only overlook something after thoroughly examining and understanding it. In other words, they won't overlook this, Amy shouted. "You want our secret also to be exposed?" Siron said. "You think that's the problem here? We barely survived. Just lying there dead while they argue. A secret, huh? Damn it. We can think about the consequences later. For now, just run." Siron, confused, asked again, "What else is there if we're already running?" At this moment, a blinding pink light from above shines down, causing the two to freeze. Amy grits her teeth and says, "Please, just be an older teacher and come here." A lenient-looking substitute teacher would easily overlook this, while an older teacher might say that such a thing could definitely happen. But the ones who arrived were two terrifying figures. One, a 6th-rank fire demon, the other a 6th-rank ice sienna, and as soon as Amy saw them, she immediately covered her head. She knew she was doomed. It's those two most hot-tempered advisors from the school again. Are they really going to die? Serial rushes over. Are you okay?" Serial gently shakes Amy's face. "Are you hurt anywhere? What's wrong with your head?" Amy is stunned. "It's okay. How did you get here so quickly?" That is about to cast a spell. A fireball shot straight into the sky. Siron looked at that in admiration. It was a blazing sunlight spell. I heard that it's a very difficult spell to use. Thanks to the light from the magic shining down, that saw 6 enemies lying unconscious on the ground. What on earth happened here? He frowned and turned back to look at Amy and Siron, making both of them startle. Seth walks over and asks Amy, "Why is a top student like you caught up in such a complicated situation?" He asked Amy if she was hurt anywhere, and Sienna frowned upon hearing it. "Siron, I heard you came here because you heard that the two of you are in danger. Can you explain the situation to us?" Siron nodded. "It's because—" But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Guillette, who said, "I believe I can explain everything to the teachers. Honestly, because of personal vendettas, I requested a duel. It's something that happens quite often during our reckless youth." Sienna's eyes turned cold. "A duel, you say?" I heard that she also received a threatening letter. She glanced at her companions lying on the ground. "I saw you use anti-magic. You wouldn't claim you don't know the Academy's rules, would you?" He was startled and justified that it was because Amy was too strong. "I only used it as a way to cope." He talks big, but look at us. We're the ones suffering the heaviest consequences. He confidently patted his chest and said, "That's not even counting. It's because Amy broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library. That's why I suggested a one-on-one duel. Don't you find it strange that Amy didn't immediately report this to the teacher?" "What nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who threatened me first in the library. And this time you wrote that you kidnapped Zero and cut her off mid-sentence. But did we really kidnap him? Even today, you were the ones who attacked us first.
He shouted, "Do the teachers understand now?"
Diet decided to assign guilt to the two of them. He said, "The ones guilty are those two." That turned to look at Siron, while Amy clenched his teeth and snarled, "You bastard." Smile with bared teeth and say, "So now why don't you two reveal those secrets right here?" "So what?" he muttered mockingly. "Now do you understand? The terror of a dark mage." He quietly calculated. "I plan to turn small issues into big ones. I don't care how much money it costs. Once I uncover your precious secret, the local newspapers, the national agencies, and even the church will find out about it. I will spread the news everywhere," but Professor Sienna interrupted his madness. The surrounding air quickly grew colder. She said, "I can stop talking nonsense now. Z's cold wind blows strongly." Sienna says, "I and my friends used anti-magic. You even crossed the line of using anti-magic. You used it to attack others." She looked at Siron and said, "You know that Siron's or Ami's minds could have been destroyed. They might even have gone insane." Siron clenched his teeth, life slipping away. Professor Sienna's eyes turned icy blue. "I think just those actions are enough to expel you from this academy." Dieck pounded his chest and laughed loudly. "A mere advisor has the right to try to expel me." Shattered stepped forward and whispered to Sienna, "The Audius family is almost the lifeline of the entire academy. Without their support, we wouldn't even have our salaries." Sienna said again, "Aren't our advisors supposed to guide students onto the right path? If you can't do that, it's better for you to pack up and leave the academy." Rich chuckled loudly and said, "Fine, then let's see if I get expelled or if you get fired." He tried to open his big eyes to stare at Sienna, then said, "This world is run by money. Money is everything. Everyone will have to bow before it." Sienna's face grew worse, and Dieck kept talking non-stop. She should seize this opportunity to learn more about this world. Tai lightly said, "I guess I still need to teach you a lesson, since she raised her hand high earlier." A pillar of smoke seemed to be rising, and the wind was so strong that I couldn't keep my eyes open. Siron sighed. "This is too much." Amy squinted. "How did everything come to this point?"
Shit called out, "Are you okay?"
Teacher Shit stopped her. She couldn't just treat a student like that. The next second, Gyet Laptuk was surrounded by a mountain of ice like an ice pine tree, with countless sharp ice spikes pointed at his face, and Siron watched this display with his mouth agape. "That's impressive. She didn't even touch a single thread on his clothes. This means she has such precise control over her magic." Siron was stunned. "So that's why she's called a genius mage." Sienna said, "Z, do you really think everything can be solved with money?" He still doesn't know how to live and screams,
"Stop talking nonsense and break this ice magic so I can thaw it out."
Sienna snapped her fingers, and the ice shattered instantly. Sienna calmly said, "We knew you had harmed many other students, but the academy hesitated to punish your misconduct. Kneeling on the ground, it's because of my family's sponsorship." N.A. shouted. "Don't get it wrong," she continued. "The school is not a place where teachers teach you for money. More than that, we teach you lessons that even money can't buy." Stammering, "What the hell is that?" Sienna said, "That's what I dream of becoming." She asked seriously, "Do you not want to become a wizard?" This question seemed to awaken Jack. He remembers his past self. "Miss Sienna, if you had promoted me to 5th grade, I would have become a great wizard and repaid you." Sina continues, "The dream you shared with your friends, studying together to become a wizard. That's the reason you decided to go this far, isn't it?" He stared blankly, recalling his childhood and his friends from when they were young until they grew up. "Are you really willing to destroy everything you've built so far with your own hands?" Sienna asked softly, and he was silent for a moment before speaking. "Ma'am, kneel with your face to the ground." After a long pause, he said, "I'm sorry." Siron looked up at the sky, thinking about what mattered most to him. Inside the punishment room, there were screams. "It hurts too much. Go easy on me. Don't cause trouble like this. It's just a scratch. In the end, what must happen will happen." Siron and Ami are sitting in the meeting room when Shat asks Siron, "Why didn't you report it to the teacher right away? If something like that happens, the first thing you should do is report it to the teacher, but instead you went to help a senior student. There are many people above you, and such an excuse is not acceptable." Ami and Siron looked at each other and fell silent. After a while, Amy spoke up. "I understand now. I will answer honestly." Siron looked at her, thinking that we might as well pretend we can hide this forever, even though I don't know who leaked this to the principal. Amy was silent for a moment before saying, "Actually, Siron is Siron," thinking of her own identity as Ami. Her boyfriend blinked. Amy finished speaking, and everything froze. Sienna and Serial were both stunned. The scream echoed throughout the academy. "What?" A loud scream echoes through the air. Is anyone out there to save me? In my mind, Ami is like a princess trapped by thorny branches, calling for help. Please save me. The killers are like cruel black-skinned men. Who would bother coming to this lonely mountain to save you? If you had accepted our feelings, this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, the sound of a horse neighing loudly startled the black-skinned men. When they turned around, they saw a shining white horse. Siron said, "Is there anyone else coming here?" as Siron appeared like a prince banishing the villain. They shouted from behind. Ami, hanging from the tree, asked Siron if he cut the pink branch that was shining on her, and he replied tenderly, "I am here now." Ami. Siron lifts her up like a princess. Ami calls out to Siron. He also looks at her sweetly. Ami. The two drowning people call each other's names. Siron. Ami. The group of students shouted excitedly. No way. Really? The girls stare intently at Serial and say it right in front of him. So romantic? Serial nods. Of course, it's all true. She insists I saw it with my own eyes. Suddenly, Ami appeared gloomily behind her and called out to Serio. Ami's voice echoed throughout the academy. What kind of rumor are you spreading? I know you've been into cheesy romance stories lately, but this is just unacceptable. An official notice has been posted on the Academy's bulletin board, detailing the punishment for misconduct by the school research club, specifically their acts of violence and numerous other images. Ami Karis, the goddess of Anpia, admits to dating the new student Siron Arian. Senior Ami says she is dating the new student to save the person he loves from a wrongful cycle of violence. Young love blossomed the moment they connected. The dark magic was defeated far too easily. What is the true identity of the new student? Ami Siron. A passionate kiss under the moonlight in the remote mountains. The girls on campus keep sighing in amazement. Oh my God, I'm so jealous. Ami's voice echoes. Sorel, are you tired of living? She sighed. You've never even seen it with your own eyes before. Surreal laughs excitedly. Why should I look to find out what happened? You already said that you two are dating. So how did you two end up kissing each other then? She smiled and said, I've already figured it all out. With this, no troublesome boy will dare come near you anymore. Ami shrugged. That part makes sense. A few days before the incident, That slammed his hand on the table and asked Ami, are you lying? Loudly questioning her. Amy, I know, wouldn't be interested in dating anyone. This is just too unreasonable. And Siron is a new transfer student. Ami is just calmly making up a story. Actually, I met Siron when I was little, but to meet again here at the Magic Academy, I think it was fate. She turned to tuck her hair behind her ear and smiled at Siron. Right, Siron? Siron whispered softly. So how will you take responsibility for it?
But before you might.
Before he could finish speaking, Amy delivered a sharp kick. Siron quickly nodded. Exactly. That and Sienna are speechless. Is that why? No wonder he's so eager to keep Amy close. Ami thinks it's better to pretend to be lovers than to let our past come to light. Serial is still excited. I knew it. I felt something was off from the start. What's going on here? Amy, you're so silly. Amy silently drinks water. Serial said, today there's a joint class, right? You can meet Siron now. Serial forgets to eat and focuses on asking Amy, do you have plans to meet him after school? Maybe have dinner together. You two like to secretly date in the library. Ami casually replies, we're just focusing on studying like usual. Siron, bored, rests his chin on his hand. Ami, smiling faintly, thinks to herself, I still have a lot to do. No time to waste on this fake love story. She clenched her fists. Siron as well. That useless guy is just enjoying a normal school life too. He's still carefree and innocent. Suddenly, Amy realized something was off. Wait, why do I feel uncomfortable about this? Someone called Siron at the joint training area for the high school class. Serial happily called out, over here. Siron waved. Hello, senior. Serial excitedly runs over. Hello, how have you been today? Do you miss Amy a lot? Siron scratched his head and smiled. Senior, you're so funny. Am covers her mouth. So, that's it. It really is it. He should have been extremely grateful to be pretending to be his lover. But look at him. Ami angrily thought that he should feel pressured being close to her. How dare he treat her like that? Suddenly, she cleared her throat to get Siron's attention. Ami patted her chest and said, just talk comfortably with us when it's just us. No need to worry about senior or junior. After all, we understand each other very well. Sari stood beside her, stunned. I've never seen Amy say something like that before. Could this be the power of love? Ami said. Siron hurriedly chuckled and made an excuse. Oh no, I'm fine. Anyway, you're still my senior. He continued. I have to go to class now. See you later. Saying that, Siron left, leaving Amy standing there. Sari blinked in confusion. Okay, see you later. Amy also turned away and looked elsewhere. Ciel hurriedly called out to Ami. She turned to look at Siron again. What's going on? Siron pulls out a chair and sits down, silently listening to the cruel words aimed at him. Congratulations, congratulations. You must be feeling very proud of yourself. You only come to class to play at love, don't you? You don't even have a single skill. Did you get into the academy just because of your face? Many unkind looks are directed at Siron, because he only goes on dates and doesn't bother studying. Siron quietly listens to them talk. He doesn't even know anything about magic spells, his hand on Siron's thigh clenched so tightly that it trembles. Since 2 days ago, the rumors have been spreading more and more. 2 days ago, someone ran into the 7th grade classroom bulletin board and shouted, "Did you hear the news?" They were noisy and chatting. "Senior Ami and the new student are dating." Of course. I heard they even admitted in front of the teacher that a male student was crying and comforting each other. No way. The senior has to be mine. There's no chance for someone like you. Cry on my shoulder instead. Another girl said, "It's so annoying. I keep thinking about the 2 center of attention students becoming a couple." I was about to claim that new student guy. Maria sat listening to everyone joking and chatting. It's understandable. People rise to their level. We should be congratulating him. Suddenly, someone appeared next to Maria and spoke, startling her. But isn't that a bit strange? Everyone in the class turned to look at the person who just spoke. The girl with short hair asked, "What do you mean?" The guy said, "I'm talking about the new student. Look at this." The newcomer slammed a piece of paper onto the table. "What's this? Is this the midterm grade?" Everyone gathered around to look at the paper. "What is this? What's going on? What is this?" On the paper showing everyone's scores, Siron is listed as last, with 30 points in every subject. Isn't he the top student? Everyone started to see Siron in a different light. That's why I say he probably doesn't know anything about magic spells, when a classmate doubted it and asked, "How is that possible?" That big guy said that, but he still got special treatment to enter the academy. There's something shady going on here. That guy keeps speaking malicious words about Siron. He relies on his family's influence and then claims to be a genius before seducing a young lady from a noble family. He sighed, "The world really isn't fair at all. A spoiled rich kid who only knows how to party and cause trouble just to find a girlfriend at the academy." These words successfully stirred everyone's anger. Are you saying he got in here through connections? Now I realize, isn't that too suspicious? Everyone started to pretend they were acting for justice and wanted to oppose Siron. For the future of all of us, Tong Kuthu must be expelled from this school, and we will never forgive him. Maria sits silently listening as the classroom door is pushed open and someone inside is still shouting angrily, "How could the academy do something so unjust?" Siron quietly looked inside. Strange indeed, the unusually silent classroom made Siron confused. It was so lively just a moment ago. He walks into the classroom. Siron asks his deskmate what the next class is, but he just left without answering. Siron remained silent. Perhaps there was no need to ask why they behaved that way. The students whispered to each other, deliberately letting me hear so that Amy could be affected as well. Now in the practice room, during the realm practice session, Siron stands alone. Siron tries to focus on his own domain, but he still hears everyone's mocking words. Why is he practicing here too? Siron listened silently as they spoke. His realm had touched me. This makes me feel sick. They keep showing excessive malice towards Siron. His domain is too large. Now that Etla has come to call Siron, what's going on? Siron hurriedly greeted Professor Etla. I asked her, is the redirect form quite difficult? When I try to move my realm out of my body, it feels like my consciousness goes along with it. Etla smiles, feeling that it's just normal. Siron, your converging domain belongs to the natural type, so it will also pull along your consciousness. Etla continued. The redirect form is an artificial domain outside the body, so it's not very suitable for me. Siron nodded. I feel the same way. Etla asked, what about the other 4 ways you can form? The other forms then, Siron said. There's no problem at all. I guess so. Etla asked with a smile. All right then. Do you want to try practicing in the valley? Siron was stunned. What do you mean? Siron was confused. Not now then, Etla said. If you feel uncomfortable, you can also hide away. Siron remained silent without replying. She continued, Siron is the only 7th grade student capable of switching all 4 modes, so she just wants to see it once. Etla looked at Siron with worry. This child has wanted to use the abyss since the first day. Could it be that he's worried about how the other students see him? Siron thought. Now is not the time to be emotionally sensitive. But someone who believes in their own worth won't be easily swayed. Later, he looked up and said, I will try. Please give me your feedback. The The 7th grade students immediately cast hostile looks at Siron. It still intends to do it. Another person responds, it just wants to show off in front of its crush. They look at Siron standing in the dimensional space, unreservedly speaking. After all, what else is he good at besides that? Etla said, try each form one by one, switching between the 4 forms in order. Siron nodded. Yes, one of the criteria for promotion is proficiency in shifting realms, so if I succeed now and get closer to advancing, it will be helpful. The 4th grade students are also waiting to mock Siron. Except for Amy and Serial, how much better can it be? Siron only thought that he might no longer have to clash with the 7th graders and escape this situation. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and Siron's domain immediately appeared within the image realm. First is the defensive form. Ami was surprised. Is it even stronger than at the beginning with the Dark Mage? A male student said, 144 faces, this is advanced defense mode for sure. The 7th graders listened silently as others commented on Siron. At that level, it's no different from a wall of armor, right? Siron's domain changed into a star shape. Then it shifted into a cross. Atella smiled. Indeed, this student has a very solid foundation, and his switching speed seems far superior to that of 7th graders. With this level, advancing to the 4th grade is completely effortless. Siron takes a breath inside his domain, although he really wants to prove his success. If he wants to get advice from the professor, he has to show them failure. Siron's domain wavers. The 5th grade students look confused. Did he switch to a redirect form? Only 5th graders are allowed to try that kind of move. The 7th graders frowned. Could it be a redirect? The key is for Siron to focus on shifting the center of his domain before it fully contracts and disappears. He clutches his head, panting from the intense exhaustion, just like during his training. I can shift the focus of the domain, but it feels like the farther the domain moves away from my body, the more my consciousness gets pulled out too. Siron encouraged himself to try again. The other students started to cover their mouths and laugh as malicious whispers continued to spread, as if they had seized the opportunity to bring Siron down. What is it doing? Does it think it's a genius? You're so full of yourself. Feeling proud now? That's right. They don't even know what shame is and still dare to stand there. Siron stands silently while those people mock him again. That's still just the 4 basic forms. Amy also spoke up, saying, hey, he's doing really well, so why suddenly this? Look at Siron's aura. She asked Amy, why are you trembling like that? Is he embarrassed because he's getting attention? Amy shook her head. No way. He's not the kind of boy who's that weak. She muttered, what's going on here? Siron stood there with his head bowed. Why do people take pleasure in others' failures? Isn't it just that everyone wants to see him fail? Everyone is isolating him. Siron began to doubt himself, and indeed, memories from childhood to now kept flashing through Siron's mind. Am I not suited for this place? Suddenly a voice spoke. Oh, startling, Siron. You're overthinking it. That person said, don't hesitate. Just do whatever you want. Siron listened silently. Isn't it true that you want to become a mage? Who is this? Who is that? But Siron also awakens. No, wait, what am I thinking right now? I closed my eyes tightly. Siron's domain rises once again, stronger than before. I came here to become a mage after all. The 4th graders are all wide-eyed in front of Siron's domain, while the 7th graders seem annoyed. Siron stands within his domain, clenches his fists tightly, and tries to focus. Before it changes course, before it disappears, Siron shouts loudly. Someone is reviewing the incident report about the student's accident right now, because the 6 culprit students tried to harm the victim's mind by overusing anti-magic. A forbidden magic in the school, but 7th grade student Siron managed to master anti-magic using a defensive form. The person flipping through the report thought he only countered the anti-magic with a defensive form, one of the 4 basic types? Cien pondered. Anti-magic is a dangerous type of magic that even experts have to rely on artifacts for. It is both difficult and risky. Ancient artifacts are objects imbued with magical power, allowing even non-mages to wield abilities similar to magic. She's certain those kids would never use anti-magic properly. But for one to fight against 6, Siron's mental strength must be greater than all 6 combined. She exclaimed, truly a genius. Suddenly, someone called out to Miss Sienna. Inside Siron's office, Sienna asks Ethanla if she has successfully completed the transformation into the redirect mode. Etla nodded. Yes, that boy just started learning to switch between 4 methods a month ago. Etla said, I confirmed that the spiritual realm was separated and disappeared for about 4 seconds. Sienna happily. Great. She lifts her teacup and takes a sip, secretly thinking that her intuition about people's eyes really is accurate. Etla continued, I have a few suggestions for teachers to help motivate students. Sienna pushed up her glasses. I guess we're all thinking the same thing as you. A few days later. the 7th grade chemistry class. Sienna filled the board with chemistry notes and announced that today's lesson would end here. The students exclaimed, "Thank God." Sienna continued speaking. The reason she ended the class early is because she had a special announcement to make. She called Siron. "New student, please stand up. I will stand up quickly." "Yes," Sienna said. "Siron's students will learn how to move up to grade 5 starting tomorrow. Your schedule will follow that of a 5th grader. Try to adapt to it." The 7th graders immediately started to make noise. "Did you hear that? He was promoted 2 grades. No way. It usually takes 2 years to move up a grade." All they could think about was which noble family supported him to be promoted 2 grades at once. Sienna picked up her book, ready to leave, hoping the students would also strive to achieve that. But before she could go, the short-haired female student, who had always been hostile toward Siron, spoke up. "Wait a minute, I've never heard of anyone being promoted 2 levels at once. There seems to be something suspicious going on here." She shouted loudly and waved her hand. "Moreover, why is it that a student who can't use any magic can be promoted early?" Sienna wondered, unable to use any magic. She looked up at Siron. "Attila never mentioned this." Sienna asked if that was true. Siron remained silent, countless eyes in the classroom fixated on Siron, all carrying clear implications. "It's obvious you can't do anything else. Say you can't go. Say you can't hurry." Siron calmly replied, "Yes, I haven't used any magic yet." Sienna was also a bit surprised, unable to believe it. Even a simple, ordinary spell can be learned out of curiosity, but she said that there are no rules requiring magic to level up, so there's no problem. As Sienna finished speaking, someone slammed the table loudly. The one standing up was a tall man who deliberately provoked everyone to turn against Siron, which was completely unacceptable. He raised his voice, clearly showing bias. Weren't the teachers themselves saying that the spiritual realm isn't everything in magic? Siron stood there silently, listening to his accusations. What else is Siron good at besides his affinity? If he can do even one spell, I will accept it. The 7th graders, like finding a support, start to speak up. "That's right. If it comes to spellcasting competitions, we're confident we can beat him. Siron can't keep up with the theoretical lessons." They looked at Sienna, and if she still insisted on promoting him early, we will propose it to the student council and organize a hearing. CN remained silent. "I don't know anything about this," Tien said. "I understand your thoughts. It seems I was a bit hasty with this announcement." She said, "We will officially announce it again after the teachers' meeting." That tall guy immediately smiled, having achieved his goal. Jana sat inside, looking out at the sky. Why are the students so agitated? She pondered. It seems to be more than just protesting injustice. That sound is mixed with emotional issues. At this moment, someone comes in looking for Sienna. "Miss Sena?" she asked. "What's wrong, Maria?" Maria hesitated. "That's about what I wanted to talk to you about earlier." Maria slowly explained. "Everything started a week ago. At first, we completely ignored Siron. She recalls Siron's lonely appearance. But a few days ago, everyone started openly bad-mouthing him and throwing trash onto Siron's desk. Maria sat in front of Sienna and even disturbed his studies. She cried, and I witnessed everything. I have seen him suffer from false rumors and attacks from everyone. The way they bullied him was truly unfair." Maria was crying so hard she was trembling. Sienna also understood that clearly. She frowned. Later, Sienna said, "Thank you. Maria, you've tried your best. Now let her handle it." There is a book titled Outstanding Students, and physiologist Twain said something very profound. Tocqueville said, "People should sleep at least 6 hours a day for the best health." He sighed. "Even though I only slept 4 hours a day throughout my school years." The interviewer asked him, "Isn't that contradictory to your needs?" Mr. Tocolin only sleeps 4 hours but still became an outstanding student. Tocolin pointedly said, "Listen, teenagers are not just humans, they are superhumans. Whether they sleep or not, no matter what they do, nothing affects them." Keen looked at the clock, which showed past midnight. Siron leaned back and sighed. He looked around to see if anyone was there. "Is it already that late?" As he passed by a classmate leaving the library, Siron proactively nodded in greeting, and luckily, she also politely nodded back. Siron walks alone outside the school grounds under the crescent moon hanging high. She recalls Tamura's words. "Young master, once you enroll in the Magic Academy, many nobles won't respect you. But no matter what, you have to endure. If you can endure until the very end, you'll reap the sweet fruit." Siron looked up at the sky. "I am sure I can do it." He thought of those who cared for him, and Siron made a firm decision to trust himself. Professor Lott raised his voice. Siron looked up at the moon. Regardless of who might stand in his way, he would still become a mage. In his bedroom on the 3rd floor of the dormitory, Siron had just finished his shower when someone knocked on the door, and he hesitated before turning to look. "It's so late." Siron looked at the clock and saw it was past 1 a.m. Who could be coming now? Siron suspected it was the 7th grade students. Could it be them? The person outside asked, Siron, are you familiar with this? Siron opened the door and asked, May I come in? Siron quickly nodded and said, Of course. He hesitated and poured tea for Sienna. Would you like some tea? No need, I can manage. I was planning to see you earlier, but you weren't in your room. Sorry for bothering you so late. Sienna looked at Siron's report card and realized that when she first saw Siron's grades, she sensed something strange. Although his grades are low, all subjects have the same score. She understands that it seems he has tried to improve his knowledge in all areas at once, rather than achieving immediate results. He studies for the future. It's not that he can't learn magic, but he has decided not to. So why is he doing this now? Sienna looked at Siron. Could it be because he wasn't allowed to go to school when he was young? Siron sat upright in front of Sienna, feeling too shy to admit how embarrassed he was. They sat facing each other, and Siron thought it was probably because it wasn't during class time. Sienna focused on watching Siron. Although he always kept his eyes straight ahead during class, he seemed to be the shy type. She asked, School life is really tough, isn't it? Siron nodded. Yes, but it's fun, and studying is very interesting. Sienna said, I heard that your classmates are bullying you. Siron bowed his head. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me, Sienna said seriously. Just tell her the truth and don't be shy. Siron nodded. I really am fine, though I do feel a bit sad that I can't make friends with anyone. After a moment, he looked up and said, But I don't know how to make them stop hating me. Sienna asked, Do you feel no anger towards them at all? Siron nodded. Of course I do. After all, I am still a human being, even though I really want to have a good relationship with them. He calmly said, But I don't want to be haunted by relationships and end up rejecting myself. Even if all the 7th graders say you're wrong, in the end they're just 40 people. Siron calmly explained to Sienna. I believe that somewhere in this world there is someone who can understand me. Sienna realized she understood. She nodded with a smile, understanding what you were saying. Siron, she will keep that in mind during the teachers' meeting. Sienna realized that Siron wanted to be promoted to the next grade early. Sienna's serious and steady voice echoes during the teachers' meeting, so I would like to conclude my announcement with the opinion that Siron should be promoted to the next grade early. Aren't the professors being a bit too sensitive about this? The professors in the Anpass Magic Academy Council Chamber are also noisy. A whole group bullying a student just because he can't use magic? That kind of behavior from middle school teachers is common in lower grades. Regular classes usually have many children, along with a few older students, who lack talent. Also, the skill gap among students at that level is often quite large. Some teachers say that means Siron should be promoted to the next grade as soon as possible. From an academic perspective, he should graduate in 4 more years. CN sat down and continued, It's better for the schools if he graduates early, whatever benefits him the most. But, that spoke up, I oppose it. Anpass asked, Do you oppose it, teacher? He looked at that and asked, What is the reason? He replied, I know that student Siron is a genius, but the problem is he cannot use magic, and I also think that the issue with his theory grades cannot be overlooked. Sienna annoyedly said, As I mentioned earlier, Siron's low scores are because he's studying all subjects at once. He's delaying learning magic. As a teacher, we shouldn't interfere with a student's personal learning methods. I don't question his way of studying. Sienna frowned. The problem is that she is showing too much concern for Siron. You, Sienna. Sienna's lips twitched. What did the teacher just say? He sighs and explains that although the other students may be weaker than Siron in all-around abilities, they still surpass him in intelligence. This kind of decision might make students feel like failures and lose their motivation to learn. He smiled and said, A teacher shouldn't only focus on geniuses and forget about the other students, right? Sienna shouted, You not only intend to ruin the future of a talented student, but also fail to see the evil envy in these children. Both that and Sienna slammed their desks at the same time. Other teachers shake their heads and say, Why are they like this again? How can their personalities be so opposite? The other professors look at Sienna and the 6th grade certificate, which clashes with that's, like water and fire, and marvel, unable to believe they could become magicians. Anas waved his hand and said, That's enough. Go back to your places. He said, Both of them have their own reasons. Sienna's perspective is very meaningful. But Master, that's opinion is not without reason. He is concerned about the overall balance of the school. And I believe that comes from his love for the students. Anpass said, He means well. I understand. We need to consider the common emotional tendencies of the students. He nodded. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Principal Sienna listened to Anas.
Instead, he smiled and said, "Why don't we do this?" The next morning, students poured in quickly, everyone rushing forward.
They are noisily gathering in front of the intermediate class notice board. What's going on? The notice states that due to numerous complaints about early promotion decisions, the school has decided to give all 7th grade students the opportunity to be promoted. The person to be promoted will be decided based on the criteria below. All relevant students are advised to take note. Note that the student who advances early will be decided through a test. Only one person will be promoted early, and that person will be directly promoted to Class 5. The exam subject is magic, and the spell chosen to evaluate is instant teleportation. The issue of students using only their spiritual realm as the basis for assessment has been resolved. So, the school decided to change the evaluation criteria to using the teleportation spell taught in 5th grade. Someone loudly said, "All 7th graders will participate in the promotion exam. They are noisy. If they pass the test, they will be promoted 2 levels straight to that year's 5th grade. Do you know how to use teleportation for this instant transfer?" Someone said, "Of course not. That's the spell taught in 5th grade. 7th grade students keep feeling anxious." The theory seems simple, so the practice shouldn't be too difficult either. What could be so hard about it?
An upperclassman I know had to be hospitalized because he made a mistake while practicing it, a male classmate shouted.
What? Then how are we supposed to do it? Could it be they have no intention of letting anyone in our class level up at all? Suddenly, someone stepped forward, and the 7th graders instinctively moved aside. Everyone stared intently at Siron as he arrived. He looked up at the notice board. Teleportation. After class, the upper class notice board was noisy. Did that incident happen too? Yeah, bullying. Poor thing, just 7th grade and you're being picked on because you don't know how to use magic. 7th grade hasn't learned magic yet, so what does that have to do with anything? Someone clearly explained the reason, and it's obviously jealousy because he's dating Ami. Amy stands in front of the notice board looking dazed. So he was bullied after all? She realized that was why he was avoiding me. He doesn't want me to get involved, does he? Serial stands beside Ami and explains that the mental strength of 7th graders is still quite weak, so such incidents are actually quite normal. I've also experienced something similar before, but leveling up early isn't really a big deal, right? Suddenly, Amy turned and walked away. Serial called after her. "Where are you going?" Ami replied. "I meet Siron," Serial says. "What? Hold on a second. What are you planning to do?" Amy angrily said. "I'm going to teach him a lesson, so don't even think about hiding it from me. I will gather the 7th graders, troublemakers," Siri said urgently. "Are you crazy? No way." "Why not?" "I'm also involved in this." Serial was dragged roughly by Ami but still kept talking. "If it were you, would you want the person you like to get involved in bullying?" Serio shouted. "If you go there, things will get worse." Ami muttered to herself. How stupid can she be? Is that what she thought? Nonsense. I'm not the person he likes. So why did he hide this from me? Serial said. After all, teleportation is too difficult for a 7th grader. Ami is teasing. If it is that difficult, then it's better. For someone who has never learned magic, teleportation is too dangerous. Serial suggests. Amy, why don't you teach him? Wouldn't that be more reasonable? Amy snapped angrily. Why should I bother removing that kid's name? Besides, I'm preparing for the upcoming exam. I don't have time to care about that. Serial nodded. That's right, I forgot. Sorry, Ami said loudly. If you can't even handle those things yourself, you're not worthy to be my boyfriend. At night at the academy, something appears on the trees. Someone is moving at an extremely fast speed. A figure lands and someone mutters, "There's definitely no other meaning behind this." Ami, dressed in a cloak, sat on a tree, muttering to herself that she only helped because of her sense of duty. With a blink, she disappeared again. Ami kicks a few times and rushes to Siron's room. First, she needs to make him beg for her help. Ami drops down from Siron's window, startling him. "Who's there?" Siron shouted, "Who is it?" Before he could finish speaking, someone covered his mouth. Ami says, "I'm here to teach you a lesson." Ami smiles brightly. "How dare you do that to me?" Suddenly, Amy looked confused. In Siron's room, Sienna was also sitting there. "Are you Ami?" she asked. "Is it possible to meet at this late hour and even go into the boys' dorm at night?" Amy quickly waved her hands and said, Sorry, it's a huge misunderstanding." Sienna hurriedly replied, "Oh no, the other room has all moved here now, just go in first." Jay covers her mouth, surprised that after just a short time apart you've become so bold. Ami stammers. "It's my first time here. Sienna thought he would get into trouble if he saw me, so I came secretly." After saying that, Amy suddenly remembered to ask Sienna, but according to what she said, why is she still here at this time? Sienna replied that she came here to give him some advice about the promotion exam. The classroom atmosphere is very chaotic. Ami nodded. "I see." Siron hands the tea to Ami. "Senior, the tea is ready." Thank you, it smells really good. Where did you learn to make tea? Just as I was about to speak, Amy suddenly flinched and wanted to hit Siron. It's not supposed to be like this, you damn kid. Who do I have to suffer this humiliation for? Siron shouted hurriedly, apologizing. Why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? Sienna softly calls out, Hey, you two, just sit down for now. Let me finish talking about the promotion exam. Siron takes a sip of tea, pondering everything. He is speechless as he looks at himself and Amy sitting opposite her. Sien, feeling helpless, sighs and ends up like this. Ami says, Isn't this teleportation test a bit dangerous? Siron hasn't learned magic yet, has he? Sienna said. The principal personally gave that order. She was also worried, but clearly he must have had a purpose for doing so. Ami thought to herself, no wonder it's just the principal's usual tricks. Siron asked Amy, Is it that dangerous? Amy nodded. Of course it is. You know that teleportation is a magic that uses the properties of light, right? Siron replied. Yes, I have heard of the theory of lumination. Ami explains to him that light has something called an absolute speed. They say that no material object in this world can surpass the speed of light. She is talking about how the magic works. Teleportation is a spell that uses that speed to transcend time and space. Siron said that by transforming the body into light, CNA sitting beside him also said it sounds complicated. But in reality, teleportation isn't that advanced. Even beginners can succeed easily, so just go ahead and try. The level needed for a teleportation is near light speed because it is a spell that can be used even if you only understand 1/1000th of the speed of light. The CNA voice is steady. However, this also reduces the level of ionization, leaving very little of the body's mass remaining. Siron thought that learning it would be easy, but it would be very dangerous if an accident happened at sound speed. He looked up and said to Sienna, I understand why teleportation is a forbidden spell in the academy now. Sienna smiled. As expected, she learns very quickly. Em just glances sideways. Does she think these two are that close? She's completely ignoring me. Has Sienna ever been close to anyone like this before? Siron asked again. So how do I pass this dangerous magic test? Sienna asked. Amy cleared his throat and said you should practice it somewhere without obstacles. Siron was lost in thought. Is there really a place like that? Ami raises a finger. Yes, there is. Siron looked up at the ceiling above and suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be above the sky? The horizon marks the boundary of the training ground, shifting instantly at an altitude of 1,000 meters and a length of 700 meters. Sienna says it's not yet certified, but in reality there's nowhere else but there. When it comes to that mountain peak, she said the test rule is to race from this peak to the other peak. Siron opened his mouth wide. It sounds amazing. There are no obstacles on it at all. You smile. If you fall, you'll lose your life, right? Ami asks Sienna. But it's a test where the first to reach the finish line wins. Don't you think it's a bit difficult for 7th graders? Sienna's gaze darkened. If no one reaches the finish line, then the student who moves the farthest will win. Of course, the difficulty level of the exam is set at level 1, with safety equipment to minimize danger. But she paused for a moment before continuing. I worry that if the competition gets too fierce, collisions might happen. In that case, naturally, Siron. CNA then said to Amy, It will become a competitive target for the kids. Siron silently wondered if I could do it. If it's just a tough test, it's okay, but Siron remembers everyone's malicious looks at her. I don't like the scene of facing the whole class alone. I hate being hurt by the brutality of competition. Siron wondered whether she should take this test. Then Sienna said, I'm sorry, Siron. She looked at him. She tried to get you into the 5th grade from the entrance exam when you enrolled. It seems her good intentions caused you trouble. Siron quickly said, No, please don't say that. Sienna bowed her head. So from today on, she will be responsible for teaching you. Amy sat silently beside her. After a long while, Amy looked up at Sienna with a gloomy expression. Why did it have to come to this? Jenna looked at Amy and said she only felt responsible for the unprecedented difficulty of the promotion exam. She would do her best. Amy patted her chest and said no, that could make the problem worse. Rumors would spread that the judge-teachers favored Siron, so even if she passed the exam, the results would be invalid. She confidently looked straight at CNA and said, Let me handle Siron. If it's just a level 1 difficulty, there shouldn't be a problem, right? You can teach him. Siron looked at Amy blankly. Senior Ami, isn't she angry with me? Miss Sienna adjusts her glasses. That's right. But Ami, this is Sienna asking you. You know I've applied for graduation promotion. Do you think I'm capable of taking care of Siron? Siron was startled and turned to look at Amy sitting beside him in disbelief. Graduation badge? He widened his eyes, thinking, Oh my God, the graduation badge is the dream of all students in the magic school to become a professional mage.
There, the capabilities of the graduating class are recognized at a near-professional level. If you become a soon-to-graduate student at a prestigious school, a full article will be published in the Kingdom's Magic School magazine. However, once you step onto that path, the good school life will come to an end, and a hellish and terrifying training awaits ahead. The upgrade application form. Test number 1, Ami Kamise, has been submitted. Ami will be the first to set foot in a place like that. Siron leaned in and asked Amy, how could it be like that? Isn't it too fast for someone our age? Amy avoided eye contact and looked away. That thing? Amy tears up thinking it's all because of Mai. That damn kid. She's thinking about Siron jumping 2 grades at once. Mai's kid is improving so quickly. The only place to run to is the graduation class. Little Ami quickly ran off to the hellish graduation class. Don't come here. Siron looked at Amy with sparkling puppy eyes. So cool. I don't even dare to dream of taking the top spot in the advanced class. Yet she was confident enough to be the first to apply to a place far beyond her reach. Siron silently watched Ami and Sienna talking, thinking that even in such a crowded situation, they were still here to help him. Even if you're busy, there's nothing you can't do well? Give up already. Sienna also smiled and replied, you understand your feelings for your boyfriend, but at a crucial moment like this, you should leave it to the teacher. Sienna said, because this is Siron's first time learning magic, having a teacher instruct him will be more effective. This statement successfully boosts Ami's competitive spirit. She turned to look at Siron. Well then, Siron, you decide. Should I be Sienna? Siron is nervous. I ask Ami, wouldn't it be better if your girlfriend taught you? Siron chuckled and said, I can handle it myself this time. Both Sienna and Amy were stunned. What? The scream echoed throughout the dormitory. What? Amy shouted in Siron's face. You idiot! Do you realize how rare this opportunity is? Siron twisted his hands and replied, I don't want to bother the judges, and there's an important exam coming up that my father is paying for. Amy shouted, aren't others even willing to spend a lot of money to hire tutors? And isn't it true that you're also a target of competition in the class? Ami said, you can't do that alone. Siron bowed his head. Isn't that why you urged me to graduate early? If I keep hesitating here, I won't be able to move up to a higher position. Siron's words left Amy stunned. Siron continued, for me, 5th grade is just a step in becoming a mage, just like you. Ami covered her mouth and coughed. Siron said to Amy, trust me, senior. I can't say for sure that I'll pass the test, but I will try my best and have no regrets. Sienna listened quietly to their conversation. After Siron finished speaking, she stood up. I understand now if that's what the student wants, a teacher must accept it. Sienna says goodbye and will not stay any longer. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask. The other students can do the same. Siron stood up, bowed his head, and thanked her. Thank you very much for caring about me. Ms. Sienna. Sienna continued, please stay and discuss your opinions further. Amy, Sienna's younger sister, left the door. She turned back to Amy and told her to forget about today's matter. But if you climb through the boys' classroom window again, do you understand? Amy nodded. Yes, ma'am. Her soul screams. She's alive. After Sienna leaves, Ami slumps down, letting out a breath of relief. Suddenly, Amy is startled. She quickly stood up and said, I'm leaving now. Siron also bowed to Amy. Yes, for you to go this far. Siron sincerely said, thank you very much. Senior, Ami suddenly asked. Hey, tell me honestly, why are you avoiding me? Siron froze as Amy continued. You could have told me from the start that you were being bullied. That's not your responsibility alone. Ami turned back, wondering if her heart. She remembered what Serial said. If the person she liked saw that scene, their pride would be deeply wounded. Ami stammered. Long's pride was hurt. Siron replied, I don't want to distance myself from you. Ami covered her mouth in panic. So it's really true? Siron continued. If you're wondering why, it's because you're my target. Ami quietly sighs in boredom. I knew it all along. Sharon scratched his face. Actually, from the very first time I went to school, I saw your name at the top. That moment I thought I wanted to study hard to be like my senior. On the 4th grade ranking board, 42 students have Amy Kamise listed as number 1. Siron said with a smile. But I never expected things would turn out like this. It's really awkward. If I tell the senior that I'm being bullied, things might get even more complicated. Ami sneered. The goal, she cursed silently. Damn it, being beaten by a kid? Ami remembered that before, if her father knew anyone at the magic school, he would introduce her. She coldly looked at Siron, truly a ridiculous coincidence. Amy softly asked, Are you joking? Siron looked confused. Yes, Ami shouted. The damn thing is really ridiculous. She rushes in front of Siron, acting all polite and calling him senior in front of everyone, then secretly catching up with me behind my back.
Siron was confused, raising both hands to block in front of his chest. What does that even mean, God? He sighed. Why did it have to come to this again? Ami pushed open the window and said, If you're planning to surpass me. Ami put on her cloak, turned around, and said, From now on, don't call me senior anymore. Siron froze in place. Ami shouted loudly, Let's compete fairly with me. See if you can catch up to me soon, or I will make you call me senior for the rest of your life. Suddenly, Siron spoke. Amy. Amy was surprised and panicked, calling out his name directly. Oh, Siron said. Wait a moment. He stands in the room, looking at Amy seriously. I will definitely catch up with her. Amy chuckled, her face shrouded in darkness, emitting that deadly aura just to catch up with me. She turned around to face Siron and then flew out. I hope I still haven't graduated by then. Siron clung to the window, watching as she disappeared instantly. He took a deep breath, having refused help, but it's clear that his attackers are watching every move he makes. Siron's eyes showed determination. He can only rely on his own legs now. There is 1 month left until the early promotion exam. The countdown has begun. The next day, after class, everyone was noisy talking. Are you preparing for the promotion exam? The students are talking among themselves. I just hired a tutor to teach teleportation for a month. It's very dangerous, but there are still 20 people registered for the exam. Theoretically, it's easy. If you apply the formula, it's not too difficult. The boy from grade 7 is talking. The real issue is the ability to apply it. The blue-haired boy points towards Siron carrying a pile of books walking down the street. That kid is also taking the exam. A pile of books falls, with Theory of Photonic Illumination written on the cover. Siron thought he had said he would rely on himself, but looking at the pile of theoretical books in front of him, he was discouraged. The problem is application. In reality, the environment a mage faces is constantly changing, especially when it comes to teleportation magic. Information about the terrain is very important, and depending on the situation, we need to adjust the level of omnipotence and lighting. Siron sat down taking notes, and the units of measurement alone reached the 20th power of 10. How can humans possibly calculate to that extent? I pat my head and say, no, don't give up. There's no reason for them to set an impossible test. I think Sienna also said that instant teleportation isn't complicated, but what if it doesn't work for someone like me who has never studied magic before? Siron thought of what Sienna had said. The 7th graders will definitely succeed because they have been educated since they were young and can easily hire expensive tutors. Siron stood by as an outsider watching them, and Sienna asked him, Can I bridge that gap? Suddenly, Siron straightened up as Anpass smiled at him, and someone on this side was clapping and praising. Excellent. That person, after the fog cleared, looked at the tall figure's back and said, You performed the teleportation perfectly. As expected, he's Sader's son, the technical advisor of the Magic Association. He called young Master Mar, whose full name is Cedar Mar, 15 years old and in 7th grade, stood up straight and said, It's nothing because I'm being taught by a 9th degree certified teacher. The other person handed him a cloth to wipe his face, and Mac said, I was a bit worried, but it was pretty easy. The man explained, Because the test is quite simple, you can focus on the choices. His tone was steady. Although mastering instant teleportation in a month is impossible, if I just focus on the key parts for the exam and spend the rest practicing, I can definitely pass. Mac chuckled proudly. Maybe I should thank that damn special bastard after all. Thanks to him, you were able to skip 2 grades in a short time. Mac, drinking water, turned to ask the man, What is that bastard doing? That person responded according to the instructions of the tutor. I'm watching him, but it seems he's just self-studying and reading books. It's confusing, studying alone with books. What could he be suspicious about? I think he must have hired a top tutor with that kind of money. Is there something suspicious going on? Order him to keep an eye on him. He's not a reckless guy. His voice is steady, but how can he use magic after just reading a few books? Over here, Siron is diligently studying many books. He put down his pen to rest. I've done everything I can. First, I spent a lot of time deeply understanding light. I memorized the theory without making a single mistake. I'm not sure, but there isn't much time left. The specialized training ground, Class 7, number 41. Because it was nighttime, only 1 or 2 flickering lights were visible. Siron stood below, initiating the process. Now I have to cast magic. Nothing is impossible, I just have to hope it works as I expect. Siron's eyes glow with a deep blue light. First, open the spiritual realm in the middle of the forehead. Siron immediately begins to glow as soon as he mentions applying the theory of photogenesis. Siron tries to maintain his focus. I am on the edge between omnipotence and omniscience. The light grows brighter and brighter, almost enveloping Siron in blue. My body suddenly glows with a brilliant golden light. He looks at himself with joy. All right, it works. Siron shouted. Now, with teleportation, his eyes widened and his mind couldn't grasp the amount of light. Siron recalls the teachings that when a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to sense everything around them. It is said that even the most skilled mages can count the number of leaves from a distance. Some place small coins in their hands and explain this is called an extremely sensitive mental state, or spiritual realm. Alpheus extended his hand and said, when that happens, a mage will perceive the outside world supernaturally, and as a result, they can control phenomena. In front of Siron, a new world seemed to open up, not counting but feeling everything. Time is running out. Only 13 days left until the teleportation exam. With 9 days remaining, someone inside the academy asks what that strange thing is. Everyone turned their gaze to the back of the classroom, at his face. The short-haired and pink-haired girl, who always looked annoyed, also shifted her attention toward the end of the class. A voice echoes, "He's been training without protection." No way. Everyone is watching Siron, his face covered with bandages. Siron focuses on writing and thinking. My first attempt at teleportation failed. Siron felt a bit helpless to correct his mistake. I have no choice but to keep practicing. Siron keeps falling to the ground repeatedly. He lies on the ground, hugging his knees. This time his knee made a mistake. The countdown is 8 days. Siron's handwriting is shaky. He is still focused on calculating whether the microwire error is plus 0.02. There are 7 days left on the countdown. That's a stupid method, but there are 6 days left. At night on the training ground, the sounds of constant clashes never stop. With 5 days left, Siron is still falling. With 4 days left, he is determined to try again, so his body will remember it as instinct. The countdown is 3 days, 2 days, and 1 day remaining. 1. Siron stands under the light, leaning on his knee, panting heavily. Siron's sweat drips onto the ground. What should I do now? Tomorrow is the exam, but every time I fix one mistake, another one appears. Siron wipes his face. Now there's nothing left to fix. I can do this, I must. Siron remains silent, breathing in. The space before Siron becomes hazy. He slapped himself in the face to wake up, connecting everything. I can do this. I have to do this. Siron tries once more, pressing his foot down on the ground. He concentrates, imagining a spark of light flashing and then soaring away. He opened his eyes again to find himself floating very close to the ground. With a soft thud, Siron gently fell to the ground. He sighs in relief, this time uninjured. Siron lies flat on the ground, smiling contentedly. I did it. How far can I go now? You keep thinking and fall asleep without realizing it. There's no time to lie here all day. I need to practice linking. I need to pray. The next morning, the protagonist stands high above, looking out over the campus outside. The man calls him, Young master. He asked Mark how he feels about it. Mac turned around confidently and said, Very well, today will be a historic day because I will level up to the 5th class. He narrowed his eyes. 700 meters is nothing. I will do it easily. Inside the academy, the 7th grade students are still very few. Maria approaches the classroom door when suddenly someone calls out, Hey Maria, have you given up on the exam? He thought to himself, it must be him. Maria asked, Are you not at the training ground? Are you studying? I laugh loudly. Do I look like a failure at learning? He arrogantly asked Maria, What are you doing here? Is that why your grades are so bad? Mocking her, he said, Maria, you should learn from the training grounds. The best way to learn is to watch and learn from those who are better than you. Maria turned to leave, hesitating as she said, Yes, good luck. I hope you pass. M laughed and asked again, Really? You hope I will pass? Maria's hand trembled. Mac Key pressed close to her and said, You're truly amazing, you know that? Like sneaking around with a teacher or something. Maria instinctively asked, How do you know? Her response made Mar laugh. He chuckled loudly, stupid. I'm just testing to see if it's really you. Maria's bag drops to the ground. I have many ways to get information. It's a bit strange for a shy girl like you to go to the teacher's office. I only got close to Maria because we are classmates. But since I am her senior, if he threatens Maria, do you think something will happen afterward? Seeing how trembling Maria looked, Marge stood up straight. She really is a coward. Why would she even want to become a mage? So even though she's 4 years older than me, she's in the same class as me. She just left after saying a word. Just wait and see. Behind her, Maria sat down on the ground in fear. Maria tremblingly covers her mouth, tears streaming down her face. M pushes the door open loudly and asks, Are the plans all finalized? The 4 other 7th graders looked back, and one of them replied, We will stick with Siron right from the start. The other 2 will protect you. So there will be 2 chances to make him fail.
Ma said the first round is 10 meters away, so push him out at least 10 times. The gray-haired friend nodded and asked, "You'll really do as you promised if we finish this, right?" Mech's eyes suddenly flashed. "Of course, once I level up, I'll definitely find a tutoring job for you. You won't have to worry about finding work, even if you don't graduate." Mx assured him, "My father is a technical advisor for the Magic Association. If you help me, I will never forget your kindness." "If I can help, I will definitely help you," he thought smugly. No small mistake must happen. A genius shouldn't let their guard down. Inside the foggy mountain forest, is this the bridge that can't be crossed? The people who didn't register for the 7th grade exam are gathering together. The short-haired girl who previously opposed Siron going to the next grade asked, "This is the final round, right? I'm so exhausted." The pink-haired girl also said there are more people than I thought, especially since they all focused on the 5th-year students who looked intimidating standing in front of her, saying the seniors of the 5th-year class are all tense, thinking if any kid gets into our class, I want it to be a super cute kid. Everyone laughed and said it would be fun. Both the 4th and 6th grade classes have come to watch, and the judges, including the principal, are already present on time. A beam of light shoots into the sky. Etla looks at the signal, then turns back and says it's time. She looked at the students standing at the starting line. "The test will begin in 10 minutes. Someone shouted, "Damn it, it's just a cliff. Where's the bridge supposed to be?" Another replied, "Idiot, that's the bridge." Someone looked down again and only saw 3 or 4 thin ropes stretched out below, and they shouted again, "What kind of bridge is this?" Someone on this side is using binoculars to observe the contestants. "This is it. This is the best spot." Sariel excitedly holding the binoculars, standing here with a clear view. Amy, crossing her arms behind her, said, "Hey, we don't have time for this. Why are you watching those idiots from 7th grade? "What are you talking about? I need to cheer for my boyfriend and give him a little luck." Amy sighed, "Whoever makes it, makes it. Whoever fails, fails. What's the point of cheering? Can you teleport instantly anyway?" the black-haired friend asked as he approached, calling M. He started up and asked, "Have you found Siron yet?" The black-haired guy replied, "No. The thing is that the male student said he's not here." M glanced at something. "Over here." Siron is still lying on the ground with an ant crawling on his face, until Siron suddenly opens his eyes, startling the ant into fleeing. He sprang up like a spring and shouted, "What time is it now?" Someone also shouted loudly, "What? Not here?" Amy looked through the binoculars. "What did you say?" "Siron is absent." Surreal panicked. "I'm not sure anymore. I've looked everywhere but couldn't find him." Ami hesitated. Could it be that she's worried and thinking he failed to use magic? "See? I told you, self-study teleportation is very difficult." The students taking the exam are standing in front of a steep cliff, and someone mutters, "This is a cliff, not a bridge," Atla said. "The rule is simple. When the teacher signals, move to the other side of the cliff. Whoever moves the farthest using teleportation will pass the test." The 7th graders looked at each other and said, "Really?" Someone stepped forward to try. "She said we have to run over there. If we don't finish the test, we'll fall down there, right?" The 7th graders wonder if the safety equipment down there is real. Shit stands in front of them talking. If you're scared, just give up. As you all know, death can happen at any time during magic school exams. With a serious look, since this is an early promotion exam to select suitable 5th-year students, if you can ensure your own safety, then go ahead and participate. But with such weak determinations, he coldly warns the students and then leaves, still on the verge of laughing inside, despite his serious appearance. "You're hesitating, aren't you?" Putting some pressure to prevent safety issues is necessary. He glanced to one side. The real danger is the look he gave at the group of MC standing there with their arms crossed. Those who participate for competitive purposes are just laughable. What's the point of those mediocre abilities joining this test? In the end, it's just to pave the way for me in society. He was smug, and that little brat too. "I heard he's self-studying to pass the exam. He's definitely going to fail. He really is a ridiculous person. Looking ahead, I even had to prepare so thoroughly." At this moment, Atella raises her hand. All the lines, the exam is officially starting. Suddenly, she saw something and fell silent. A person running from afar, its siren looking extremely frantic. Everyone was stunned to see him arrive. Siron, leaning on his knee and catching his breath, said, "I'm sorry." He looked up at Atella and asked, "Can I still participate in the exam?" Atella quickly ran over to Siron. On this side, Sariel also saw him through the binoculars. "That kid over there." Amy snatched the binoculars from Atella's hand and shouted, "What the hell are you doing, arriving this late? You idiot!" "That kid, why does his face look covered in wounds? Could he have been injured during practice?" Over at the judges' table, CNA turned to ask Anpass. The principal, Miss Atella, wants to know if she should light the fire for the late students first. Anpass nodded and said,
Managing the situation is also a student's skill, so let's start the exam as scheduled. Cien was silent for a moment before replying. I understand. Then an orange flare shot up into the sky. Etla turned around and shouted, Get ready! The exam will start as scheduled. Etla told Siron, who was standing unsteadily. If you want to give up, just tell me. Siron slowly walks forward. Thank you for caring about me. I'm okay. Someone reached out their hand to Siron. Stand over here, he said confusedly. Thank you. The person who just spoke glanced at the person standing, a Siron away, and signaled. 1 step successful. Eliminate that kid in 10 moves. Siron bowed his head, panting, sweat pouring down, and glanced ahead. Focus. Give it your all. Itella raises her hand and says, The upcoming promotion exam for 7th grade officially begins now. Everyone get ready. Itella looked at the watch in her hand. Everyone was in position. All of them crouched down and ready. Marley signaled to the person next to her. Just follow my plan. The person next to him nodded, and Siron also focused his mind. Etla fires a flare into the sky as a signal, and all the participating students rush forward. Siron also dashes ahead like everyone else. The two behind Siron run together, exchanging a nod. The clock hand moves second by second, and the exam time passes in a blink. The children have come this far through many rigorous trainings. However, this is the first time they see a cliff. What does it feel like to have the sky stretch out beneath their feet? A tingling warmth spread through their toes, excitement or fear. This was a world they had never known. The only strategy they could think of was this. You students rush forward headlong, determined to secure first place. Every student believes that winning the top spot is entirely possible. The exam time is passing by 2 seconds, with 20 meters left to the cliff. Mac is also running at full speed. He thinks running faster won't help him win first place. The key is to use instant teleportation at the right moment. In theory and practice, the prerequisite for victory is to identify the right opportunity to jump. The outcome depends on the jump position. It makes no difference whether it's the previous or the next turn. Of course, if you have the courage to do so. The red-haired student accidentally stepped, and the distance to the cliff was still quite far. He risked everything, the red-haired student shouted. To hell with it! Then immediately vanished in a burst of yellow light. The nearby student also hurriedly said, Me too. Everyone gradually used teleportation magic as 3 seconds passed in the exam, with 5 meters to the cliff, and the leading group set off. Someone shouted, Damn it, I will definitely do it. With about 3 meters left, another friend rushes forward as one of Mar's companions runs up from behind. Sorry, Mar, I'm going to head now. What am I supposed to do if the escort team leaves first? M grits his teeth in anger. These cowards. M keeps running forward. Is he worried about what happens if he falls? Mac's leader jumps with 2 meters remaining. The test time passes in 3.5 seconds. Siron is still running, headlong. One of M's accomplices pulling Siron's leg is the same. He thinks, This damn guy, why does he keep following me all the time? Another friend hesitates as well. There's no one left but us. Well, someone shouts. I'll go ahead now and disappear immediately afterward. The 2 people in charge of holding Siron back also start using magic. Siron keeps running forward with only 1 meter left. 3.7 seconds have passed. Siron still felt it wasn't the right time. He kicked his foot right at the edge of the cliff. Siron is determined to catch up with them. The students watching from Amy's side are all stunned. Even the judging panel on Miss Sienna's side didn't expect this. Etla watched anxiously. The murmurs of discussion gradually grew louder. Isn't he going to jump down? Siron Arian exceeded 2 meters. The 4 seconds of the test at the Og family mansion felt like a swordsmanship competition from before. This is the first time I've seen someone stand fearless in front of my father. You're not afraid at all? All those amazed words from Ran were because even you didn't dare to look your father in the eye. A year ago at the R estate, I felt a little embarrassed hearing R's praise for me. Oh, is that what it was? It's nothing special. I just read in a book that the nature of fear comes from the imagination. But what surprised Siron even more was Ran's knightly vow. I never expected Ran to invoke a knight's vow with me. Remembering the book that says only humans fear swords, Siron calmly explains, imagining that he would die immediately after. For example, even when jumping off a cliff, we only truly die when we hit the ground, right? So I stopped imagining the future and focused on the present. That means I should find a solution. To avoid fear, he stopped imagining the future and focused on the present, doing his best and finding the answer, which helped him a lot. Hearing his explanation, Ran couldn't believe how incredibly stupid he felt. Siron, are you stupid? 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 Being called stupid? Siron was a bit surprised and stunned, watching him calmly talk about dangerous things as if they were nothing special.
You're all sweaty, gripping his shoulder tightly, shouting, "If you fall from the cliff, you'll die." Definitely die. What the hell are you talking about? Seeing Rien misunderstand my words and become so worried, I hurriedly explained. No, that's not what I meant. Think it through. I didn't die right when I jumped down. Back in the present, all the students and teachers watching are extremely anxious and tense as the clock in Athela's hand ticks away second by second. At the cliff, all the students participating in the exam had turned into streaks of light flying away. When Siron finally jumped down, his body now emitting a faint golden glow as he began to open the realm. The strong wind resistance from teleportation had created pressure on his body. I must stay focused. If the realm is broken, everything will end. At the moment Siron falls, his entire body is enveloped in a layer of light. The space around Siron begins to change, his body soaring up and rushing forward at the speed of light, gradually catching up with the students ahead. Siron surpasses the group of students in front. At that moment, a student noticed and shouted, and everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe he caught up, even surpassing himself. What? How late did it have to jump to be able to surpass so far? Seeing Siron pass like that, the guy couldn't believe it. Over on the other side of the mountain, the students watching cheered happily as they saw him start the race. Everyone is cheering for Siron. It's starting now. Keep going. It's just a fleeting moment to the naked eye, but did you see that? Yeah. The new student just jumped down there, and the fifth-year students were deeply impressed by Siron's outstanding performance. They couldn't believe that a new student could do this much. Ami, it's his first time learning magic, isn't it? Sorel, surprised and slightly trembling, asked Amy, who also didn't know how to respond, and even she was speechless with amazement. Calming down, she understood why he started later than everyone else and no longer felt as surprised. As expected, despite starting late, he tried to make up for it. As long as he keeps that pace, he will always be the leader. Back in the race, Mar is leading, but he knows Siron will catch up soon. Damn it, what the hell is the combat team doing? Now the distance ahead is no longer an issue, Tom thought to himself as Mick glanced back and tried to speed up, but it was too late. Siron had already overtaken him and become the leader. That kid is right in front of me now, far away in the forest near the mountain where the competition is taking place. Maria is slowly walking into the woods. Oh, Maria, it's not that she lacked talent from the start. Her classmates' harassment and her own insecurities and weakness held her back. Yes, sir, it's just that they were bothering me too much. Moreover, before she could finish speaking, the teacher coldly cut her off. It's obvious that classmates suppress each other. This is a competition after all. All the other students passed and advanced to the next grade. After the third round, the participating students were divided into 3 groups. The front group is led by Siron and Mar's assault team. The middle group stays about 3 meters behind, and the last group at the back includes those who used magic first out of fear. Damn it, I can't even use flying magic. According to the senior, even if we fall, we'll still be safe, right? After flying for a while, a reckless student sneezed, and that sneeze caused him to lose his balance and fall, followed by many other students from Group 3, all falling off the cliff in panic and screaming for help. Miss, I give up. Watching the students fall, others gathered to watch, and the teachers chuckled at the scene. As expected, those who couldn't overcome their fear would fall first. Then, the teacher quickly wrote down the names of those eliminated on the paper. The eliminated students continued to fall, screaming non-stop. Height, where are the safety devices? How much longer do we have to keep falling? When everyone falls from a height, a large fan at the bottom of the cliff activates, creating gusts of wind that catch the students and help them land safely. The ones still conscious are lying on the ground in frustration. This girl is really too much. You should have warned us about this beforehand. After experiencing such an intense event, the eliminated students all shouted in frustration as the seniors didn't tell them about this in advance. They all didn't realize this was just a small gift left intentionally by the seniors, and in the end, all the students in the final group were eliminated. 200 meters. The group of students who have come this far are showing signs of exhaustion, gasping for breath. I can't go any further. Some students, exhausted from maintaining the teleportation spell, have collapsed. Miss, help me. The familiar shouts ring out again. Many in the middle group have already given up. Returning to the leading group, the MC still tries to accelerate. His magical talent is average, and he shows no signs of fatigue so far. Idiots who can't do it shouldn't dream of reaching higher. The ones in the middle will all give up eventually. Hearing the cries of surrender behind him, the MC secretly despised them. Although he tried to speed up and stay close to Siron, the distance between them remained quite far. The problem is the curse of fate. I wonder if it's because of my mood, but I feel like the distance from that kid is getting bigger than before. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Mac continued to accelerate, trying to catch up with him, feeling increasingly annoyed just thinking about him. It doesn't even show the slightest sign of fatigue.
How is that possible? It should have died before it even started. Suddenly, Siron transformed ahead, a surge of energy flooding into his body. Stuck at the back, I watched everything and cursed inwardly. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Siron suddenly speeds up. Athela uses her magical eyes to observe all the students' exams and has to admire his talent. Siron's talent is truly remarkable. Even I have to use mental pressure multiple times, yet his rhythm remains steady, like a constant, almost like a machine. The aura that Athela uses involves projecting her own essence to stabilize her mind while creating a unique momentum. Not only Athela, but all the examiners also nodded in agreement with her assessment. Some teachers even commented on his demon's magic ability, recognizing his decent level of magic. Meanwhile, the protagonist's rhythm has noticeably improved compared to others in the class, though he still shows some impatience due to youth. Not only that, someone even praised Ethenella's talent, as expected from Ethenella. Even from such a distance, she can still detect it accurately through her empathy. It's truly amazing. That stood silently with a displeased expression on his face, while the principal, watching from afar, was very pleased with Siron's displayed talent. Cyril, holding binoculars, looked at the competition in amazement and asked Amy beside him, "Does he really have the ability to use mind control? You're really talented. Where did Siron learn those advanced skills?" Amy, standing on the other side, responds to Cyril's question, carefully watching the competition. Even though she already knows inside, she won't say it, won't. Learned it? Ordinary mages learn to consciously use the unconscious world, but this kid is different. He is almost directly controlling his subconscious. That's not something you can learn. Seeing him gradually pull ahead, M knew he couldn't win fairly. He had to keep going with the plan. Thinking quickly, M shouted loudly and started to move. Upon receiving M's signal, the two underlings immediately began executing the pre-planned strategy. Even though both have reached their limit, "Damn it," he signaled already. "But why now? I have no choice but to squeeze out all my remaining spirit energy in one go." To complete the assigned plan, the subordinate decides to risk everything, pouring all remaining mental energy to push himself to the limit. Siron sensed the movement. 2 powerful attacks? Someone must have changed the pace. In just a moment of distraction, a shadow appeared in front of Siron, catching him off guard. A student suddenly rushed in front of him, catching Siron off guard and only able to slow down to avoid him. "What's happening?" To prevent him from understanding what was happening, another student also rushed forward. Siron widened his eyes, staring at the approaching student. The junior, knowing his actions are wrong, can't disobey the order. He silently apologizes but knows he has to end this here. "Let's fall together." The younger student, eyes tightly closed, rushes at him with the intent to make him fall. Siron, eyes wide open, stares in amazement at the student rushing toward him. Is he really planning to throw himself at me? The student, with his eyes tightly closed and clenched teeth, nervously hanging in midair. The student suddenly opened his eyes with a look full of suspicion. Falling gradually, he could only watch Siron playing in the empty space, wondering if he had dodged it. In the dangerous void, a few students are playing as they fall down. It's over. Siron was struggling to stay conscious, his hand playing with the deep void in front of him, the vast blue sky flickering nearby, the temperature breaking down. Exhaustion beginning to set in. With his final determination, Siron's emerald eyes shone brightly once more. I must not faint or lose focus. A ray of sunlight, like the rays of the sun, shot up into the blue sky. The student falling down saw that scene. He truly is a demon, not a human. With that thought in mind, the student gradually fell along with a few others. Below, the 5th graders were still noisily discussing. Did he just move strangely? Could he have mistaken the direction? A student immediately said they actually want to crash straight into the kid in front. That's their real goal. The 2 students turned to look at him in complete surprise. How did you figure that out? Who would intentionally cause an accident? When his name is mentioned, Iruki calmly sits cross-legged, hands clasped in front of him with other students watching. Then describes with his hands, one fist clenched, the other hand open and raised, bringing them close together and saying, a person blocks the race from the front, while the other attacks from the side. Just like that, Iruki calmly analyzed. That is a great strategy to prevent both things, the advantage of teleportation and spatial jumps. If the new students don't stay on the track, something terrible will definitely happen. Iruki finished analyzing, then simply waved his hand and smirked. Well, if it were me, I would have escaped easily using the equations of motion. Hearing that, the 2 students could only frown, glaring disgustedly in another direction. That disgusting, fake, innocent look. The 2 of them exchanged glances, but according to Iruki, there's no way the teachers haven't noticed or are planning something. Meanwhile, Principal and Sienna are still watching the lesson, while M, with his ability, is rushing forward confidently, laughing happily. The top spot!
The top spot belongs to me."
He immediately smiled in triumph. "Everyone will surely be jealous. Stupid classmates and the 6th grade will become my juniors. Just watch and see." Mar's confident blue eyes sparkled even more. "That's my talent." At that moment, Siron still tried to catch up with Mar's dazzling magic stream, thinking that Mar was in great shape and would definitely pass the exam.
If I want to win, I have to be faster. If I rush to increase my instantaneous movement distance, my speed might be compromised.
Siron's eyes were filled with determination. "I will move at a different pace." And then Siron's magical light stream accelerated. Siron quickly soared ahead, moving half a beat faster than the MC. The crowd became even more excited, shouting in thrill. "Siron has caught up. Now there's no one left but those two. Hurry up and catch up." Ami holding the binoculars with a surprised expression. How can he still use magic so powerfully, despite not being in good condition? Meanwhile, Serial clings to Ami's arm with a curious, tearful expression. "Show me more." Suddenly, Amy with a surprised look leaves the small tube. It was M rushing forward, stammering, "What is that?" A stream of magic like a cord curling around and rushing straight toward the MC. Scared, Mac dodged to the side to let the magic stream pass by. "What the hell is that?" Just when I was about to panic, Siron was right behind me. A warning appeared immediately, activating the impossible difficulty of crossing the bridge. Faced with that warning, everyone was surprised and amazed. Level 10, Siron was immediately stunned. Both Ma and Siron stared at the complex maze of deadly traps before them, continuously shooting out long strands of energy. "What the hell is this? What does level 10 mean?"
In front of everyone, Sienna hurriedly called out, "Principal, I will go to the equipment room to check."
The teacher just said that and immediately ran away. As soon as he finished, Teacher Z used magic to fly up. A bright magic beam suddenly shot up into the sky. Miss Sienna quickly said, "Principal, we should stop the exam. But this is a test for promotion to 2 levels higher. If it gets canceled, the noble families will protest fiercely. So what should we do then?" "Is this the time to be worrying about that now? Hurry up and send the stop signal for the exam now." A magic beam suddenly shoots into the sky in front of Siron and Mar, catching them off guard. Siron hovers in the air, watching the signal before him. The exam has been halted. Meanwhile, Master Say's magic flow has arrived. Stepping out of the magic flow, Master Zet hurriedly said, "I just saw a yellow signal. Could the exam have been cancelled?" "Oh well, more complaints on my desk again." Teacher C hurried to the equipment room and loudly asked, "Brett, did you drink again yesterday? You know how important today's test is. This time, I will definitely succeed." Master Zet grabbed the door handle, trying to open it, but couldn't. He then stopped. "Locked? It seems it's not a mistake." So Teacher Z immediately begins to gather magic. A blazing stream of magic flashes for a moment, and Mr. Z pauses briefly. "Huh?" Someone is in front of the door. A blue light appears, revealing the scene inside. Behind the door, there are 2 figures. One slumped over the table, the other sitting on the ground in front of the control system. Master Z immediately raised his hand, channeling magic toward the door. "Who's there? Open the door immediately or I will blow it up." A voice suddenly echoes. "Just do as I say, please. After all, even if I disappear, no one will know." The teacher immediately froze, and this voice suddenly brought back a small fragment of memory. Teacher Z, holding his bag in one hand with the young student behind him, was surprised to realize. "Is that you, Maria?" Maria sat in front of the door, clutching her legs and trembling with fear. Teacher XZ immediately urged to keep knocking on the door, asking, "Do you know what you're doing? Hurry up and open the door. The teacher will consider this an accident and you'll only get a light punishment." Maria shouted. "No, anyway, it's all over now. If the protagonist levels up, I will have to live a hellish life again." "What's the difference if I die here? What?" Teacher Xet was stunned when he heard Maria speak. "Better this way than anything else." Maria screams loudly, trembling with fear as she clings tightly to her legs. Teacher Zet is stunned, closing his eyes and sighing. The teacher understood, "So you can do whatever you want." Maria suddenly looked up with tears streaming down her face. "If you don't want to open it, then don't open it. There's really nothing urgent. Just as you wanted, the exam has been cancelled." A bright yellow signal beam radiates in front of Siron and Mar. He could only grit his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Cancel the exam. Don't joke. The opportunity to level up is right in front of you." M quickly glanced at Siron behind. "You should reconsider. No matter what, there's no way you can go outside right now. The chance to defeat him might never come again." Siron, exhausted and breathing heavily, still has a sharp gaze that hasn't faded. Max still glared resentfully at Siron. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out and 2 beams of light shot toward them.
The maze immediately shot out dangerous magic beams. Headmaster Siron and Mar have gone straight into the maze. The bright beams of bullets suddenly shot out, and Sienna covered her mouth in surprise. No way. The principal is clenching his fists. The principal, with an angry look, clenched his fists. What are those guys doing here? Sienna anxiously watched the two rushing into danger like moths to a flame, her heart burning with urgency as she shouted for the principal to stop this immediately. It's too dangerous. What exactly is the headmaster doing? The principal said, and all the teachers rushed to him to ask for his opinion. At this moment, the principal was truly furious, his fists clenched tightly and his face no longer maintained the gentle expression from before. His eyes gleamed with a golden light as he watched the two people enter the maze, and in his heart, a sense of disappointment arose. I thought that if it were you, things might be a little different. But if you let temporary greed cloud your judgment and make hasty decisions, you'll never find a way out of the maze. Inside the maze, Siron continues to skillfully navigate and find the exit, while the watching students are now panic-stricken and restless with worry. Oh my God, what should we do now? What do you think we should do? Amsariel covers her mouth with both hands, unable to speak, calling out to her best friend standing beside her. Ami at this moment also looks frustrated and helpless as she watches the competition continue without being able to do anything. Those fools. Level 10 is for professionals. Thick black ropes shoot out from the cliff. Those ropes form different shapes and rush fiercely towards the main character, making him struggle to dodge. The speed of the traps is too fast. Avoiding one just leads to another appearing immediately. So there's almost no time to think. If this continues, my mental energy will run out. Elsewhere, the protagonist still confidently rushes into the maze. Either way, both will be eliminated. So the one who goes the farthest will be the winner. If I perform well here, maybe I'll be recognized. With that thought in mind, Mac charged forward without hesitation. He skillfully weaves through the gaps in the maze at lightning speed, a smug smile on his face as he watches Siren struggle to dodge. How is it? Do you see my technique yet? You will be trapped there forever. The dense black Tuyen mazes are still surrounding Siren. He tried to dodge the approaching maze blocks while searching for an escape, but when he saw Mar rushing ahead, he wanted to warn him of the danger. But it was already too late. No, not now. The control room now. The monitor flashes red and an alarm sounds with Maria's voice. Sensei, what exactly is competition? Maria sat against the door, clutching her legs tightly, tears in her voice as she asked, is this the kind of competition the Academy wants? That also sat leaning against the back of the door, trying to reassure Maria. You misunderstood. Maria interrupted loudly, saying, don't lump me together with him. A teacher who has always been considered a genius like him wouldn't understand anything. Her voice choked with tears and pain streaming down her face. I followed the advice to persevere and endure, but in this school, no one cares about a student without talent. An ordinary student like me. Seeing Maria's unstable emotions, that gently continued talking to her. I don't know if you know, but I also graduated from this school. When I was in my graduation class, you were just a new student here. Hearing Mr. That's words, Maria, who was crying, stopped. She didn't expect that he still remembered that story after so many years. Do you still remember that? After all, have you heard the rumor that a genius named Sei is studying at this school? Frowning slightly, she recounted with a hint of nostalgia, her voice trembling a little from crying as she replied. No, I've never heard that story. I've always been at the bottom. I stayed in 5th grade for 5 years. As a result, I grew increasingly angry because the people around me advanced easily. That continued to tell Maria about his time at the academy. His words tinged with nostalgia and a sense of loss. No way, your current teacher. Maria hesitated, then laughed loudly and cut off Maria's words before continuing his story. One day I was caught and scolded by the principal. What's going on? That kid hit me first. One evening, in a hidden corner of the academy, that's voice was just a trivial matter. Why do you have to interfere? That, with a face full of scars like she just fought, said stubbornly. Usually I don't care about things like this, but do you know what a mage is absolutely not allowed to do in moments like this? The principal interrupted Thun, comparing himself to others. Hit right on the mark. That was too scared to look directly, but still argued boldly. What is the master talking about? Are you preaching again? Ignoring. That's attitude, the principal continues to speak softly. The mages call it the existence of erasing myself. As long as you can look at yourself, then that is true erasure. If you keep focusing on others along your journey, one day you'll just lose your way. In the maze, the MC continues to run forward confidently until he realizes something is wrong. Seeing the net in front and behind, the MC realizes it's locked, trapped in a dead end with no escape, and he panics. The fear rising inside made the MC lose the ability to think. Now all that remains in his heart is regret, wishing he hadn't taken this path. Seeing himself trapped and unable to escape as the maze blocks approach to attack, the only thought in the MC's mind is, am I going to die like this? He feels overwhelming regret and screams in fear for help. Help me. Seeing the MC in danger from the outside, everyone was worried and screaming in fear, but Mar didn't. At the very moment it seemed Mar would die, a hand reached out, grabbing Mar's collar and pulling him away, saving him from death at the last second. Grabbing Mar's collar, Siron clenched his teeth and pushed himself to the limit to escape the maze's attack. Seeing Siron save Mar, everyone in 7th grade cheered with joy. Mar was saved, Siron rescued him. Suddenly, a student realized that both of them were still in the competition and asked aloud, but this is a contest, so why did he save his rival? Hearing the question from the girl student, another student immediately scolded her loudly. Idiot! Does winning even matter when someone is dying right in front of you? Now that doesn't matter anymore. Another student just realized that the way Siron saved Mar was a bit special. How could he perform teleportation like that? In the air, Ma kept struggling and crying out for help. Save me, save me. Mar is just too annoying. Siron shouted, Calm down, I'm thinking of a way. These traps are illusions. I need to see through them to find a way out. Let's go up first. While trying to figure out how to escape the maze and carrying the heavy weight that made Siron a bit tired, Siron used lightning speed to fly up with the MC. The traps chasing them seem alive. Running upward is useless. Get out of the way. The students below saw that flying up was useless and shouted loudly to warn him. Seeing the maze close behind, Siron knew that pulling away was pointless, but for now he couldn't think of a better way. Increasing the distance is pointless. What should I do now? An idea suddenly came to him. Siron knew what he had to do now. That's right, I have a way I need to go back. Without overthinking, Siron sped up and pulled Mar back with him. Seeing the protagonist turn his head, Iruki excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, That's right, moving forward isn't always the right choice. Sometimes going back is the correct answer. On the other side, when they saw Siron perform so brilliantly, his classmates were left in shock. It's only been a month. Did he really train all by himself? I thought he only got in through connections and didn't even know how to use magic. Maybe we've misunderstood him. You can do it. Forget the misunderstandings. Now all the students are cheering loudly for Siron. That's dangerous. Get away now. Maybe Siron. Serial was amazed to realize that his efforts were not only for the exam, but for something else as well. Amy, on the other hand, confirmed that if he trained so hard, it was not just for doing well in this test. Anyway, the promotion exam is just a small part of the journey to becoming one. He simply wants to become a talented mage. CL spoke in the control room, still chatting and comforting Maria. Competition is just a tool to reach the finish line faster. Going slow is okay too. When we cross the finish line, everyone will become a mage. Master. That's words still echo in my mind. At that moment, all the teachers and students, including the principal, were speechless with amazement as they watched Siron escape the maze. Behind the door, Maria weakly apologized. Isn't it too late now? Knowing he had successfully persuaded Maria, teacher, that gently smiled and spoke. The teacher will help you, so why not be a little braver? Every word from teacher that has given her more courage. Maria burst into tears, either from regret or relief. Returning to the competition, unexpectedly the principal spoke up, continuing the exam, causing Sienna and the other teachers to turn around in surprise. The principal also remained unfazed and confidently declared, I will take responsibility for everything. The scene ahead is full of danger. The crowd's cheers still echoed. Keep going, it's dangerous. Get away. Siron, with a determined look, continued forward, pulling the MC with one hand toward the dangerous maze. This trap seems alive. It's moving, unpredictable, but without rules, and I can't locate MC to save him, so I scream in terror. I don't want to die. Siron, on the other hand, remains calm and thinks clearly. First, to understand the entire structure, focusing on one point, Siron used his eyes to find a safe exit, only to see the entire maze glowing. I've experienced this before. It feels like I'm running for my life. At that moment, Siron saw the path ahead. He pushed himself to the limit and sped straight toward the maze along the route he had mentally mapped out. His speed was so fast that only a faint yellow blur could be seen. Siron slipped through the cracks of the maze at lightning speed before it disappeared. In the maze, he moves through it as easily as a fish in water. The observing students are all amazed and stunned by Siron's power. M was dragged along and fainted with foam at the mouth without anyone noticing. Amy and Serial were also quite surprised by this action of his. All the teachers were deeply impressed by Siron's performance. How is that possible? It is the danger itself that amplifies the hidden power, with limits forming at a point of satisfaction. Anpass seems to realize the origin of Siron's inner potential. But what he didn't expect was that even he couldn't know the limits of that boy. Yet I don't sense any satisfaction or desire from that child.
Could it be that the child has no limits? The labyrinth keeps transforming endlessly and rushing toward him. No matter how Siron changes his form, he can still avoid everything. Anpass, witnessing all this, is amazed because now he can sense that Siron has no distractions in his heart. It's truly astonishing, free of attachments and distractions. Etla continues to watch intently, second by second. Although she appears calm on the outside, her inner state is far from peaceful, with the spiritual density nearly 99.9%. In a state of panic, he calculated everything perfectly. His talent is extraordinary, but this challenge is truly too dangerous. Siron has crossed one maze after another, each time the difficulty increasing. After overcoming a challenge in the maze, he realizes the obstacle is now only about 1 meter away. He keeps thinking of solutions. Moving instantaneously 10 meters won't get him through. Then divide the instant movement into 1/10 steps, following the pattern right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. As he thought, his body moved accordingly, and he passed through gaps less than 1 meter at the speed of light. Siron advances to the next level. Next is the trap challenge. At this level, the maze forms tightly packed hexagons like a honeycomb, causing him some trouble. Siron realizes the problem, so he can't go straight anymore. The gap is extremely narrow. Without hesitation, Siron quickly comes up with a quick solution. Then I will also split everything into the smallest parts possible. Did Rainbow Drop finally manage to get there? Haruki excitedly clenched her fists tightly, startling everyone around her. What is that? Bending light? Someone couldn't help but ask when seeing how Siron navigated the maze. Haruki, why is the light bent? Light only travels in a straight line. Haruki kindly explains the questions from his classmates. It's a simple principle. Yet they ask, if you differentiate a circle, you'll get a straight line extending infinitely, and the instantaneous distance traveled is divided into 1,000th. Over 1,000, unable to escape the amazement, all your classmates shouted. How could he figure that out? Everyone asks, what are you calculating? It's a matter of intuition and intelligence. Isn't he just a smart kid? Haruki helplessly replied, it is basically a genius completely opposite to him. Haruki proudly continued to boast, but no classmates paid him any attention as everyone was marveling at Siron's talent. A genius? It's truly terrifying. The labyrinth is now transforming the black threads, which seem alive, into a single entity. The increasingly dense strands form an enormous shape, making things difficult for Siron. It's huge. Siron stared in amazement at what the maze had created. Realizing what it was, all the teachers stood up in horror and shouted, "No, that's the dragon's maze!" A terrifying black dragon head formed from the enormous maze appeared before Siron. Seeing the maze still functioning after so long since Master That left, Sienna is extremely anxious. What exactly is he doing? Unable to wait any longer, Sienna used teleportation to turn into a streak of light and fly away. M at this moment also regained consciousness. Where is this? As the MC regains consciousness and looks up, he is met with a giant dragon's mouth opening wide and rushing toward him, making him scream in terror. The monster kept thrashing in panic while Siron remained calm, trying to find a way to break free. I must remember everything. The first thing I saw was the ring on the left side. While Siron was trying to escape, Mar was not as calm. He begged him in fear to save him. I will live honestly. Please save me. Meanwhile, Sienna teleported instantly to Master That's location, and, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she hurriedly ran toward the control room, shouting loudly. Master, what's going on? Hearing Sienna rush over like that immediately spoke up. Miss Sienna, what's going on here? Sienna hurried over and shouted impatiently. There's no time. Stop the device now. Is the exam canceled? That still doesn't understand what's going on. I thought the exam had been canceled a long time ago. It wasn't canceled. I heard Siron and Mark are still at the exam site. Sienna shouted loudly, startling. That! What, damn it! Without thinking, That immediately turned and ran toward the control panel. Suddenly, Miss Sienna and Teacher. That called out their names in a hurried, frantic voice. Ms. Etella. Etella rushes over to the two people, panic-stricken, as if she wants to say something. Chiron at the moment, the dragon lunged to swallow the two of them inside. All the students watched in fear, screaming loudly and not daring to look. All the teachers and students watched in horror as everything unfolded in an instant. Time seemed to freeze as the second hand of the clock moved forward by 1 second. The clock is ticking and has stopped exactly at 12. It rewound about a minute before Etella arrived, standing in front of the giant jaws about to snap at Siron, holding M by the shirt. Feeling quite scared, everyone around is extremely panicked. Amy and Serial hug each other and scream, unable to watch what is about to happen next. Siron stands before the monster, channeling his power, his eyes glowing bright blue. Sweat dripping down his face as everything around him seems to freeze. A minute before the conflict, he remains calm, as if shifting to a different perspective. Still alive. Think about it. The neutrons in your body are working at full capacity. 1/10 of a second, a light breaks through the barriers at 1% of a second. The source of light weaves through the 6-sided square blocks, shifting 9 times in total, including the escape route. For a moment, he worries he was mistaken. The light was blocked by the red wall. Siron thought that he and Mar couldn't escape this way. We need to find another way. Returning to the present, the clock just struck 12, and the fierce monster charged forward. Everyone around was terrified. Amy shouted in panic at Siron. Anpass was about to use his power to save them, but suddenly realized something and stopped. A streak of light flashes from the darkness, rushing out as if trying to escape the depths of the universe. Loud explosions echo from the flickering light in the blue sky. Everyone below rushes toward the light, shouting in unison, "No, no way!" Siron charged straight down to the ground from that light, dragging M with him. To everyone's amazement, someone is whispering down there he really managed to escape. They're not ghosts come back to life, right? Etella suddenly froze in shock at what was happening before her, then ran off somewhere, while Siron, panting heavily, couldn't believe he had narrowly escaped death. What just happened? Did I get out? I can't remember anything. The bridge's impossible to cross engine system has been disabled, level not reached. With everything just witnessed, the boy with upright hair exclaimed in surprise that it was a level of difficulty for a human. He has surpassed the expert level of the advanced class. Siron, exhausted and panting after the recent challenge. He shouted, "I thought I was definitely going to die." Everyone was surprised by his words. Serial was so happy he started crying. "I did it, I really did it." Amy smiled softly and thought to herself, "Cool, those who succeed with all their strength never boast or show off." Everyone cheerfully congratulated Siron on overcoming the difficult challenge. "Congratulations, you are really amazing. You've been directly admitted to the 5th grade. 6th graders will be very jealous." The teachers suddenly moved here and asked, "What is... Did Siron really make it through?" Sienna laments, his voice full of regret. "I missed this important moment because as Professor Shatlone UOC said. I will explain to you later, but I did my best." Sienna scolded him, saying he was no help at all, causing that to feel a deep pain inside. Sienna said, "Since you both finished at the same time, we need to confirm. Principal, please announce who." She hesitated. On face with a vacant expression, Sienna continued calling. Principal Anpass wonders if he's really losing his mind and thinks to himself, "I am very happy that you have shown everyone your light." The Milch family's light turns to look at Anpass. He thinks of the title given to those who laid the foundation for the definition with Photon, and who was also awarded the Golden Circle by the king. Sienna, looking worried, asked, "What's wrong with him?" A fleeting sign of greed flared up in his heart because of Siron's outstanding talent. That approaches, placing his right hand on his chest and bowing respectfully. "Director, please share your decision. I think the one who can shape the future reputation of the Academy has already appeared." Anpass chuckled. "Yes, I am a bit forgetful." He is reminiscing about the past after witnessing his talented student. He thought he was jealous of his pure love for magic. Remembering that scene, "I don't believe in fate." Anpass raised the pendant in his hand and continued to think. "It's been a long time since my heart beat this fast." Standing before all the students, the professor of Anphaea's Academy declared, "Even if only one person is accepted, I want to commend all the students who attended. The courage you showed today will be the motivation to bring the world closer to a brighter future. You have passed today's test, Aryan Siron." Everyone around cheered for him, looking at him with tired, stunned faces and vacant eyes. A figure slowly steps out from the crowd. It is Mar, moving heavily with wounds. After that challenge, everyone around said, "Suyerma, don't tell me he's planning to oppose because he was with Siron, but it was the new student who saved him, and the conflict seems pretty suspicious too." Ma gradually became uneasy. "How could it be like that? I saw it with my own eyes. He is truly a genius." Siron looked at Mar with a terrifying gaze, and Mark bowed his head in confession, saying, "I have been mistaken all along." With sincerity, Mark continued, "I am sorry, Senior. I, as a mage, take full responsibility." All the seniors were frightened, and all bowed their heads. Tongthan shouted, "I was wrong, Senior. We accept the punishment?" Siron, still tired, smiled and said hopefully, "Everyone is sincere." They shouted,
Yes, senior, everyone thinks he's really scary. Luckily, we apologized early. As for Siron, he just wanted to sleep. He was too tired to be alert.
Amazing. Let's go. Sariel asked back with curiosity.
I think I should stay with Shran during times like this. There's no time.
She thought to herself. He has proven himself. Now it's her turn, when suddenly Siron looked towards Amy. He shouted loudly, Ami. Ami started to feel uneasy. We both stop and he raises his hand to point at Amy. Siron says, I kept my promise, right? Right now Siron isn't awake, but I'll catch up with her soon. Amy froze in place. Everyone around gasped, calling out her name like that. Are they just jealous of his girlfriend? You're really cool, Siron. Amy tears up at what he just said. Siron no longer remembers this when he wakes up. Siron has been promoted to level 5. Somewhere, Athela is searching for something, her mind filled with questions. Strange. I'm sure Sinistertia was chasing after Siron. Is she worried that I lost him in the Dragon Maze? In a luxurious school building, in a room called the Disciplinary Committee, a meeting of the Disciplinary Committee was taking place. That was holding a violation report. Behind her, Maria is bowing her head and confessing. Maria honestly admits her mistakes and hopes to be disciplined. However, Siron, Mar, and even Gatekeeper, Brad, who were affected by the sleep spell, stated that they didn't want Maria to be punished or anything, and the other students, feeling sympathetic, also began to admit their mistakes. They even brought up issues related to Siron's exam. From behind Mar, other students also stood up to admit their mistakes, and the atmosphere continued to heat up. Siron looked at Mar, wondering if he was trying to keep his promise to take responsibility. Anpass spoke up, saying, I think Maria's situation is unfortunate. She did not use that device to harm anyone. With a stern expression, he continued and said that according to the rules, disciplinary action would be taken. Siron placed his hand over his chest and said, I also accept the punishment. I ignored the exam delay signal and entered the maze. Moreover, you also led Mar into such a dangerous place. Anpass rubbed his eyes, but who would have thought he would see such a scene in this school? That's Ni. Everything has gone beyond what the principal wanted. The students are all bowing their heads to accept the punishment. The students couldn't see the truth because it was hidden behind pride and jealousy. Now, in order to become reputable mages, they are also acknowledging their mistakes. I sighed and remembered the first time I met the principal. Who would have thought teaching like this? You've always taught me so much, too. Thank you, teacher. Anpass strikes the gavel to pronounce the verdict. A loud bang echoes. All the students burst into tears as Maria bowed her head and apologized to the teacher. Sienna was writing the violation notices for each student. This is an unprecedented precedent since the school was founded that everyone here is punished. On the violation slips, Mo Lang Maria, 19 years old, 7th grade, the homeroom teacher's detailed suspension is 2 months, Satyr Mark, 15 years old. Remembering when Siron took responsibility. Why did you go into the maze even after seeing the signal? Siron said. I didn't want to lose back then. The only thing I was thinking about was solving that maze. I don't remember clearly anymore. Sienna smiled. You also have a positive side. I didn't expect you to have even that. Despite looking obedient. On Siron's official document, it states he has entered 5th grade. Is it because he's a boy? He returns to Siron's place, sleeping soundly from exhaustion, as someone seems to be calling his name in his dream. Siron. Suddenly, there was a roar like a dragon's maze. A flash of light streaked by, and he was flying like a beam of light, more focused than ever. His eyes widened as he remembered the scrutinizing gazes. I will erase myself, erase who I am. Recalling what happened, breaking my soul into tiny pieces as if dissolving into the world, as if this world has always been like that. Siron kept rushing forward. I became. The surrounding space begins to shatter around him. Siron continues to rush forward as the space around him breaks apart even faster, infinitely. He suddenly fell into the shattered area, rushing uncontrollably. Siron was terrified, and on the other side of the break was a vast empty, black void. A piano sound suddenly echoes, waking Siron from that terrifying dream. He wonders, has the piano already started? He put on his uniform and straightened his tie. He thought he couldn't remember anything, but why does it feel so difficult? He picked up a notebook, yes, the one Amy lent me. It helped me remember the rules of magic. He flipped through the pages. Today I have to return it in the new combined class. I want to thank her because she helped me all the way through. It was like seeing something with a puzzled look on your face. In the training hall for combination number 2, Siron calls Ami. Ami turns back with a worried face, while Sariel greets Siron. Siron, how are you? Are you still okay?
Siron hands over a basket full of apples to both of you. Thanks to you, I want to say thank you.
Ami wondered, what's going on? Siron hands the notebook back to Amy and responds, I didn't mean to spy, but it seems you like apples. She thought to herself, but I like cherry. What do I like about apples? Did she immediately flip through each page of the notebook and wonder what I was thinking? The problem is timing. Saying sorry should be enough. Sorry, apple. Apple. In Korean, apple and sorry are homophones. She was so embarrassed that she immediately ran away shouting, Anything is fine. Serial calls Amy. Where are you going? The class is about to start, leaving the two of them unaware of what just happened. Why's she like that? Serial is chasing after Amy. Then Amy easily passed the advanced exam and moved up to the graduation class, but it seemed there were still problems even her genius brain couldn't solve. After a month, the 7th graders returned from suspension. Tongthan shouted, Senior, we saved a spot for you. Siron was surprised by that and nervously said, You all don't have to do that. Strangely, every time there's a combined class, the 7th graders start saving seats for themselves. Everyone remembered the terrifying expression he made, and they quickly returned to their seats, feeling like they had become frightening seniors. Suddenly, someone asked him, Do you have a spot for me too? Junior, recognizing his voice, she turned around. Of course. Miss Serial, please have a seat. Serial continued. Without your adorable girlfriend here, you don't seem very energetic, huh? He smiled anxiously, but you're the one who feels lonely. You two are always together. Serial replied, That's right. That's why I'm getting ready to graduate from school. Siron was shocked. Yes, that's true. Serial replied, I was planning to graduate and live a normal life, but after seeing you with Amy, I felt so inspired. I feel like I've wasted a bit of my youth. And it seems like Ami wants to become a soldier. Siron was surprised. Soldiers? You mean she's planning to join the war? She sadly said, Are you really dating? Isn't that dangerous then? Although Tomoya is quite peaceful now, Serial will respond if war breaks out. If a real war occurs, all mages are obliged to participate. That's why we receive so many benefits and support like this. Also, Ami's specialty is sniping magic, so she'll only participate secretly. Doesn't that sound cool? Beautiful and powerful Agent Amy. Thinking of that image, Siron replied, Yeah, why am I worried about the top student? Specialization. Starting from 5th grade, students begin to think about their future careers as mages. If you excel in a particular area, it will be a great advantage. But what's the reason for that? People usually don't find it easy to talk about such things with students who have low scores. Suddenly, I should call Siron. Hey Siron, are you planning to keep practicing on your own? If anything's difficult, just ask me. He's a very friendly guy, so he's a friend I truly appreciate for talking to me, even though I'm not very good at speaking. Even though his grades are average, he's so versatile that he can control lightning. But his versatility isn't exactly friendly. Seeing Siron sigh again, you sighed as well. Siron thinks everyone has their own unique traits. The 5th grade is completely different from 7th grade. Even though they are the same age, they seem more mature than me. And suddenly there are two voices behind me. Hey, Siron, listen to us. What do you two think? What do you mean? The slender-haired boy asked. I already said I can't agree. Siron listened. Are they trying to argue about something? Really, will they avoid me again because I don't understand what they're saying? What is this? Chemistry, biology, or literature? Professor Etla and SA, who do you like more? Siron was so shocked that he widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. He felt extremely awkward and thought, what kind of girl is this? Nah? He let out a sigh of relief and then spoke in a deep voice. What are you thinking to ask that? Siron was panicked, shifting his gaze to him, thinking to himself. That's right, nay. Then he frowned in displeasure and loudly said, I am part of the C-IT-A professor team. Siron silently yelled in his mind and crossed his arms while shouting at those two guys, Don't you know that Professor Sienna is the charming and intelligent type? Seeing himself being criticized, the person facing him raised his voice to defend himself. No, Professor Etla is the one who makes us feel protected. Siron, standing nearby, looked very uncomfortable as he watched the three of them arguing, thinking to himself that they were just teenage boys. Suddenly, a voice directed at him rang out. Siron, what do you think? He was startled, standing with his mouth open, thinking to himself, what do I think? Caught off guard by the question, Siron hesitated and kept thinking. Yes. In order to have a bright school life, I need to learn how to fit in with everyone. Standing in front of three cold, intimidating eyes staring directly at him, Siron looked conflicted as he faced the difficult choice between the two, thinking to himself that both of them were respected teachers and choosing one might be a bit... Thinking quickly, he clenched his fists and firmly said, Yes, because I was about to speak when you suddenly turned away in an odd way, looking at the two intimidating figures before, then quietly stepped back, shyly greeted him and said, "Sorry, we'll come back later." He froze like a statue, silently crying inside, wondering why he couldn't respond. Behind Siron saw someone looking away, and then raised her hand to loudly reply, "No, it's because of him." Then she called out loudly, "Hey, Aruki!" His cold eyes looked at them. Aruki approached slowly, one hand on his chin and the other in his pocket, pretending to be unaware as he asked, "What are you guys talking about so excitedly?" He sighed softly and replied with a wry smile, "It's still the same as usual, just asking which professor is better, or something similar. They are no longer children, so to avoid revealing too much, he quickly raised his hand to introduce Siron, saying Siron is Aruki." Hearing his name called, Siron, who was standing behind, thought to himself in surprise, quickly changed his attitude and awkwardly greeted him. "So, should I say this is their first meeting?" Aruki was the oddball of the class back then. Seeing the introduction, Aruki extended his hand and looked at Siron with a sharp, cold gaze before speaking. "Nice to meet you, Ari and Siron. I've heard of you for a long time. Honestly, who in this school doesn't know you?" Siron hesitated, reaching out to shake Aruki's hand while quietly wondering about his hand. Suddenly, this voice reminded him of a voice and a face he couldn't clearly see, telling him, "Don't hesitate. If you want to do something, just do t." That voice continued to echo in his ears. "You came here to become a mage, right?" At that moment, I just stood there like an idiot, silently asking myself, who is it? "It's you. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I was able to successfully use the redirect spell." Aruki looked a bit surprised as she glanced at her clenched hand without replying. Siron continued, "Thank you very much for what happened last time." After a moment of silence, he also looked up at him, sneered, and said, "You're a boring type of person, aren't you?" Siron suddenly froze when he heard him say that and blurted out, "Yeah?" Seeing that, En quickly stepped in to separate the two. He looked at Siron with a forced smile and explained, "Don't mind him, he always talks like that." Then he turned to Aruki, who raised both hands to block his chest, asking, "What kind of talk is that?" Aruki scratched his head, acting clueless as he calmly asked, "Why?" "That's a compliment." Then he stepped forward, turned his head back, glanced at the two people who had just raised their hands, and with a teasing smile said, "Oh, anyway, keep trying. The 5th grade class is full of weirdos, so be careful." Seeing that, he asked Aruki, "Where are you going?" "What about the magic class?" He turned his head and walked away quickly, leaving only 3 words behind. "I'm not concerned." Siron was surprised by those words. He muttered in surprise at Aruki's words. "Do you not care about attending magic class?" Seeing Aruki leave, En turned to scratch his head, sighed with a bored expression, and explained, "Sorry, he's always like that, but you'll see he's a good guy once you're used to him." He replied with a puzzled tone, "He's a bit strange, isn't he?" He keeps speaking. "Yeah, if you want to understand him better, it'll be exhausting. Honestly, he's also a genius, so I hesitated before saying that. But the thing is, he's a genius in a strange field," so Siron looked surprised and asked, "Is Aruki a genius?" Suddenly, loud voices and chatter echoed from somewhere, saying, "Look, that's Aruki. Why did he go into the abyss again?" In front of Aruki, who is standing on the podium, heading somewhere. The people below are staring at him intensely, and a teasing voice says, "Come on, he's not going to strip and lie there, right?" Siron, puzzled about the stripping, stood beside him, slapped his forehead, and shouted in panic, "Oh my God, what is he planning to do now? Go check it out." Right now, on the high platform, wines are swirling around Aruki's legs, and there's some kind of ring encircling him from the outside. Then from inside where you stand, the energies begin to rapidly spread outward. Circles are spinning around Aruki's feet. You stand confidently with one hand in your pocket, glancing at the blue energy stream soaring from the ground into the sky. Siron and the others stare in awe at the blue energy stream. You wonder if that's when you started thinking about redirecting your spiritual energy? That's really fast. That blue energy now forms a huge swirling circle above the other students' heads, some with terrified expressions. When suddenly another voice rings out. "Every time I see you, I find myself so captivated." Another voice then added, "Surely no one else in the kingdom can do what you do." Aruki sneered and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, 8 medium-sized blue circles appeared on the ceiling. Everyone else looked up at the murmurs and whispers. "What's going on? What is that?" The teacher, in the middle of her lesson in 4th grade, heard the noise and turned her head back, startled and exclaiming. Then the teacher shouted, and Aruki stopped immediately. On the ceiling above, the blue circles begin to grow small wings and move, with an inner ring resembling an eye. Aruki pinched his thumb and forefinger together and said with a cold, icy gaze, Fire! A warning voice echoes through the scene. Everyone ducks and frantically searches for a way to escape. Everyone shouted, "This crazy bastard!" as they all panicked and ran away, ignoring the blue eye being pierced through by a sword. Then it shone brightly on the ceiling, causing everyone to become even more terrified. Suddenly, it exploded with a loud blast accompanied by a flash of purple smoke. Everyone was shouting until they lost their voices. Siron didn't run away. He stood still, letting the purple smoke blow his hair away. Then Iruki's laughter echoed. He said while reaching his hand to eye level and glancing at him, "They meet again after you disappear into the streams of purple and white smoke." The teacher suddenly grabs your ear, furious, shouting as she pulls Iruki away. "This little troublemaker, Landin, just passed by not long ago, and now he's causing trouble again?" He's in so much pain that he leans on the teacher's arm to reply, "I didn't destroy the machine. You know I didn't do it." The teacher shouted loudly when she saw Iruki say that. "That's it, you're suspended for 3 days, remember?" Iruki didn't seem surprised, as if he's been through this many times before. Then only someone's voice spoke about Iruki. Iruki is the most eccentric person in Class 5. His current image is very noble and aloof. He sat cross-legged on the table, resting his head on his hand and looking ahead. The voice continued to echo. His social skills are very poor, but his character is probably average. But the reason Iruki is called a genius is because he only excels in one area. His midterm scores in all social subjects are 0, but all the science subjects are scored a perfect 100 points. There is a condition called savant syndrome. Savant syndrome is a phenomenon where, sometimes after recovering from brain injuries, patients gradually develop abilities far beyond those of normal people. The strange voice continues to echo. Specifically, Iruki is the king of the sciences. His nervous system is lighting up with neurons. That person explained that, for example, he can calculate what will happen in extreme environments with temperatures below 0 or above 100 degrees. He can even predict the date 40,000 years from now, if he really wants to. I believe he could count pi to the end of his life. However, in a different field, the statement ends here. Then the literature professor, furious, clenched his face veins, held up the exam paper and shouted, "Iruki, are you mocking the professor's authority? It's funny how you turned your essay into a math problem." Specifically, the second question of the test asks about Gimberto's poem, explaining the meaning of the line, "The leaves flutter down," and Iruki replied that the velocity on the surface of the falling leaf is affected by air resistance, so it moves strongly in the direction of the net force vector. I wrote the equations for the surface model of the leaf below, and you solved a series of equations in the literature exam. Professor De Van angrily slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "This is a literature exam, not mathematics," while you sit and stare at your test, which the professor has enlarged on the big screen. The professor angrily shouted, "It seems you want to prove you're a genius, but there are many things you can't explain with math, like profound images or emotions." "But, Professor, there is nothing I cannot explain with numbers." He glanced at the professor and continued, "If we can't explain the world with logic, then how can we live in such a terrifying world?" Then he pointed his index finger at his nose and teased the professor, his face looking like it could explode at any moment. Then he sat cross-legged, looked away, and said that, for example, a face full of anger is a manifestation of a chemical reaction inside her body. The professor silently looked at him with anger. Iruki continued, her emotions unbalanced. Her nerves were stretched tight from stress, causing her blood pressure to fluctuate unpredictably. Then, her blood vessels expanded and her face turned deep red, while in contrast, the vessels would contract, causing them to protrude and turn blue. The professor, hearing this, became very angry, grimacing so much that his face turned red like a demon, grinding his teeth and scolding the boy. "Go away." Then the professor's voice echoed throughout the professor's office. "Go away, you failed the test, failed the test, failed the test, understand?" Siron was stunned and spoke in amazement. He continued, "I can't believe he's the same age as me. There really are all kinds of people, so I sat across from him, propping my chin with my hand and looking awkward." The professors used to encourage Iruki actively, but eventually everyone gave up. He sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand, and cheerfully spoke. "But who would have thought he'd be curious about you? I didn't expect that. I was really happy when you started talking to me." Siron chuckled and nodded. "I understand now." He thought to himself, but still felt a little worried. Then he raised his hand to his mouth and seriously pondered. "Anyway, it's good to be well informed." As he was thinking, a girl standing beside him softly spoke. "Sorry to bother you." Both of them were surprised and turned around to see what was happening. I see a shy-looking, long-haired girl approaching Siron and inviting him. "Siron, you should consider joining our research team instead of being surprised." "Siron," the girl continued to invite him, "we are researching material teleportation magic.
If someone with high proficiency in Fortune magic like you joins, the research will be completed much faster. Then she continued, if you submit the research paper, you won't have to waste your vacation on performance reviews and remaining time. We can study together.
Siron hesitated and spoke awkwardly.
Sorry, my current grades aren't very good, so I think I need to focus on that first.
Then he continued, sorry for declining. Hearing that, the girl softly replied, there's nothing else we can do.
If you change your mind, let me know.
After saying that, the girl turned to her friends and left, leaving him with a final word. If you change your mind, you can join any time. Siron is sitting at that table over there, turning around with a sly smile.
All right, thank you,
Siron said with a squinting smile towards them. As after a while, they also left for another place, so I watched them go, smiling happily, then spoke up. That research group is quite impressive, really.
Well, since you already have Senior Amy, that group isn't really that outstanding.
Siron silently wondered. These two things aren't related at all. Then he moved on to think about something else. Unfortunately, my knowledge is still lacking too much. I feel frustrated thinking about my low score on the exam. Improving my score is already hard enough. I can't dream of joining a research group. You should speak in a mocking tone. Jealous much. Siron changed the subject and asked if you didn't have a research group. If I were you, I think you could join a good group. So happily reply, I have a research group. Siron was surprised and exclaimed, then continued, I am also the team leader. Hearing that, he looked embarrassed, sighed in disappointment, and bowed his head in silence. So I nervously waved my hand to comfort him, saying, it's not a big team. I'm embarrassed. I only have 2 members, so the group funding was cut. So I raised my voice on purpose to explain to Siron. The seniors have all graduated, so I was the one who got that position. Graduation badge? Did a graduate student also participate in that group? Then he suddenly brightened up, thinking about something. If it's a research group that has had graduates participate before, then it must be a very promising research team. Thinking this over, Siron asked him if it was okay, and if it wouldn't trouble him, he would like to visit his research room. Outside the strange stop area, a voice suddenly rang out. Siron, I thought you weren't interested in research. Siron replied, no, I am interested, but I think I would bother others if I joined. You should be surprised and say, what? The research group isn't that strict. We were just studying and having fun. This is our research room, so we're taking Siron to his research room. A place as black as ink and with a strange shape, Siron asked in wonder. What is this? N introduces it as the Istar Magic Storage, a storage room with the entire training facility for students. The two of them suddenly appeared tiny, like ants when standing in front of a highly advanced, cubic black research room with a large missing section in the middle of an open clearing in the forest. You can put your study materials into a cube, and it will automatically bring them to the room you need. Siron sighed, feeling hopeless about himself. So this is a storage room? Seeing Siron's expression, I hurriedly explained. Wait a moment, even though it looks like that, inside you'll definitely be surprised. As the two of you have entered the laboratory, they went ahead to introduce it, saying this is a precious place that my seniors have worked hard to preserve. Siron wondered. Really? Siron continued, so I can look forward to it, right, Noam? Of course. Then N continued speaking. You'll be surprised by what's inside. Suddenly, an image appears of someone's hand quickly writing on a blackboard with chalk, where the noises are coming from. The two of them walked and talked. Nay slung her bag over her shoulder and smiled as she said to Siron, the other groups are all eyeing this place. My seniors fought hard to keep ownership of it. Siron walked past a different corridor. He stopped and asked her, then grinned and said, actually, we could use everything inside here if we wanted to. Siron wondered, isn't that considered breaking the rules? He looked at me and replied, and every time he found the item he wanted, the structure of this place would change again. In other words, I should stop here, as he had already gone deep inside. As Siron just stepped in along the extended yellow line marked with a 7, carrying a bag on his shoulder with one hand and his other hand in his pocket, he confidently smiled and said, no one can find us here. He was surprised as he followed behind, watching him. Siron was stunned, thinking of a hidden place that no one could find you. Nee reaches out her hand happily and says, this is our research room. He was speechless, unable to speak, his mouth wide open in amazement. He let out a doubtful cry. The two of them stand in front of an old-looking sign hanging on the door that reads, the research room for supernatural spiritual phenomena. Siron suddenly exclaimed in surprise, the science of supernatural paranormal phenomena. Then the foolish guy kept thinking about supernatural spirituality at a magic academy, still excited as at the beginning. He asked you, what do you think? Isn't it so cool? Then he continued excitedly. Demons or spirits, past lives, aliens, hell, gods, and so on. We investigate everything related to such things. He stands there, pale-faced and trembling uncontrollably.
Siron doubted himself, thinking maybe he joined the wrong group. I'm not entirely uninterested, but this is a bit. Then a door-opening sound echoed through the silent space, followed by a loud explosion that caused no harm, blowing his hair and clothes away. Siron was startled and exclaimed, "What is this?" "You'll get used to it soon, it's just a bit dusty." He was coughing and covering his mouth with his hand, glaring at him, thinking, why do I have to get used to it instead of just cleaning it up? He froze again when he saw something in front of him. In front of the two, there is the back of someone standing and writing on a board. It turns out to be Aruki, who is focused on explaining something. Siron asked, "Is that Aruki?" Then tilted his head and calmly said, "Our research group is quite notorious, so we can't reveal all the members yet. That's why I couldn't tell you earlier." Siron looked confused. "Is Aruki interested in supernatural phenomena?" It seems he has noticed the two people and is explaining his curiosity. Actually, it's the opposite. He joined to prove the opposite. This is also a pretty good bait to lure those who think everything in the world can be understood with a rational mind. Aruki eagerly exclaimed with shining eyes. "Huh? Is that Siron?" You run over and grab Siron's hands with both of yours. You excitedly speak up. "What wind brought a genius like you to this humble place? Coming here is actually a good thing. Listen to what I've just figured out." Siron was stunned and hesitantly replied. Then Aruki continued. "When you break down matter, what's left are the atoms, right? Is that correct? But I think even atoms can be broken down into smaller particles. Do you think if we do that, what are the atomic particles made of?" The guy hesitated before Aruki's question. Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure. But I think there is an underlying form of hidden energy." Aruki kept clapping his hands up and down after hearing that. "You said it's correct. I knew you are an incredible person. I can't believe you thought that far ahead." He was really sweating bullets over Aruki. He thought to himself, "Am I right all along?" Aruki happily continued speaking, looking at Siron. "Yes, there is a lot of potential energy, enough to destroy an entire city. If you think that way, what do you think will happen?" Siron was confused by the question Aruki asked and responded with surprise. "What?" Then he showed seriousness on his face and hesitated before speaking. "Everyone will get hurt." Hearing that, Aruki nonchalantly twirled his pinky finger and asked coldly, "What are you talking about?" Then he directly extended his pinky finger, and Aruki's face now looked like a madman, saying that there was a lot of latent energy inside. "Do you think I need to care about that?" "What? Do you understand what I am saying?" Then he shouted, "The principal told us that as a wizard you must consider the consequences that magic can cause on this earth." Nor, seeing the two of them so tense, didn't know how to handle the situation. Siron kept raising his voice. "So you think sacrificing the many is acceptable to fulfill your wish?" Aruki casually remarked as he lifted the cherry stem from the cup. "You're really quite boring, Siron." Then you pick up the cherry at eye level, look at him, and smirk before speaking again. "Do you think other mages know this but choose not to do it? That's because they are not capable of doing so. That's why they don't do it." Then you put the cherry in your mouth and said, "Your supreme intelligence is a gift from heaven to accomplish something." Siron looked at you angrily and shouted, "Even if we are geniuses, it doesn't matter. Instead of being a genius who harms others, I prefer to be a harmless fool." Aruki tilts her head back and chews the fruit. Cherry glances down and responds teasingly, "A small number of geniuses lead the majority of fools. History has proven this, and this is also the world we live in. I have to rely heavily on idealism," Siron said sternly, glancing at you with a serious look. "Your flawed logic stinks of defeat. You can easily satisfy that ideal, so I sweat and rush in between you two, raising my hands to break this tense atmosphere." Well, that was a really interesting discussion. Siron stared intently at Aruki, who was standing with arms crossed and looking away, then softly rubbed his nose to gently advise him. "But you know that fighting emotionally like this isn't good, right?" "Right. Okay. Sit down, have a piece of cake, and take a sip of water first." Siron realized he couldn't stay any longer, so he slung his bag over his shoulder, turned, and walked straight out the door, saying, "I have nothing more to say here. Goodbye, En. I'm leaving now, so don't cry and call out to Siron, who was walking away." "Wait a minute, Siron, do you know the way out?" Aruki casually wiped his nose and said, "Just follow what you can, and you'll get in. If you can't do that, then you're a true idiot." Nei angrily turned around and shouted, "Hey, why did you do that? If it were you, you should have been able to explain in some way that he could understand, right?" Aruki slumped onto the bench and replied, "Well, I admit I might have gone a bit too far." Then he crossed his arms, placed his right leg on his thigh, and sneered because he was my rival, so I looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You did that on purpose, right? And who would have thought that you would say the word rival when all you care about in this world are those numbers?" "It's because all I care about are those numbers. You saw Siron during the promotion test, right? You should be surprised and say, That teleportation test, of course I remember, and that's how he was rated at the same level as us. Do you know how quickly you need to think to pass level 10? Especially the Dragon's Maze, for those who have just learned teleportation magic. He then fell silent, his face showing clear tension as he looked at Haruki.
He pondered and continued. It's impossible to pass it without dividing time. In that moment, when he cast the spell, his calculations reached 10,000 per second, Haruki said quietly. The image of Siron's brain activity rapidly connecting with the realms that appear in Haruki's mind makes him immediately surprised and speak out.
10,000 calculations per second.
Haruki suddenly bowed his head, burst into crazy laughter, and shouted loudly. That is the mystery of clarity. Faster than effort and more precise than knowledge, no conscious calculation can match the speed of subconscious computation. Then he suddenly became calm again, looked at N with a cold, steely gaze, and said, If it were you, N? Hearing Haruki ask that, he frowned slightly, then smiled and bared his teeth in response. I see. A battle between calculation and insight, huh? So you want to confirm with that exam, right? The upcoming speed test made me think of Siron's determined look as he left just now. The next day, many whispers echoed from the students' grand building. The speed test exam will be held in 2 weeks, right? If I get another failing grade, I won't be able to level up. Inside the classroom where the gossip was coming from, it seemed like class was over, and Siron was packing his bag while overhearing the chatter. But aren't you counting on it? What? Suddenly they mentioned Siron, and he immediately stopped packing his bag, his voice echoing again. He's really good at the practical part, isn't he? I wonder how high his score will be. He listened to their conversation with a worried feeling inside and silently thought about the rapid-fire test. In rapid-fire, you will use active magic to aim at targets and earn points accordingly. Active magic is a common term for spells that cause effects on targets other than the caster. Those who are not in the attack, recovery, or support classes can also participate in this test. You must eliminate all targets appearing in each stage to advance to the next one. There will be 3 stages in order. 1, 2, 3 with 10, 11, and 12 targets respectively, and quick, accurate aiming is extremely important.
Professor, I still can't control active magic yet.
Then how can I participate in the speed shooting test? The professor replied that to use high-level magic, I need to score at least 60 points. A report card shows 4 scores, 41, 40, 41, and 42. Orif is the homeroom teacher of Class 5 and Siron's professor. She sat on the chair, holding a teacup in her hand, squinting and smiling at him. But it seems your chemistry grades are improving the fastest among the classes she's teaching. That's quite impressive. You called her with a pleading tone. Professor, from outside the window you can see her office. The two are sitting facing each other, and Sienna is wholeheartedly encouraging him. She didn't tease me, I fully understand this subject and can optimize the use of all my knowledge. Siron sat slightly hunched, awkwardly listening as she continued speaking. And there's one more thing, isn't there? Some knowledge that only a specialist can fully understand. He was surprised to hear her say that. Then he gasped in surprise. Wait, is it photon decomposition theory? And then he thought to himself, teleportation magic is a variation of photon decomposition theory, a type of passive magic that can disassemble the caster's body into photon particles. I remember what happened earlier. It was such a short time that I didn't realize it was an active magic. So it's not something too advanced for me after all. Passive magic is a type of magic that has no time limit for the mage. After recalling this, Siron looked at Sienna in amazement and said, You didn't know I could use photon disintegration theory for active magic? She turned to Luke to look for something and said that recently, such magics have been being registered at the guild. I was puzzled and wondered, photon magic? I hope it looks really cool. He remembered Ami's radiant figure when using her domain. She handed him a document and said, Take a look. Siron held it in his hand and thought to himself, This is my first active magic. He pondered, then flipped through the pages of the magic journal, stopping at a page with important information. New discoveries about the photon division theory and photon skin. Below the picture, there is additional information. The researcher describes the photon scalp as its name suggests. It is a magic with a light scalp, someone who can detect everyone around them using photon skin. But this method is not as effective as light magic and requires further research. Then he asked, and Professor Siron, holding up the book with wide eyes, said, Are you sure this is the right magic you're introducing to me? I can take the exam, but I'm not sure I can use this magic. She lifts her teacup and closes her eyes. Hientu says, If you only look at the surface, it's quite useless. But the idea of using photon skin is incredibly brilliant. Namni sips her tea and continues, Light is the fastest thing in this world. A streak of yellow light flashes across her mind,
and the linear pathways, which are easy to control, are highly advantageous. In the Ivory Tower, a leading institution in optimizing magic efficiency, it is believed that photon output will be a major breakthrough for future communication and information transfer.
A towering skyscraper faintly appears behind the white clouds. CNA says it is being researched with many magical techniques we have yet to discover. If they study it more thoroughly and consistently, it could develop into a great field of magic with enormous potential when you graduate, she said. Then Siron looked at the book with his hand on his chin, deep in thought, and he responded to Sienna.
I understand it wouldn't be bad if I master this skill before that happens. I will do as you said. Professor, does magic lead to a new field?
He quietly thought that maybe it would become something quite interesting to learn. Now Siron was in a different space, inside the forest. He reached out with one hand into the air, but nothing happened. He was surprised and exclaimed, then muttered as he moved both hands in front of him, twisting them up and down. Why isn't it working? He holds a CNA document in one hand, raises the other palm up, and looks at it.
He exclaimed in surprise. Are you kidding me? I can't control it at this level yet. So you're practicing in a corner with the other students? In Practice Area 32, this is a large plot of land located at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by forest and hills. Near the edge, there is a fairly large grandstand with students gathered around. They are fifth-year practical class students. Someone raises their hand into the air and silently whispers, casting a spell. Casting is a magical gesture. Then he pondered, of course magic doesn't come from the hand but from the spiritual realm. But imagining that Kwangtu emanates from my hand makes casting magic easier. Then I worry and raise my hands to look at them, continuing to think, creating Kwangtu isn't simple. Maybe it's because my spiritual realm is of the converging type. It's similar to casting spells. Suddenly, a female professor's voice rang out, very happily greeting the students. It's Ienla. She just stepped onto the stage, squinting and telling us to start the lesson right away. All the students standing in the yard are stunned, opening their mouths in shock and shouting together, "Who is she?" Professor Ethan's outfit is... Her glasses are gone. Indeed, she has taken off her glasses and is gently clapping her hands together, smiling kindly at them. Siron was stunned and exclaimed in admiration. Wow, her outfit looks absolutely beautiful. She probably just returned from training. He turned to look at that person with curiosity. When and where was the training? That's right, Professor Ithella is the bishop of the case's congregation. Bishop? Are you saying that Ithella is a pastor? Another student behind him added. Yes, the bishop is a high-ranking protector of the 12 holy temples. He said there are 12 bishops across the entire continent. Ithella shines in her bishop's attire, surrounded by an aura that not everyone can possess. The voice of the male student continues to echo. And she, Ithella, is one of them. With her resilient mental strength, she was awarded the title Jonat by the kingdom. Jonat is a title awarded to the mage with the strongest mental power. After saying this, the male student proudly turned back to the arena and said, Got it. Despite his appearance, Professor Ethan immediately reacted with admiration, 2 words flashing above N's head, as he looked at Ithella with a dreamy gaze and clasped his hands together, speaking with admiration. From today, I will join Professor Etla's team. Then he hugged his face and swayed his body according to what he said, with pink eyes. I will study hard, study for 5 years, and take the exam every year. Those 2 male students found it appropriate and were left speechless, and Siron then silently looked away, lost in thought. Perfect. I never expected to learn magic from such a talented professor. Etla happily stands on the arena, clasping her hands and loudly asks, Are you all ready for the speed shooting test? The crowd in front shouted in unison, Yes, ma'am, and told them that before the exam, each class would have a practical session like today. They also enthusiastically answered her in unison, Yes. Etla stood seriously, smiling as she explained, Today's lesson will teach you an advanced technique to enhance your versatility. She has invited an elder from the graduation class to help us out. They started to discuss among themselves. Is that really a graduation badge? Where? Etella's enthusiastic voice echoes. Welcome, Kotodama the sorcerer. San Eun. Note? Koto is equivalent to language. Dama is equivalent to soul or spirit. San Eun relaxed his shoulders, stepped forward, and said hello to the 5th-year class. He placed his hand on his right shoulder, bowed to everyone, and said that having accepted the invitation from our esteemed Professor Ithella, I have come here. Although this place is not meant for me, I hope I can be of some help to you. I am very willing, the female students cheered excitedly, while San Eun bowed beside her. Itella clasped her hands in front of her chest and explained that San Eun's signature magic, Kotodama, is closely related to today's lesson, so everyone should pay attention and focus. The 2 male students earlier, standing in front of Siron and Nate, looked extremely jealous. The person on the left exclaimed, "Damn, the graduate badge," and the person on the right clenched his fists, grinding his teeth as he spoke. "He's not even on the same level as us." Siron, standing behind, shows a disapproving expression. N speaks up. "Since when did he become on the same level as you guys?" San Yun stood on the podium, looking down at everyone gathered below, and spoke loudly. "The Kodadama magic uses the power of words to boost magical energy so you can see it clearly instead of just hearing explanations." He raised both hands straight ahead, his blue eyes gently looking up, and said, "First, I will show you the basic wind dragon spell." He uses a spirit domain created from his palm, a stream of blue air spinning like a ball. Siren, surprised, thought, "Wow, that magic is the same as what the principal showed me when I was little?" Then San Yun exclaimed. The wind dragon spell immediately summoned a towering tornado from nowhere that swept away everyone's hair, with the center of the tornado right where he was standing. After a while, the tornado subsided. Everyone was frightened and whispered, "That scared me. You're not an ordinary person." Sanon calmly closed his eyes, holding the book in his hand, and continued, "Remember the power of the spell just now. Now I will increase its magic power with Kotodama." Then he opened his mouth and recited a geomantic spell. Then San Yun opened her blue eyes, looked at the small notebook in her hand, and read aloud, "I request your strength. Please take my hand. From the high sky, spanning eternity, the sacred temple, my heart remains steadfast. The sorcerer's soul blending with heaven and earth, singing a loud hymn, praising the blazing fire, turning wind into a storm." As he reached this part, everyone was amazed by his voice. The female student looked at him with admiration and muttered, "It sounds like a spell. His voice is so good." 3 minutes later, he was still reciting his chant, his soul merging with his body. "We call upon the name of the wizard, unafraid of the wild strength of the mighty lion and the ocean, choosing the passionate sun and the earth, holding winds that blow for hundreds of millions of years. I will dedicate myself endlessly in reverence." Everyone had already dozed off listening to the chant for 3 minutes. Others tiredly asked when it would end. But he sternly looked up and said Long Qian Fong. Then a tornado spiraled from his feet straight into the sky. Everyone was watching, including Siren. The others panic and shout, "Save me!" Everyone was pulled back and forth by the force of the vortex. Now they looked like strands of hair in the wind, and they exclaimed, "Thought we were done for." Itella squinted and said, "You didn't say my spell out loud, but you still recited it in your mind." San Yun's voice echoed, "Of course I don't just read them aloud. I put my will into each word and cherish them. That small book contains many different spells." He continued, "That is what increased the magic power. This is the basic principle of Kodadama magic." San Yun calmly closed his small notebook and said, "However, the spell is too long to use in battle, so now I will show you what is called the silent magic technique." The others were startled when they heard him say that. But San Yun stopped reading and gently said, "Earth Spirit Frenzy." Then he looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Grant me your power." Following the words, those were rapid and lengthy spells that made it impossible for others to hear clearly. Everyone was terrified of the clan as the wind grew stronger and stronger, their hair seeming to want to fly off their heads. San Yun keeps reciting the spells rapidly, his tongue moving up and down constantly, making it hard to hear what he's saying. San Yun holds the notebook in one hand and raises the other to the sky, shouting a spell aloud, his hair flowing in the strong wind. His blue eyes seemed about to burst from his sockets, veins clearly visible, as he shouted, "Long Qian Fong." After those 3 words, the wind blows straight up from the ground into the sky and can be seen from miles away. It forms a massive pillar of wind, surrounded by a fierce whirlwind that blows away the dense trees of the entire forest. Atella's voice suddenly rang out. "All right, have you all seen the senior set an example?" No one responded to her, because they had all been knocked down and scattered on the ground by the dragon whirlwind technique. Siron, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, struggled to get up, while the other hand brushed his hair. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, "That power is truly unbelievable. Is this the level of a graduate class?" He continued to ponder. An ordinary high school graduate is officially called a level 10 mage. Etla crossed her arms, turned around happily, and smiled as she said, "Thank you, San Yun." He bowed his head and replied, "If you have any problems, just call me." Siron watched them thoughtfully, unable to imagine how powerful an official 6th-level mage like Athela could be. So, this is what the world is like. Some of those students have managed to sit up, while others are sprawled on the ground. "Teacher, do we have to practice Kodadama magic?" She stands on the podium looking down and answers, "Kodadama magic is an advanced subject, so you won't have to practice it. They all let out a relieved breath. Then she continued seriously, saying that the technique you are practicing is called Track 2. Track 2 is a technique that helps improve your overall abilities by focusing your energy when reaching the number. Siron raised his hand and asked her seriously, "So the more you count, the stronger you become?" The other students were all stunned. "That student wondered why it was that number, miss," Etla explained. "The numbers follow a pattern, so they are compatible with our realm." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned blue, and a blue glass-like panel with text appeared behind her, a space with a radius of 10 meters. Etla continues, "Of course, you are not just empty like Kodadama magic, you are assigning them a specific meaning. Let me illustrate. The rule is the most basic propositional system used in logic and mathematics. At this moment, the space around Etherla is surrounded by the 10-meter radius domain. She stands inside, squinting and saying, 'I will open the spiritual realm using a Track 2 technique, counting a sequence of tens.' Then she closed her eyes and started counting. 100. The 10-meter radius field suddenly expanded more than before. The students standing below started to discuss. 'Professor, did you just count to 100? Did you just count from 1 to 100? Another voice, full of surprise, exclaimed, "The professor's domain has expanded." The 10-meter radius field has indeed expanded to 12 meters. Then Atella opened her mouth and continued counting 401,100. That field kept expanding its radius according to her counting. She counted up to 1,700 and then reached 2,400. Siron was extremely shocked, quickly covering his face with his hand, thinking to himself, "How is this possible? A normal person could be so fast the field kept expanding," he continued to ponder, "and it was so easy." I was stunned, and after she counted to 10,000, she opened her eyes and let out a sigh of relief. The domain now covered almost half of their training ground, and everyone was amazed, realizing that just with solid technique, the domain's power had increased fourfold. Atella stands on the platform and looks down at the students with amazement, speaking out. "Are you all paying attention? If Kodadama magic reflects and creates scenes, then surely using your mind and reflection is key." She also reminds you that the faster you arrive, the stronger your spirit zone becomes. Not only is the size expanded, but the power is also increased, along with improved accuracy and precision. A spiral full of numbers twists downward. She continues, "And all your skills will be enhanced." I blankly thought to myself, if I master this technique, I can create a photon. Atella's voice kept ringing out. Of course, it's not entirely foolproof because its effect will diminish if your mental strength isn't strong enough. She happily said, "So don't forget that strict discipline and a perceptive will are the basic principles when opening the spiritual realm. Understand?" Everyone responded to her in unison, "Yes." A moment later, everyone split up to practice. Siron stood silently, then clenched his fist and nodded happily to himself. "All right, I counted to 1,000 in a minute. Then I realized that muttering numbers was harder than I thought. Indeed, everyone around him couldn't focus on counting for too long. Seeing that, he pondered that if he hadn't been continuously training his mental strength during classes, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait a minute. When I teleported, I used a technique that allowed me to sense complex calculations. He guesses that it might be the divination technique. A series of numbers, big and small, appear in his mind. He continued to think, sorting the numbers into hundreds and counting them at once. A beam of light touched the surface and shone brightly. Siron estimates about 10 seconds before solemnly raising his palm in front of him, silently wondering whether he should aim at the tree. He silently counted in his mind as the glowing light suddenly appeared in his palm. Then the yellow light spiraled into rings and shot straight toward the distant tree, surprising everyone. The glow flew directly to the faraway tree. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "What? What is that? What is that light?" The students standing behind him were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Siron was also startled but kept his stance. He quietly exclaimed to himself and thought internally how dazzling it was. After executing that move, Siron stood silently, lost in thought. It looks so dazzling. From above, looking down at the large training ground, I still see him standing tall, with people gathered in groups of 3 or 7, all turning their heads to look at him. Their murmurs echoed. Could it be the glowing orb? Did he learn that for the speed shooting test? Since it's light, it really is fast. Another student hesitantly spoke up, but that skill used just for a test is a bit much. And another voice responded, "Yeah, it's not really harmful." Etella, standing outside, accidentally turns her head and sees him unleash the shining death move, looking a bit dazed and thoughtful. Siron, who specializes in defense, has now learned active magic? Then she approached and called out loudly, "Siron,
It seems you've succeeded with the track too, haven't you? The professor turned around in surprise to look at her. Then he turned away and spoke with a shy tone. Yes, I suppose so. Etla happily nods. So, do you want to try practicing in the abyss? Now, everyone is focused on the abyss, where a figure is standing in the middle, and people are talking. Oh, are we going straight into rapid practice now? I'm so curious. Atella, standing behind the table watching him, said, After you finish the self-test, summon the target. Siron turned his head back and replied, yes. After answering, he closed his eyes tightly and focused his thoughts, first using his aura to strengthen his domain. One by one, the numbers of different sizes gather into a large point of light, then split into smaller points that converge on him. Siron stands straight and snaps his fingers. The field begins to activate around him. Then he thinks to himself and summons a target. Then a series of blue shadows appeared around Siron. On the dark green screen, information about the level 01 sniper and a score of 00 was displayed. Siron's pupils flash with multiple targets before reflecting a blinding blue light. He frowns, opens his eyes wide, and watches the targets in front of him. Then he raises his hand and concentrates his energy in one spot. He raises his palm toward the hovering target and concentrates, causing the luminous orb in his mind to glow. Instantly, the luminous orb shines brightly and flies straight toward the target. Seeing that, Siron was both stunned and inwardly exclaimed, so this is how it is. He silently thought that thanks to the bullet speed approaching the speed of light, the luminous, self-aiming shot automatically searches for a target to attack and shatters it into pieces. Siron continued to think, feeling as if he was aiming and shooting at the same time. His current firing speed is level 02 with a score of 11 and a time limit of 55 seconds. The other students exclaimed in surprise, That's so fast! Everyone was stunned with their mouths wide open. Someone's voice kept echoing, and as soon as he aimed, he hit the target instantly, like an instant activation magic. Atella stood silently, watching him and thinking to herself, I understand now. Siron's trick is to group the numbers into a large combination and then deploy them. She silently concluded in her mind that this is a chemical technique once used in intelligence magic. Now, Siron's attack looks like fireworks exploding in the sky, while beneath his feet is a wide circle covering the entire arena. Atella watched and thought that perhaps this was the knowledge he gained at the unpassable bridge. Then she silently marveled at the incredible rate of growth. Meanwhile, Siron was trying to focus on launching attacks at the targets. You fired every shot accurately, destroying all the targets. After a while, the final training session with the image also came to an end. Siron stands there, wiping sweat from his forehead without noticing the information on the wall. Time's up with level 19 and a score of 342. The time limit is 0 minutes. Everyone below is cheering non-stop. Isn't that a perfect score? Defeating the target of 342 in 1 minute. Someone's voice also echoed, Should I switch to using luminescent particles instead? It's best not to. That's only possible if you have the same knowledge as Siron. He just stood there, wiping sweat and taking a deep breath, then pondered. With this move, I don't have to worry about the rapid fire test anymore. It's better to stand outside and watch everything unfold. He crossed his arms and spoke. So far, he hasn't succeeded with magic, but as soon as he understood it, he scored 342 points. Impressive. Haruki, sitting beside, spoke up. Indeed, some points are worth rushing to say. What? But that was your first time, so it's not bad. Haruki just sat up, glanced at him, and with a toothy smile said that his score was really a fluke, but also interesting. Then Haruki raised her hand to call Atella. Professor, I want to try too. She and En were both startled when they heard you say that. She worriedly spoke up. Haruki, are you okay? She frowned worriedly and reminded him, but you must not cause any trouble. Sure? Siron was wiping his face when suddenly he heard someone's straightforward voice shout out, Huh? That's Haruki, he also wants to practice. Hearing that, he got so angry his cheeks puffed up as he turned away, thinking to himself, Haruki, I don't like his way of thinking. But he hesitated and continued to wonder, I'm still curious. Haruki stepped out of the stands confidently and boldly, drawing everyone's attention. He took his hand out of his pocket. Haruki straightened up and smirked as the abyss began to surround him. The aura rising from beneath his feet soars into the sky, and his expression is very proud. Everyone, seeing this, starts to murmur in amazement. Speed is with a redirect type. No way, it's completely different speed. Siron is just as surprised. Someone's voice echoes, so he plans to defeat the targets by simply looking at them instead of using synesthesia. The targets appear one after another, floating around Haruki with a large circle of energy at his feet. He hangs his head and snaps his fingers. His domain flies straight toward the target. Siron looked surprised and frowned, wondering if the size of the target could be reduced even further. What was he planning to do? Then he widened his eyes slightly and whispered, "This is Iruki's domain," weaving in a Z shape through the targets in the sky, astonishing everyone below, and then the targets suddenly explode all at once like fireworks. For everyone gasped in surprise and exclaimed. The information, speed gun level 02, score 13, and time limit 0 minutes. 57 seconds appeared on the screen. Iruki's domain twists and passes through the target's centers, causing them to explode above everyone's heads while Siron stands frozen in shock watching the explosions. He thought that without watching further, he already knew she would easily surpass his score. He frowned in thought. Iruki looked down from above, smirking to herself, and thinking that it's not good to be so easily amazed at this point. Siron. Then he simply pointed forward, adjusting his domain to pierce through the target more quickly, causing it to change shape and explode. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Amazing! Has the speed increased again? Is Iruki always this strong? The fellow student said in surprise. Siron stands behind, eyes looking up, raising his hand to cover his mouth, his face shocked as he deduces, "I see now." If you observe carefully, you'll notice he's not chasing the targets with the naked eye. He predicts the movement of the targets using motion equations, and looks up at how Iruki controls his spirit domain, thinking that. Iruki divides the targets into different equations. He keeps thinking, but surprisingly, even after predicting their movements, he can still catch all the targets with evasive maneuvers. So how is his domain so fast? That must be his own talent. Yes, but Iruki isn't just working with hundreds or thousands of numbers, so he's even calculating numbers higher than thousands. Then he looked at him, grinning, and just said bluntly, "Millions." Hearing that, he showed a look of disbelief. The scoreboard on the wall now shows level 24 with a score of 548 and a time limit of 0 minutes. Everyone cheers for Iruki's achievement. What? Iruki is really amazing, and you just stand there smug, with one hand on your hip and the other raised in a strange gesture. Everyone keeps shouting, "Why are you hiding your skills? Hitting the target with such a tiny redirect is really difficult. Is he even human?" Etella stood to the side, watching him walk past and looking thoughtful, truly impressive and skillful. He then stepped to the edge of the stands and stood in front of Siron, who was on guard. Iruki responded confidently and then continued, "Do you think it's worth watching?" "That's impressive. I didn't know you could use that kind of diversion. Is that all? I'm a bit disappointed, you know," he wondered. "What?" Iruki said. "I'm really impressed that you thought of modularization." Siron looked down in shame when he heard Iruki say that. Then he looked at him seriously and asked, "Do you wonder how I calculated millions of numbers?" Siron looked up at Iruki nervously, cautious. "I do. But is it okay to tell me that? It seems like you see me as a rival." Everyone watched as the two talked. Iruki, standing arrogantly on the podium, said, "It doesn't matter. Even if you know, you probably can't do it." Siron remained silent without replying. Everyone wondered, "What's going on?" Iruki's voice rang out, "It's nothing much." Then he scratched the back of his head and glanced away before continuing. "I used the log and reduced the units." Siron was extremely shocked when he said that. Mr. Ha was stunned and wondered silently, how is this possible? How could he consider this as a valid method? Everyone around gasped and exclaimed, What? Isn't that too crazy?" Siron furrowed his brow and thought, if he calculated using blocks, it would clearly feel like the numbers were much larger. Even if you use track 2, a simple calculation method, the calculations will still become complicated, and he's sure this is a scholarly syndrome. Iruki raised her index finger to her nose, frowned, and asked, "What do you think?" "Can you beat me?" Siron shouted. "I have no intention of defeating anyone." "This is just a test." I cover my nose and look away, replying with a trivial statement from the week. "Well, remember this. If you lack the skills, just give up on your ideals and keep pretending you're the best." Then he said dismissively, "I'm not convinced by that at all." Siron angrily retorted, "If I beat you, it will prove I was right? Then Iruki snapped his fingers and smiled mysteriously. "Of course, but you should know, no matter how high your knowledge level is." Iruki continued, "If you compare yourself to me, you're just a bug." Siron was furious and exclaimed, "Bugs and insects? Everyone is surprised? Even you." He silently thought about this, and then eagerly started searching for something in his paper bag. "That's quite interesting." The shooting speed test rules state that your score is based on the number of targets hit within the given time. Level 01. Score 00 time limit is 1 minute, with a 1-minute duration. As the level increases, the number of targets also increases.
10 targets at first stage, 11 at second stage, 12 at third stage, 13 at fourth stage, and 14 at fifth stage.
If you miss even one target, you cannot advance to the next stage. Additionally, the higher the level, the faster the targets are summoned. If you can't keep up with the targets, you'll be disqualified. If you can't handle them quickly, you won't be able to summon more targets and your score will be severely affected. Everyone is gathered around to check the shooting test results. Siron is also looking. He thought that the average score for 5th grade was 400, and no one had scored over 700 yet. Then he rested his chin and reasoned that to reach 700 points, he probably couldn't miss any targets. I have to reach level 30 in 1 minute. So in 5 seconds, I need to have already leveled up. At this moment, Siron is standing on the stage in front of everyone's watchful eyes. Then he frowns, looks up, and raises his right hand to the sky. Immediately, the targets explode one after another as he strikes them, while the other students look up in amazement. That guy exclaimed in admiration, "Truly impressive." Then he turned around and launched his attack, his eyes showing determination and sharpness. He swung his arm to direct the spirit realm toward the targets in front of him, causing them to explode loudly on the ceiling again. The two who spoke with Siron earlier are now standing in shock, and the person in front speaks seriously. Siron can't be joking now. Even without teleporting, he can still hit the target. Are you standing behind the doubt and still able to do that? The message on the blackboard on the wall appeared. Time's up, level 25, score 567, and the time limit is 0 minutes. A deep voice exclaims in awe. In just a week, his score has already increased by 200 points. Now the time is up, and the abyss image has disappeared. He straightened his left wrist and let out a sigh of relief, as the crowd cheered loudly. Then Siron turned and walked away. Over there in the distance, two people are whispering to each other. His shooting speed is really fast. Once you've aimed, you can't miss your shot. The boy next to him softly replied. His continuous firing has also improved a lot. In 1 second, I think he managed to shoot those 4 bullets. He wiped the sweat with a towel, glanced back, and then let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "How about now? I've caught up to your score." So he was glancing at Aruki from behind. The boy sneered slightly, sat up leisurely, then walked past him toward the podium. Aruki casually said with his hands in his pockets, "So, it's my turn now?" Siron looked at him with a hint of worry. Everyone's eyes turned to the podium, including him. He was tense as he looked up at it, and as expected, Aruki still controlled the spirit realm skillfully, shattering the target and causing it to explode all at once. Someone's voice suddenly rang out, and their realm was even smaller than before. Aruki's realm shot past their heads. Everyone watched in amazement. The person continued, even faster than before. His domain continued to curve through the targets, causing them to explode. After a while, Aruki finally finished. He raises his hand to mimic a gun and strikes a cool pose before speaking. Then, the timer appears on the wall showing 0 minutes, level 25, score 568, and time limit. Then Aruki ignored it and walked away, and everyone started discussing excitedly again. Aruki's score is also rising, but only 1 point behind Siron's new score. Then the chatter gradually quiets down. Siron also checked, but he lost. However, Siron's score is increasing exponentially. He'll catch up soon. As for me, I'm feeling very confused right now. Siron looked at Aruki's back and thought that a 1-point difference was no coincidence. The next day, their scores were again separated by just 1 point, with 571 belonging to Siron and 572 to Aruki. The next day, the scores 585 and 586 were also separated by just 1 point, and the following day, 593 and 594 again differed by only 1 point. Aruki stands with his back to everyone, raises his right hand to glance back, and smirks proudly. The other students cheer for Aruki. Only Siron knows that the intention behind the 1-point difference is clear. He stands silently among everyone, staring up at the podium, lost in thought. Just wanting to be a point above me, you had to plan carefully from level 1. Then Siron frowned and stared ahead in thought. That's exactly the point. Even if he didn't say it himself, that was his message. He imagines Aruki standing on the tall, proud wall looking down on him. He could easily defeat someone like him. He stood there silently, lost in thought. A moment later, from the tall, luxurious building, a voice echoed. This time, Aruki will probably win, huh? Turns out the 3 of them are just sitting and talking. The friend sitting at the table with crossed legs tilts his head and continues. Scoring over 600 points, Siron is quite impressive. The person sitting on the left, propping their hand, spoke. It's just that Aruki is too strong. Another voice also sounded. I think Siron doesn't realize his limits. Aruki, are you interested in joining our research group? Show us how you do it. What is the highest score you can achieve? Iruki Siron sat here, annoyed, looking at Iruki with dissatisfaction. That's exactly right, not like someone who has given their all. Iruki hasn't used all his strength yet. Then he silently thought that if he didn't realize soon that those fighting forces were rushing in, it would be too late. Suddenly, No-Sao put his hand on his shoulder with a squinting smile and said, "It's okay, we're cheering for you." Then he added, "Actually, both of you are my friends, so it doesn't matter who wins." Siron irritably turned his head and replied, "I'm serious, I didn't even realize whether I was chewing food or counting points while I was eating. I feel sorry for you, but as a spectator, this is really exciting. We're all eager to see which one of you will break that score record." Siron wondered, do those score records really exist? So he asked how many points she had scored. Is it a record from some senior who already graduated? Just pretend to look confused and answer him. Don't tell me you have no idea about your girlfriend's score. So I'll be surprised and ask him. Hearing that, he immediately turned his head. How about that? You should have said it loudly. Your senior is amazing. 987 points. At the same time, somewhere else, possibly the schoolyard in front of a 2-story building. Many people are passing by when a pink-haired girl sitting on a bench hears someone calling her. It's Amy, who just ran over calling her name. Sorel nervously stands in front of her and says, "It's been a while. You've been causing a lot of trouble. It seems the graduation class is really tough." She hands her a stack of documents with a faint smile revealing dark circles under her eyes and says, "You'll be like me sooner or later. Here's the document I was asking about." Then the two of them sat down to drink water and chat. Sorel asked her, "Is the promotion exam very difficult?" Ami sipped her water and replied that it wasn't too difficult, but the standards are high, and even if she scores well, it doesn't mean she'll pass. Then she looked coldly at her and threatened her. "They will study everything you've done so far." Serial exclaimed in horror, "Oh my God, that's terrifying." But then she lowered her head and forced a smile to reassure her. "Don't worry. Even though it's called a graduation class, it's roughly the same level as a 4th-year advanced class. With your skills, you'll be fine." She raised her glass with both hands and looked at Amy with admiration. "Oh." Min thinks she's changed. Her mindset has become much more stable. While she was thinking, Amy spoke up. "How has Siron been lately?" When Serial heard that, it was like a thunderclap in her ears, and suddenly she screamed in horror. How terrible. Have they never met before? Are they really dating? Then she continued, saying there's been something interesting lately. Her voice echoed beside the working artificial waterfall, with Amy looking unconcerned but curious. "So Iruki is challenging Siron?" She watched Serial worry as she recounted that back in 5th grade, he also challenged her. Pretty strange, huh? He just pretends not to care about others. When he beats me, he will use that emotion to provoke me. Hearing that, Serial was confused. So he's a genius hunter? Two things like that. So what about our Siron? Aren't you going to help him? Amy Serial kept asking her nervously. She just rested her head on the arm of the chair, calmly drinking water and replying. Why make a fuss? He doesn't need your help. What does our Siron mean? She suddenly screamed. You're so insensitive. Why are you so cold to your boyfriend? Amy frowned slightly, speaking softly with the straw in her mouth. No, that's not what I mean. Then she confidently said, Siron knows what he needs to do. Over here, he's panting heavily, his face covered in sweat. Turns out he completed the speed test. Everyone was amazed when they saw the board appear on the wall showing timeout level 30, score 700, and a time limit of 0 minutes. And Siron now is gasping for air, leaning on his hands and collapsing his knees while loosening his tie. It seems he did his best. The two of them earlier stood in shock, alternating between exclamations. I never expected to see someone with 700 points in a 5th grade class. That cruel bastard. A terrifying monster. Everyone is talking excitedly now. To get that score, you have to level up 10 times in 10 seconds. I didn't expect you could actually do it. Siron frowned and hobbled forward, exhausted and almost at his limit. Iruki, hands in his pockets and looking proud, approached him and said, Congratulations on 700. That's a high score, not bad, right? Sirin, breathing heavily, turned to look at him and replied, Because I want to prove something to you. I knew it. Siron's voice rang out. Will he be able to win? Winning or losing doesn't really matter. It's just a test, after all. Hearing that, she looked at Amy in surprise. What? You're just showing off your undefeated reputation, Amy. Then she continued shouting, I know you defeated Iruki, who holds the record of 987 points in the speed shooting test. Amy looked surprised. No, I've never competed with him at all. I just ignore his taunts. Then she glanced somewhere else. But if we really competed, I think she would lose. She said that seriously. The fool of a serial. Oh, her scream echoed. What? Back to the Abyss image, the blackboard appears showing only the over. 701 points and 0 minutes. Everyone in the stands screams. It's incredible. That's Aruki's result. He's standing there, looking at his score. Someone shouts loudly, still scoring 1 point at a time, and even with 700 points, he remains so calm. What is Aruki's limit? Everyone wondered about that. Siron, confused, stood among the crowd thinking he was definitely sure. Then he looked up at Aruki with a dissatisfied expression, silently concluding that he couldn't beat him. Siron's bag was casually placed on the table. He sits silently on a simple bed inside a spacious room, with sunlight streaming through the window illuminating his face. He looks out the window, lost in thought. After the holiday ends, the exam is only 3 days away. Then he closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed. I can't find another way to defeat Aruki in that amount of time. Should I give up? It's just a test. Suddenly he remembered the saying, only the weak say that. And then he fell silent, frowning in thought. He thought about Aruki's cold expression when he said, if you lack skills, just stop idealizing life and pretend you're the best. His face suddenly changed, showing something unresolved. Then he remembered a series of images he had gone through recently, all of them painful and unfair to him. Then he thought no one would believe what he said. And the last image he remembered was of himself as a child witnessing several bodies scattered on the street in an alley. Then he struck a match and lit the candle, sitting cross-legged on the bed, gazing at the burning flame in deep thought. Did I lose my awareness because I studied at the noble school for too long? Honestly, what Aruki said isn't wrong. And then he thought the world wouldn't listen to those without power. Siron's eyes suddenly turned blue, and he silently vowed not to give up. Then he sat up straight, closed his eyes, and centered himself to overcome Aruki. There was no other way but to conquer the numbers. The drops of water gradually grow larger and form bigger numbers, and a question flashes in his mind. What is a number? In Siron's subconscious, he is floating surrounded by numbers. He quietly asks himself what the sequence of numbers is, and gathers the digits into a glowing circular realm in the palm of his hand. He raises it to eye level and looks at it. What is its core? Then he told himself, don't think about those things. And then he raised his hand straight up into the sky and let it go. He kept thinking that if he got lost in those thoughts, he wouldn't be able to see the bigger picture. I will just, he thought as he loosened his grip on the handle. Tiny blue lights gradually fall down, and as he tries to feel them, they form even smaller lights that fall one after another. More and more lonely lights fall and envelop Siron's body. His body is suspended in midair, transparent and glowing blue. His eyes widened as he looked at them, then wondered how far he could count. Then he thought he could. Siron was flying up into the sky, chasing the source of the light. Then he pondered how far he could go. He flew toward a barrier like choppy water. There is a whirlpool-like hole in the middle as he flies into it, lost in thought. What is this? The end of the numbers? No way. Numbers are infinite. Siron places both hands on his face, lost in thought. What is this then? Suddenly, the surrounding space begins to crack. He is extremely shocked, opening his mouth wide. The ground beneath his feet also begins to crack. He looked down and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? And then the wet spot under his feet grew larger and tore a big hole. He looked confused, not knowing what to do. Returning to reality, he hurriedly opened his eyes, sitting up and panting, thinking, I must have arrived. What is that? Is this a hallucination? The candle on the table has burned out, only the wax remains. He pondered and looked at it. Lavette, huh? Is this really an illusion? I can feel a very strong pull. Siron sat cross-legged on the bed, raising both hands. Then he was startled as he looked out the window. It's hard to explain, but the numbers probably aren't just there to count. He looked up at the bright full moon above the castle, and thought that. Siron said he then realized that 40 hours had passed since he closed his eyes. The next day, the comprehensive shooting speed test will take place at the main training ground, the speed gun test for Class 5. There are 2 people standing in the middle of the arena, surrounded by fully packed stands, with the scoreboard on the wall already in operation. Someone let out a sigh and said, I'm so worried, so worried. It's those 2 male students again. Why are the students from the lower class here? Probably came to see. I've done that before too. Suddenly, everyone was looking towards the door. Oh, someone from the other side exclaimed in surprise. Why are the seniors from Class 4 here too? Sariel is in that group. The young male student is holding his head and crying. The pressure is too much. The person on the right nervously spoke to reassure him. Don't be like that. They all came to watch the match between Siron and Aruki. Probably so. The people sitting behind didn't dare say a word when Sariel and her friends took someone else's seat. She squinted and raised her hand to the boy who lost his seat, saying, thank you. The male student who was crying earlier answered, of course. He looked up at the schedule for today's events. There are so many things happening.
A voice echoes. The main event today shows on the blackboard. Iruki and Siron will compete in the 20-point group. The pink-haired boy wonders who will win, huh? The guy sitting in the middle touches his chin and replies, Iruki is currently leading. Serial confidently raises her index finger and says it's still too early to tell. Then she looked at them, smiled mischievously, and continued. Since the test was done in groups, the scores might change. If it were a real environment like the actual setting, Siron would win, she confidently said. So now more than a minute has passed, the test is over. The first round was won by the person on the left with a score of 427. He happily raised 2 fingers and said, I won. The other side isn't convinced. I passed the test, but why am I so angry?
But what should I do now? I'm so worried. And after a minute, N's group finished the test. He stood there wiping his sweat, secretly happy. I did so well.
Etla stands behind the table and says, Well done.
Group 19, then she flipped the paper and said with a squinting smile, Now it's the turn of Group 20. After she finished speaking, everyone's cheers echoed throughout the ceiling.
Iruki and Siron entered their positions at the same time. Everyone cheered their names, Siron and Iruki, and the chants still echoed.
Iruki Athela felt worried inside. He stood silently amidst the cheers of everyone.
Siron should speak casually. Siron seems too focused.
The 2 boys put their index fingers to their lips, signaling him to be quiet. The cheering had completely stopped. The 2 are standing in the center of the arena as Atela's voice echoes. You have 1 minute. She speaks from behind the 2 of them. Many students are paying close attention to you, so I hope you both will do your best. Siron, listening carefully, nods slightly. Iruki didn't seem interested at all. Then Atela said, Let's get started. The information board on the wall has 2 buttons. Yellow for Iruki and red for Siron. The yellow button has beeped, and everyone is silent as they watch the arena. Siron begins counting silently in his mind, his eyes shining with lights like in a dream. And then his red button beeps. Both have started activating their spiritual realms for their battle. They are using their own unique techniques. Iruki's technique is powerful and flowing, while Siron's is decisive and firm. The audience below is witnessing an exhilarating match. They exclaimed in amazement, This is incredible! Now both are at the same level, level 12.
Within the first 58 seconds, someone exclaimed. At the very start, all targets exploded.
Siron's eyes glowed with a blue light as he focused all his spiritual energy into his palm.
Everyone shouted in admiration. They are both so talented.
As Iruki executed his move, he glanced at Siron, and someone remarked that Iruki's spirit domain had also become smaller.
Indeed, Iruki's moves are becoming sharper and more agile, smashing through targets. The person sitting next to Serial crossed their arms and commented,
So that's the rumored power of Iruki. Truly formidable, she said seriously. So that's why Ami called him a strong opponent. Siron. Then she widened her eyes in amazement. Huh? Is Siron's score higher? She looked up at the information board and exclaimed,
Siron's current score is 121 and Iruki's is 119.
Then she scolded him loudly,
You bastard Iruki, are you joking again? Do you think you can turn the situation around so you dare to joke?
I really am patient. Iruki is actually smiling inside right now. Everyone has misunderstood. He waved his hand and laughed and showing his teeth as he launched his move, thinking to himself, I've done my best from the start. He glanced at Siron and wondered what he had done in just 3 days. Iruki watched Siron focus on his moves, thinking that way. On the platform, Atela kept a serious expression as she watched them without blinking. She quietly thought to herself, I understand now. If you take a first time on a road, it feels long, but if you go again, it will be quicker. She silently watched Siron and continued to ponder. Counting doesn't matter, but you've come a long way. Siron. Iruki looked at him with an unusual smile before speaking. This guy is really crazy. Siron quickly swung his hand forward, focusing his domain into his palm to shoot at the target, causing it to explode one after another. Then Siron stared intently at his palm, thinking to himself, Release the module. Atela outside was very surprised. She began to realize that he was gathering the numbers and performing calculations simultaneously. This strategy can only be used when someone has reached the limit of conscious calculation. She remembers the moment Siron entered the arena, and to do that, he must have been in a state of hyper-focus before coming here. But if I do that, I need to be completely focused right now to attack as quickly and accurately as possible. I remind myself that if I lose focus even for a moment, all my efforts to maintain this concentration so far will be in vain. I must stay completely focused at all costs, he thought with a frown. A streak of yellow lightning is flying straight into the source of that light in his mind, as the scores on the information board on the wall continue to rise for both of them.
Siron is leading with 469 points, while Iruki has 432. The gray-haired person sitting with Siriel suddenly exclaimed. The score gap is widening. She and the girl beside her slam their hands on the table and stand up shouting. Siron steps forward. Everyone in the stands stood up and cheered as the blonde girl with 2 braids shouted towards the arena, "Faster!" The match was intense, with both fighters executing powerful and swift moves, captivating the audience. Iruki just used a move to blow up the target while thinking that this could also be considered a form of motivation. That guy breaking his usual calculated style means he's betting everything on this move. He glanced at Siron, smirking. Fine, I don't accept you. Siron, your spirit is just as strong as mine. Then you immediately clenched your hand and whispered, but my gamble will always be on a completely different level. Iruki emphasized that thought, then clenched his fist with cold, focused eyes as blue lightning appeared around him. Suddenly, everyone was stunned, some stood up, others rubbed their eyes to see clearly what it was. Something strange is happening. Iruki's score. Someone shouted in shock. His score suddenly skyrocketed. Iruki's score suddenly skyrocketed, and their level was now higher than Siron's by 1. The 2 people standing with Nen earlier were also stunned. The person on the left spoke. But I don't see Siron falling behind at all. The person on the right also said that Iruki's explosion rhythm suddenly changed in a strange way. No thought it couldn't be possible. Sariel's group of 3 has all stood up. The pink-haired person asks in surprise, does everyone notice something strange about Iruki's spiritual realm afterimage? She frowns and replies, I see it. That's not just a residual image. Sari, panicking, points forward and shouts, even though he has 2 spiritual realms. 2 more spiritual auras appear around Iruki, enveloping him. Now, everyone is very surprised. Someone shouted, is that even possible? Athela thought in shock. Song Ninvuk is a characteristic sign of a detached mind-shifting type. I never expected to witness a student using this ability one day. Above all, she is simultaneously performing 2 sequences and recording the process as well. She stands there, lost in thought. Even if she has an academic syndrome, that ability is still incredibly rare. I never expected a child to hide such a formidable power. Then Atella whispered to herself. Another unpredictable variable has appeared at this magic academy. Siriel and her friend are both intently watching the arena. She muttered, Ami was right. Iruki's spirit realm pierced through the target and scattered across the space above the ceiling. Siren's voice rang out. Iruki truly is a monster. Iruki raises his hand straight ahead to direct the song spirit realm to attack the target. The scores of the 2 suddenly stop. Iruki is 845 and Siren is 692. Someone's voice exclaimed. It's over. N's 3-person team watches intently as the person on the left speaks. So everyone has figured out the result. He continued speaking. This time Siron really got unlucky. He's standing silently, struggling to breathe. Helplessly, he thought he still couldn't win. Even after betting everything he had, Siron was hovering in front of the cliff in his dream. It seems he has tried his best, and now he feels exhausted. He thinks to himself, but still can't compare to Iruki even half as much. He sadly thought to himself that he had tried his best. His hand loosened, but then he clenched his fist again. Siron is still overthinking? Beads of sweat trickle down as he bows his head, glaring and muttering to himself, Not yet. I'm still afraid. Siron wondered if he was allowed to follow that path. Then he clenched his fist and punched the face of the thug in front of him. But now it's no longer an issue, Siron thought. A pink hole appeared on Gin's face as he pulled back his fist. Then, Siron raised his fist high to gain momentum. He clenched his teeth and looked at the hole with determination. He would overcome it himself. A powerful force hit Gin's face earlier, breaking a large hole in it, and suddenly it started to glow. Siron was stunned when he saw that, the bright white light reflecting off his face and illuminating the entire space in his mind like daylight. Back in the arena, Atella was startled and turned to look in his direction. She glanced and wondered, unable to believe that all the targets were quickly pierced through the center by Siren's yellow light beams with a diameter of... That light was really very small. Once again, everyone in the stands was terrified, unable to close their mouths. Someone shouted, Hey, look at Siren, the light is getting brighter and brighter. Sariel's group also looked like they wanted to throw themselves into the arena. Siron didn't make a sound, just stood with his head bowed. The light from him was so intense that the blue targets turned black, and then they were shattered into pieces by Siren's light without him having to do anything. Both scores are rapidly increasing, but it seems Siron is gaining faster than Iruki. He turned to look at Siron with a deep sigh, then gritted his teeth and whispered to himself, I will definitely calculate faster than you no matter how quick you are. There are only 5 seconds left. Iruki remains very confident. I will calculate every number in this world. Your song realm is still accelerating, and there are 4 seconds left.
Iruki's spirit realm hit the target with only 3 seconds left. He thought he was in control and could win, and now only 2 seconds remain. Just 1 more second to go. And in the end, only 1 second remained. Iruki grimaced and clenched his teeth, silently saying to himself, "Damn it, why does time feel so slow?" Everyone stands up and shouts loudly as the match ends. Iruki suddenly slumped down on the floor, lost in thought. It's over. You look at your score table with satisfaction. Well, not a bad score at all. So, I won? Your score is 1,247. Then he turned to Siron, wondering how he was doing. Iruki quietly wondered. Then his expression turned puzzled as he looked at Siron. He still didn't react at all. Suddenly someone ran over, shook his shoulder, and loudly called Siron. Only then did he snap out of it and take a deep breath. It's Serial slowly letting go of his shoulder, asking Han Siron worriedly if he's okay. Everyone around also gathered around the two of them, and then he spoke. "Serial, the test is over?" Then she turned around to look at the scoreboard on the wall, and cheerfully said, "The victory is yours." He was surprised to see the score table, and she continued, setting a new record. The score he achieved was 1,273. The students cheerfully gathered around and said in unison, "Congratulations, Siron." He looked surprised and wondered to himself, "Did I really win?" Suddenly, Iruki approached and called out to Siron. "Hey, you." Everyone around also agreed. Then Iruki continued, "Do you know that wide-area magic is banned in speed shooting tests?" Siron nodded silently, thinking to himself. Yeah, back then the entire arena was covered in light. Iruki's voice rang out again. "Ha, you're really dull." Iruki, with one hand in his pocket and the other extended for a handshake, smiled and said, "It's not like every photo blast means using magic to take photos." "Just kidding. Congratulations on your victory," the other male students immediately shouted in panic upon hearing that. Wow. Iruki really admits he was defeated. Is the sun rising in the west today? Siron took his hand and stood up, saying, "So now you admit that what I said is true, that life is more important than research." Iruki replied seriously, "You're right." He couldn't believe his ears and asked you again, "Really? Are you serious?" Then Iruki calmly replied, "But it seems you misunderstood something. Detonation doesn't mean violence. No one understands what you two are talking about." Iruki continued, "Exploding is just a large accumulation of energy. To be considered violence, it also has to involve the intention of harming others." Nen and Serial stood side by side, staring in amazement. He softly said, "That." But Siron didn't care. He frowned and argued that since such energy was controlled by humans, it still remained dangerous. Iruki said that the person will have to take responsibility for controlling that huge source of energy. And by the way, we're talking about this issue. I have something to ask of you. He looked at him with confusion. Your serious expression said it all. From now on, you have to take responsibility for me. Iruki's voice echoes. An explosion is just like a burst of immense energy. That uncontrollable energy. But if I can control it, it could be the power to save 100,000 lives. You really mean that? A strange light shines down on a city from the pitch-black sky. Iruki faced Siron and said, "A new era has begun. I'm not just fighting nature. Of course, I don't have such noble faith." Siron stood silently for a moment, then spoke up. "Why didn't you say that from the start?" "Then I was mistaken. Everyone is standing around in small groups, talking about them." Iruki replied, "I want you to understand where you belong, as a person who possesses power." Hearing that, Siron was surprised by his answer. Then he stood upright and continued, "Do you only know how to be afraid?" Siron looked ahead thoughtfully and said, "I understand now. Iruki is afraid that his power will spiral out of control." He looked at him and thought about it. Iruki said with eyes full of remorse, "If you defeat me, you'll prove your willpower, so the only one who can stop me is you." Iruki looked at Siron with an honest face, and then confidently said, "If you can't handle me, I won't take another step." The people behind him found this confusing and quietly asked, "Master Ma, is he saying he won't move because he's afraid of his own power?" Siron was hesitating, not knowing what to do, then suddenly he said that, leaving me completely confused. He looked at Iruki with concern, unsure if he was delusional or real, but there was one thing I knew for sure. He looked into Iruki's eyes, silently recognizing that the fear in his gaze was real. Then he stepped forward, took Iruki's hand, and said, "I promise. I will stop you then." Everyone in the yard now was confused and exclaimed, "What?" Then tears welled up and rushed to the two people, calling out loudly. The boy wrapped his arms around their necks, pulled them into a hug, and smiled brightly, saying how cool they were. "I am proud to have you as my friends."
Attila spoke up from behind the crowd. Siron, come here for a moment. I turned my head back to answer her. Yes, and Aruki was being choked so tightly by Nish that he couldn't breathe. Then he followed Attila outside, and suddenly she grabbed his shoulder and spoke sharply, making him startle. Chiron, she looked at him worriedly, and then shouted, "Do you know what you just did? Do you really want to leave here?" He was extremely shocked when he heard her speak, and Siron stammered, "Professor Ethanla." She frowned and said that the place I enter, if I go to that realm, I will no longer be myself. Siron gently looked down and softly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was so dangerous." Attila softly said, "Siron." Then she bowed her head in contemplation, and advised you that the territory you step into surpasses even numbers and is called the Realm of Infinity. The mages call it the Immortality Function. She looked into his eyes and continued, and our monks named it Nirvana. Siron was shocked when she heard that word. People can reach infinity, but those who reach that point will be nothing at all. He silently thought that beyond the numbers he saw there, the face he had punched until it was broken, was a vast space. Siron seemed to be pulled forward by some kind of force. He kept thinking, and it kept pulling him in. Siron suddenly woke up while sleeping, gasping and holding his chest. Then he got out of bed, propped his hands on the table, and thought again about that nightmare. Since entering that place, I have been dreaming of this nightmare every day. He says that he feels a strange sensation inside him. He picks up a glass of water but is unsure of his grip, so the glass tips over. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. He braced himself with one hand on the table to stand firm, while the other grabbed his shirt at the chest. He feels worried and scared, thinking that he occasionally senses something. I asked Professor Etla, but neither of us could find any problem with my body. He looked at the spilled water on the table with worry. What on earth is happening to me? One afternoon, a flock of birds was returning to their nests. Siron's voice echoed through the ceiling. Lately, I think I'm haunted by a ghost. Seeing how serious you look, I was genuinely worried. I am serious about this. You're saying this is a research group on spiritual science, right? Aruki said with a folded arms and a helpless smile. It's no wonder that the level of worry from someone who once defeated me is on a different level, so I'm surprised. But why do you think he was telling the truth? Siron chuckled bitterly, then curled his index finger and asked Aruki, "Am I asking a stupid question?" "Not really." Aruki propped his chin with his hand and spoke up. "The dream you told me about. You said you saw yourself in a dark, empty space, right? Then you keep talking, and are the stars being pulled somewhere?" Siron just nodded. Aruki's voice rang out, and finally, the partition shattered. "A beam of light is emitted, right?" Aruki asked. Siron widened his eyes and replied, "Yeah, that's right." The movement is like a heartbeat. Aruki sat with his arms crossed, leaning back in his chair, and said that considering both the size and speed of the space you mentioned, it must be a number no one on the continent can guess. Now Aruki has a new nickname, the Spiritual Club's critic Aruki, responsible for giving judgments. Jokingly, if we consider that place real. Then he said seriously that it also has to be outside the universe, and Siron was startled, sitting upright and looking at Aruki as they both exclaimed, "Beyond the universe." He looked at Aruki and said with a doubtful expression, "Are you talking about the universe mentioned in that book? But how could I dream about it when I've never seen it before, so I tilt my chin and look at you with a sharp gaze?" "No," he raised his hand and spoke very seriously. "I've heard about that before," Siron said nervously. Number and N has also gotten a new nickname. W. Nate, the spiritual medium, is responsible for asking questions. He solemnly states that 200 years ago, a condemned prisoner underwent a soul transfer experiment. If a person's soul is materialized into matter, there is a hypothesis that electricity could separate it. A closed conductor, or in other words, placing a person inside a metal box and passing current through it. However, due to the inhumane nature of the experiment, it was stopped long ago. That executed prisoner also survived. Their consciousness also returned after a month, but I think we should pause here for a moment. Then he continued, and he learned about the situation of the countries outside the continent. Places he had never been to or heard of. Siron asked nervously, "Is that true?" He should rest his elbows on his thighs and answer quietly. The information the condemned man revealed has been verified, and all of it has been confirmed to be true. He glared at Siron, warning him. His soul had been torn apart by electricity, turning him into a ghost and causing sparks. Could it be that that very power attracted information about the world to the condemned prisoner? That's a hypothesis. That strange itching sensation the condemned man experienced is called a spiritual feeling. Hearing that, he got goosebumps all over. He tightly hugged his arms in fear and exclaimed, "Is the itchy feeling in the sky similar to my symptoms?" Aruki suddenly stood up, startling Siron, who then shouted, So Siron was able to see the universe out there if your soul was affected by electricity causing Yan to undergo a quantum phenomenon. Then the possibility of you transcending space and time could happen. He looked confused, wondering, going beyond space and time? Haruki held up his thumb and index finger to create a tiny gap like a pea and said, in a world smaller than an electron under a microscope, could an event beyond human understanding happen?
A world defined by probability, a place where you cannot observe and measure at the same time. If you believe that the weight of a soul is lighter than an electron atom, an electron ring appears in Haruki's mind, and you continue to say, the connection between space and time would be meaningless. And then Haruki pointed his index finger at the ceiling, looking at him and concluding, and since perceiving the outside space is possible. He also pointed at him excitedly, asking what he thought.
I think this is just your case, Siron shouted in admiration and said loudly, do you understand now?
Wow, you two look like a real research team despite just the two of you. Siron praised them with a smile, and they grinned back.
It's nothing special. Why do you look that way?
Haruki also smirked confidently, sitting with arms crossed, telling him it's just about solving it.
If you want to research, we need more information.
Then he asked, why haven't you told the truth yet? He looked confused, not understanding what Haruki meant. The boy coldly looked at Siron.
During the speed test, your glow-in-the-dark ability had issues. You also said that after that day, you started having nightmares every night.
Tell us what happened. Haruki genuinely wants to know, and looks down awkwardly at the table. Then Siron also told them.
Actually, Professor Attella told me a few things. After hearing what they said, En shouted in shock, what is the immortal jaw?
Haruki, do you know what it is? Haruki stood there without answering, only letting out a soft laugh. Siron looked at you in surprise, then leaned back and laughed loudly. I understand now. So that's the immortal function. Haruki continued. I once heard my father talk about it. This is the dreamland for mathematicians, where a function becomes the key to everything in this world. So both Nen and Siron were a bit worried when they heard that. He hesitated and said, but the professor also said that thing is very dangerous. Haruki spread his arms wide and raised his voice. Of course, because there is nothing at all. Then Haruki covered his mouth, giggling, and said, I know, to beat me, you need an immortal jaw. Siron looked at Haruki with surprise and happiness, thinking to himself that he didn't know why he felt relieved whenever he saw them joking around. Siron said firmly, I've decided I will join the spiritual research team. Haruki and En both cheered up and stood up when they heard his decision. En said, really? Siron replied to him, yeah, I don't want to be scared. I want to research and confront it directly myself.
Siron stood up, squinting and saying, if I work with you guys, I'm sure I'll find something. No raised both hands to the sky and shouted, we're amazing. Whether it's an immortal jaw or whatever, we'll get through it. Now we have enough people. We're officially a team again, so I'm so happy I could cry. And we've received the subsidy again. Haruki also asked, do you think the professor will let Siron join?
Our reputation isn't that great. So Liam held up some paper and said, trust me, I'll put it in without the professor knowing. Siron and Haruki looked confused and asked together, are you sure that's okay? Then Ne rushed over, grabbed both of their collars, and said with a squinting smile, don't worry, it's okay, let's go have coffee and celebrate the new member. Ne continued, today I'll treat. Haruki coldly reminded him, but he's hopeless. As for Siron, he said nothing, and only glanced back, lost in thought. Now this is my research group. He looked over the entire lab and thought to himself that he should start by cleaning up one afternoon. But contrary to En's expectations, the group formation form was snatched from someone's hand, and that person seemed very angry. The most terrifying professor had discovered it was Sienna. She looked very intimidating as she glared at the form, her voice tense. Someone's voice echoed. That professor is him, holding the stack of papers up to his nose while glancing back and replying. Ah, the research group application form. It's always like this during the holidays, he said as he walked, not noticing a form falling to the ground, gathering for a while. And once the training session was over, he quickly finished it up. Professor, you dropped this. He was startled and exclaimed, oh no! She picked up the application to look at it. That also took a look together. The man frowned and said, Professor. This research group is the one that hesitant said that way. They looked at the application form to join the research group. The Supernatural Soul Research Team from Group N. His voice was filled with surprise. The Supernatural Soul Research Team, Then the that added, and his gaze fell on the name Aryan Siron. He glanced at the form and asked her, isn't that Siron? Sienna's face darkened. She said nothing, then crumpled the form with a fierce grip and a sinister smile.
Inside the relatively low mountain range, deep within the mountain there is a house. Someone's voice echoes from outside. "I'm sorry, Professor Etla, you're busy practicing right now." She sat cross-legged by the tea table, lifted her cup, and smiled with squinted eyes. "Since you've come all this way, it must not be an easy matter." "Professor Sienna, so this is Atella's house." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for a moment as the two sat facing each other, both raising their teacups, along with Nam Nhi. The surrounding scene was truly peaceful. Sienna put down her tea and said, "Actually, Siron has joined a research group," Atella cheerfully asked. "So he finally joined some group?" "Which group?" Sienna leaned forward, speaking with a serious expression. "A supernatural soul research team." Etla took a sip of her tea and froze upon hearing that. The tea almost spilled from the cup as Sienna, trembling and frightened, continued to speak. "As you know, even before we became professors, this group has a history of causing trouble. I receive many complaints from parents every day." She is becoming more and more scared. "Why that group again? Siron is the future of our school. At this moment, he should be focusing on studying." Etla paused, holding her tea, looked at her with a silly smile, and then spoke. "But isn't this group different now?" She just raised her index finger and strongly defended N's group. "The current president is N, a very obedient and friendly student, so there shouldn't be any problem. The troublemakers have already graduated. The current president of the Thelmia Magic Association is the former leader of that group, right?" She cheerfully continued speaking. "I believe you all will share good things and learn together." At the same time, in N's group, he's lying with his head on the sofa looking very relaxed. "You should greet Siron." "Oh, Siron is here already." He stands outside this door, frowning and wiping the dust off his sleeve, then speaks irritably. The kids looked down from the ceiling as dust rose all over the room. Siron, brushing the dust away, continued speaking. "Aren't you going to school?" "Today I don't feel well, so I'm lying on the sofa with my head on a pillow and my legs crossed." He replied to you that he's not feeling well today. As for Iruki, he was sitting on the chair focused on his chess game and kept telling me I was always distracted. Then he excitedly focused on his own game. "All right, checkmate one more time." Your hands quickly move to control both pieces at the same time. Siron stands behind you, just watching silently without saying anything further. Then he turned to the messy pile on the right and thought to himself that he had already tidied it up. But now it's messy again. Then he spoke, saying that you guys don't study or research, and you even skip classes, so I don't understand. Huh? You can regret, but you can't go anywhere. Siron turned away, took off his blazer, sighed, and said, "I'm going to study now." He then walks over to the round table next to the long desk, takes out some documents, and sits quietly to study. Iruki and N watch him silently, so they lie on the couch looking bored, thinking to themselves what model students they are. Suddenly, Iruki propped his elbows on the table, leaned forward, and sneered at him, saying, "You should finish your new invention." First then turned around and looked up at him. "Oh, right, of course I knew it." Iruki's voice echoes into Siron's ears. "So this is a stealth cloak?" He was taking notes when he heard Iruki's voice. They were whispering and gossiping again. "Wow, that's so cool. That's amazing." That's right. Siron couldn't concentrate on studying, so he secretly leaned in to listen to what they were saying. It lasted an hour, and if we keep feeding it this much energy, wow, that's great. When Siron heard this, he couldn't pretend to be silent anymore, so he stood up suddenly, looked at them with curiosity, and shouted, "I also want to see it." Returning to Sienna and Ethanla's meeting at Atella's house, Sienna calmly lifts her tea and takes a sip before speaking. "We're talking about him, so let's also discuss the others. That kid Iruki, he's in 5th grade but pretending to be stupid." In her mind, two faces appeared, Iruki and Siron. Then she quietly continued, "Do you see his potential yet?" And Siron also defeated the monster Iruki. When the top students graduate, these students will probably become the shining stars of our school. But what if Siron hangs out with the others like Iruki and ends up rebelling like her? She will become the biggest failure in the Magic Academy. Hearing that, Atella was both stunned and worried as she spoke hesitantly about failure. Then Atella casually said, "You're worrying too much." At this moment, in the three people's research room, Siron's awe-filled voice echoed as he saw a pile of strange tools resembling grenades inside the wooden box. "Wow, you made all these things? So this is a magic grenade." The three of them sat around the wooden box, leaning on their hands and giggling, saying they'll save those for a big project someday. Siron, sitting next to him, adjusting his invisibility cloak, skeptically held up the round pink grenade and asked, "But isn't that a bit dangerous?" Iruki sighed, then picked up a black book and chuckled awkwardly. "Come on, N's dream is to become a mage engineer, so that's why he's going to school." Siron, with his cloak draped over him so only his head, collar, and hands clutching his cloak are visible, responded with admiration after hearing Aruki's words. A mage engineer? That's so lame. So you used electronics to create these things, and then wondered, what is this book? This red color? Siron reached out and took the red book. Huh? What? Is this from the Human Body Research Group? Why is it here? He flipped open the book but looked at Aruki and said, The Human Body Research Group. Then he looked at the page he just opened and shouted in horror. What is this? He shyly drops the book to the floor, then covers his face with both hands, only peeking out with his left eye. Isn't that one of our students? Haruki looked at the page and then softly frowned before speaking. So, that's what it is here. Then Siron calmly looked and explained that this is like an information booklet from some shady research group. The drawings are a bit rough, but they're full of insider information, Haruki said with a tone of boredom. It's just a pastime for those who have too much free time, but he felt uneasy and then frowned in discomfort. Does the school not intervene? Then suddenly his eyes widened and his cheeks flushed. So you reacted like that because you saw Ami's picture in the book? Haruki, noticing your silence, asked, Why isn't Siron saying anything? You're really dating. I didn't let Haruki finish his sentence and quickly raised my hands in embarrassment and said, You guys shouldn't see these things. What the hell is this? Seeing Siron like that, he raised his hand to say something, but only let out a cry. Then Siron quickly looked away, worriedly glancing at Haruki. Who would run a group like this? You calmly replied, You're part of the secret shady group. But most of the writing is about the graduation class, so they must be members of the graduation class. He muttered nervously, A graduation class with a group like this? On Atella's porch, gentle sunlight softly reflects off her roof as Sienna's voice echoes. Exactly. The Supernatural Soul Research Group is also a shady organization. Then she coldly said that the Black Mage Group was just a bunch of kids. The problem was, it was actually a prank orchestrated by the smartest and most talented students in the school. They all have different talents, like painting or having supernatural abilities in their eyes. Sienna continued speaking in a very sophisticated manner. They have a talent for communication or research, and then she said they completely evade the school's investigation system. Sienna sat upright, her hands clasped together, and explained seriously to Atella that the reason we didn't interfere with the Supernatural Soul Research Group was because it was no longer considered an official team. The clever students are trying to revive the Supernatural Soul Research Group. Then she said with a cold face and sharp eyes, So, I will take this opportunity to disband the group. I understand your worries about the students, she said as she poured tea into the cup. However, the school has reasons not to interfere with those groups. To help students develop independence, research groups are considered autonomous and must be responsible for their own choices. On a tall tree branch, there is a nest with baby birds of different colors, not matching the pink of the mother bird, and the mother bird is perched nearby among them. Atella continued, If we adults take away that right from them, they will be afraid to make their own choices. She calmly implied to Sienna, Why not give them a chance? Sienna closed her eyes and thought for a moment before frowning and speaking. Of course, what she said was right. But Sienna opened her eyes and looked at Atella with concern as she argued. I believe that nurturing students' talents and preventing them from going down the wrong path is also the responsibility of adults. I can see Professor Sienna's affection for Siron. I want to give Siron enough time to decide for himself, but I can't ignore her opinion. After thinking, she spoke up. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but this involves Siron. In the recent speed shooting test, Siron reached Nirvana. Sienna's eyes widened in shock at her words. She couldn't believe it was true. And then she shouted really loud, What? Sienna's scream echoes through the mountains and forests, startling the birds perched high in the treetops, causing them to panic and take flight. In the research room of the three of them, the hanging lights suddenly shook violently, causing the ground to tremble uncontrollably. Siron knelt on the floor, trembling in fear. Huh? An earthquake? I should grab my coat and quickly stuff it into the wooden box, then quickly hide the items. Haruki also helped gather the stack of papers to put into the wooden box. Only Siron is wondering why. What is going on? Haruki, while fixing the long chair, replied to him as a professor, hurriedly adjusted the storage room. En and Zaran just stood watching them anxiously. So what should we do now? Haruki said urgently. Just wait. A hand placed on the recognition device at the door, and a commanding voice rang out. It is an urgent investigation, and CNA is waiting for the door to open. She frowns thoughtfully, taking 3 minutes to summon the desired storage room, enough time to hide the evidence. In the research room, Siron was forced to sit down by En and Haruki, and he shouted anxiously, If the professor comes and we don't greet her, hold his arm and calmly reply, It's okay, just act like nothing's wrong. Haruki nervously warns that if we're caught, it won't just be suspension. After Siron listens to them, Neo sits in the middle seat interlacing his fingers and advising him, "The research room is our territory. You're probably done for if you're scared," he said with a hint of suspicion. All right. Sienna exuded a cold and strong beauty, her commanding presence pushing the door open and rushing in. In front of her are 3 people sitting on chairs in different postures. The room is tidy and nothing suspicious. Haruki sits with crossed arms, looking up arrogantly, glancing at her, so she sits upright, resting her hands on her knees and slightly tilting her head down, then looks up at her. And Siron looked serious, staring straight ahead while Sienna frowned and glared at the 3 of them, thinking to herself, "Before it's too late, I have to break up this group." CNA's sudden hesitation made me wonder why I had anticipated this reaction. But I should cross my legs calmly and speak up. "We're sorry, we're in the middle of an argument." Jenna was unhappy with his attitude like that. "That attitude is a bit annoying, you know. You should sit cross-legged, rest your elbows on the armrest, clasp your hands together, and smile slyly as you say, 'If you sent an official document before coming here, we would have welcomed you warmly.'" Senna no longer looks at the place and glances away irritably, thinking silently, "The thing that makes me the angriest is that Siron is dragged into this too." Siron outside seems unaffected, just sitting quietly and looking down at the table. But inside, he's tearing his hair out and screaming, "Professor Sienna, should I just sit like this or what?" Then Sienna smiled brightly and spoke, not knowing what the issue was. "When a guest arrives, isn't it the boy's job to offer tea or drinks? So you honestly believe us enough to drink the tea we offered?" Siron, sitting between the 2 of them, was frozen as if she wanted to vanish from the place. She raised her index and middle fingers, then closed her eyes and smiled softly. "Then I will get straight to the point before I leave here." She sat on the chair and spoke firmly. "I hope you will return the research group's room." Then all 3 of them huddled together, staring at her with wide eyes and shouting in unison. Gao suddenly slammed his hand on the table, stood up in pain, and shouted to get the room back. "It's just unexpected." Sien took out a folder and flipped through it before saying, "I looked through the documents, and it's hard to find a reason not to shut down this research group. The truth is you haven't done anything for 4 years. Siron broke out in a cold sweat, looking anxiously at Haruki, who was just as worried. She continued, "The truth is you have been short of students all semester long. That reason alone is enough to shut down this research group." "It seems your budget has been cut again, right?" Sienna said as she flipped through the documents. "Through policies, if you can create some value within a month, you can continue the research group. If not, suddenly kneel on the table, clasp your hands, and bow your head in front of her, begging her in front of Siron's surprise. I beg you. Anything but not the research results." He knelt down sincerely, begging that the supernatural research topics are actually unprovable subjects, right? "Do you really want to shut down the only research group that will break the illusion of the magic society that relies too much on science and logic? We will do everything except the research results." "Please," Sien said as he held the document folder to his face and looked down. "If that's what you want, I have another suggestion," En said seriously. "Yes, I will do everything," Sienna said seriously, looking at En and ordering Siron to leave the group. After she finished speaking, En immediately lifted her head, surprised to look at her. Siron and Haruki were also very shocked. All 3 of them were equally surprised by her condition, and then shouted together, "Why?" After some discussion, Sienna spoke up. "Have you all understood yet?" Nen and Haruki sat upright on their chairs, looking puzzled about what choice to make, and Siron was made to sit on the opposite chair, feeling very confused. Sienna stood behind the chair with her arms crossed and said that immortality is a major issue that even the students can't solve. It is extremely dangerous for a young student to handle. Siron could disappear along with it. Siron looked up at her, worried and dissatisfied, and replied, "You knew it was dangerous already." "I won't do it again," she said seriously, turning her head to look at him. "That's not all. The real problem is the overload that follows." Siron looked at En and Haruki and asked, "Overload, what is it?" "You should seem nervous, but not answer." And Haruki frowned and explained to him, "Should I say it's like a disease that geniuses suffer from? I am 58 years old because of it, but it's not too serious." "Repeat what your father told me." "My father said I was crazy, so just shut up and live with it. So tell me with curiosity. I don't know anything about it." "I say it's a problem because you all see it that way. An overload occurs when your mind can't fully control the amount of information coming from sudden awakening. Their brain will have something gathering inside and shining outward," she said. "It's like a dam that can't stop the flow of too much water. It is a terrible symptom that can shatter your consciousness, but due to the mistake of thinking it is a disease that geniuses suffer from."
A mother with a seriously ill child in bed feels both relief and worry upon hearing it's a disease of a genius and chooses not to treat it. Jenna continues, many children miss the optimal treatment window and spend their lives suffering because of it, believing that overload is the cause of immortality. Your teacher would never imagine how dangerous it could be. Hearing her say that, he frowned and worriedly pondered. Perhaps this is what it feels like for consciousness to collapse the nightmare I dream of every night, with my body constantly feeling uncomfortable as if countless cylindrical cords are running rampant inside me. Then he wondered if maybe he had gone crazy. Sienna stood there frowning, trying to persuade him. I think I will let Siron focus on psychological treatment while minimizing the impact on her studies as much as possible. He bowed his head, sadly. She continued, I will adjust on my own so that no lasting damage remains. So if you really care about your friend, you should send Siron away. Suddenly, En shouted loudly, cutting her off. No. She looked at Thuso in surprise. He spoke with a very determined and serious tone, but there was still a hint of humor in his expression. As the club president, I don't think she knows everything. She angrily leans forward and shouts, What? Is now the time to get angry? But Aruki was the one who responded to her. Isn't this something Siron decided for himself? Siron looked surprised when he heard him say that. Then he spoke up, saying, I know you're worried, but isn't that going a bit too far? So she sat angrily beside him and sat up straight. Yes, I can tell you why she's gone too far. Professor, because she likes you. What is she like? He hesitated, then shouted angrily, You like Siron, don't you? Sienna stupidly responded immediately. Yeah, is there a problem? Hearing her answer was like being struck by lightning. He stood with his head in his hands and shouted up at the sky. Of course, that was the problem. I never thought a professor could be seduced by a student. His face was so flushed it seemed to smoke. His eyes became hazy and dazed as he said, If that's the case, then it must be, right? And is it possible that she likes me? No, there is no reason to fall into pain and collapse into a pool of blood on the table and complain. Wufang Siren stood beside her in shock and exclaimed, The chairman is dead! She then spoke up. I'm not caught up in that right or wrong debate. Just stop resisting and accept reality. Professor, if Siren can't handle the overload, does that mean he can only go that far? He won't die, right? Siron stood there stunned when he heard that question. Sienna replied seriously. I think you already knew this because you experienced it before. This is not normal. This is an immortal ability. Aruki frowned and wondered. The ability of immortality is a field that has never been fully understood. Isn't that where Siron took a step in? Shouldn't we trust and wait for him? Are you worried that he's crossing the line, Professor? Then he seriously emphasized that it's what people call obsession. After hearing that, Sina simply fell silent, looking down with a slight pout, beginning to think. Haunted? I remember a childhood memory. Someone called her name. Sien must leave here. She remembers sitting alone in the forest as a child, trembling with fear and holding her head, when Siron suddenly looked up and spoke. As you think, it's something you have to decide for yourself. Sienna was startled and anxiously turned to look at him. Siren, you said that deep down you are also very afraid. As she said, Professor, there was a time I thought I was going crazy, she exclaimed in panic. Then let's start from now. But Siren interrupted her words. But no, I felt amazing. Sienna looked at him in shock. Cow? Siron placed his left hand over his chest where his heart was beating, speaking in a friendly tone. That's not something everyone can experience. But it happens to you, right? I'm really afraid of the nightmares disappearing. If the nightmares disappear, then I won't be able to uncover the secret hidden deep inside me anymore. Then he looked up at her with a confident gaze. If this question is asked only to me, I want to find the answer. I don't want to run away, but face it. Sienna silently thought of someone like him, recalling a blonde boy who once reached out his hand to help her. That person once said, Don't run away, look straight ahead. And then she quietly thought to herself, she's like that person. After a moment, Sienna also nodded and said, I understand I respect Siren's decision and will never think about her giving up again. Hearing that, the three of them were both surprised and happy inside, so one of them raised their head from under the table and spoke up. So she replied, Yes, that's right. Then she turned around, waved, and smiled brightly. We go back to the original conditions and you'll show the results in the next month, right? He frowned in confusion, let out a sound, then his smile faded and his face turned pale. Right now, the three of them are sitting on a bench by the waterfall, each looking dazed in different directions, while Nen seems like her soul has left her body. Siren, confused, exclaims, What should we do now? So we have to show the research results within a month, right? Do you have any records of past research? Nên thi ra mặt hồn rồi nên không thể trả lời anh con Eruki thì cậu mấy suy tư mà dập lời. From what I know, SPSG hasn't done any research at all.
If there was something like science about supernatural souls, it would already be in the textbooks.
There is no evidence to prove the existence of a soul, Iruki said helplessly. The last place to speak up did so in a strange way. His face was pale, yet he spoke. I'm sorry, former research group leader. This ends with this generation. And he said many more things, but I couldn't hear them. Siron cried, but still encouraged him, so stay strong. Suddenly Iruki, feeling bored, sat back in his chair, then stood up with bright eyes and said, There's a pretty girl. Siron said to focus now is not the time, and as for the rest, he's still as vacant as ever. But then he heard about the beautiful girl and immediately stood up, covering his eyes with his hand to focus his sight, repeatedly asking, Where is she? They are looking at a girl in a long dress with flowing purple hair walking over there, unable to take their eyes off her and asking who she is. Is there anyone like that in the advanced class? Iruki touched his chin in thought. There's no one like that in the advanced class. Has she already graduated? Siron looked at them both, puzzled. Iruki, do you remember every girl's face in the advanced class? Suddenly, Siron saw that girl who looked very much like Sienna. He frowned and blushed, exclaiming. Then Siron and En looked at her and shouted together, It's Professor Sienna. Then why are you shouting now? No way. Can someone change that much? Iruki looked at Siron and then asked, Siron, you have a good eye for girls, huh? Pervert. He hurriedly explained, It's not like that. Then he wondered, where does she go on the weekend? She still has makeup on. They watched Sienna's back and took turns discussing. Iruki guesses she's going on a date? Anyway, she's of age now, so I don't believe it. What? Does she have a boyfriend? Suddenly, he stood up and muttered to himself, This is an opportunity. Siron sat beside her, wondering what she was planning. Then excitedly said that after tailing Professor Sienna and discovering her weakness, we would use it to stop the research group from disbanding. Iruki serious. Following a certified 6th rank mage is not easy, but we have the invisibility cloak. And then they ran off while leaving instructions for him. Iruki said, I will track the wind mage first. You're going with NY, while N just pointed at your face and shouted, I will get the cloak from the research room. You know how to keep your distance from the target, right? This is the only way to save the research team. They only left that message, and Siron is standing there confused, not understanding anything. Then he screams and yells, using your brains to focus on studying. Right now, Sienna is stopping to look around cautiously and warily. Siron's 3-person team is hiding behind the apple shelf under an invisibility cloak. Iruki says, She's very cautious. We almost got caught, so we're very interested in this. He grinned slyly and said, Looks like something's going on. Who is she planning to meet? And he complained, Why do we have to do this? But then he hesitated and added, There's something. When an aristocrat goes on a date, the 4 of them are in a large, crowded marketplace. Siron wondered if they shouldn't avoid the commoners. Sienna kept looking around cautiously as she walked, wary of someone nearby, and she even glanced back carefully when she sensed something suspicious. Then Sienna quickly weaved through the stalls in the street. Iruki shared his opinion. There's definitely something suspicious going on. She's very alert and worried about the fate of the documents. I wonder if the Windmaster is selling those strange items for money. Siron looked at him with a judging gaze. Do you think she's like you too? Sienna stands in front of a house in the neighborhood. She smiled as the door opened and a man reached out to embrace her, expressing his joy. All 3 of them exclaimed in surprise, A man! Excited by what they just saw, her secret civilian boyfriend. Is this a hot scoop, the secret love affair that the family forbade? Iruki and Siron both turned their eyes to Nin. She went inside, so I should stop here. However, unable to hide my curiosity, I quickly jumped out and ran down the street with joy. What are you talking about? We need to follow the professor and find the evidence. For the survival of the research team, Iruki and Siron are helpless against N's decision. N signals to Iruki. It's time. Iruki also cleared his throat, preparing himself as a blue light surged into the metal joints inside the door. The padlock was forced open by the power and burst apart, causing a triumphant shout. I did it. The door is open. He proudly shows off his prediction by opening the door wider. I knew the basement door lock was the loosest. Let's go in. Na and Iruki quickly explored the floors of the house. The first floor was empty. Great. Let's break into the second floor and use your teleportation domain to check the hallway first. Siron could only stand helplessly, smiling at his friend's innocence. Why don't these 2 use their extraordinary intelligence and motivation for studying instead? The 3 of them sneak along the wall with invisibility cloaks, listening carefully around the house until suddenly they signal. In the forest, I hear a woman's voice coming from that room. The room ahead is sealed shut, emitting the sound I hear. Siron saw that things were about to get out of hand and started crying and begging. Just go back. Please, speak up to stop it. Professor Sienna was the one who started the fight. I had no other choice, so I leaned close to the door to listen to Sienna's voice. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Amin inside said softly. I still prefer wearing this outfit today. CNA inside continues speaking. Should I change it or not? Then Amin decided to do it for Arayimya. Just wear this one. You look beautiful. I think we should stop listening now, Sienna said from inside. When his wife comes home, Amin said it would be about 2 hours. All three of them were so excited after hearing that they were stunned. Is the professor dating someone who is already married? Amin quickly makes arrangements inside. Excellent, I'll get involved now, Iruki said. This is even worse than a weakness, so I was stunned by what I just heard. I don't think I can do this. He quickly turned the doorknob and made up his mind to stop this wrongdoings. I have to prevent this from happening. The three of them burst into the room, tears streaming down their faces to prevent something unnecessary from happening. Professor, please don't do this, the three of them said in unison, then gradually fell silent. That would be wrong. All three were stunned by the scene before them, the door unable to withstand the pressure from the three people and falling apart. The image of Amin sitting and drawing left all three bewildered. Why are you drawing? Sienna said, trembling. The sudden appearance of the students in front of her current scene made her furious, and she shouted loudly, What are you kids doing here? Immediately afterward, all three were punished by raising their hands. Their trembling arms had been in the air for who knows how long. En stepped forward and apologized. I'm sorry. We thought so. He continued speaking. She is doing something adult. Sienna was surprised by En's excuse. What? Do you really think I would do something like that? She angrily ordered her to go back to school, and then she would teach her a lesson. Got it? Haruki sighed in frustration. A punishment is indeed necessary. Haruki quickly pulled Na, the leader, out in front of the gun. He's quite clever. Siron quickly presents evidence from one side. The invisibility cloak also belongs to Na, so he couldn't react in time in the middle with his two friends turning against him. Traitors. You didn't oppose anything. Amy quickly went to help the three of them. Don't scold them anymore. I'm fine. The door has been fixed. Sienna still felt guilty about him, but Amin explained, My students followed because they were worried about me. That's right, Cn. Amin chuckled and gestured with his hand. It's okay. Even though being followed was your carelessness, breaking into someone else's house is wrong. Surely the kids rushed in because their teacher was here. He slowly steps outside and says, I will go make tea. Everyone chat for a bit. Siron's group quickly responds, Thank you. The three of them looked at Amin with admiration. He really is an angel. Watching Amin's slow actions makes Siron realize something and wonder silently, is he blind? Suddenly, a change in his mind made Siron clutch his head in thought, but why does his head suddenly feel so heavy? Could this also be related to feelings of regret? Luckily, Amin is a generous person, Sienna said helplessly with a sigh, prompting Siron to immediately ask about it. Professor, may I ask politely, who is that? I can't hide my curiosity. That's right. What is your relationship with him that you have to be so cautious when meeting him? Jay is getting a headache trying to answer the students. Amin is an elder who studied at the Magic Academy with her when they were young. Iruki is curious. So he is also a wizard? But why did he lose his sight? Sienna suddenly sighed and hesitated before speaking. Amin. She suddenly lowered her voice. The atmosphere grew tense, and she could no longer be seen because of her. Sienna remembered that day, running in the pouring rain. When she was young, she also experienced overload. The image of her crying loudly in the rain blends with her narration. Throughout those hellish days, the only thing she could do was run away. At this moment, Amin is a boy running fast and shouting, Sian, it's dangerous, the water there is rising high. Seeing that, Sienna stubbornly ran away from Amin. No, don't come near me. Immediately after, she lost her footing and fell. Sienna was swept away by the current along with Amin's desperate cries above. Sienna. Immediately after, he also quickly plunged into the water below. They managed to grab a large piece of wood, and Sienna, terrified, cried out loudly. Amin immediately reassured her, holding on tightly. If we can endure until we reach downstream, we will be saved. Amin suddenly saw the scene ahead, a giant pile of logs with large and small branches sticking out dangerously. Ami quickly told Sienna, Sienna, I have to dive down. You can do it, right? Sienna kept crying uncontrollably, fear in her voice. Saying I can't. Owent doesn't have much time left, so he immediately presses Sienna's head down and keeps reassuring her. Hold your breath. He will drown me, so I can't surface again. If I hold on tightly, we will survive. Sienna obediently follows. Yes. Amin alone above, facing directly the large trees ahead with a sudden flash of hope in his heart. Yes, I will survive. The speed is increasing. The branch crashes straight into the big trees ahead along with my thoughts. I have to survive at least. Amin's tears fall as he awaits what will happen next to the two of them. Sienna recounts the story with bitterness. The genius of the Magic Academy, Amin, lost his eyes like that. He gave up on becoming a mage. Although both of them survived, everyone looked at Amin with pity when they heard his story. Sienna continued softly, hearing that he had become an artist, not knowing how amazed she was, and asked, "So, that's how it turned out?" Iruki also realized and became very worried about the overload. At this moment, Amin entered and broke the somber atmosphere. "Sienna, you do tend to nag a lot, right?" "Amin," Siron quickly blurted out a thank you. "Thank you, sir. But no matter how much she complains, Sienna definitely cares about those kids. She keeps talking about her students all day long." So I awkwardly scratched my head and said, "We also respect you very much." Iruki casually sips her tea and says, "It's iced tea." Siron approaches the painting Amin is working on and expresses his interest. "If it's not too much trouble, could we see you draw?" Amin was a bit surprised by this. "Watch me draw? Then you should respond quickly. I also want to see it. How do you draw when you can't see anything?" "These kids, don't be so rude." Amin softly reassured Sienna, "I'm fine, and there's not much time left. I have to keep drawing." Sienna also agrees, right? Sienna didn't mind much and agreed immediately. "Of course, though I feel a bit embarrassed." Sienna shyly poses for Amin to draw, while Amin, having almost finished sketching his own picture, keeps marveling at his own skill. "It's hard to believe. I wonder how he did it." Iruki pondered and said, "I am sure he used his domain." N turned to discuss, so at least he must be Asnair level. Siron simply watched silently as Amin's every move. He slowly stood up and cautiously said, "Siron, can you see, right?" Eamon immediately smiled, turned to look at Siron, and slowly removed the blindfold while saying, "I've been looking forward to you." I wonder if Siron is amazed by the scene before him, with Amin and his shining eyes looking at him and speaking to himself. "Did you notice anything?" Siron kept patting N's head repeatedly, but there was no response. "N, Iruki, come here and see this." Amin's eyes. He turned back in shock to see his two friends standing still, with Sienna also frozen in her seated position. Siron checked each person one by one. In amazement, he said, "This is a drill," Amin explained from behind, casting magic. The surrounding golden light intensifies, amplifying his authority. "This move is called freezing." Siron couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "No way," he thought, unable to believe he had witnessed a mage reaching the level capable of casting time magic at the speed of light. Amin calmly invites Siron to sit down. "Sit, take your time, and speak calmly, because I have plenty of time." At this moment, Amin's room has been divided into thousands of different rooms, forming an endless maze. Sharon still can't believe his eyes, smiling foolishly. "Honestly, I've always been worried. I knew you would figure it out soon enough, Siron. I knew you would realize." "Yeah." Amin pointed to the white band wrapped around his eyes and explained, "You usually perceive light with your eyes, and then it manifests as images, but these eyes of mine are already light itself." He continued, "I could tell right away that we are alike in one way." Siron cautiously said, "Could it be that I immediately received Amin's confirmation?" "Yes." He kindly revealed the immortality ability. Siron, surprised, cautiously asked Amin, "Can I ask about the immortality ability?" Amin confidently explains to Siron that immortality is the door to reincarnation, and those who open that door are called the Unlockers. The light from Amin's eyes pierces through the white cloth, and before Siron, an unlocked lock appears, along with a golden aura surrounding him. "Siron, you opened that door. According to Amin, it is a stream of jade blue light with its own circle of power. The mind of the one unlocking flows into the infinite, from which they sense great power and liberation." Siron listens carefully to every word. Seeing the tension on Amin's face, I reassure him, "Don't worry, as long as you don't go beyond the limit, your mind will remain intact." Siron quickly explained, "It's okay, really. Actually, I always dream of the universe every night." Amin was also surprised by this information. Siron expressed his concern about the situation. "Yes, I kept it from my friends, but because of these supernatural feelings, it seemed like I was going crazy." He hesitated before continuing, and it also seemed a bit dangerous. Amin smiled and said to Siron, "I understand now. Surely he is sending a good signal for Siron. Magic has taken a liking to little Chiron." This confuses Siron a bit. Amin continued explaining, "The symptoms you have are unavoidable. The image of Siron floating in the middle of the universe among thousands of stars with Amin's detailed explanation. What you touch is the infinite realm, which is also the universe. Anyone facing reincarnation in such a vast space would also feel fear.
An activating factor like fear will lead to enlightenment. Amin simulates the image of Siron unlocking the universe, and most who unlock it will gain omnipotent space. But the fear Siron feels is not related to space at all. He faced something completely different. Amin also gently reassured Siron once again, in that moment realizing what it was. Your worries will disappear eventually. Hearing that, Siron immediately brightened again. How can I know that? Amin smiled and said, You will find a way. Even I don't know when. It might be soon or it might take a lifetime to realize this. This causes Siron's mood to dip a little. A whole lifetime? Amin reassures once again. But don't worry, the image of Siron's cosmic soul is reflected behind him along with Amin's words. That thing has already been inside you, you just haven't named it yet. Siron pondered the statement for a moment before asking, Could it be something still undiscovered? The universe exists but is inside you. You don't quite understand it. He then shared some information that surprised Amin. Maybe it's related to the light and the threads you dreamed of. Realizing something, Amin smiled and continued. Maybe that thing is connected to the G-symmetry theory. Siron seems to have gained a new understanding. G-symmetry, Amin continued explaining. Scholars believe that this world is perfect, under the influence of supernatural forces in the universe, along with Amin's detailed explanation. The physical laws are flawless. A world can be explained through mathematics, just like the constant speed of light. This ideal symmetry seems to be a deliberate and perfect creation by someone. However, as time passed and the world changed, the factors influencing people quickly deviated from their original course. But the more we studied, the more we realized that this symmetry had been broken. Siron turned to observe Eruki, recalling that Eruki had once spoken to him about the mysterious, probabilistic world. Amin continued, The universe we live in is not perfect. We cannot know what has broken that symmetry. He concluded that it was an anonymous existence, but if it were little Siron, he would find out. Hearing Amin's encouragement, Siron nervously said thank you. He seems to have discovered many things and happily affirmed to Amin, Thank you very much. Uncle, I think I can do it. Siron also hesitantly expressed her regret for following the professor, but she was very happy to have met you. Amin turned to look at Sienna and said, Take care of Sienna. He gently told Siron, You underestimated her kindness. At that moment, Siron suddenly remembered and quickly asked, Why did you hide your abilities? You can tell her yourself, Amin said softly as he leaned forward. Sienna always worries about me because of that guilt, but my eyes can't be restored either, so it's not right to make her waste her time on me. His thoughts suddenly flashed through my mind. I am also already married. Amin turned back to continue drawing. Siron resumed her own observation. As I kept drawing, I reflected on what was just said, and I want to help Sienna live her own life. Jay sits quietly as a model for Amin's painting, her cheeks blushing like an ancient noblewoman. Siron sat quietly, reflecting on the recent conversation while Eruki chatted happily beside him. Siron remembered Amin's words of advice and smiled in agreement. So promise me, keep this secret. The painting of Sienna in a yellow dress like autumn leaves is finished. Amin expresses his gratitude to Sienna. Thank you, Sienna modestly said. It's nothing, we're close brothers after all. She softly expressed that today was the last day. Once you settle somewhere else, I will write to you, Amin agreed without hesitation. Yeah? I'll reply. Then he turned to remind Siron to study well with Eruki. All three happily replied in unison. Thank you very much, sir. Amin smiled and said to Sienna, See you later. Sienna, still reluctant, had to say goodbye. Well, I'm leaving now, a bright voice called out from afar. Honey, I'm back from shopping. Have you finished your drawing yet? All four of Sienna's students kept creating images of Amin's wife with inviting voices. Oh my God, Lady Sienna, are you really leaving now? Stay and have dinner with us, okay? Siron was amazed by Amin's model. Amin, you really have unusual tastes. She leaned down to observe Sienna's face and assess. Why is your face red, my love? Miss Sienna looks unwell. Sienna stammers and can't speak. I'm Sienna, and my students and I quickly left this awkward atmosphere. Sorry, we're busy, so we'll be going now. Amin only managed a quick goodbye. Goodbye. Sienna, the red-haired girl behind, observes all their actions. Then she sarcastically questioned Amin, not sure if the superior would believe it. Amin, does Kwang Yan still look like that? Amin said coldly. Stop frowning and report quickly, she promptly explained. I need to send Chris to Kelbera. There are also many arrows on the road. But what is that compared to Amin Kwang Yan? Immediately after, she sarcastically said to him, Wait, you're not calling me the soul seeker of the eternal realm, right? Amin quietly entered the house and said, I will do as agreed, so stop talking nonsense.
She then asked him, "You still haven't told Sienna, have you?" Seeing Amin remain silent, she reminded him, "Don't forget, the lives of the people you care about are in danger. Don't worry, Sienna doesn't know anything. It's over." Siron turned around, puzzled. "Why?" "You should explain. With this instrument, Professor Sienna is in a very bad mood. When I return to the academy, I will be punished for stalking and trespassing." The research team was disbanded. He suddenly called CNA, making her stop and turn around. "Professor Sienna?" Nay stepped forward, pleading in her playful tone. "Can we go eat first before heading back?" "That's right, we're starving." Siron gently replied, "I finally get to go out, so I have to eat something, right, miss?" Sienna looked at her 3 students looking so miserable and softened her tone. "Probably they're so hungry they haven't been themselves all day." She quickly agreed and turned away. "All right, let's go and eat until we burst." All 3 behind us, having executed their plan, are all joyfully happy. You should focus on your ultimate goal to lift her spirits and then sneak away while Iruki is eyeing tonight's dinner. I'll call and say something really expensive. Only Siren cares about Sienna's feelings. She is sad to leave Uncle Amin behind. I should encourage her. 2 hours later, the sky was gradually darkening at a shop in the city. Sienna's voice rings out. "Give me more." The sounds of panic continue to ring out. "Professor, I was wrong. Stop, please." Sienna's face flushed with drunkenness as she raised the bottle and shouted, "Please bring another bottle of wine." The students below are terrified and begging. "Stop drinking, ma'am. It's a mystery that can't be solved yet." What happened to Sienna 2 hours before the 3 students begged her in fear? On the table, the dishes are already prepared and beautifully arranged, smelling delicious. Seeing Sienna pour wine into her glass, they wonder if the professor intends to drink. Sienna calmly lifts her glass and, with a mocking tone towards her students, says, "So what? If the kids can break into a stranger's house, then she shouldn't be allowed to drink either. So there's no need to rush to smooth things over with a smile. Today is your day off, so go ahead and drink." Siren quickly and skillfully enjoys each dish on the table, continuously exclaiming, "This is so delicious." Iruki smiled at Siron's innocence. "You look like it's the first time you've ever had this dish, so I quickly pour wine for Sienna to win her favor. Let me pour the wine for you." She quickly snatched back the wine bottle and chased away her student. Why would a little kid mess with these things? I should smile, but inside, I'm planning my next move. But I have to make sure the professor's mood stays cheerful. Only then can I ask her for help since he's secretive about his plans. Siron happily shares food with Iruki from behind. "Here, try this one." "No, I'm fed up with this. You should act cunning about your plan." Smiling slyly. I will definitely find her weakness. About an hour later, N cried out in pain and tears after Sienna pinched his chubby cheek, saying, "This troublesome kid." She happily teased his round cheeks. "Why do your cheeks always look so plump?" Siren and Iruki on the opposite side start to feel scared. She is drunk. Suddenly, Sienna turned to speak to both of them, startling both of them. "You two did very well in the speed shooting exam." Sienna, still holding N's cheek with one hand and pointing at the 2 of them with the other, praised loudly. "Both of them are very talented. Why are you so careless at school?" Then Sienna, her voice slightly lowered, said with tears in her eyes, "Even with talent, many people still can't achieve that dream." She said with a tearful tone, "You think I'm a bad teacher, but as for you guys," Siron quickly spoke to defend himself. "No, we didn't think that at all." Sienna's face was now both flushed from alcohol and filled with unspeakable sadness. As if losing her balance, she fell straight onto the dining table. Sienna's head dropped onto the table and remained motionless, causing her students to panic and shout loudly. Professor Iruki, chewing and picking her teeth, said, "I finished eating." The 3 of them looked at their teacher with the same thought that she hadn't woken up yet, so she was still chewing her food, looking at the teacher with fear. How come she still hasn't paid here yet? Siren walks over and shakes CNA to wake her up. "Professor, wake up please, Professor." At this moment, a man spoke with an even tone and a smile. "Oh no, this young lady seems a bit tipsy. Should I take her home in my carriage?" Of course, she's just a lady, so a polite refusal is enough. No need to go further. The men, unconcerned, continued to approach Sienna's seat. "Hey, kids shouldn't interfere. Let the adults handle it. Go help her quickly." His eyes suddenly turned cold. Just as he was about to touch Sienna, Siron grabbed his wrist with a cold tone. "Why haven't you left yet?" His determined gaze fixed on the 2 strangers. "Don't touch our professor." Both men were surprised by Siron's commanding tone. "How dare this kid? If you are students, then why are you sitting here at night? Kids should go home and sleep with their mothers." Siren stands there expressionless. "If I say the word, you'll all get expelled." Suddenly, a flash of lightning appears out of nowhere, making the man scream in fear as his eyes nearly pop out. "You should stand aside and cast your spell to threaten him. I think you'd better quietly disappear.
unless you want to be humiliated. One man quickly hesitates and says, "It's magic." The other man begins to panic. Don't tell them it comes from the Anpass Magic Academy, he thought. Then it would be beyond my authority. An unexpected voice spoke up. Official Chris Silver Douglas. "My wallet, when did you take it?" "Are you an official?" Aruki calmly asked while inspecting the documents, then threw the wallet back to its owner and said with a smile, "If you want to chase these people away, come find Makoto and Aruki. I will see this through to the end." The wallet hit the men's face squarely, and he stammered in surprise, asking back, "Dreaming?" Mikoden. The image of a powerful man with great strength and an impressive background makes these two men astonished. A first-class noble from a family that has served as royal advisors for 3 generations. Is that your mother there? Why did you bring up the family clan? I thought you didn't like them. Ruki explains. Besides those bastards only thinking about connections, let's go. Don't indulge in good food when you're in a bad mood. Sienna still lies asleep behind, smiling. That photo was quickly printed out by the place where it was taken, and he happily turned around holding it, like he'd found gold, looking at someone who's a perfectionist now drunk and dozing off. This is shocking news. Aruki, holding the camera, is quite praised for his photography skills. You took a photo? Not bad, so you're happy about your chance. Our group can escape the danger now. Siron, sweating profusely, whispered. You guys are on Siron's back right now, with Sienna lying still like a big piece of meat. Why am I the one carrying Sienna? Should I joke around and ask? What's wrong? I'm jealous, Aruki quickly explained. You're the strongest of the 3. The image of Nay, helplessly carrying Sienna on his back. En won't even take a step before dying. Aruki is weaker than you. He hasn't even stepped yet. Shit. And he's already ascending to heaven. Aruki walks up to Siron and whispers a little trick. Try using your strength. Siron is confused, so you can use it whenever you want. Aruki explains. Only if you can use the spiritual realm can you use the schematic. En suddenly said as if remembering something. That's right, there are also magic sword masters in the kingdom. Aruki encouraged Siron, I know you have talent. Hearing that, Siron's eyes immediately lit up. Really? I want to learn. Aruki quickly guides him. First, close your eyes and focus on yourself. You gently instruct Siron, I will ask guiding questions, so follow my voice. Siron responds seriously. Understood. He gradually sinks into the depths of his soul. I need to truly feel myself before contemplating deeply about who I am. In the quiet space of the soul, Siron hears Aruki's voice. Do you hear my voice? Take a deep breath and breathe slowly. Aruki, standing behind Siron, said mysteriously, Listen carefully and then answer. Where was your first kiss with Senior Ami? Siron, unable to resist their joke, burst out laughing loudly. That's funny. Siron was fooled. The dark purple night sky and the crescent moon create a beautiful starry night. The 3 of them crossed the bridge while Siron said, Hey, stop using her weakness to beg, and looked displeased. Why do we have to go through so much effort to get it? Siron whispered softly. You knew. Professor Sienna, today must have been a tiring and sad day for you. Sienna falls asleep on Siron's back. Aruki says, Professor, she just hopes I won't have to go through the pain she once did. Nim quietly avoided the gaze of his 2 friends, brushing his hair back before making a decision. Right, but the former president handed the group over to me. If I leave, then In the uncomfortable moment of making a decision, he threw the photo into the river below, so it would quickly dissolve with the water. Well, everything will probably turn out fine. All 3 of them face each other with determination. Yes, do whatever you can. Great! Suddenly, Sienna sat up and spoke, causing the students to be terrified. What do you mean, right? Siron asked awkwardly. Professor, you're awake, Sienna quickly said. Sorry to trouble you all. She quickly put her coat back on and calmly said, I will keep your secret. The 3 of them were surprised and asked again. Yes. Sienna saw that the students didn't understand and explained, I won't punish you. Do you understand? All 3 responded in unison, surprised. Really? Then Sienna pointed at the 3 of them and said, You have 1 month. She speaks in the tone of a professor handing out assignments to her students, showing them the devil or something. If she truly cares about her research group, then she should use that confidence to convince the academy, Sienna passionately said. She told them they must achieve what they want. Before Sienna's passionate words, Siron seemed to sense something and softly said, Yes, Professor N. Moved quickly, responded. Yes, he stands before Professor Ha determined whether he presents or not. We will prove the value of our research group with confidence and pride. Aruki also excitedly said, We should use our intelligence this time, right? Sienna encourages the 3 of them. Keep it up. The troublesome students excitedly reply, So don't be too surprised.
Facing this scene, Siron smiles contentedly, thinking that nothing has changed. He smiled happily but felt completely relieved. The four of them then crossed the bridge on foot. At this point, the students finally asked CNA, "Professor, when did you wake up? A wizard who passes out after just a few drops of alcohol?" That makes CNA stammer. What? Wait a minute. A few days later at the academy, under the clear blue sky and white clouds, whispers and murmurs began to spread inside the academy. What's going on? Research theory? A large poster was posted on the notice board, attracting many passing students. Since when did Senior Siron become a member of this group? And Senior Aruki as well. Everything seems to be confusing about the name of the research group. But what is the Spiritual Science Research Group? Potter is printed in gray with mysterious images related to the topic and eye-catching text for the readers. The Spiritual Science Research Group. The terrifying truth about Anpass Magic Academy. Outside the castle, voices asking questions could be heard. Senior Siron and Aruki are also participating. But is this really an academic presentation? The scene rewinds to 10 days earlier at a place called Istus, where he rips his hair out and shouts, "I can't think of anything," then leans back on the sofa. Six with a table full of cards in front of him. Aruki lying on the opposite chair, also sighing. And Siron slouched on the side chair, looking helpless. At this point, Aruki touched his nose and said, "Even if we stay up all night discussing," looking at all the topics on the table including elves, zombies, exorcism, spiritualism, supernatural senses, monsters, gods, hauntings, psychic phenomena, aliens, souls, Ouija boards, the afterlife, out-of-body experiences, ghost stories, twin souls, there aren't many interesting topics. So, looking at the topic cards in our hands, one side has monsters, elves, exorcism, and the other side has out-of-body experiences and supernatural senses. The soul, looking bewildered, said, Even if these things really happen, we can't recreate them during the presentation." The topic cards fell scattered with the three of them overwhelmed and helpless. It has been 3 days since we promised Professor CNA that we confidently declared our presentation would win and we could go, but what we are studying is the science of supernatural souls. Remember when the professor pointed at us and said, "Show me a ghost or something"? Siron sighed helplessly, thinking, how could I show something invisible to the naked eye? That's why I went crazy. That's why I ended up posting a bunch of photos and then wondering why I threw them away, Aruki said. Well, I've already gone crazy anyway. And at this moment, our main character, Siron, raises his hand to yawn and says, "I can't do this anymore." Then he said we should leave this alone. Just glanced over and fell silent. He jumped in surprise and shouted when he saw Nen's transparent image smiling at him. Siron was sitting on a chair, leaning back on the ground, standing behind the chair with a smiling shadow happily saying, "How do you like that? Maybe we can fool them with this and tell them it's a ghost." Meanwhile, Aruki, still sitting with his legs crossed on the chair, casually says, "That's a lightning shadow." As I stood up the chair, Siron turned to say in a still shaken voice, "It looked at me so..." I was scared. Aruki sighed and said with a glance, "A wizard wouldn't be fooled by something like that." So casually say, "Well, what? But I fooled Siron." Aruki asked again, if being fooled for just 2 seconds counts as being deceived, right? Hearing that, Siron felt uneasy. He immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and shouted, "No need to verify, monsieur." Then he reaffirmed, "We don't need to verify," and smiled. "Isn't that right? So let's find Professor Sienna's weakness." Aruki stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "No, I think he has some idea or something." Siron explained to N that it wasn't because he was fooled that he was scared, but a deep-seated fear within him was triggered, so he asked, nervously, "Can you explain a bit more?" Siron said seriously, instead of making them believe in the evidence presented, "We will bring out their hidden fears." Aruki gradually understood and said with interest, "So you mean we should change our strategy from proving to them to believing first and then proving?" Siron replied, "That's right. It's a kind of psychological challenge." N grabbed Siron's face, shook it, and shouted, "You are the one who will save our group." Siron, annoyed, yelled back, "I haven't showered in 3 days." And Aruki, with his chin resting on his hand, said that was a clever opposite concept. Aruki pointed at N's shadow and said, "The problem is, if we show them such terrifying magic tricks, the superstitious ones probably won't believe anymore. Can you make it move in a more terrifying way?" So, Siron pushed his face away in disgust and then suddenly reacted. "Of course I can. I'll start casting the spell with both hands and say, if I keep summoning lightning shadows like this. Maybe I should shout out loud, then a series of shadows with the same expression as me will appear all at once, so I can dance and sing at the same time."
If I use 24 frames per second, I could make the animation look more realistic.
The two see the place where they haven't slept for 3 days dancing around. Siron, bored, turns away and says, "We can't use this method." Iruki then asked, "Could we make a machine?" En paused, scratching his head in confusion and replying, "I thought of that too, but there's a problem." He explained, "I can input the program into the machine and project images, like someone walking into the forest and suddenly encountering a ghost, reacting instantly and shouting, 'It's a ghost.' But if someone doesn't react, they won't be fooled. At that moment, they would just be alert and curious about what's going on. It's all fake." Siron thought for a moment and said, "You're right. I was very surprised because he looked in my direction." At this moment, a hand was raised along with a voice. "Yes, that is Iruki," you confidently said. "I think I can handle that problem." The other two looked surprised and asked again, "Can you do it?" "What about Iruki?" Iruki pointed up and said, "Predict their reactions and we can do it. We'll use complex systems theory."
Siron repeated, "Predict the reaction and keep talking," illustrating his words with images of Siron's daily habits. Iruki continued, "After analyzing most reaction habits, we will program it. For example, if we predict that Siron will look to the left, then a soul on the left will look in his direction. At that moment, if Siron ran away in fear, he would have 2 options: chase after him or keep staring." Hearing this, Siron was surprised and asked, "Can you really do it?" Iruki continued, "Everyone's habits at the academy are similar, so it should work, but we need a lot of data. Keep acting. We also need more memory. But more importantly, we need a way to send the entire program to all the machines." Ne pondered and said, "My lightning energy won't be enough." At this point, Ne suddenly said, "That's right, Siron, you can use luminous fungi, can't you?" Siron was also surprised and replied, "I can use bioluminescence." Remembering what the professor said, in the ivory tower with the latest magic, bioluminescence was predicted to revolutionize communication methods. Siron confirmed, "That's right, Professor Sina said so, using it as an intermediary to exchange information." So he became excited. "Yes, we can do it." "Right now," Iruki said, "we can create perfect ghosts, but I don't think scaring them with ghosts alone is enough." He turned to ask Siron, "Do you have another plan, Siron?" Siron replied, "Yeah, but I think you're frowning. For example, I plan to use this psychological trick." Then Siron picked up a pen and started writing on the paper. Iruki and En looked down in curiosity. Siron asked nervously, "What's wrong? Is it convenient? If not, we can add other keywords. So I am looking down at the paper and say no." He confirmed that, making Siron ask again, "Really?" "So I'm quite sure. I didn't even think we could use it like that in the presentation. If we succeed, I guarantee the entire academy will be turned upside down. 180 degrees. Siron is excited. "Really? Great. Then let's be happy." So it's decided. I will go to the assigned place to build the machine immediately. Iruki will write the program and Siron will prepare the illumination device. Siron and En are excited. "Great, we can save the group now." Iruki paused for a moment, then said, "But do you guys know what?" En asked in surprise, "Huh? What now?" Iruki said seriously, "I roughly calculated the amount of bioluminescence needed to transmit the data." Siron asked how much we needed. Iruki held up both hands and said, "Triple the current amount and keep it for 10 minutes. He asked Siron, "What do you think? Is it possible not to?" Siron and En looked shocked. Siron stammered, 10. His face was extremely confused. 10 minutes, 10 days later at ISAS, he anxiously pushed the door and shouted, "Hey, you two?" I went to hang up some posters and, oh my God, inside, Iruki. "You've written a daily routine equation with your head up, and Siron, you've been practicing glow-in-the-dark all day, turning around to ask what's going on. So they said it would make a big splash. Everyone is saying they'll come to see." Siron wiped the sweat off his face, and after seeing the poster, said they should come and see for themselves. Iruki suspiciously asked, "Oh no, is it because we put our names on it that everything will get chaotic?" "If too many people come, the workload will also increase." "How many people do you think will come?" he said happily. "I'm not sure, but more than half of the academy for sure." Outside, someone shouted, "Iruki, Siron, calm down." About 17 days until the Supernatural Soul Research Group's presentation. Someone is walking by. Lumina was walking down the hallway when she overheard people talking around her. "You think it will be really fun, right?" "That's right. Who would have guessed that both Senior Siron and Iruki would give a presentation? I'm sure it won't be an ordinary one. I don't know what they'll show us next." All the sounds of everyone's chatter are ringing in her ears. Lumina walks down the street and spots a shadow in the middle of the buildings. Suddenly, someone in the corner, whose face isn't visible, asks if it's true that the Supernatural Spirit Group will be giving a presentation. She replied, "I haven't decided whether the group can be revived yet."
She turned to the hidden corner and continued. According to my sources, if the presentation fails, the Academy will revoke the research room. But we still don't know what will happen next. Among the group are Eruki, who has Savan syndrome, and Siron, the one who drove away the Dark Mage. We cannot underestimate Nei's abilities. The other person sneered and said, they are still just low-level students. What we need to worry about is what happens next. The girl continued straight ahead, proving that the secret research group's battle to become the second ruler has already begun. In a dark, shadowy room, the sound of teeth grinding suddenly echoes, and then the bricks on the wall automatically detach, letting in a beam of light that illuminates the gloomy space. Following the faint glow, Siron's handsome face appears tense and focused. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows, focusing all his mental energy on executing a method to recover. His hands stretch straight forward, channeling his magic power into them, releasing a burst of intense light. After a while, Siron's hands are sweaty, showing he's exhausted. He slumped down on the floor, his face showing clear exhaustion. Siron recalled that this was called mental recovery. It is an extreme method to quickly increase your mana output after reaching your mental limit, requiring about 20 minutes to recover, during which you will continuously drain it until you reach your limit. The average mental energy consumption for each spell requires continuous focus for 40 minutes, so it's considered a foolish method that could kill the user. Thinking of this, Siron looked at the clock in his hand and thought to himself, if the professor found out, he wouldn't leave him alone. The stopwatch shows 5 minutes and 32 seconds, and Siron feels a bit despondent. Damn, the point of pushing mental strength to the limit like this is so I can use the glow ability within 5 minutes. One more day until the presentation. Siron frowned. He steeled himself to achieve the 10-minute goal. I have no choice but to keep going until my consciousness is completely destroyed. Siron wondered if he could really do it. At this moment, someone should peek into the room and check on Siron. The person anxiously asks about him. Siron, are you okay? Surprised by the call, Siron was startled. He awkwardly replied, I will definitely finish before the deadline. So she was tearfully sad. Honestly, Lai, the goal is just too far out of reach. It's beyond the scope of 5th grade. But if you fail, our group might not dare to continue talking. Because both of them understood that the outcome would be disastrous for the whole group, Siron quickly reassured him, understanding his concern. I told you not to worry. You skillfully diverted the conversation. How are you doing? Are you done with your part? Hearing Siron ask, Nei suddenly remembered, oh, right. I need to go try the experiment again soon. Siron followed and entered a room, and as he stepped in, he froze in surprise. What caught his eye was a Eruki with dark circles around his eyes, frantically writing a thesis. Siron was startled and shouted, Eruki, are you okay? He stepped forward, patting his shoulder repeatedly. Are you all right? Eruki still keeps writing quickly with his hands, eyes wide open, mechanically replying, I will meet the deadline. Siron was speechless for a moment, feeling helpless that he couldn't stop him. He's really crazy. So suddenly he spoke up to interrupt his train of thought. Here it is. After seeing N's result, Siron couldn't help but be amazed and surprised. He excitedly asked Nate, is this a prototype? N laughs and explains to him the final test will be with your own glow. I need to test the performance of the light cable that Eruki's father sent us, so instruct Siron to proceed with the experiment. Hold that orb and use your magic. Siron follows Nei's instructions, holding the glass sphere with both hands. After everything was settled, he signaled that he was ready. Siron closed his eyes to focus his mind on channeling spiritual power into the sphere. In an instant, the sphere emitted a dazzling, mesmerizing light. The light from the sphere was transmitted down a conduit connected to it. Siron exclaimed happily in surprise, oh, that's amazing! I should stand next to him and squint with a smile. So what? Your voice carries a sense of pride. Not bad, right? Truly not bad. Seeing the results before him, Siron was sure that his team had already achieved half of their success. In the following days, on a rainy night, hurried footsteps could be heard walking across the muddy ground. So Nen, having just returned from outside and stepped into the house, took a deep breath of the cold air with a bit of rainwater on him. His first action was to go to Siron's room. He looked inside and asked, Siron, the presentation is almost here. Are you ready yet? Inside was unusually quiet, so I called out softly once more. Siron suddenly appeared. The pendulum clock that Siron usually uses slid across the floor and stopped right under N's feet. He bent down to pick up the clock, and N's eyes widened in surprise as he immediately clenched his fists. Wait a moment. Siron, your voice can't hide your excitement. You did it? Siron stepped out of the room. His face was beaded with sweat, but a bright smile was on his lips. Siron gave a thumbs up to N and cheerfully said, Let's do it together. Before long, the day of the presentation arrived, and the spiritual research team gathered fully at the school's academy. Everyone was eagerly awaiting this day. Eagerly
Everyone's laughter and chatter echoed nonstop. This is so fun. Are you grabbing some food? Please wait in line. A female server carrying a tray of drinks approaches to serve the guests. This is the famous peach juice from the academy. In front, a female student with pink hair is holding an advertisement and constantly talking. Please, take a flyer. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded through the lively atmosphere, accompanied by a dry, gruff voice.
There's an event today. I see it's Sliderm. You've been suspended for 2 months.
He probably said irritably, why are there so many people here? The pink-haired female student then stepped forward and handed him a flyer. Please take a flyer and wait in line.
Thank you, the MC quietly comments as he takes the flyer.
Hey, what kind of childish drawing is this flyer?
Suddenly, he focused intently on a detail. Wait, besides the creepy image on the flyer, there's also bold text with a headline.
The paranormal research group's truth behind SSS Magic Academy, the secret the school wants to hide, will soon be revealed. Although the introduction title is very attractive, what Mar cares about most is the name Siron. I just can't forget that name.
He furrowed his brows in anger and thought, what? What kind of childish presentation is this? Who would even bother to watch it? I thought he was a genius. Damn it, Lang Maria, you also got suspended for 2 wins, staring at the advertisement on his hand. She exclaimed with excitement, oh, Senior Siron, let's go see it together. Maria turned to frown at Mui's sleeve.
You're coming to see too, right?
Let's go. Seeing Maria's excited face, Mar reluctantly replied, of course.
If I go there, maybe I'll learn something.
Without giving Mar a chance to escape, Maria firmly pulled Mark and rushed off. She excitedly cheered as they lined up on this side. Maria and Mar received special education from that during their suspension. More precisely, Mar was stuck there and had to undergo more education. While Maria pulled Mar to watch Siron's presentation, a group of female students gathered and whispered excitedly. One of them is a girl with caramel-colored hair who, in shock, points at Amy and exclaims, "Hey, isn't that the graduating class?"
What? The senior students from the graduation class?
Hey, wait! Soon, all eyes turned to Amy and Serial. The students cheered excitedly. They are senior students Amy and Serial. The students couldn't help but be curious and discuss why graduating students were here to watch the advanced class's presentation. A faint squeak escapes as Senior Siron is actually her boyfriend. Immediately, everyone understood and shouted. Amid the students' discussions, Serial still innocently handed a cake to Amy. Kung Triu told Amy to open her mouth. Say, ah, Amy, already embarrassed to death, couldn't hold back anymore. She shyly and nervously said loudly to Serial, "Why do we have to go see the advanced class's presentation?" Serial chuckled and replied, "Oh my, how long do you plan to keep saying that?" Because it was your boyfriend's presentation and she deliberately emphasized the words boyfriend, Amy shyly covers her face with her hand, secretly regretting it and feeling so embarrassed. This really is a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Suddenly, the students all turned their attention to one side. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? The senior from Class 1 is here?" Someone else couldn't help but be surprised and ask, "Why would such a rare person come here?" Ami was momentarily confused and asked, "Who could be so important to make a distinguished alumnus like her ignore them?" Siron pointed ahead and loudly called out to Amy, "Over there, the visitor is wearing the school's prestigious badge on a black suit." The crowd behind was stunned and asked each other, "Why is Senior Famy here?" "Don't tell me he came to watch the presentation," the students exclaimed in amazement. "Not only that, but it's Senior Hay from the electronics department, Senior Ken, known as the electronic monster, Senior Richard from the fake Kim department, and Senior Sen as well." The students couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed in amazement, "What's going on?" The appearance of these outstanding figures not only shocked the students, but also left Surreal stunned. Why did the first-year class come here? Ami, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. She casually asked Surreal, "What do you think they have in common?" Surreal frowned and asked, "Their common point." Ami looked over and said casually, "Yes, all of them." According to what Ami has heard, there are rumors that they are all members of a shady research group called the Golden Ancient Scripture. At this moment, in the presentation hall, the students had all found their seats. Sienna was carrying a tray of tea to invite a silver-haired teacher. She was so stunned, she stammered. Sienna, momentarily unable to believe it, said, "What wind brought you here?" Principal Alpheus smiled kindly, waving to her and explaining, "The students have worked hard on their presentations, so of course I had to come." Sienna immediately, respectfully, and nervously invited the principal to sit in the most honorable seat. "Of course. Please take a seat." Anpass smiled warmly as he sat down beside the teacher, but behind that gentle smile, he narrowed his sharp eyes and began to calculate. Well, I wonder what the kids will show us. The seating area in front of the presentation hall is now full. A few people grumbled and complained, "There's no more seats left, please don't push anymore." Amy looked around and silently evaluated this presentation. Amy suddenly saw Mar and Maria sitting next to each other, with FMY's group in the distance. The front row was naturally reserved for Anpass, Sienna, and the esteemed teachers of the school. With the presence of the school's most influential figures, Amy couldn't help but wonder if there was something she didn't know. Soon after, the entire presentation hall went dark, leaving only a spotlight shining on the center of the stage. The host's voice rises. "Ladies and gentlemen, from the stage in the respectful Western-style attire, serving as the host, I would like to respectfully introduce the upcoming presentation on spiritual science to you." He raised his hand and declared the start. The ambitious Spiritual Science Research Group's presentation has begun. And 30 minutes later, contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no applause or praise, only a rain of paper and harsh curses from those sitting below. Damn it. Students are crumpling their papers and throwing them onto the stage in anger, shouting, "What the hell did I expect from 5th grade? Stop studying and waste your time." This is not a presentation, I was fooled. Ami seems stunned. Serial sitting next to her softly calls, "Am."
Up on stage, the technicians are adjusting the lights to focus on S. The presentation should begin below. Thank you all for attending today's presentation.
You briefly introduce yourself. Today I will serve as the MC for the presentation. I am Win, the lead researcher of the spiritual science team. Neen's confident voice echoes from the stage. Today our main topic is spirits. Max sat below the stage, frowning as he spoke. The chaos of the spirits is like a soul's turmoil, while Maria sitting beside him looks up at the stage with admiration. You should continue your presentation on stage now. Some viewers might find it frightening, so be careful while watching. As soon as you finish speaking, all the stage lights will turn on simultaneously. The yellow, blue, and red lights intertwine, illuminating the stage in a spectacular display, as the audience below erupts in a long, awe-inspired gasp. Principal Anpass smiled broadly, praising them. "You students have prepared your techniques well, haven't you?" Miss Sienna reluctantly replied, "Yes." In her mind, she silently thought, "What a great idea. A storm in the afternoon." Suddenly, Sienna changes her mind. No, they're not going to do anything. On stage, the image of a grand and majestic school resembling an ancient castle appears on the screen, as the host holds a microphone and says with an inspiring voice, "Have you ever heard the story before this school was built? That was 250 years ago." And with that, Nye snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the screen on the stage shifts to an ancient village, so look up at the screen. The boy narrates, "This was once a small farming village." The scene on stage shifts to a peaceful village that suddenly plunges into chaos and war, with a calm and steady voice narrating, "But the entire continent has already experienced a famous campaign war." He continued, saying everyone there fled into the mountains, including civilians and soldiers who refused to fight, and at that moment all the stage lights suddenly went out, plunging the surrounding space into darkness. The students sitting below were a bit surprised, and out of surprise they looked up and instinctively said, "Huh?" The lights. Nen's voice echoes again, no longer calm and composed, but instead with a sinister, eerie tone. Non-human entities have appeared. At this moment, a piercing scream interrupts Nin's narration. Some timid students were so frightened they turned pale and their hair stood on end. They tried to calm themselves down, thinking nothing scary would jump out, right? On the stage, the blood-stained footsteps of a steel-armored knight suddenly appeared. Nam's voice deepened as the steel knight suddenly roared, clawing with both hands covered in blood, resembling a ghoul. So it turns out the iron-clad knight is actually a possessed spirit, and the students who were scared earlier are now laughing out loud, with one even pointing at the iron-clad knight and mocking, "Isn't that Iruki?" What is he doing over there? Iruki staggered across the stage, walking unsteadily. He walks while moaning softly, looking both scary and pitiful. But the audience below the stage is laughing uncontrollably. Cariel laughed so hard she couldn't breathe. She commented that it was too funny. Amy, sitting beside her, frowningly asked, "Wait, is this a presentation or a play?" On stage, the story continued to unfold, and then one night, the stage lights turned cold blue. The beautiful village is now shrouded in a lonely, desolate atmosphere as NY's voice suddenly echoes, carrying a mournful tone that cuts through the silence. "Olio, my love, Olio, where are you? Damn it! He came here to avoid the war, but he lost you, the one who means everything to him." As he spoke, Neo held his heart tightly, a look of unbearable pain on his face. Maria sat below the audience seats, clutching her hands tightly, fully immersed in the play on stage. It seems he lost his lover while fleeing. M is not like Maria. His mouth is twisted as he comments, "What the hell is this? Isn't this supposed to be a presentation? And when will that person finally appear?"
Just at this moment, the person the MC thought of last finally shows up. Siron's voice rang out, almost making him choke on his saliva. "Noah, I'm here." Noah, hearing Siron's call, the audience all turned their eyes toward him in the dim stage lights. Siron's figure appears in an enchanting white dress. He places his hand on his heart, his voice gentle and filled with boundless love. "My love for you." The entire auditorium almost exploded with the cheers from the audience below. "Senior Siron, the female students are blushing and can't believe their eyes. Is that Siron?" The male students are clutching their stomachs, laughing out loud. In the front row of honor, Sienna's mouth is agape, speechless with amazement. Under the stage, Sorel frowned and called Amy, the female version of Siron. At this moment, Amy was so stunned by the sweet scene on stage that she was speechless. Sorel quickly shook Amy to wake her up while Siron rushed towards N under the stage lights, and N gently embraced Siron's shoulders. "You sincerely say, Olia, I miss you." Siron responds smoothly, "Let's never be apart again." "Noah." At this moment, Nen and Siron exchange loving glances. Siron leans forward. Noah gently tilts her head down, as if they are about to share a warm kiss. Mar's face turned pale, and Maria's cheeks flushed. She stammered, "Don't tell me it's impossible." The male students strained their eyes, focusing intently, determined not to miss any moment on stage from this point on. Siron and Nate were almost face to face. Serial blurted out, "Really?" Ami trembled and said, "In plays, they really do it." At the critical moment, Iruki suddenly appeared in blood-stained iron armor right behind N. He opened his mouth wide, ready to devour N. With a snap, Iruki bit into Nate's shoulder. Nate's desperate scream for help. "Save me!" Seeing the bloody scene on stage, the audience below all gasped in shock. The entire theater suddenly fell silent. The lights in the auditorium suddenly went completely dark, and Maria nervously leaned on the MC. That was a bit scary. With Maria leaning on him, the MC froze in place. Just then, the spotlight at the center of the stage lit up. So I held an old book in my hands and raised it 6 months ago. The origin of this story is an old diary found during research on the Academy's history. So we eagerly started researching it immediately. And the shocking truth is that the spirits have become evil because they were infected by other malevolent spirits. Now they wander the mortal world searching for someone to possess. Hearing N tell this, some students begin to feel uneasy. NY's eyes sharpened as suddenly a giant bell appeared right behind N, its deep and resonant chime ringing out. The students sitting below gasped and exclaimed, "Huh, isn't that the midnight bell ringing?" "It's not even 7 o'clock yet, so stay on stage," my voice carrying a sinister tone. By midnight, when the light completely disappears, the evil spirits will appear. Down below, Maria was frightened by N. While the MC remains the same, his face shows no hiding of contempt. On stage, he grins with a sinister smile. You've never seen a demon spirit at midnight, right? Maybe it's because spirits only reveal themselves to those they choose to show. But through our presentation, you probably have a bit more curiosity about those evil spirits, right? Or in other words, you will get used to the number of spirits. Tonight, when the bell rings at midnight, look around you. You might see a malevolent spirit lurking nearby. Hearing this, the audience below couldn't help but feel confused and worried, saying, "Girl, what?" "Are you scared?" Some people bravely declared, "That's a lie." "I have to stay at the library until midnight tonight," she suddenly announced amid the noisy chatter. "Of course, that's only if you're lucky. We'll end the presentation here." The entire audience froze for a few seconds before the stage lights suddenly came on all at once. The main hall is brightly lit, and the students look confused, saying, "Huh? The lights are back on." Everyone was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, "Is that all?" Then suddenly, a storm of paper flew onto the stage, followed by a barrage of curses. "Damn it! Do you call this a presentation?" The students all protested loudly with no evidence or results at all. "You haven't shown us anything at all. It's really stupid to believe in Siron and Iruki. I knew it would turn out like this. Forget about the spirits." Am angrily brushes off her clothes and leaves, shouting furiously, "I'm so embarrassed. I knew this would happen when I was near those weird guys." Sorel hurriedly ran after Amy, calling her Amy. The group of students rumored to be part of the Kim Fake Club also quietly stood up and left. Only Phi remained seated. In the VIP seats, Sienna nervously whispers to Anpass, "I apologize, headmaster." Sienna bowed hurriedly and said, "I will punish those students." She forced an awkward smile. After all, they are a spiritual group, so it's understandable. Anpass, on the other hand, showed no reaction at all. He just waved his hand as if nothing serious was happening. "Don't worry, why would they do something like that?" Sienna raised her hand to shield her face and sighed. She wondered to herself, was I wrong to trust them? Anas approached the stage, deep in thought. If it was going to end like this, they never should have started in the first place. Isn't that right, Siron? Anpass barely smiled, his eyes shining with confidence from behind the curtain, then burst out laughing happily. He turned to Eruki and asked with a smile, "Do you see their expressions?" Eruki nodded. "I am sure of it. Just by looking into their eyes, I understand." The bewildered and confused expressions of the students, Maria's worry, Mar's contemptuous gaze, all of these, according to Eruki, are seeds that have already been planted. The mysterious object on the stage will also play an important role in this mission. Siron approached from behind and calmly said to En and Eruki, "Step 1 has been successful." Siron passionately said, "Show them what a spirit truly is." The midnight hour was approaching, and the prestigious academy was shrouded in silent darkness, with purple clouds overhead, making this place seem even more mysterious and eerie. The clock on the wall ticks past 11:30, so standing outside Siron's room, I remind him, "It's time, Siron. Have you finished your meditation test yet?" Siron turns back and nods softly, then steps out with En. It turns out En had gone out in the rain a few days ago. You go around the school to carry out a very important task, which is installing hundreds of 3D projectors throughout the campus. The projectors are connected by cables that run underground, and these projectors will send Eruki's predicted action program. You're walking carefully because you're below a basement underground, so be cautious when you walk. Eruki looks at the clock and counts in his head. There are 5 minutes and 15 seconds left until midnight. Wait, we can't be too early or too late in 9 seconds. They have to see the ghost at exactly midnight. Eruki raised his hand to signal, "Let's proceed when I give the signal," and he adjusted some settings on the control panel while telling Siron, "The strategy is in your hands." "I'm counting on you." Siron stepped forward and placed both hands on the white crystal ball. Eruki raised his hand to signal, tense as he glanced at Siron. He raised his voice and said, "Now immediately, Siron, channel your spiritual power into the crystal ball." Immediately, a brilliant light radiated from the crystal ball. I shield my eyes with my hand and exclaim, "What a magnificent source of power!" Eruki couldn't help but admire Siron. He truly developed his magical power so much in just 1 month. You should be excited and cheer, just as I expected of you, Siron. But on the other side, Siron doesn't seem to be happy at all. He furrowed his brow and muttered, "That's strange. It feels like I've poured water into a bottomless bowl." Hearing Siron speak, Nay was startled and exclaimed, "What? Don't tell me I should rush to the control panel." I shouted in panic, "What's wrong with this?" "What's wrong? What happened?" I started to panic, saying the output energy isn't increasing, and indeed, the clock can't go past 18%. Eruki was immediately frightened. "How is that possible? Can you fix this?" I panicked and said, "I thought my calculations were perfect. What the hell is going on?" The main reason is that the mice chewed through the transmission pipe, preventing Siron's spiritual energy from reaching the projector. After a moment of hesitation, Eruki said in disappointment, "It's over. We failed. The clock in Eruki's hand shows only a few seconds left until midnight." Na lowered his head and said, "Everything is my fault. I feel so stupid, careless, and I couldn't even create the device for the soul." Eruki gently called En. Tears streamed down En's cheeks. "Sorry for causing you all to be involved. Sorry for turning you all into a joke," you said, wiping away tears. "I will take full responsibility no matter what, so I told Siron to stop. Siron, let me take responsibility for this." But Siron firmly replied, "No," he said slowly. "We've all worked very hard and sacrificed our sleep." "Need and Eruki, give it your all here." Siron's eyes show fierce determination. "I can't let it end like this." Sensing that Siron was about to do something dangerous, Eruki hurriedly shouted, "Nen, stop Siron!" Need was still stunned. "Huh?" After a few seconds to regain composure, En immediately realized and stammered, "No way." Nen Huangqin shouted, "Do you think he's going to use his immortality ability?" Sure enough, Siron had already begun to activate his energy from within. His eyes lit up as Siron entered an infinite spiral dimension. Eruki and En fiercely opposed. "Siron, stop it. Please don't go on anymore." Eruki impatiently shakes Siron. "Damn it, why hasn't it stopped yet?" En grips Siron's sphere tightly and pulls with all his strength. "You cry and beg, Siron. Please stop or you'll disappear." "You should say through your tears that we can give up this research group. I don't want to lose you anymore." Siron gently called out to him, his face unexpectedly calm. "I no longer feel afraid." A flash of blue lightning sparks in Siron's subconscious. He felt a fierce power invading his entire body, so terrifying that Siron couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his teeth. The pain-filled moan slipped through Siron's clenched teeth. He remembered that Lord Amin said I wouldn't disappear first. Siron screamed painfully as his whole body began to disintegrate into dust.
He told himself he had to remember. Beautiful memories flashed before Siron's eyes like a fast-forwarded film, from the moment he rushed into his parents' arms to Gina and Rand's radiant smiles. The moment I first met Amy and Serial, and the month spent being friends with N and Aruki. The trusting gaze of Principal Alpheus. The reunion with Amin. How many times have I faced life and death, tirelessly striving for this moment, all reminding Siron of one thing. Who am I? When he realizes who he is, the immortal energy within him is awakened, and his disintegration process slows down. Even Siren's bodies are gradually returning to their original state. As Amin said, Siron hasn't disappeared after all. He opens his eyes, promising himself he won't run away anymore. Siron shouted in panic, asking him, "Are you okay?" "Siron, are you all right?" Siron suddenly shouted. Aruki reacted quickly, turning to shout, "Hey, Red!" N quickly rushes to the control panel. He is startled and exclaims, "Wait a moment." I couldn't believe my eyes. No way, the clock is jumping, and the current percentage is at 157%. Nate tears up and quickly signals to Aruki. Aruki, at this moment, is holding a switch. Following N's command, Aruki decisively flips the switch. What? It's already midnight? Dreaming of Lang Maria, now a student in her class. She quickly closed her book and said, "It's a pity, but I should go to sleep now. I have class tomorrow." Suddenly, Maria shivered uncontrollably, remembering something that made her spine chill. "I forgot. Now I remember that story about spirits. Do I really see a ghost at midnight?" After saying that, she took a deep breath. "Siren, there's no such thing as spirits in this world." As she finished speaking, Maria happened to turn her head toward the window. Outside, a ghost suddenly appeared clinging to the window. The ghost looked fierce, with a gaunt, skull-like face, saliva dripping as it pressed its face against the glass. Maria looked terrified as she saw what was on the other side. Amy's scream echoed out, "Get out of here!" Along with the sound of shattered glass, a tall, dark figure stands before Amy, who trembles and screams, "What are you? How did you get in here? That shadow is a ghost dressed as a knight. It hasn't hurt Amy." Amy stared wide-eyed at it, thinking it was just laughing. Suddenly, she turned and ran away. She kept shouting as she ran, while Serial rushed over from the next room into Ami's. She screamed. A ghost just appeared. Ami asked in shock, "Cyril, you saw it too?" Cyril exclaimed in horror, and both Cyril and Amy simultaneously turned around to look behind them. As expected, all the female students rush out of their rooms like a swarm of bees, and screams echo loudly.
"Look, run now. They are facing an army of evil spirits in terrifying and bizarre forms."
In the school grounds, all the lights in the rooms turn on simultaneously. The academy trembles violently as screams and shouts echo everywhere. "Mom, I saw ghosts." Just as NY warned during the presentation, when the clock struck midnight, the evil spirits all appeared in their most terrifying forms, the screams and howls echoing loudly, with evil spirits present everywhere from the school grounds to the classrooms and students' dorms as the screams ring out in terror. "Help me." They are also in the sky. The entire school was shaken in one night by the chaos caused by the evil spirits. Everyone is panicking. Why do they keep chasing us all the time? Don't come near here. The school's ancient tower has not been so disturbed in a long time. The students all rush out to the yard and gather in a group. The female students huddle together, sniffling and doing something. The male students try to use magic to fight back the evil spirits. A light brown-haired boy nervously says, "They're everywhere, just attack." The footsteps of the evil spirits echo loudly. Indeed, they are too many, and their appearance is still very terrifying. The students, no longer able to fight, burst into tears and ran in panic. Just then, the evil spirits suddenly disappeared. The students looked on in confusion and asked, "Did they disappear?" A male student, still crying and doubtful, said, "The light." The male student standing beside looked up and said, "There's someone on the roof." On the roof, Siron, Nen, and Aruki stood proudly, watching the students below and clapping a few times. He calmly said, "Our presentation was delayed, but everyone still came, so I put my hand on my chest and said thank you." Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. "You kids are Sienna!" She ran over, angrily scolding. "Come down right now. It's midnight and everything's so chaotic." In Sienna's hand is a projector that N installed earlier. She angrily shouted, annoyed that she was taking a shower and still got startled. On the rooftop, NY saw this and waved, winking to tease CNA. "Tonight is so beautiful, Professor CNA." Seeing the projector that CNA brought, the students finally understood. Is it a 3D projector? So those ghosts are all fake? I hear someone laughing. "Principal, why are you here?" Anpass calmly told her, "I think the presentation isn't over yet, so let's listen to the end."
Up on the roof, we should enthusiastically raise the issue with all the students below. According to our research team, souls do exist. Does everyone believe in supernatural phenomena? The students below immediately protested loudly, led by a light brown-haired boy who loudly scolded the group so the flames of debate continued. What does it mean for them to exist? They're all fake, using childish tricks that even a 3-year-old can do. After saying the 2 words shallow, the boy suddenly felt something was off. The 2 girls behind him turned to whisper to each other, but how could they do that? The boy turned around quickly and said casually, "What are you talking about? Of course they used 3D magic." The female student still didn't find his answer satisfactory and explained, "That's strange. How can the 3-dimensional projections move differently?" Immediately, the entire school grounds buzzed with activity as students turned to passionately discuss with each other.
Ever since I found out they were fake, I've been thinking about it, but I still don't know.
I think they use projections in the machine, but can they do that all over the school?
They need a large amount of data and energy. Annis uses his spiritual power to create a playful ghost.
He chuckled and asked Sienna. "So?" Anpass playfully asked Sienna. "Can you explain the tricks they are using?" Professor C.N.A. She chuckled resignedly, adjusting her glasses as she carefully chose her words, considering that their teasing was quite sophisticated. Up on the rooftop, Star N. Siron smiled slyly, secretly thinking that what mages value most is intelligence. They couldn't contain their curiosity and were drawn in. This is what the oldest ancient texts have summarized. The male students who mocked Group N earlier are now extremely angry. I am being scolded by 5th graders. This is so frustrating. The young male student with light brown hair is trembling with anger, veins bulging on his forehead.
But I don't know what mechanism they used. Although Group N's performance was impressive, it still didn't fully convince CNA.
She frowned and turned to speak to Annis. Their tricks are difficult to deal with, but it's still not enough for us to accept their research group. He responded to her with a mischievous smile and calmly told Sienna that, actually, this trick didn't matter. Anpass's words momentarily confused CNA. Over there, the students continued criticizing Nen's group, insisting they were just fakes and that souls didn't exist. The male student with light brown hair is the most agitated. He points at Nen and loudly yells, "What does a fake soul have to do with supernatural research?" He chuckled. "Oh dear, you still don't believe in supernatural research." The students below replied in unison, "Of course, it was just a stunt earlier." Nen calmly asked, "So let me ask you, why are all of you here? Are all the students being manipulated by Nay's question?" Nay continues to ask, "What are you all afraid of and running away from?" If souls or ghosts aren't real, the students below stammered, "It's us." Ami and Serial could only stay silent. Right now, Nay narrowed in his eyes and said, "Your current emotions are exactly the core of the Supernatural Soul Research Group." His slow voice directly hit the key point in the hearts of the students. All of you who do not believe in souls. As soon as they see a ghost, they feel fear because the seed of doubt that spirits and ghosts might exist is inside them, so they use their oratory skills to gradually persuade everyone. We are only showing you that small seed of doubt. We don't know if it really exists or not, but we are investigating that suspicion, and that is exactly what the research means. While Nen was speaking, Siron and Aruki silently nodded to each other. Below, a female student with caramel-colored hair whispered with her hand over her mouth. That's right, there was a time when the information we know now was considered true, but was seen as a lie in the past. On the school rooftop, Nen's voice rang out passionately because everyone showed us their doubts. We have proven that our research team has value, and with that, our supernatural paranormal science presentation has come to an end. At this point, Siron, Nen, and Aruki all bowed simultaneously, facing the students and teachers below, and said, "Thank you very much." The students looked at each other and smiled. The male student with light brown curly hair at the corner of his mouth immediately caused the entire schoolyard to erupt in cheers from the students. "Excellent, we agree. If it's a special student like this, I'm willing to be fooled by you as many times as needed."
Standing with the students are the teachers. Anna's clasping his hands behind his back, his steady voice carrying the authority of a leader.
Where do we come from, and what kind of future are we heading towards? Someone is exploring doubts and revealing what cannot be seen to everyone. What do the teachers think? CNA remained silent. Anpass smiled and commented, "I think this presentation is meaningful." Standing respectfully beside the old man, I said, "I have no objections, Headmaster." Sienna sighed. "I understand." So, Sienna stood upright.
She solemnly announced that the professors had decided we would recognize the research group's presentation
on supernatural souls. Hearing this, the 3 team members couldn't hide their excitement. So Sienna suddenly got a vein popping out in frustration. She yelled in anger, but instead the students were sent to study under Din Chi for 3 days.
These fools, despite the suspension order, Iruki and Siron hugged each other tightly, overwhelmed with joy. We did it. We succeeded. We did it. The students below also join in, congratulating them and encouraging them to keep trying. Cien, feeling completely ignored, becomes furious. Are you listening to what your professor is saying? I told you that you are suspended. Wow, Senior Siron is really something. The protagonist's eyes sparkle with admiration. Senior Siron is a genius. Dariel also looked at Siron's group with admiration. Oh my god, they really are cool. Everyone wants to do it at least once, to make the world tremble at least once. Amy stands silently beside her. She thought to herself, I never expected that, while I was focusing on studying to graduate, you would spend your time on such useless things. Seeing Siron's bright smile, Amy pouted. She snorted coldly. Amy looked up at the shining stars in the sky and quietly thought, I'm a little jealous. Just a little. In a hidden corner, some faceless figures dressed in black are feeling furious as they watch Siron's group succeed flawlessly. One of them snorts, Lakta Gay is even bigger than a horse. Those guys have already graduated and still leave everything to a bunch of rude kids. Another one, crossing his arms in annoyance, said, Forget about taking what's mine. My ant language research team is here to save you. Another one interjected, Don't tell me you just ran away like that. The ant language research group member immediately snapped, What about it? But they'll be graduating soon anyway. A guy with a girlish demeanor, covering his mouth with a mocking smile. If you don't want to face them next year, it's better to graduate this year. The language research group member trembles with anger and says the best is for the doll research group to shut your mouth. His anger got the better of him. The language research group leader started to provoke the others. You too, the hide-and-seek game research team. Phi had been silent with his arms crossed until now, but now he spoke up, cutting in. His voice was calm, showing the authority of the leader. Come on, stop here. We should quit now, or we'll attract unwanted attention. Phi curved his lips into a sly smile, his words laced with hidden danger. All of us being here like this will only harm ourselves. Just wait for the right moment. From afar, Sienna quietly observes Phi's group and sighs, thinking about those shady research team brats. Sienna wants to cry out loud, Grow up and use her. Anpass reached out and cast the magic Siron used to shape the evil spirits. The old man chuckled, praising, That's really beautiful. Anpass stroked his beard and smiled in admiration. Even I, a magic light expert, am amazed. The way it was used surprised me. Looking up at the sky, admiring the enchanting beauty of the stars, Anpass contentedly comments, You've completed a rather difficult task. Siron, I thought you couldn't do it back then. This child only had so much potential, but I never expected. At this point, the old man looked down at the keepsake in his hand. Anpass whispered, In the future, you may have the ability to fulfill my dream. After finishing, Alphaeus tightly grasped the keepsake in his hand while Siron was lying sprawled on the grass. He was so happy that he genuinely smiled and lay down next to Siron. The boy hit his chest a few times with his hand, asking worriedly, But you're really okay? You're still normal, right? Siron smiled reassuringly. So it's fine, Iruki remembered, and sat up. You haven't provoked Siron yet? You're crazy. Who would risk their life for this kind of thing? Hearing Iruki tease, Siron just chuckled. Iruki glanced at Siron, but he still sat up confidently, agreeing with Iruki. You're right, if Siron didn't use his innate ability, he wouldn't be able to finish it. But thinking about risking his life for that, it's really... Iruki lay back and said with a smile, Everything is just luck that got us through. Thinking that Siron might be erased when using his immortality ability, Iruki once again confirmed, But you really are a crazy person. Siron blushed shyly as his friends kept praising him and awkwardly asked, Why are you only praising me? You guys are all geniuses too. Iruki, if you can predict the reactions of all the students like you do, you're also incredibly talented. Iruki looked away shyly when praised, while Siron kept complimenting him, saying he could produce a large number of machines. But that's just the beginning. Iruki should also feel embarrassed, and his face turned as red as a tomato. All three of them felt their faces burning, and their bodies stiff with embarrassment. Iruki awkwardly said, Oh, so you can be humble too? So I got embarrassed and hesitated to speak. You all make me so ashamed. Siron reached out as if he wanted to touch the distant shining stars in the sky. He confided in me that he wanted to climb higher, just like those bright stars up there. As he spoke, Siron's eyes sparkled with trust and hope, and Iruki also looked up at the sky. Are you asking if I'm aiming for a higher position? Because I've been doing pretty well now. Should I now consider pursuing a higher profession? Hearing that, I sat up straight. You said enthusiastically, Yeah, that's good. The three of us should graduate together. Once we join the outside world, after graduation, I'm pretty sure there will be a lot more exciting things waiting for us out there. Siron raised an eyebrow and looked at En. He muttered, "The outside world." Eruki, upon hearing that, sat up straight and smirked, thinking, "Isn't it time for us to live comfortably and confidently? Let's enthusiastically raise our hands and promise that you will boldly declare we will go to the end together." Siron placed his hand on top, so he responded, "Yes, we will become the strongest." Eruki was the last to put his hand down. He whispered softly, "But what should we use to boost morale and keep our promise now? I guess I'll just say, whoever sees something, use it." Suddenly, an idea came to mind. "All right, then." He pointed to the brightest star in the sky and shouted, "Long live the supernatural sciences." Eruki immediately responded accordingly. "Don't give up, okay?" The three sheep. Siron enthusiastically raised his hand to show his determination to graduate together, then suddenly pointed at Eruki, playfully teasing him. "What kind of cheer is that?" Eruki laughed evenly. "I just said we'll try to be as good as your three sheep." Siron sat in the middle, laughing, tears in his eyes, secretly wishing that together we will become the strongest mages. Tonight, the sky is so beautiful, the stars shining down on the academy grounds, promising a bright future. The next day, in the boys' dormitory, Siron is called. "Siron, wake up." You shake him and say, "Are you planning to spend this precious suspension period like this? Let's go out and have some fun." Eruki, standing beside him, watched Siron's face. You guess he's collapsed, probably exhausted, but not giving up yet. Try shaking Siron a few more times. Siron. But he still didn't react at all. He lies still with his eyes closed. Siron doesn't not want to wake up. He just feels like he's being suffocated by a shadow, unable to move at all. He silently thought, of course, once again, I am trapped in a nightmare. And like last time, I head towards the infinite in the foggy space with the movements of the stars. And the final destination is a gigantic galaxy with swirling lights waiting for me. But this time something's different. I always wake up at this moment. Something feels a bit different. Whatever Siron was referring to was a series of shimmering golden particles blending together, resembling a shattered watery mirror. Siron also couldn't tell what it was. He opened his eyes. In front of him was an incredibly mystical scene that words could hardly describe. Siron's entire body suddenly vanished. Siron broke out in a sweat and woke up. Huang looked shocked. His dream had changed. I wonder vaguely, is this the change brought by what I experienced yesterday? On the wall, the clock shows nearly 1 p.m. Siron is still stunned, lying still on the bed with wide eyes, mouth moving slightly, while above his head a dazzling golden chain spins in endless circles around him. His hands clenched the blanket as he anxiously asked, "What's going on with these things?" Siron quickly got off the bed, holding the note from En and Eruki, which read, "We're heading to the casino. As long as we can predict Eruki's behavior, we'll still stay rich." Then you'll see, below 2 grotesque smiling faces of them. Siron reluctantly muttered, "Oh my God, are you talking about the silver? It feels like they went home empty-handed again. Anyway, it's just a 3-day suspension, right? What should I do now? I wonder if I should take this opportunity to go back home and see my parents. I'm sure my mom will be very shocked. Then they'll ask me a ton of questions. What? Suspension? You're being punished?" Thinking about this, he decisively pushed that thought away. Forget it. I definitely need to keep this a secret. After a while, Siron dressed neatly and stood in front of the mirror, smiling as he carefully adjusted his cuff. Siron smiled happily because he was excited inside, realizing there was something he truly wanted to do. For some reason, my heart is pounding like crazy. After saying that, Siron turned and walked away. He didn't notice the mysterious golden particles now blending into his shadow, forming his silhouette standing proudly in front of the mirror as if he were there himself. Soon, Siron stopped in front of a well-maintained bookstore, hesitating as he reached for the door handle. I've been studying non-stop these past few years, and now I want to buy myself a novel. I miss those old days so much. A wave of painful memories suddenly flooded Siron's mind, as the arrogant shouting voice of the bookstore owner echoed in his ears as if it had just happened. "No, where do you think you're putting those filthy fingers of yours?" Back then, Siron was just a poor kid in torn clothes. Although he has changed since then, the fear of being looked down upon still haunts the young man's soul. Siron anxiously wonders what he should do if they tell him he can no longer touch anything. After a few moments of hesitation, Siron finally decided to step into the bookstore. It was still the same old owner, with her curly orange hair and green dress, only her haughty attitude had been replaced by a friendly smile. "Welcome unexpectedly. Oh my, welcome, handsome customer. It's truly an honor that you've come to this humble place. Or are you here to transfer some goods?" The hostess's enthusiasm momentarily confused Siron. "No, I just came here to buy a book." The shopkeeper cheerfully said, I see, then please feel free to choose. Oh my, you're so handsome. Siron was really not used to this kind of friendly treatment. He awkwardly replied, "Thank you." Siron didn't expect that she hadn't noticed his repeated attempts to get attention. At only 5 years old, he didn't fully understand boundaries. He just wanted to be seen. Watching the boss's back, he wondered if he had really changed that much. After choosing the book he liked, Siron stepped forward to pay her. Seeing the gold coins Siron handed over, the shopkeeper flattered him, saying, "Oh my, you're so generous, thank you very much." Holding the book titled Raising a Dragon to Defeat the Demon Lord, this is the book he had wished for since childhood. Siron happily exclaimed, "I finally bought this erotic novel of mine. It's my first book." Thinking this way, holding the book in his hand, Siron happily spun around a few times, causing passers-by to shake their heads in disbelief. Tisk, tisk, to see the young master so infatuated. He hugged the book to his chest, smiling softly, grateful that he still had his allowance saved up from his family. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind, to Siron. A girl suddenly hugged Siron's arm. She looked at him, smiling brightly, and asked, "Are you Siron?" Suddenly embraced. Siron, blushing and flustered, asked, "Who are you?" The girl didn't answer his question, but didn't let go of his hand. She turned around and waved to call someone over. "It's definitely him, guys." Siron, after observing for a while, he was surprised to realize that the girl in front of him was someone he knew. Her sweet voice has never changed. She is the innocent girl who used to watch Siron intently whenever he was focused on reading. "Sir, you're reading again." When Siron was a kid, whenever he sat under a tree reading, a bunch of kids would tease him. Now meeting again, he can still recognize them, and they immediately recognize him. The muscular guy out of the front calls out loudly, "Siron, is that really you?" Siron widened his eyes and called out. Antho turned to the girl beside him and called her by her correct name. "Oh, so you're Lumina?" Lumina happily said when she saw Siron still remembered her. "That's right, you forgot my face, huh?" Siron stammered in response. "I didn't recognize you at all. You look so beautiful now." Siron remembered that Lumina was nicknamed Janinos when they were young. Hearing him say that, Lumina felt a bit displeased. "What? When we were kids, you said I didn't ask for anything." Siron immediately forced a smile. "Yeah, not exactly." The childhood friends gathered around Siron, with Tram Chow admiring, as each one took turns asking him a dozen questions. "What's going on with you? You're dressed like a noble. Is it very expensive? Your father has changed a lot and suddenly found himself surrounded." Siron was taken aback and nervously replied. This is when Siron, unsure of what to do, was greeted by Antho, the leader of the village kids. "Siron, it's been a long time since I saw your face. How have you been lately?" He said that even if he asked Lord Vincent, he wouldn't say anything. Siron looked at Antho, unsure of how to explain himself. "So, what should I tell them now?" Siron hesitated for a moment. Yeah, that's what he was quietly considering. "Anyway, they will come to learn about me eventually. If I lie now, it will only hurt them. Especially since Siron chose to be honest in the end. During this time, I studied at the Magic Academy." Hearing him tell the story, everyone exclaimed in awe. "Magic? The Magic Academy?" Antho's face suddenly turned grim. He silently thought, "And too, Siron reminisces about the old timeline. Since he was young, Antho has been physically strong and cheerful in personality, so he naturally became the leader of the children. At that moment, Antho was 10 years old, and Antho and the children from the village were heading into the forest when suddenly they looked into the distance and involuntarily exclaimed Siron. He continued to ask, "Do you read books again?" Siron, hearing the familiar voice, quickly turned around and replied, "Antho." The words just lingered in his mind like that, but maybe his weakness lies in his pride. Their attention suddenly shifted to the thick book in Siron's hand as they marveled. "Such a lot of writing. He must be very smart. We can't even read books like that." Listening to the admiring whispers of the two friends behind him, Antho could only stand silently and watch. Then he quickly approached Siron and snatched the book from his hand, loudly saying, "You haven't even gone to school. What do you need with these?" Faced with that overwhelming strength, Siron could do nothing but startle and cry out a few times. Antho placed his small axe on his shoulder, looking steady and fierce, and said, "We need to train our strength to be useful to society. In a small mountain village full of dangers, there is a rule you must all know. And as I think about it, Siron's small figure appears before my eyes. He smiles gently and responds softly. That's right, I understand now." Antho's memory seems to pause, but then continues to surface. Following the leader's words, returning to that scene, Antho's calm expression shows no reaction, so he remains silent. Then he took a deep breath as if he had just lifted a heavy burden. A second later, Antho handed the book back to Siron and said, "You understand now. You understand." The leader protects the village, and everyone follows the leader. This is how people survive here. This is the principle Siron has learned through the passing days. Then Antho smiled brightly and reached out his hand to him and said, "I'm going to play football, want to come along?" Suddenly a loud shout came from afar. Antho Lumina grabbed the mop in her hand, running fiercely toward them while questioning Antho. "I told you not to bully Siron." Antho, covered in Lumina's blows, angrily exclaimed, "Who is bullying whom, you fool?" She doesn't care about the warning and keeps shouting, "He just got better, so you still say this isn't bullying?" Antho, scolded so harshly, got a little angry and shouted, "If you keep like this, no one will want to marry you." With the flashback over, Siron chuckled to himself. "Well, those things have been happening since long ago," Antho awkwardly replied. "That's hard to believe. Did you really go to school?" Lumina was just as surprised and asked him, "Do you know how to use magic?" The friend next to him eagerly asked, "Can we take a look?" Siron, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Not yet. I just started learning recently, so I'm not very proficient. And using magic outside the academy is against the rules," so hearing that, the other boy sighed regretfully. "It's so dark." Suddenly, Antho notices the book he's clutching tightly and says with a smile, "You always carry a book with you like before." Right, then he reaches out to grab the book and asks me to see what the Magic Academy's book says. Seeing Anth's sudden action, Siron was startled and exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Deep down, he was extremely panicked right now. "This can't be. It's not the novel I just bought for entertainment." Antho's grip is getting stronger. He managed to snatch the book from Siron's hand, but in his haste, he fumbled and dropped it. Seeing that, Siron involuntarily shouted out and thought to himself, "My precious book." Then Siron reached out to catch the book, and as his hand nearly touched it, a flash of memories rushed through his mind, but he was lucky to grasp the book. That fleeting memory felt so real that Siron was momentarily overwhelmed with pain, clutching the book tightly as he collapsed to the ground while everyone around anxiously asked if he was all right. "Siron, what's wrong all of a sudden? Are you okay?" Lumina immediately turned to question Antho. "Why did you do that again? You're not a kid anymore. Why are you still bullying him?" He stammered and replied, "I didn't do anything." Siron said, "It's nothing, just a coincidence. Don't worry." Lumina, hearing that, panicked and said, suddenly collapsing and telling me not to worry, which isn't usually the case. Antho watched the two talk, a strange emotion suddenly rising in his heart. Seeing that he's fine, Lumina cheerfully said, "Let's not stand here anymore. Are you coming with us to try some delicious food?" Antho from behind also joined in. "Exactly, Siron," he said excitedly. "To celebrate the store's discount day, we all threw a party at Lumina's place. Let's go there and chat. What do you guys think?" The friends quickly agreed. "Great." Seeing how excited they are, Siron also smiled and replied, "Let's go then." At the same time, he quietly considered that since he had nothing to do, it should be fine. A second later, the chubby guy and another friend arrived with a carriage stopping in front of them. Antho gently lifted Siron up and cheerfully said, "Do you want to sit in the front row?" I was so surprised I screamed. "Can you lift me up?" Hearing that, Antho cheerfully replied, "You're too light to do anything." Watching his performance just now, Siron thought to himself, "Antho, you bastard, while we were apart you've become a monster, and now you even know how to make a living." He stared intently at his friend, speculating that Cao Antho was likely to become the new leader of the village. So Siron and the others continued on to Lumina's house. A moment later, Lumina's mother's voice rang out. "Oh my, who is this? Are you his grandson?" "Siron, you're getting more and more handsome." Lumina must be so flustered right now. Hearing that, she blushed deeply and hurriedly shouted, "Mom, don't say that." After Lumina's mother enthusiastically greeted them, Siron's group continued their celebration, raising their glasses excitedly and saying, "Here's to Siron, with the feast of dishes prepared before you." The brown-haired friend couldn't help but marvel. "That looks so delicious," Lumina said as she raised her glass. "Eat a lot, Siron." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "Thank you. I will eat happily." At the same time, the brown-haired guy, who was very curious, asked, "But isn't this drink meant to prevent him from speaking further?" And the chubby one quickly denied it. "No, it's just sparkling barley water." On this side, Antho slowly takes big sips, quietly observing everything happening. Then the brown-haired friend suddenly shouted, "Siron, tell us more about school. You must be the best there." Right, hearing that Siron started coughing repeatedly, and the water in Antho's mouth was also regurgitated because of this comment. He kept saying, "I'm so curious, did you become a mage?" The other friends also excitedly joined in. "I heard only nobles attend that school, so doesn't that mean you study with the nobles?" Hearing these questions, Siron was overwhelmed with confusion and silently wished, "Please don't praise me in front of Antho." With a bit of the beer from earlier, those friends kept talking non-stop. I bet the noble class has many beauties. Tell us, we're so curious now. Just studying is already enough to keep me busy. As soon as she finished speaking, Lumina sighed as if she had just survived a disaster. Right after that, Antho suddenly slammed his glass down and spoke up. Siron, going to school is fine, but have you thought about your next step? Hearing that, he was startled and turned around to ask about the next step. Antho continued, Sir Vincent is currently worried about the well-being of the entire family. Next, it will be your turn to take responsibility, and you also have to get married. After finishing your studies, do you have what it takes to carry it all? Hearing this, Siron suddenly fell into contemplation. With no guarantee, he would definitely graduate. Seeing his reaction, Antho took a sip of his barley drink and said, That's right, you also need to be more realistic. As he finished speaking, those thoughts suddenly appeared in Siron's mind. Looking back now, he realized he had spent too much time studying and had never deeply considered this matter. All my friends are helping their families with the business, but my father still has to work so hard. I wonder when I will be able to help my father too. Seeing him like that, Lumina felt a bit worried. At this moment, Antho began to speak. I didn't mean to make the atmosphere tense. Then he challenged him, Siron, want to try arm wrestling with me? You're really good at it. Siron was surprised to hear that, and the chubby guy immediately got excited. That's right, Antho and Siron used to be evenly matched back in the day. The brown-haired friend also agrees completely. Siron may seem fragile, but he's actually very strong. Now I remember. Hearing this, Siron reminisces about the old days. We really used to do that kind of thing when we were kids. That wrestling match back then made the brown-haired friend exclaim, Siron, you're so good! And Tho insists on a rematch. This one doesn't count. Let's fight again. But today it's better to keep a straight face for Antho in this village. Thinking that, he prepared himself and replied, Let's make a bet today. Seeing the situation, Antho happily replied, The loser will pay for this feast. Agreed, he said. In front of both of them, the atmosphere heated up again as their friends around cheered excitedly. The battle between the wizard and the armored warrior is about to begin. Siron tightly grips Antho's hand, silently thinking to save face for him and hold out as long as possible before losing. Then suddenly, a loud voice shouts to start. Immediately, their hands clenched tightly to support each other, then a loud noise made the barley cup shake. Lumina and her friends watched in shock as Siron collapsed into his chair, smoke billowing from him. The whole thing happened so quickly that I couldn't even tell what just happened. My friends, seeing this, couldn't help but worry and ask if I was okay. Siron, are you okay? Lumina asked loudly at that moment. And Tho, why are you holding on so tightly? He hurriedly replied. I didn't expect it would turn out like this. He wasn't this weak back in the day. Lumina helplessly sighs. Antho, oh, Antho. Seeing him like that, Antho felt a bit guilty and then spoke up, saying, Sorry, let me pay for today. Siron immediately refused. No, today I am the one who lost. He awkwardly smiled and said, You're much stronger than before. Then, Siron took out the gold coin from his pocket to prepare to pay. But the incident happened, causing him to panic uncontrollably. In his worry, he accidentally dropped his bag of money and revealed the gold coins. The friends saw that and shouted out loud, Gold coins, you have 5 whole ones. Lumina also cheered. She took the gold coin and asked him, Siron, why do you have so much money? 5 gold coins are equal to my entire trading profit. Seeing Antho's current expression, I thought to myself, what should I do? I'm doomed. Lumina took the gold coin and asked, Siron, where did you get this money? Hearing that, Siron stammered, Oh, I was sponsored. What is that? Will you live the rest of your life without worrying about money? Siron couldn't help but be stunned and deny it. Oh, that's not it. At the same time, he secretly thought that things were not looking good. This really did upset Antho. His face flushed with a hint of unwillingness. But then Antho suddenly let out a long sigh. A second later, he jumped up like a cat puffing its fur and shouted loudly, Why are you all making such a fuss over just a few gold coins? Hearing that, the chubby guy was startled and stammered, Sorry? Seeing his reaction, Lumina thought to herself, Oh, now I realize that about Antho. Seeing that, the friends suddenly tense up and reminisce about the past. They all share the same thought, that's right, ever since we were kids. Whenever he's near Siron, that topic becomes a bit sensitive. Seeing this, Antho also gradually tries to hold back himself. Then he gently patted their shoulders to break the tense atmosphere. Oh, right. Have you guys heard about this? The chubby guy immediately responded excitedly, saying there are wild predators appearing in the mountains. That brown-haired guy also joined in. I've also heard about that. Recently, wild animals have been disappearing, right? Lumina secretly feels relieved. You're quite the savior, kid. Thanks to this, everyone is gradually getting back to the initial lively discussion. Dad said it's similar to a bear, is that right? Siron isn't an exception either. He quickly spoke up. I also heard that from my father. But why would something from the north come here? Hearing that, Lumina replied, I know. That's right, some kind of mating season or something. Anyway, they say it goes out hunting every day, so everyone needs to be careful. But since it hides pretty deep in the forest, if you don't go in there, it might not be so dangerous. At this moment, Antho's gaze suddenly became sharper. He spoke about that matter. What if we go hunting it? Hearing this suggestion, everyone was surprised and exclaimed together, We! He immediately confirmed, Yes, we will help the villagers. You guys already know about it too, right? It's my skill, Antho said confidently. If it's just a bear, adults shouldn't get involved. Let's go together and take it down. Seeing his overwhelming aura, the brown-haired friend also looked excited and replied, In the end, he could finally hunt a bear by himself. Antho, a regular bear would be easy. Siron couldn't believe his ears and repeated in shock, Wow, a bear, really? Seeing the admiring reactions from his friends this time, Antho smiled proudly and decided, All right, let's depart tomorrow morning. Then he glanced at Siron and asked, You're definitely joining us, right, Siron? Hearing that, Lumina's eyes suddenly sparkled as she exclaimed, Siron too! Of course, he's gone with us before, right? If I can be of any help, I will join in. Antho saw that and happily raised his glass, saying, Let's meet in front of Lumina's house tomorrow morning. Lumina, sitting nearby, shouted, Okay. Then they all clinked glasses and cheered for a bear hunt. Well, we're going hunting with Antho. Siron took a small sip of barley, secretly feeling excited inside. Although it wasn't part of the plan, it was still very enjoyable. Time passed quickly, and before we knew it, dawn was breaking. Siron, did you sleep well? We're leaving now. All right, I'm ready. Let's go. They both stepped out of the house together. Lumina cheerfully waved ahead and said loudly, Everything is ready now. The friends happily waved back. Antho, seeing them, lightly warned, If you fall behind because you haven't done this in a long time, we'll leave you behind. Hearing that, Siron smiled and said, Don't worry. And then they all headed deeper into the misty early morning forest. Soon after, they started working together, lowering it down there. Okay, lift it up. The chubby friend at the same time diligently fixed the net on the branch and then signaled to his two friends below. Seeing how coordinated they are, Siron couldn't help but marvel. The nets and traps were set so quickly, you guys are amazing. The blue-haired guy smiled and replied, We just set the trap. The hardest part is left to Antho. He is currently scouting around and notices claw marks on the trees, secretly guessing that the bear is nearby. Then Antho loudly says, From now on, we will scout this area. If you find it, don't provoke it. Retreat and report to me immediately. Immediately, the friends respond clearly to the command. Seeing this, Siron secretly admires them. Wow, he's really a cool expert. At the same time, Antho turned to look closely at someone and smiled. That is Lumina happily humming a very cute song. After a few steps, Siron suddenly realized that if he only searched for it, if he used his domain, it might help him somehow. He closed his eyes tightly, gathered his energy, and silently hoped that Anth could quickly find that bear to see. In just a moment, Siron entered a state of focus. But what exists in his mind is not the image of any bear, but the corpse of an animal missing a huge chunk of flesh. Siron was startled and wondered what it was. He turned to look at his friends and realized something was wrong. I have a strange feeling about this. Using his senses, Siron instinctively took step after step forward, placing his hand over his eyes in disbelief. Siron brushed away the leaves in front of his eyes. A fleeting thought kept repeating in his mind. No way. No way. The moment he almost touched the image that appeared when using the spirit realm, a large hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder and shouted loudly, Siron is Antho! He forcefully pulled Siron's shoulder and questioned him. What are you doing? How could you disappear from our sight without saying a word? He continued shouting, because of you, we... But before he could finish speaking, the scene before him made Antho fall silent. Beneath their feet were the bodies of giant beasts and a multitude of animal carcasses scattered everywhere. Seeing that, Antho was startled and wondered what all of this was. His friends behind had also caught up with them. Those corpses are not only on the ground, but also hanging from the branches. The chubby friend loudly asked, what is that? Antho turned back and replied, It is. But before he could say more, Siron cut in, saying, Let's retreat. This isn't something an ordinary bear could do. Hearing that, Antho exclaimed in surprise, What? He continued, We need to inform the adults and seal off the mountain. We might also have to send a request to the city for the soldiers to handle it. That's how it looks. Antho quickly grabbed his shoulder and stammered,
Wait, Siren, wait, soldiers, what?
He immediately said, "We don't even know what it is. What are you talking about? We can handle this ourselves, right?" Siron turned and replied, "Didn't you just say that a moment ago? This isn't a bear we can handle." Seeing his determined look, Antho angrily shouted, "What do you know? I am the team leader. Giving orders is my role." Seeing their conflict, Lumina clenched her fists nervously and softly said, "Antho, Siron knows this isn't normal, so he tries to stop it." "No, just listen to me. Just listen." Antho ignored him and kept shouting, "He's always like that. He never admits I'm the leader. Isn't that right? I told you not to treat me like the fool I used to be." Hearing that, Siron was a bit stunned and stammered, but a rustling sound behind him made him freeze in place, a cold shiver running through his body. The friends also sensed it. Fatty spoke up in fear. "You see that thing, right? It's coming." And Tho immediately reacted by aiming the bow at Duong. He tried to pull the string as taut as possible, ready to fire. The others immediately aimed their arrows at the source of the noise. The brown-haired boy also hesitated, trembling as he pulled back his bowstring, but then gradually raised his arrow higher. "What is that in front of me that makes me so scared I'm trembling all over? What is that monster?" A huge, ferocious, bloodthirsty wolf appeared before them. Siron clenched his lips tightly, thinking to himself that a monster is a mysterious living entity that does not follow the laws of evolution. The stream of thoughts kept flashing through his mind. "I saw it in the monster book I read earlier." At that moment, Antho shouted, then shot an arrow at it and yelled, "Die!" But the beast quickly tilted its head to the other side. Seeing this, the brown-haired boy panicked and shouted, "It dodged the arrow? Siren's expression isn't much different from yours." He realized it was a ghost wolf. After its actions, he quietly confirmed that it was a creature with intelligence. According to what Siren knows, monsters in general are stronger and faster than ordinary beasts. In fact, some of them even possess quite high intelligence. The origin of the monster is still under investigation, but it is currently hypothesized that they evolved in their own way due to an environment completely different from other living beings. Everyone stammers in fear. "Did it dodge the arrow?" The snarling wolf looked at the villagers with a hungry gleam in its eyes. It uses sharp eyes to observe and swiftly move forward. The young man, with a face full of panic, only manages to say, "Run fast!" The remaining people knew they couldn't retreat, so the whole group hurriedly ran in the opposite direction to escape. But the hardest part now was that they didn't know where to run. One of them shouted that if we ran down, the monster would be there. Then someone yelled, "Run up the mountain, run up!" While everyone was frantically fleeing to escape, Siron hadn't moved at all. With weapons in hand, he boldly faces the monster head-on. The size is indeed different, but Siron still does not back down. Seeing that, his teammate shouted his name. "Siron, I hope you're not planning to use him as bait." Siron on this side remains focused on fighting. Each arrow has been shot. The giant beast with rough, scaly skin is truly unaffected by the minor injuries from the bow. It used its claws to counterattack, taking advantage of its small size and agility. Siron managed to dodge that attack. The annoyed monster growls irritably. Siron is panting heavily. "I think it moves too fast and its skin is thick. The only way to save everyone now is... I have to lure it away." Facing the giant beast, Siron remains committed to his original decision. Even if this might be too risky, it attacked again, but he managed to escape luckily. Siron stepped back a few meters, and his continuous success in dodging the beast's attacks only made it lose control. His eyes darkened with fury, but to Siron's surprise, it suddenly lost interest in attacking him. Turning around, he despondently realized it was too late to stop it. The beast had already charged towards the group of people earlier. They still don't know what horror is about to happen. Follow the leader's order, leave behind all heavy belongings, and hurry up. The others just hoped to run as fast as possible, but Antho hesitated. He said, "You guys go ahead." Lumina turned back and asked, "Antho, what are you doing?" And Antho, with tears in his eyes and trembling all over, tried to hold back his tears and answer, "Siren, I can't leave him behind." She shouted his name loudly, and now the monster is no longer far from Antho, the moment when the line between life and death is incredibly thin. Antho turned around and witnessed everything. But what matters most to him right now is that it's impossible. Could Siron really be dead? The more he thought about it, the more he lost his composure. Antho blames himself for telling him to go with her. If only he had listened to Siron when he told him to run down. A powerful beam of light suddenly shone directly onto the fierce monster, and Antho, confused by what was happening, could easily tell that the creature was suffering intense pain caused by that light. Lumina happily ran over and said, "It's dead." Everyone else looked puzzled and asked, "That's magic, right? Siron, wiping his sweat, ran over and barely managed to say, "Run! Run fast! Everything still seems far from over. Danger is still near. Only then can he be so flustered." The monster that seemed to have died just now slowly moved. It sat up, quickly regaining its composure, exuding a sinister and secretly malicious aura. Does Lumina shudder? It was just a flash of light before. In an instant, that huge figure charged rapidly toward them. At this point, it was already too late to run. And Thao sensed something was wrong, and, to be sure, tried to move his legs, but the result was the same. His body wouldn't move. Lumina tried her best to run as fast as she could. Under the monster's claws, unfortunately, she was no longer steady enough to run. In that moment of death, she could have escaped, but she carelessly fell. Under the sharp claws of the monster, Lumina seemed to have no hope left. Tears streamed down her face as Siron, determined not to let his teammate get hurt, used every means to hold back the creature. And Tho anxiously shouted Siron's name. While Siron was distracted, the beast suddenly swung its claws back to attack him. His face was filled with terror. Siron quickly used a teleportation skill. The monster, startled, looked up as the light reappeared along with a loud explosion. Lumina shouted loudly, "Siron!" That beam of light gathered an extremely powerful energy and pierced deeply into the monster. The monster's strength has weakened. Siron is confused. All right, what should I do now? I planned to push it back after releasing the glow, but then I would get scratched by it. I also can't keep it in my control now. Neither the monster nor I are within the clear beam anymore. Siron comes up with an idea to throw it away and make it fall down. His options include using bioluminescence, creating gravity or disrupting its resonance. Siron reaches out his hand and gently touches his own hand in the other world. Siron thinks he has touched it. Two hands clasped together, creating a blinding light. This is the all-knowing, anonymous consciousness. The two-dimensional space has dissolved, now only Siron stands alone. He thinks it is a mass. The monster, furious and confused, stared intently at Siron. Before it could grasp what was happening, he knocked it away. Siron keeps moving forward to attack. The monster roars fiercely. In the brief moment when Siron interacted with the wolf, a small flash lit up in his mind. Why does this world exist? The questions keep flashing through Siron's mind. What does it mean to exist? What is mass? Why does matter have mass? He couldn't help but think as a golden light gradually appeared before Siron, expanding, revealing the space from his dream. It is an unbalanced world, he said. At the same time, cracks suddenly appeared in the space where the light stream resided, and the light streams moved even more violently. Siron continues. If the universe existed before all things were born, then the way for everything to exist is to break the balance of the universe. He reached out and touched the small crack in the space. The crack quickly spread, and pieces of space shattered like glass, revealing a hazy space before Siron. Mass is what causes that, and it can be incorporated into photons of light. Going back to the moment when he attacked the wolf, causing a deafening sound and a strong aftershock that shook the cliffs. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a blinding yellow light suddenly appeared in the sky, and from that point, a stream of light flowed backward. Siron's figure collapses to the ground in an imperceptibly fast motion, silently observing the scene ahead. The roaring sound from the aftershock still hasn't stopped. Siron tenses up, eyes wide with suspicion, not daring to relax and breathing heavily. It's completely still now. He cautiously looks at the giant wolf lying motionless on the ground. Siron opened his eyes wide in amazement, as if he had realized something. I understand now. Symmetry can be broken by a type of knowledge about space, also known as unnamed knowledge. There is a mechanism to generate mass for matter. If that mechanism is used, light can be given mass. A look of joy appears on Siron's face. Finally, I understand. He gazes intently at the creature in front of him. Why would such a dangerous creature appear in this mountain area? Even Siron, lost in thought, should have considered that, right? Suddenly, a terrifying scream interrupted his thoughts as Siron's wolves spun around and suspiciously looked up at the top of the cliff. But I am not alone, he thought to himself as Antu and the others above the cliff looked terrified. Someone couldn't hold back and started to cry unconsciously. In front of them was a pack of ghost wolves slowly approaching. Leading the pack is another alpha wolf with eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Anto's group was driven close to the edge of the cliff by the pack of wolves, everyone trembling violently, instinctively looking at Anto's back as a source of support, while Martini trembled, calling his name, and Lumina cried out in terror. Hoo. Anto's face isn't looking much better as the terror flashes in his eyes. He grits out, I will run to the other side, you guys go down the cliff. The red-haired boy shouted in panic. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? And Tu snapped back tense and sharp. That's the only way right now. He turned to look at his friend, tears welling up in his eyes. You must survive so that the sacrifices of Siron and I are not in vain. As the situation grew more intense and tense, a ray of hope appeared above their heads. Siron, who descended from the towering blue sky, had used magic to teleport just in time, leaving the group stunned. Are you okay? Everyone rushed to him with joy and worry, saying, I thought you were dead. Lumina beside herself with emotion, tears streaming down her face as Siron quietly looked at her for a moment before speaking. Sorry, everyone. Siron! And Atiu's voice rang out, his lips pressed tightly together as he tried to maintain a calm appearance, though his face betrayed his true feelings. Sorry for making you worry, and Siron gently pats your shoulder. Now let me handle this. Anto stared in shock as he watched him walk step by step toward the wolf pack. Seeing him head toward the wolves, Aner shouted, Don't run away too! Siron? Siron calmly replied, It's okay. Siron calmly replied, This is not against the rules. He confidently moved forward, his steps steady as he faced the danger. On the opposite side, the bloodthirsty wolf pack kept howling loudly, each one rushing toward Siron and his friends at an incredible speed. The distance between Siron and the alpha wolf was closing rapidly as it charged madly at him. Siron remained completely calm, instead gathering his energy into a glowing sphere in his palm. It's a light! Lumina exclaimed in amazement. The red-haired girl looked confused, but it seemed different from before. Before them, Siron allowed the magical energy to flow freely. A magic circle appeared on his forehead as he focused, channeling the mass into photons. The light sphere in Siron's hand grew larger. Sensing that enough magical energy had been gathered, he became like a person. In an instant, Siron swung his hand and threw the sphere forward with force. The sphere sped rapidly, leaving a trail of light and a whirlwind in the air as it headed straight for the demon wolf. Before it could react, the light sphere pierced through its neck, instantly stabbing through the wolf's body along with its agonized howls. This is my magic. He was stunned, wide-eyed. I can do this. Another werewolf, seeing its comrade being knocked away in fury, growled loudly. One after another, they all became agitated, charging straight at Siron. They fiercely brandished their sharp claws, ready to tear him apart. But Siron would never let that happen. He quickly concentrates his magic power, unexpectedly dodges the attack and moves upward, making the werewolf suspicious and look up. Siron once again creates a sphere of light. In a flash, his eyes flashed with a bright light, revealing familiar figures. Boom, boom! A barrage of lights pierced through the bodies of the agile wolf demons like a meteor shower, leaving them no time to counterattack. Amidst the thick smoke, the continuous roars of pain and helplessness from the wolf demons echo, leaving Antu and his friends utterly stunned. One of them instinctively said, That's a mage, and Tu quickly completed the rest. In front of them, Siron uses magic, moving skillfully in the battle to defeat each werewolf, though this magic also consumes a large amount of his mental energy. Siron couldn't help but gasp for breath, but he still struggled to stand. As he was taking a moment to rest and regain his strength, a wolf demon suddenly lunged out to ambush him from behind. Without hesitation, Siron used his magic to blast it away with a flash of light. The wolf's body trembled slightly as it let out whimpering sounds after the attack. However, it quickly realized that its strength was no longer enough to cause serious injury like before. A flash of panic briefly crossed Siron's eyes, and his magic power had diminished. Over there! The fierce werewolf grinned triumphantly. It quickly regained its composure and roared loudly to summon its allies. The other wolf demons, after recovering, each seemed to be injected with a dose of adrenaline and charged forward all at once. This sudden change worsened Aner's group's mood. Siron is dangerous. Anor shouts a warning. Lumina shouted loudly, Run! Siron watched the pack of wolf demons charging at him with fierce determination, amid the terrified screams of his friends. Exhaustion now overwhelmed Siron, making his breathing even more labored. It's the only way left. He slightly furrowed his brow. I have no intention of giving up. Siron clenched his teeth and focused his mental strength again, preparing for the battle. Can I do this? Siron panting heavily, he furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that he still had one more way. His eyes shimmered with a jade hue as he looked at the raging whirlpool before him, wondering if he could still do it. Maintain your balance amidst this raging whirlpool. In front of him, a horde of monsters is frantically rushing toward him. Anthon and Lumina are shocked. Anthon screams loudly. Siron, it's very dangerous. Lumina begged and cried, urging Siron to run. Please run away, she shouted loudly, calling his name. Siron. However, Siron seemed to ignore everything, standing still and facing the approaching monsters bravely. His gaze grew sharper, though his face showed signs of tension. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his lips pressed tightly, and suddenly his pupils emitted a cold blue light. In the infinite subconscious, he connects with the immortal energy, a supreme power as vast as an endless black hole. From the black hole, a terrifying force is unleashed, pushing even Siron back under its immense pressure. He clenched his teeth, using both hands to block in front of him, trying to withstand the overwhelming magical force. Siron's body began to disintegrate into dust under the influence of the power. However, he still persevered, focusing his mind and using his magic to fight the monsters. In an instant, a supernatural force was unleashed from Siron's hands. The evil beasts still charged fiercely, but all of them were instantly scattered by Siron's surging spiritual power. Siron's power condensed into blue beams, directly burning through the pack of undead wolves. Although they were numerous, they were also held back by Siron's strength. They couldn't advance any further. Witnessing Siron's terrifying power, Lumina and the village children couldn't help but be amazed. Anthon was also quite stunned by what was happening before his eyes. How could this be? He thought to himself, even though he was seeing it with his own eyes, it still seemed unbelievable. Suddenly, a gray-black wolf demon took advantage of the other wolves and lunged forward, claws aimed sharply at Siron. Fortunately, he managed to repel it with his magic. But Siron himself was beginning to feel that he couldn't hold on any longer, his energy running out. If this keeps up, my spiritual power and mind will scatter away like the wind. Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right. Just like that time, Siron remembered how he used his immortal energy to channel into the crystal ball. His power was gradually transmitted through a tube. At that moment, Siron nearly disappeared. He tried to recall the actions he had taken to escape the deadly danger approaching when he placed his hand on the crystal ball. I have to release all the energy within me, Siron suddenly shouted. He used all his strength with unwavering willpower, unleashing everything he had in this direction. Siron's hand reached out, decisively unleashing his strongest palm strike to hit the pack of demon wolves. Siron's power is so great that the surrounding trees shake, dust and clouds swirl in the wind, and the enraged ghost wolves rushing forward are completely consumed by Siron's strength, as a blazing golden light shoots straight ahead, sweeping everything in its path. After a moment, everything gradually returned to a peaceful state. A leaf gently fell to the ground, leaving the scene in front open and clear with the weakened and trembling demon beasts unable to stand after the recent blow. One stubborn demon wolf still fiercely glared ahead. Siron's figure gradually becomes clear through the dust, standing coldly as he gazes at the obedient demon wolf on the other side. His voice was filled with menace. Get out. Siron glared, warnings it never to come back, causing the pack of ghost wolves to be instantly frightened. It turned its back and ran away, carrying a few survivors, fleeing desperately without daring to look back. Siron stood silently for a moment, but soon he grew exhausted and staggered. Finally, Siron could no longer hold on. He fell backward. Antho quickly ran over to support Siron as the village children saw and rushed to stand around him. Lumina, with tears in her eyes, her cheeks streaked with tears, gently brushes her hand over Siron's forehead. Antho sadly told everyone to go home, then looked at Siron, who was panting and embarrassed as he spoke. This childish hunt is over. Night falls and the lights flicker in the humble thatched houses. On the grass, Siron looked up at the sky, admiring the shimmering magical stars. Antho calmly approached and slightly curved his lips, asking Siron, "When did you come out here?" Siron looked at Antho with a smile and replied, "After a deep sleep, I suddenly just wanted to watch the stars." Antho sat down beside Siron and nodded. "Oh." Siron recalled that it had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. I don't remember the last time I slept peacefully without nightmares or supernatural visions. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the children in the village gathered around my bed, crying bitterly upon seeing I had woken up. Siron looked around in confusion and asked, "Where am I?" Lumina tearfully replied, "I thought you wouldn't wake up again." Siron felt deeply moved, realizing he had been in a death-like sleep and that everyone else stayed by his bedside until he woke up. Thinking of that, he had turned to ask Antho where the others were, and Antha said they were busy in the kitchen. Anho recounted to Siron what happened after he fainted. Anyway, it was quite a relief. Except for Lumina falling, no one was hurt. Still, we were quite shocked by your strength. Siron chuckled softly, feeling truly relieved. Antho looked up at the sky and casually said, "Tomorrow I will handle everything with the adults. The skin and teeth of the monsters are valuable." Antho hesitantly asked Siron, "What did you say their names were again?" Siron replied, "Wow, I heard their fangs are expensive." Hearing that, Antho smiled appreciatively and said, "That's right. After a moment of silence, Antho awkwardly said to Siron, "I'm sorry." Siron looked surprised and confused when he heard Antho say that. "Huh? No, I also, Antho, am not looking at Siron." His eyes looked far ahead as he softly said, "I was just jealous of you." Siron was stunned. "Huh?" Antho remembered a winter day when the snow was falling heavily. Siron sat alone, focused on reading a book. Antho, Lumina, and the village children happened to pass by. A boy wearing glasses comments, "Do you guys know? Sometimes Siron looks so cool. Why is that?" Hearing what that boy said, Antho also glanced at Siron with a look of admiration. Siron's thoughtful expression truly makes those around him feel he's special, and there's a hint of envy as well. Antho awkwardly spoke to Siron. "Your dream?" Siron asked blankly. "My dream?" Antho nodded. "Yes, that dream you're chasing." Hearing Antho's sincere words, Siron smiled brightly. He happily said, "Yes, thank you." The two sat side by side under the sparkling stars. A truly peaceful scene. The next morning, in the small village, Lumina regretfully begged Siron, "You're leaving so quickly, why not stay one more day?" Siron shook hands with Antho and said wistfully, "I wish I could stay longer, but I still have many unfinished studies at the academy. So, see you again." Anthon, leading the children of the village, sincerely wished Siron to become a great wizard. Siron smiled and replied, "I will come back to visit you all. See you later." Lumina suddenly ran up to Siron, hugging him tightly and tearfully saying, "You must come back for sure. If you become a mage and still ignore me, you won't get away with it." Siron laughed. "I remember I waved goodbye to everyone." "Take care." The children in the village waved goodbye to him. Antho placed a hand on Lumina's shoulder. He sighed, "Oh my God." Looking at her, her sister's eyes were red and teary, and Antho teased her, "If you've missed him that much, do I need to catch him for you?" Lumina wiped her tear and muttered softly, "What? Is he really gone forever?" She looked up at Siron's silhouette, her voice filled with admiration. "Siron is really cool. Every time he chases his dreams, Lumina keeps watching his back until he disappears behind the distant old trees." After leaving the village, Siron carried his bag and stopped at a place called SSS. He took out a book to check. He recalled asking Ne about this thing that made him curious, how we could know which room our research group was in among the 89 buildings, so he explained, "Since you're a new member of the group, I'll show you how to find your way." He pointed towards the corner of the wall and asked, "Do you see the number on the ceiling?" Siron replied, "It's 19, so I'll continue guiding Siron, and then you need to look at the color of the door." Remembering this, Siron turned to the right, where there was a yellow door. He quickly jotted down the distinctive features he observed while carefully pondering. Room 19 with the yellow door is the number year. So he took a few more steps, muttering to himself, and then he would reach a T-junction. Siron looked left and right, making an observation. "So that means there are 3 other passages connected to this place, right?" He quickly jotted everything down in his notebook and then performed a few calculations. Then we need to replace them with 10y and z, respectively, and then create an equation. The answer is what we call the master key. I still remember the surprised look on my face when I heard the explanation. Who could have come up with this? I hear that Nitoy is one of the founding members suffering from academic syndrome. He is the one who created this equation. That was the first time I showed Jiruki this equation. He said the temporary recall has ended. Siron opened the purple door and looked inside. It's truly a perfect equation. He approached the door at the end of the hallway. Outside the door, there was a sign that read Supernatural Psychic Research Group. Before even entering the room, Siron heard someone shouting and questioning, "Why did you reveal that now? Didn't I already say there's a 57% chance of winning?" The person being questioned didn't back down and immediately argued back. "Nonsense. I wasted a lot of time just because I listened to you." The other person immediately objected. "You don't understand that the larger the specimen, the higher the accuracy, right?" The other person angrily shouted, "That's only possible if you have unlimited money, monster." Siron gently turns the door handle. In his hand is a notebook of equations. He tells himself it's like gathering all the clues to find the research group through ESTA. The door gradually opens, and I reflect. I also learned that I need root causes, valuable connections, and every moment beside me. Through that, I can take each step behind the door. En and Iruki are having a heated argument. Siron greets both of them. "So you guys came back after losing everything?" As soon as Siron arrived, Iruki quickly called out to him and spoke first. "Siron, just listen to what I have to say and you'll understand." Siron smiled softly, saying nothing but just smiling. Iruki asked confusedly, "Why is he just standing there smiling like that?"
At this moment, a deep sense of gratitude filled Siron's heart. Everyone is grateful for everything. With that in mind, he smiled brightly and said, I am back. So what you want to show us is the luminous orb? Are you increasing the output power or something? Iruki next to N shook his head. No, it's something else. Iruki pointed out that Siron's illumination spell was supposed to emit outward, but instead it was radiating inward, which is why he noticed now. Siron then released a burst of energy that shattered the stone in front of him. The incredible power made Nin and Iruki gape in amazement, both stunned and exclaiming. Kaine ran over to examine the crack on the stone, shouting in shock at what was happening. You can create a hole with light like that? This is definitely magic. Real magic. Iruki asked, so what are the spells I used? And awkwardly replied, oh, just a joke of mine. Siron said, this is the spell I developed. He calmly explained, I call it the luminous cannon. Luminous beings, as far as I know, are a perfect fusion of two realities. And when it comes to luminous beings, everything is very difficult. What kind of spell is this? Siron suggested I explain, but can we go somewhere else? Siron mysteriously said, I also have something to tell you. All Iruki, looking incredulous, stammered, is it true? Would sitting next to him also be just as shocking? I was amazed and asked Siron, did you add mass to the photon? That's impossible. So, you can do the same with electricity? So I had no appetite left anymore. I put down my plate and asked Siron. It's truly astonishing that you can add mass to a massless molecule. So I wiped the sweat from my forehead with a cloth, still unable to believe what Siron just said. My head was spinning like crazy. So you really managed to use it? A new piece of knowledge, perhaps, Siron replied casually. And thanks to that, the discomfort also disappeared. In the end, I finally understood the meaning of the nightmares that haunted me. Hearing him speak, I couldn't help but feel happy. His calmness is truly remarkable. If I could reorganize the knowledge and hypotheses and then turn them into reality, it would be a groundbreaking discovery in the magic world. Well, not the entire world. Iruki still has some doubts. It really is truly astonishing. But understanding the theory behind it doesn't mean you can use the magic light. Even if you reach omniscient enlightenment, having others understand it like you is a different matter. So I was sweating. This is truly bigger than we imagined. Siron slowly said, so I want to ask you guys. He smiled as he shared his plans with Yo and Iruki. I want to learn more, but since we're on vacation, we can't go to the library, right? I can go to the Noble Library alone, so you guys can take me there. There's no problem asking Siron out of worry, but why can't you get in? Could it be related to what you wanted to say earlier? You should ask Siron, who lowered his eyelids, and he fell silent for a moment. If I tell them the truth, will they still treat me the same way? But if I leave things as they are, they can never become true friends of mine. He looked up at his two close friends, and after careful consideration, finally made up his mind. No, I will no longer run away. Siron decided to tell Nin and Iruki the truth that I am not a noble, I am just a commoner. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be shocked. Every word Siron said hit Iruki like a thunderbolt from the blue when he was a baby. I was abandoned at the horse stable, and now my parents have taken me in and raised me. My father was just an ordinary hunter. After Siron shared his past, the three of us, N, Iruki, and Siron, fell into silence, none of us saying a word. After a moment, N broke the strange atmosphere with a comment. I wondered why your attitude suddenly turned gloomy lately. So what if it is? Iruki cut in coldly. Why not? N turned to scold Iruki. Iruki? Iruki said coldly. So you don't understand what that bastard just said? The veins on Iruki's forehead bulged as he shouted in anger. Whether it's magic or academics, doesn't that mean this guy only started learning just a year ago? In 3 months, he climbed all the way to 5th grade and even defeated me in front of the whole school. So? And Siron stared at Iruki in disbelief, even with a disability, not to mention dating a genius mage. Ni firmly covered Iruki's mouth with his hand to stop him from causing trouble and smiled brightly as he spoke to Siron. Siron, your background with us doesn't matter. Ni forms a heart shape with both hands. You wink at Siron. To me, you're the only one. I love you so much. Siron was silent for a moment, then he was overwhelmed with tears of joy. He happily said, Thank you all. Iruki sneers mockingly. So what if you're overly loved? Are you gay? Wait a minute, Amy already knows about this. So she turns her curiosity to Siron and asks, How long have you two known each other? Siron replied reluctantly. Since we were young, our relationship wasn't very good at first, so I was excited to suggest it. Come on, tell me, I'm really curious. Travel back in time to the capital of the Tomiya Kingdom, in the town of Basuka. A year ago, in a slum called Reidam, A ragged, dirty child clutching a moldy rice cake was running for his life. Behind them is a group of men, aggressive in appearance, wielding knives and sticks, chasing after the child, shouting and yelling loudly.
"You little dog brat, you dare to steal from us? Do you want to die?"
Canis panting heavily as he runs. Soon, Canis Lee, exhausted and weary, stepped into a damp, foul-smelling place and called out to Aaron. In a dilapidated room, a fragile girl is lying on an old wooden plank. Canis gently calls Aaron. Aaron's face looks extremely pale. She is gasping for air, struggling to breathe. "Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot?"
I just asked about Aaron and handed her the stolen bread.
"Look, it's bread. You can't die," Canis tearfully begged in despair. "Please, is there anyone?" He just turned around, and the 3 men who had been chasing him were now standing right behind him, with cruel expressions on their faces. "Got you now!" Immediately, Canis was slapped hard across the face. Canis's thin body was immediately thrown far away. He screamed painfully amid the savage laughter of the 3 ruthless men. He thought this was a place where I shouldn't have been found. Weakly, Canis struggled to defend himself against the relentless kicks from the burly man. While punching and kicking him, the man also cursed at him. "You little brat, where do you think you can run to?" Canis helplessly thought. "Now I've been found." The brutal man picked up the bread Canis stole, tearing it into pieces and chewing loudly. He insults Canis terribly. "Canis, you're truly a worthless scoundrel. You dare steal this precious piece of meat to eat it alone?" As he said that, he chuckled with satisfaction. Behind him, a burly man slings Aaron over his shoulder and kicks Canis in the face, yelling at him. "You filthy brat!" Canis shouted in anger. "I will kill you if you dare to touch Aaron." He curses. "I will kill all of you." For a kid's threat, these rough men just see it as a joke. They burst out laughing as if they heard the funniest thing in the world. "Did you hear that? He's threatening to kill us." One of them sits down and mocks Canis. "Try again, maybe in the next life." After saying that, he glanced at a blonde-haired guy. "What are you waiting for? Finish him off now." The blonde guy raises his sharp knife, about to stab Canis. He looked at the sharp blade, furious, thinking if only he had strength. Aaron saw his brother about to die and was filled with pain, crying in despair. Canis at this moment only wishes that he could look at all 3 of the miserable bastards in front of him. Just then, the 3 of them suddenly froze as a strange black smoke suddenly appeared. That strange black smoke suddenly took all 3 strong, tall men in an instant. They screamed in terror. "What is this?" Canis lies still, staring wide-eyed at the strange scene before him. The blood of the 3 bastards splatters across his face, and he is stunned, wondering what the hell is going on. Blood vessels appeared in Canis's eyes, his pupils constricted, showing he was experiencing extreme terror. After dealing with the 3 men, the shadow wrapped around Aaron and lifted her up. Aaron lies still amidst the mysterious black smoke, which gradually lowers her into Canis's arms as the shadow slowly gathers together. Soon, a figure stepped out from the shadows. Canis stared intently at the person before him, a distant, hoarse voice echoing in his ear. "What do you think?"
The person in front of Canis has a terrifying face, with bloodshot white eyes and a dark red mouth stretching to his ears, and he asks Canis, "Do you enjoy magic?"
Fresh blood splatters onto Canis's face from the shadow's mouth, and suddenly Canis breaks into a crazed smile. His smile is a sign of approval from the shadowy figure in the capital of the Tomiya Basuka kingdom. At night, the city lights up. On the roof of a building opposite the museum, a shadow quietly observes the museum from above. That shadow is none other than Canis. He comments that the security forces here are really extensive. Indeed, they take turns patrolling around the museum continuously. Aaron marvels. "This is the first time I've seen so many sacred relics like this. Their archaeological value is immense." Of course, Canis knows the value of those relics. He asked Aaron, "What about our target?" Aaron replied, "Our target is the core of the mana control system of the Long Heart Sacred Relic." She revealed that it is located in the throne room on the 3rd floor, guarded by about 15 security personnel. Aaron specifically warned Canis that he couldn't use spiritual power inside the building before obtaining the core of the mana control system. Canis wondered if he couldn't use magic, then he would have to go in there himself. Aaron warned him. "Yeah, be careful." Canis just smirked coldly. He swiftly leaps through the museum like a flash. In the darkness, Canis is like a ghost. He directly unleashes his dark energy. Canis's power is like giant black snakes, easily piercing through the museum's walls. Canis rushes straight to the museum's glass door, decisively breaking it and charging inside, shocking the security guards. "What is going on? Someone has broken in!" Hearing the security guard shout, Canis's eyes sharpened, emanating a fierce aura. He spoke in a deep voice. "Now?" Immediately after,
Canis cast a spell, saying, "I will kill all the security guards blocking his way." Under Canis's power, the security guards were all thrown forcefully into the wall. They were stunned, wondering how he could use magic. In an instant, Canis had taken down almost all the security guards. Only a few people are weakly trying to stop him. Some have broken in, pressed the alarm, and caught him. He is a mage. Aaron urged Canis to hurry, and immediately Canis increased his pace. He could easily fend off anyone in his way without much effort. Soon, the door to the mana control core was right in front of Canis. He directly broke in through the door. Canis thought to himself, "Found it." Canis quickly grabbed the core of the mana control system and looked around the room. Behind him, the security guards arrived and shouted, "This way." Realizing that Canis had taken the core, a security guard exclaimed in horror that the mana control system's core was gone. Before he could finish speaking, the security guard was rendered unconscious by the magic power. Not only him, but the other security personnel also fell one after another. A figure slowly approaches the can, surrounded by a surge of dense demonic energy. At that moment, Canis glanced at him and calmly said, "Just in time, Aaron." Turns out, the person who arrived was Aaron. She turned her head to look around, then asked Canis, "Canis, wait, you didn't kill anyone, right?" Canis reassured her, "Don't worry." He pointed to the security guards lying unconscious on the floor and said, "I only knocked them out." Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, and outside the museum, the guards had surrounded the area. A middle-aged man's voice rang out, filled with anger. "I don't know how you managed to bypass the mana control system and use magic, but it's over now." The middle-aged man in a suit, eyes blazing with fury, wielding fire magic, fiercely declared, "If you don't leave everything you've taken behind, you won't be able to leave here." Amidst the thick smoke of flames, the two shadowy figures representing Canis and Aaron stood silently, glaring coldly at the man in the suit. Canis gradually materialized, and soon after, the brothers Canis and Aaron fully appeared before him. The man in the western suit was stunned and stammered, "Dark Mage." Immediately after, Canis unleashed a powerful dark energy, completely overpowering the man in the suit, forcing him to struggle to raise his hands in defense. Before long, as the western man gradually regained his composure, Canis and Aaron had completely disappeared. He was stunned and asked, "They've vanished." "Commander, the core of the mana control system has been destroyed." The western man immediately ordered him. "There's no sign of teleportation. They must still be nearby. Find them quickly." The soldier shouted and obeyed. The man in the suit furrowed his brow. He couldn't understand it at all. Their ages are not that old, so how could they bypass the mana control system and steal the core? He descended in front of the still-burning museum, lost in thought. Not to mention they are incredibly clever. How could they possibly use dark magic here? Suddenly, the western man remembered there was only one person, only one wizard capable of using this kind of magic. He recalled that dark magic could devour the sunlight. A famous wizard once said, "You have plunged the entire kingdom into chaos with darkness, the darkness that even light cannot dispel." Master Wizard Victor Yen thought of this, and the western man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But he should have died in the accident 40 years ago, right? Why is someone using his magic now? The city museum has gone through a night of unrest. In the mountains near Basuka, two people dressed in black walk side by side. They are none other than Canis and Aaron, who just fought over the core. "We have obtained the final ingredient, Master." The person inside the coffin is the Grand Mage Victor Oxen. Canis carefully places the core into a device and whispers, "With this material, Master Aaron softly swallows his saliva." "Place the core in the correct position," Canis said. "You will regain the reputation of a great mage." Immediately, a deafening explosion rang out. Canis and Aaron hurriedly cover their faces with their hands. As the dust clears, Canis's face shows an expression of pure joy. A gaunt hand reached out from the coffin, gripping the edge tightly, and soon after, Sen's hoarse voice echoed, "It's been 40 years, and at last I get to see you again." Aaron trembles as he kneels in the corner. En gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard who stole my power." Canis looked up, happily saying, Finally, he looked up with hatred and roared, "Enfei Smith, traitor!" 40 years ago, during a fire, En's furious scream echoed through the flames. No, he couldn't accept it. This research wasn't his. I poured all my heart into it. En screams wildly, "Anpass, how could you do this to me?" Anpass turns his back to Senator Anpass, remains silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Why?" Amidst the raging flames, Anna slowly turns back, eyes filled with tears, laughing maniacally. Alpheus, laughing cruelly and coldly, declared this research. Before he finished speaking, he turned away,
mercilessly, leaving the evil serpent in the sea of flames. Abyssal serpent screams in despair.
Anpass!
The flames gradually scorched the clothes of the evil serpent. Before long, the fierce fire completely devoured the serpent. He frantically struggled, but it was useless. His fate was sealed to be buried in the sea of flames. Now that I am reborn, Abyssal Scene looks down at his hand, still covered in burn scars, the clearest proof that he once burned to death. Abyssal Scene bitterly says, I took 40 years to recover. 40 years? As he said that, he clenched his fist tightly. Anpass Mirham. Do you think you can live peacefully after doing this to me? At the highest throne, En sits solemnly, while below, Aaron and Canis kneel respectfully before him.
Aaron respectfully salutes him. Master, thanks to your grace, we are still alive today and have received great power, so please feel free to command these two insignificant lives of ours.
I will trust you both. Sen looked down at Aaron's trembling face. Then he looked at Canis. His voice was hoarse, but commanding. My beloved disciples. En carefully advised Canis and Aaron. However, you must be careful. There was a time when Anpass was blinded by greed, and he was willing to kill to achieve his goals. He is a crazy killer. Now in Anpass's office, thunder roars outside, rain pours down heavily, and raindrops slide down the glass window. Alpheus slowly stands up from his desk. He moves to the bookshelf. Tanyan hesitates for a moment. Finally, Anpass reached out and pulled a book, causing the bookshelf to split apart and reveal a secret passage. He took a lantern and slowly entered the hidden corridor. He places the oil lamp beside a framed photo. Anpass turns to look outside and mutters, "The sky is thunderstorming." His voice carried a sense of nostalgia, just like that day. As he spoke, Anis placed the pocket watch he always carried on the shelf. Standing before the portrait of an old acquaintance, Anpass quietly said, "Never forgive me." At the same time, in Basuka, dark clouds covered the sky, rain poured down, and the water flooding the city made the scene look gloomy.
At the weekly academic meeting organized by the Kingdom's Professors Union, the most renowned figures are gathered in the hall, lively discussing. While everyone is passionately debating, that sits quietly, lightly scratching his head. I understand why all the teachers kept delaying their participation in this meeting. How could they argue for 3 days straight? That's face was pale, his eyes dark circles, his inner voice screaming non-stop. I want to go home. That appeared at the academic meeting as a representative of the SSS Magic Academy. Looking at the group huddled together, that marvels at how impressive they are. Even though the debate officially ended a while ago, they continued discussing, after the dinner. Holding a glass of wine, his face flushed not from drunkenness but from infatuation. He thought to himself that the main reason he was still here was to talk to her. That quietly observes the crowd. He must be calling her Reina Owen in his mind. That gradually recalled Gina's prominent features. She is one of the top 99 outstanding artists and a royal Yang Kamhuang artist, a student of Gi Diu. I wonder if That secretly glanced at Ja, lost in thought, surprised that she showed no discomfort being surrounded by a crowd. I haven't even had a chance to talk to her if Sienna is half of her. While That was lost in thought, Jenna suddenly turned to look at him. Their eyes accidentally meeting. That was momentarily stunned. Did he suddenly spit out his drink in shock? She's looking in my direction. No way. Before That could process what was happening, Jay took the initiative to start a conversation with him. Very happy to meet you. Professor? That was overjoyed and nervously asked. Miss? How do you know who I am? Of course. You're the professor from the Anpass Magic Academy, aren't you? She even hinted at inviting That to her house. Owen's mansion is also in gray. Hearing that Jay invited me to his house, That looked confused, speaking awkwardly. Oh, I see. Inside, he was so happy he could hardly contain himself. Oh my God, I can't believe I have a chance to talk to her. Don't tell me she also thought of this, and That's face turned red like a tomato. He dreamily imagined a scene where he and J.A. would have a happy wedding. Then the two of them will have a child. He will gently ask her what name we should give our baby, and she will smile back at him these days. Is Siron doing well? The unexpected answer made That feel awkward and unsteady. Suddenly, as if a thunderbolt struck in a clear sky, it hit That directly. He cursed under his breath. His mind immediately started calculating. I have seen the name Siron Ariam before. During the entrance exam, I paid special attention to that name, because this person sleeps at Ozen's house. Hearing that couldn't help but sweat. So this is a parent-teacher meeting. As usual, That then switches to teacher mode. He adopts the elegant demeanor of a gentleman, speaking with proper manners. She has entrusted us with an outstanding, talented student. He is the pride of the school. Hearing that praise, Siron Vena exclaimed with joy. Oh, really? That's great to hear. Does he have many friends? That nodded confidently and said, "He's popular with both boys and girls. Even the seniors are jealous of him."
Oh, right. That kid also has a girlfriend and she's quite popular among the students. That added, "He's studying very hard, so you don't need to worry about that." Vina tried to keep a smile on her face, but her voice couldn't hide her displeasure. "So he's doing very well, huh? Glad to hear it."
That only then realized that perhaps he had said things he shouldn't have. "Do you want to send a message to him?" "If you tell me I haven't even finished speaking, so I cut you off. It's okay, just hearing that he's still doing well makes me happy."
Seeing Joy Na's expression suddenly fade, that quickly spoke to reassure Ja, "You don't need to worry.
"I'm not bragging, but the Anpass Magic Academy is a renowned school officially recognized by the kingdom."
That emphasizes, "We will do our best. Please don't worry." Seeing. That's enthusiasm and dedication. Vina was slightly surprised. "Oh?" But then she smiled gently and softly said, "Thank you very much. Please take care of Siron." Jaina's warm morning sun-like smile almost leaves that speechless. He is completely immersed in her sweetness.
After a few moments of hesitation, that finally gathered her courage and told Ja that meeting like this was fate. Would she like to return to Chris with me tomorrow?
"Do I also want to invite you to eat?" Vina cheerfully agreed. "Oh, that's great," she added, "but I also have to attend a performance at Baska." Thief Baodan asked, "May I come to watch?"
Vina nodded. "I would be honored if you attended."
My heart keeps pounding non-stop. It's so exhilarating. Vina nervously said, "Honestly, I'm worried fewer people will participate because of the recent events in the capital." That Anne carefully asked, "What event are you referring to?" Vina replied, "Well, most recently." Du's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she hesitated and said, "The Hellfire prison was attacked and a level B prisoner escaped. The culprit is an unknown dark mage. Because of that, the capital is actually under martial law." Hearing Jay mention this, That's face suddenly darkened, his lips trembling as if sweat was breaking out on his forehead, his voice interrupted. "And dark mage." "Do you think you can tell me more about this?" Rina recalled. I heard that it was an old man with white hair who did it." Based on Jaina's description, that had already guessed who that white-haired old man was. The sky and earth suddenly darkened. That quickly bowed and hurriedly told Jaina, "I'm sorry, I have to leave now." Vina was confused and clueless about what had just happened. What? Without wasting a second, that quickly turned and left. Vina called after him from behind. Where did Shat suddenly go? Professor Shat hurriedly recounted recent events. The dark mage, the cultivator fleeing, gritted his teeth. There was no doubt anymore. That was his plan. Damn it, why does it always happen when I'm away? Last night, a fire broke out at the Hell prison where the criminals are held. Inside, bodies lay scattered and one person was suffocated by dark magic. He struggled in vain as the darkness's power suffocated him. The dark magic transformed into a sharp spear, piercing through the body of the unfortunate man. The one responsible for these terrible deaths is none other than Akasin and his two loyal disciples. Dark magic has two properties, absorption and fusion. As he pondered the teachings above, Canis looked at the tiny ant crawling on the ground. Darkness absorbs energy and merges into one attribute. Canis Minman pondered, his gaze growing distant as he extended his finger to block the ant. Deep in thought, he realized that the dark energy from his mental power could cause minor harm. Thinking of this, Canis's magic suddenly erupted, killing the ant. But he watched the remaining ants struggle to crawl as far away from him as possible. The ant struggles to escape the darkness of Canis's magic until that moment, when he realizes that darkness cannot defeat light. "Well done, Canis." He was startled and turned around to find the demon wren standing behind him. Canis softly called out, "Master." In Canis's perception, "He is our benefactor. You saved me an errand from hell, great sage Senon. If you try a little harder," the old man said in a deep voice. Then the evil serpent struck his staff on the ground, releasing a powerful wave of dark magic that spread across the land. No matter how far the ants crawl away, that powerful magic will destroy them all. In an instant, darkness completely took over this place. A hoarse but commanding voice echoes in Canis's ear, and the son of Sen's power can drown out the light. Hearing Sen's teachings, Canis smiles eerily, his eyes radiating deadly aura. That dark gaze and sinister smile grew with Canis. Until today, he had become a teenager. But the darkness within his soul remains unchanged. In front of Canis, bodies lie scattered and heart-rending screams echo all around. "Help me!" The desperate screams of the victims only fuel the demon inside Canis even more. He becomes increasingly brutal, killing without a hint of emotion. The screams of agony echo everywhere. "Help!" Canis's magic-like blades piercing through the victims, leaving them dead beyond recognition. Watching his brother act so brutally, Aaron stood behind him and softly reminded him,
Canis, this place has nothing to do with avenging our master. Do you really have to go this far? Hearing Aaron's question, Canis didn't turn around to look at her. He only coldly replied, All I need to do is trust our master. Canis's lips curl slightly, and he says, I know, turning to look at Aaron without hesitation, confirming with her, Master, I will never do something meaningless. Hearing my brother speak, Aaron lowered her eyes and softly replied, Yes, I understand, Canis. In Aaron's eyes, Canis seemed to turn into a demon with a sinister smile. All three, Canis and Aaron, stood silently witnessing the blood-soaked slaughter. After destroying most of the guards, the two disciples slowly entered the prison. The prison was built very sturdily, but Asen simply waved his hand and the solid iron sword was instantly broken. The prisoners inside the jail are released. One of them exclaims in shock, Your skill is really impressive. The prisoner haughtily tries to start a conversation with Senator. Thank you very much. Are you a wizard? The prisoner mocked him upon seeing Canis and Aaron. So are you planning to go on an outdoor trip with kids? He extended his hand to introduce himself. Very pleased to meet you. I am the night cat Kaken. You knew, didn't you? Sen disdainfully looked at Kaken's dirty hand. He muttered dismissively. The eyes of the evil lord gradually turned cold, and a murderous aura emanated with every word he spoke. Finally, I personally step into the fight, but here are only a bunch of brats. The prisoners, hearing the malicious ants insult them, become furious. What did you say? That old man just called us a bunch of kids? They all dared to rush forward and attack the demon. What does it matter if he's a mage? We will crush him with our numbers and catch him. Before we even get close to the boss, everything around suddenly turns pitch black. The prisoners, panicking, huddled together back to back, shouting in confusion. Huh? Why did it suddenly get so dark? I can't see anything. It seems like the wall is getting closer to me. Indeed, the walls on the both sides are gradually tightening, crushing the prisoners in the middle. Before long, their desperate screams echo loudly. What? Is it real? What are you doing? Damn it, get me out of here quickly. Don't push anymore. I can't escape. Damn it, this scene is too horrifying. Aaron bit her lip and bowed her head, unable to look any further. Blood from the prisoners splattered everywhere. After a moment of silence, a person with iron shackles on their legs sat in the corner of the room. The demon spoke. It's all just a conspiracy. He emphasized, You hid very well. The man in chains frowned and stared intently at the evil snake, softly clicking his tongue. His hands are chained, and a tattoo of a handsome parrot is on his shoulder. He is the one. Seeing that he has been discovered, he no longer tries to hide. Lucas steps forward with each pace, sighing. Oh no, I've been caught. You maniacs, why are you doing this to the people here? He asked, Do you intend to oppose the kingdom? When there was no response from the demon, he chuckled softly. It seems that's really the case. Aaron and Canis's faces suddenly became tense. Lucas suddenly lunged forward with a murderous intent in his eyes, charging straight at the evil snake. The man threw the iron truncheon at the evil snake, but he remained calmly standing still. Lucas was momentarily surprised, almost unable to touch him. The iron truncheon was held tightly by the demon's magic, but Lucas didn't sense any magic at all. He only made a judgment based on his instincts, feeling as if the violent attack had been absorbed. He wondered, who is this old man? At this moment, the demon worm spoke in a deep voice. You passed. Lucas chuckled. What's wrong with you? He asked confusedly. I didn't apply for anything with you guys. Asen said nothing and simply turned to leave. His magic power directly surged toward Lucas. He was startled and raised his hand to try to block, cursing inwardly that this was bad news. Unexpectedly, Ain's magic power was not meant to kill him, but instead helped Lucas break the iron shackles on his body. Sen's eerie voice echoes. Money is your weakness. Sen directly offered, I will give you a job that pays very well. He asked Lucas, Are you interested? He grinned maliciously. Now you understand me. Canis silently looked at Lucas, unconsciously showing signs of discomfort in his eyes. Outside, the rain was pouring like buckets of water, and a horse was struggling to run through the heavy rain. That sat inside the carriage, impatiently urging the coachman. Can't you go faster? Hurry up, I've already given you all the gold coins I have. The coachman turned back awkwardly to explain to that no matter how fast I go, we won't arrive until tomorrow morning. Chris heard that, and that couldn't help but feel annoyed. He grit his teeth, slammed his hand against the side of the carriage, and scolded. Damn it! The driver outside is also helpless. Oh my God, what am I doing at this hour? Inside the car, feeling frustrated and overwhelmed, the evil serpent was freed from prison last night. He furrows his brow, thinking that he will appear to take revenge for what happened 40 years ago. I need to report to the supervisor quickly. At SSS Magic Academy, the rainy night makes the place even more lonely and gloomy. Lucas is now dressed in a different outfit.
He shivered from the cold, looking down at Anpass Academy from above. Lucas sighed. It's pouring rain like this, do I really have to do it? Canis, standing beside him, said coldly, Don't hold back anymore. He told Lucas, Just do exactly as the agreement says. Lucas smiled and said to Canis, There's a big reward for me. Lucas frowns and says, If I had known you would do crazy things like ambushing the Magic Academy. While complaining, he flies up high, silently observing the entire Anpass Magic Academy. His eyes were filled with intense hatred. While Lucas was still muttering below, I wouldn't have followed you if that were the case. In the rainy night, the demon worm flies silently above, observing the Anpass Magic Academy. Its eyes radiate intense, murderous intent, and the pouring rain only adds to the bleak, cold atmosphere of the academy. Lucas crossed his arms in annoyance, muttering to himself that, Damn it, I have nothing to do, and followed them because they promised a big reward. But this is no different from treason. Lucas glanced at Erin and started a conversation. She doesn't seem like the type to do this kind of work. He teased Erin, saying she's too beautiful to be working as a dirty criminal. Did you consider coming with me and listening to Lucas tease your sister? Canis couldn't hold back and interrupted. Lucas, your job is to watch the hostage. He coldly reminded Lucas to do his job properly. Lucas tilted his head and asked Canis, So who is that hostage? Canis didn't want to waste words with him and replied vaguely, You'll find out tomorrow morning. Canis's attitude made Lucas dislike him intensely. The man scoffed with a dismissive click of his tongue. Canis also didn't have much affection for Lucas. He was feeling uneasy, wondering why the master brought someone like him along. A sinister voice whispers into Lucas's mind, sternly warning him not to question anything. Everything is according to his will. He is the great sorcerer Aksen. The dark night, rain pouring like water, Sen's shadowy magic silently rules over the Anpass Academy grounds. Meanwhile, in the Royal Library, ancient records indicate that everything has its own weight, which is why the symmetry in the universe was broken. And due to countless circumstances and the results of those incidents, the world we know has become vibrant from amidst towering piles of books, so with dark circles under his eyes he shouts, So in the end, the world we know wouldn't exist without weight, right? So right now I'm a Western boy student with messy hair like a crow's nest, standing up and shouting, No, more importantly, why was there weight from the very beginning? I suspect it suddenly appeared out of nowhere like a boom. Maybe facing Iruki, who's also a 5th grade student lying on the desk, is just about weight or something like that, so it couldn't accept it and protested. Are you serious? Are you implying that God created everything, right? Are you feeling your blood pressure dropping? Do you need to eat some cake to wake up? Iruki completely ignored it, boredly picking his nose. I was just guessing because I didn't really know. Iruki looked up at the Tron library, where a golden glow of light shone from the hanging lamps. Your voice sounds tired and helpless. We have spent all the time we could in this library, searching for anything related to weight, but in the end we still can't understand something beyond human comprehension. Iruki straightened up and expressed his opinion. I think we've approached it as closely as possible from an omniscient perspective. At this point, Iruki looked at Siron, who was lying still among the books. He softly called Siron. Iruki asked Siron, What is weight from your omniscient perspective? Siron said nothing, unsure of what he was thinking. According to the books, a wizard's omniscience helps them form an objective, unbiased perspective. However, the omnipotent power of a mage entirely belongs to the individual. Siron is currently also a 5th grade student. After hearing Iruki's question, Siron sluggishly pulls the book down from his face. He frowns and says, It's a bit hard to put into words. But Siron paused for a moment, his mind wandering to his own experience of connecting with the immortal energy. Then he reached out his hand and mystical crystals fell into his palm. At that moment, Siron had an experience of existence in his mind. So Iruki asked together, Existence? Siron nodded. Yes, I can feel a will to exist, a very strong desire. He describes it as if it's trying its best to be known by anyone, anywhere. Hearing Siron's sharing, Iruki strokes his chin, looking very profound, wishing to prove the existence of a person. Then suddenly shout out, How about this one? Siron was a bit stunned, then excitedly said, Siron, your versatility. So why not enthusiastically suggest calling it a divine particle? Hearing N's idea, Siron's eyes immediately lit up. Iruki also remembered the person who taught him, nodded. Those two names made me think too. Siron praised enthusiastically. That name is perfect for what I had in mind. That's great. I'm so happy to be praised by both friends. Really? Great.
That way, the all-purpose ability will become even stronger. Imagining it becomes clearer. Siron tightly holds the spiritual power in his hand, muttering the name that NY gave it. The God's Particle. Siron happily said, I will study it even more now. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone over Anpass Magic Academy as N, Siron, and Iruki walked together across the campus. N clasped his hands behind his head, walking along and sighing in boredom. I didn't expect our holiday to end like this, Iruki said helplessly. Is a break also a holiday? Siron asked suspiciously. You haven't forgotten the promise from yesterday, right? Remembering the bold promise from yesterday, N and Iruki's faces darkened at the same time, and they nervously said, Let's try to graduate together, so this time we have to make an effort in 4th year. Siron anxiously reminded them, It's only been 1 day. Iruki and N tears streaming down their faces. Frightened at the thought of being left behind, asked Siron, What if I have to stay in 5th grade alone? Then Iruki continued, Siron, staying at school for another year is okay, right? Siron sniffled and said, But both of you have higher scores than me. I'm the one in the most dangerous situation here. I should say, today is the last day. Do you want to stop by the research room? Siron waved his hand and said, I have to go somewhere now. You two go ahead. After Iruki finished speaking, Siron remembered, and after parting ways with N and Iruki, calmly walked on while looking up at the clear blue sky. I recall that last month I was still a first-year student with no experience. Now I have learned about ancient divine molecules and gained precious friends. The breeze gently caresses Siron's blonde hair, and he feels a touch of nostalgia. I remember the moment walking side by side with Amy. He is my boyfriend. She told everyone about Siron like that. Beautiful memories slowly played back in Siron's mind like a slow-motion film. I remember myself bringing a big basket of apples to Amy and smiling as I told her, I always remember you. I think I should thank you properly. She was very surprised. What do you mean, me? That night when you, Enin, and Iruki played pranks to scare everyone, Ami secretly admired you, and all evening she cried as she told you not to call her senior anymore. Looking back now, Siron secretly feels grateful to Amy for helping him get here. At this moment, in the advanced class of Kuangthat, the students are preparing to enter the classroom. Amy and Serial, as usual, went to class together. Suddenly, Siron appeared unexpectedly in front of both of them. Ami and Serial were instantly startled and frightened. Siron smiled brightly and gently asked, Did I scare you? Sorry about that, I just wanted to surprise you. Siron felt a bit embarrassed, glancing down at the 2 cups of coffee, and softly said, Thank you, Ami. Because of you responding to him, Ami has become cold and distant. Why are you talking to me so casually? Siron was stunned. What? Even Serial looks down on you. Do you even know where you are? She looked at him with a deadly glare, warning him, and praised his courage for daring to come to the graduation class. But aren't you crossing the line? You're supposed to be a dedicated student. Serial told Ami to go, thinking they could have a peaceful time for a while. After saying that, Serial and Ami decisively turned and left. Ignoring Siron, he nervously calls the senior fairy Serial. Siron, confused, ran after Amy and Serial, calling out to them, Are you angry with me because I haven't visited in a long time? Serial directly pushed Siron over, causing 2 hot cups of coffee to spill onto the ground. Serial, you're shouting at Siron. I tried to put that aside. But this is called stalking, do you understand? Leave while I'm still being nice, or you'll face disciplinary action. Every word Serial said was like a sharp knife stabbing into Siron's soul. He trembled and couldn't find the words to speak. I can't believe it. Siron doesn't understand why they suddenly started treating him like that. Amy saw that Siron looked a bit pitiful, so she took Serial's hand and softly said, That's enough. Let's go. Lunch is almost over. Siron couldn't believe it and kept denying everything. Liar. Siron tries to sit up. He turned and ran away, his mind constantly repeating 2 words, lies. Serial watched Siron's back and said with a frown, He's really strange, looks innocent, but is very stubborn. Serial reassured Amy, Don't worry too much, you already have a handsome guy. At this point, even Serial sensed that something was off. Amy looked confused and asked Serial, Who are they? Meanwhile, Siron was heavily shaken, running headlong without paying attention to his surroundings and accidentally crashing into the MC. He pushed him away with an annoyed expression. Hey, what are you doing? Siron immediately recognized him. He calls out to Mar. He sees Siron wearing the badge of the advanced class student. Out of instinct, Mar respectfully bows and says, I am truly sorry, senior. Siron straightened up and asked, Mac, don't you know me? Siron quickly said, It's me, Siron. We took the teleportation test together. Hearing Siron's story, the MC frowned. He replied, Yes, I am. Mac scratched his ear, avoiding eye contact, stammering, I'm not sure either, but, sorry for not recognizing you. Siron couldn't believe his ears and asked Mar in shock, You don't know me? Just then, Sienna approached from afar and asked, What's going on? Siren recognized Sienna's voice, turning with a pleading look at Professor Sen and exclaimed, Oh my God, you're asking me, who am I? Are you a new student? I've never seen you before. Hearing Sienna ask, Siren froze completely. Sienna continued, What is your name? Seeing Siren as a stranger, they clenched their fists as if ready to fight him. He asked, Who's that? The surrounding students also started to gather around Siron, whispering among themselves. I've never seen him before. He seems suspicious. Is he a thief? Who exactly is he? Siren suddenly shouted and ran away. M immediately called out to Theo, Stop him and catch him. He looks very suspicious. Siron runs while crying. He kept denying that this wasn't real. This is fake. Siren keeps running, trying to convince himself. Fake. Siren rushes to the group meeting room. He burst into the room. Everyone, including Iruki, was sitting inside. Siron hurriedly runs in and anxiously asks Iruki, You guys know me, right? Siren, crying, says it's Siren. En's face suddenly turns grim. You ask if he's your brother, so how did you get in here? Both En and Iruki glance at Siron. They coldly asked, Who are you? At that moment, Siron was completely hopeless. A thought crossed his mind. I had this thought for a moment. Have I never been at this school from the beginning? Was it all just a dream? You should sit behind the desk, staring coldly at Siren as you question him. Wait a minute. How does an outsider know the key to Estus? A series of En's pointed questions surrounded Siren. Did another research group send them to you? Who are you? Siron burst into tears. You really don't know what to do anymore. Even your only friends have forgotten who you are. Even he is gradually beginning to doubt whether his existence is just a lie. And Iruki suddenly breaks into a strange smile. Immediately after, the two burst out laughing loudly. Iruki was laughing and making a disgusting face. I couldn't hold it in anymore, so I also laughed until tears streamed down my face, pointing at Siren and saying, Look at that face. En turned to ask Iruki, Did you hear that? En deliberately teased Siren again. En and Iruki, you two know me. That's right, it's me. It's Siron. Iruki joined in laughing and lost all his composure. Stop, my stomach hurts too much. Siren suddenly knelt down. He whispered, Do you two remember me? Seeing Siren suddenly collapse, Nen and Iruki, frightened this time, quickly stood up and asked about him. Siren, why are you crying? Iruki also stepped beside Siren, asking worriedly, What's wrong? Is something wrong? Nen gently patted Siren's back and said softly, Sorry for teasing you. Is that clear? After listening to Siren recount the whole story, they finally understood the general idea. Everyone doesn't remember you? You asked Siren again, What do you mean? Iruki sat beside Siron, unable to understand. But it was strange that even Professor Sienna said so. Siren sobbed. When I look into their eyes, they are not lying. They really don't remember me, so I get up and suggest, maybe we should go outside and check. Siren quickly stopped Nen. What if you two forget me if you go outside? Thinking that En and Iruki might also forget him, Siren lowered his face and cried, If that happens, Iruki came up with an idea. What if we rewrite it? Let's do it. Iruki takes a pen and writes on En's hand. If you forget, the person with the star symbol is your friend. They clasped hands, and a star-shaped symbol appeared on En's back of the hand. En smiled confidently. If we do that even if we forget, it's okay, right? Siren hesitated. Could this be some kind of supernatural spiritual activity? En true. I don't know. I can't think of anything that would cause amnesia. Iruki speaks. Let's go outside and check now. Soon after, Siren, Iruki, and the others returned to Anpass Magic Academy, walking carefully step by step. From outside, the Magic Academy still looked as usual, solemn and noble. As soon as they approached the gate, Siron, Iruki, and the others were stunned into speech. What the hell is going on here? In the schoolyard, all the students gathered together. Their faces darkened as they exclaimed in surprise. This is even stranger than what Siren described. Iruki curiously asked, What are they doing? Should I suggest getting closer to find out? Siren quickly stopped them. What if they end up like those people if they get too close? Iruki didn't think so. He assessed the chances as quite low, since hadn't he already been in physical contact with them? Siron agreed with Iruki's reasoning and nodded. That's right, it should be fine. Then you should suddenly call out loudly. Hey Gabe, where are you planning to go? Gabe looked up when he heard the voice and asked confusedly, Huh? You know me. So I stepped closer to Gabe and said in surprise, Of course I do. Tell me where you're planning to go. He suddenly grabbed my shoulders and asked who I am and what the sound I've been hearing is. Gabe clutched his head, groaning and writhing. I couldn't hear anything, so Huang Qin asked him what he was hearing now. Haruki carefully observed Gabe's reactions. You quickly grab Siron's arm and say, I don't think he can recognize that the sound he's hearing is actually his own voice anymore. Gabe continues to scream wildly. Haruki guesses and now has even forgotten the language. Gabe screams, tears and mucus streaming down. Haruki concludes that he is currently losing his memories continuously. Suddenly, Gabe falls silent. Siron surprisedly said, Oh, it's stopped. He glanced to the side, noticing that the remaining students, like Gabe, had vacant eyes. They move like puppets, walking in step. The students follow one after another, leaving the academy. Not only the students are controlled, but even the teachers are not spared. It seems an invisible hand is pulling the strings, guiding the students one after another into the forest. Deep in the forest, Erin in a black cloak was already waiting. She turned to Canis and said, I've gathered them all. Erin nodded to Canis, let's go. Canis nods grimly at her. Lucas sighs out, mocking. That's really scary. He stood with his arms crossed, mocking the students. They all turned into zombies, unable to think but still alive. So I can do anything I want to them, right? Wow. I didn't expect to find such a beautiful girl in a place like this. Why don't we? Canis coldly interrupted him. Lucas. He stared at Lucas with cold eyes and warned him in an icy voice, If you ruin my master's great career with such filth, I will kill you. Lucas shrugged, annoyed, and said, Can't I have a little fun? Canis coldly repeated his warning. If you dare ignore my words again, I will kill you immediately. Lucas's eyes also flashed with fiery anger. He thought to himself, this arrogant little girl. He secretly harbored hatred for Canis. I don't like him at all and want to kill him immediately, but I'm not stupid enough to fight a mage within their soul domain. I'll kill you the moment you let your guard down. Lucas's hand rests casually on Ami's shoulder as he sighs regretfully, tisk. Then Lucas turned away, pretending to concede to Canis. Fine, anyway, it's useless if I don't get paid. Canis saw that Lucas stopped causing trouble and also turned to leave. The students then continued to advance deeper into the forest under the guidance of Erin and Canis. After a tree nearby, I whispered to Siron and Haruki. They are the ones behind this. Should we stop them? Haruki firmly objects. It shouldn't be hard to understand. He turned back to ask Haruki why, and Haruki explained slowly. Manipulating memories with dark magic is extremely difficult, and they even used it on more than 500 people. At this point, Haruki's face darkened. You emphasize that, not to mention those 500 students are extremely intelligent, and Haruki continues to point out the disadvantages of directly confronting Canis and Erin, who have spent their entire lives honing their minds at the Magic Academy, and with teachers like Professor CNA, a level 6 mage. Nervously, Ndjat said, so Siron was surprised and continued, so they are more powerful than them. Haruki agreed with Siron's reasoning. Yes, they are so powerful that we can't even imagine. Haruki believes that now it's too late to follow their trail if we intervene once it becomes more dangerous. Siron suddenly spoke out. It's hard to understand since he's not here. Are you stunned? Siron blurted out. The principal and Professor Atella are not here. At the same time, in a small house deep in the forest, Atella is meditating. Sweat keeps pouring down her forehead, her eyebrows furrowed, and suddenly there's a noise coming from the roof. The crows flap their wings and scatter in panic. Atella opened her eyes wide. She hunched over, panting heavily, a sense of unease rising in her chest. What is this? Thousands of demons overnight? A dove flying past Athella's porch. She pushed up her glasses, thinking to herself that not only that, but it was already past school hours and no one had come to find her either. Don't tell me I can't rest easy. Atella hurriedly left home. She ran to the school, and when she arrived, she couldn't help but be stunned. Why was there not a single person around? Atella looked around anxiously, overwhelmed with confusion. How could no one be inside the academy? Suddenly, Atella froze. That ran desperately towards her from afar, panting as he said, Professor Etla, luckily you're safe. Realizing it was that, Etla hurriedly asked, Professor That, are you okay? That immediately informed her that there was an attack. The academy had been attacked. At this moment, Atella quickly realized that the surge in crimes the night before was caused by that rushing back to tell her the situation. It will affect the entire academy. Even the gatekeepers have had their memories erased. That Sirius told Atella. Atella, the one behind all of this, is Vor, the great mage who once brought calamity to this world long ago. Hearing that's words, Atella couldn't help but be stunned. If they are archmages, then I confirm it. That's right. He continued after Etela. They are third-rank mages. Once a mage reaches the third rank, they are called a grand mage. The rank of mages is determined by their achievements and reputation. According to that, defeating a monster den can earn up to 500 achievement points, and receiving an invitation from the Emperor grants 100 reputation points. To upgrade from rank 10 to rank 9 requires 1,000 points, and the points needed to go from rank 4 to rank 3 are comparable to Anpass, who is currently rank 4. Meanwhile, Vorho at rank 3 has a gap of 280 million points between him and the other. Sinvor is a great monument of humanity, having reached the third rank alone in the last century with his powerful, dark magic. Hearing about his remarkable achievements, Ethela asked with confusion, why would someone like him pay attention to our academy? Etla is currently a 6th-rank mage. Like that, he is also a 6th-rank mage. Hearing Ethela ask, that was momentarily confused. He wondered whether he should tell her the truth or not. Seeing Ethela's bewildered face, that truly didn't know what to do. He recalled a few years ago when he reviewed Etela's background to decide whether to hire her as a lecturer at the Academy, and Honest was very surprised. He exclaimed, a bishop from the Cassius Church. A bishop is an important position responsible for protecting the 12 achievements. Anpass looked up at Etla and asked confusedly, why would someone like you want to become a teacher at the Academy when the strongest bishop in the kingdom is a 6th-tier mage? Because I want to follow the teachings of Bishop Dung Cassis, to be like salt and light. Etela stood up and he shared her perspective. In other academies, they only focus on training mages to become the strongest they can be. On the contrary, here, Principal Anpass respects students' autonomy and teaches them how to take responsibility for their power. With a bright smile, Ethela candidly said, I truly respect and support your ideals. Sir Principal, that is why I want to attend this academy. Etela's spirit and enthusiasm truly left a special impression on everyone. Now, looking back, Shit couldn't help but struggle fiercely in his mind. In the end, he made up his mind to call her Ethan, cautiously choosing his words, hoping she could stay calm after hearing what I am about to say. Senvor is Principal Anpass. Hearing what that said, Etela was momentarily stunned. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then slowly opened them and calmly said, I understand. Etela declared firmly, no matter who they are, anyone who harms the students of this academy must be eliminated. We must protect them. A blue light radiates from Etela as she urgently calls out to her. Etela looked in a certain direction. She describes the situation of the students heading towards the mountain range, with a scene of the deep forest unfolding before Etela. She exclaimed, the mountain range, they seem to be heading towards a bridge they can't cross. I see 3 people who appear to be leading them all. Wait, there are 3 others chasing after them. Anxiously, she asked Etela, can you see clearly who they are? Etela hesitated briefly, unsure about the uniforms. She was startled to realize that one of the 3 was Siron. Siron and his 2 companions, along with Eruki, were hiding behind a tree, so she whispered, asking why they had brought them here. He asked confusedly, the bridge can't be crossed. Are they planning to push everyone off the cliff? So angry, she shouted. What the hell? How could they do that? Eruki frowned and analyzed. Usually neither side benefits from pushing them off the cliff, but suddenly Eruki said in a calm voice, there is a reason why they did it. When they are hostages, I will go call for help right now. So I must stop Eruki quickly. Calmly, he watched the brainwashed people. Siron seems more composed. You said that although the principal isn't here, Mr. That and Mrs. Ethela are still around. I'm sure someone has already assessed the situation and called for help. However, Siron emphasized that if they intend to harm the hostages before help arrives, we will have no choice but to fight. Hearing Siron, both Nate and Eruki exchanged glances, indicating their agreement with what Siron just said. Eruki pondered. It would be a huge risk to fight them given the clear numerical disadvantage, so she remained silent. There's no other choice. We can only wait. Siron assessed that they didn't seem to intend to push them off the cliff right now. He observed that they looked like they were waiting for someone. Lucas suddenly shouted to Canis, Hey, Brad! He just pointed towards the students while crossing his arms. Why hasn't your leader arrived yet? Don't you know that timing is crucial in a job like this? Do you want all of you to die, or what for, waiting here so long? Canis glared at Lucas and slowly said, We can't start until we catch that guy named Anpass. The only thing you need to care about is your contract, that's all. At this moment, Aaron uses mind communication to relay a message to Canis. Canis has been waiting too long since the leader last contacted him. Why haven't they come back yet? Canis glanced at Aaron, silently sending her a message. I don't know anymore. The meeting time has long passed, and he's starting to feel uneasy. I don't doubt the leader. I just can't understand why someone who has been waiting for this moment longer than anyone else wouldn't come. Moreover, Lucas's scream interrupted Canis's thoughts. Damn it, at least let these guys enjoy themselves. Everything is still fine, right? Canis clenched his teeth, trying to hold back his anger. Huh. Why did the leader choose that name for this mission? He couldn't hold back anymore. Canis turned and faced Lucas. You trash! Lucas immediately erupted with anger. He shouted, Huh? You really want to pick a fight, huh? Could it be? Lucas shouted in anger. Do you think I'm joking with you? His power cannot be underestimated. Even Erin was surprised. She thought to herself that the death gaze was too powerful, even capable of paralyzing the human central nervous system. According to Canis, it is a powerful skill that only those who commit countless crimes can possess. Hearing this, he grew even more contemptuous of Lucas. In Latham, where I grew up, I've met countless trashy people who see others just as cheap goods. Canis squints, insulting Lucas. You're just like them. Just like. A filthy trash like you is common in Latham. Hearing Canis insult him so harshly, Lucas let out a savage laugh. Now I understand why I didn't like you from the start, Lucas said, crossing his arms and asking Canis, do you think we're different? Huh, I'm trash, but you have a noble purpose. These zombies may lack reason, but their bodies still function. And when they can't eat, drink, or rest, they will slowly die. Even if we don't throw them off this cliff. Spirit. Lucas chokes Sienna. He cruelly said, this is what I can feel and see. He lifted Sienna up, watching her struggle as he uttered bitter words. So that means you want to kill everyone here, right? Canis retorted to Lucas. We didn't bring them here to kill them. They are hostages. Lucas chuckled even more cruelly, and that's exactly why I want to reduce their numbers. Sienna's legs flailed wildly in the air. Lucas mercilessly said that once this was over, he would declare everyone involved as murderers. Erin couldn't bear to see Lucas choking Sienna. Canis's eyes turn cold as he asks Lucas in a harsh voice, are you planning to break your own rules? Lucas raises an eyebrow. Killing a girl is shameful, but then suddenly a mutation occurs beneath Lucas's feet, followed by a terrifying explosion. The pressure from the explosion forces Erin to use both hands to shield himself from harm. Canis remains calmly standing still, while Iruki's spiritual energy extends out, and he sighs softly. Iruki contemptuously scolds Lucas. I thought at least I could blow off one or both of your legs. Lucas kneels on one knee and loudly asks En and Iruki, what kind of monsters are you two? Suddenly, a beam of light shot up into the sky from behind him. He successfully rescued Sienna from Lucas's hands. Siron is furious. I'm furious and swear I won't let you go. Who the hell are you to interfere here? Moreover, how could you escape mind control? In another scene, deep in the ancient forest near the entrance of a cave, a figure suddenly steps out. It is the evil serpent. He was a bit surprised. Facing him is Ienla. Aeson coldly asks her, are you here alone? Thrawnton told Etla that we should use the kids as hostages because they are smart and can buy us some more time. After a few seconds of hesitation, Ethela finally agreed with that's idea. She asked him, all right, then what about us? Thrat replied without hesitation. We have to find the principal. He said seriously, we need him to handle this situation. Hearing that, Etela's face briefly showed tension. So what I need to do has already been decided. Please, I beg you. Etela's task is to confront him directly using magic. She quickly finds his hiding place, a cave deep within the ancient forest. She hears That's suggestion to find Aksen. When Etela arrived, Zen slowly stepped out. The old man said in a deep voice, you are the sister. Etela respectfully bowed her head and said, I am the Bishop of Cassis. It is an honor to meet someone regarded as a legend. Hearing Etela introduce herself, Zen was a bit surprised. A bishop? He quietly assesses Etela just by her ability to break through the black hole and stand here. She might truly be a seeker, but a bishop? The demon lord couldn't believe his eyes because all the bishops he had met in his life were just old men. He immediately realized that Etela was a genius, having surpassed the noble eightfold path and reached the heights of sainthood at such a young age. He suddenly burst into laughter, just as he expected. This world is quite interesting. The evil serpent's eyes suddenly radiated intense, murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and asked, of course, Anas, where is that guy? Etela cut straight to the point. If you're trying to stall, it won't work. Esen asked in surprise, what do you mean? Etela sharply analyzed that he used a powerful magic last night, so he probably doesn't have much strength left. The only thing he can do is wait for the night. Esen silently stared at Etela. She straightforwardly made a deal. If he cancels the magic cast on the student right now, I will let him face the director directly. A cruel smile curled on his lips as he laughed maniacally, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He mocked Athela. Does she think I want to stall? As she finished speaking, Queen Athela looked up, and suddenly a series of trees erupted from the ground all at once. Sen's mocking words echoed in her ears as they surrounded Athela. Stupid. Killing her would be a real shame. Old Ta cursed her, but he's dead now. Immediately, the strange trees swallowed Athela. Over at Siron, Lucas mocked Canis. Quite a perfect billiard plan, isn't it? He blames Canis and Aaron. Sarcastically, you ignored what I said, and now there are 3 witnesses right there. He glances at Siron and Iruki holding Sienna, while Lucas loudly scolds. That's such a boring plan. He takes the opportunity to beg. If you pay me extra, I will fight this battle for you. How does it look? Canis sighed with dislike. Suddenly, Aaron uses poison mind magic to summon Canis. He told Aaron that he would take care of them. Aaron quickly stepped in. Let me handle it, Canis said coldly. You take care of the hostages. Canis's eyes turned sharp. I can handle this myself. Lucas sat down on a rock, waiting to watch the show. Yeah, keep doing that. Inside, he cursed Canis and Aaron. Fools. He thinks that fighting more will only make them pay the price. Canis stepped in front of Siren's group and asked casually, How did you manage to avoid the mind control spell to get here? Nee burst into laughter and said, Oh, dodge? We broke that dark magic with our own strength. Jis obviously doesn't believe it. It's ridiculous. If that were true, you wouldn't be able to stand here in this state, Canis said while using his magic as time was running out. He suggested charging together at once, trying to appear brave. That magic has no effect, Iruki whispered to Siren. His aura is truly terrifying. Siren gently advised En to help Sienna and slowly channel his spiritual power. If it's dark magic, my magic has the advantage based on the elemental clash. Siren ordered, I will fight him. You guys fight the swordsman, so why are you worried and asking? Alone? Wouldn't attacking together be more certain? It seems that the swordsman won't interfere. As expected, Lucas shows no concern. Siren cautiously warns him, no matter what he says, don't lower your guard. He pushed an innocent person into the abyss, he emphasizes, and he's very powerful. Siren could feel the deadly aura emanating from Lucas. He also paid attention to you. That kid is quite troublesome because he adapts to the situation very quickly. Iruki quietly assessed Siren's words. Siren was right. That guy was usually easy to deceive. Seeing Siren's back, Iruki felt more confident. But in real combat, he was like a different person. Siron steps closer to Canis, and he also moves forward. 2 opposing forces collide directly. Siron suddenly stopped. What is that? In front of him, Canis's eyes were so soulless that it made his hair stand on end. He felt he couldn't read them accurately. Wherever Canis steps, darkness spreads to follow. He unleashes a powerful magic force towards Siren. He immediately summoned his light, clashing with the darkness. Siron was shocked. Was the light blocked? His light magic was unexpectedly blocked by Canis's dark magic. Siren was pushed back, but he didn't give up. Once again, Siron uses his light magic as his spiritual power surges toward Canis. But just like last time, all the light was swallowed by the darkness, and Huang Qin shouted, What just happened? Even after being hit by the light, the darkness still remains? Canis's face remained calm. Siren gritted his teeth and asked, So there is a difference in strength between us. Are you big enough to break the natural order? Canis said coldly, Do you intend to rely on the clash of forces? With your outstanding skills, how about that? Siren broke out in a sweat, realizing that suddenly Canis was acting strange. Siren silently wondered, What now? He focused his spiritual energy, unleashing Siren's power with incredible strength. Canis reached out his hand, feeling confused and thinking something was off. Canis silently thought, Let's see if I can get even stronger. Suddenly, he was thrown back. Canis screamed in horror, and even then, he still didn't understand what had just happened. Seeing Canis be swept away by that terrifying force, Aaron shouted in panic. Canis! Aaron is stunned. The light just pierced through the barrier, and he was thrown back. Nen and Iruki are also stunned, and Lucas is so scared he freezes in place. He wondered what kind of monster that kid really was, as the scene shifts to a large, ancient tree. The sky darkening, wind howling, and birds struggling to fly as if trying to escape something. The ancient trees have become spirits, surrounding a girl who, terrified, can only watch the branches swirling around her. Thud. Maybe the girl has been completely swallowed by the tree. Inside, she tries to look around for a way out when suddenly a voice echoes, foolish and pointless. An old figure appears, pointing at her with contempt and telling her to die, then reaching out with his hand, sending branches rushing toward her at incredible speed. After observing for a while, she thought it was completely dark around her, and she was terrified. But if she used synestia, the branches were still approaching her,
as if about to stab her directly. Suddenly, her body started to glow. A powerful light was unleashed from within her. At this moment, she was no longer afraid of them. After unleashing her power, she immediately shot forward like a flash towards the trees. The branches kept rushing at her. Thanks to her incredible speed, she skillfully dodged all of their attacks as the threatening voice from earlier echoed once again. That's impressive. He keeps going. But before he could finish speaking, darkness transformed into a swarm of shadowy hands rushing toward her. That voice echoed everywhere. This time it seems his attack was effective. Her legs are now restrained by those hands. Still, she remained calm and looked for a way to handle the situation. She spun around, but as soon as she finished, she could no longer keep her composure. She was terrified and thought, fists. If I had teleported at that moment, my legs would have been ruined. So she closed her eyes and focused, as if trying to release something, while the hands kept rushing straight at her. She continued to think, deciding to only teleport her upper body. Just as she thought, an image reflecting from her body shot out. Thuan Thako spun around and kicked the approaching fists, then landed on the ground with a perfect stance. Maybe because the power source inside her was too strong, the area she landed on was torn open quite a big hole. Dirt flying everywhere, and that old voice echoed again. As expected, Bishop Cassis. If she hadn't become a professor at this small school, she probably would have become a major figure. Maybe she's exhausted. At this moment, her face is covered in sweat. The voice continued. Still, Anpass didn't utter a single word. He hides her extraordinary abilities and talents. Before her surprised eyes, an old man with white hair appears, but no longer with his gentle demeanor. Now he carries a massive aura of killing intent. He keeps talking to take all the credit for himself. She screams, "What do you really want to do?" Suddenly, a wave of darkness from below strikes directly at her. Caught off guard and unable to react in time, she is knocked backward. It's him! He's summoning thousands of punches toward the girl. In her eyes, the scene was truly terrifying. Punches rushing straight toward her. At the same time, in a castle, a sudden voice called out, "Master!" In the principal's office, a young blonde-haired man was panicking, searching and shouting. Master, he thought to himself, he must be nearby. Suddenly, he remembered something. I heard the master built a secret room in the principal's office, but where exactly is it? As I was searching and feeling around, a book suddenly appeared before me, a completely black book with the title Temptation of Darkness. Then he entered the secret chamber and casually placed the lamp on the table. Master, in the silent space, your voice echoes as I search, and looking up at the bookshelf beside me, I appear surprised, as if I've seen something extraordinary. In front of him was a painting of a beautiful girl with black hair and a purple flower in her hair. He gazed at it in silence, lost in thought, when suddenly a voice echoed, "Who is that?" The young man turned and said, "Master, you are safe and sound." An old man with white hair and a long beard stepped forward. Frowning, he asked, "Master, do you seem to recognize me?" The young blonde-haired man was surprised and frightened. What is going on? Is he the one with amnesia? He thought to himself. But something feels strange. Unlike others, my master hasn't completely lost his memory yet. The old man placed his hand on his chin, stroking his beard as he pondered and asked, "Am I suffering from amnesia, or have I actually traveled to the future?" The old man panicked, pulling at his hair and tearing at his head. Oh my God, I never expected to turn into an old man. My handsome 18-year-old face is gone. And the young man beside me looks bewildered. 18 years old, he was panic-stricken, his face turning pale, thinking that 40 years of his master's memories had vanished. So the person in front of me is the voice of the old man, now calm again, asking, "Hey, young arrogant Anas." He continued to ask, "What happened to me?" I honestly replied, "My master was injured by a dark magic and lost his memory." Moreover, before the students and professors could finish speaking, the old man interrupted. "No, I didn't ask about that. I wonder and answer, yes." With a very terrifying face, he propped his chin with his hand and asked, "What's wrong with my job?" I stammered, "Master is the principal of one of the 5 most prestigious academies in the kingdom, SSS Magic Academy. He not only respects students, but also his subordinates in the academy." After hearing that's answer, he burst out laughing, then is asked respectfully, "Do I become a teacher now?" Surprised by this, he asked again, "So, you helplessly confirm that it's true?" Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly grabbed your collar and lifted you up. "What rank am I now?" 4? You're already ranked 4th. Hearing the answer, angered that he's only 4th, the old man's face flushed red with veins bulging, his eyes wide as he roared, "What? 4th place only. Eh?" As a top genius on the continent like me, after cursing, he turned and punched the bookshelf hard, sending books flying everywhere. He shouted loudly that he didn't reach first place, and behind him, she looked terrified, witnessing the scene before her. Hearing his insults for over 60 seconds, she wondered if even a principal could be like this. How pathetic. I even kept a photo of that difficult girl in my room. As soon as he finished speaking, he snatched the photo off the wall and threw it to the ground. The boy stood frozen in fear, his face pale. The old man, still furious, turned to ask you, "If that guy is my student, then you must know how to use the light transformation spell, right? Give me back my memories. Now, I need to find out what this fool has been doing for the past 40 years. The boy fell silent. "Master, could you please not review the memories again?" As he spoke, his eyes welled up with tears as if he was about to cry. In the messy room, he stood before the seventh elder and spoke again to threaten, "If you are my disciple, then I will disown you. I don't need a weak disciple like you. Do you think I, the great Anpass, would be afraid of my own past?" His anger flared up again as he spoke, and the boy trembled in fear, replying, "Yes!" He wondered if a person who has gone through a memory twice would change their personality. "I'm afraid that the old master will never come back. Right now I can only trust my master." The young man, placing his hand on the old man's head with a worried expression, said, "I will eliminate the dark energy sealing your memories with light transformation." "Then it depends on you, master." He sat on the chair, closed his eyes, and calmly replied, "Someone like you is worried about me? Just do your job properly." The young man's thoughts continued. Not to mention, those were the 40 most terrifying years of his life.
A continuous voice echoed, "Lord Anpass, Lord Anpheus, Lord Anpheus."
"Why are you so clever?"
Another girl chimed in, "Lord Anpass, tell us more," as he raised his cup to his lips and responded,
"My young ladies, do not worry. Tonight will last forever." A handsome young man with golden hair responds, and in his sight, a ruined cityscape reveals a place where one can easily lose their life over a small mistake on the battlefield. The two children are hugging each other for comfort for life, while below, flames are devouring the magnificent skyscrapers. On the rooftops, the armored men are standing and looking down at the chaotic scene below. We have to live on the battlefield. To survive, we were forced to become swords, in stark contrast to the scene earlier. The scene now shows a majestic and splendid city. Compared to the children who go to school to get good jobs, they cannot compare to us. That is what the purple-eyed girl's master, standing frozen with a vacant gaze, told us. A blond boy with sea-blue eyes, standing straight with his hands as if just casting a spell. Under a large ancient tree, a boy is trembling and crouching down. It seems he just encountered something very terrifying. I instinctively deploy my dark skin. The boy under the tree was silently thinking, if only a second had passed, what could have happened? A strange voice suddenly echoes, "You're in quite a difficult situation, Canis." But it seems that Canis wasn't very surprised when that voice spoke up, calmly asking, "What did I just bump into?" The strange voice replied, "Wait. You have been absorbed by a light source that carries weight. Perhaps the young blonde-haired man earlier shot his energy at you." "What the hell is this? How can light have weight?" "Tamamum. But yeah, wait." That strange voice replied, "There is an intermediary that can convert light energy into something with mass, which is entirely possible." Canis frowns. "Are you joking? I've never heard of anything like that." That voice thought for a moment and then suddenly said, "Well, he probably found it." Canis with a black face like a pot's bottom. "Sorry for hurting you. I'm just telling the truth. That guy is pretty strong and unique. He has a pretty unique way of casting magic for a student from the academy." That voice kept rambling on as he was preparing to put on his hat and move on. But this time, before the voice could finish, he interrupted to ask, "I will be the winner, right?" The voice replied with a satisfied smile. "Of course, if we work together." Canis begins to move forward, surrounded by an overwhelming darkness. A girl screams in surprise, while Canis, the young man with blue hair and a grim face, shouts, "That bastard!" Canis stepped forward with a teasing expression. "You managed to withstand that magic attack? You must be pretty disappointed. You calmly keep walking onto the arena. Is that all you've got left?" "I think this match will be quite exciting," Siron with a gloomy expression. Canis said, "Continue. Let me enjoy this a little longer." Siron asked, confused, "Enjoy? Are you calling this a fight while holding a hostage?" On the other side, Canis is also summoning a dark aura around his body. Canis taunts, "Your spell no longer works on me." As soon as he finished speaking, Siron flew towards Canis and said, "Then try this move." Canis struck the ground with his palm, creating a large hole with many cracks. Canis's dark, ominous color contrasts completely with Siron's warm light as the two magical streams clash, creating a loud explosion. Siron muttered in a slightly frightened tone, using the same method. He directly flew into the sky and then summoned 3 powerful beams of light to shine down on Canis. Below, the spectators are amazed and terrified by the scene unfolding between the two. They look like 2 fierce beasts fighting. Spells can be divided into 2 types, those I can dodge and those I cannot dodge. An uncle with a tense expression is trembling as he thinks. For that flashing light, just as I thought I need to eliminate this guy first. Siron is looking down from above at the result I just achieved. Suddenly he felt something from behind. Yes, it was Canis, who had been behind him all along. Seizing the opportunity, Canis unleashed dark beams towards Siron, who was knocked back and fell to the ground this time. He was terrified. What? Suddenly appeared from behind. After being hit, it took him a while to regain his composure. Siron used the incredible speed of light to dodge and counter Canis's attacks. Both of them keep appearing from place to place. Below, a young boy with blue hair suddenly shouts, "It's that darkness guy!" He is using the darkness to teleport through an endless, silent dimension, while Canis walks calmly within it. The audience remains noisy despite the ongoing fight between the two. Isn't that the Fire Island? He can go anywhere he wants. If someone asks, someone will answer. There are still limits. He can only move to places connected to his shadowy entity. The green-haired kid is still curious, but we still can't tell where he's going to emerge from unless we analyze the darkness of the entire area in an instant. Have you forgotten? The guy has been answering all this time while giving a side-eye to the green-haired kid. Siron, you are the one who can calculate the trajectory for those powerful magic attacks. Both sides above are also fighting fiercely. After a fierce battle, Siron silently thought, I finally caught him. Then, he shot a powerful beam of light into the forest. At this moment, Canis emerges from the shadows. Everyone below yells in unison, "He did it!" Just as everyone thought it was all over, a sneering laugh suddenly echoed out. A wave of dark power overwhelming Canis from behind, leaving everyone, including Siron, stunned. What? What is that? Canis smiled, but there was no trace of amusement in his eyes. His darkness had engulfed Siron's light. A pair of legs is desperately running, Siron with a terrified face and torn clothes running somewhere, when suddenly a voice echoes. "Hey kid, a monster with sharp fangs and a long tongue sticking out. That shiny thing looks pretty tasty." Canis's name sinisterly laughs as he introduces what just stepped out from the shadows. This is the supreme dark magic, a terrifying demon. After swallowing Siron's energy blast, the monster and Canis now stand proudly, laughing arrogantly. Look at them, they seem really angry. Over here, Iruki, standing behind Siron, looks quite panicked when seeing Canis's demon beast. Can it talk? That's a demon beast I've seen in books before, but I've never heard of one with intelligence. Siron is in pretty bad shape. He stood there sweating and exclaimed in surprise. A monster like Canis can summon an entire support creature, alchemy or magic users. They can create many things from items to potions, but none can solve this riddle. That is creating life. That field of study is biological magic. People often say that the difficulty of that field exceeds human imagination. Siron was even more surprised to realize that the demon creature could talk and was incredibly intelligent. The demon creature standing opposite me laughs heartily and doesn't even retort after hearing Siron's comment. "You think I'm just smart? My butt is also very nice, but I won't let you see it." Iruki and No are just standing there speechless at the size of that demon. This bastard is really shameless. Canis finally responded with a sinister smile. Of course he's smart. This is a magical creature owned by the great wizard's intellect. Now do you understand? I admit that you possess very special magic. A dark magic pillar strikes down fiercely where Siron is standing, but luckily he detected it just in time and quickly leapt away to dodge it. But you're just a student too. Suddenly, another attack from Canis rushing towards Siron appeared from behind. Siron dodged Canis's continuous attacks and was thrown far away, struggling on the ground. He struggles to get up on the ground, trying to gather his magical energy to fight back against Canis. Siron's counterattack was immediately blocked by Canis's dark magic. He angrily gathers dark magic and grits his teeth. "I told you your magic won't work." Gathering enough power, he suddenly slams his hand on the ground, sending a wave of darkness to block Siron's light magic attack. "It won't work on me." Canis's dark magic power is too strong as it heads towards Siron. The two friends Iruki and En saw the situation worsening and becoming more dangerous for Siron, so they took the initiative to rush to his rescue and shouted as they charged forward with Iruki Siron. The dark magic attack was closing in on Siron. It almost wants to swallow him whole. He feels afraid of its power and worries about what he should do now. "I'm afraid of dying." Now, Siron looks like a small boy terrified of death approaching as he faces the pressure from Canis's dark magic. Claws from it brushed past his shoulder, causing blood to flow, but if I lose, everyone will die. Images of everyone appear one after another, with Amy and Serial looking worried. Sienna is lying unconscious on the ground. Vincent's eyes are bloodshot, and he is grinding his teeth in anger. The two friends, Aruki and Nen, panic and try to reach him, but what should they do now? That magic attack hits Siron, splattering blood everywhere. I have to use everything I have to follow his movements. My quantum light isn't working either. What should I do with that monster? Monster? Something suddenly flashed in Siron's mind in the midst of the life-or-death situation. Suddenly, Siron's quantum energy erupts, his face contorted with gritted teeth as he shouts, veins bulging on his face and neck, the rainbow-colored power helping him break free from the darkness's grip. The terrified Canis on the ground can't believe Siron managed to escape, questioning loudly, how is that possible? Can he bend light? Siron landed powerfully, surrounded by an aura of infinite magic energy. The two friends, Haruki and the one behind him, are running over shouting, Siron! And immediately, Siron raises his hand towards them to stop them from coming closer. Siron concentrates luminous energy into his palm and begins to speak. Monsters cannot move without a source of magic. Is it difficult to face that guy and drain your willpower? Yes, but we are one, so together we can defeat him. You think so?
Just now, I tested that beam and it caused damage to you, which means even the dark creature has its limits.
Canis laughed loudly at Siron's words. He replied with a condescending smile. You think my willpower has limits. I need to find out for myself. Canis, seeing the light from Siron's accumulated energy, widened his eyes in surprise, thinking, has that light grown even bigger? When fully charged, Siron gritted his teeth in anger, preparing to unleash his energy attack toward Canis's darkness and the shadow creature. Between you and me, I don't know who will fall first. Siron unleashes all his strength with a powerful strike toward Canis's shadowy demon. The shadow creature blocks Siron's quantum energy attack, feeling it might be at a disadvantage, so it warns him. Canis returns to the forest. Why are you suddenly saying that? We can handle him, the ghost mockingly said to Canis, thinking his thoughts were so shallow. I thought you were really smart, but it turns out you're just a fool. He's about to attack you to drain your willpower. It's hard to believe. Is he planning to challenge with stones? Canis mocks Siron's plan. That's a pretty stupid tactic, but there's no need to fulfill his plan. Lure him into the forest. The ghost creature is acting as a shield against Siron's attack. It and Canis are communicating telepathically to lure Siron into a trap. Then we will kill him. He's in a hurry, so he will chase after us. You're right, I agree. If I go with Harvest, this monster, the one who possesses my master's intelligence, I will be the winner. After setting the trap to kill Siron and the demon, Canis quickly jumped into the darkness to escape into the forest, leaving Siron standing there. Immediately, Siron increased his speed, rushing quickly into the forest after Canis's shadow to face him in battle. Aruki, standing far away, shouted in panic, trying to stop Siron when he realized the forest might be a trap set by the enemy. Siron is in great danger in the forest. He didn't listen and kept chasing after him. He gathers energy into his palms and throws countless orbs of light energy forward. His strike lit up the entire forest. Aruki and En could only stand outside, helpless and in awe. There's nothing we can do, let's leave that guy to Siron. Before he could finish speaking, Aruki suddenly sensed something approaching and immediately turned around. Now it's just me and you two. Do what you need to do. Someone with a sturdy build, wielding 2 swords, is approaching Aruki and En. As he walks, he speaks. Now, it's my turn to start. He walked forward, glancing back at the 2 boys with a sinister smile and a greedy look, while a thick aura of hostility radiated around him. The scene shifts to another place, where Mr. Clamp appears with a lewd smile, his teeth perfectly straight and white like a row of sharp arrows. May I invite you to dance? His appearance, like that of a pervert, frightened the blonde girl nearby into panic, causing her to scream and run away. This scene took place 40 years ago, at a party hosted by the Bostart family, during the dance when Mr. Clamp had no one to dance with. The blonde guy approached Clump and teased him. I told you to find a dance partner. So why did you scare them all away? Yes. Clump looked envious and said, I think your hair is even better than mine. If you grow your hair and dress well, it will be fine. At that time, long hair was in fashion. That was Mr. Anus's youth. His good looks back then made the girls swoon. Mr. Cum seems pretty jealous, huh? And young Mr. Anpass turned his attention to the nearby voice and looked back. Oh, a woman's voice? Hello, I am Arena. Nearby, there is a girl in an emerald green evening gown being rejected by a young man who refuses to dance with her. Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. Huh? Why did he avoid her? She's pretty too. Young Mr. Amphius wondered, while Mr. Clam, still bitter, explained. Well, she is the eldest daughter of the host of today's party, the Bostart family.
It seems like she's having some kind of problem. A noble lady, what kind of issue could she have? You came here without knowing anything. Young Mr. Clum was left helpless in front of young Mr. Anpass. Young Mr. Clum seriously explained that the girl is not very smart right now. When she was young, she had an accident, so her intelligence is stuck at age 10. Usually, the head of the family doesn't allow her to leave her room. But today, he didn't stop her. Young Mr. Clam is standing there trying to explain to his friend Anpass, while nearby an old man laughs and mocks the girl. She really is a disgrace to the family. Oh my. Arena loves parties so much, so please hold back a little. At this moment, young Anpass is thinking exactly like the old men in his family. Speaking of nobility, I just remembered. Suddenly, the young Anpass started to run away. I will help her improve her reputation. His actions made young Clum panic and want to stop him. What? Wait! Young Mr. Clum anxiously steps forward to stop him. You're going too far. Feeling sorry for her only makes her look more pathetic. Don't worry, I've never been insincere in front of a lady. Hey, you bastard, are you serious? Hey, stop letting young Clum stop you. Young Mr. Anpass approached Arena and started a conversation, bowing politely. Madame, you are beautiful, and tonight is truly beautiful, just like you. The unexpected appearance of young Mr. Anpass startled Miss Arena. Hello, I am Arena. Huh? That's not the reaction I was expecting. Outside, a few people are whispering as they see young Anpass trying to talk to Arena. What is he doing to that poor child? Please tell me he's not trying to force a smile to talk to her, or maybe I should invite a beautiful young lady to keep her company. As young Anpass's words ended, Arena suddenly burst into tears and screamed, "Mom!" and he was left stunned and frozen in place. Young Mr. Anpass is in great danger after his foolish stunt. The scene shifts back 3 years under the night sky as a heavy rain falls in the dark forest. What are you doing, you bastard? Are you planning to do nothing? The guy in front of you doesn't say a word, just stands there. In the sky above, thunder roared loudly alongside the rain, with flashes of lightning illuminating both of their positions. Iruki looked cautiously at the person in front of him, not wanting him to act. The one standing in the rain had blue hair. It seems like he's just standing there doing nothing. If anything, he might be sweating and worried. Suddenly, Iruki spoke first, I see. Got it. Even without Iruki saying anything, I already understood what he meant. It seems these two understand each other quite well. So Iruki was about to say that he was worried and cautious about the current situation, warning me to be careful, right? Iruki said nothing, only glanced at his friend with a pensive look. That's right. In front of the man holding 2 sharp swords, he slowly approaches with a sinister smile and a devilish gaze, emanating intense, murderous intent. The kids he calls out start to move quickly, seemingly teleporting forward. No matter how careful, this is still impossible. He is above both of you, holding 2 swords crossed, ready to strike with maximum force. Iruki and En are surprised by his speed, so they focus their magic on their legs. He swings his sword just as they jump away, narrowly avoiding his red sword aura. He gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it, his eyes full of deadly intent. According to the theory, users can increase their overall strength, but boosting only a random part of their body can cause imbalance. Therefore, the force pattern usually follows several effective reinforcement methods, and they are called models. Mitochondrial patterns focus on mitochondria, also known as the cell's power plants, and enhance their strength. It is the most common pattern and also the fastest. His movement caused pressure on his position, making the ground crack and break into large circular pieces. He charged swiftly to pursue Iruki. Seeing the danger as the enemy got close to Iruki, he shouted and gathered lightning energy to strike at Iruki. Iruki, watch out! A lightning bolt from the electric attack streaks across to stop the other guy from getting closer, forcing him to pause for a moment. Iruki also took the opportunity to strike at the enemy, causing an explosion. Their coordinated effort created a blast that forced the enemy to retreat, and he silently thought, look at those guys. Min is sure they are just chickens who have never fought against the fake force before. Their coordinated teamwork and quick reactions make him uncomfortable and grimace. Using lightning magic to surround himself, he quickly moved closer to Iruki to support and watch out for the crazy fake schemer trying to find a way to deal with them. He somewhat praised both of them, but their coordination is impressive. He keeps retreating, dodging the lightning attacks from the enemy. The two of them are tense and worried as he continuously avoids their combined assaults. Damn it, he's so hard to hit. This is even harder than a speed shooting test. He keeps dodging and retreating, thinking that draining too much energy from his cells means he has to fight fast and win quickly. He continues to stimulate his cells to boost his muscles and increase his speed to settle the battle swiftly. After being enhanced, his body moves faster forward, accelerating his metabolism to produce twice as much. and he quickly moves behind Haruki before he can react. Haruki realizes too late that he's already behind him. Behind? And so, after a bloody strike, blood was shed. At the same time, somewhere shrouded in darkness, blood drops are falling onto the ground, nearby a pair of glasses lying next to a pool of blood. Athela is chained by dark shadows, surrounded by an ominous blackness, her body battered and covered in wounds. She is struggling to breathe, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, as someone says to her, "I really can't stand your resilience." But the black-clad figure is using the shadow chains to hang her up, while some dark old man is floating in the air casting a powerful dark curse spell. He spoke until the moment of death. As he finished, he unleashed a stream of magic mixed with deadly poison towards Athela. Luckily, she was still conscious enough to avoid death. She quietly reflected on the magical attack just now. Is that poison? If hit by that attack, death would be the inevitable outcome. She tensed up, preparing a counterattack against the enemy. Athela shouted and unleashed a powerful sound wave attack in response. Her attack was quite powerful, destroying the darkness ahead, forcing the old dark mage to raise a hand to block Athela's assault. He must secretly marvel at that attack. A shockwave powerful enough to shake the spiritual realm? This is the scream of the ghost wave. When he realizes it, Athela's sound wave attack has shattered the darkness and punched a large hole in the wall. After that attack, Athela was able to see the escape route. She quickly unleashed her power to break free from the chains of darkness and swiftly flew toward the hole in the wall. Breaking free from the shadow realm, she flew straight out. Although Athela suffered quite a few injuries, she was still able to escape successfully. She is now floating in the air, looking back at the realm and thinking that if it comes to spells, she can't compare. She must. Athela seems to have a different plan to face that old dark one. She gradually withdraws the magic surrounding her body, switching to brute force, transitioning into close combat with the fake force. Her body is now enveloped in a red aura. She assumed a defensive stance while still in the middle of the stage. On the ground, the location of the realm had a shockwave at the pink hole where Athela flew out. Boom! Something huge and dark shattered the barrier from inside right at the pink hole. A giant shadowy monster suddenly appeared from inside, destroying the darkness realm and causing it to explode in all directions. Athela was also surprised by the appearance of such a huge monster. The shadow beast just swung its massive arm to strike Athela, who was in a defensive stance, while the dark old man standing on its shoulder looked on in admiration after she broke free from his chains. Fake god of power, if you like to fight like that, I will do the same. After blocking the sudden punch from the demon, Athela had to step back. She was furious at the old man. She prepares to charge into battle with the dark creature, gathering her inner strength and rushing forward just as the beast throws its punch. One side is the inner strength of the fake force rushing forward. The other is the powerful punch of the shadow beast. They collide in midair, creating a powerful shockwave. The scene shifts back 40 years to the Bostart family banquet. Arena's shout drew everyone's attention at the party. They were startled and turned around to see what was happening. Mom! Mom! The young Mr. Anpass was shocked by Arena's attitude. Arena, why did you do that? She turned pale in fear as she explained. Mom said anyone who tries to talk to me is bad, so I will do that. And because of that, young Anpass was stunned. Am I a bad person just for trying to talk to you? Wait, look me in the face and talk calmly. He was also at a loss for words. What kind of royal speech is that? Everyone around was whispering anxiously. Is he bothering the daughter of the host? Is this crazy guy with long hair and a noble blue outfit trying to get famous by bothering a decent girl? The noise grew louder and louder. The young lady was frightened, and someone tried to stop him. Arina was still in a state of panic and refused to talk to young Anpass. I don't want to. I'll get scolded if I don't listen to my mother. No, I shouldn't make my mother angry. I need to go back to my room quickly. She's trembling, tears welling up, really wanting to cry. Mr. Anpass silently thought, no, she's not afraid of me, but afraid of being scolded. On the other side, the crowd was still whispering and gossiping. The young butler is calling the guards to protect and arrest the person who disturbed the young lady. The young Mr. Cam stands there worried for his friend. Are you stupid for sticking your nose into other people's affairs? Apologize quickly and get out of here before this gets blown out of proportion. Suddenly, young Mr. Anpass shouted loudly, turning the panicked Lady Arena towards him, catching her off guard as she was crying with tears in her eyes. Now you're only just noticing me, Miss Arena. You're afraid of something. No one has ever been scolded for dancing at a party. You haven't done anything wrong. Young Mr. Anpass gently smiled and patiently explained to her. Don't you want to dance a little? Arena also became calmer, and in her eyes appeared a gentle blonde-haired young man. You should try it, how free it is. What do you think? The scene at the party where everyone is dancing, everyone looks so beautiful. Mr. Anpass, smiling politely, extends his hand to Arina and invites her to dance with him. Let's dance together.
Irina no longer panicked and calmly looked at the young man in front of her, then gently raised her hand to his. Irina's face was now shining with shy, blushing eyes and red cheeks, feeling happy for the first time someone invited her to dance like this. In the past, she always had to ask first, but no one ever danced with her. The grip from both sides of the two people now feels more natural, with no sense of force or hesitation. The moment the energy between the giant fist of the dark monster and Atella collided, a deafening explosion echoes as their powers collide, releasing bright energy waves that fill the air. Dust rises, and the giant shadow beast retreats while numerous smaller dark creatures resembling black spiders surge forward. As soon as Etla hit the ground, she saw the swarm of shadow spiders rushing toward her and thought, "Is this really the dark magic I know?" Without a moment's rest, she immediately gathered her strength and leapt forward. The fists keep pounding down like rain, while the dark old man hovers in the sky beside the giant shadow creature, standing still. He looked at the scene below and smiled with satisfaction. "Yeah, her punches are pretty powerful, huh?" He stands to the side, watching the scene unfold and commenting. Atella remains undeterred, each punch taking down a shadow spider. At this moment, the giant shadow beast raises both hands high, ready to attack. It slams down with great force, causing the ground to shatter into cracks, debris flying everywhere, while Atella quickly steps back to avoid its attack. The old dark figure continues to raise a fist, a grim smile on his face. Following his movement, the giant shadow creature throws a powerful punch forward but is swiftly dodged by Ether. She keeps dodging the enemy's attacks at her fastest speed. I don't need to think much, just focus on destroying it. Seizing the opportunity to dodge, Etla closed in on the shadowy beast and counterattacked, repeatedly striking its chest. The punches coming down carry yellow shockwaves, and the old dark man senses the electric current approaching, frowning with a smile. Lightning strikes? An attack capable of destroying a person from within. The continuous fluctuations of the lightning currents will disrupt the internal circulation of the body and increase the impact force of its shockwaves by 10 or even 100 times. Multiple shockwaves appear in succession. Feeling the electric shockwaves hitting his body, the dark old man laughed loudly, eyes like a monster. "That's crazy!" He screams wildly. "If you had focused on training, you could have stood at the top of the world. You let your talent fade away just to seek the truth." The dark old man kept talking as Athela lost her balance and fell down. Below was a writhing swarm of shadow spiders. The dark shadow spiders start crawling all over the giant dark creature. It's all useless. The old man finished speaking when the large hand covered in dark spiders reached out toward Athela floating in midair. "A struggling insect like you is nothing compared to my grand plan to conquer the world." The dark old man looked down from above and arrogantly said, as the giant fist of the shadow monster shot straight at Athela like lightning. A loud bang echoed as a powerful fist slammed into the ground, sending dirt, rocks, and plants flying everywhere. The dark old man looked up in surprise, unaware that Athela had appeared in midair above the giant shadow creature. She thinks that if someone like him enters the school, no, just entering the city would be dangerous. I have to stop him even if it costs me my life. Etla rushes down from above, her hand ready to defend and strike as she charges at the enemy like an arrow carrying immense energy. He unleashes a palm strike, summoning lightning bolts that follow one after another while the giant dark creature screams in agony. Atella quickly retreated backward while the old dark man shouted loudly as he was struck by the lightning bolt. "So that's how it is." The old man saw Atella above, frowning down. All those previous attacks were just the setup for this final move. His hand raised high as if trying to grasp something, but at this moment, it trembled violently. This terrible pain suddenly made that hand clench into a fist. The old man's face, frozen in a statue-like expression, grimaced and shouted, "Remember that!" The moment of confrontation. Following his movements, the dark beast also raises its hand to punch forward. The main target is Ethan. She was surprised, frowning tightly, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists, ready to defend. The old dark one shouted excitedly, his giant fist aiming straight at Ethanella, who immediately braced for the attack. Feeling the immense power from the dark beast's fist, Atella used all her strength to block. Is the lightning strike still not enough? "I thought you would be better than that, my Mesat Master." The force of the attack was too great. A massive explosion erupted, sending dirt, rocks, and leaves flying everywhere. On the other side, fresh blood splattered and a loud scream echoed. Iruki was using one hand to channel her power while holding her other hand tightly. "Are you okay?" he asked. Iruki quickly presses his hand against the bleeding wound on his chest and responds to En. "Just a quick dressing." He grins, his pupils shining as he glances forward.
Good job, En, you said. Watching the blue lightning bolt strike the sword-wielding enemy, the other man opened his mouth wide as he was electrocuted. He cursed inwardly. That damn green-haired brat. It pretends to attack but actually covers the entire area with a magnetic field. The scene of the fight earlier flashes through his mind. To stop me, Nin's power is still restraining him, and a rookie beside him quickly joins the fight. He clenched his teeth and attacked the enemy as a blue flame-like power fell onto his head. His eyes widened and he gritted his teeth, trying to get up. No way I can't lose to these little brats. Before I even finished thinking, suddenly a black force wrapped around Nei's leg. He was attacking the enemy when he suddenly sensed something unusual. Huh? The gathered power in his hand flickered for a moment before disappearing. Huh? He was stunned and turned around to look. Why her? The black-haired girl gasps for breath, now raising her hand to control her power and hold them back. Huh? Damn it! Seeing the situation was unstable, the rookie immediately attacked the two-sword man. Hey! That guy broke free from his restraints and immediately lunged forward to avoid Iruki's attack. One of his swords, as fast as lightning, slashed toward En's neck. He shouted, "It's all your fault!" Nate stared in horror at the blade so close to his neck. "Nay!" Iruki shouted in panic. A loud noise rang out, but it was not the sound of a blade cutting into flesh. On the other side, everyone was stunned and wide-eyed in amazement. Two icebergs appear, blocking the sword about to cut Nei's neck. Iruki can't believe it, turns around and looks back. Ice magic. Could the guy wielding two swords also be watching you? Footsteps approaching the battlefield. The woman walks against the wind, and with each step she takes, the ground freezes. "You, Sienna?" Elsewhere, a series of loud noises echoed as Javi Canis rushed forward, calling out, "Javi, what's going on? Answer me." Javi quickly replied, "I felt a strong tremor on the mountain slope. It turned back and the abyssal worm was using shadow slaves. That was the master's final move. Could it be that Alpheus has already appeared?" Canis didn't look back and kept rushing forward. Javi followed closely behind, turning his head to look around as he replied, "If you think so, Aeson will be here soon." Suddenly, an attack came flying and Javi raised his hand to block it. "We need to clear this place completely," it says. Chasing from behind, they rush forward as fleeting shadows. Two streaks of light, one gold, one black, pursuing each other through the dense forest. That stubborn bastard, instead of being trapped in the darkness and dying, he's blocking all our paths. Javi replied, "We seem to be on a chessboard. We need to make a change." Suddenly, Canis stomped on the ground to stop, and Javi immediately said, "All right, I'm coming." Javi enveloped Canis and simultaneously cast a dark magic attack at Siron. He also gathered energy, creating a blinding light in his palm, unhesitatingly moving forward and returning to the other side as snow fell on the rocky cliff. "Are you kidding?" The swordsman looked at the scene in front of him in shock and exclaimed, "The old man's magic has been broken, and behind him is that black-haired girl." She thought to herself that it was really unreasonable. Only high-level monks or mages could break the master's Abyss Nova. With her mouth agape and eyes wide, she looked extremely confused. How can a magic teacher possibly do that? In front of her is Sienna, walking against the wind. With each step she takes, the ground turns into ice patches. "Sienna, you're so good, you've woken up." En wanted to celebrate and jump for joy, but Iruki remained stunned and observant. Suddenly, En's arm was frozen, leaving him in shock. "Hey, it's so cold." En immediately hugs their arms, trembling. Iruki frowned and said to the person in front, "There's something strange. She's still unconscious and many students are standing still. Even if snow piled up on them, they still stood trembling in place." Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp ice shard shot straight out. It slipped past the guy's waist with two swords, causing him to spit blood. "Hey, stop it. Are you planning to kill all the kids?" He knelt down, one hand pressing on the wound to stop the bleeding, while the other hand held the sword, trying to stand up as the other sword had already fallen to the ground. Looking at the figure in front of him, he revealed a face full of horror. Sometimes there are truly wicked people like her. Even monsters on the brink of death can kill even while asleep. Sienna slowly opened her eyes, a flash of light flickering in her gaze. Sienna's face was emotionless as she coldly raised her hand in a dismissive gesture. Could that woman really cast a spell on her body? Damn it! Seeing that things are getting bad, that guy immediately threw away his remaining sword, stood up, and ran away. What's the point of using that billion-dollar asset? More and more icebergs keep appearing. The other side turns and runs straight away, only leaving behind a trail of red. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. He grits his teeth and shouts. Suddenly his eyes widen, pupils constricting. Huh? Time seems to stand still as his body remains motionless.
Sienna calmly raises one hand forward. She is about 20 years old, a level 6 mage, best known for her ice magic Absolute Zero. She tilts her head back, raising her hand high, a large ice vortex swirling around her palm, scattering shards of ice and stone everywhere. Under the feet of the swordsman, chunks of ice quickly fused together, anchoring him to the ground and preventing his escape. The ice gradually spread up, and he fell to the ground, with the ice on both sides of his legs frozen up to the thighs. A truly bizarre school. From teachers to students, everyone is just as despicable as the giant ice block rushing toward him is reflected in his eyes. He lies on the ground, his legs frozen, with the enormous ice chunk right above him, leaving no escape route. Ice bombs explode. From the sky, chunks of ice fall like meteorites, heading straight for the cliff. The black-haired girl looked up in horror at the falling ice blocks. In that critical moment, Nay ran over and pulled her aside to safety. "Hey, what are you doing?" he shouted loudly. "Calm down! If you keep going like this, everyone will die!" As tears streamed down his face onto the girl. Seeing the place crying, she panically said, "I don't have enough time. I will handle it." Aruki stood in front of the two people, suddenly spoke, so immediately asked, "What are you going to do?" Aruki frowned, not answering, but focusing on thinking. "The ice, weighing about 15 to 20 tons. I need to split it into thousands of pieces." Thinking this, Aruki raised her head to look at the giant ice block, a surge of power rising to confront it. At the same time, she would predict the trajectory of each fragment from a single split into 2 streams of energy. Even a small mistake is not allowed. 2 streams of energy surround the ice block and tighten until it shatters into many pieces. Seeing the small ice fragments flying towards her, the girl was stunned in amazement. How could that be possible? Those large ice chunks shattered into many pieces, looking like fireworks made of ice. Does the Magic Academy have students at this level? After witnessing that scene, the two suddenly froze, realizing their current posture was a bit off. "What did you just do?" That girl pushed Nay away, tears still in the corner of his eyes as he shouted, "I just wanted to save you. I didn't do anything to you." "We are enemies. Who needs you to save us?" She should have immediately shouted back, "Don't complain anymore. Calm down. Do you want to kill all of them?" "I don't know." Her response left Nonmet stunned. "What? It's all because of Canis." The girl bowed her head and spoke. The scene from her childhood appeared in her mind. 2 skinny children lying under the rain. The older brother tries to protect his younger sibling. Then she suddenly lifts her head, smiling, but tears run down her cheeks. "I don't care what happens to them. What the hell is she thinking?" He frowned deeply and hesitated before asking. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded behind the girl. She gasped in shock as the girl turned her head to see a foot stepping forward, blood dripping with each step onto the ground. Her eyes widened, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the person before her. "Huh?" Canis, injured all over, stepped closer, still clutching her stomach with one hand. "Canis!" the girl shouted loudly. Siron was engrossed in reading his book, seemingly unable to tear himself away from it at any moment. Siron called his friends Nate and Aruki over. "Hey guys, look at this. Are they pulling their bodies close to him?" "What is that?" The 3 of them stared intently at the book Siron was holding in his hand. N wondered, "The principle of mass and energy conservation?" Siron replied, "Exactly. Mass can be converted into energy." "If that's the case," Aruki continued, "so energy can also be converted into mass?" Aruki added, with this idea, "We could improve the photon cannon." Suddenly Siron shouted, "Wait!" His eyes unintentionally caught a bold black line of text. He told the 2 of them that "Isn't this formula the name of the professor?" Hearing that, both of them were shocked and exclaimed, "Really?" Suddenly, a yellow magic source appears and attacks from somewhere. Javi shouts fiercely, "That bastard is adding more weight behind his attack." Canis in shock says, "What, don't tell me he got stronger during the fight." Siron rushes over at the speed of light. The golden orbs float in the middle of the stage. He grabs one nearby, his eyes emitting powerful blue lightning. He charged straight at the spot where the Javi was standing. The Javi was not afraid at all and burst into laughter. "Impressive, huh? But you're still too inexperienced." Siron straightforwardly replied firmly, "No." Then he flew to the golden orbs emitting blue rays and confidently said it was just practice. Javi was stunned when he heard him say that. He froze for a few seconds, then gradually transformed into a fortress and said to Canis, "I can't stop that." "Run, Canis," he replied. "No, if we run now, we'll lose our chance. Absorb my willpower quickly." "Damn it, you're in such a hurry." A fierce battle took place, with both sides' powers colliding intensely, causing an enormous explosion. The explosion left the black-haired girl stunned for a long time. She gradually turned her face back, and at this moment, seeing the explosion, she was extremely panicked. You should look and be surprised and say, "What is that? Is that a light bullet cannon?"
Iruki is just as stunned as he is. That bastard Siron. A beam of light shoots straight into the sky as En and Iruki discuss Siron. It seems he has applied the formula he just learned yesterday. Siron gradually descends to the ground as his two friends rush over, calling his name in concern. Siron should see the wounds on his arm and his face pale with concern. "Are you okay?" Siron replied with difficulty. "Sorry, everyone." Siron looked up, his face showing wounds and a dazed expression. "I don't think we can win. Seeing you like this, I feel pretty upset." "What are you comforting him for? Why do you suddenly seem so weak?"
He replied weakly, "I'm serious. That guy is extremely strong."
Iruki continued. "It seems like it's going to be tough. You should look at Siron and say, after the upgrade, the photon cannon is so powerful but still can't win." Both of them stare intently at Siron. They seem to understand the emotions he's holding inside. They think Siron must be under a lot of pressure. There are two bodies lying on the ground, and their thoughts about Siron keep flashing through their minds. The only reason he spoke up was because we have to handle everything here. They encouraged him to do well, Siron. And you are sitting here panting from the fight just now, your strength and spirit gradually drained. Now we are together. Iruki stepped forward confidently and said to Canis firmly, "What are you planning to do?" On this side, Canis is exhausted and extremely tired, with Iruki's questions echoing in his ears. "Do you think you can choose 2 over 3? Admit defeat and let the students go?"
Ni shouted in anger, "No one has died yet. It's not too late to surrender." Canis said, "The battle is not over yet. My master will punish you."
After hearing him say that, they looked at him with great discomfort and were the first to speak. "Punishment. Do you know what you've done?" Iruki asked. Canis replied, "You can ask Anpass when you meet him in hell." Hearing him say that, all 3 of them were stunned. "The director, huh?" Canis continued with an angry expression. He had made an unforgivable mistake. This crappy academy was created after he stole it from my master. Everything you have here was taken from my master. Siron was utterly stunned after hearing those words, his whole body frozen as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You shout, what are you talking about?" Iruki, standing in front, also warns the 2 behind him. "Don't be fooled, even if they say they're telling the truth. Haven't the people here done something wrong?" Canis narrowed his eyes, his gaze revealing a murderous intent. Those things don't matter. A powerful, dark energy surrounds him. He spoke, "I am the representative of my master. I act according to what I believe is right. So I can't take it anymore now," you shout in your anger, "but it won't make him change." Iruki shouted, "So you mean they have to end this here, right?" Suddenly Siron stepped forward, surprising and shocking En and Iruki. He creates a sphere of light and points it directly at Canis's eyes. Canis saw him about to use force to attack and showed no fear at all. He calmly said, "Do you think violence is more effective than words?" Even so, everything remains the same. Javi's hand gradually enveloped Canis. Canis looked up at Javi in confusion and asked, "Javi, what's going on?" "I'm not afraid," Javi replied to him. "That's very dangerous. That attack is not normal at all." "Don't tell me it's him." Javi hadn't finished speaking before Canis cut him off. "What are you talking about? If you absorb enough of my power, we can stop it." As soon as the words left his mouth, he revealed a look of fear at Siron's power. The golden orb in Siron's hand grew larger, its light shining brighter and brighter. He held out the sphere in front of them and said with a furious and cold gaze, "This is your last chance. Release the students." En and Iruki stared at each other in shock, and the black-haired girl was just as frightened as they were. Canis shouted angrily, "I am the representative of the Grand Mage. Even if I die, your will not be erased." Sen shouted, "I don't want to kill you, but if everyone dies because of your faith," his eyes reveal his determination to reclaim everyone's lives. He continues the sentence he left unfinished, saying, "Then I have to defeat you." Somewhere, a voice echoes, "The light is truly beautiful." A beautiful girl appears with her brown hair styled up. Her blue eyes made her face look so gentle and incredibly beautiful. When a man with blonde hair saw her, he was instantly captivated. They are sitting in a beautiful flower garden, gazing at the palace before them. "Damn it, everything about our star is beautiful, but the words you speak are not beautiful at all." That man with blonde hair looks very nervous and anxious. He responds hesitantly, "I understand now. Why do you think light is so beautiful?" She looked up at the starry sky and told him that light helps us see in the dark. He turned to look at her, and she happily gazed at the sky, continuing to say to him, "We can see the night because of the light, right?" A voice from somewhere called out, "Got it, my shadow." The young man's eyes are filled with streaks of blue lightning, 2 energies intertwining. It's not opposition. "I understand now, I really understand now," the man exclaimed. "That's beautiful, simply beautiful." Erina. So the beautiful girl with the face is named Erina. She looked back at him confused, and he softly said, "Irina, I kneel on that beautiful flower carpet to confess. Will you be the light of my life?" The scene was very beautiful, strangely peaceful. Bright pink petals soar into the sky. Thoughts flood my mind. How could I forget that day? That evening's atmosphere, the stillness of the wind, the scent of the grass, and Irina's beauty kept lingering in my mind, and I will never forget that pure beauty, no matter how much the world changes. That is a memory I will never forget. Those beautiful memories belong to the director. Returning to reality, that is sweating profusely on his face and clothes. He tries his best to use magic to rescue the dean from his imagination. Looking at him, he seems to be gradually exhausted, but he has not given up. He secretly thought Kan Kwang Fap might be too powerful. Victor An closed his eyes tightly, unable to believe he could perform such a magic. "Director, please wake up." On Siron's side, someone's footsteps are gradually approaching him. He involuntarily turned back and wondered to himself what was happening, while Siron and Canis were both extremely shocked by what was unfolding before their eyes.
Canis exhaustedly shouted, "Master!" A man with wrinkled skin and long white beard, surrounded by a dark energy. A white-haired man standing above.
Canis shouted, "Master!" His eyes full of murderous intent, with a cold expression and a long white beard. He glanced down below, where a man's body lay motionless on the ground. At his feet are blocks of ice. Canis now bows his head in sadness. "I'm sorry, master." He looked at him for a long moment, then thought, "That idiot bastard, that's right." Then Canis's master looked down at Siron casting his spell and wondered to himself, "So it's all because of that kid." Siron shouted angrily, "Do you mean you were the one who planned all this?" Nen and Eruki stared intently at his face, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. He smiled with a sinister grin. His face became more cunning. "You're quite stubborn, huh?" Then he asked him, "What is your name?" Siron shouted, "I won't tell a murderer my name." On the other side, Ganis and the black-haired girl both looked at him. He began to order him to stop controlling minds immediately and leave this place. Seeing that, he sneered and continued, "Sorry, I can't do that." The man stroked his long white beard and then said to everyone present, "All students of Orpheus must be punished." Of course, his eyes turn red, his face shows a cruel expression with terrifying words, and that includes you too. All three of them, after hearing that, were extremely shocked, especially Siron. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch at him. His attack caused a huge explosion, leaving Siron extremely surprised and panicked. The smoke from his attack billowed everywhere. But what's remarkable is that the Dark Master still remains unharmed. He stands on a nearby rock analyzing his attack. Within a radius of 52.7 meters, for someone his age, that spiritual power is quite significant. All three of them couldn't help but be amazed and spoke up. Did he just dodge that? Siron still refused to give up, and as he prepared to strike again, a scream rang out. "Stop, Siron!" They immediately looked for the source of the voice and saw a woman walking out, clutching her injured arm. Siron was stunned to see her, and they all called her Ethan together. The Dark Master looked at them and said, "So the loser dares to appear again. Since you are lucky enough to survive, you should be ashamed of yourself." Right now, her body is covered in wounds, and she sincerely says, "I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to protect my students." At this moment, Siron asks curiously, "Who is that person? Why did he do that?" Atela's face gradually became more anxious and hurried, sweat pouring down constantly. She replied with a voice full of difficulty, "Vor?" She continued, "He's a third-level archmage." Hearing that, everyone was stunned, as it seemed he harbored a deep grudge against the principal. Sen Vi Thor, standing up there, said, "How pathetic," complaining about his own young students. Athela's eyes began to glaze over. She said to him with difficulty, "You are not capable enough to be so relaxed." 10% appeared. Canis seemed to have discovered something and thought to himself that his master's mental strength was only at 10%. Javi then said to Canis, "Even that 10% of the Grand Mage is enough to wipe out those guys. But we still haven't caught Anpass, just as I thought I should." "Canis, what are you talking about?" Javi shouted his name. "Canis." His footsteps approached steadily. He shouted, "Master!" Canis confidently said, "Let me handle this." Aiden slowly turned his head back. He looked at him with a sinister gaze. "Leave it to me?" The black-haired girl grits her teeth, thinking. "Canis, why? Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" Vi's eyes narrowed, and he smirked with a cunning and treacherous smile. "That little brat." He asked Siron if you were a disciple of Anpass, and you responded firmly and decisively. "Don't call the headmaster's name directly like that." His eyes show pure fury.
Compared to the principal, he began to recall the happy memories of being with the principal when he was young. The principal treated him very well. Then Siron shouted in anger, believing someone like him was unworthy of being a wizard. Hearing that, he laughed maniacally. His smile grew wider. Enfuor chuckled and said, "Anfeas, after 40 years, how much of a fake have you really been?" Nen and Aruki froze in place, looking at him. Senvor responded to Canis, "All right, he called you Canis, so go ahead and fight that guy yourself." He bowed his head and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master."
Tella shouted, "Stop it, Siron!"
The two face each other, preparing to fight. Javi reminds him, "Canis, think it over once more. It's better to reconsider this. Despite the advice, he still tries to remain loyal to his master." He thought to himself, "I already disappointed my master once. I must defeat that guy, even if I die." They looked at each other with a terrifying gaze.
"We will fight. Have?"
Canis's eyebrows furrow. "Have, answer me. Have." He seems to be trapped in an endless darkness with no way out. Then Canis rushed forward as fast as the wind.
"I will still fight." Siron also prepared for battle, radiating yellow energy around him as Canis approached, only to be struck by his yellow attacks.
He wondered silently, what is this? Jumping out from the cliff, does he want to fight a pointless battle? Canis smirked maliciously. That stupid bastard probably thinks those shadows can't be used in the air, but the night sky is just as much a giant shadow. Siron rises into the air, the light from his body shining down, catching Canis off guard. Everyone below is equally surprised. The black-haired girl on the other side looked up with a fearful expression, while Siron was hovering in the middle of the sky. He thought to himself, if he couldn't follow his movements, he just needed to target his entire domain. Thousands of golden orbs attack Canis, leaving him no time to react as he creates a shield to protect himself. The light from those orbs grows brighter and more dazzling. Bright beams of multicolored energy shine down onto the darkness, piercing through it one after another. There's a figure of Canis trying to dodge, grinding his teeth in anger. This crazy guy. He furrowed his brow, calculating. None of them are fake. In front of him, Siron radiates with dazzling beams surrounding him, making him marvel and consider. He truly cast hundreds of spells at once, each one real and powerful. Siron's face was covered with wounds and blood, and his cold eyes emitted a blue light that made Canis keep pondering. How can an ordinary amateur possibly do that? Thousands of beams of Siron's power head straight for Canis.
When did Siron gain that kind of power?
Atella suddenly exclaimed from below, leaving Nen and Aruki stunned. No way she's a girl. She's entered the realm of infinity. Suddenly a sound from behind startles both of them. What did you say? Atella's voice made the two boys break out in a sweat. Siron has already stepped into the Immortal's maw? Then she looked up at the sky to watch the match, and only then did the two boys breathe a sigh of relief. In the sky, countless shimmering rays of light, she thought to herself. This is the end. The dark black aura swiftly cut through the beams of energy.
Canis shouted loudly, "Harvest! You with an angry face, answer me!"
If this keeps up, we're going to die. In a moment of distraction, you fell for the panic move. Hawk reached up and touched the wound, but felt nothing. He wondered if he wasn't hurt after all. What just happened? He looked up at the sky. He wasn't aiming directly at me. Siron holds an energy sphere in his hand, ready to throw it directly at where you are standing, as thoughts flood your mind. The darkness. He is completely eliminating the darkness he could use to teleport. The boy looked up in worry, his skin crawling. Is this guy's mental strength endless? The blinding light hit me so unfairly and embarrassingly. I don't want to die in front of my master, my eyes gradually losing their emotion. I think I'm about to die, as a dark force floods into my body. It's too troublesome. Inside your mind, you wonder. The huge explosion causes the ground to shatter. Canis suddenly feels a surge of energy and screams in pain, questioning deep inside. So why does Canis's body overflow with dark power? My mental strength is the darkness. I must stay alert and focus. From below, the shadow demon attacks Siron, forcing him to dodge immediately. Siron is stunned and amazed, wondering why suddenly two different powers are fighting fiercely. He keeps launching attack after attack, Siron constantly dodging and thinking of a strategy that favors him, until suddenly he gets hit on the arm, grimacing in pain as blood sprays and the tide turns. He lands on the ground as the ghost watches him and also descends powerfully to the ground, fragments of stone flying towards him. He clenched his teeth in fury as he bandaged his wound. Continuing to use the immortality function is very dangerous. Isn't injecting Siron serum quite strange? His stamina can withstand the self-destructive cannon blast. He attacks while thinking. With high intelligence, strong melee skills, and speed from agility, he suddenly notices something unusual and realizes the gap. Why didn't he do this from the start? Could it be that he reached out with his hand to channel his energy into that creature? The image of the dark monster and Ha's sharp eyes flashed through his mind. Is it draining his mental energy? A piece of information flashes through his mind. Yes, we are a fusion clone. Evil snake, you really are a cruel bastard. Ace N also looked at her with furious, purple-tinged eyes. She judged the old man and your disciple just now, while Canis was suffering, making Aaron nearby unable to help, but call out his name. Aaron approached Canis and shouted his name loudly, but he kept vomiting uncontrollably. Is that just a thought passing through his mind about the container to help that monster move? Canis, dizzy, whispers, The battle between the monster and Siron is intense, neither giving way to the other. The monster roars, and Siron quickly charges forward, his mind racing with calculations. I see. If the opponent has changed, my eyes become tense, and I no longer need to continue using physical attack magic like the light cannon. The answer is I absorb the magic power from the barrier on my head. He gritted his teeth in fury as he calculated the glowing ray, unleashing a massive burst of power toward the monster. The attack hit, causing it to scream in damnation, and the monster hiding among the rocks escaped, then released energy as Siron raised his hand to block in front of his face. He tensely anticipated this. Just as I thought, it's not easy at all. Even if I possessed infinite mental power, I still couldn't surpass my own limits. Suddenly, my pupils shattered, and I realized what I had to do. Become omnipotent. Then there's no choice but to elevate my omniscience. The pupils split open, and energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. He gathers all his strength and strikes. This time he will convert all the mass into energy. The power approaching the monster leaves him confused. What's going on? By the time he reacted, it was too late. His body was gradually torn apart. Immortality circuit? Everyone below is terrified. Aaron was so surprised he couldn't speak, while the old villain furrowed his brow in shock and shouted loudly. What is that? Iruki and Atella are just as panicked. A laser beam is fired. Siron is still trying to hold his attack above. The source of power creates a hole in the monster's body as it roars loudly. The monster's body disintegrates, and I am being burned. Canis screams while holding his head, as Aaron keeps calling out to him. She thinks Harvest's pain is being transferred to Canis. Harvest has reached his limit. Siron holds his attack steady. The monster is scared. If this continues, we will be destroyed. The monster's body boils and seethes, small explosions erupting inside it. Etla watches the fight anxiously. Oh, proud and confident to watch calmly. Etla felt something was wrong and hurried to stop him. Siron, stop quickly! Siron turned to look at the cells in the monster swelling as he shouted. It's too late. Suddenly, a huge explosion destroys everything around completely. My name is Harvest. Turning to Canis, the girl, he steps in front of Aaron and touches the glass to speak. Harvest, become my subordinate. The monster trapped in the water tank looked at the two children in front of it and asked why. Yen beside him said, You don't want to tire yourself out. Harvest denied that was not what I meant, but I believe working together with Aaron will be more effective. It reminds her of Aaron, who replied with a faint, sad expression. Aaron has lived in Latam for 10 years, but only with Canis. No one has ever met her, but through that resistance she gained a high-level sensory perception and saw things ordinary people cannot. Ayen, with a sinister look, said he was referring to the primal record, a unique brain process that allows the reception of an object or entity as if it were the first time encountering it. Through that, a person can perceive the true form of an object or entity. Harvest looked directly at the old man in front of him, realizing that it was only because he sensed Aaron's overload that he found and brought her here. And you even brought Tim Canis with you? Sen quickly replied. No, you can't. The old man's face is full of murderous intent as he speaks sternly. Aaron is too gentle. Please entrust Canis. Deep inside, Harvest silently understood something as the bubbles floated around. So that's it. The reason you handed Canis over to me, you've been planning for this from the start. A minute ago, the explosion on the mountain peak sent debris flying to where everyone was standing below, shocking everyone. Aaron shouted loudly as it was flying. The monster Harvest whispered in Canis's mind, I am about to explode. Canis weakly calls out to Harvest, regretful, I will destroy our contract. The blue energy within Canis escapes, causing him pain. The golden monster in the sky, only Canis keeps shouting. Why are you alone when you're surrounded? Remembering that day, you asked why I wanted to gain power. At this moment, his face became firm and his words resolute because Aaron is the only light that belongs to me. A determined look in my eyes.
I must protect her from this world. Harvest chuckled softly, puffing up. Well, you're quite an interesting one. Then Harvest told him to keep living on, making him scream in pain. Harvest. At this moment, the old man turned his head away, unwilling to look. Harvest detonates, causing rocks and earth to explode and scatter. After the blast, the scene falls into silence. Siron looked at the dark figure's back and spoke. Your brother shouted in anger. What did you do? Comrade, he turned to the person and continued, say something. Are you planning to kill everyone here? Oh, with that expression, no wonder I keep feeling like you look familiar. The old man sneered. You are the mirror image of Anpass 40 years ago? Cam angrily shouted. Shut up! The old man excitedly declared, I know why that cunning Anpass took you in. He keeps mocking you. You even look like the all-powerful light of domination. He's planning some sinister scheme against you. He angrily asked, What do you know? At this moment, the old man replied calmly, I know that the Annas you revere was actually my student. As soon as he finished speaking, he froze and asked, What? Asen stood on the cliff looking down at everyone praising him. And Faye is very clever and was taught well, which made him very happy. The old man showed his scarred hand, but he was blinded by greed. The old man hated looking at his own hand. He threw me into hell and burned away my life story. While I did everything I could to help him, his wife also died in vain. Everyone was amazed and couldn't help but be surprised. Principal, what are you doing? Etela. Step aside and tell us. Asen looked up at the sky, about the events from 40 years ago. The old man's gaze was contemplative. 40 years ago? Siron listened intently. This is a recording of the young old man sitting on a chair, Anpass trying to cast magic on the most special moment in time. He closes his eyes and relaxes. In Alvias's life, a voice echoed, announcing this year's Golden Ring of Magic Award, Mir Fanfas. At that moment, he was joyfully excited, raising the medal high with applause from his friends. Mir Fanfas receives the award for the most outstanding mage of the year. The shining medal, the golden magic ring, colleagues surrounding, praising. Alpheus, you're a genius. Who would have thought that the light could possess both particles and wave properties? Once you become famous, you won't forget us. You're the light of the Mir family, my dear friend, hugging him happily. Anpass, my dear friend. I thought you were just a troublemaker. I never expected you to accomplish something so great. You know we have to celebrate, right? Of course, but let me go home first. The busy street is lined with a procession of luxurious horses. Anpass, clutching his reward, hurriedly opens the door and calls out Irina's name. The girl from the kitchen peeked out, happily holding a spatula and calling out loudly, You're home, husband. He immediately went over to his wife and pinned the badge on her excitedly. This is yours, the golden magic ring. Look, it bears the imperial seal. Irina smiled brightly, tears of pride welling up. So it means the whole world has recognized your thoughts. Congratulations, congratulations, husband. He picked her up suddenly and spoke softly because there was a party he had to attend, so she was surprised. What? Huh? He carried her up to the room despite what she said. Honey, the bread will burn to a crisp. Let it burn. I want it burned too. At 23, Anpass became the most famous mage on the continent. He received offers from all over the world. Nobles sent him invitation letters, but Anpass carefully selected proposals, prioritizing nothing but his own interests. Thanks to his abilities, his value kept rising, but both families still opposed their marriage. Every morning, Irina stands in front of the house to see him off. Anpass sits in the carriage, lost in thought. Just wait a little longer, Irina. I will quickly become the best. Anpass stands in front of the two families, speaking kindly. When that happens, both the Mirror family and the three of us will have to admit that the smiling face I show will prove it. When I went to work, there were feet standing in front of the door. Damn it, how did it end up like this? That's why Sarov and the two of them are confused. It would be better if you made peace early. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? That Annas has such a great influence. His friend is curious. Does Anpass really live in a place like this? It's just an ordinary house. Sarop regrets. I should have brought the fruit with me. He knocked on the door and said, It's okay. It's not like just giving it to him and forgetting the old talk will solve everything. The door opened, surprising everyone. Are you back already? Irina's husband shrank back in fear at the group of men in front of him. Huh? You guys are just a bunch of thinkers. Ba hits Irina. The three men forced a smile inwardly. This is definitely Anpass's house. Sarop stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, We are friends of Anpass. Is he home? Irina replied softly, No, he's out. He asked further, Do you know when he will be back? The girl said, I don't know. He hesitated like that. The men in front of her awkwardly smiled and begged, May we please wait inside for him? Standing outside like this is a bit too much. Irina thought about her husband and then replied, "Yes, please come in." As the darkness falls, the house lights up and Anpass's voice echoes. "He's back. Irina apologizes to you. It's too late." He arrived at the dark door calling Irina's name. As he slowly approached the lit room, he heard a voice. "That damn Anfa. He is incredibly lucky." I was stunned to see the scene before me, with bottles of wine and food scattered all over the table. Sarop's drunken friends are happily chatting, while his wife stands with her hands clasped, singing softly. He's just a guy who only knows how to flirt and date, not write a thesis. Remember? Just by having a tasty girl from a noble family, you'll rise to the top. Hey, you're drunk again. Laughter echoes throughout the house. Sarop turns his head. I was right, wasn't I? Irina said shyly. I don't know. He still doesn't know what's going on. He casually continued, of course you don't know. Sing the note. His friend detects the fear. A powerful punch hits him square in the face, knocking him head first into the dining tray. Anas angrily shouted, You son of a bitch who saw and was terrified, your friend yelled, Sarop. The girl witnessing this scene feels scared. Why do you use your fists if you've been taught better? Sarop wipes the blood from his hand and admits fault. I wasn't myself and wasn't thinking clearly. Then his friend helped him leave. I will never let you embarrass yourself again. Anpass lost control and yelled at his wife. Why did you let them into the house? The wife said bitterly. My cousin said they are your friends. He raised his voice. What kind of friend insults your wife like that? Anfias tearfully said, I don't know what your friend looks like. Do I keep saying painful words to you? Am I really that stupid? As soon as Anfe finished speaking, he covered his mouth, held his face, and leaned against the wall, crying. Mrs. Irina stood there silently, feeling sad about the guilt she had unintentionally caused. Now Anas has calmed down but still stands with his back to his wife and apologizes for the wrong words he said earlier. He asks for forgiveness, forget everything he just said. In his mind, he was still pondering that just because her intelligence was low, it didn't mean her thinking was stuck at 5 years old. Irina also spoke with her face lowered, eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, my love. I will never do that again. Anfeas is still very angry, but the weaker side always has to be. He left his wife standing there among the broken things in the house and went outside to blow off some steam. Leaving her alone inside, silent and bowed in sadness, but holding back his anger, Anfas went to a nearby bar to drink and vent his frustration. He took a sip, then forcefully slammed his glass down and shouted out his anger. You damn worthless dog, I really am trash. I never expected I would say such things to someone who only watches and follows me. Young Mr. Klum sitting opposite, also drinking, speaks to comfort his friend. Arguing sometimes is normal. Suddenly, Mr. Klum jumped in with a suggestion for his friend. Why not take this opportunity to have a baby right away? I'm sure your relationship will improve immediately. He replied, I haven't thought about it before, so just have a baby already. You have to have a child at all costs to become stable. Mr. Klum shows a drawing of his family. Owent family. I know, but the doctor told me that he doesn't know if someone with the intelligence of a 10-year-old can endure the pain of childbirth. I shouldn't be saying this, but you already knew anyway. Ever since you decided to get married, I knew I had no regrets. I just don't understand why someone as smart as you would act like that. You have no other choice. Away? Hearing Clamp speak, Anfa suddenly realized something, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Moving to a dark area, an old man's hand is writing lines on paper amid what seems to be shaking earth and rocks. That old man spoke. Not bad. About 48 hours after the intruder entered the Grand Mage's dungeon, he returned to praise the one who had broken in. You may succeed in reaching this place. Slowly, the dungeon door opens, and the intruder steps inside, one step at a time. The image of the intruder gradually reveals itself to be Anfas, dragging his exhausted body with bleeding wounds as he enters to meet the Archmage. He asked in a tired voice, Who are you? Oh, wow. I didn't expect that only the senior mage went ahead to greet the intruder. He's surprised by the young man's abilities. You crossed the traps and monsters all alone? Who are you? He was exhausted and slowly pulled something out of his shirt pocket. He introduced himself, saying, My name is Anfas Smear. I have read it. He held up his blood-stained papers in front of the Archmage to show him. Seeing that stack of papers, the Great Mage was also quite surprised. His thesis on memory restoration. The Great Mage smiled and said, That's interesting. The genius behind the light quantum theory, you find dark magic intriguing? I want to give you my memories. At this moment, Anfas was exhausted and staggering, about to faint. But he still struggled to tell my wife. He only managed to say this before collapsing unconscious in front of the Great Mage,
causing the pile of papers to scatter everywhere. After being unconscious for a while, Anna suddenly woke up in a large water tank, choking as he regained consciousness. He didn't know what had happened or why he was here, and his wounds had disappeared and fully healed. This is now sitting here studying the papers that Anpass brought down here. I have read the notes you wrote in them.
That's interesting. He's sitting in a chair and reading.
You want to use the absorption ability of dark magic to store memories, while also using light magic to create an artificial nervous system and transfer the stored memories through it. It's about using the power of darkness from outside and the support of light from within the brain, a dual combination of both light and darkness. You want to use the power of light to transmit information? Anpass simply listened silently to the evil creature. The Grand Mage closed the documents, lowered his glasses, and praised Anpass's idea. Indeed, a novel and brilliant concept. However, entrusting someone else with your entire life is not an easy thing to do, not to mention the moral issues involved. That person wants Anpass to reconsider his decision, but he didn't hesitate and responded decisively, "Accept me as your disciple." He stood up, immediately resolute in his decision. "I will make that a reality. I want to protect my wife from this world." Sen wanted to ask Anpass for more certainty. "Before making a decision, I have a question." He asked seriously, "Has your wife agreed to this experiment?" Anpass stood there silently, his determined gaze fixed on the Archmage as Clum, the younger man, desperately tried to stop his friend's reckless plan. "No way, he's a criminal. Why are you looking for him? You want to implant memories into someone else's mind? No way." Anpass turned away to avoid his friend's angry gaze. "Cluman is the greatest scholar on the continent in dark magic. Even if you don't realize it, yes, I really am a fool. I'm not as smart as you, but at least I still have awareness. Right now, you're trying to abandon all the blessings you have. If you're involved with him, your position in the royal family will be taken away. The family will abandon you." Anpass lowered his head in thought and said, "I don't need those things. As long as Irina is happy if I succeed, I will be even happier than I am now." In Anpass's eyes was a look of unwavering resolve for his choice. Irina, his wife, was so surprised upon hearing this that she looked at her husband. Her husband's happiness slowly made her close her eyes. "I will do it. I love you." Seeing that Irina did not oppose Anpass's crazy idea, Clum was confused and surprised why she wasn't objecting. "Irina, wait a moment." Before Clum can finish speaking, Irina interrupted. "I trust my husband." She smiles and nestles into her husband's arms. "Anpass will help me find happiness, of course." "You are the wizard who received that gold ring. You will immediately fix my weakness, and I won't have to endure those contemptuous looks anymore." Clum was stunned by the optimism of this couple. Afterwards, the Anpass family sold all their possessions to move into the dungeon to live there. In the dungeon with fully equipped laboratories, Irina can live comfortably. Every week, Clum visits to bring food for both of them. Since then, Anpass has been staying up every night researching a cure for his wife, while young Clum is always by her side watching over Irina in her sickbed. The images of everyone in the dungeon appear, one after another. The Archmage Asen, Irina's exhausted face from Anpass's research, her eyes always trusting her husband. Mr. Clum, with a worried face, watched over both of your friends' spouses, and so 2 years passed by. That day was the final day of the memory support research project for Irina, which was about to be completed. Clump anxiously stood beside Irina's bed but still tried to encourage her. "From today on, you'll have Anpass's memories, even the ones from when he was a baby and wet himself. And you'll even know when he's secretly watching girls." He smiled anxiously as Irina lay in bed, quietly smiling. Anpass gently caresses his wife's cheek to comfort her. "You've been through so much. Irina, now we will begin. Thank you, my love." "What do you mean? I'm the one who should be grateful. Let's live happily together and have children." Aken, come closer and call him. "Anpass, this way." He is now in his position, ready for the final step of the experiment. He silently thought that we had used all the most advanced technologies, including magical techniques, biological magic, alchemy, light magic, and dark magic. The clinical checkup shows no issues, and the success rate is 100%. Both he and his wife are now in position, with numerous wires connected to their heads through a giant machine. The procedure begins. The switch is activated, and the machine starts up. Immediately, it extracts Anpass's memories, causing him intense pain and making him scream. After extracting Anpass's memories, the machine gathered at one point and then moved to his wife's side. It began transmitting all of Anpass's memories and feelings for her into her brain. The emotions flooding into her were completely pure as Anpass gently looked at her with a soft smile, lightly wiping her tears with his index finger. There was no deception when Mr. Han Huan gifted Huan Trong to her, placing a ring on Irina's ring finger. Both dancing together, he holds her in his arms. Or calculation.
a very pure thing.
All the images that appeared in her mind from the moment they met until now gradually blurred and disappeared as he gently looked at her with a smile.
That is love. Thank you, Anpass. My love, I have sincerely given you everything. I'm glad you found her. Suddenly, the machine signaled danger. Something was wrong.
Anpass panicked, sat up suddenly, jumped out of bed, and rushed to Awakens. Master, how did the experiment go?
Our experiment was successful. It's perfect. But Anas ran to his wife's side and saw that she was in no condition, her face gradually turning pale. He burst into tears and asked anxiously, "Irina, what's wrong with her?" "My love," she whispered, holding his hand and replying that the physical transfer was perfect, but the nerves in her body were starting to resist it. Her tears flowed down in two streams. Unlike animals, humans must still possess some existence that we have yet to understand. Clume stood nearby, trembling in fear, unable to believe what he was seeing, while Anpass didn't understand where he had gone wrong, but he had already achieved something truly incredible. If only a little more was needed for his research. "Don't say anything else, my love. I will do everything again to stop the pain destroying Irina's body from within, making her scream out."
Anpass sees his wife suffering in agony, crying her heart out in worry.
"I'm sorry, my love, but why should I apologize?" "Darling," the evil snake felt overwhelmed and turned away, covering his face. Blood slowly dripped from her lips, her eyes beginning to close. "Because I was too stupid. What are you talking about? You're the one who's the fool. From the very beginning, you were the fool," he cried in heartbreaking pain. "Was it his fault, my love?" Her tears of happiness are streaming down her cheeks. "Thank you. Although mud brief, you showed me the world you live in, a world full of rationality and hope. Thank you for letting me see it before I go. I love you." Anpass's desperate cry of agony echoes through the dark, damp dungeon, a pain beyond words from losing the person he loved most in the world, ready to do anything for her. Yet now, he has lost the true love of his life, Irina. And so the failure of the experiment took Irina out of this world. Irina's funeral was held with the family members attending, but Anpass was not allowed to participate. He can only kneel from afar in sorrow for his wife's passing. They were not married or had children, so no one in the family recognizes their relationship. In that way, they were separated like strangers, divided by life and death. He knelt in that dark curtain, soaked through, head bowed, eyes empty. On the day Irina died in the experiment, Anas kept banging his head against the wall again and again. Despite Clamp and N trying to stop him, he now seemed like a madman who no longer cared about living, just repeatedly throwing himself at the wall. Clum's face is tear-streaked, holding Anpass's bloodied head in his arms, as the phrase, "How is this possible?" echoes endlessly in his mind. Where there is light, there is darkness. Irina taught me how to see life. So why did I try to change her to make her leave him forever? What's wrong with me? Mir, I am just the arrogant Anpass. We dare to touch the forbidden things.
Anpass, you're back. I'm very sorry about what happened to Irina.
At this moment, he opened the door to the research room and came out, encouraging Anpass as he walked. Now it's time to regain your spirit and strength, and before we finish speaking, his actions made Akka panic. Oh my God, the remaining drops are falling onto the floor from his empty oil bottle.
You have no idea what he's planning to do with all those guns and countless documents about the 4 directions spread around. Ace Sen shouted angrily, "What are you doing?"
Master, we should not have carried out this research. After losing his love, he has now gone insane.
Axe shouted loudly, trying to stop him. Stay calm. I know you're in pain, but it's only temporary. The experiment has been successful. Are you going to let her sacrifice be in vain?
He just laughed maniacally. Sacrifice? Anpass's long hand creates a fireball from fire magic. He drops the fireball, causing a large blaze to engulf everything. Anpass stood there, watching all his efforts and his master being consumed by the flames, only to smile madly. Everything happened too quickly. Asen couldn't do anything, only screaming in despair. No, this research isn't just yours. It's my lifelong effort. Now all the documents are burning quickly. He raised his hand to stop him, but was powerless. And Fee simply left everything burning behind and turned away, ignoring his master. How could you do this to me? Everything has been consumed by the flames. It spread everywhere, engulfing the entire dungeon in a sea of flames. Returning to the present, all of his efforts are now gone. He spoke up. Anpass, that bastard, left me behind. You helped him both physically and mentally to escape through the flames. Old Asen stood atop a mountain peak, recalling that furious memory. Not only that, he also caused his wife to sacrifice herself in vain. He abandoned tens of thousands of people who could have benefited from that research. Below, Iruki, Neron, and Atella
All look surprised by what the old man is saying about Anpass. No way. Headmaster, did he really do that? Siron spoke. He continued. I understand he was very upset, but his actions do not match the reputation of a wizard. He then cast a deadly gaze down at those below. Today, I am not only here for revenge, but also to prevent any wizard with thoughts like his from existing. Do you really believe he is a good teacher? The old man said loudly, causing Iruki to become serious and cautious, filled with fear of the Dark Archmage. He is a cunning, arrogant, and impulsive man. Etla was stunned by his words. The evil serpent roared in fury, destroying the great mission to save people. Such a person. Before he could finish, Siron suddenly spoke up, surprising everyone. Yes, the actions of the master are truly unworthy of the title of mage. He bravely stepped forward to speak. Seeing that, Nay tried to stop him, but a hand quickly held him back. Kiro is Etla. She was holding her shoulder so she couldn't prevent Siron. From the perspective of someone betrayed, I can understand him. Siron continues to move forward step by step and speaks. However, your choice was also wrong. What? He immediately glared at Siron. As a great mage, is that all you can do? He grinned with his white teeth because I have strength. That is why I am allowed to do this. The pressure from the evil god makes the wind blow strongly, affecting everyone and forcing them to raise their hands to shield themselves. He unleashes his power, causing rocks and debris to fly up and says, I am passing judgment. He shoots a beam of energy across Siron's face, causing a cut to bleed. So even someone as powerful as you can do nothing but remain trapped in the past for 40 years. Siron's words infuriate him even more. He shouted loudly, and he boasted about this and that. But in the end, you just feel regret for that time, don't you? Acheron glared at Siron. The old man suddenly fell into deep thought, recalling the first time he met Anas's wife. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Irina. My husband relies on you. She gently bowed her head in a polite greeting. Welcome. Please feel free to act as if you're at home. Irina turns back and smiles at her husband. You live alone in this vast place, don't you, wizard? Anpass hesitated nervously at his wife's question. Darling, is this the girl who doesn't pay attention to her husband? He continued to smile and asked the old man, Do you feel lonely? He was stunned by her question. When Irina first saw the eyes of that girl, he felt a deep sense of terror. In that gaze, there is an innocence to the utmost degree, a look capable of facing the deepest darkness. In this way, the source of light can overshadow all shadows in the world, and I can still feel that gaze from this young man. The old man saw the image of that tiny girl reflected in the brave eyes of the person standing before him, and suddenly burst into loud laughter. The old man's laughter made everyone below feel anxious and afraid. Understanding and empathy are human emotions, but when these feelings are pushed to the extreme, they cease to be human. He leans his hand on his forehead, his laughter growing more and more insane. Clairvoyance reaches a divine level, surpassing even the distinction between good and evil. Siron stands tall before the Dark Archmage without a hint of fear, shining like a bright light in the night sky. Siron, is that you? You can predict the cause and effect, right? The Archdemon maintained his stance and said, Looks like we will never be able to get along. He lowered his hand to reveal a cruel gaze glaring down. You are someone who should not exist in this world. Suddenly, dark pillars burst from the ground, surrounding everyone below, causing panic. Girl, what's going on? I thought he no longer had the strength to cast magic. The dark pillars soar upward, forming a sphere above the center, as Siron worries that he can still continue casting dark magic. What? How could you ignore the rules of fair exchange? Feeling surprised? He raised his hand high, clenched into a fist. Damn it, if this falls on our heads, we're just selling salt. His dark sphere absorbs the earth and rocks, growing as large as a meteor hanging above everyone's heads. Canis is lying unconscious, his head resting on his sister's lap, and his sister, seeing the dark sphere of the Archmage, is also terrified. The sphere kept absorbing more and more dark energy and earth, growing larger, until suddenly a beam of light from the Void Realm shone down and dispelled the darkness. That light shone directly on the nearby evil serpent, dispelling the shadowy bones and illuminating a bright area. Everyone was confused about what was happening, as the Void Realm's light had also destroyed the dark sphere of the evil Aeson. From the light of the infinite void shining down behind the Dark Archmage, one by one, the failed man and Anpass step out. Everyone shouted together, The Principal. The Dark Lord turned his back to the pillar of light with a cunning smile, while the Principal slowly stepped out from the glow with a serious expression. The evil Lord groaned, crossing his arms as he stood there, the sky around him pitch black, dark magic emanating from him in thick clouds. He cast a contemptuous look and said,
You've come out, Anas. I didn't think you would be so easily affected by the memory seal spell, Anas calmly replied to his former teacher. Remembering the past is also good. The past images gradually appear, and in the main picture, a beautiful arena emerges. I feel very grateful. Back on the battlefield, everyone reached the old man and addressed him. Principal. He turned to look at his students, his body covered in wounds, and said, I'm sorry, and thank you all very much for protecting everyone. I am very glad that Professor Athela is with you. Thank you, miss. She also stepped forward, her body bearing quite a few injuries, and spoke. Don't worry, I also feel guilty for not being able to protect the students. Siron ran up to the headmaster to ask him something. Principal, Anpass is asking about your condition. Your mental strength has fully recovered, hasn't it? Siron was surprised that the principal knew about his situation. Do you already know? The most powerful magic that the mage Asen created is the Abyss of Magic, the magic that controls memories. And he kindly smiled as he explained it to him. So that method really exists. Remember my words, Siron. The headmaster gently pats his shoulder. If you don't have a trump card that can overturn the entire game in any situation during the battle, he warned seriously, then you cannot call yourself a battle mage, Anpass began to seriously suggest. Let us old folks handle this. Don't act disrespectfully and release the children. All right then, if my former student says so, I agree. The old man chuckled and said, releasing them is easy. But what will you do now? You can't become the principal of them anymore. Anpass grimaced in discomfort at the old man's words. Hundreds of students here have heard your sordid past all along, Iruki said with great anger upon hearing the Dark One speak. The one revealing this principal's past is him. Everything was planned out by him in advance. Akasan continued to mock and dredge up the not-so-pleasant past. What do you think about burning this place down to how it was before? Anpass furrowed his brows in annoyance. This was not a matter to joke about. He reached out and shouted loudly at the Siren standing behind the principal to invite them. Do you want to follow me or not? We will complete the memory implantation research. I have successfully implanted my own memories. Look at this magical creature. This is Harvest. The dark demon earlier used its body to protect Canis. Now it's just a pile of goo. And Canis, who was seriously injured and unconscious, is being cared for by his sister. This success is thanks to Arena's sacrifice. His words about Arena touched a deep pain, causing Anpass's long-suppressed anger to explode. Sacrifice. He glared at the person he once considered his master, then turned back to the scene where Anpass was standing face-to-face with the evil man guarding the fiery abyss. This research, all of it is your plan. What? Before setting the fire, Anas found a dangerous stack of documents. Were you planning to create something by taking Arena's and the child's memories? He was surprised to hear Alpheus speak. He laughed in despair when he learned the secret behind the help of the person he regarded as a master. Why did you create these hundreds of magical creatures? You want to conquer the world. Faced with his secret being exposed, he panicked and stammered. He no longer hides that story and reveals a wicked smile. Is it that bad? When they learned the truth behind that story, everyone was extremely shocked. So that's why you burned the research. I think that magical creature has the memories of Arina and mine. Am I right? Hearing these words, Aaron was stunned and sat motionless. The evil old man groaned in frustration, unable to speak as his actions were exposed. The old man failed to implant his own memories into the creature, which actually belonged to Anpass and Arina. Anpass's voice echoes as it goes too far and explodes here. So it disobeyed his orders because it's just like me. From afar, Canis's younger sister also heard everything. You're saying it was you? She roared in fury as her power erupted, draining the magic energy of the nearby students. Her sister's dark power erupts fiercely, causing Iruki and En to turn around in surprise. Did you order Harvest to self-destruct? You plan to kill all of us, including Canis? She shouted in fury, her face still tear-streaked. The old villain groaned without feeling any worry, only crouched down to shield himself and sneered. Everyone here. He raised his old arm and pointed, completely unaware of how to listen, creating a massive dark magic aura in the pitch-black sky. That thing is here again. A giant dark magic meteor falling from the sky. So, and Iruki raised their heads and spread their legs, ready to fight. The pressure from that thing is terrifying, blowing everything around it away. It's heading towards the place where the students are fainting. Over here, Siron, Naruki, and Atenla all shout loudly. The headmaster asks loudly, What are you waiting for? Alpheus, run now. Old Asion laughed loudly at the chaotic scene, abandoning everything and running away himself. Anas's face showed worry as he saw him do so. The scene shifts to 10 years after Arina's accident, and Clum appears. Are you going to die here? Anpass. He looks gaunt on the outside, with a pale, lifeless face.
His beard is scruffy. He's eating rice. I have been through a lot over the past 10 years to find you, traveling to many places and spending a lot of money. One day, I received information about where you might be. Clam recounts his journey to find his close friend. Alpheus cuts in. Why are you here? So I have to meet that trash? Clam sighed and reached into his shirt pocket. I have something for you. The thing he gave out made Anpass stare in surprise with his eyes wide open. You should have disappeared the next day. Moved by emotion, he couldn't speak and simply opened his wife's letter to read. The letter for Mr. Anas he wanted to hide, followed by her heartfelt words. As he read the letter, he couldn't hold back his emotions, and tears fell onto the paper. It's because I wanted to do this experiment. My emotions overflowed. He broke down crying, choking on his tears. If there was one last wish. Irina wrote this letter to her husband while he was dedicating all his efforts to her treatment research. I hope you won't be sad but will continue doing the research you love. You are my unchanging light. Show the world its light. Anpass choked back tears and said to his friend, Give me some money. Hold on. He tremblingly said, I will build a school so that fools like me no longer exist. I will dedicate my entire life to this school. Clum also sighed with a gentle smile, happy that his friend was no longer pessimistic. A hand reaching out as if to grasp that bright shining sun, the life that Irina has allowed me to live. He has regained his spirit. The light from Headmaster Anpass's light magic makes the surrounding space glow brightly in the dark night of the old man's dark magic. That light illuminates everything from the flying leaves in the wind and the unconscious students to the dragonflies near the grass, and Siron is amazed by the miracle that light brings. Time seems to slow down as the light magic in the headmaster's hand is surrounded by an infinite aura. He pushes the energy sphere into the sky, creating a magnificent scene that dispels the darkness covering everything. Siron stood there watching the light fly straight into the sky. Eruki should also look up. Canis's sister is sitting and caring for her brother, also looking up as Anphaeus's magic rises into the sky and shines brightly. After shining brightly to dispel the darkness, the full moon was no longer obscured by shadows and shone down clearly. The old evil man looked up in confusion, unsure of what had broken his dark power. What is this, a magic called Big Bang? Master Anphaeus, exhausted and panting after channeling so much energy for that magic attack, slowly explained that he was informing the Wizard Guild about the harmless light magic that just burst out, feeling a bit embarrassed but believing this farewell gift was more than enough. The evil old man also gradually turned to look and said, I didn't expect this to happen. Have you prepared magic to fight against me? The fake demon suddenly lost his footing and knelt down on the ground. The old man supported himself on the ground and started coughing up blood. Perhaps he had reached his body's limit of endurance. Even if you manipulate your memories to restore your mental strength, it's only an illusion of the mind. If you push yourself too hard like this, your brain won't be able to handle it. Your life is in danger. You have failed. So that's it. Turns out you haven't rested for 40 years. After coughing and vomiting blood, he gasped for breath from exhaustion. The evil Sen still managed to speak. You have defeated the great mage Asen, and your fame will spread even further. This is something I never expected. Don't you still understand? Master Anas stood before the old man and said, You are no longer a grand mage. 40 years ago, yes, but enough time has passed for a level 10 mage to drop to level 2. The world has changed. We are all getting old. How long do you plan to chase your childish ambitions? The young generation of mages now stand behind Headmaster Siron, Eruki, and the others, and despite coughing up blood, it seems he still refuses to give up. The arrogant brat shouted loudly, You can't even become a grand mage. You're not a genius or anything. You just know how to talk down to others. Elder Asen struggled to stand up in pain, then continued to use dark magic to manipulate his own memories. The arrogant brat's old man smugly laughed as he unleashed even more magical energy than before. Teacher Infai panicked and shouted, Are you crazy? Are you really trying to restore your spiritual power that way? Are you really looking for a way to die? In the principal's eyes, there was a look of horror at the scene before him. Dark ropes wrapped around unconscious students, and now the mad old man was frantically using dark magic uncontrollably. And I will do everything to make him rise slowly to defeat Teacher Anas, fearing for his students, begging the old man to stop, while Sen Etenla and that also looked on with concern. Is winning and losing really that important? Don't be so childish with that way of thinking anymore. Listen carefully, this is the last lesson I will teach you. A wizard is forever a child. Now he has gone insane and lost his humanity, laughing in delight. Old Asen absorbs all the unconscious students floating in midair towards him. Seeing the situation worsening, the principal told everyone to scatter and move as fast as possible. Come on, go ahead and save them quickly. Everyone else quickly split up and chased after the students. That is flying at full speed to catch up and save the students falling freely to the bottom of the abyss.
He uses all his strength to create a blue light zone to catch those who are falling. Since others are still falling, Siron Aruki should keep trying to fly down and save them. Our teachers, even during class, always scold and say, "This is a literature test, not math." But now their blood vessels are dilating, making their faces flush. And when the vessels constrict, their faces turn pale. Our friends sometimes have disagreements and envy each other, but they are all falling freely onto the cold ground. Siron is desperately reaching out with his arm, while also rushing down to save everyone. He screams with all his might. Ami, his dream girl, is also falling. The final destination is the coldness of the soul. When she heard her name called out loudly, she woke up and opened her eyes, free-falling into the abyss. "Who's calling me?" The voice sounds so familiar. "It's me again." She's still drifting in a state of limbo. "It's me, Siron. I see someone rushing toward her." "It's him." Siron rushes in and pulls her out of the dream, helping her wake up. He managed to hold her hand. "Ami, Siron. I only see Siron in front of me." "Siron, are you crying?" I imagine Siron crying tears of joy for saving Amy just in time before hitting rock bottom. "When we meet again, let's compete fairly." The image of both of us appears. "From now on, don't call me senior anymore because I've caught up with you. I think I can't keep my promise anymore. Sorry." "What are you saying?" Amy doesn't understand and doesn't know what Siron is planning to do. "Wait, Siron, what are you planning to do?" "What do you want to do?" "Thank you, Ami. No, don't go." He slowly closed his eyes, tears still falling as she panicked and held him tightly. "Siron. Goodbye, everyone." It seems he was about to do something extremely foolish as he looked up above suddenly. Siron's whole body shone brightly in the dark abyss. The light from his body gradually shines brightly, illuminating a vast area, blinding everyone who has to cover their faces. Old Asen, after unleashing his dark magic energy one last time, has now collapsed on the ground. He struggles to look towards the light emanating from it, the light emitted along with the infinite glow shining straight up into the sky. That infinite aura pierces all the way to the heavens as the old man gasps weakly in contemplation. Is that what you call sacrificing oneself? It truly is an interesting world, so much so that even after spending my whole life wandering here, I still can't bring myself to leave, right, Anpass? With his last breath, he uttered his final words. Asen the Elder has died, lying in his own blood as a shadow looms over him, approaching with a stunned tone. "Do you think dying is the end? How could you abandon us like this?" Canis looked at the old man, exhausted and suffering, tears streaming down his face as he cried out in pain, no different from a madman. "I don't care if you see me as a tool or not. I just don't want you to abandon me," Aaron said worriedly. Canis, lost in intense emotion. Canis continues, "But you're wrong. It's all your fault." The dark aura once again engulfed him. "Please come back." Aaron, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel extreme worry and tried to soothe him. "Canis is not your fault." But Canis's desperate cry drowned out her words and interrupted Aaron. "It's all your fault. Everything is because of you." A cold, sharp voice suddenly echoes. "Yes." "It's all your fault." The two of them instinctively looked towards the source of the sound on the ground covered with slimy liquid. "If you hadn't messed things up, Zen would still be alive and protecting us." He continued, "But now he's gone, and we will all follow him." "What do you want?" Harvest taunts, saying, "If I blame everything on you, would anything change?" His dull voice echoes in the ears of Canis and Aaron as their eyes focus once again on their master. He has simply lived out his life. He has fulfilled his wish. Both of them stare intently at the old, wrinkled face as Harvest says, "He has passed away peacefully. Now he's gone. What do you want to do?" he asked. Canis's gaze flickered slightly. "My wish." Canis slowly stood up. "I told you I still have the strength to protect Aaron, so if you die here, it will cause a lot of trouble." He stands tall on both legs with pride. "I accept the contract." Aaron, tears in her eyes, desperately tries to stop him. "Canis, you won't be able to handle what's left of your mental energy." "Let me go, please," Harvest coldly interrupted her. "Sorry, but no, my master is Canis." The firm tone in his voice made Aaron tense up as a faint sheen of liquid slowly appeared on Canis Harvest's face. "If you dare betray me again," he warns in a firm voice, "I will not forgive you." With that, a surge of dark energy flows powerfully into Canis's body. I remember now, Master, I like your arrogance." As he gradually lost his strength and instinctively leaned back, gentle hands reached out to support him. Aaron carefully held Canis in her arms, tears streaming down her face. "Let's create our lives together." Principal Alpheus quietly observes the two from a certain distance. A long time later, the old man finally spoke. "Professor Etla, I am a sinner.
Ethella beside her responds, taking the first step to atone for her sins by recognizing her own guilt. She slowly continued. Anpass turned to look at her, but Ethella said seriously, "You are no longer arrogant." A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha, I will accept my punishment." Anpass looked at the two young professors in front of him, but more importantly, where was our hero? The old man looked delighted. "I didn't expect the kid could teleport more than 400 people at once." Anpass turned around and said, "Impressive." The old man's words were suddenly cut off by a scream of desperation as the sound of a girl urgently holding onto a young man quickly drew everyone's attention. Everyone hurriedly ran towards the two people. Amy shouted in panic, "Siron has passed away." A wave of terror and fear fills her tearful eyes. It took nearly 8 hours to process the bodies and return all the students to the dormitory. The sealed memories will gradually come back, but until then, the school will be closed. At the infirmary, Amy, Nen, and Haruki are both with Siron. He lies motionless on the bed. Ami kept crying and clutching his hand tightly, sitting beside him with a pale face, while Haruki quietly leaned against the wall watching. Tears streamed down Amy's face as she clenched her teeth, blaming herself silently. "I really was stupid. That day I didn't realize it was him when he came looking for me." Yet Ami recalled from the moment they first met in the dark alley, their encounters and arguments at the academy, Lan Hu's threats about the supernatural spirit that wasn't real, and the letter. "I haven't even apologized yet." Amy's small frame trembles softly as she sniffs and rests her head on Siron, who remains motionless on the bed. Seeing Amy in an unstable state, I couldn't help but worry. "Amy, you need to rest. If you keep like this, you'll get sick." "Magic cannot kill this caster themselves," she sobbed uncontrollably, holding Siron's hands tightly and never letting go. "Why did he die after using the wide area teleportation?" "There is definitely something strange happening to Siron," Ami said, tears streaming down her face, but she still tried to stay calm and respond. "You're right. Siron will definitely wake up if not." Haruki's emotionless voice interrupted their conversation, implying that magic could still kill the caster, so she looked towards him. Haruki continued, "Sen also died after using magic." Ami stubbornly argued that Sen's death was due to his brain's energy being depleted, but Siron is like this because he has fully unlocked the immortal jaw. She said those two things are different. Haruki, unconcerned with Ami's emotional state, responded coldly. "It doesn't matter whether he exhausted his brain energy or opened the immortal jaw. Knowing the reason doesn't change anything. The important thing is that Siron is dead." You said that, and with a sharp, cold gaze directed at both of them, you immediately reacted. Haruki, Ami beside you, didn't know when she had stood up. "You're really insufferable." She stared at Haruki with a terrifying expression on her face, and a dangerous aura that made the atmosphere grow heavier and more tense. "So you really believe Siron is dead?" "I don't. Haruki is indifferent, but he is already dead." Without a word, Ami immediately grabs his collar. With incredible strength, she gently lifted Haruki off the ground. "Siron ended up like this because he saved us." Yet Ami gritted her teeth and clenched her fist, preparing to strike Haruki fiercely. Ami's hand on his collar tightened even more as she swung her fist toward Haruki's face. But unlike Ami's impulsiveness driven by emotion, he calmly watched the approaching fist. Suddenly, Amy's clenched hand stopped, hovering just a few centimeters in front of Haruki's nose, while Haruki's expression remained as if nothing had happened. He nonchalantly tilted his head and said, "Phew, that's a relief." Amy, seeing Haruki's provoked expression, grew even angrier. "You know I would have stopped, right? You annoying bastard. Do you know why I stopped?" She widened her eyes, tears streaming down her face once again. "Because someone like you isn't worthy of having a friend." I stood aside, stunned and worried as I watched the two of them. Haruki immediately shouted, refusing to give up. "Then use your brain." His heart has stopped beating and he has already passed away. At this moment, he's no different from a wild beast fiercely fighting back, trying to bring him back from the dead. She's just pretending to be pathetic and rambling. Amy couldn't help but widen her eyes, frozen in place by Haruki's harsh words, as silence fell behind her. "Magic cannot bring the dead back to life, Haruki." This only makes Haruki's cold gaze even more fierce, his eyebrows furrowing deeply, and he forcefully pushes Amy away without mercy. That is the limit of humans. After a tense period, only Nen and Amy remain in the room. "You can punch him." Nen speaks up. Amy sniffled and wiped her tears. "How could I do that?" She weakly bowed her head. "He is Siron's friend." In the dark corridor, where only the faint moonlight from the window filters in, Haruki storms off. They are truly pathetic. You're right, they really are pathetic, aren't they? A mysterious voice suddenly echoes down the hallway. Haruki coldly glances toward the source of the sound.
Who do you think you are to come here? You stare intently at Ken and Aaron casually standing by the window. We just came to offer our condolences. He didn't die fighting me. Kengin turns and replies. And it's a pity that he sacrificed himself after saving you all. However, I'm no longer interested. His words immediately darkened Iruki's face. Just as you said, they are truly pathetic. Canis repeated, do they really overreact about whether someone has really died or not? Do you think so? His words only fueled the fire of Iruki's anger. Just keep praying that Siron is still alive. The sudden change in his tone leaves Canis and Aaron looking confused and uneasy. In Iruki's eyes, a blue hue flickered as he wielded his magic, for the only person in the world who could stop him was Siron. A powerful surge of magic envelops Canis from head to toe as Harvest's ominous voice echoes. Canis, your target has been locked. He subtly breaks out in a cold sweat. Yeah, but Harvest keeps going. It's very dangerous. His calculation speed is abnormally fast. If he uses that magic, he said this entire place will be wiped out. The initial scene is a flash of light in front of Canis, then suddenly it explodes from a corner of the corridor, spreading across an entire building on the school grounds. A deadly silence enveloped the dark corridor as the two stared at each other. And Harvest, how could he calculate so quickly that you had to say this place would be wiped out? Canis, curious, spoke up. He replied slowly and simply. It is fast enough to analyze everything happening in this city within 3 seconds. Harvest explains. Canis kept his eyes fixed on the opposite side. Even if he had savant syndrome, how could he? He asked suspiciously. I don't know. Harvest responds, looking at Iruki who is standing still in front of us, but I am sure his brain cells won't last much longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Iruki had already entered attack mode, the magic beams flickering uncontrollably in his eyes. If Siron has to die like this, a determined glint appeared in Iruki's eyes. I will definitely kill you. Over there, Canis's body remains stiff within the flow of magic. Retreat, Canis. Harvest hurriedly warned that he would blow everything up as soon as you entered the domain. Just as he was unsure what to do next, another voice suddenly cut in, causing Canis to glance back at Aaron behind him, her tone trembling slightly. You didn't think Siron was dead, right? Iruki slowly raised your hand higher. You'd better choose your words carefully. He reached out his hand forward, ready to cast magic at any moment. Canis hurriedly tried to stop Aaron, but she ignored him and kept moving forward. I can't see the condition of the objects, but instead I can see inside a person's heart, she said. So what if that's the case? The current situation is so tense that Canis couldn't help but shout out loud. Aaron! Aaron! She still ignores the warning calls and continues, if you truly believe he is dead. Iruki's face darkened further, a deadly glint flashing in his eyes, feeling as if thousands of blades were piercing through his opponent. Meanwhile, Aaron instinctively covered her face, her eyes filled with fear and confusion as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. No way you would cry and look so scared. Aaron stared in shock at Iruki standing still. Around him were streaks of blood red and shadows. For a moment, Iruki instinctively looked back at the room where Siron was lying, then retracted his magic and stopped the movement of his hands. In the silent night enveloping the academy, only the full moon shines brightly in the darkness. The school will fall into chaos in a few days, Iruki said. You move closer to the bed where Siron is lying. If we're going to hold a funeral, it will be too late. Iruki's eyes look at Siron's face, as if he is in a deep sleep, then shift to the cold, sharp blade. If you don't stop me, I won't be able to move forward. An old memory flashes when Siron takes Iruki's hand and firmly says, if that happens, I will stop you. Raising the knife in his hand, Iruki continues, So, Siron, I will save you. You lower the blade towards his arm, and Iruki pauses for a moment as he feels the tip touch Siron's skin. Without hesitation, he pressed the tip of the knife into his skin. At Anpass Magic Academy, students are required to live in the dormitories. Because this academy is where the children of high-ranking nobles in the kingdom are raised, security is the most important thing, but the academy was infiltrated by 4 unidentified attackers. A male professor slowly said that in the end, the attackers were dealt with, and the boy saved the students and the professors. The remaining professors in the council fell into contemplation as the male professor continued recounting the story, but unfortunately our school's shining star Arian Siron has passed away. Principal Anpass remained calm as he listened to the other professor. If the outside world found out about this, the academy would not be able to avoid responsibility for this serious matter. A male wind mage wearing glasses immediately stood up and looked in. We must hold Siron's funeral as soon as possible. He continued speaking, saying, we need to inform the parents. Another wind mage across from him immediately reacted, and some of us thought you didn't know that? Siron's friends are insisting on holding a funeral for the boy. The professor continues. His body is still in the infirmary instead of the morgue. I can't understand their reason for that. He just says that, a silver-haired professor interjected. But in reality, he's just trying to buy more time so the school's reputation isn't affected. The opposing professors all protested. How can you say such things? I'm saying we need more time to think. The professor with glasses and silver hair keeps arguing as well. The longer this goes on, the worse public opinion will become. Forget about the school's reputation. The school could be shut down. We need to act quickly. We don't even know the whereabouts of the students involved in the dispute. And the inability to find a solution makes the bespectacled, silver-haired professor and the others worry as they look towards Elder Anpass. Principal, please make a decision regarding the student council meeting held today. This is not an ordinary student council meeting. She said that if the children of the most noble families accuse the school together, then we won't be able to do anything. Principal Anpass replied calmly. I am the one who says we should wait. The old man looked seriously at Anpass's spokesperson, causing the professors to exclaim. The principal sat silently in the meeting room, observing both sides as the conflict and disputes continued to unfold during the debate. As the professor said, the environment will face greater disadvantages if we continue to wait. But there is still a more important question than the school's future. Did Siron really die? Or is it just a memory of him using magic to save everyone at the academy and lying motionless in Ami's arms? Am I thinking about this rationally? Did we think Siron was special? Both Professor That and Sienna remained silent during the council's argument. Anpass silently wondered if he sometimes asked himself this question, but those vague feelings refused to fade away. His eyes flashed with a golden hue when he thought of it. The immortality function is a realm we know nothing about, Etla said firmly. In this battle, Siron made a radical decision to free her immortality function. The room quickly fell silent as the professors listened to her words. Usually, this phenomenon is defined as nirvana. Etla explains that nirvana is a state different from life. So just because he reached nirvana doesn't mean he's dead. Some professors in red robes looked confused. I don't understand. Some people are tearing their hair out. This is a magic academy, not a regular ceremony. I understand what the headmaster is saying. It is possible that Siron the Unlocker is still alive. I fully understand what you are saying. However, there is no guarantee that the boy will wake up. While waiting for Siron, not knowing when he will regain consciousness, we may have to face the worst-case scenario. Principal Alpheus immediately intervened. And what is that? The professors in red robes looked at him with terrified expressions. Of course, that would mean the school would be shut down. Anpass quickly denied. No, that's not true. The old man's face darkened with seriousness. The worst-case scenario is that all students and professors could be wiped out. The entire hall fell silent at Anpass's words. He continued, if Siron is not here, no one will survive, including you all. Anpass's tone is calm, unhurried, and unshakable. Could it be that there is no chance at all? Even less than 1%. He bowed his head, unable to see the expression on his face. The child sacrificed his life for us. As professors of this magic academy, shouldn't we try? Every word from Anpass made the red-robed professors bow their heads in silence. If I take responsibility and am punished, the school won't be shut down. So for that child, shouldn't we also be willing to sacrifice like that? The old man said. That morning, the school grounds were still crowded as usual. In the corner of the school hospital room, Siron remains still on the bed, with Amy and others watching over him day and night. Ami gently places her hand on his forehead. It doesn't matter how long it takes, it could be years or decades. She whispers that she will wait until he comes back, so she can't hide the worry and pain on her face while Amy keeps muttering, so just say that he will return. She couldn't help but break down in the suffocating silence, using her tears to wash her face. Say something, Amy pleads. Siron remains with his eyes closed, unmoving. Not long after, his eyelids gently lifted to reveal his blue eyes. Siron slowly sat up, but strangely, there was not a single scar on his body. Siron looked around confused, his hazy eyes unsure of where he was. As he walked unconsciously, suddenly he realized. I remember now. Memories flood back. I embraced a girl falling off a cliff to save everyone. That was when I unleashed my immortality to its fullest extent. He raised his hand to observe. Is this the reincarnation of the moon? It seems. I haven't yet forgotten the memories from when I was alive. Suddenly he notices something. But why? Siron stands alone in the empty space. No matter where I go, the scene remains the same, as if all my senses are completely numb. He slowly moved forward, mind racing, realizing he was stepping onto an invisible staircase, and immediately knew he was clueless. Siron remains lost like at the beginning, just as before. His face blank, distance does not exist. He imagined himself waving to another clone far away. People can only measure distance if there are 2 reference points. The clone disappeared, and he fumbled to find it. If one of the 2 reference points does not exist, then the concept of distance disappears, and space does not form. Siron glanced and thought, which means that no matter where I go here, it's as if I haven't gone at all. Someone's voice cut in, and it was excellent. I didn't expect you to understand the meaning of that space. I know you have the right to be here, Siron wondered and looked up. Who is that? Am I dead? His eyes widened as a pink light hole appeared above him, surrounded by multicolored rays. His growing power made him cover his eyes against the brightness. The power envelops the entire space, and surprisingly, from within that magical aura, a beautiful girl with blue hair steps forward. She approaches Siron and says, "I've been waiting for you." Siron, to be precise. Siron asks, confused, "Who is that?" The girl with blue hair gently smiled. Ah, she reached out her hand to her chest to introduce herself. It was the Lord on Thursday when Siron passed away, outside the quiet campus, sunlight shining down on the school roof. Due to recent events, the teachers took a risk and postponed all corrective measures. However, the students refused. The student council gathered in the classroom, watching silently. Behind the student council members, there is a blackboard with written content. Do you agree with the corrective measures the teachers deemed appropriate after the meeting? Yes. No. The students felt as if the principal they trusted wholeheartedly had betrayed them. A young man with black hair slammed the desk and shouted loudly, saying everything that happened was the principal's fault. 40 years ago, he stood below, facing the student council, and made his presentation. The charges against the principal had to be postponed to another day, and Siron's funeral was also rescheduled. They just didn't want to take responsibility. Amira, the second-year student council president, said irritably with her hands clasped, "The student council must definitely get involved in this." The entire audience cheered in unison. Yes, yes, the principal must be held responsible for this incident. Punish him. Punishment. Suddenly, a hand was raised in protest. Wait, everyone has misunderstood. Sari stood up and replied, "I am Serial from Class 5. Everyone is assuming Siron is gone forever, but no, that's not the whole truth." The girl explained, "Siron's heart has stopped beating, but his body hasn't decomposed yet, causing people below to gossip." Is that true? Is that true? Serial continued. The professors made their decision based on this suspicion. Amira hurriedly asked for confirmation. Is that true? If Serial is still alive, then why has his heart stopped beating? Amira urged her, while Serial closed his eyes in deep thought. Please tell us the details, Serial replied with a decisive gesture in front of his chest, the result of unlocking the immortality ability. The room now fell silent, her voice trembling as she spoke about a mysterious topic. So before she finished, the students below whispered, "What is this immortality ability?" I heard it's the highest realm a wizard can reach. It's a realm, but also the knowledge that creates magic. So what if that's the case? Surprised and terrified by the whispers below, sweat pouring down her face turning pale, she thought to herself, "Wait, why are they reacting like that?" At this moment, Amira is also pondering. It's a mysterious topic, isn't it? Could it be that the second innate talent of wise mages is to make decisions after thinking about a problem multiple times? Serial glances in fear. I understand now. She thinks of the children. We are still not mages, but just students. Younger elementary students only acknowledge what they truly see and feel. She keeps imagining delinquent students harboring ill intentions toward the principal. And the older students are biased because they hate the principal. They don't have that kind of lofty, rational ability. What does that have to do with those accusations? The scene where the principal gets arrested and Siron lies in a flower-filled coffin before being buried. With this kind of situation, she will just hold her head and cry, and they'll take Siron away to be buried. What should I do now? Suddenly, another hand spoke up. I am the MC from Class BM with angry eyes, shouts. The school's honor depends on its students. If people hear rumors that our teachers are untrustworthy, they will lose confidence in our students as well. Mac gently placed his hand on his chest and said softly, "However, we know that the one who helped us realize what it truly means to be a real wizard." The students below gradually understood. Mac continues, his large wrinkled hand guiding the small arm forward. "Have you given us love? The image of the principal playing with the children from when we were kids appears, and everyone below changes their mind. Yes, they raised us to become good people." Mac's voice kept ringing out. Although the principal made a mistake in the past, Mek Hung Ho loudly declared, "I don't think we need to oppose the teachers we deeply respect." Cyril's eyes sparkle with admiration. "That's right, Mar. If logic doesn't work, then we will hit them right in their emotions." The girl sitting next to Amira saw her tapping on the table. Amira's vacant eyes reveal her calculations. If we vote now, the result will be a tie at 5 each. The board is full of students' names, and below, some are nervous, some are crying, and others are laughing. What are the accusations? Please forgive the teachers. Go on. I hope these young children in the first grade are not too hopeful in their opposition. So, that's why I said we need to separate them properly. Amira is incredibly clever. They won't force her to face accusations like this. What should I do? A hand raised high, voice loud. Adino FMY, first grade. A guy stands up. All eyes are on him. Serial. Why did FMY stand up? He stood up and saluted. I forgot to mention an important thing. We owe Siron our lives. Is there anyone here who is not sad because he sacrificed himself? The students' faces below turned somber, making Serial look down in worry. For the sake of our savior, we must fight to honor Siron's soul. Wait, don't honor his soul. Siron isn't dead yet. Really, based on what I know, Phi calmly replied. I have a cold smile. They are using chemicals to preserve Siron's body. If he's still alive, then why are they doing this? The whole room was surprised. Amira asked if that was really true. Member Phi. Then Amira turned to question Serial. Serial member, do you know about that? Try to stay calm in the face of suspicion. Please, tell us, Serial member. She trembles and tears up. I refuse to provide information that would incriminate myself. She secretly thought Amy was sorry. Amira immediately swung her hand. Now we will start the voting, but I predict the majority will favor it. Serial quietly blames it all on that damn fizzy guy. At the schoolyard, students are protesting and resigning from Anpass. Go ahead and face the interrogation. Ami leads loudly, organizing Siron's funeral. Stop preserving the body of the deceased. Amy and a guy suddenly appear in the observation room below. It's not good. Anpass uses magic on Siron's body with a sorrowful expression. It seems they have realized we used slow magic. The old man's face briefly looked sad. We don't have much time left. God? Standing before Siron is God. God spoke. Do you not believe in me? Just as the objects created by humans carry their thoughts and features, everything created by the Lord bears his characteristics. From there, it can be inferred that you resemble the Lord the most. Chiron, you are surprised and stunned. God gently and gracefully extends his hands, calling Chiron. His beautiful face, teary eyes, and gentle long hair speak softly. Will you create a world with me? Siron hesitated and took a small step back. What, you can clearly see my confusion right now. Stammering, say it with me. Siron suddenly realized she was naked, quickly covering herself with her hands and explaining, I'm sorry this is so sudden, I didn't mean to curse like that. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak clearly, sweat pouring down his back, and the Lord waved his hand with a smile at Siron's adorable embarrassment. The Lord just used magic to create clothes to cover him and said, Don't be shy, this isn't your world. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled and said, Your body still exists in your world. Siron suddenly fell silent and looked up at him. Feeling embarrassed to speak to the girl who calls herself the Lord, I knew it right away. Is this a different world? She raised one hand to her chest and tilted her head slightly, replying, No, this is a different place from where I live. She raises her index finger right in front of her eyes, with a small black dot on the tip. One dot is a dimension without sound or surface, a round black spot in the midst of a white expanse. And the deeper you go, the more you realize this black dot is not as small as it seems. From the outside, it looks like there is no space. Only when you zoom in do you see that inside there is a space where Siron is standing and talking with God. But in reality, it is condensed. I look down at my two hands, quietly thinking that a dot has a distance between my two hands. In other words, my body is in 3 dimensions. Siron said while looking at his hands, there is a 3-dimensional world inside a dot. God gently smiled and remarked that your perspective is truly unique. From an angle where God's expression isn't clearly visible right now, she confidently affirms that yes, that is the essence of time and space. Even a world seen from afar appears as a dot. God brings a dot on her fingertip close to her eye and looks directly at it. But if you get closer and look, it's an infinite world. Siron was stunned, and the Lord is the creator of that world. What do you think? He paused for a moment before asking, I can't go back, can I? God looked at Siron in surprise and replied, You can't. You don't want to give up yet? If you're feeling regretful, I will immediately interrupt the Lord and deny that, saying, No, that's not it. I understand very well. Siron hesitantly asks, Can I ask one more question? Of course I do. Why did you lie? This question from Siron hit right at God's sore spot.
and she was extremely surprised. The water beneath her slightly rippled. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. God does not lie. There is no need to lie. The Lord's eyelids drooped, a constant smile still on his lips, because if I believe it doesn't exist, then it won't exist. Siron's face darkened, his eyes growing colder as he lied again. And just that one sentence made the Lord's expression turn grim, his gaze no longer as bright as before. "And?" he suddenly asked. "Do you think you are the Lord?" The Lord remained silent for a moment before sharply lifting his gaze. She said, "I think there is a misunderstanding here because our definitions of God are different. I will show you what God really is." Siron stands silently, and the scene shifts to a small village nestled among endless rolling mountains under a clear blue sky where villagers gently sweep ripe rice with sickles. In the corner of that house, under the shade, 2 women are standing and chatting, while children run down to the field to catch dragonflies. Everything around Siron looks so real that he stares in wonder for a long time. Is this world just a copy like what I see? He turns to look at where the Lord is standing. She is holding a sphere in her arms. However, I can move that farmer, one hand holding the sphere, the other resting on it and pointing at the farmer from that small village. The 2 fingers of God gradually pass through the upper layer of the sphere, which is also the sky in this replica world, as a large shadow suddenly appears over Siron and covers him completely. From his perspective, looking up at the sky, you can see how large God's 2 delicate, white fingers have become. Those fingers grasp the farmer's back collar and lift him high into the air. Finally, he drops him in front of a horse eating straw. In the distance, the Lord stands apart from Siron and says, "The space has changed, which means time has changed too." God lifts the floating sphere in the palm of his hand because time and space are one. He suddenly utters 2 words, time and space, immediately receiving God's agreement. That's right, a hand is lifting the knight. There is a similar thing in your world, right? If you move a knight in your world, the previously lifted knight is now placed in a different position. The time unit of a turn has passed on the chessboard, meaning you are manipulating time and space called the chessboard. Siron looks at the back of the Lord while she says, "The Lord is not the undefeated and supreme being as your faith believes. In the golden fields of ripe rice, dragonflies flutter through the blue sky. They are only designers capable of creating a lower dimensional space than where they are now. When did the footsteps of the Lord draw near to that farmer? But their creations believe that God is an absolute being." God stands behind the farmer, watching his back and saying, "Because they possess a power that creations cannot have, and God can manipulate them without their knowing." The face of that farmer is magnified. It's just a piece of wood with 2 holes carved out as eyes. This farmer doesn't know how he moved, nor does he realize that this world is a copy. He shows a terrified expression upon hearing this from the god. The Lord still smiles, his bright blue eyes looking at Siron. There's only one way to let him know. His pupils contracted, his eyebrows furrowed, and a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. Siron exclaimed in horror, "Immortality ability." One of God's hands rests on the farmer's shoulder. Yes, that's right. Immediately, a spell was cast. The Lord tilted his head to look at him as the farmer gradually turned into sparkling particles. The power of immortality. Siron and the Lord look up as the sparkling particles rise into the sky. The Lord speaks again. Immortality is a sensory perception that shapes the entire world. The shimmering particles continue to chase each other, rising into the vast blue sky, spreading to the upper corners, but ultimately blocked by the glass of the sphere. God cups the sphere in the palm of his hand, his beautiful face suddenly turning enchanting. Still, that farmer's world remains inside this glass sphere. He cannot perceive the entities in the higher dimension. Siron looked at the glass sphere with fear. "Do you understand now?" Siron. God moves the glass sphere to one side of himself. "I have brought you here." Someone has unleashed their immortality and was nearly torn apart to reach this special area. He remained silent for a moment, cautiously eyeing the opponent before asking, "What do you want from me?" God just used magic on the glass sphere and said, "This glass sphere, under God's magic, instantly turned into a small black dot." Siron kept his eyes fixed, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. A point in time that we created is gone. Siron creates a different universe, a universe within a small point that gradually transforms into a smaller point, containing another universe inside. And another thing, if we keep repeating it, God looked up at the endless sky with shining stars and cheerfully said it would become a perfect universe, called the time-space matrix. Meanwhile, Siron's face darkened. He said nothing and just stood silently listening. Suddenly, Siron said, "I can't." The Lord then asked, "Why?" "I'm sure you have no reason to refuse." The Lord asked again, "Do you not like my proposal?"
He slightly bows his head and replies, "That's not bad. I think becoming the Lord to create a new world is good, and your plan to create a perfect universe sounds acceptable too. But if I enter your timeline, someone like me will have to make a sacrifice." The Lord's bright blue eyes slightly lowered, shining a light from the dark corner of his face. The Lord extended a finger forward, opening his mouth as if issuing a command. "I won't give you a choice. If you refuse, I will tear you apart." Siron's expression remains unwavering. "I won't do it." The Lord said, "We'll find out soon enough." At the same time, he cast a magic attack that caused the surrounding water to shake violently. The Lord remained in his stance as he cast the spell, his expression calm as if he had done nothing wrong. But that calm expression was gone in an instant, replaced by surprise. "Now I understand." On the other side of the water, Siron stands there completely intact, with no wounds or scars on his body, his hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes shining with a blue hue, resembling a time-space magic circle as the Lord described, like a spiritual realm. Siron raised one hand in front of him and activated his own magic, directing his realm's red magic towards the girl who claimed to be the Lord. His eyes now are more determined than ever. He confidently affirms that she is a mage. "Siron, don't do something you'll regret," she said as she slowly stepped back. He still stands there in silence, unsure of her intentions, as the silent goddess begins to unleash magic around herself. "You think you can defeat me? I'm sure I can't win." She's the one who has reached the level of claiming to be a god. Oxen, no. Maybe even stronger than the god. But no matter what, he is sure of his choice and firmly states that this is not the place he should be. Siron recalled the image of the goddess with the man he had observed, realizing that when the farmer unlocked his immortality, his body had vanished without a trace. "But she has my body existing in another world, so I can go back, right?" The goddess answered his question. "Yes, you can go back. But there's no way you'll succeed. You'll just end up dying again." She is trying to persuade Siron to reconsider, "But I will still try." He firmly refuses her and decides not to turn back. She ponders that capturing him isn't the problem, but his maximum energy output is. The goddess looks worried as she gazes at the red energy in Siron's palm. If that happens, this space will be destroyed. After some reflection, she begins to unleash her power. Siron looks quite worried, unsure of what she is planning to do. The goddess raises her arm to create a black hole that pulls Siron's red energy into it, while the ground beneath is suddenly flooded with water from an unknown source. After casting the spell, she continued, "This place is a crossroads of space and time, and the moment you step in, you will go through the process you took to get here in reverse." Siron was quite skeptical when the goddess agreed to let him return. "She really will let me go back, but before he leaves, she has one condition. Promise me one thing. If you fail to return to your original world, come back here and follow my instructions." Siron remained skeptical and worried, unsure if he would truly be able to go back. "I tell you again, you won't succeed." He looks at the gate and returns to the deep darkness. He turned back and thanked the goddess. "Thank you for letting me return. It's still too early to thank me. It's not easy for a pure and sacred being to return to a complex, physical body, let alone a human body filled with terrifying components. If you can get through, you'll become a strange creature and no longer be human. If you want to give up, come back this way. I still want Siron to think and stay, but he is certain he will not give up. Goodbye." He gradually steps inside the gate to return to his body. Safe journey. The goddess A offers her final blessing to Siron as he slowly moves forward into the gate. Inside the pitch-black gate, he groped his way forward, step by step. If he passes through this way, he can return. Siron continued to move forward, even though everything around him was pitch black, and he kept walking without regard for his surroundings. Still, the darkness envelops everything around him, making him wander in despair. Now he, panic-stricken, realizes that this place looks exactly like the White Room from earlier. Looking back, he was confused to see that the gate was still there. The goddess was still standing there, watching him. Siron now falls silent, reflecting quietly. Looking back, he realizes there were many strange things. Why did she give up on me so easily? He remembers the goddess's earlier words. "You won't succeed." Siron panicked when he realized he had fallen into the goddess's trap. "I'm trapped in a time prison now." I remembered a memory from when I was at Uncle Amin's house 2 months ago. Yes, it's the freezing spell. Uncle Amin's figure gradually appears and speaks to him. Siron is in a classroom scene with his friends standing still. If it's a freeze, it's the highest level of magic where a time mage can move faster than the speed of light. Are we moving at the speed of light? You're quite clever. Exactly. So when it appears, time doesn't stop. He looked up and continued. The light is quite strange. There are stars passing across the sky, and the light can make a mage faster. After a certain point, the shooting stars appear to accelerate and have an infinite color behind them. They can catch up with time itself orbiting the Earth. This is the foundation of the freeze spell.
Back then, after gaining knowledge from Uncle Amin's words, Siron began to ponder. If this is a space-time trapped within the speed of light, I might be able to escape. Once he understood, he opened his eyes. If I am faster than the speed of light, but how can I do it? Superluminal speed, a type of speed that only exists in theory and is completely unreal. That statement from the goddess hinted to Siron that the moment he steps in, he will go through the same process he experienced to get here, but in reverse. He slowly stood up, understanding now, using the purple magic, the power of immortality. Siron took his position to prepare for the race. The speed at which immortality spreads across the universe is instantaneous. Right now, I am just a soul without a body, and I don't know if moving faster than light is possible. Destruction. With eyes full of confident determination. Even though he knows he might fail, he has to try. I won't give up. He starts racing with the light. Siron moves incredibly fast, leaving a long purple streak behind him. He succeeded. His soul was moving so fast that all you could see were streaks of purple light. I can see his body lying still on that bed. So his soul is moving quickly along a long purple light toward his own body. The place I was before, where my friends are. His body lies on the bed where the hand is focusing magic to heal him. The one healing him is Headmaster Alpheus. The scene shifts to the real world. The day after Siron's death, the headmaster is sitting beside the bed, watching over Siron's body. Behind them are Diana, Itella, En, and Aruki sitting on chairs waiting, while Ami leans against the doorframe. Suddenly, Surreal speaks, catching Amy's attention. Look over there. Outside, someone is holding up a petition and causing a commotion as the representative of the students of Anpass Magic Academy. We have submitted a petition to all the professors. A crowd causing chaos is led by Amira, the white-haired student council president and head of Anpass, who has surrendered and is being questioned by the Magic Association. The protesting students voiced their concerns, saying, "Senior, please stay calm," as Sienna, furious, pushed the door open to confront them. Why did the student council incite other students and cause chaos in the school? The girl with white hair stepped forward, holding up a piece of paper high and shouting, "No one is inciting anyone." We didn't want it to come to this, but Siron has been dead for 8 days. Why hasn't there been any announcement yet? Siron has fallen into a coma. Just considered a coma as long as his heart is still beating. You can't fool us by saying his body hasn't decomposed yet. Isn't that enough to hold the principal accountable? We also have Siron's death as evidence, but the old school doesn't want to fall apart just because of this. I'm sorry for confusing you, but this is the best decision the teachers could make, and we will take responsibility for this. Can the teachers truly bear the burden of their actions? Why would she say that? Is there really something we've missed? What the hell is going on? I have read the entire report. It seems this girl is hesitating. Fuomai stood nearby, looking serious as he silently thought Amira would join the parade, and if she turned her back, it would be very troublesome for his plans. With a calculating look in his eyes, I don't want to get involved. He smiled kindly and offered his opinion. Just do this. Let us see Siron's condition. We will decide after seeing him with our own eyes. Hearing that suggestion, Sienna shouted angrily, "We can't allow it. Wait until everything is settled." Hearing Sienna speak, the crowd seemed to be provoked and couldn't hold back. How can we trust you? Let us in. We have the right to know and fight for our school. Maria and some others tried to stand up and stop them, but they were pushed aside by the crowd. You can't. Luckily, the main character caught Maria and shouted loudly, "Stop pushing too far." The life of another student is in danger as the crowd continues to push forward without hesitation. Suddenly, a shadow of someone from Siron's treatment room burst out violently, smashing the window and startling those below. He landed right in front of the building's entrance, blocking the crowd from rushing inside. That's Nen. He stands right in front of the door, unleashing lightning magic around his body and says, "All right, go ahead if you want, but if you do, you'll die." He radiated a deadly gaze, vowing to be ruthless against anyone daring to step forward and break in. At this moment, the schoolyard was divided into 2 groups, protesters and defenders. Amira wondered aloud, "What do you mean? Are we supposed to treat you well because you did something? And is this how you talk to your seniors?" Everyone around her also looked just as angry. She straightened up, her body emanating a lightning-like energy, and spoke sternly. Should I say it again? The power around his body is growing stronger, and a huge energy is spreading outwards. Seeing the scene before them, the opponents began to tremble in fear, their faces filled with disbelief as they exclaimed, "Wait, no way." Even Amira looks pale. No way. With the massive magic energy released and the surrounding lightning, the students are surprised to realize it is plasma magic. They wondered, isn't he only in 5th grade? Even at school, Ken is just a first-year student.
His teammates are watching from above, their faces full of panic. Ami exclaimed, "That is real destruction magic." Serial replied, "So he hid this kind of magic. Only a rookie knew it would be like this." Standing with arms crossed in a corner, he thought about how the bastard used that kind of magic. Seeing the scene, he clenched his fists and endured in silence. Although he knew what would happen if he did it, Siron didn't die. Nan's face lost control, filled with furious threat. "I will kill all the trash. Don't you dare touch Siron." At Siron's place, he is lying on a bed with a stream of purple energy heading toward him. Deep inside, he feels himself returning, going back to where everyone is. Suddenly, small flames like mischievous spirits appeared. From the source of power, Tin reached out a hand as if to touch those flames. Then the image of Siron's body appears, a transparent form trying to escape because Siron knows something is clinging to him. Many voices echoing in his mind cause him intense pain as he collapses, holding his head. One of the voices still ringing in his head. "What is this?" While Siron is covering his face, the voice continues to echo. "Rebirth, the lowest existence." Hearing these words, his eyes widened. And it didn't stop there. The voice echoed again. "Humans always have a strong will to survive." Siron seems to have realized everything, so that's how it is. He remembers what the Lord said, that it's not easy to combine something pure with a spiritual entity to return to a complex physical body, more than a human body filled with disgusting elements. He recalls those words, and now they are lingering in his mind. "What she said I can't bear to scream. No, I will return." That voice echoes around me again. "Where are you going? There is nowhere to welcome you." When that voice speaks the next words, the only thing awaiting you is death. This successfully triggered Siron's anger. He yelled furiously, silencing him. He tries to run toward the body, avoiding the red beams of light. "I will return to my world." He reaches out his hand and shouts, "Stay away from me." Right now, at the school, Amira is criticizing Nin. "Why can't you accept that your friend is dead?" "You foolish junior!" Her eyes lit up again as she clenched her fists and used magic, creating thick clouds of black smoke that covered the entire space. This is a weather magic that can absorb. The people behind her are also preparing to cast spells, their eyes shining. "Do you really think the sky is filled with balloons?" He looked up, and at that moment, Amira's voice rang out again. "Can you beat all of us?" Suddenly, footsteps and a voice sounded out. Well, I can't believe you're involved in a fight you can't even control." Iruku hesitantly walks over and asks coldly if he needs help. Nere is startled and calls Irukien's name, glancing over before questioning him. He thought Siron was dead. Then he shouted, "Aren't you on their side?" Everyone was stunned and whispered, "What is he talking about?" "Of course not, I only—" His face suddenly hardened as he looked at the crowd and continued, "I don't want them to do as they please and take Siron away." Amira became increasingly frantic, shouting and grinding her teeth in fury. "You bastards! Siron is still unconscious and lying in bed right now." A voice suddenly sounded beside him. "It seems." Anas looked down sadly and spoke. "It seems this is the end." Hearing that, My was startled and turned around confusedly. "What are you talking about? What do you mean by the end? Are you going to bury Siron?" "Yeah." She couldn't believe it and questioned him. "You mean that?" Sienna and Atala are beside him with sad faces. Anpass then told her, "Look outside." He saw his students preparing for battle through the window, but he was extremely sad. He warned that the kids had already unleashed deadly magic and were trying to kill each other. He hesitated, saying if this continued, it would lead to another tragedy. Amy's eyes welled up with tears as she heard this, and she held back Anpass's hand to stop him. "No, Siron is not dead," she sobs and cries. "You knew that, didn't you?" He just closed his eyes and gave up without saying a word. Amy bows her head, tears of sorrow falling as she calls Siron's name. Elsewhere, Phi covers his mouth, laughing maliciously. He is confident in his fighting skills and fears nothing. He looks at Nen and Iruki and plans, "I will become the one hunting you down." Over here, Amira also feels a bit worried and thinks to herself, "Is this real? The students are preparing deadly magic to face each other." Thinking of this, she suddenly spoke up. "You are Iruki, the genius syndrome sufferer?" Iruki's face remained expressionless as he heard those words. She continued, "You are colder than anyone else. Are you acting based on emotion?" Amira still puffed up and shouted, "Do you really believe Siron is still alive?" Iruki answered emotionlessly, "I only have one answer. You said it with a very confident tone. Siron is not dead, so hearing this, he is extremely surprised." "What?" Amira suddenly darkened her face with a mocking smile. "Is that so?" "She's going crazy thinking she's right." "I guess you've prepared a logical explanation to convince us." You straightforwardly replied, "Of course."
This answer made everyone stare in shock, wondering what the hell. Haruki continued, I have proof. Hearing that, Amira quickly responded, show us then. What makes you think Siron is still alive? You're about to explain. The first reason is you raised your hand to the sky, now it's 4 o'clock. Well, I'll let you figure it out yourselves. Everyone looked up at the sky with curious expressions, thinking that the bell resembled a spiritual sign. What's going on? Even the people nearby are confused. He is counting. But while everyone is wondering what is happening, Amira speaks up. I understand now when she goes crazy and screams loudly. We will confirm Siron's condition ourselves no matter what. Haruki raises the folder high while Amira's voice continues to shout loudly. Do you think you can stall for how long before the graduation class? At the same time, Canis appeared and said, that's quite amusing, can I join in? Amira angrily scolds, how dare you come here without any fear? Standing confidently beside Canis is Aaron. Ah, annoying. This time I will catch you, remember my words? Canis nonchalantly replies, go ahead if you think you can. Haruki continued searching through the documents. You're 27 seconds late, Canis said playfully, arms crossed. Whatever, now I will repay Siron, so just watch my friend turn the pages. What is it, Haruki? Haruki calmly, a notebook from Lei Long, exclaimed in shock. What is it? Haruki calmly replied, I diagnosed Siron's illness and sent the collected sample. You remember the scene where you cut Siron's hand with a knife, which made you panic. Since when did you? More importantly, did you do this in 5 days from the capital? Khan is standing there silently confused, Aaron. Then Amira spoke up. Lei Long? What kind of scam is this? Do you think the name Mechadin will change everything? Haruki calmly replied, don't worry, I use an alias. If I used my real name, my father would be bothered. Besides, don't you think what's written in this document is more important? What if she shouts? Does it contain a magic that can bring the dead back to life? Haruki does not deny. It has a name. Analysis shows it possesses immortality potential and is in a coma state. As soon as the sentence ended, everyone was stunned. Na turned to look at her friend Haruki, who explained that based on the analysis of the subject's cellular structure, they were in a state of suspended activity. Everyone in the room also looked down to observe the sample collected 24 hours after the subject's death, with organ functions showing no change in the data below. He reviewed the documents based on the collected data. The subject's body may be in a state of suspended activity, but it cannot be concluded that the body's functions have ceased. Everyone murmured, making Amira feel worried. Is there something different? Does that mean he's not dead yet? Haruki continued analyzing. Lei Long classified 3 types of circulatory arrest, complete heart stoppage, and 2 types of temporary heart cessation. When he mentioned the 3 hearts not functioning, but in a state like stopped, it made Amira turn pale and look incredulous. Wait a minute, the 3rd one is really unreasonable. Flipping his hand rapidly, this is what really matters. Listen carefully, the image of the heart appears and he explains that while observing a living being with a stopped heart based on the immortal body, there might be 2 new cases before everyone, he calmly states. Case 1. If the autonomous ability is temporarily impaired due to a special reason, until the brain reaches a conclusion, it is possible that the body will temporarily suspend its functions. And in the second case, even if the subject's autonomous ability has ended, Haruki holds a watch that can perceive the observer's sense of time differently, even while the body functions normally. Hearing this, Amy relaxes and leans on Serial's chest. From his analysis, an outsider wouldn't be able to observe this activity due to the interference of a space-time. You are still flipping through and continuing to speak. Based on the magic logic, the subject passes through. Anyway, she was frightened by your convincing words inside Aryan Siren's recovery room. Her eyes looked worried. The end of the document is marked with a red stamp. Since Haruki's final statement can't be considered as having died, when did the tears start to fall? Haruki asked how. I found her face bright with hope, smiling brightly. The way to revive the dead. Amira, pale and trembling, holding the stack of papers, Long Tom wondered. So the student council was wrong? Her fingers clutched that tattered paper tighter and tighter. The country's largest magic organization said that the council's choice was correct. The crowd behind also started to panic and murmur. So what do we do now? Us? The sudden loud call made her startle. Amira panicked, shouted at the principal as he slowly approached her. Amira collapsed on the spot, her face lowered in fear as she said, We didn't mean to cause trouble, headmaster. The crowd of students also remained silent, lowering their heads and not daring to look up at him. While she was trying to justify her mistake, we just thought that hiding everything was wrong. Amira's eyes welled up with tears and her voice choked. And we thought the school would only... Anpass gently stroked her head in comfort and then said, I am sorry. Sorry for making you do this.
Still, can you trust me one more time? Amira was stunned, lifting her head to look at him with tearful eyes. Seeing no one spoke, he said, "Once we determine Siron's condition, I will take full responsibility for everything." Amira's words choked with emotion. Really? Can you truly believe that he still is the principal that Hang respects? He replied gently, "I would risk my life." Then no more words were spoken. She just kept crying uncontrollably, as if Amira's slap had disappeared. At this moment, only a little crying student remains in the loving teacher's arms as all the students have left the schoolyard, and then someone approaches where Anpass is standing. He cheerfully said, "Oh my, if the principal shows up, it's too unfair." He laughed heartily in response. "Looks like I just got in your way, huh?" Then the teacher teased his former student. "Mai, you've already graduated. You're 22 years old this year." He responded very naturally, "I still haven't found a job with a higher salary than here." After saying that, she pouted and turned away, leaving Anpass to shake his head and sigh in frustration. The scene shifts to a long corridor where two people are trudging wearily. So it turns out that En and Eruki, with their strange, silent movements, seem to have some unresolved issue between them. Suddenly, En turns around and shouts, "Why didn't you tell me?" Earns, "You did it on purpose to look right, didn't you?" Eruki didn't even bother to look at him, just twirled his finger in his nose and replied indifferently, "Come on, how can I make plans with someone who is still immersed in suffering? What if it gets exposed and everything falls apart?" "Idiot, your friend's attitude is making you feel insulted." "That's right. I really am an idiot." "Fine." Seeing this guy throw a tantrum, Eruki didn't care and even said something. "Well, that's just how it is." Not only did he not say anything nice, but he also provoked further. "Do you remember his face just now?" Ni suddenly jumped in surprise and hurriedly erased that embarrassing memory before loudly responding, "I didn't even have time to think about it. I don't know how I'll manage tomorrow now." Unlike your frantic and flustered appearance, Eruki remains calm and even a bit self-satisfied. "Whatever, I'm so impressive that they probably don't even care about you." After hearing that, I was stunned. "Hey, hello." Then he suddenly punched Eruki in the stomach and asked, "Wait, are you even considering that too?" He swayed casually and said, "If you're going to bow to me, go ahead." As he walked and talked when they approached the door of the infirmary, they saw Amy standing alone in front of it. When they arrived, she called Eruki's name with tears in her eyes. He quickly responded, feeling a chill. "That's how it is. We managed to protect Siron." Amy suddenly burst into tears and thanked him through choked sobs. Regaining her composure a little, she looked up and said more clearly, "Thank you very much." Eruki saw the girl crying and turned pale with fear, goosebumps rising all over. He hurriedly shouted, "Yeah, whatever, just open the door quickly so we can get out of here." But as soon as the door opened, another obstacle appeared for Eruki. Serial rushed out from inside, eyes filled with tears, shouting his name loudly. Eruki quickly dodges with his superior evasion skills to avoid being embraced by her. The three of them, Amy and Serial, joyfully hug each other and burst into tears. "We did it, we saved Siron." And Eruki just stood silently to the side, quietly judging. "That's why I can't stand people like this." He turned to look at Siron with worry in his heart, but even though we proved he's not dead, it's not because of a miracle or anything. Eruki gazed deeply at his friend and whispered softly, "Come back." "You quietly assure Siron that we are ready to wait for you, no matter how long it takes," while at the same time Siron's mind is now in chaos with hormones and thoughts. As evil gradually takes over his mind, he wonders what would happen if he went insane while losing his sanity. And when goodness begins to rise up and fight, will I regain my clarity, or will I become something else? While still confused, evil begins to attack with extremely harsh words, saying, "You are just a stray picked up from the street. Your parents only needed one child, and that child doesn't have to be you." Even though your conscience screams that this isn't true, those bitter words still echo loudly. You are not their biological child, and the more time passes, the heavier it becomes. You could be adopted by anyone. They are not your parents. Goodness screams in helpless pain, and he can no longer hold back his tears. Every word and every letter is spat out by evil as sharp as a blade. Your true nature is that of a cowardly predator. You crush those weaker than you with your superior abilities. Your victory directly leads to others' failure and is ultimately sealed with a painfully honest statement. No one in this world needs you. His true good nature is gradually being suppressed by the devil. Siron fearfully thought to himself, "I'm doomed if this keeps up." In that dark space, your soul seemed to be torn into many pieces. Siron wondered if it was all over. However, within that space, there is a small point emitting a strong light. As my ego gradually shatters under countless conflicts, I find a remaining fragment. That small point of light is called the Source. Some call it the point, others call it the yin and yang, and the mages call it infinity. The shining point continues to emit a radiant glow, growing stronger and stronger, then unleashing countless beams of light that illuminate this deep, dark abyss. At this moment, Siron realizes that only when he loses everything can he see that everything is himself. The terrifying sounds that tear his heart apart, the voices rejecting them, all are himself. Those conflicts make up who I am. At this point, it seems like my soul has been shattered into dust, but I have been reborn again. There is still a protective layer forming around the body, and both the soul and the protective sphere shine brightly as Siron's mind understands and fully accepts the chaos within him. He confidently plunged into that black hole, and at the very bottom of the darkness, there is the light of heaven. Siron walks forward confidently. After everything, he has finally reached a safe zone. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the shadow behind Siron faded into a mist of bones and disappeared. In front of him, he now saw himself unconscious on the bed. Suddenly, a voice spoke behind him. "So you are completely determined to leave here?" When Chiron turned back, he saw a space open up and Miro from the time-space standing there. She spoke of a divine being returning to human form, an illogical existence called the secret sect, Varana. For those who don't know, it's basically one of the 3 paths leading humans to enlightenment. Miro gently continued, "I didn't expect you to be able to cross the event horizon, so you are entirely deserving." Siron looked up and asked, "Do you feel lonely?" Miro paused for a moment after hearing the question, then smiled and said, "A kind person like you, but a god cannot feel lonely." Still, her words suddenly cut off. "Honestly, I felt a little sad when you left, just a little." He smiled softly and replied, "Thank you for giving me the chance to come back." He emphasized again, "I really mean it. Miro warned you to remember there won't be a second chance." She said that Siron had reached the secret code and could no longer receive invitations from me. Hearing that, he turned to look back at Miro with a slightly sad expression and gently bowed to say goodbye. Siron no longer hesitated and quickly moved forward, the swirling white mist blending with the bright green light to form a wave that engulfed him. Siron closed his eyes to enjoy and feel his body sinking into that comfortable space, until suddenly a word from Miro made him startle in surprise and open his eyes wide. "Send my regards to Principal Alpheus." Siron looked clearly puzzled. "Huh?" He turned back towards Miro to find the answer. But at that moment, it was the very last second Siron lingered there. He left with a question, why? She found out, so it has been 11 days since Siron's death at the Academy's infirmary. A new day has come. His friends are still here, always waiting for Siron to wake up. Amy slumped her head on the hospital bed. When the first rays of the new day shone on her face, she snapped awake and wondered in confusion how she could have fallen asleep here. As usual, Amy gets up and goes to the bathroom for her personal hygiene. Then she returns to the room and starts talking to herself. "Siron, did you sleep well? The large window is open to welcome the bright sunlight." Amy asked, "How do you feel today?" And as she adjusted the flower vase, she said, "I truly am glad that you opened your eyes today." Amy has been so focused on her tasks that she hasn't noticed Siron has been awake and staring blankly all this time for nearly half a month. She cut each withered flower and then continued to confide. "Do you remember that day when I fell off the cliff? You were the first to come looking for me." Ami's voice choked, tears streaming down her face. "It's been a long time since then, since I said goodbye and left on my own. But I remember crying like rain when I saw the messages Siron wrote on the shop documents, and now Amy blames herself for not even apologizing or saying anything." She raised her hand to wipe away the tears that kept flowing, her voice somewhat reproachful. "Do you know how many things have happened since then?" "I really have so much I want to say." At this point, Amy shouted loudly, "So just go back!" And the sight of Siron lying still on the bed with wide-open eyes froze her in place for 5 seconds. The empty eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. Although his eyes were open, she wasn't sure if he had truly come back to life. After a few seconds of confusion, Amy trembled all over. Her face darkened, her mouth wide open but unable to scream. She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to control her breathing and stay calm. Amy's tiny trembling hands reach out to her 2 friends as if begging for help, but she still cannot utter a single sound from her throat. Amy's whole body trembled violently, her lungs now filled with accumulated air, unable to hold back any longer, as if she was about to suffocate. And then that morning, the entire academy was awakened by Ami's earth-shaking scream, prompting the principal to rush over to assess the situation. After checking, Mr. Dam Chiu said, "It seems Siron has been awake all night." Seeing his lifeless body, Sienna sighed and asked, "Yes, because he was affected by the slowing spell. Is he still alive?" And immediately Amy tapped him on the head. Anpass gently touched Siron's glowing forehead. "So, then, let's dispel the slow spell.
About a minute and a half later, Siron still showed no reaction. Both Nin and Iruki huddled together, looking at him with anticipation as Siron's pupils suddenly begin to react. After several convulsions, he suddenly woke up in a state of extreme panic. Once he regained his composure, all he saw before him was the stunned faces of everyone else. He asked in a dazed voice, panting, what just happened? Just now, I saw a strange whirlwind of light, and the principal was here too. Why is everyone? Was now crying softly, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him with a choked voice. This look made Siron feel a little nervous. He thought that in moments like this, a bright smile would do, so he raised his hand to wave hello, but Manhwa suddenly flew into a rage, pinched his cheek, and scolded him. You bastard, why are you saying goodbye? Just now you were crying like a child when Siron woke up, and now you're throwing a fit and beating up your friend. You bastard, making him hurt and screaming— Wait a minute. Amy collapsed in front of Siron, tears streaming down her face as she choked out her blame through sobs. Do you know how worried I was? You bastard! Amy's words gradually became overwhelmed by emotion, and she could no longer speak. I was devastated. At this point, Siron could only apologize to comfort his young friend. In the end, he finally understood everything. I traveled to another dimension and crossed the event horizon, feeling like only half a day had passed, but while I was there, a lot happened to everyone. Siron didn't know what to say, his voice starting to falter. Sorry, brother. Their unspoken words were drowned out by their shouts of joy. Siron is back. Nen and Iruki were so happy they didn't notice Ami sitting on the bed and just rushed to hug him tightly. Even though she had shouted to wait, but she couldn't blame being pressed against Siron's chest that made her blush all over. Master Anpass and Miss Sienna stood to the side, watching the wonderful friendship of the kids and feeling uplifted themselves. After the tearful reunion, it was time for some questions. Nen shouted, You've been dead for 10 days, you know that, right? Siron asked in surprise. What, 10 days? Wait, I'm dead? Iruki couldn't hold back anymore and grabbed his collar. His heart isn't beaten, so he's basically dead. Explain it, Siron has given up too. So then what happened afterward, and what about the others? At the same time, Itala and the 7 hurriedly rushed over. As soon as they entered, they saw 4 young people lying on the ground. She choked out, If I don't wake up, I will. This scene made Sienna think to herself. Itala was very worried because Sienna knew she was the one who entrusted the immortality function. When he fainted, Itala cried a lot, and when Siron woke up, she also cried with joy. However, their teacher-student relationship seemed a bit too intense, causing him to struggle for breath and cry out in pain. Startled, Itala let go. Siron's face is pale from severe oxygen deprivation as she frantically shakes him. Siron, I'm sorry, are you okay? He gasped for air with a bitter smile, secretly thinking he had never appreciated the air this much before. At this moment, Siron truly feels happy, as if these feelings he thought he had lost have returned to him. He smiles brightly and says to everyone, finally feeling like he has truly come back. I thought everyone in the village would be happy after that, but what Siron received was the fiery gaze of his teammate, and he hurriedly explained that he didn't mean it that way. The kids all jumped into a fight again. Amy went crazy. If not that, then what is it? Don't you make me feel something? Iruki and En were fighting and shouting together, Yes, hit him more and more, beat him until he's done for. Anpass smiled happily as he saw his children were safe. He didn't stay any longer, quietly turning away, feeling truly relieved. So relieved. He gradually walked away along the long corridor, contemplating his own plans. Now it's my turn. Suddenly, Siron's call made Anpass stop. He wondered, is that the principal? The young student has experienced many things. Truong temporarily closed the door, so take some time to settle down. I thank you for your concern, but I have something to ask. What is he curious about? Siron said, The thing is, I entered another dimension through the immortality function. Alpheus was stunned. You mean another dimension? He nodded and said yes and there. And then Siron recounted everything he had experienced to him. As Anpass listened, he contemplatively stroked his white beard. But when he mentioned the woman in that space, he seemed very surprised. Anpass asked again, So that woman knows who I am? Siron confirms. Yes, although my memory is a bit hazy, I am sure I didn't mishear those last words. I'm certain she wants me to send her regards to you. The principal said nothing, lost in thought, then decided to tell Siron. I understand now. I think I know that person. He asked in surprise, Do you know her? Why? Anpass sighed as if he had gained something. His mind pondered, I don't believe in things like fate, but Siron meeting that person might be destiny. However, when he looked into his eyes, he changed his mind and said, No. Maybe that is something unavoidable. Anpheus's eyes seemed nostalgic as he uttered a name. Adrias Miro. He added that she is currently known by another name, Miro of the non-time, or Miro of the time-space. He said, "The child is my disciple, specializing in large-scale magic." Hearing this, Siron was stunned in amazement. "My disciple, I wonder." "Master, what exactly is large-scale magic?" Anpass calmly explained. "Siron, have you ever heard the term unlocker?" "Yes, that's how the Magic Society refers to those who have unlocked the immortality function." He nodded, confirming that it would accelerate everything. Miro is also an unlocker. Siron was so stunned that he couldn't say anything more. Large-scale magic is a type of magic that can only be controlled by those who have awakened to the infinite nature of space and time. He sifted through the fragmented memories in his mind. Every time he came into contact with it, the calmness was clearly visible on Siron's face. Why does that power exist as magic? Anpass added that Miro was indifferent to reality, and there were many things he couldn't understand. Siron sat happily by the window, basking in the sun as he said, "It looks like today will be my last day in the hospital room." Looking at his friends, his voice was filled with emotion. "Thank you for visiting me. Amy, thank you as well." Sari happily laughed out loud. "It's no problem. Since the academy is closed, I can hang out with the kids." Next, Sariel started to complain. Truly long teeth, as a soon-to-graduate student, those research projects have overwhelmed her. Hearing that, Iruki gently advised, "If you're tired, why not take a rest?" She smiled and said, "If I rest, it doesn't mean my opponent will also rest." Seeing Iruki's attitude, Amy angrily sneered at the bastard, saying he was polite to Sariel but not to her. He ignored her without replying, thinking in his mind that his attitude towards Amy was just like Siron's towards her. Suddenly, I should turn to ask Sariel, "Is the director okay?" She said he was willing to take responsibility and accept any punishment. While Sariel was telling her story, Teacher Anpass was also riding in a fully enclosed carriage into the city. However, according to her, this time he might only be under investigation by the district. The carriage finally stopped and the door was opened. People from the district are coming out first, followed by Anpass and also Canis and Aaron. Exactly. The place they are about to enter is the Magic Association headquarters in the capital to proceed with the investigation. And mentioned that it seems during the third investigation at the Magic Association, he was summoned by a special prosecution team. They said they would ignore any relationships and follow the law. She was quite worried. Even Director Anpass seemed unable to avoid disciplinary action. Siron silently gazed out the window, recalling the conversation between the two teachers. A few days ago, he had sought answers to his questions. The director has one more thing to ask that person. "Miro," she said, "she's waiting for you." Siron's voice gradually grew more tense. Although she was the founder of the Superhuman Spirit Research Society decades ago, how could she possibly know who the kid was? Master Anpass was startled, his face showing some worry as he asked, "Siron, could it be that you know the total number of students at our academy?" He was very surprised and immediately replied, "No." Anpass begins to recount. Of course, the total number constantly changes, with some having graduated and others expelled. However, his voice suddenly faltered and hesitated. "However, among all the students we have, this student will always be missing one person." Hearing this, Siron's attitude could no longer be normal, his face darkening with fear. Anpass gazed into the distance and continued, "Miro still hasn't graduated. That child is forever enrolled at our institute." His eyes showed increasing disbelief. "No way." "A scale of magic?" The principal frowned and confirmed. "Yes, Miro is at IAS, Anpass clarified, in a high-dimensional space created by large-scale magic called the upper level of Istas." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed to grab the stunned student like a wooden statue and warned Siron that this secret was known only to a few, even the veteran staff at the academy. Seeing that he couldn't answer, Anpass continued, "Promise me you won't tell anyone." He emphasized, "No one at all. The matter involving the upper levels not only puts you in danger, but also threatens the continent. Do you promise?" Siron has been unable to process all the information he's just heard. After a while, he also calmed down and promised the headmaster, "I will keep it to myself." Siron forced a smile, trying to reassure himself. After all, that was a bit scary. I can't believe she's in Istas. But within his words, there was a sentence that made Anpass momentarily startle, saying she didn't think she could sleep at the research hall anymore. Then very quickly, he changed his attitude, a gentle smile appearing on the principal's face. He reassured her, "Don't worry, as long as you don't activate the immortality function, Miro won't be able to find you." Anpass's voice hesitated this time, carrying a hint of sadness. "Miro will never leave the place that the girl herself created." Surprised, Siron asked, "Why is that?" Anpass looked out at the blue sky outside the window, and his voice grew somber as he said to Miro, This world is a place of too much pain, and when Siron recalls this story, he is also gazing at that sunny sky. Siron turned to look at his carefree friends laughing and talking, feeling a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Although many dark images lingered in his mind, they didn't make him afraid. The ugly truths have appeared before me at the edge. The voice echoes, trying to crush my heart, and the conflicting voices are both mine and the terrible truth that lies in Istas. However, when he is with his close friends, those thoughts disappear. But his curiosity about the dark aspects of large-scale magic, the Liberator and the higher realms keeps making Siron think about them. Why are they inviting him as if that's the path Siron has to take? Back with the group of young friends, just moments ago, teasing each other fiercely, now happily enjoying each other's company. While everyone is laughing and chatting, only Ami notices Siron's distant, contemplative mood. With that distant gaze, it seems he didn't notice her stare. The scene shifts to the Magic Association headquarters. In an interrogation room, the inspector's words, what he testifies, could be used against him in court. With this, the investigation is over. Now, as Anpass was being led out by 2 police officers down the long corridor, a voice from ahead caught his attention, making him notice Canis Aren here. The 2 of them were walking in the opposite direction from Anpass when they crossed paths, and he spoke up. "Can I talk to these 2 kids for a moment?" The police officer agreed. "Yes, but we can't allow you to talk for too long." However, the attitude of the police here makes Canis uncomfortable inside. Although we are all subjects of investigation, they speak politely to him and disrespectfully to us, many of them rotten from within. The police step back to give them space. "Nothing to worry about, I just have a few questions that need answers." Canis replied irritably, "I don't care. Don't treat me like your disciple." Seeing Anpass reply, "I want to tell you that this is why." This makes him somewhat stunned. He looked directly into Canis's eyes and said, "Once this is over, you'll have to go to the Magic Academy." This statement drove him crazy. He shouted loudly, "What? You mean I will have to kneel before you? Don't misunderstand, you haven't won yet." Canis's words grew heavier and heavier. "If it were a fair fight, someone like you would have been defeated by my master in just 1 move." But Anpass's firm words left Canis speechless. "That's right, but if that's not the case," the principal said softly but firmly, "I would be the one kneeling." Neither Canis nor Aren said anything else, only Anpass's words remained, that he is the devil. No matter what reasons he gives, he will still be hated. And as he left, the words of the headmaster still lingered in their hearts. "You will be able to get through this because we share the same master. I am willing to give both of you a future beyond the darkness." Canis and Aren both have their own thoughts inside. They seem sad. The 2 of them are then taken to the interrogation room. Right now, Canis's mind is just blaming the future for what it is. He quietly confirms that the only thing he's learned is how to fight. The 2 of them entered the room following the police order, thinking that the only fate awaiting me was the battlefield. There was already an inspector sitting there, waiting. The officer reported, "Inspector, I am bringing Mangus and Aren." At the same time, they both sat down. He began to introduce himself. "Sit here. I am Sakari, an investigator from the 3rd Investigation Division. Are you Canis and Aren?" While dismissively replying, Aren was actually extremely scared. Seeing that my sister was acting strangely, he wondered what was going on. "Aren, what's wrong?" She responded tremblingly. "I can't read him." Aren repeats once more, "I can't read him." Canis, puzzled, looks back at the inspector in front of him. Long wonders, what did she see that made him tremble like that? At this moment, Sakari also spoke up. "Oh my, it seems the girl is a bit surprised. Did she call it Swacha first?" In Aren's eyes, he appears to be some kind of extremely cold physical form. It looks like armor. Sakari coldly said that magic use is restricted within the guild, but its innate nature cannot be blocked. He gradually transformed his arm to show Aren and then continued, "This is my only choice to avoid being read." She turned pale, trembling silently, thinking, "This is so unreasonable. However, I would be very happy if the 2 of you didn't cause trouble." At this moment, Aren couldn't help but wonder how he could hide his thoughts so perfectly. Seeing the dreamy girl in front of him lost in thought, his attention immediately focused on her, and a huge mystical blade formed from Sakari's body, heading straight for Aren's forehead with a threatening warning. If she dares, we're in the middle of an investigation. This action only made her more scared, so when he asked if her name was Aren, right? She hurriedly nodded repeatedly. Aren quietly whispered to Canis. "I guess that person was right," he replied. "What is it about that makes you so sure we won't cause trouble?" Canis's worry was also clearly visible. That's right. He's extremely powerful. As for Sakari, A confident and smug smile gently appeared on her face as she looked at the two kids in front of her. 30 minutes later, a bag of documents was handed to Canis. Seeing it, he was very surprised. "The Master's will." He nodded and said, "That's right." Then he said, "Check it yourself." Sakari smiled and added, "It seems like it's prepared for you, so maybe it's meant for you. It has been notarized by lawyers elsewhere." It seems like Canis didn't care much about those words. He was only focused on the file. "Master, you're leaving this to me?" No way. And then what was written there left Canis stunned. The paper had a line stating to leave all assets to. He thought he had seen it wrong, carefully counting each number written on the will. Canis's voice began to tremble. 4-point-something billion gold coins? "I can't believe my eyes." Canis held the letter in his hand, trembling as he asked, "Is all of this really mine?" "Yes, everything belongs to you." He still couldn't quite believe it, his eyes fixed on the faded paper in his hand as he wondered, what were you thinking when you wrote this? The image of the cruel death scene flashed in his mind, and Canis couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. "I can't ask you anymore. What are you really thinking about? Specifically in the will, it states that all my assets, totaling over 4 billion gold, are given to my student Canis." Those words only made him more confused. "You don't even care about your own life, but now you're calling me your student." I was overwhelmed with emotion when Sakari sitting opposite cut me off. "But there is one thing I want to clarify." He kept his professional smile and continued speaking, seeming to consider you as his student and wanting to leave his legacy to you. "Canis isn't Dark Mage, the one who controls others." "That's right, isn't it? Haven't you both been brainwashed since you were young?" Hearing that, both Canis and Aaron were startled. Canis angrily shouted, "What are you talking about? Actually, brainwashing children doesn't require magic. If a child is saved by someone when they are about to die, that person often becomes like a god to the child. And that divine-like being usually says this, 'I need something like this so the child will believe that their life's goal is still unfinished.'" Canis lost his temper and shouted back, "Stop that nonsense right now! Our master has never forced us to do anything." "Everything I do is by my own will. He is extremely dissatisfied. I have already disclosed all of that." Aaron sat nearby, puzzled and curious. "If we admit that we have been brainwashed, what will change?" Sakari smiled, a cunning glint in her eyes, and said, "You will be considered innocent." This statement stunned the two brothers, who stammered and asked again, "Are we innocent?" Once more, Canis doubted and wondered to himself, "Is he just joking with us?" Sakari continued explaining to them that this is the stance of the association. The possibility of brainwashing children. We have already prioritized investigating this issue. If that's not the case, then you and Aaron could never have committed such terrible crimes, right? He suddenly paused in silence to build suspense, then continued, "But if that's really the case, there's no need for Sakari to finish his sentence. So I can't recognize his offspring, right? Because I wouldn't be his student then." Sakari's lips curled into a half-smile full of cunning, showing that what he wanted was already in his grasp. Sakari spoke up. "If you admit that Kanasa brainwashed you, it means you are not his student and had prepared for this in advance." He pushes a document onto the table and says if that happens, this inheritance will be considered illegal assets. The association will seize it. Canis's eyes are fixed on the paper on the table. Silent. "That paper is a resignation letter for the inheritance." At the same time, Sakari's voice rang out. "Sign here and you will be considered innocent." At this moment, his emotional state is extremely bad. It seems that this young man can no longer trust this world. Canis recalled the painful days of the past, and even this place was no different from Ladum. His hands clenched tightly and kept trembling, confirming that they weren't hiding it skillfully, but it emitted a foul stench worse than the smell from Ladu's sewer. He widened his eyes. Perhaps this world is a huge society, completely filled with the stench of blood and decay. Not waiting for the other to speak, Sakari stood up and said, "I will give you a little more time." Around 1 o'clock, before the words were even finished, Canis cut in and said, "I will sign." He smiled and softly praised, "You made the right choice." Without hesitation, Canis took the pen and signed his name on the paper on the table. Finished, he looked up and asked, "What do we need to do now?" "You're free to go now, because that's your freedom." And with that, he turned and walked away. "So, what about the release procedure?" Realizing he's been led by the nose, Canitas grits his teeth in fury, furious that from the start these bastards had their eyes on the master's assets. His fists clenched tightly, still not letting go. They say that releasing people like us won't pose even the smallest threat to them. In Canis's mind, he recalls the words spoken before and reflects that now Min seems to understand. His master, a being that no country on the continent can touch, truly is an extraordinary existence. Canis slammed his hand on the table.
causing Eren sitting beside him to startle. He looked at Sakari and asked, "What level of mage are you?" Hearing that, he paused for a moment before charmingly replying, "I am a 5th level mage." Canis, furious, declared through gritted teeth, "I may be retreating now, but in the future you will definitely bow before me, for sure." Faced with that anger, Sakari didn't care at all and said, in a fake casual tone, "Oh my, I just started working here." He turned to look into Canis's eyes, a smug smile on his lips, and said condescendingly, "Then please pay attention to me, then." After finishing, the door slammed shut. Canis sank down in despair, and Eren beside him comforted him. "You did the right thing, Canis. Giving up is better than rotting in prison for the rest of your life." Suddenly, he calls Eren by name, his eyes full of determination, softly reminding him, "Let's become stronger. Both of us need to do that." Eren quickly nods and replies, "Yes." Moving to Investigation Unit 3, Sakari's voice echoes. Thanks to the inspector's death, the cleanup was easily handled. Sarop, in a low voice, asked him to put the documents on the table. Hearing that, Sakari didn't reply, but just did as told. Suddenly, he wondered out loud, "What happened with the Anpass case?" Sarop immediately asked back, "What's going on? Are you worried it might spread?" Seeing his imposing figure in front of him, Sakari explained, "I'm just wondering if suspending his eligibility for 6 wins is too lenient. Even 40 years ago, he was still part of an illegal experiment. As for the attack on the academy, although he might have been a victim, could he also be responsible?" He expressed concern that if we transfer 4.8 billion gold as collateral for him, it might be acceptable. But at this point, Sakari hesitated. Hearing that, Sarop asked, "But what?" He took the cigar in his hand and spoke through the smoke. "Are you thinking I am?" Sarop's fierce gaze stared at the opponent, emphasizing every word. "Am I going to make an unfair judgment?" Sakari quickly bent down and shouted, "I'm sorry, it was just a slip of the tongue." He turned his back and replied, "You can go now." He quickly closed the door and left, leaving Sarop alone in his own space. This old man looked over the pile of documents, then raised his hand to touch his chin, let out a bitter sigh. And the spot where he was hit back then still hurts too much. Recalling when he was young, he was punched down to the ground by the evil Zen and cursed. That bastard Sarop was beaten so badly his face was bruised, coughing and spitting blood. Breaking free from old memories, Sarop muttered to himself as he held the pen, "I really should have brought a gift back then." He smiled, "This is my belated congratulatory gift for his ring award." The signature of Inspector Adiano Sarot was neatly on the paper. Turning back to the Wizard Academy, 3 people hurriedly rushed forward. It turns out Siron, Iruki, and En rushed over. As soon as they saw the straw hat in front of them, they cheerfully called out, "Good morning." Principal Anpass, sweating in his simple clothes and holding a sickle, smiled and replied, "I told you not to call me principal anymore." Now I am just an old man, so I scratch my head and continue. "No way. Once a principal, always a principal." Siron rolled up his sleeves and wondered if he should help him. Anpass hurriedly refused. "Oh no, if you help me, I won't have anything left to do." He smiled and spoke. "How has your school life been?" Since the school closed, hearing this, everyone's faces froze in fear. Siron covered his face and shouted loudly, "I feel like I'm dying, like it's driving me crazy." So I screamed beside him, "How can I raise my scores by at least 50 points in each subject in the remaining time?" Hearing that, Honest tilted his head in confusion and asked, "I see you're all trying to improve in the next semester, right?" Going back about a month ago, everyone looked like they had lost their soul. They used to cheer each other on not to become frogs at the bottom of the well, but after finishing their research presentation so they could graduate together, they promised to move up to 4th grade together in the next semester. However, then the dark sage Act Zen attacked the academy and they couldn't study at all, so they cried out like a duckling with low scores. "This is a big problem. How can I double my scores? I'm doomed. I'm finished." Iruki, standing nearby, said that I only have an advantage in math. "So, I guess I have an edge over you, right, no?" Hearing that, he became even more confused and started crying. For him, it was just literature, which was the biggest disadvantage for me. Neto's face trembled. More importantly, the biggest issue is that Siron isn't doing much better than he is. He lazily continued, showing no motivation to study, as the school atmosphere was in chaos after a major incident. Suddenly, En turned around and shouted, "It's actually more unusual to learn in a situation like this. Let's just play today and start studying tomorrow." Hearing that, Iruki and Siron looked at him as if they'd been enlightened and quickly agreed to persuade him. Suddenly, Siron noticed something, pointed ahead and said, "Look over there." Nen and Iruki turned to look in the direction he pointed and gasped loudly, "What? Why are those people here?"
Sakanas and Aaron are casually walking toward them. He suddenly spoke up and asked, "So you finished your classes? You probably finished school too, right? What's going on? Do you still have something to settle at the academy?" Canis shrugged and replied, "From now on, this will be our home, so we're just exploring around." Hearing that, everyone looked pale and couldn't believe it, asking themselves, "What do you mean by that?" Canis looked at them with contempt and said, "If I personally don't like it, but it will be faster to succeed in entering the Magic Academy." Then he asked irritably, "Do you think the Magic Academy is a joke? Why would they accept someone like you?" He raised his hand and replied, "Senior, you might find it hard to understand." Canis thumbs up to confirm. "You're in 5th grade, right?" Canis smirked cunningly at them and said, "I'm in the 4th class, so call me senior." Aaron awkwardly chuckled behind, disbelief in his ears, while Siron's group all shouted in unison, "Lying." They all had the same expression, wondering if those strict teachers really allowed them into the 4th year right after acceptance. Canis, seemingly expecting their reaction, turned around and explained, "Is it unclear? We've been apprentices to a Grand Mage for 10 years. We've long since completed the basics." He muttered with disdainful eyes at him, still lost to Siron. Suddenly, Canis brought up the issue everyone was worried about. "Anyway, your scores look pretty terrible, huh?" He sneers disdainfully. "Honestly, I'm quite disappointed. For one of you, every subject is a poor grade except for math." Hearing this, Iruki froze and realized, then became angry. Canis continued to mock the other, saying that even their writing skills were only mediocre, then turned to Siron with a sneer, saying, "I can't believe I lost to these fools. Try your best. I'm ready to treat my adorable juniors well." Aaron also bowed to them as he stood nearby. Canis walked away with a loud, contemptuous laugh that left everyone standing stunned. Hearing that from the opponent, Siron frowned and declared, "Let's cancel the holiday and grip the staff tightly." "Yeah, I give up everything. I don't want to call those 2 seniors." Haruki responded, "Why give up?" Siron raised his emerald eyes and declared, "Those 2 will start the next semester. No matter what, we have to move forward." All 3 of them looked forward with fierce determination. The one in the middle said coldly, "Next semester. So, can the remaining victory double their score?" The first method is to manage time well. They divide each hour into 10-minute intervals to manage their time. If they do this, they can somewhat prevent the feeling that time is passing too quickly. It will help maintain the highest level of focus. The second method is to form study groups. Fortunately, there are no conflicts between the subjects they excel at. This means they can help each other with the subjects they are weaker in. However, a new thing they learned was that Iruki suddenly shouted, "I finished solving it." He leans back in his chair whistling. Siron, holding the homework in his hand, asks in surprise, "Is it finished? Let me take a look." After reading it, Siron was stunned and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" In the question, you are creating a sentence based on the following excerpt, and Iruki's response is that you are eating spaghetti. "I will eat spaghetti." He jerked back and shouted angrily, "How can this sentence possibly make sense?" "I already taught you how to use the auxiliary words," Iruki replied resentfully. "Why doesn't it make sense? You eat spaghetti, I will eat spaghetti." That's a perfect sentence to express that. It emphasizes each person as an independent subject without any special expression. Siron, confused, raised his hand to his forehead and wondered, "Huh? Is that right?" The reason they struggle in some subjects isn't because they're lazy, but because they're truly not suited for them. Siron angrily scolded, "You're wrong. Language isn't mathematics. It's not a tool to be used as a proof method." Iruki, upon hearing this, shouted loudly, "I don't know anything about that. Mathematics is the best." Suddenly he became serious, frowning as he asked him, "What is that? Are you not planning to step forward?" Hearing that, Iruki was stunned, sweat streaming down his cheeks. He was crying while doing his homework, muttering, "Damn it!" Moving on to the next reason. Third, they ignore all academic achievements and only study enough to pass because they don't want to become Canis's juniors. While doing their homework, they sneak a glance up, thinking to themselves that the real issue is the practical assessment tomorrow. Practicing for these exams means everything to me. Then I saw my friends working hard on their tests, so I turned my head away. I hesitated to think. Whatever. I guess just getting into the top 10 is enough. When the results were announced to the whole school, the screen kept flickering. The students below, upon seeing the results, were extremely shocked, mouths agape in awe as they stood in front of the whole school, like unleashing their power. The students below whispered to each other, "What's going on? Is that really the place?" N's power still radiates while the whispers continue. Does interacting with Iruki and Siron help improve his skills significantly? With that score, he's definitely going to be one of the top scorers, right?
He's grinding his teeth and listening to the gossip. Does he know that lately Aruki hasn't been coming to class? What? At this very moment, the final screen finally shows the result. N's ranking soared all the way to number 1. N let out a relieved breath. He smiled and said, "I've survived so many times already." Atella below was very pleased and praised him. "Good job." N stepped closer to Aruki, squinting eagerly as he awaited the results. Standing with hands in his pockets, Aruki exuded an overwhelming power that made the students below gasp in awe. Soon, the screen displayed Aruki with the highest rank. Everyone shouted loudly and crazily. Seeing him walk down confidently, a disgruntled student pointed and scolded. "Aruki, this time you also used some kind of equation, right?" The guy next to him sneers and adds, "I'm sure that guy didn't do it right." Suddenly, a voice rang out, making everyone turn around and pay attention. "Are you making such a fuss over a low score?" Canis and Aaron step forward. He frowns and says, "It seems like the 5th-year class is really lacking overall. Is this a heartbeat training exercise? We've done this so many times, we're sick of it already." Aaron agreed nearby, saying, "Yes, our master told us to strengthen it at all costs." Her eyes sparkled as she explained that maintaining the soul area keeps it flexible and allows for quick shape-shifting. This is a basic exercise, the place where you keep repeating the expanding and contracting. Canis looked at his sister and asked, 210, right? What do you think? Do you think you can beat it? Aaron looked up in annoyance and asked back, "Do you call that a question?" The people below looked at them with contempt. One guy snorted softly and muttered, "You act as if you're so superior. We have our own secret weapon too." At this moment, someone steps onto the testing platform. It's Siron. Clenching his fist with determination, cheers erupt below. "Go ahead, Siron, break the record once more." Siron takes a deep breath before the test. Canis and Aaron watch closely, very curious about his result. As soon as the yellow light signals the start, Siron opens his emerald eyes wide. When the green light signals the beginning, he takes a deep breath, then unleashes a terrifying wave of energy that illuminates the entire space. The students below were so surprised they gasped. "What?" They all couldn't believe their eyes as they looked up and saw the number on the screen, shouting out loud. "What do you mean 120 beats in just 10 seconds? So a heart rate of 12 beats per second?" Siron still stood there, releasing a powerful wave of energy in front of the amazed students below. Even Canis and Aaron sitting nearby are so amazed they can't speak. Aaron is stunned, thinking there's no way that could happen without blowing his mind. Atella watched him from the side, silently assessing. Siron's endurance was already formidable, and now it had become even greater. She quickly realized that a Virasana, or Vajra body state, which must be a trait she gained after returning from beyond the realm of immortality. As a monk, Siron would develop strongly as a defensive mage. That was what all the professors believed at the time. However, the advantage in sharpness turned into a powerful vessel just to withstand the immortality ability. Atella kept her eyes on Siron, wondering what the potential of this child would lead to. Soon after, the green light turned red, signaling the end of the test. But the crowd below remains amazed as Siron's absolute score of 410 appears on the large screen. He surpasses the crowd below. Siron steps down amid everyone's astonishment. Can it really be that Siron has reached this level? I can't believe it. I look up at Canis and Aaron, sitting on the high platform, and see Canis's face frowning in discomfort, unable to say a word. Aaron, who was sitting, also had to admire that kid. He's truly impressive. He stood up and added, "At least he has to be that good to be worthy of being my opponent." "Let's go, Aaron, we've seen enough." Suddenly, a contemptuous student loudly said, "Is this all a disciple of a great mage can do?" The arrogant leader points at them with a sneer. How dare he look down on a 5th-year student from the Magic Academy? He shouldn't be joking like that. Canis ignored the others, turned his back, and silently thought that last time he thought he lost because of elemental disadvantage. He looked serious, but I was wrong. Now, even if we had a match relying solely on raw strength, I couldn't guarantee I would win. Canis walked away, secretly determined that to become the strongest, he had to defeat you first. Curious, he asked, "Do you know Siron? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? A 4th-year class would dare to call a senior teacher like that." As soon as they saw Canis and Aaron, the students stared in shock and realized that was Canis. He put his hands in his pockets and sternly repeated, "Answer me." Canis frowned uncomfortably and asked, "Siron is like what kind of person?" Remembering the 3 of them, he thought that the first thing to investigate after stepping into this school would be their academic records and personal relationships. I decided to do it. That night, Canis broke into the documents. As soon as he finished reading the information in his hand, he gritted his teeth and realized that their achievements were truly disappointing, not even terribly bad.
Looking back to the past when he mocked them, after all, your achievements weren't that bad, right? Canis thought to himself that since they had beaten him, he thought they should be at the top of the class. But it turns out they were only slightly above average. However, when he investigated their personal relationships, he was surprised. No one dares to underestimate those three. They are considered opponents who could surpass anyone at any moment. The key holder, radiant and mighty, with outstanding strength. Thinking of this, Canis spoke aloud. If I keep following him, I will uncover the truth about that Siron guy. The darkness beneath their feet is spreading, and Canis's voice still echoes. Next time I won't lose. I will defeat him and become as strong as my master. Erin, sitting beside her, nodded in agreement. That's right, Canis. She brought the rice ball to her mouth, eating while emphasizing her point. Let's become even stronger. He pats her on the shoulder to remind her. Eat slowly. Meanwhile, the darkness beneath their feet spread outward. On the Academy's bell tower, black crows flutter away into the sky. Soon, night falls and the surroundings become incredibly peaceful. Inside the classroom, many students are sitting neatly at their desks discussing the lesson. Everyone is fully focused on their work. Not only do they study, but they also carefully guide each other step by step. People say that placing cherry blossom cakes in front of the cat statue will help you pass the exam or something. So that night, a few cakes were placed in front of the owl statue, with square boxes stacked high among the shimmering, magical stars. Siron and the others are studying diligently together at a group study table. Iruki seems like she's going crazy. He holds his head, muttering softly with a flowing mouth, expressing intent and meaning. Both Siron and Nate here are focused on their studies. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the final exam finally arrived. Suddenly, someone called him back while he was walking. Siron. Siron politely bowed and said hello to the seniors. The guy in the middle happily speaks up. What do you mean by calling them seniors? Next year, you'll also be in 4th grade, right? He reached out his hand to continue. Just stop pretending you don't know. I heard that the three of you have been working hard lately. The girl next to him cheerfully said, I have high expectations for you. The others keep encouraging them. We are always grateful that you fought for us. It would be great if we could study together now. Hearing that, both of them felt embarrassed and awkward. Siron hesitated before replying, thank you very much. After the senior students left, Nir shouted from behind, what should I do? I can feel the pressure mounting on me now. Siron also couldn't hold back and exclaimed, if I make even one mistake, it's the end of the line for me. Unlike them, Iruki calmly reassures, even if you enter the tiger's den, you just need to stay calm. In other words, if you worry, you'll only make things worse. He pointed to the room behind and said, so it turns out all three of us are in different exam rooms. Our exam papers will definitely be different too. Anyway, since we've made our vow under the stars, we'll stay together until the very end. After hearing that, Siron was surprised and wondered why Iruki seemed so strange today, so they also wondered if he had eaten something strange yesterday. At that moment, the bell rang loudly, and both of them jumped in surprise, shouting, damn it, the exam has started! He clenched his fist and promised them, okay, we'll meet again in 12 hours. So he excitedly raised his hand and said loudly, we will definitely pass the exam. Iruki waved goodbye and wished them good luck. Gentlemen, a voice responds with a hum, and the exam continues quietly. The blue sky has now turned golden as time passes quickly, and before long, the street dogs are running around in the dusk. Iruki sat on the bench, muttering something to himself, thanks to memorizing all the exam questions. So on this side, we focus on recording the questions Iruki is reading, while Siron has his own approach of making an answer sheet from the textbook. Another day has quickly gone by. We managed to recreate all the questions and answers for every subject. Right now, everyone is grading themselves. Nero, feeling disappointed, spoke up. This isn't good. I think I've messed up a few subjects. Siron is no better off. He mutters, this is terrible. If our scores are below 80 on any exam, we're doomed. But Iruki showed no emotion. He kept muttering the answers. Crying wouldn't help now because the milk was spilled. She couldn't undo what had been spilled, so she might as well finish grading first. Both Nen and Siron silently thought they couldn't get used to this. Suddenly, Nen's scream echoed everywhere. Even the crows that heard it were terrified. All right, I did it. He raised his test paper, happily showing off that his average score was 82, surpassing 80 in all subjects, and jumped with joy. The 4th grade class has confirmed it. Suddenly, he notices Iruki looking grim and trembling with worry as he asks Han, what's wrong with Iruki? Don't tell me he's standing up, Gao crying with joy. A total of 87 points across all subjects. Yes. Iruki was so happy that her eyes shot lasers as she exclaimed. After memorizing the teacher's way of speaking and mimicking it, my literature score skyrocketed. He was waving around like a crazy person. If I ignored a question, it would be over, but I did it. Seeing that, N hesitated and congratulated him. Are you serious?
Suddenly, he turned to him with a question. What about Siron? Seeing Siron's exhausted face, N quickly asked in fear, Siron, don't tell me what was your score. And he muttered, the total average score is 86. Hearing that, N and Iruki both marveled. He thought to himself, this is amazing. Even as an ordinary person, he truly surpassed 80 points in just one semester. Thinking about it, Iruki said, isn't that amazing? Is there any other problem? Siron, sweating profusely, groaned, I don't know. Do they find it hard to understand? His hand holding the pen trembles as he asks, is this math problem a multiple choice question? That question, it's really very difficult. The solution is also very long. Sweat beads on Siron's forehead dripped as he said, I don't remember the answer I finally chose. Ni hesitated and asked, if you get that question wrong, how will your math score be? As soon as Siron answered, 7 points. Both of them froze like statues. He, looking pale with worry, said, I think I chose answer 3, but I can't remember if half of 2 was answer 3 or not. At this point, both Nen and Iruki are as worried as he is, sweating profusely, secretly thinking that just because of this question, he could be held back a year and a half. The paper still clearly shows the problem asking for the result of the formula, and they both agree that it's also a 2-point question. Suddenly, Nen grimaced and shouted, I can't take it anymore. He pulled both of them and ran, loudly announcing, let's go ask the teachers.
Siron agreed. That's right, it sounds good. They went to see a purple-haired teacher, and as soon as she saw her, she called her back immediately.
Oh, the teacher asked curiously, what are you doing here? The 5th grade exam ended yesterday. Siron quickly asked the final multiple-choice question in the math exam. What is its answer? She asked suspiciously. What's going on all of a sudden? Please hurry up. We are really in a hurry. The teacher raised his hand to think and then spoke. If that's the case, then it must be answer number 2. That's what she thinks. After hearing that, Siron was so shocked he turned pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. Siron covered his head and cried out loud. Number 2. Nay was startled and quickly held him to ask, Are you okay, Siron? Calm down. Iruki also worriedly reassures you, Are you really a diamond body? He screams in despair, foaming at the mouth, whining in dissatisfaction. Why number 2? Seeing that, I hurriedly said goodbye to the teacher. We're leaving now. Excuse me? She replied awkwardly. All right. Siron, exhausted, was dragged away, whimpering. Why? So why? Iruki beside him calms him down. Let's go first, and then we'll see. The teacher looked at them and sighed. Oh my God, they are always so energetic. Over here in the teacher's office, as the teacher sat down, she heard another teacher complaining that the number of exams to grade hadn't decreased at all. Looking at the stack of papers, she suddenly remembered, oh right, they were asking about the exam, specifically the last multiple-choice question. Then she held up a test to review, and the teacher, after checking the answers, let out a happy exclamation. So the correct answer from the beginning was option A. Therefore, Aryan Siron was finally confirmed to move up to grade 4. Over here in the capital of the Tomiabasa Kingdom, this is the Sen Swordsmanship Academy. A shiny blonde hair is neatly tied up. The woman softly said, Street fighting moves. Test walked on with the admiration of the students behind him. She raised her hand to continue, saying, I must say, teacher, you haven't spoken a single word all semester, but in practice, you've shown great skill. She looked at Ren and asked, Do you think you can do well? Rian, with his chin resting on his hand, replied coldly, If you're going to sit, sit down. If not, the teacher will be here soon and you'll be dead. Hearing that, Test asked with a bright smile, Even the great Rian has to fear the instructor, huh? Rian closed his eyes and replied, Well, getting punished right before the exam is pretty scary. But why did she move over here? She sat down and vaguely said, Maybe to help my friend relax. He suddenly wondered, Have you ever seen me worried? Test smiled brightly and realized, That's right, there's nowhere lower on the ranking to worry about. Last place and so relaxed, huh? Hearing her sarcastic remark, Ran was slightly taken aback. He pouted and sulked because Ran O, since first year, knew he ranked 30th out of 30 at Kai Ren Swordsmanship Academy. Ran coldly and irritably said I also unlocked the skill tree last month. Hearing that, Tess quietly smiled to himself, thinking that others who heard that provocation would probably get angry. But this guy was truly different. Someone who never worried in any situation. The one who endured the toughest training in Nam Nyat. So why is someone like him always at the bottom of the rankings? Tess tilted his head, curiosity in his eyes as he spoke. Do you remember? She continued, You joined as the top student of the first year. He still puffed his cheeks and pouted. Test's thoughts appear in his mind.
Ran joined the Kayan Swordsmanship Academy as the top incoming student. 6 months ago in winter, Kayan Swordsmanship Academy in its 200-year history produced 10 first-class knights, and among them, one even achieved the title of Grand Swordmaster, symbolizing unwavering will and courage. It is a prestigious academy among prestigious academies. Hundreds of aspiring knights gather here each semester to leave their mark on the academy's history. But except for 30 who passed, most failed the 1-month trial and gave up, with a tired young man unable to speak being ridden by someone. This guy is Richard Feiger from Group 1. He yells at the young man, urging him to hurry up. Is that all you can do? Is to... The other students scrambled, shouting, Come on, run faster, Dune. I'm pushing you. Don't mess around. Suddenly, the leader of Group 1 shouted loudly to remind everyone, Anyone who hasn't pushed hard enough, get moving. The other students quickly paid their dues on the tray. So I am training hard. I belong to Group 2, those who haven't learned the plan but have excellent physical ability. Tess leaned against the wall, listening as an annoyed person spoke. We've trained so much and now we have to do this? Hearing that, the troublemaker quickly warned his friend to stay silent if they didn't want to become prey. El Gentes belongs to Group 1. She calmly observes them and thinks to herself. Unfortunately, that's just how the world is. Friends you can't trust to leave behind on the battlefield are not allies, but prey. Just as Dawson is about to reach the finish line exhausted, Feiger happily shouts, I came in first again. Suddenly, a shadowy figure rushed toward him at lightning speed. Rand charged forward and kicked Feiger off Dawson's back. With quick reflexes, Feiger swiftly reached out to block his head. Everyone on this side was so stunned they were speechless, their mouths agape. Rand approached him and warned, Feiger, stop right now. Ryan Ozen is actually from Group 2. He snarled, Do you think this is your backyard? Feiger stood up, his voice rising with anger. This crazy dog. He glared at Rand. Her muscles tensing visibly, she asked in a strained voice, Do you want to die? The short-haired female trainee standing nearby suddenly spoke up. That guy finally caused trouble. Hearing that, she asked in surprise, Do you know his name? Is he strong? The short-haired female trainee quickly replied. He's not weak at all. She started recounting the birthday party for Feiger, where Group 2 went to collect money, and only he refused to pay the protection fee. So Test figured everything out and said so. That means Group 1 has put him on the blacklist, right? The female student nodded in agreement. That's right, but I didn't expect R to step forward and stop this. It turns out he's a hot-headed and straightforward person. Rand not only isn't afraid of Feiger, but even calls out to him. Come with me outside, he continued explaining. If the teacher finds out, it will affect your academic evaluation. Feiger sneered and continued, All right then. He turned to his gang and ordered them to follow him. The members of Group 3 looked at each other nervously upon hearing Feiger's command, as his voice echoed clearly from outside. Let me show you what happens when you dare to mess with me. After gathering his men outside, Feiger shouted arrogantly, Hey, you bunch of weak soldiers! He shouted loudly, causing the people in Group 3 behind to startle in fear. I'll give you a chance. If you don't want a beating, run away. Feiger sarcastically turns to R. No one is on your side now. What are you going to do? You're not afraid at all. Instead, you ask, what am I supposed to do? Your question is hard to understand. Do you only fight when you have the advantage? Ren's taunts made Feiger frown and mutter, What? I fight because I have to. That's what it means to be a knight. Someone like you is not worthy of becoming a knight. All right. He clenched his fist and shouted, I will duel you like a knight. Come at me. Feiger raised his hand in provocation, sneering as he said, I'll let you strike first because the gap in our skills is too wide. As soon as he finished speaking, Ran appeared in front of him and launched an attack. Feiger smiled with a wicked gleam in his eyes, but dodged Rand's punch and then delivered a blow to his stomach, excitedly asking, You idiot, what do you think? I would let you hit me? After being hit by him, Rand cried out, his face contorted in pain. He stepped back, his footing gradually becoming unsteady. Rand clutching his stomach in pain, grinding his teeth in anger, wondering if this is the power of an awakened schemer. Feiger glaring with murderous intent, throwing a punch and asking, Why haven't you fallen yet? Looks like I've been holding back on you. Feiger's strikes are incredibly powerful. Rian widened his eyes, trying to resist them. Suddenly, he charged forward and tightly embraced him. Feiger matched his strength. He clenched his teeth and looked at Ren, wondering what kind of power this was. Damn it, is this a joke? He thought, as his henchmen were panicking, one of them even lacking the strength to make me struggle like this. And now it seems like they are evenly matched. Thinking of this, Feiger clenched his muscular hand into a powerful fist, delivering a painful elbow strike to Ren's ribs and shouting loudly, Why do you dare? That move made him spit out a large mouthful of blood.
Not giving R a moment to recover, Feiger delivered a fierce kick to his face and shouted, "Die."
Then the consecutive strikes hit Rin's face, leaving him unable to resist as he endured it. The sound of death echoed out, and at the same time, R's blood splattered onto the ground.
Realizing things have gone too far, the henchmen hurriedly rush over to stop him. "Feiger, stop! Come here and hold him back!"
"Are you really going to kill him?"
Rian shouted angrily. "Let go of me, I have to kill him!" Immediately after, Ran was hung upside down, blood dripping from his head, his body battered and bruised, only wearing a pair of underwear.
The students below jeer and mock, looking at him like a fish caught on a hook. Test crosses his arms and watches him, while the other students laugh and joke, showing off without any skill. Test pretends to be cool. "Who do you think you are?" In response, Ran just glared and sneered. Test below crossed his arms, secretly thinking that no matter what, this was already crossing the line. Humiliating someone you've already defeated in a duel can leave them with scars that never fade. Ran, with a vacant stare, looked at her and spoke.
"I apologize, especially to the ladies." Hearing that, the test girl looked at him in surprise.
What are they saying with that smirk? In this situation, are you still trying to show off? They keep mocking Ran, thinking there's something special about it. So he's just a fool. He thinks acting tough will make him look cooler when he's actually so weak? In the end, you're the one who bears the shame. Unlike those people, Ran coldly replied. "It's okay.
Even if I carry the shame of failure, everyone will forget it soon."
After hearing that, the students below froze, their smiles fading. Rian sharply looked at them and continued. "I do not feel ashamed for fighting with all my might for what I believe is right. Time passes and today's shame won't even be remembered by me, but what about you guys?" The students below, after hearing this, stood silently like statues listening, as Ryan continued, "You, who set your sights on becoming knights and joined this school, ran away without even trying to fight, and that fear will haunt you for years to come. The time you spent in school when you were so afraid that you couldn't even speak, the weakest version of yourselves." Your words touched Dan. "But time has passed and will never come back." Rian opened his mouth wide and shouted, "You may lose hundreds of times because you fought for your beliefs, but the shame of losing your faith and effort while you're young will hold you back for the rest of your life." The other students also clenched their teeth and trembled, pondering R's words, thinking that even in the future, even if they become knights and gain honor, ignoring the injustice right in front of them would never disappear. After hearing those words, the students all shared the same expression, one of indignation. For a swordsman, faith is everything. He swayed his body, his voice trembling with determination, and said, "So end it here if you want to be proud in the future." Ran, even hanging upside down, was full of spirit, glaring with bright eyes and shouting loudly, "So fight on, you fools!" Everyone here, no matter who they are, shared the same feeling. They all wanted a day to come. Their reputation will echo far and wide as battlefield ghosts, the greatest swordsman, a knight of steel. They crave it so much that everyone's eyes burn with fury and clenched teeth. Feiger turned his back and sneered at the little followers behind him, laughing mockingly. He shouted in confusion, "What's with that look? Do you want to fight? If you want the same thing, just go for it." Suddenly, Tess jumps up onto Feiger's head, making him startle. She quickly drew a sharp dagger and swung her hand to cut the rope hanging upside down, leaving Ran surprised as his body was suddenly plunging straight down to the ground. Soon after, Ren's head slammed hard into the ground. Tess lands safely. That ear pulls back the knife happily and says, "I'm decided." You look up at her hand with a pout, asking if your name is Ran, right? She smiled and suggested, "Let's fight together." "I am El Gentes, let's fight together." Ran was startled by that and kept a serious face without replying, thinking to herself, how can I shake hands with my hands tied up? On this side, some students quickly recognized her and exclaimed, "Elentes, she's the legendary warrior, right?" She said that. Then suddenly a disgruntled voice shouted loudly, "If you call yourself a man, then don't just sit there idly." He looked at Feiger angrily and shouted, "I won't run anymore." "You think we will let you thugs bully us like that?" Seeing the crowd getting a bit tense, Feiger and his followers looked worried, raising his hand to calm them down. "Everyone, calm down," Feiger forced a smile. "I get it. If you're planning to go that far, I'll stop here. Do you think I'll back down?" Feiger Jang spread his arms wide and shouted, "Come on, you bastards!" The students quickly rushed into his circle. It's a war now. Thinking you can do whatever you want just by planning it? The screams of terror ring out as someone quickly runs to call for help after rescuing Coach Dune. Test stood aside watching them and said, "Sorry, I ended up ruining your good thing." Ryan calmly replied, "It's okay. I never wanted to be a hero anyway, so I took him somewhere without the trainer." Hearing that, she asked confusedly,
Wait, you really don't understand what's going on? Rian wondered. What do you understand? She forced a smile and replied, there's no coach telling us what to do. Test confesses, I'm really worried right now. What exactly is your motivation? Ryan closed his eyes and replied, for me, there is something more important than graduation and fame. My goal is to become stronger. She couldn't believe her ears, her eyes wide with surprise as she said, for my lord, that's all. My lord, don't tell me you remember how Tess kept chasing Rian and asking questions. You only get to do that once in your life, and yet you've already done it? They must be very famous, right? Ran asked casually, hands in his pockets as he walked. What makes you so curious that you have to pry? She replied. Of course I'm curious. You already had a job before, but you're still going to school, huh? Just curious. So who is that person? The one you entrusted your life to? Ran froze and said a name. Siron. She was a bit confused and asked, Siron, what does this person do for a living? He quickly replied, she is my friend. Siron is currently studying magic at a school in our hometown. Hearing this, Tess looked confused and bewildered, wondering if she had misheard. Not a mage, but a student? No way. An image appears in Test's mind. The only possibility when someone makes a vow to another person is that it's about love or romance. Thinking of that, she was so stunned she couldn't close her mouth. Test still insisted on asking more about Siron's friend. Maybe before I could have finished speaking, the instructor's shouting already rang out. The test has begun. Come here quickly. Do you all want to fail everything? Hearing that, both of them quickly ran to practice, sweating as they tested, thinking to themselves, damn it, I definitely need to ask him later. Soon after, they arrived at the CQB training hall. The instructor stands solemnly in front of all the students gathered below, announcing that today's practical test will focus on movement. Especially this person is P.A. Chan, the 6th grade instructor. He looks down with a serious gaze and says, I will grade based on how you shift your focus. Hey, you there, tell me where a swordsman should focus their weight. Right at the navel, Kuanon replied in disappointment. My brain is completely useless. He kept pointing to someone else. Tell me what he said. He shouted back. It's both souls. See, Anne keeps scolding and criticizing. You're wrong. There's nothing dumber than this. Then he just pointed to this rookie to be the first to learn. As soon as he hesitated and started to speak, Kuan cursed again before he could finish his sentence. You're done with your training. Lie down and do 200 push-ups for me. He obediently follows the officer's command, muttering curses inwardly. Damn it! Kuan stands on the podium continuing his lecture. The answer is outside the body. In force breakdown terminology, we call it outside gravity. He emphasized and repeated after me. Outside gravity. All the Dongthan students shout out, outside gravity, but I have no idea what the hell I was thinking of. Is this the first time hearing about it? Kua immediately realized from their clueless expressions and placed his hand on the sword hilt before speaking. It's understandable that you don't know because I didn't bother explaining it before. He held out his sharp sword and said that so you should look carefully. I will test you. The students below are extremely dissatisfied after hearing that, secretly cursing inside. Wait a minute. You're not teaching anything but still giving a test. Now you only teach after testing. I will kill you. Teacher, and carefully demonstrated the lesson for them, stepping forward before swinging his sword down and uttering the word, Kem. But the strike was so powerful that it whipped up the wind. See, Anne continued to demonstrate, stepping back and swinging again. As the slash cuts through the heads of the students, its power makes everyone pale with fear. One of them, trembling, wonders, what was that energy just now when the teacher swung his sword? Kwanon explains, this is a basic sword technique move. He seriously instructs, step forward to shift your body's weight and use it to strike. You increase the destructive power of your sword strikes. If you apply the collapsing technique, the damage will be multiplied exponentially. Seeing the expression on your face, I know you think that's obvious, so you'll die within 3 seconds in real combat. Hearing this, everyone started to feel nervous. Everyone. The red-haired guy thought to himself, if luck isn't on your side, you'll die. And Qo placed one foot up, emphasizing that remembering this is crucial as in real combat, movement matters more than strength. Depending on the situation, a swordsman will shift their center of gravity outside their body. For example, as he says this, his foot stomps hard on the ground. Koan switches her demonstration move and continues explaining, my current body center of gravity. The students below listen attentively, each face looking very anxious. He continued explaining, it's called outer gravity when someone is behind me. Kuan's foot pushed off, flipping himself into the air, leaving the students staring in amazement. Si An looked up at his bewildered students and said, use this.
As soon as he finished, he bent down, touched the ceiling with his foot, and the students below could only stare in amazement. They all gasped in disbelief and exclaimed, "What is that?" The teacher just flicked himself up there. Chan nonchalantly walks along the metal bar on the ceiling. Seeing that, everyone else becomes even more excited, shouting loudly. And now he's walking on the ceiling. Right after that, Ms. On's foot leaves the ceiling. He leapt off the platform, spinning multiple times in the air with his sword slicing through the wind, creating a small tornado on the podium. Cian's figure distorts into a whirlpool, leaving the students below stunned. They could only gape in amazement, unable to do anything more. Seeing C's eyes blazing as he cuts through the wind, the students wonder if someone can really spin that fast. His glowing red eyes full of killing intent look down below, then he stops his movement, shifts his sword to one side, and the whirlwind quickly disappears. The students are all marveling at how crazy the attack is. T raises his hand to block the wind, secretly feeling worried inside, but there's no way to stop that strike. She smiled knowingly, realizing that he was not attacking with brute strength, but relying on inertia. This is the swordsmanship of the man once known as the Lion God Mage. Kua quickly sheathes his sword, his tone turning serious as he explains this is an application of beyond gravity. But of course, I am not actually controlling gravity right now. He steps forward and explains clearly. I simply amplify my strength with a scheme to achieve maximum inertia. I simply amplified it to illustrate it in a way all of you could understand. Tua emphasized again. Today I will test you on this. Do you understand? Everyone shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" He let out a long sigh. So now, are the students below waiting for the command? Ms. Ann sternly orders. Anyone shouting during my demonstration will lie down and do 200 push-ups. Immediately after hearing this, everyone broke into a tired sweat and responded with push-ups. Yes, sir. Beyond gravity is a body movement technique that uses a strength-enhancing diagram, resulting in increased inertia that allows for balance and extraordinary movements because a person shifts their center of gravity so powerfully that they appear to defy gravity. Hence the name Beyond Gravity. The first action a person must take to utilize anti-gravity is to perform this movement first, such as basic muscle contraction, which involves tensing the muscles to create vibrations. In the initial stage, a person can strike the ground forcefully to use it, but this is not suitable for close combat. A student is gritting their teeth and doing push-ups when suddenly a voice rings out. Listen up. It turns out, Su-an is announcing that the assessment test on the movement of the center of gravity will be the horizontal obstacle course. The rules are very simple. When encountering obstacles, quickly dodge them. You need to overcome obstacles of various shapes. At the final step, it will seem like there's no way to pass. But he reveals a little trick. Therefore, if you do not use external gravity, you will not be able to pass. Teacher. Anne clears her throat to remind you because all the obstacles are made from real swords. He continued as the students strained to push themselves up the slope. So, remember that in serious situations, you could lose your life. I believe that none of you will be so afraid that you won't try, even in the rare case of losing a part. Instructor Kaina can reattach it, so don't worry. The students saw how terrible it was and thought to themselves that this was even scarier than that. He starts the test. After finishing the push-ups, line up in order by number. Number 1. Aiden was scared, but still had to shout loudly. Yes! The other guys are shouting. Oh my God, let us rest already. Test sitting next to R, smirking mockingly. Number 1. David Aiden finishes his assessment even though we already studied the outline. You turn and ask, isn't 200 push-ups too many? She didn't reply, only urging him to go. Come on, let's go before we get punished again now. The young students in the same class are crying and complaining. They are busy taking an assessment. What's going on? Why is the class 1 goddess only sticking to him? One day I will kill you, I promise. Blue hair. Test glanced at Ran and whispered, but you know, is that person named Siron a girl? Hearing that, he froze with a blank face, full of question marks in his mind. The next second, Ren suddenly reacted fiercely and shouted, Are you crazy? Even if I were mentally disabled, I would never insult a knight like that. Oh, really? He always insists that Siron will definitely become the best. That's why I risked my life for him. Tess just found it a bit confusing, wondering if when he talks about his friend, everything has changed completely. He coughs a few times, advises, and says not to judge too quickly anyway. She suspected that he was a friend who made Ren talk so much, and she felt jealous. Test stroked his chin and smiled slyly, coming up with an idea. So, she turned and pointed a finger at her face and asked, Siron, can I meet him? Ran opened her mouth wide and stared in surprise. Sweating heavily, you raised your voice and asked what you were doing meeting my friend. Tess sincerely cupped her cheeks and said, You brag about him too much, of course I'm curious.
She chuckled and added, thinking about how you already have a mentor like me. I feel jealous. Ran sighed and said it was all too sudden.
Moreover, Siron is still far from Chris, and while crying and preparing for the test doesn't even bother to pay attention to those warming up and makes an excuse.
Then I can visit Chris. I'm about to have a break. She smiled brightly, giving another reason.
Oh, right, there's a small island in the south, isn't there?
I heard it's a famous tourist spot.
Great, we can go there and hang out together. Your eyes widened at this, feeling a bit flustered inside. Playing with Siron?
The past floods back in Rand's mind as he realizes their friendship has begun. It's been half a year since I said goodbye to him,
and I lift my face with tears streaming down, lamenting I want to go out. But would it be okay for 3 of us to go? He's a bit shy about it. It seems like you guessed what was going to happen, so I was secretly happy with the good reaction.
She eagerly suggested, then have him bring another girl along.
He has a friend from the Magic Academy. A couple's holiday getaway. What do you think? You were so stunned you couldn't even speak.
Yes.
Rand blushed and turned her palms toward Test as she spoke. Let me think about it.
She stood up excitedly and exclaimed.
Tweet Test casually cracks his knuckles and suggests, should we end this practical assessment on a high note before taking a break? At this moment, Quan shouted the number 12 exines. She activated her whole body and shouted loudly, ready to evaluate. He heard the reply and quickly jotted it down in his notebook. The 2 sounds then echoed, just as Test Lao shot forward like lightning. Not far ahead, a huge box is floating in midair. Test shows no sign of hesitation as she charges forward at full speed. She stomps her foot down, leaps high into the air, performs a few graceful flips, and spectacularly overcomes the obstacle. So much so that even Test has to wonder if her agility has reached this level. She stares intently at the next machine, judging it. This is a giant obstacle. Everything is blocked, except for a small gap at the bottom. Unless you use external gravity, otherwise you'll be torn apart like the salad I had for breakfast today. Test lands gracefully on the ground, whispering to herself, then begins to apply the initial impact. Immediately after, she leans back, skillfully adjusting her center of gravity. Just a moment later, Test's entire body pressed against the ground, sliding underneath that strange object. All she could think about now was getting outside. Everything happened so fast that it was hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, Test had overcome the obstacle. After finishing the challenge, she stood up straight like a victorious warrior. Along with the announcement, the sweat beads appeared on Test's forehead as she spread her arms wide like celebrating a glorious victory, feeling confident that this was the first time she had done it. But she had done it perfectly. All the training she had gone through so far must have been just basic lessons. Test glanced at Quan and marveled that even though he had a quirky personality, he was still a true instructor. He was still engrossed in taking notes. The shout rings out again. Number 28, Ran Owent, is about to evaluate. Suddenly, Anne's eyes changed as if he was hiding a thought. Quan looked at R, who was getting into position, along with his words. Try it. Just as it begins, Rien's toes slam down on the ground as if preparing to launch. Without hesitation, he ignored the diagram his teacher had taught him, charging straight like a missile and piercing through the first 2 obstacles in an instant. The crowd was stunned, eyes wide open, and someone exclaimed, "That was fast!" On the other side, Ryan had just jumped onto the large box with force and in an instant was running towards the obstacle's edge. What Ryan faced now was a giant box and several sharp saw blades. He thought about using the diagram to shift his body's center of gravity outward. Quan was extremely worried when he saw Ron's face at that moment. "You bastard, are you crazy?" Ran stomped his foot down hard, shattering the stone face into tiny pieces. You quickly and quietly lie down close to the ground, mimicking the previous test movement. At that moment, Kuan's face turned pale. He frowned and stared in horror at the scene ahead. Ran hadn't fully pressed himself to the ground yet when he was stopped. Everyone around was stunned, whispering, how could he put his neck so close to the blades when they were just inches away from him? Ran frantically shouted, "Where is my plan?" Luckily, Kuan managed to throw a stick into the obstacle to save him just in time, and in an instant, the system exploded into pieces. And Rien was thrown aside like a ball rolling everywhere, shouting in despair. "What? I already used it." "That plan." Mr. Hung Ho came over to scold. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know what a diagram is?" Yuan points directly at him and shouts, "I told you already." Those who don't know how to use the diagram will be disqualified from the practical test. Ran still tries to argue back. "It's not that I don't know how to use it. You crossed your arms and declared a month ago that I had received the muscle strengthening test, and I definitely passed." He looked skeptical and asked again, "Why? It's obviously a lie." Ran suggested I pick that up. If it's a test to lift twice my body weight, then this level is definitely doable, even if it's just barely enough.
Then you pointed at the huge rock beside you. Ran uses all his strength to lift it up, panting as he thinks to himself, "What do you think?" Kuan saw the veins starting to bulge all over your body, and he stammered, "How is this possible?" In just a few minutes, Ran was able to lift the stone high and shouted loudly with all his strength, "What is going on?" Can still can't believe what's happening. Ryan apologized, but suddenly Kuan's face turned pale and sweat kept pouring down. He could only remind him that he still hadn't opened the outline. The boy hesitated and stammered, "Just now, the lecturer." Kuan immediately responded, saying, "Sorry, right?" The students along with R fell silent on the spot. Someone is whispering about what the teacher is saying. Ran, feeling disappointed, blames himself. "Aren't you the one lifting this stone?" "That's because you're strong in a foolish way. Big muscles but a smaller brain." Yet he still concluded that Owent, in the first semester of grade 1, confirmed the last position. Hearing this, Ran looked stunned. The Swordsmanship Academy and the schematic. The schematic is the most basic quality of a swordsman. The crowd also fell into contemplation for a moment. Not long after, Rian also dropped the stone, causing a loud crash because all swordsmen's techniques are based on the blueprint. Ran will be disqualified from all practical exams and unable to earn points from them. The scene shifts to the next day, outside the academy with blinding sunlight. Yet he still cursed. Damn it. Ran clenched his ranking sheet tightly. Perfect score of 30 out of 30, yet he complains. "Just because I'm not skilled at the diagram doesn't mean I have to be at the bottom of society," I cry, thinking of my father's stern face and telling myself, if my scores fall outside the ranking and my father finds out, he'll be furious. The test outside is waving and calling R. "You haven't forgotten, right? Is that right? For the winter break, do you really have to bring a friend?" "Of course," he muttered it to himself, thinking to himself. "Siron, what are you doing now?" The scene shifts to the outskirts, not far away, where Siron stands alone in a quiet arena surrounded by falling leaves. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a bright blue hue like jade. In an instant, Siron's body moved at the speed of light and vanished from sight. He uses his ultimate skill, teleporting instantly to shoot Siron forward, trailing a streak of golden light. He then unleashes his next move, patrolling and moving swiftly sideways, making Siron shift in a zigzag lightning-fast pattern. His figure flashes through the wind, light and sharp. Then suddenly Siron's body vanishes into the air. It turns out he leapt up and used the rainbow rain technique to create a swirling arc of 7 colored rainbows. Where Siron moves, the light follows. Then he turns around, using his foot as the pivot, while extending his palm forward. Siron quickly summoned some crystals, and the aurora shot straight into the giant rock in front of him. Soon after, dust and smoke billowed up, enveloping his body. Next, Siron continued to gather his strength, summoning a blazing red energy in his hand. In an instant, he shot out a fiery red beam forward. The lightning bolt exploded with a loud bang as it hit directly in the center of the rock. Siron thought to himself that no matter how tough the material, if it was affected by the shockwave, he was controlling his power source carefully. This powerful spell will ultimately destroy it. But for now, Siron sighs and compares, realizing that the photon cannon has greater destructive power. He carefully examined the hole with the fiery red spiritual energy around it, on the rock, convinced that the continuous damage from the aurora beam could be sustained almost infinitely. In this way, his specialized magic had become much more powerful in a short period. However, Siron pointed his palm forward and summoned. Windblade formed a blue circle rushing ahead. It shot up into the tree branches, causing the bright red apple to fall to the ground. And then he looked at the rolling apple on the ground, thinking to himself, "I have learned that knowing only powerful magic is not enough." Siron approached, picked it up, and reminded himself that there is still a long road ahead with many difficulties to overcome. He recalls the times when his magic was not yet widely known, and he could surprise others, using his immortality ability for a short period to compensate for his lack of precision in his techniques. However, when faced with truly powerful opponents, even though everyone fought hard and protected each other, Siron was helpless. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with sadness and despair. Siron thought of that terrible scene. Even though many close friends had fallen right before his eyes, he was powerless to save them. He imagines a day when the most important people to Siron are in danger, and he clenches the apple in his hand, determined that he doesn't want to become a weak mage who can't do anything to save them. Siron encourages himself. Because of that, he must try harder. Suddenly, hearing this call, Siron turned his head back to look. 2 young men around his age were waving happily and greeting him. I immediately recognized my friend Erukine. Suddenly, Siron froze, and his pupils turned a bright blue. At that moment, Siron was standing quite far from them. They faced each other and saw a faint aura emanating from his entire body, causing them to stammer and call out to Chiron. In an instant, he used teleportation to appear right in front of his friend, startling both of them and making them shout out loud. Ney stared in surprise, wide-eyed. "What is that, teleportation?" Iruki also had to marvel. "Truly amazing. Have you practiced it already?" He ruffled your hair and replied with a sheepish smile. "I succeeded in moving at nearly the speed of light. Pretty amazing, right? But it makes me very dizzy," Siron hesitated to say. "It's useless because the distance traveled is only a short step," but he wiped a drop of sweat and interrupted. "What do you mean, useless? Even the top students struggle with teleportation magic. And at least you managed to surprise him." He proudly places his hand on his chest. "I also have something that will surprise you. You've never seen fire magic before, right? I'll show you," Iruki replied thoughtfully. "Whatever you say." You turn to observe Siron. "You've been lost in your own self-pity in this empty training ground, haven't you?" he said, startling him into protesting. "That's not it." Siron looked down at the ground, stammering as he continued, "I still have a long and difficult road ahead." Suddenly, Iruki placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him and said, "It's okay." His light magic, this monochromatic light energy, is truly astonishing. Usually that would require 10 years of pure mental training to achieve. But Siron could only smile and feel moved by Iruki's encouragement. However, he was able to do it immediately by applying the principle behind the photon cannon to it, so he can be proud of that. You keep praising him non-stop. He was the one who improved the most during the last semester. Nad also smiles brightly from behind, feeling a bit more relieved to hear that. Siron nodded slightly and said, "Yeah." The scene shifts to the academy, with birds flying around the skyscraper. Inside, the teachers suddenly hear a familiar voice. "Thank you, teachers, for teaching us during the past semester." The teachers burst into laughter and gave us some advice. Who would have thought that the biggest troublemakers in our school would welcome us like this? Don't forget what I learned during the break and have fun to the fullest. You should be excited and giggling. You're really good at that. An instructor ruffled Iruki's hair and praised her loudly. The best thing is having students with many points. Iruki has made progress. Chadet calls out to her. Ethan responds. She turned around and asked her close teacher, who casually flicked his hair to the side with a cool expression. "Now we're on vacation. If you have time, why not have a meal together?" It made the teachers and students standing there look like they were frozen in place. Tong Than shouted, "What?" Etella hurriedly rubbed her hands and stammered, "I'm sorry, but I have to maintain order," she said firmly, clenching her fists with interest. "I wish I could also participate in the training." He sighed and brushed it off, saying hair has nothing to do with love. But of course, she wouldn't know because she has never loved Sienna. Shitlet said, "You've never dated anyone before, right?" Causing everyone to gasp in surprise. "Really?" Someone whispers. "No way." She looked unhappy and pushed up her glasses to prepare to argue. "I'm sorry," but Sienna stood in front of him and declared clearly, "I am currently dating." The professor standing there felt a bit tense, wondering if it would be okay to keep listening like this. Siron looked in with worry in his heart. "No way. What about Amin?" She flinched suddenly, teasing. "She's quite good at joking around. So why don't you just say her full name?" Hearing this, she closed her eyes again, pushed up her glasses, and looked dangerous. Sienna slowly emphasized each word. "I am dating the French devil." Iruki and Etella couldn't help but be stunned by this information. Siron and his students also gawked in surprise. He looked a bit pale and frightened. Everyone was gathered around her. "Shocked, I'm trying to find an excuse." "Ah, I see now." Before he could finish speaking, Anpass pushed the door open and greeted everyone. "What are you all doing here?" Everyone shouted in unison, "The principal is still alive." He smiled knowingly and asked, "Am I still the principal? A temporary principal will arrive next semester. Please treat him as well as you treated me." After hearing that, everyone turned around and started beating the village drum. It's time to go home. Isn't it shocking? Should I just shout out loud? "I don't want any other principal." Anpass asked Siron if you could spare a moment before I leave. He was a bit surprised, but still agreed, of course. Iruki and En whispering, "We'll wait outside, so please go out the main door." Siron nodded and replied, "Okay, I understand." Not long after, only the two of them remained inside the classroom. He turned his head back and spoke. "You're planning to investigate, aren't you?" Anfass's cold gaze and somber tone. "About Miro." He said nothing, only remained silent for a moment. Siron doesn't mind admitting it, but I guess you've already figured it out. He strokes his long beard and explains, "I've been caring for children for over 40 years. I can tell just by your eyes. I apologize, but I just suggested we investigate the ruins." This surprised Siron more than ever. He continued,
If you look into it, you can get a rough idea of the world Miro is living in. His pupils dilated, and Siron was slightly surprised. Do you remember where we're going? Of course I remember. Who does she think I am? She thought. Ran is such a fool to question me. So where is it? At that moment, both Ryan and Siren exclaimed together, Galen Island. The system explains. Photonic magic, optical magic. A focused, active energy system in a photon that is enlarged and concentrated, then fired as a beam of light. Usually light consists of many different wavelengths, but the photon cannon concentrates these wavelengths into one and fires it as a thin beam of light. The time needed to travel long distances without obstacles depends on understanding near light speed, and accurately calculating the starting and ending points is crucial because the range is limited within the user's mental zone. Using space movement repeatedly is necessary to cover long distances, but there is a risk if you do not understand the surrounding space well. Therefore, in reality, it cannot be used in combat. When using space movement, the user will feel as if they have instantly moved from the starting point to the destination. Siren's information is also summarized. Aryan Siren, passive magic, light element, photon cannon, light magic, wind sword, passive magic, instant teleportation, space teleportation, and flying space movement. The scene shifts to Siren, and Alpheus continues explaining that allowing the child to investigate the ruins means trusting his judgment. He reminds him, so never let your guard down, do you understand? He nodded firmly. Thank you, sir. I promise not to cause trouble. Suddenly, Anpheus asked a question. Can you tell us why you want to explore the labyrinth? He slightly lowers his head, waiting for Siren's answer. I honestly confess. I heard a voice when I returned through the dimensions. Alpheus was startled and repeating the words voice and voice again. Siron confirmed immediately. Yes, that was my own voice. In the past, that evil tone kept echoing in my ears. Anyone can be a parent, except you. You are a child outside the law. They are not your parents anymore. You are not needed in this world. Siren irritably continued. His voice was so hoarse that even I forgot it was my own. An existence has been eliminated. He furrows his brow, his eyes shining with sadness, thinking to himself that he has heard everything about Siron Kwa Klum. He presents his reasoning, accepting that everything might change beyond his control is himself, and through that he can attain enlightenment, but it's still a long way off, so I want to become stronger. Siren confidently said that to do that you need to learn more about yourself. Anpass immediately looked up and listened attentively. I think I need to understand more about the conflicts within myself. He hesitated, then said, and then these thoughts came to me. It's just a fleeting moment, but by understanding the person who created countless dimensions and chose loneliness for themselves, Siren believes you can find the answers you seek. After finishing, he left, sunlight streaming through the window, filling the room with a gentle golden hue. He walks toward that place, each step heavy but silent as a shadow. Anpass watches the figure below, lost in thought. Children at that age will stray at least once. His eyes closed as if holding in many unspoken feelings. Anpass gazed at the flock of birds soaring high, silently accepting the harsh truth that in reality, everyone is a lonely traveler. He gazes at Siren's figure and sighs, falling to the vast land below. Anpass ponders silently by the window, praying that he will find the way to rediscover himself and protect Siron's loved ones. Anpass opens his necklace, revealing an image of a young couple inside. He mutters, "Isn't it wonderful?" Glum once said it was like looking back at his own youth. He squinted anxiously, unable to calm his worries. If that child really is like you say, what guarantees that he won't fall into the same terrible path as I did? That child is like me. Anpass recalls the past when he was in class listening to lectures. The wave theory was proven through experiments, and when he interacted with other friends. Now Siren also boldly takes action to punish the wrongdoer. That guy was grabbed by the collar and shouting loudly, "Help me," he thought, not proud of his talent. After finishing, he threw the guy to the ground and shouted, "You bastard!" Anpass remembered the scene of his three friends hugging each other and whispering, getting to know good friends. In his youth, a tall figure with blonde hair faced him. Then, that hairstyle transformed into Siren's hair at that time. His face was scarred, but he couldn't suppress the passion of youth. Anpass's face also became more serious than ever. He sighed and tried to understand everything, instead of getting angry. As if that child is doing what Anpass cannot. Can Siron truly do that in his place? He held the sacred object trembling, thinking he couldn't protect everything he loved. But if it were that child, perhaps Anpass would tighten his grip and speak with a heavy heart.
I'm sorry, I don't have the right to ask this, but just one more time. He stared intently at the radiant smile of the one he loved, wondering if he could be a little selfish. A question is being asked outside the academy. You told the principal not yet.
Haruki got straight to the point. The matter about the maze. Siron, carrying his bag, scratched his head and ear as he recounted. He told me to explore the ruins. I didn't expect him to be that sincere. You nodded in surprise and asked again. Tired? Then just wave your hands and move your feet. You're extremely excited. It's a famous resort, isn't it? Are you getting ready to go there? He nodded in confirmation.
That's right, I plan to go during the holiday.
Then they said goodbye to each other. Haruki sighed in longing. I wish we could go together. You hold your head and complain. Because my father wouldn't leave me alone, I then stared in amazement at the carriage in front of me. I've never seen a carriage like that before. And Siron looked grim, thinking to himself that he had forgotten this guy's family wasn't ordinary. He sighed and lamented, my family is the same, they are also a problem. Haruki just patted his shoulder to encourage him, saying, keep going, then turned around and whispered, but upon reflection, he found it quite surprising.
Siron has met the founding president of the Supernatural Society. He thought of the shadowy figures and whispered, I heard that Mikiyagaro, the head of the Magic Association, is a founding member.
He put his hands in his pockets in agreement.
The person who created the equation is also a founding member. Truly an era of remarkable people.
All done, the winner suggests.
Siron, remember to tell us after you finish exploring.
He nodded on this side, agreeing, of course. The carriage slowly started to move, and he sat inside, wiping away tears with a cloth before waving goodbye. Siron, take care, Haruki. Remember to write a letter. Haruki, sitting in another car, also gives a thumbs up to show agreement. Siron turned around and shouted, take care!
See you next month in the capital Bhaskar Owent at Gina's mansion.
This mansion has become more chaotic than ever, with clothes scattered everywhere on the stairs and someone sitting at the piano. Unjen grits his teeth, trying to play a beautiful piece. Ran sticks his head out the door, sweating and complaining. It's noisy again. Just looking at the aura emanating from that piano makes you feel terrified. The evil witch is evolving into a modern witch. Ryan feels a chill down his spine like never before. Just looking at her, you can tell she's having another episode. How many days has she been like this?
If I pay attention right now, I won't just get scolded. The boy nervously thinks of a plan to secretly sneak away.
Before he could run away, a pair of high heels rushed into Rand's place, and a second later, the heel jabbed straight into his forehead, making Rand scream out loud. She stood up, gently lifted her flowing white dress, and spoke softly. I keep seeing some sneaky cat lurking around here. So it's you again? She asks seriously as she approaches him and holds out her hand. Give me the report card. Rian refused stubbornly, shouting in protest.
Do you think I'm a kid? I can hold on to my report card myself.
1 second later, he was knocked out with big bumps on his head. She held up the report card and reminded him, you have to listen carefully when I speak. Reina coldly reads each word, then suddenly her face drains of color and her expression becomes more frantic than ever. Her hands tremble as she clutches the report card and she screams in fury, what kind of grades are these? How are you studying? What is a fake schematic diagram? Does Kyo pretend to be pregnant or something? I have no idea what they're talking about. Are you kidding me? Is unlocking your power this hard? You buckle your bag to argue, but if it doesn't work, what can I do? Rena hugs her belongings and prepares to leave. Whatever, I'm leaving now. She quickly grabbed your shirt and said firmly, where do you think you're going?
Stop right there. Once I finish my business here, we'll go down to see Grandpa.
Ran panic-stricken, her face pale, shouted loudly. No way! I already have my own plan. I'm leaving now. Rena crossed her arms, defeated him once again, her tone full of deadly intent. Where are you going? With whom? She asked sharply. Do I have any friends? Ran looked at the foot pressed against her cheek and thought to herself, I have to choose my words carefully. He imagines his sister as a monster that chills him to the bone and quietly confirms that if he says he's hanging out with Siron, he's definitely dead. She looks terrifying. Ran is determined to make Siron see this side of his sister. Then he trembles as he speaks. Do you know the Eason family? There is a girl named Test, the only daughter. Rena didn't even bother to listen anymore and snapped in anger. You're telling a ridiculous lie. A daughter of a noble family like Elzen would never go out to play with you. Ran saw her sister's foot lift and immediately swung her arm to push it away, then taunted her weakness. He ran off quickly, leaving her unable to catch up, and she shouted from behind, Hey, stop right there. Ran doesn't want to stay at that mansion anymore. He rushed forward like a missile. Rena could only sigh and mutter upon seeing that. Ryan, when will you finally realize? She looked at the report card and muttered to herself. No matter how hard you try, you're still in my hand.
Rena smirked with a sinister look and whispered, "Take the carriage and go to see who will arrive at Chris first." The scene shifts to a deep forest where a carriage is traveling, accompanied by a voice saying, "Has the young master been knighted already?" Yes, he is sitting across from Siron, confirming that. Yes, he just reached level 10 and is busy with official duties on the front lines. Miss Jaina has also been promoted to become the 7th Royal Orchestra conductor. The head of the family is still busy. He is Tamura, the deputy butler of the Owent family. Tamura relayed the message, and the chief elder plans to abdicate soon and return to Chris. He suddenly remembered his friend and asked, "I heard Ren was there too. How is he doing now?" He hesitated and said, "I don't know much about that, only that he is a swordsman who has achieved the 6th rank." A second later, Tamura added, "It's best not to mention the eldest son, even within the family." Siron just nodded and obeyed. "I understand. I wonder if he was exiled." "No, the master loves his children very much." His eyes widened in surprise. "It must be for political reasons." He sighed and said, "I think Ro will soon meet him. But Tamura has been blaming me for half a year for not receiving a single letter since that day." Siron could only smile awkwardly and go along with it. Exactly, R. Not long after, he arrived home. Siron was stunned by the scene before him, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh my God, my son, are you hurt anywhere?" He suddenly jerked up in disgust and shouted, smelling alcohol. Just as his lips were about to kiss Siron's cheek, he froze for a few seconds. "Wait a minute, what's going on?" Siron thought of being embraced by his parents' loving arms and realized he had been looking forward to a dramatic reunion after half a year. Yet I felt confused when I saw a familiar face behind me. Why did this suddenly happen? Why is R at our house? Vincent turned around excitedly to answer. "He has been waiting for you here for 2 days. Ran pats his chest excitedly and suggests, "We still go hunting with the children, right? A man should be brave and go hunting." Suddenly, Siron's mother runs into the kitchen calling Siron, and he pushes his father's hand away upon seeing her. La grew up. "Mom." Siron snuggled into her embrace like a spoiled child. "Mom." His mother held Siron tightly, her voice incredibly sweet. "Come here, sweetheart." He nuzzles into her and whispers, "Surely Mother has gone through many hardships while I was away." Siron's mother gently pats her son's head and comforts him. "The Owent family has helped us a lot." He couldn't help but feel moved inside. Yes, this is the reunion we've been waiting for. But Siron had no idea that her sharp eyes were fixed on Vincent with a deadly intent. As a returning child, yet someone only knew how to drink. The reunion scene is over. Now it's time for you to turn to your friend and ask, "Rian, I heard you haven't contacted your family all this time. Did you visit the family clan?" Rian said, hands behind his head, whistling in protest. "Why would I go there? I have too much to do." Siron guessed right away. It's truly ridiculous. "You probably caused some trouble again, right? That's why your face looks pale and you're sweating profusely." At this moment, he finally held his head and sighed. "Oh my God. It's not that he doesn't want to go home, but that he can't." Rian turned around, cleared his throat, and changed the subject. "Dad, now's not the time for this. Come chop wood with me." Vincent immediately agreed, showing off his huge muscles. "Let's go, men. Let's spend some time together." Siron's mother, worried and anxious, asked, "What are you still doing after just drinking? Just go upstairs and get some sleep." This scene just makes him scratch his head and sigh, looking miserable. "There's nothing more we can do. It's been a long time." Siron took off his doula shirt to reassure her. "It's okay, Mom. We'll be back soon." But his mother still fears and prevents him, saying it's too dangerous to go up the mountain after drinking alcohol. Siron tightens his belt and tries to comfort her. "Don't worry." His face shining brightly, he added one more reassuring word to his mother. "The child is here now." She was a bit stunned by the mature words just now. Siron's mother watched the three of them happily walking together, lost in thought. "It's okay because the boy is here, yeah?" Her gaze at Siron was like looking at her grown-up child. Just half a year since she saw her son again. His mother was deeply moved, but he seemed to have become a completely different person. Now R, carrying an axe on his shoulder, challenged, "Siron, want to bet around? The loser will have to obey the winner's command. Whoever can fell the tree with fewer swings will be the winner," which surprised Siron a bit. Vincent struggled to carry the axe along. This statement makes him suspicious. "I feel like I once made a similar bet with my father when I was a child." Not long after, a loud noise echoed so loudly that even the birds flew away to dodge the bullets. He and his father stared at what was in front of them, stammering and shouting. "What?" Siron doubts human existence. "Is that schema?" Ran, after cutting half the tree, turned around and laughed loudly, denying it. "No, chopping down a tree doesn't require using schema. You pat the axe in your hand and mutter, "But you know." Rian raised it high, then mischievously winked, smirking. You used all your strength to prepare for one more strike. Excitedly shouting, "Let's begin!" The two of them still stood frozen in place, not knowing what they were about to do. A few seconds later, Siron suddenly realized it was an electric shock. At this moment, the axe's blade had struck the tree, causing sparks of bright yellow lightning to shoot out, and in an instant, the ancient tree was cut down. The sparks of lightning formed a circle around Ron's weapon, and he, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Ran," Siron asked excitedly, "have you learned swordsmanship?" I step onto the tree trunk carrying an axe on my back and confidently confirm that I am no longer the person I used to be. Immediately after, R forced a smile and let out a relieved breath inside. "I did it. This is great." You recall the sword fight with Siron, worried about what you would do if you failed, but he managed to land a blow that shattered Ren's wooden sword. You wonder if Siron used lightning magic on you last time to get an item. I have learned my father's secret technique. Then Vincent will tell you, so I asked Siron how you can use lightning magic. And you see, Ran is now very excited, constantly nodding and agreeing. He turned back to the present, laughing to himself in satisfaction. His special training all day was worth it, as he stroked his beard and chin from behind, assessing. He really is a good friend. Even though he's a noble, he's not stubborn and is polite enough to ask me for guidance. Still not finished, he also has a resilient spirit and won't give up until he succeeds. Vincent crossed his arms and whispered to his son, "See that Siron? Dad said it wouldn't be easy. Do you still think you can beat him now?" He closed his eyes and replied, "I wonder if to win, I just need to strike it down with a single blow." Rian offered his axe kindly and said, "Here. Take my axe." But Siron brushed past and smiled, saying, "It's okay." He directly placed his hand on a huge tree, causing the two others to stop in surprise. Siron closed his eyes tightly, as if sensing the atmosphere here. A second later, he opened his eyes, his pupils blazing like when he cast those techniques. At the same time, the relentless gusts of wind made him and the boy exclaim, "What?" Siron concentrates his spiritual energy into his palm on the tree. As his power peaks, the tree snaps with a deafening crack and a sharp swirling gust slices through, carving a perfect, elegant circle. What just happened? With a loud crash, the ancient tree fell to the ground. Siron raised his fist high and turned around to celebrate. "I won!" Ryan shouted in disbelief. "What? What kind of magic is that?" He chuckles as he holds up two fingers and introduces himself, saying, "It's called the Wind Slash." Surprised, right? He ran over to look at the tree and hesitated, asking, "Is this magic?" Dad thought it would be some kind of fun prank, right? Vin happily looked at his son and said there's no need to worry about living off wood anymore. Siron nodded in agreement. Of course, just leave everything to the child. Ran watched the two talking silently, thinking, "I can't believe it. It's only been half a year," but he forced a faint smile, his eyes full of determination. Not long after, the evening sun gradually set, and Ran still stood there, muttering to himself, "I knew it. I was right from the beginning. Now my order is for Ran to move the pile of wood." Tears welled up in your eyes, and you had no choice but to obey. After all, you were going to do it anyway. The silent night enveloped Siron's house. The four of them gather around the table by the flickering fire, with Siron enthusiastically sharing stories from his daily life at the academy. His parents also happily laughed and kept talking, while Ran quietly ate and listened to their teasing. After a while, the lights went out and a scream echoed through the house. "Are you also planning to go to Galleon Island?" Siron, lying comfortably on the bed, said, "Yes, I want to investigate a place called Tan Teach Kogo." Ryan turned to him, curious. "What? Is it because of your studies?" Siron gave an excuse, saying, "A little relaxation is fine. This is also a famous tourist spot." You laughed and sat up, replying, "Right? Well, fine then." Ran sweat drops as he nervously asked, "Is my condition okay to that point?" A trip full of meaning. He put his hands behind his head and muttered, "Who would have thought you would return with your girlfriend from the Swordsmanship Academy?" Siron burst out laughing. "How well had you studied? It's really suspicious that you came here without going home." You jumped in surprise, scratching your head and trying to divert attention. "What? That's not important, so just forget about it." "And she's not my girlfriend," Tram Ingam added. "So just tell me if you have anyone you can bring along, and that's all." Ran silently complained. "Here it is, the biggest obstacle in this plan." You remember Siron blushing, lowering his head, and blaming himself. Siron is really such a fool. He's even too shy to look his sister the witch in the eye. He probably will never find a girlfriend. Honestly, there's no way he has a girlfriend. If he doesn't, I guess I have no choice but to tell Tess the truth. After finishing, he spoke. If he didn't have one, Ree hadn't even finished speaking before he interrupted. I know. Siron looked up at the ceiling and declared in a deep voice. I will bring someone along, a girlfriend, he said, opening his mouth wide and turning pale at those words. Are you sure you have many girls interested in you? He sighed and complained. I guess our witch of a house will be very sad. Siron looked confused when he heard that. Rian had no choice but to let it go. Nothing more. At that moment, he asked, Is Rena doing well? Someone with such a kind older sister must be very happy, Rian replied. Hesitantly. So are you secretly thinking she's good? Ran quickly changes the subject to avoid awkwardness. So, is your friend pretty? Siron froze for a second before complimenting. She's very beautiful, you gasp in surprise. Really? I just warned you, don't get your hopes up. She might refuse to go. Ran refused and sat up, ordering him to make her agree. Is that clear? The next morning, the bright sunlight shone through the window frame. A few days later, Ran had to return home to prepare for the trip, and to persuade Siron's superior to agree, they set out for Chris. He stands at the door, clearing his throat, and calls out, We're back. His mother hands him a green string with a 4-leaf clover charm and gives him instructions. Siron, take this with you. Siron asked in surprise. What is this? She asked. As she placed it in his hand and explained, I made this 4-leaf clover talisman. Do you remember? Siron's mother continued. When my mother fainted from a high fever while I was holding that talisman, the image of her still being feverish flashes back in my mind. Until Siron's mother's fever subsided and she woke up, she saw her son lying unconscious beside her bed, and at that moment her pupils suddenly dilated to the fullest. Siron's mother took my hand, looked at R with a smile, and said, I will trust. She held out another talisman and gently instructed him to take care of Siron. The young master then shifted scenes to the Kamas family, one of the noble families of the Tomia kingdom. Their descendants inherit a special ability called the Red Eye that allows them to remember everything. It grants them an innate talent, helping them learn everything 10 times faster than others. However, they do not pursue power. Instead, they choose more carefree ambitions. Because their family tradition highly values individuality, each member leaves their own mark in their field, and everyone calls the Kamis family the Lightning Star. Siron, carrying his bag, stood in front of the house thinking that he didn't have an appointment, so he came straight here. He looked up and pondered for a while, but what if she wasn't home? Then what should I do? While Siron was still lost in thought, 2 people beside him stared intently, and when he tried to leave, he turned his head to look around, causing his eyes to accidentally meet theirs. A bodyguard cleared his throat and asked, Who are you? He quickly introduced himself. My name is Siron. Is Amy here? I'm her friend from the Magic Academy. He forced a smile and said that, but inwardly he sneered. Are you okay? Deli quickly assessed Siron's appearance. The vacation just started and these flies are already buzzing around her? He must be very confident in his looks. But even the royal family can't do anything here, you know. He smiled and offered to check. Wait a moment, then secretly give Hoken an order from behind. Hey, go check it out. Seeing no reaction from him, Delis's eyes turned cold as a blade. He shouted, What are you doing? I told you to check it out. Hoken could only grasp his sword in confusion and follow the order. Yes. A moment later, he mounted his horse to deliver the message. Delis turned away, thinking to himself, What's wrong with him? He stared intently at Siron, guessing and speculating. That kid gives off a somewhat different vibe. Could he be a student from a famous family? Delis said firmly. May I ask which family you come from? Before Siron could answer, Hoken called out loudly from behind. Commander, he was startled and let out a small sound, then told you to go back. A plan formed in my mind to find a convincing excuse to avoid causing trouble. Delis asked urgently, How did it go? She said she's busy today, right? But he denied it, saying she asked him to come in. He seemed to think he would follow the plan I came up with and refuse. I knew it. Sorry about that, young master. She's quite busy, but upon reflection I realize I just heard something. Delis turned back and shouted, What? Hoken dismounted and confirmed, Yes. From afar there is a carriage approaching. A voice rang out, the young lady herself, and at the same time 2 white horses appeared. Sitting in the carriage, she cleared her throat and ordered that he be escorted. His eyes rolled back, sweat soaking his back as he exclaimed, What on earth is going on? The butler calmly stepped down from the carriage, surprising everyone. Delis and Hoken saluted in unison and loudly declared, Welcome to Kamas territory. He stepped from behind and said, Welcome? Odell smiled kindly and introduced himself. I am the head butler. Please respond with a smile. I am Siron. So, she's at home. That's a relief. The 2 people behind couldn't help but wonder silently, Is there something we don't know? Dellis questions life as the chief butler greets him, placing his hand on his chest as he speaks. This might be a bit rude, but before escorting you to the Tu family, there's something I want to verify. Siron immediately asked, "What is it?" El confidently replied, "I want to verify your identity to ensure you are truly Siron." This surprised him, and he exclaimed, "What?" He cleared his throat and relayed the message again. The young lady said, "If it's Siron, bring him here." So I interpreted her words like this. Summarize the conclusion in one sentence, only allowing him, and if it is Siron. Siron was quite worried and anxious inside. What? That's exactly the way Amy talks. At the same time, I imagine Ami saying that line, "Siron, if it really is Siron, then bring him here." Siron started sweating and complaining. "Do you really interpret it so strictly?" Then he spoke, verifying my identity. "How do you plan to do that?" He smiled brightly and replied, "Well, it seems I can't then. I have the duty to verify the identities of those intending to enter." I closed my eyes tightly, speaking with authority, and I have the power to do so. He kept hesitating and asking what. But before Siron could finish, he was transported to another place. All around is just seawater. He lifts his head, holds his breath tightly, and clutches his neck in panic. "What is this?" Siron struggles in the water, crying out that he can't breathe, feeling as if all his organs are turned inside out. He thought of Elle's serious face and silently denied it. No way. At that moment, he looked like a giant with deadly eyes silently watching Siron, making him suspicious and angry. Is this some kind of neurodisrupting power? In the real world, the two still face each other as if nothing has happened. Dellis and Awakens suddenly realize the eye suppression technique, a terrifying method that directly transmits compressed emotions to a person. They look confused. He's using the punishment technique on the child. They whisper that something's not right. Isn't that going too far? While still observing intently and seriously. Siron clenched his lips tightly, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek as the man looked at his face, wondering. Can he still hold on? He let out a long breath, thinking he didn't want to use that much force. But in an instant, a wave of water surged and wrapped around Siron's body. He was floating alone in the deep water, bubbles rising from Siron's mouth. He clenched his collar, steadied his mind. Stay calm, they are just emotions. I can control them. Siron gently curled his fingers, lifting his face upward and using his strength to fight back. Oh, he quickly realized what it was. This is my strongest suppression. He narrowed his eyes and glanced over Siron, muttering to himself, but he can endure it. I frown, sweat starting to pour down. Convinced of one thing. I can't endure it just with my resilience, unless I am a fool. His pupils gradually constricted, showing a hint of worry inside. A divine cultivator has reached a peak, or is a madman. I imagine a blazing red soul silently comparing. But what is that child truly hiding inside? Not long after, the test ends and the two ride away. He sat on the carriage, trembling and crying, his voice trembling. I truly apologize. Please, punish this old man for his disrespect. Tears in his voice, he said, I am willing to accept any punishment for the sin of not recognizing a noble guest. Siron, sitting opposite, looked puzzled and asked, Isn't it the family members who suspect me? So now are you finally honest and admitting it? Everything was my own decision. The master didn't set any conditions. He stared in surprise and asked why. The young lady softly expressed remorse, saying that since this was the first time Miss Amy brought a man home, she wanted to see for herself. Siron could only sigh to himself. So that's how it is. He thought of the scene where he lifted Amy up, waiting and joking together, and marveled at how much he loved his niece. Even the guards and the butler are like this. How much love does her family really have for her? Suddenly, Siron looked serious and softly said, I suddenly feel nervous. Smiling awkwardly, he hesitated and said, There's no need to be so nervous. He's just half-openly saying it might exceed your expectations. Inside the room, Ami's shiny red hair gently swayed in the air. She, dressed in pajamas, looked out the window and murmured in surprise. Did he really come here? Outside the Kame's family estate, the carriage continued to move inside, passing by a beautiful fountain filled with fresh flowers. Siron looked out, excited and exclaiming, It's so beautiful. This garden is truly stunning. The butler smiled and continued. That fountain was personally designed by Lady Amy. He added, not only that, but everyone also has their own space and learns to decorate it as they wish. Hearing this, he was a bit amazed and truly impressed. Siron happily added, That fountain was designed with a light refraction effect. It must be Amy. Elsie was not very surprised by this. He calmly said, Everyone in the Kame's family possesses the blood eye ability. L happily shared many talents. They dominate every field. Nothing is impossible. That's why they rarely interfere in each other's affairs.
He continued, saying that even when the academy was attacked, the head of the family only confirmed Lady Ami's safety before making decisions for the academy, which made Siron somewhat surprised and respond accordingly. He silently thought that was a life-threatening situation for his daughter, yet the butler explained it wasn't due to a lack of affection, but because it was their family rule. So, because of that, the young lady had to go through many hardships when she was young. Hearing this, he turned away with a bitter smile. The butler continued, but recently the young lady has changed. Now she seems to be enjoying her work. Like the other members of the family, I believe that thanks to Siron, I sincerely thank you. Hearing this, he was stunned, never expecting Ami's change to be connected to him. Siron chuckled dismissively. Me? No way, but I insist confidently. I'm sure of it. A moment later, let's hear. The butler led Siron inside the Camus estate. He looked around with a basket of fruit in his hand, thinking how scary it was and hoping he wouldn't refuse right at the gate. Oh, I'll announce that the homeowner, a friend of Miss Amy, has arrived. A woman in noble green attire runs out, her hands clutching her dress, visibly overwhelmed and causing Siron and the butler to be utterly stunned. She is Camus Isis, the lady of the family and Amy's mother. Isis leaned in close and remarked, "Indeed, a man. A man." Siron easily recognized that she looked exactly like Lady Amy. He reached out his hand to greet her, but Isis quickly pulled Siron inside and interrupted, saying, "Forget the introductions." She pulled him along and rushed in, calling out loudly, "Sweetheart!" He sat him down and announced loudly, "The young master of the Kami family has arrived." "I am." But suddenly a man's voice rang out asking what is going on. It made him stop in worry as someone over there was reading a newspaper while wearing the powerful ring of the Kami's family. He is Kamis Sakura, the head of the Kami's family. He looked at Siron and asked, "Is he my daughter's boyfriend?" He hurriedly explained anxiously, "It's not like that, kid." At this moment, 2 more people stepped forward to interrupt him. "Boyfriend? Should we take a look?" "Kamisvarian," the eldest son coldly continued. "Look at the one who stole our sister's heart," followed by Camis Ares, the second son, but pretending to be more. He also smiled excitedly. "Me too, me too." Siron was completely terrified, almost paralyzed, sweating profusely. Seeing the 3 powerful men of the family in front of him, Siron couldn't help but worry and think to himself about the situation. He immediately greeted, feeling overwhelmed inside. This was even harder than forcing himself. With this attitude, expression, and gaze, everyone is imprinting Siron's image into their memory forever, and he begins to softly introduce himself. "My name is Siron." Is sat down beside him, admiring and praising. He's really very handsome. "Do you go to the same school as Lady Ami?" she asked hurriedly. "So you are also in this graduation class?" Siron quickly replied, "No, I am in the 5th grade." Everyone in the room gasped at the answer. What? The family's surprise only made him more anxious. Are they looking at Siron with judgmental and suspicious eyes? He continued to fall into a state of worry, losing control and stammering incomprehensibly. Then Siron trembled and explained, "No, starting next semester I will be in 4th grade. Ami's father and 2 brothers are clenching their lips, as it seems they can no longer bear to see his behavior." The whole family burst into loud laughter at Siron's bewildered silence. Varian asked his younger brother what grade 1 and grade 4 are. Ares immediately replied that it was part of the magic school system, but when did Lady Ami transfer to the graduation class? As soon as they said that, they kept laughing happily. Ares sarcastically teased his brother, "Of course you wouldn't know. You just got back home yesterday." Siron froze as he wondered what was going on. A loud voice suddenly echoed through the room. "What is everyone doing?" Me. Ami appears. She looked down from above and sternly asked, "Why are you all teasing my guest?" Siron was once again stunned. So all this time they were just teasing him. They tried to explain, saying they just found it funny because he was so stiff. The scene shifts to a bookshelf filled with books on magic and various other fields. So this is Lady Amy's room. Everything is decorated very cutely with many stuffed bears neatly arranged on the bed, and the 2 brothers continue their conversation. With her tough attitude, isn't there too big a gap? Anyway, she will always be our adorable little sister. Over here, Amy gently takes a sip of tea, with a plate of sweets already set on the table, looking like a noble young lady. Varian wondered, how did your brother manage to win her heart? Eris continued, "You probably made her swoon like a real man, right?" Ias said as she poured tea. "No way. She looks very thoughtful. You must have won her heart with sweet words, right?"
Come on, don't be shy, you're dating, right? Isn't that right? Amy shouted loudly and pushed the three of them outside. We are dating, okay?
They were all happily kicked out to sit in the hallway. Sakura, trying to stay calm with her tea in hand, asked, "Really? Is that okay?" Returning to the tea party, Siron asked, "I thought we were just pretending to date for the school event, so I don't think we need to lie to her family anymore."
Ami waved it off. It's okay, they don't really care. She calmly added, I had to do it or they would only bother me more. I realize I caused you trouble, so I apologize. I should have told you earlier.
Amy's voice continued to ask in front of Siren's concern. "It's okay, you're just visiting a friend's house. So why did you come all the way here? I don't think you just came to visit." She pretends to stay calm while drinking tea, but inside she's filled with excitement. "Why did you come?"
Honestly, I was almost going crazy trying to find out. Siren then spoke up, saying, I actually have a request.
Amy asked again, "A request?" He immediately extended an invitation. "Do you want to go out? Are we going to Galleon Island?" That question from Siren made Amy, who was drinking tea, suddenly stop. She asked,
Wow. So are you and I going to an island? You're not hiding the truth.
"I have a close friend named Ran. He was the one who suggested this." Siren twirled his tea glass and continued, "But Ran said he would bring a friend, so I also needed a friend to go with me. Dazar's friend who was coming along happened to be a girl." This surprised him, and he exclaimed, "How did you know?"
I haven't even said anything yet.
She still keeps her cup of tea to hide her face, secretly thinking that your friend is really clever. Isn't this clearly a date between the two of them? The thought of dating makes Amy so nervous she starts to sweat. Behind the cup of tea was her excited expression. Amy wondered silently why he had dragged her along to do that. While Siren was slightly bowing his head in confusion, she kept thinking, he doesn't even bother to care that we're pretending to date anymore. So what now? Amy directly asked, "Why me? Do you have friends in the advanced class?" "You know I'm in the graduation class, right?" Siren honestly said, while everyone else was extremely busy with special training. Ami's hand trembled slightly along with her teacup. She continued, "I don't have time to play around, so why would I?" He looked a bit embarrassed and shy, gently called Amy's name, then looked at her with a sincere expression and said, "You are the only one." Hearing his words, Amy immediately choked. She spat everything in her mouth directly at Siren. He took it all straight on. Siron smiled, the refraction of light accidentally creating a beautiful rainbow. Ami blushed and suddenly exclaimed, "What are you talking about, you idiot, you fool?" She threw the towel at Siron and demanded, "Hurry up and wipe it off. It's very dirty." "It's really true. You stayed calm, but you're the one who spat on me." Amy wiped her mouth, silently thinking that Long had been bothering her all along. She remembered that day when the two of them fell, and she still clearly recalls his tearful face. A constant question in my mind is why Siren makes that face. I wonder if it's because he came to me first. Returning to the present, Amy sat down and wondered if he felt guilty for not keeping his promise. Then she looked at Siren, wondering if that kid liked her. "But since when?" After wiping his face, he spoke. "Don't you remember what I told you before about that person named Miro?" Amy was stunned. "Miro, the president of the Supernatural Soul Association. You say she is trapped in another dimension?" Siron placed his hand on the table, his eyes serious. "Yes, I have a hypothesis that the immortality function is linked to superluminal speed. That's why I want to learn more about her." Ami looked surprised. "I see. Meanwhile, you mentioned that the principal said he wouldn't oppose if I investigated the Google ruins." Siron solemnly said, "Well, Ran invited me after all, so I think I'll do it on the way." Hearing his explanation and reason for the invitation to hang out, Ami just let out a small sound, her expression a bit stunned, not what she expected. "So that's the case. The ruins are not part of the Tomiya kingdom because they belong to the Gali autonomous government. I also think I am the most suitable person to handle any unforeseen dangers." Siren tried to explain, "No, I didn't mean it like that." He raised his hand to rub his chin and admitted, "Well, you're not wrong either." Meanwhile, Amy was still wondering why he chose her, even though at first they weren't compatible. When she met him at the academy, Amy shouted, "Where did you learn magic? How can a civilian carry such things anymore?" But those are also the reasons why they understand each other until she introduced Siren, saying he is my boyfriend, and that from now on, don't call me senior anymore. Then, Amy sincerely supported him. The images from the graduation ceremony gradually appeared. They tried their best to protect each other. Countless fragments of the past have built the foundation of trust. Those puzzle pieces are the foundation for creating the complete picture at today's tea ceremony. It creates a confusing situation for Siron, inviting Ami to join a double date, killing two birds with one stone. She stood up and thought, if that's what it takes, then this investigation is not just about curiosity.
Ami stepped out onto the balcony, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Perhaps that is the answer they have been searching for.
She remembered when Siron woke up after death. As he crossed different dimensions, he had more things to worry about and needed to find out. Ami gently glanced behind her, silently wondering what kind of worry he was really hiding in his heart. At this point, she could no longer pretend she didn't know. Watching him sit there confused, she thought to herself, if not me, then who else would care so much? He had refused many times during the teleportation test. Amy said, "All right, let's go." Hearing this, Siron widened her eyes, and she stood there smiling warmly and excitedly said to him, "To Gallo Island." The next morning, at the Owent family estate, Test stood confidently and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Alentes." Immediately after, a man from the family approached her and ran. He was Owent Bob, the head of the Owent family. As he approached, he smiled and replied,
"I've heard of Ellen. Isn't that a famous diplomatic family?"
Bob continued to ask her, "Is your father still well?" Rand stood behind with a calculating expression, secretly thinking that everything was going according to plan. Rand smiled smugly. After wandering around Siron's house and using Tess as a shield, the plan to ask for permission for this trip was only done once. "I knew it would work." Tess immediately replied, "Your father is in occupied territory, but every day he trains with his sword. Honestly, even Tess doesn't know what he's doing or where he is. Right now she can only smile and think to herself, I don't know anything. I'm leaving now." Bob responds, "I understand now. Someone who has built a reputation with a sword truly stands out. If the Owent family uses swords with force, Izen's swordsmanship is the pinnacle of sharpness." He looked at his son and added, "Besides, this young lady is a genius at the Swordsmanship Academy, unlike you. You found a good girl." Rian was startled and explained, "We're not dating, just friends. So, are you okay with letting me go on this trip? The Swordsmanship Academy is really tough. I need time to recover. Now show the paper in your hand, your voice hesitant." "That's true. You've worked very hard." In his hand is Rand's report card. "You can now unlock the schema. This is the Ken Swordsmanship Academy Strengthening Certification." He stands there smiling cunningly, holding a certificate that proves he has surpassed the strength enhancement. Rin's expression at this moment is full of pride, smiling softly to herself. Now it has been confirmed as a fake schema, just a useless piece of paper. But when it comes to a small trick, Bitchop's reaction made him hesitate. He pursed his lips deep in thought, then frowned in admiration, saying, "You did very well, really." Rand broke out in a sweat, thinking to himself, maybe father is truly very happy. Really? I've never seen him like that before. Bob suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, "So where's the report card?" Ryan hesitated before replying, "I'm keeping it." She said she would show it to Grandpa later. While he was still confused, I immediately asked, "So can I take it now?" Rand seriously told his father that he would give it to him if he could open the schema and find his grandfather's sword, then walked toward the family vault with Bitchop saying, "Yes, since I opened the schema, I also need to practice the great swordsmanship of the On family." At this moment, Rand is standing in front of a large door. He pulls the door open, and a blinding light shines from inside. While he still seemed confused, "Didn't you say you were going on a trip? Why bring a sword with you?" So Rand stood there, staring intently at the great sword on the wall. He looked at it for a long time, feeling a bit nostalgic, thinking this was the legendary sword he had always dreamed of since he was young. This is the great sword, a symbol of perseverance and Owent's pride, just like the small path from the gate to the mansion, which is designed in the shape of a large sword. At this moment, the great sword is being taken off the stand and slowly falling down. Rand grabs it with one hand and mutters to himself. Of course, if you can't use schema, you won't be able to wield it properly. A sword so heavy it's almost absurd. Then he quickly used all his strength to swing the sword. Rand thrust it straight ahead with his muscular arm. "You seem confident, but that doesn't mean you can't use it." Rand then sheathed the sword on his back and stepped outside. The scene shifts back a few days. Late at night, Siron turns and says, "I will investigate the ruins alone after the holiday." "Huh? Why go alone? Are you saying it might be too dangerous? Then it makes even more sense for us to go together, right? How can a knight not protect his master? Don't even think about leaving me behind. I will protect you." In other words, this trip is my first mission as Siron's knight. At that moment, the butler announced, "Sir, young Master Siron has arrived." Upon receiving the news, all three, Tess, Bitchop, and the others, were startled and looked out. The familiar footsteps entered, bringing not just one, but two people. That was Ami following behind as Siron led the way, quickly greeting, "How are you doing, sir?" He replied, "I heard you're doing very well." He placed his hand on his chest and smiled, saying, "This time I got to 4th grade thanks to you."
Bishop was a bit surprised and replied, I didn't do anything. It was all your own effort. He thought to himself, this little kid who just enrolled hasn't even been here long and is already in 4th grade. I knew he was talented, but how much more could his talent possibly be? Bishop looked at the girl beside him and asked, and the young lady next to you is your companion? She politely bowed and replied, pleased to meet you, then smiled brightly and introduced herself. I am Camis Amy. The moment the name was spoken, Tamura and the chief steward were stunned in surprise. Test raises his hand to cover his mouth, thinking in surprise, Camis Za? No wonder the name sounds familiar. Bishop's expression is just as surprised. He was stunned, wondering if that was indeed the most noble aristocratic family, and his gaze fixed intently on the girl in front of him, who was Siron's companion. Honestly, when my son took the knight's oath, Bob thought he was ruining one of his sons. But now he's worried that his son might become a burden to Siron. Looking at his son's 2 friends in front of him, Bob silently thought that Ran had finally unlocked Schema, and that both of them were connected to noble and prestigious families. As a father, I can't hide this joy, while Ran, a bit hurried, shouts, we're leaving now. It will take about 10 days. He immediately threw a large bag of money to him and told him to use it for travel expenses. Rian opened it, and inside were shining gold coins. I'm sweating with worry, telling myself to hurry up. We need to leave this house and escape quickly. Rian quickly ran outside, pulling Siron's hand and shouting to everyone, we really have to leave right now. Tamura, prepare the carriage to the harbor quickly. He immediately replied, I understand. I wish you all a pleasant journey. Tamura slowly reached into his shirt and thought to himself, Ran-sama, I can endure about 10 minutes. In his hand is the result of your class ranking. He silently prays, good luck to you. Change of scene to outside the carriage, Ranfan. I told you we don't need maintenance. But the carriage driver firmly replied, no way, we have to. At least let me check the wheels or we'll be risking our lives. As he hurriedly urged, come on, come on. Test looked to the side with a completely different expression than he had expected. She looked at Siron and Ami standing there and realized that she had thought Ren's master would be a passionate, hot-tempered, and loyal person, but he actually resembled more of an aristocrat. And moreover, he is also traveling with Camis, the star of the continent. He's really leaving. She proactively steps forward to shake hands with Amy. Introduce yourself. I am Elgentis, she also responded happily. Amikamis is very pleased to meet you. Then he smiles and introduces himself. I am Aryan Siron. Your surname surprised her quite a bit as she pieced it together. Aryan? I've never heard of the Aryan family before. So, you're Aryan. Is your main family from Chris? Siron honestly replied, I don't have a main family. I'm just an ordinary person. His answer made Tess hesitate a bit, confused. Amy immediately paid attention to this. She crossed her arms and looked over. Tess also turned to look at Ren checking the wagon wheel. Then she looked back at the 2 people in front of her. The 3 of them looked at each other a little awkwardly. Siron spoke up. If that makes you uncomfortable, then immediately take the fist that Tess offers. I just hit myself on the head and said, look how silly I am. Why did I act so dreamy right in front of ours master? That's so embarrassing. Then Tess shook hands rapidly and continued, sorry, I was really rude, wasn't I? I don't care about status or anything else. Right now, Rand turned back to inform everyone. All right, get on the carriage quickly. At the same time, a powerful blow struck down along with the shouting of the landlord Bob from afar. Ryan, you bastard! Everyone looked up in shock as the blazing red light shone, and the father shouted angrily, how dare you! The familiar shadow of Bishop appears right after the smoke, standing there shouting in anger. How dare you be disrespectful to your elders and rank B, huh? Hearing the Owent family head shout like that, Siron turned back to ask Bet. Rian, are you in the B rank? But when did he disappear without anyone noticing? Ran is desperately running away, shouting for everyone to come, and keeps running. They all rushed after him. He still seems confused. What's going on? Why are you running? Actually, I ranked B in school, and I lied about unlocking the blueprint. This once again surprises Siron. His eyes widened in shock as he shouted to question. What? Just tell the truth. Who would have thought the trip would start like this? Ran warned. If you're confident enough, go ahead and try. Then he turned back and smiled proudly. My father is a certified level 4 prosecutor. After hearing that, everyone became even more worried and just ran blindly after her. Right now, behind them, a red tornado carrying Bishop's fury was approaching. Siron shouted, what should we do then? The tornado swept away everything in its path, from trees to stone horses. Tess was startled and looked over as Amy suddenly rushed forward. She grabbed Tess's hand and shouted, Siron, teleport! He heard that and immediately responded. All right,
Siron quickly grabs R by the collar, startling him. A mana oscillation circle appears beneath his feet. The whole group was immediately enveloped in a yellow energy and sped forward at lightning speed. Amy and Siron's eyes now showed intense focus. The whole group moves in a zigzag pattern like falling lightning. The yellow lightning bolt weaves through the trees and advances forward. In the middle of the forest, two blinding golden beams of light streak side by side, splitting everything apart. Ran could only be amazed and silently marvel. This is the perspective of a mage. His eyes are now swirling, distorted, and twisting, meaning what Ran sees is also warped and grotesque. Even Test is affected by this. She is extremely worried and scared. But the tornado is still right behind us. Test shouts a warning that we will be caught. Siron immediately looked over and called out, "Ami, stay close to me!" She heard him and quickly looked in his direction. Ami asked, "What are you going to do?" Siron stopped and replied, "I am about to teleport us." He added, "If we want to escape, we need to get out of here as quickly as possible." Test wondered silently. Does he know how to teleport? The three of them stopped, touching Siron's hand while he focused intensely. I never thought I would have to use this in an actual battle. In the middle of the ancient forest and behind the approaching tornado, everyone was extremely worried. As the tornado arrived, a bright cross-shaped mana appeared. The auroras shine down from above. Siron and Ami remain calm, while Ren and Test look a bit panicked. They managed to disappear just as the tornado reached, causing a massive shockwave that shook the entire forest, with sound and dust spreading everywhere. The dust gradually settles to reveal destroyed tree stumps and Bitch Chop's arm. He stands there, clutching the report card, muttering regretfully. Almost there. Bitchop sighed. Siron was able to use teleportation already. Looking at the report in his hand, he hesitated before speaking, but then quickly changed his mind. No, I shouldn't think like that. Throw the paper away. Bob sighed. If he were judged solely on his strength in the plan, I think I need to recognize his efforts. This too, a huge long streak. The remnants after the chase just took place, and it might become a beautiful memory someday soon. Cut to a later time. Ran sitting there with both hands parallel in front of him, speaking incomprehensible words. How should I describe the sky and the ground? Should I say they were compressed? The four of them are now safely seated on the carriage, and he's still wondering. Anyway, that's really amazing. What kind of magic is that? Siron explained. It's called teleportation. This is the first time I've used it in an actual battle, so I'm a bit worried. Ami turned and said, honestly, it's not an easy spell to use in real situations because it requires a lot of focus. Test looked at them, wondering if he was the only one who didn't understand this. He was a bit worried, frowning slightly as he thought to himself. First he avoided all obstacles with teleportation, and now he was using spatial magic. Test is quietly evaluating a student? If that student is from Camus, then that makes sense. But Siron, weren't you just saying you're only an ordinary person? Ami was still a bit surprised and curious. When did you learn teleportation magic? At that moment, Tess interrupted and asked him, Siron, what kind of magic did you learn? I thought you couldn't join the magic school without unlocking the spirit realm. This question makes Amy look displeased. Siron calmly replies, that's thanks to Ran. The O family helped me so I could enroll. Tess replies, I see. So that's the reason. So you've been competing with the nobles since you were young. Amy tries to keep calm as she looks over without speaking. At this moment, Ran finally joins the conversation without testing. Siron only joined half a year ago. Hearing that, she exclaimed in surprise. What? Half a year? Now Test understands why R swore a knight's oath to him. Her expression is so surprised she can't even close her mouth. She looked at the two young mages in front of her and sighed. He must be a genius, right? Then she bowed deeply, clasping her hands in front and said, I'm really sorry, I said something very rude, didn't I? And I apologize again, Amy, if my boyfriend is disrespected. I would be very angry. She was surprised and replied, Huh? I didn't say anything and we're not dating. Rian laughed loudly and apologized. Test has no idea about Siron while sitting next to her, sweating profusely. He added, she is straightforward but causes no harm. If there's any problem, you can come to us. Ami replied, yes, definitely. Test, still worried, continued. Yes, honestly, who could have imagined? They could only awkwardly smile after hearing that, amazed at how her doll-like face matched her high-level magic skills so well. Siron silently wondered, oh my god, how could she say something so embarrassing so casually? The test continued without any hesitation. Amy, you caught up with me using the schematic, didn't you? You're very skilled in magic, and you even have a schematic. You're truly omnipotent, aren't you? Both young mages share the same thought. I feel like my mental energy is draining rapidly right now. They shared their stories with each other inside the carriage.
Because they are the same age and share similar school lives, the group understands each other quite well. Another friend Siron can confide in has been added to his life. The scene shifts to Chris Harbor, where seagulls fill the sky, and outside the port, large ships are bustling in and out. Inside are sturdy buildings with familiar architecture. Siron stands at the side of the boat, facing the sea breeze, and sighs. Oh my God, this is the first time I've been on a boat. The boat just glides out to sea, and they say it will take about 5 hours.
Seagulls are flying right above them.
Amy said she had done some research.
Test immediately praised him. You're really thoughtful, aren't you? She took out a guidebook and read aloud. Gull Island has an area of 1,500 kilometers. It looks like a crescent moon with the northern part covered by the bay cliffs to the south. To the west are residential areas and tourist spots. And the ruins Siron is heading towards to investigate are located in the east. Ami continued. Tan Tich is a temple from a vanished dynasty that disappeared 2,000 years ago. Ran asked, is the Tan Tich Siron is researching also there? He immediately replied, the ruins of a lost dynasty. Siron asked further, why did that dynasty fall? He hesitantly looked for information in the book. That. Test looked at the three of them and wondered, are we exploring ruins? She smiled to herself, thinking that relaxing is good, but things like this are also very fun. And with a wizard along, this trip feels like a real adventure. Test silently evaluated his two new friends. I heard that wizards are usually difficult because they are very sensitive. But if all wizards are as cute as this, everything would be fine. However, 5 hours later, for some reason, Amy was glaring at Siron with a very annoyed expression. At this moment, Tess finally trembled and realized that the mages are terrifying. Just then, 5 gold coins fell to the ground right in front of everyone. Ran grabbed Amy's wrist and asked why Siron was acting that way, noting that no one was wrong, just wondering what caused Siron to behave like that. Ran looked over and replied that she understood. Tess gently leans down, her voice trembling with a dangerous tone. She directly declares that they love each other very much, just hurting each other badly. To understand the current situation, we need to go back 1 hour. Let's switch to the past. An hour earlier, on the cruise ship heading to Gallon Island, Amy exclaimed, "Did you draw this?" Amy marveled, "You're so well prepared." Siron praised, "That's really detailed," Ran admired, "You're amazing at drawing." This caught the attention of the people on the train. Amy blushed with embarrassment and said, "Oh, come on, everyone, it's not that serious." She added, "I just looked into why the Korg civilization collapsed." Tess turned to Siron and said, "Look at her blushing, so cute." He didn't pay much attention and focused on what was being drawn. According to Amy's story, the Korg people see loop trees as sacred because they use them in rituals. Ami continued, "But loop trees are more like a kind of stimulant. When they absorb loop, they enter a trance-like state, but they believe that is when they meet the gods." She continued, "The most common hypothesis for the fall of the Kogo is due to religious conflicts, but recently some scholars have pointed out that it was because of the abuse of loop rather than religious disputes." Siron listened and then rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Impressive. I never expected that just one type of stimulant could destroy a civilization like this. Ami looked at the notes and continued, "The descendants of the Kogo are now living at the center of the island. Kogo Autonomous Zone, excited to test it out. So we're going there?" "I think so too." But she closed the book and continued, "No outsiders are allowed in there. I even asked my second brother for caution, but he strongly opposed me going in there. That guy." Siron remembered and continued, "Oh, right. You said Ares is an explorer." Amy continued flipping through her notes and said, "What did he say again?" He listened carefully. The collapse of a civilization unrelated to scholars. She continued reading. "If you want to learn more about them, you have to give them something more valuable than an entrance fee." This made Siron think, the thing more important than the entrance fee. Then he looked at Amy and asked, "What do you think it is?" She closed her notebook and replied, "Fine. He just thinks being vague in conversation is cool, but it's not. Why don't you just say it straight out already, you bastard?" Rian looked at the puzzled Test. "What are you thinking? Are you solving a puzzle?" She replied softly, "Yes. It really is a mystery." "While he's still pretending to be innocent, an enigma, huh?" So, Test focused intently, evaluating that she was talking about Amy. She said she just looked over it but investigated in such detail. Ami even came all the way here to help Siron. She even postponed her advanced class schedule because of him and asked her brother, even though she really hates him. Test thought to himself that his intuition was definitely telling him Amy loved him. Just then, a shout caught everyone's attention as they looked toward the mainland. The other tourists look excited, look at the water, so beautiful, I want to jump in and swim quickly. They looked towards the island where lush green trees and a small port could be seen. So, this is Galen Island. Tess turned to say quietly, "Hey, Ran, push the boat for Amy and Siron." You hear that and laugh happily, replying, "It's planned too." They both seem very excited about this. She also thinks that when we become captains and steer their ships, Ran and I will grow closer. They say love spares no one. The scene shifts to the harbor, where the boat has docked and dropped anchor. Someone loudly calls out, "Come to the Dolphin Inn." A villager on the island loudly advertises, "This is the cheapest place on the island and the food is incredibly delicious." Another person calls out, "Southern seafood is the best around." Some guys cheerfully and quickly offer to help. "Let me carry your things for everyone. I'm strong at the carrying loads." Someone is offering tour services. "This is a sightseeing tour service. We will provide food and accommodation for everyone." This scene leaves Tess only able to sigh and say, "Oh my, it's chaos." Siron tried to refuse. "Sorry, we will discuss it later. Ami warns you, be careful. Everyone wants to run a business," she told herself. This is probably the first time Siron has seen this scene. I have to act to prevent something bad from happening. "Look over there, Fadi. Some kids are watching us from a corner." A chubby kid in the group notices they are wearing expensive clothes and looks quite young, appearing worried. "It's really dangerous. That person is holding a sword." Fati immediately turned back and warned, "Don't be picky anymore. What if someone else tries to take what's ours?" Then he asked the boy in front of him what to do next. Jis. His name is Jis. It seems he is the leader of this group of kids. Something is making the kid blush. The whole group stands frozen, looking at the four young people. Jis's gaze is fixed on Amy's commanding presence as Fati's voice urges him on. "Jis, don't say that anymore. It seems like this isn't the first time you've been captivated by someone." The kid thought that growing up in this stinky, salty port, everyone had once dreamed of something. In Jis's imagination, under the sunset, this was the most beautiful scene in the city. The kid stands there with Ami and talks about what he has. It's a treasure of great value to him. At that moment, beautiful Ami would sigh and ask, "Geez, why do you live in a place like this?" The boy imagined himself being confessed to by CR. "Let's go with you. Let's go to the continent together. The boy has dreamed that one day the sun will shine on our lives." Back in the present, Jess excitedly licks his lips, loosens his collar, and says to his friends, "Let's follow them." Fadi shouts, "Again? The dreamy head of yours is so full of fantasies." You worryingly ask what if they are mercenaries. Jis immediately responded confidently, "Don't be so scared. They are definitely still students." The little boy stepped forward confidently. "Who am I?" "I am Jis, the owner of this port." The two friends behind immediately showed helpless expressions while Siron's group looked confused. Then a voice echoed, making them turn to look. "Welcome to Gion." The boy standing there waves and introduces himself. "I am the local guide. Call me Jis." "We are students, and the other two have caught up as well." Siron answered directly without hiding anything. "That's right." Jis's sharp gaze continued to look at them and ask, "Are you all here on a trip? Which school are you from?" The boy focused entirely on Amy, thinking to himself that she looked even more beautiful up close. He stepped forward to introduce himself, saying, "We come from the Magic Academy." Jis thought to himself, "Damn, their school is even more impressive than I thought." He looked at Ren and Tess and asked, "What about you two? Do they look a bit muscular for a mage?" She shouted in response. "Can I apologize now?" "We come from Ken Swordsmanship Academy." "Hey, how dare you call me muscle? I'm a lady, you know." Jis chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry about that, I was just complimenting you." Meanwhile, Amy's expression was not very cheerful as she cast a suspicious look at the kids. Jis glanced at his two friends behind him, hesitating before the boy quickly grabbed the two suitcases in front of him and continued. "Let us carry it for you." Siron worriedly intervened. "Wait a minute. First, what's the price?" Jis smiled and replied, "The total is 5 gold coins." This price made him a bit stunned. Siron exclaimed, 5 gold coins. Jis explains, "Of course, we will help with luggage, arrange transportation, prepare food, and even find accommodation. And I am not some businessman. I am a local. My service is on a whole different level," Testine whispered. "Do you have a gold coin to cut the price?" He agrees. It's still too expensive. The kid shouted loudly, "Oh my God, so tired. Since you kept me waiting so long, all the other customers have already left, so you better take responsibility." At this moment, Ami quietly steps forward from behind, startling Siron. She directly spoke up, saying, "We don't need instructions," causing Jis to falter, his eyes showing a hint of despair. The images the boy imagined of her gentleness are gradually shattering. Ami coldly takes out the money and hands it to Jis, speaking in a cold voice. 5 gold coins. Press the transform button." Ban and Fati immediately rush forward, their eyes shining at the gold coins in her hand.
Are we really getting it? Thank you so much. But Jis is different. The boy is so angry he wants to cry, biting his lip tightly, his eyes narrowed, veins bulging on his face. The kid pushed his friend's hands away and said irritably, "Do you think we're beggars?" Ban was shocked. "Wait a moment." Jis continued to speak out of pride. "Who do you think you are to ignore me? Do you think you're so noble?" Ami calmly smiles and waves back. "I remember now. It's been a long time since I last did this, so now I remember." She clenched her fists, cursing, "You scoundrels deserve a punch in the face right from the start." The three of them immediately rushed to stop her. Ami paused calmly. "Try to advise him you can't cause trouble. They know our school. So that's why these pests are bothering us." Her words continued to echo before Jis's anger. "They will take our money as guidance fees, then run away with the luggage, and surely some organization is backing them." Amy still hasn't stopped. She keeps scolding fiercely, firmly asserting that they have gathered a group of homeless orphans and are teaching them. Siron is stunned at this point, quite surprised by her somewhat exaggerated reaction. The image of the evil inside Siron reappears, sneaking among the kids that only he can see. Evil exists in his eyes. Siron looks like he's seeing himself at some point in the past, smiling with a mocking grin. It weaves through the kids who keep looking at Siron the same way he's looking at it. He immediately reaches out and tightly grips their wrist to stop it. This surprised her as she stood watching, then turned to look at him. Tess and Rand share the same expression, also appearing very shocked. Everything around seemed to fade away as Siron directly spoke to intervene. Am stopped and started to walk away. She turned back, her eyes full of surprise as she asked him, "Why did you stop me? You already know what kind of people they are." "You know too well." Siron hesitated for a moment, then after thinking, he answered Amy's question. "You're right." He became serious, his voice hesitant, "But it's just that I don't want you to act like this." While the two were still arguing, Jis was trembling with anger, his face flushed. The boy turned back and shouted at his two friends, "Give it here." Fatih wondered again. "Again? Do you think you can look down on me by grabbing a few gold coins?" The kid then rushes in front of the two, shouting loudly, "You arrogant nobles! Do you know what it feels like when someone throws 5 gold coins at you? You must be very happy, right?" Jis just dropped the gold coins right in front of Ami. Meanwhile, she didn't pay attention to anything else. What she cared about right now was Siron's recent behavior, the clinking of gold coins falling to the ground between the two of them. The kid then turned and walked away, not forgetting to cast a sharp glance back, his voice full of dissatisfaction. What a strange person. The kids on the island leave, leaving the two of them still standing there, hand in hand, but not very happy. Amy turns and walks away. "All right, let's take the carriage back." Meanwhile, R, holding the gold coins, wondered why Siron was acting like that. He's not like him at all. Test clenched his fists with a thud, thinking to himself that it's not Amy's fault. She watched their backs and thought she had every right to be upset with Siron because he wasn't on her side. Test clenched his fists in excitement. Could this feeling be solidarity? Meanwhile, R looked over with a puzzled expression. She tried to suppress the emotion inside her with determination. It's definitely unrequited love, for sure. The scene shifts to an alley in the port area where someone's voice shouts curses. "Idiot." Fatih stood there criticizing. "Why did you give the money back to them?" "A gold coin is enough to get by for several days." Jis turned to react. "Do you guys have no sense of shame?" The kid added, "You want to take money given as charity too? What if a Privban acts innocent? Money is just money." Jis yelled in anger. "So that's why they call us beggars." Vochi replied, "But we're just beggars." "Honestly, you like that red-haired girl, right?" Jis snapped angrily. "No, I don't like her. Are you crazy?" "Do you think I would like someone like her? You're sarcastic. You have a strange habit of acting stubborn in front of the person you like." Fatih sighs. "Just forget it. If they have enough money to spend 5 gold coins like that, they must have some status. A blade of grass by the road can't compare to the clouds." Jis closed his eyes and brushed it off. "So what? My destiny is to become the owner of this port. Those nobles are nothing." As soon as I finished speaking, a deep, husky voice made all the kids startle. "What are you kids doing here?" A towering figure steps forward and stands in front of the children. A man with a set of white gold teeth intertwined, missing his front teeth, biting his lip with a cold smile. He breaks a man's arm with a crack and asks coldly, "Do you think money is just paper to tear up?" The kids looked up in horror, wondering why Pankoa was here, while at Basuka, the Magic Guild headquarters, a towering building, stood out in the city. Inside the 3rd Investigation Unit, a prisoner's voice screams in pain and stops.
In some interrogation room, chairs are overturned, blood stains the walls, and a deep, hoarse voice pleads, "Please don't hit me anymore. At least tell me why you're doing this to me." A pipe wrench is swung up with a cold reply, "Fine." Sakari, the investigator from Unit 3, stood there with a baton in hand and continued, "I probably haven't told you yet." The criminal lying there with both legs cut off shouted back, "Are you crazy?" He screamed in pain. "You can't go around saying you're investigating. You hit me for no reason. He's Lucas, a suspect in the Magic Academy incident, a Level B criminal, an escaped prisoner." As soon as he finished speaking, Lucas was struck directly in the chin with a stick by Sakari. He threw the stick aside, sighed, and leaned on his hip, saying, "Today's workout ends here." Then Sakari grabbed his hair and pulled him back, throwing Lucas straight toward the table. He rolled around, screaming in pain. Looking at the tattoo on Lucas's shoulder, Sakari said in a deep voice, "The second in command of the pirate gang, you parrot. Lucas." He looks cold, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint, and he smiles as he says, "Why don't you start by telling me? Who is your boss?" Lucas trembled, glanced up, and replied, "So, you finally asked me. Is our boss Panko?" Sakari hesitated, his eyes lowering, pupils flickering with thought. Then the scene shifts back to the alley at the harbor, where a large hand with a parrot tattoo and a gold ring grips Jiss's head, the boy staring up in fear. "So you should have just taken the money and gone, right?" He slapped the boy and continued, "Your petty pride cost me 5 gold coins. Do you realize that?" Ree whispered to himself, "Does this bastard know that he saw everything?" Bankoa sat up, glaring down and asking, "Do you know how much effort I put into this diploma?" Ban and Petit kneel trembling, too afraid to lift their heads, only hearing Jis's pained cries. The boy lies there, tears streaming uncontrollably, while he coldly smirks and threatens. "So you must owe me now. The red-haired girl you're talking about, bring her to me, and I guarantee she'll pay the price." Jis lay there motionless, thinking to himself, he's gone crazy. He wants to harm innocent people, and he's even a nobleman? This bastard, such a damn bastard. The scene shifts to Siron's group, with the evening sun shining on Amy's delicate face. Test's voice calls out, "Ami, look at this." She stands on the balcony as the sunset falls. Jiang spreads his arms in admiration, saying, "Isn't it beautiful?" "It's amazing, isn't it? The best ever, right?" Test excitedly asked, "What do you think of the place I found?" Amy calmly replied and asked back, "Yes, it's beautiful." "How did you find this place?" She immediately replied, "I have relatives working in a related field," so Rand sat there silently watching Siron's every move. And he looked around left and right as if searching for something. He held a 4-leaf clover woven carefully from yarn in his hand and stared at it intently, looking at the patterns on it, images from the past before the trip come to Ron's mind. Back then, Siron's foster mother told him, "Young Master Ran, I think something is bothering Siron, but he hasn't said anything." She added, "Because Siron is no longer a child, it's probably time for him to have a friend to help him." Rian looked at what was in his hand, which was the 4-leaf clover made of yarn that she had given him at that time. At this moment, Rand decides to act by shouting loudly, causing the other 3 to turn and look in surprise. He shouted, "I'm hungry and I don't know what Ryan is planning." Siron replied, "It's probably almost dinner time." Test suggests, "Do you want to go out to eat? There are many good restaurants around here." While Amy remained silent, Rand raised her hand to suggest, "I have a suggestion. Why don't we cook ourselves?" The 3 of them all exclaimed together, "You want to cook?" Test confidently replied, "I like that idea. I know how to cook." Amy shyly twists her hair and asks in a lower voice, "Should I cook with you then?" Siron was surprised and exclaimed, "Really?" He looked genuinely amazed. "Amy, do you know how to cook?" She turned her face sour and replied, "Of course, who do you think I am? Every noblewoman has to learn how to cook, you know?" Ryan continued with his idea, running over to put his arm around Test and giving his opinion. "Do these 2 work? Let's have a cooking contest. Test and Rand's team will compete against Amy and Siron's team." After hearing this, the 2 young mages had no further comments. The rule of the contest is, the person cooking will list the ingredients as the 2 girls and their teammates will go buy them. This will be handled by the 2 boys. Test happily thought to himself, "That's a good idea. You're helping Siron and Amy make peace, right?" She immediately suggested, "Let's add a punishment. The losing team will have to do the dishes." Siron gently ruffled his hair and smiled. "That sounds fun." Ami still agreed coldly. "All right then." The 2 groups then began the process of recording the ingredients. Seeing what Ami wrote, Siron wondered, "Are you planning to cook this?" Then the 2 young men stood at the door, each with a basket and a list of ingredients. Rian smiled and said, "We will be back in an hour." The 2 girls stayed behind and waved goodbye to them. The scene shifts to the hostel kitchen, where Amy quickly ties up her hair to get ready for cooking.
Test also stands next to her at the sink. She smirked cunningly, thinking now is the time for the board meeting. Meanwhile, Ran looked at Siron with a dangerous smile, silently saying, "It's time to talk about men." Meanwhile, on a nearby high ground, a foot silently appears, looking down at the brightly lit night port. Jis stumbles along the seaside road, clutching his aching arm with a vacant look. Meanwhile, Tess, full of schemes, feels that whether he wins or loses, his efforts are worthwhile. I am truly a genius. On the way to the town to buy supplies, Ran asked Siron if this was probably his first time, adding clarification that the argument with Miss Amy was what made Siron a bit confused. Ran added, "Do you mean you were hurt by what she said?" A memory flashes back to when Amy was harshly insisting on gathering orphaned children with no homes under one roof. Even when his parents brought him before Clam, with his adoptive father bowing and begging him to accept Siron as his heir, Siron was not of my blood. Back in the present, these things made him quietly reassess his friend. "Rian, sometimes he's surprisingly perceptive." Then Siron replied honestly, "I have also been troubled by that recently, but not because I was hurt by Amy." He closed his eyes, his voice lowering with a hint of hesitation, and there was no argument at all, just a touch of sadness in Sharon's words. "I just hope she won't act like that anymore," Rian, now playing the role of a relationship counselor, advised softly. "When disagreements arise between two people, narrowing the gap is entirely possible. That's what you call a fight." Fool, this makes me go pale and lost in thought. Fool, why do I feel so insecure? Standing at the entrance to the town, he added, "I'll go out to buy some meat, so let's say goodbye here. Look forward to it." Before leaving, Rand turned back and winked at Siron with a smile, giving him a little warning. "I will make sure you and Miss Amy wash the dishes peacefully, and definitely reconcile with her." He only responded with a forced smile. Indeed, emotionally, Siron is still inexperienced. As for the two girls, Amy is also trying to explain, "I told you we're not fighting, and it's definitely not some kind of argument between lovers." But her tone is a bit sharp between people. It's normal for thoughts to differ. Test immediately interrupts. "Oh dear, what do people say again? A strong denial, right?" "Oh, right. That was a strong affirmation." This statement made Amy confused, a bit annoyed, but unable to argue. Test asked, "Honestly, are you feeling hurt because Siron didn't stand by your side in front of those guys?" Seeing that Ami remained silent, she added, "If I were in her place, I would have been furious and demanded an explanation." Only then did Ami respond, her voice tinged with a somber, contemplative sadness. "Siron sometimes looks like a faint mirage." Test wondered. "An illusion? Are you using some poetic language or what?" Ami continued her reasoning, and it was not just faint. Hearing that, Test was startled and looked over curiously. She sighed and said, "It's like she could disappear right before my eyes at any moment." "Is that true?" She asked more intensely. "Did the stranger really storm into the Magic Academy and almost cause all the students to perish?" Amy quickly covered her mouth. She put her finger to her lips and whispered, "Shh, this is top secret information, got it?" Test was still in shock, but this was just too terrifying. She added, "Moreover, Siron is an unlocker and the one who sacrificed himself." The Test voice continues with images of Siron saving everyone, as the complete unlocking of the immortality function is like trading it for his very life. People call that nirvana, I guess. Siron's return is no different from a dead person suddenly opening a tomb door and stepping out. It's like a flash of light shining through the darkness. Amy marvels, it's truly a miracle. Meanwhile, Test still kept her terrified expression. Amy continued to ask, "Test, you have many friends at school, right?" She turned to answer, "Probably so." She asked further, "There must be some soulmates among them, but also those who envy and dislike you, and perhaps countless others from your school you have never faced before." The two girls continued their conversation. Amy asked quietly, "Do you think you can do it? Not just save your friend, but save everyone." Test's eyes immediately widened in shock, sweat pouring down. Amy softly sighed, plunging into an endless, unending abyss. The scene shifts to the market, Siron carrying a basket of vegetables and paying the seller, not forgetting to say thank you. He looks at the shopping list on the paper and mutters to himself. Next, he suddenly smells a strange odor. Siron raises his hand to cover his nose and quietly asks, "What is that? What is that smell?" Seeing your expression, the vegetable seller reminded you, "Oh my, you student, cover your nose quickly." He turned back and continued, "That's loot?" Siron wondered. "Loot means that." His answer is correct. Seeing the people biting into it directly, the vegetable seller's voice continued, "Once you're addicted, there's no going back." He stood there thinking, why bring that thing to a crowded place like this? He kept talking. Just 3 years ago, this island was very peaceful, but lately many troublemakers have appeared. In the past, Than Long would visit this seaside area 2 or 3 times a year. Now,
People on the street openly use it without hesitation, and I don't know when everything changed like they... Siron walks down the street and sees the suffering beggar children in the small alleys. The kids are hungry and ragged, sharing leftover and moldy bread. He just stood there with his eyes closed, feeling everything around him. Meanwhile, Ami continued to share her thoughts with the two girls. Test, there are 3 different perspectives in life. That's what people say. She gasped in amazement and asked again, 3 perspectives. First is the perspective of a child. Everyone, when they are young, can only see the world from a self-centered perspective. Some people never get past that viewpoint in their entire lives. But most people gradually mature to understand others' perspectives. And at the same time, a freshly baked bread is brought to the kids in the alley. And those who achieve that full maturity are called people of character or truly grown-up individuals, just like the noble couple sharing with the poor children. The test hesitated and repeated, could that be called the perspective of a mature person? Ami replied, yes, and there is a 3rd perspective beyond all that. She asked immediately, what's beyond that? Ami quietly replied that it's a perspective that can perceive the invisible. The truth she speaks at the same time as the image of Siron on the street, like justice, love, good and evil. The concept of divinity, the consequences of one generation impacting the next, is because he understands the value of unseen things. Isn't his image in the battle with Owent, with his firm words, also driven by that longing? He even risked his own life for the sake of values when Siron stepped forward to sacrifice himself to save everyone from Amy's suffering. His eyes are focused, observing and feeling everything around this island. From Siron's perspective, perhaps the value of all life in this world appears equally fair. Maybe that's why he stepped in to stop Amy's actions against the kids back then. She now smiles, wondering if she is also just a tiny dot being looked down upon from way up high. After listening to the test, she frowns, her innocent face showing confusion. At this moment in the market, a scream from behind startles Siron as he turns around and sees a girl being held by a group of men, repeatedly crying out for help. What's going on? Why are you overreacting? If you have no money, that's why people are kind enough to tolerate you. Others see but don't dare to intervene, he continues. It's just a matter of paying with your body. When someone shows you kindness, you should know how to say thank you. At this moment, Siron interjected, stop. This made everyone look at him with confused expressions. He stood there with 2 baskets, still pleading humbly, please let go. Everyone around is watching. I will call security. But these words had no effect, only making the thugs laugh at each other. Hello. The leader stepped forward, laughing loudly, and shouted, call the security, go ahead. Do you think the guards will catch us or... At the same time, the girl quickly ran away from the crowd. What did you just say? The leader said with a smile. I am a trader operating in this area. That girl was caught stealing a 50 silver coin ceramic jar and ended up breaking it. He then continued speaking in front of the two's silence, saying I was generous enough to say I would overlook it if she paid for the jar, but she claimed she had no money. Instead of reporting her to the authorities, I just gave her a chance to pay off her debt. Those words immediately made the girl panic. The merchant asked Siron, do you understand? You seem to be a young master here for sightseeing, so why don't you mind your own business and stay out of things that don't concern you? He turned back and told the girl, if you confess, it might be better. Irina trembled and replied, that's not possible. He's a powerful person in this area. Her voice pleaded, there's no use in confessing, please believe me. Those words made Siron momentarily stunned and lost in thought. Then he reached into his pocket. Siron took out the money and handed it to the merchant, saying, I will compensate you so. Please release her. Now I understand. The merchant knight continued. You're watching her, right? Well, it's not every day you get a chance to flirt with a girl for just 50 silver coins. That's not quite right. I just wanted to prevent things from getting worse before the crime becomes more serious. Siron explains that this woman committed a crime worth 50 silver coins, and you only need to accept that amount back. So he is willing to pay these 50 coins to prevent a greater wrong from happening. Siron's words caught the attention of a mysterious girl in a black hood, and the Thuong Jia group also stopped smiling after hearing those words. He hands the money to them, his determined eyes saying, if you truly have no other intentions with her, then stop this with that amount of money. He looks at Siron with a resentful gaze, feeling uneasy inside. That punk still hasn't dared to make a move, and yet he's already trying to mess with my prey. Meanwhile, his expression is completely serious and determined. Returning to the isolated mountain house, Test's voice echoes from inside. No way. Is it just a speck of dust? She is holding Amy tightly and offering words of encouragement. Amy, you are a very special person. That's also why, even though this is a couple's trip, Siron still took you along. Test's words eased her mind a little. As for Siron, he was still standing there being mocked by Thuangjia's men for helping a petty thief. Do you think you're so great? He yelled at him loudly, you think you're a saint? You don't even plan to take responsibility to help her. You're just pretending to be a kind person. These words confuse Siron a little. My eyes flash with determination. Strange, whether kind or fake, I am still better than you. The enraged merchant glared with bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth and shouting curses, then pointed at Siron and ordered his men, hurry up and deal with that kid. They immediately drew their sharp swords. The crowd watching also appeared extremely frightened and panicked. That group quickly surrounded him, while the girl who was bullied immediately ran away, and Siron stood there, then turned and fled. He pursed his lips, realizing it and thinking to himself, so, that's how it is. Iruki's past reminders flashed through Siron's mind. He shouldn't preach useless morals before he's strong enough to face anyone, including those strong affirmations that this is the reason I can do it. The judgment. At this moment, the thugs are pointing their swords at Siron. He clenches his fists, ready to teach them a lesson if they attack. Siron looked at them with his piercing blue eyes, just as a pre-lit smoke bomb appeared floating in the middle of the scene. Immediately after, an explosion occurs, blocking the gang and Siron from each other. Smoke and dust from the bomb begin to spread. They inhaled and immediately shouted, "What? A smoke bomb?" As he was still in shock wondering, a shadow appeared behind him with a voice saying, "Hey, come here quickly." Siron was quite surprised at this moment, glancing at the approaching shadow and silently asking himself, "Who is that?" Before he could get an answer, the mysterious figure had already grabbed his wrist. The girl kept looking back and shouted, "Run fast, hurry up!" The merchant was annoyed, wildly swinging his arms to disperse the smoke. In the middle of the street, only the sound of his shout can be heard. "Don't let them escape." The henchmen rush quickly through the street, asking each other, "Where did they go?" "Find him." From inside the quiet tavern, Chu Chu looked out as the thugs kept shouting to find that damn blonde-haired bastard. The tavern owner spoke up, saying this gang was part of an anonymous crime organization in the area, but this was a safe place. As soon as she finished speaking, a coin was immediately thrown towards him. The mysterious girl hiding behind the barrel whispered, "Let me know when they leave." Gragas calmly replied, "All right." The girl takes off her glasses and removes her hood, then smiles and compliments him. "Looks like you're not that stupid after all, handsome." Siron sat there in contemplation, continuing to listen to her, but he also liked playing the hero. Masa kept warning him, and the girl he just saved was also part of a different organization. She was hired to lure the prey out of their hideout. Just consider yourself unlucky. You must be pretty shocked. You were originally a prince of the royal court. Siron continued to gaze thoughtfully at his reflection in the teacup. Then he turned to protest. "I am not playing the hero." Masa pretended to be surprised. "Oh, so you've talked it over." Siron remained silent, his voice hesitant. "I just want to pursue what is right." The images from the past of being beaten and bullied keep flashing through Siron's mind, even the times he had to kneel before a noble family during ceremonies. Hearing that, Ma sat up abruptly, his sharp eyes assessing him. "Chasing justice, huh? You speak as if you're some kind of wizard. You seem to be thinking quite calmly, huh?" Siron said quietly with his eyes closed. "Not exactly. That's just my goal." Her gaze continues to fixate on him, and her judgment seems accurate. Perhaps the arrogant young master has changed. These words startled Siron. He turned to look at her with a hint of confusion. "Sorry." Masa slammed his glass down on the table and continued, hiding his own weakness. She continued to make comments about Siron and struggled to appear stronger while hiding her inner emotions. "I was already too used to it." The silhouettes of the two people appear in the glass of wine. He hesitates. "How do you know?" Masa smiled slyly. "I'm very good at reading people." She opens her eyes and frowns slightly. The image of Masa appears in her eyes along with the affirmation that he has also been abandoned. Siron is completely stunned. At this moment, in Masa's eyes, behind him is his own past. He feels a bit worried and wonders, who exactly is she? At this moment, she finally introduces herself, saying, "My name is Masa, and I am like you." In Siron's eyes, behind her is also the shadow of his past, a slightly more ruthless version. Under the fan in the tavern, Masa keeps telling his story, you know? A newborn will die within hours if abandoned on the street, but many still choose to do so despite knowing the consequences. They shouldn't have been born just to be abandoned. She took a sip of her drink and asked him, "Isn't that right, Siron?" "I think you're very lucky to have been adopted, Siron," he replied without hesitation. "Yes, my adoptive parents are very kind." Siron turned to ask, "And what about you?" "Ma," she coldly replied, "my foster father is a former mercenary."
Masa turned to smile. He used to beat me whenever he was drunk. She remained calm. He said that I was the reason he got fired or something. He is a worthless bastard. Ma recalls the abuse from her past, but she never thought she would fight back. Once I was beaten almost to death. Do you know what I said? She coldly laughed and repeated what she had said. Why didn't you just kill me then? Siron was truly shocked by this story. A truly forgettable past, but now she recounts it so casually. The bartender wiping his glass pauses in surprise at her story. The ghost continued his story despite his contemplative silence, then left with a disgusted look. So I kept using that method. Every time I recited that spell, he wouldn't hit me anymore. Siron started to become a bit curious. And then what happened next? Not in a hurry to answer, she asked again, "How old are you this year?" He immediately replied, "I am 17. Masa spins the glass in his hand and asks, "What would you have done 2 years ago?" Her eyes grow sad as she continues, "When you were just 15, you discovered that your father was not only a scoundrel, but also a beast in disguise." After finishing, Ma clenched the glass tightly in her hand. Siron stared into the swirling liquid with a look of amazement as she asked, "Hey, what would you do?" He froze, his eyes only reflecting the image of the wine glass on the table. The swirl of wine inside the glass became colorless. It leads to images from the past, a girl with a sharp knife in her hand and a man's body lying there with blood spilling onto the floor. Nothing changes. Only the knife in the girl's hand is released and falls to the ground. Then, the girl left everything behind the door and quickly ran outside. Returning to the present, Siron continued to look at himself in the tea glass in front of him and wondered, if I was raised by someone like that, would I still be as innocent as I am now? I am a bit contemplative. I can't judge someone's life just by what I see. Ma smiles with a glass of wine in hand and says, "I know that's a difficult question. It's the rule of this world." The scene on the street earlier appears again, along with her advice. You want to pursue your own sense of justice, but that isn't necessarily right for others. Images of bullying and the subsequent revenge that led to the death of her father. Each person has their own worldview. Right or wrong is just an illusion. Ma also mentions that using magic in the streets is illegal. Siron remembered and realized, I forgot about that. So what should I do now? She immediately asked, "Do you want to know?" He leans back and continues to listen carefully. Masa smiles as he looks away, allowing him to change the world. "Over here," Rand shouted anxiously. "Has Siron not come back yet?" He complained. "I'm so hungry." Test immediately patted R on the shoulder to remind him to be quiet. Meanwhile, Amy stood there in confusion, waiting silently by the sink with her arms crossed. Inside, Ren's voice echoed, "Don't hit me." At that moment, the doorbell rang. Test was so startled, he shouted out loud, "He's back!" Amy immediately turned towards the door, pushed up her veil, and rushed quickly to the entrance. Her hand quickly grasped the doorknob. As she opened the door, Amy appeared excited. "Are you serious?" She hesitated when she saw the outsider at the door. "That's Jiz." The little boy stands there, hesitantly greeting. Cut to an earlier scene where Jiz is kneeling and asking, "Do you want me to bring that red-haired girl?" Ban looks at the kid with a mocking smile. "Look at this kid." He frowned, his eyes unfocused, and said nothing more. In Pan's mouth, he was reaching into his pocket and pulling out something, while his hand was adorned with gold rings and jewelry, with a tattoo of a band of parrot's wings symbol. Bankoa is holding a magnifying glass, one hand grabbing Jiz's hair, the other holding that stimulating device, and demanding. "Come on!" the kid shouted in refusal. Wrist trembles and pleads, "Please, not now." Bankoa kept scolding. "This idiot, I'll show you what a god really is. Anyway, choose now." He bent down and smiled menacingly. "Are you planning to take your red-haired girlfriend or your sister?" Jiz's eyes are now filled with tears as he stares fiercely at the boss. The boy started to worry and fear when he mentioned his sister. Jiz widened his eyes, pupillary contraction, thinking about his sister. A small girl appears, the only family member left who only knows how to look at Jiz and live. Jiz's face is now full of worry. His sister is the only remaining family he has in the world. Jiz is standing in front of the mansion on Siron's hill, his hand trembling as he reaches for the doorbell button. But for his sister, Jiz summoned all his courage and pressed the button, then stood there stunned with a worried face as a voice echoed from inside. "Hey, what the hell?" The door swings open, light spilling onto Rai's face, sweat trickling down the boy's forehead. The person opening the door is none other than Ami, and her expression is quite surprised. Looking at her in the ragged clothes, Jiz silently sighed. "Damn it, she's really beautiful." Ryan behind him pointed in amazement. "What's your name?" "Isn't he the con artist from earlier? How did he find this place?" Rand stepped out and asked, "Should we just kick him out now?" Jiz hurriedly raised his hand, stammering and unable to speak. Then the kid bowed his head.
I really apologize for what happened earlier. I truly want to say sorry.
Jis loudly proposed, I will take everyone to see the beautiful night view as an apology. But I will go alone, so they didn't hear him finish, and the three immediately hid behind the door to be cautious.
Forget it. Close the door. Did you hear that?
Go away. This made wrist jerk and try to pull free. Wait a moment. While Amy was about to close the door, the kid stepped forward and grabbed her wrist.
After doing that, the boy also shouted loudly.
While Amy glared fiercely at his hand, Ran and Tess immediately rushed forward. She also scolded loudly.
Do you think you're placing your hand somewhere?
Amy also felt a bit uneasy, frowning and stepping back, trying to break free, but then she froze, her eyes wide as she looked at the strange expression of the boy in front of her. Jis was pursing his lips, and Amy saw the bruises on his body. Jis's whole body trembled as he begged, Please, let me take you on a tour, Amy silently thought. So it really exists. A shadowy organization pulling the strings from behind the scenes, her eyes narrowing sharply.
I think I've started to understand a little of what I saw before.
Seeing the boy terrified, Amy also silently understood the difficulties he was going through. Switching back to the tavern, Siron frowned and asked if changing this world was the way. Masa still kept a calm expression and replied, All you need to change this cold world is family. He hesitated. Family is her, she continued. I understand what you mean. I mean, just change your perspective a little. Ma continued, blood ties aren't everything. The concept of family can be expanded as much as you want. She remembers her past self. A place where people could return to after wandering for a while. A place where someone believed in her again and again. That's the kind of place Masa's organization is creating. In the past, she had to go out and find food packages to bring back for everyone. Since Masa left home, she has met many children like herself. They banded together to form a group of homeless, wandering kids. Back in the present, Masa looks up and continues to share her thoughts. Probably because of the psychological trauma from the incident where her foster father almost harmed her, I gradually became able to recognize children like that. When a person is born, they begin life in their parents' arms. Ma once thought that if someone could embrace an entire discarded life, perhaps that would be when true life truly begins. That is why she appears beside orphaned children, gathers them together, and saves their lives, Masa said, leaning on his hand. If I only knew how to cling to the misfortunes that happened to me, then this world would only become colder. If this world is so cold, then I think all we need is to create a warm family. Her words seemed to enlighten Siron, making him realize that was the way. Siron closed his eyes and reflected on the past. Over the years, he has received more love than he deserved from his adoptive parents. Siron looked determined and said, I feel the same. I want to become someone like that. I think about my friends at the academy and continue. I want to share warmth with those I care about. Someone like her, she smiled and asked, Really? That made me really happy. Then Masa directly made a proposal. Then let's become family. That made Siron choke on water. She immediately explained, What are you thinking? I mean like a foster sibling. Siron blushed and replied, I thought so too. He hesitated, then continued, All right, actually, a close friend of mine has a sister, and I've always been jealous of that. Masa hesitated. I mean, it was right when Mr. Gragas announced the alert was lifted. He continued, saying that the merchant gave up the pursuit and instead rescued another woman. Siron immediately stood up and said goodbye. So, I'll be going now. My friend must have been waiting for me for a long time now. Ma pretended to complain. Oh no, leaving my sister here alone? That's really sad. He stepped outside, his face brightening as he turned back and said, Thanks to you, I realized something very important. We will meet again, right? The question made her pause, her eyes fixed intently. Then Masa smiled, raising his glass and replying, I'll be around here for a while, so feel free to come find me anytime. Siron nodded softly, feeling happy with what he had just shared. After he left, the bartender looked at Masa intently. Then he asked directly, Are you really Clay Masa? At that moment, some guys in the tavern made teasing remarks. Hey, miss, I thought I was about to die of old age. They approached Ma, joking and ignoring the innocent kid. Why didn't you come with us today? Gragas cautiously reminds. You're not here to cause trouble, are you? If you break the rules here, you'll be cut off immediately. Don't worry, I will leave after I find my family. At the same time, a pistol is cocked and ready to fire. Strange men appear with guns in hand and wide-brimmed hats. They have two drunken men kneeling there, while Masa continues to face the bartender, speaking in a threatening tone. I heard she ran away and started causing trouble. Gragas trembles in fear as a shadow of a woman steps out from inside. This slightly familiar girl in front of Masa says, I'm sorry, boss. It turns out she's the girl who was bullied at the arena. She explained if that kid hadn't interfered. Another person stepped forward and reproached, Mazgia, you're really messing things up. He is a member of this group and glances down at her, asking, "And that kid?" Masa interrupts, appearing confused. "What's with that expression? Are you jealous?" She then sighed and said, "I thought he was one of us, but I was completely wrong." Masa took out his pipe and continued. "It seems he was lucky enough to be adopted by an aristocratic family, probably because he studied at a magic school, so it's understandable he doesn't understand anything." He stayed silent, continuing to listen as she said that family is built from people with the same background. He struck a match sarcastically, not knowing his place and wanting to be a hero. Her eyes flashed with coldness as she firmly said, "I need to teach you a lesson about life." Meanwhile, Siron was rushing back to the house. He pushes himself to the limit, thinking it's too late to buy food now. When he arrives, Siron quickly rings the doorbell. Varian hurriedly opened the door and exclaimed in unison, "Siron, why are you only just getting back now?" He tried to explain. "Sorry, I got caught up in a bit of trouble." "No, it's not that. Amy already got into the tramp's car we met earlier and left now." At this moment, a red carriage is moving along the coastal road. Inside the carriage, Ami sat with her chin resting on her hand, gazing out at the nighttime sea. Her heart was filled with many thoughts, a moment of silence as she tried to understand Siren's feelings. Over here, Siren was very surprised to hear that Ami had left. He immediately asked Ran what she said before leaving. He rubbed his chin and replied, "Tess and I tried to stop Ami. We are sure it was a trap." But then Ami said, "Don't worry, if anything happens, I just need to defeat them and retreat. I will come back soon." She also added, "And he will do the same." "Even I would do the same." Tess is quite worried. She clings to his arm and hurriedly says, "Someone really feels very heartbroken. She feels so lonely when you're not around." Siron calmly replies, "It's not like that, Tess." This made her startle and ask again, "What?" He frowned slightly, thinking about what Masa had said earlier. The idea that the girl he once tried to save is also part of some organization. Right and wrong are just illusions from each person's perspective. Siren also recalls Ami's disappointed face and her words when he tried to stop her from dealing with the kids. "You know that's true, right? What kind of people are they really?" Masa and even Ami, they both know the darkness of this island. Yet she still went with them, and moreover, Amy even directly stated that Siren would do the same. He quickly ran off and called back, "I will go find Ami." Test stood at the door and shouted loudly, "What's going on?" "What is going on?" Ran quickly ran after them. "All right, I'll go too." Seeing that, she hurriedly followed the two young men and shouted, "I want to go with you too." The scene shifts to the seaside road, where the carriage continues moving towards a lively illuminated area. Reese excitedly introduces, "This is Gall's biggest park. It's wonderful to watch during the day, but Amy doesn't really care about that." The little boy cheerfully continued, "Do you think that guy selling stuff at the park believes it? For this, everything feels like a dream, running along the coast and talking with Crash like this." The kid looked at Amy, thinking that even her cold attitude and dismissive expression had disappeared. "I think she looks even more beautiful now." Suddenly, Amy looked at the boy and asked, "When will we arrive?" This startled Riss, who quickly replied, "We're almost there, a bit further, right? But this is the most wonderful place in Gali." She said firmly, "I am sure it is the residence of someone very important." The leader's name beat him up. Jis stood there stunned, his face looking blank. "How do you know?" Only a fool wouldn't realize it, showing up looking like someone who just drowned. "I'll let this slide this time, so you'd better stop while you still can. You're not cut out for this kind of life." Jis's face darkened, unable to speak, while the boy widened his eyes, thinking about how CR caught America off guard and the advice that also made Jis feel uncomfortable. The boy's whole body trembled as he asked again, "Ignoring me because I'm pathetic?" Amy calmly replied, "That's not the only reason." She still looked out at the sea before asking Jis, "Did you throw a gold coin on the ground earlier?" MY chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "Throwing gold in front of a noble, I have to admit, I like your daring style." The boy frowned and looked at her with wide eyes. I replied, "That's why you should leave this world. You're too honest to be a villain." Her words made Jis think of his sister. The girl always smiles at the little boy. Oba. Today, Juna is ironing his clothes again, and she's working hard today too. Jis also complains, saying she always has to iron his clothes. But Juna only responded with a smile, saying it's nothing. Her innocent smile along with her care for her brother. "You have to make me look cooler than anyone else because I will become the greatest person in the world." Jis's inner mind is torn apart. He apologized to Juna and blamed himself for being the most useless person in the world, thinking that someone like Jis, who has no parents, only hears others say he's too stupid to live a decent life. Jis looked at Amy and wondered silently,
Why did she suddenly say those words? Why does she try to understand me? Do you know who I am taking you to meet? The boy lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and thought to himself, Bankoa. That bastard is not just a local thug. He's a former Special Forces survivor of countless battles. Jees became numb. Even this island he conquered in just 3 years. The boy hesitated, questioning whether he should advise her to run while she still could. But Jees is caught between two choices. If he protects Amy, what about his sister? At this moment, Amy spoke up, interrupting Jees's train of thought. I think I understand why Siron tried to stop me. Is Siron really living with such complicated thoughts? The boy recalled that moment and asked again, Siron, are you talking about that blonde guy? Jees smiles and comments. She looks completely confused in front of him, probably from a powerful family. I replied, he's just an ordinary person. The response made the boy gasp in surprise. What? No way, he looks just like her boyfriend. Ami interrupted. Are you still worried about that now? She smiled slightly reproachfully. He left me on an island across the sea and then disappeared. Jees stood there, lost in thought, unsure of what to do next. The scene shifts to Gallant Port, a vast space illuminated by bright lights bustling even into the night. Inside a restaurant, 2 boys from Jees's group are worried, asking themselves if Jees is okay, since he had to take the red-haired girl to Pan. Body replied, I doubt he even dares to try. The boy sighed and added, he throws gold coins at them. He'd be lucky if he doesn't get beaten up. Suddenly, someone asked, what did you just say? That person is Ran and his group. He asked again, could you be more specific? The 2 kids immediately stood up and ran away in fear. He shouted, run now! Both of them responded confusedly. What's going on? The kids' feet are off the ground now. Rian picked both of them up and asked, so, gentlemen, do you want to talk here or outside? There is a voice calling from behind, Sir! The old coachman was startled and turned back. He smiled and asked the Siron group, are you guys back already? Where do you want to go now? The 3 of us will take you to the palace together. The old man quickly urged the others and warned, all right, hold on tight, everyone. The carriage sped toward the destination, and the night in Gali was just beginning. Test looked over and thought to himself that his team members were at the port. Just as Siron said, she was also a bit worried, thinking, wait a little longer. Yes, we are on our way to pick you up. The scene shifts to a place with a grand signboard displaying 2 large characters. The palace. This is the palace headquarters of Pankoa, bustling with activity outside. Inside, he was biting his lip, with a set of gleaming white and gold teeth that looked a bit terrifying. Ban was sitting drinking wine with 2 beautiful younger sisters on either side, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. This is amazing. Amy's beautiful, familiar gaze, he silently assessed. She must be a high-ranking noble, at least 2nd class. She opened her eyes and looked at Pana, asking, do I just need to sit here? He laughed loudly and replied, of course. Do you really think I would do something to a lady? Owent raised her glass silently, listening to his empty words, and said nothing, continuing to ponder his true intentions. She appeared relaxed, but inside she was highly focused and a bit confused about what he was trying to do. Am looked around, the nobles kept raising their glasses, and the dancers performed seductively. She wondered to herself, did he really bring me here just for this? What a waste of time. I should have just kept practicing. Ami sways the glass in her hand and then looks disappointed. I wonder if this really helps me understand Siron better. She slowly lifts this glass of juice, ready to enjoy it. Jees stands from afar and sees this. The kid seemed ready to shout that she couldn't drink that, and Jees clenched his teeth in frustration. The boy realized that Bankoa had put poison in it. His eyes looked at Amy with anticipation and pleasure, along with a somewhat twisted expression. Jees clenched his fists, telling himself he had to do something, while the glass of water was brought up close to her mouth. Pan's wide mouth curled into a wicked smile as his cold, emotionless eyes looked on. Hey, you guys, this is not a place for children. But before he could finish speaking, Tessian and each of his men took down the guards with a punch. The old coachman sitting outside praised himself. I used to be just as mighty as them back in the day. First, let's go back to the moment when Jees brought Amy to the palace. Bankoa laughed out loud in delight, never expecting him to actually bring her here. Jees just needed a little motivation, and he would do it. He told the kid, go to your sister. At that moment, Jees wondered to himself, should I do that? Meanwhile, Amy was sitting there at the pirate gang boss's party, and the boy accidentally saw the waiter messing with a glass of fruit juice. Jees saw him put in some kind of powder and stir it well. The kid wondered if it was some kind of drug. The kid watches the waiter and becomes worried. I've heard about this. Bankoa has control over many noble families in this kingdom. Ritsuma's face turns pale, eyes wide with horror. Don't tell me he did this with that.
Returning to reality, once again, Pan's sinister, perverted smile appears. Meanwhile, Ami is about to drink a glass of water laced with poison, turning them into puppets. Those people will be dependent on the drug. Outside the door, 2 disciples are trying to stop Siron's group. Hey, this isn't for kids.
They were quickly defeated by Rest with powerful punches. Seeing his teammates fall so fast, the remaining one was stunned.
They shouted a warning, "Intruders, has anyone seen them?" Meanwhile, Siron's group had already entered the nightclub where the music was pounding and the lights were flashing in all colors.
Up on the stage, the singer is entertaining the crowd. Tess looks worried and says, "This place is so big, is Ami really here?" Siron replied, "I don't know what they plan to do with Amy." He raised his hand to cover his mouth, his voice a bit hurried. "But we have to find her quickly. Focus. There's no one protecting us here."
The 2 immediately became serious.
Rian suggested, "Let's look upstairs first."
After finishing, the 3 of them rushed inside the palace corridor and searched, moving up to the 3rd floor of the casino.
Siron observed and announced that it seems there's nothing here. Next is the 4th floor VIP room. The 3 of them called out Ami's name in unison, but received no response, only the curses of the guests inside.
Who are you?
So standing there and checking each room takes too much time, Siron insisted. Instead, we should do something to evacuate everyone from the building so we can find her more easily.
Just then, the security guards saw them and shouted, "Those bastards are here!"
What is this? We caught a bunch of kids who haven't even grown up yet? He looked them over and then assessed. The girl didn't look too bad. But what are you wearing? You should have dressed up a bit more. Are you a chef or something? The big guy reached out his giant hand to her and said, "Let me take you out." Immediately, Tess grabbed his finger and snapped it. She twisted it back, making him cry out in pain, her voice full of disdain. "Instead of judging others' fashion, why don't you practice your martial arts a bit more?" The big guy, furious, clenched his fist and prepared to strike, but Tess quickly dodged and then pressed close to him, ready to counterattack. She delivered a punch right to his mouth, blood and teeth mixed, all over his face. One hit was enough to knock him out, leaving the big guy stunned in front of Kwa and others. Siron and R both look concerned at Tess's behavior while she steps forward with a mocking smile and says, "You are really weak." He stood there praising in admiration. "That was an amazing test." She smiled back and said, "I know you understand me." Siron isn't like someone who just stays silent and stands behind. Ryan muttered with a grimace, "She's both strong and stupid." He quickly stepped forward. The frightened guard pressed against the wall and shouted, "Stay away, we have people all over this building. You know that?" Rian ignored him. He lifted him up as I kept threatening, "You won't have to wait long. You all will." He immediately interrupted, saying, "Forget about that. Where are you going?" He replied, "I don't know who he is." Siron stepped forward and said, "I think it's pointless to ask him about what he doesn't know." "So what should we do now?" Ryan asked again, looking at him calmly. "We just need to ask what he knows." Realizing the situation, the subordinate's face showed clear tension and fear. Siron's eyes flashed as he looked at him, and he asked in a low voice, "Where is Pankoa?" Fear overwhelmed his mind as he stammered, "Maybe in the first basement of the temple." He led them down a corridor where people blocked the way and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing the 3 rushing towards them, the staff shouted to each other, "Don't let them reach the boss's place." "Block them," another shouted. "We can't let them get here." At that moment, a fist swung toward him with such force that it broke his nose, disfiguring his face as blood and teeth mixed. Ryan fought fiercely, continuously throwing powerful punches to take them down. Next to them, Test is also impressive, delivering rapid kicks with swift sweeping moves. Seeing their fierce attack, the guards inside could only scream in fear. A punch and a kick from R and Tess are flying towards them. They are knocked away from the door and crash straight into Pana's pleasure chamber. He looked surprised and asked, "What's going on?" The servants and nobles inside looked on in shock. Bankoa frowned and angrily asked, "Do you dare to invade my sacred temple?" Jis raised his hand to shield the dust and wondered to himself, "What's going on?" The boy quickly recognized the 3 people standing there right in the middle of the broken corridor. Could they be? Jis looked at Siron and his 2 friends and wondered, how did they get here? His eyes froze in surprise as he looked over at her, where the fruit juice had been completely drunk, and Amy was the one who drank it. She sat there with a dazed expression, seeming not very alert. Test shouted angrily, "What did you do to Amy?" Bankoa lowered his head with a cold smile and replied, "So you came here for your friend." He looked pleased, his eyes flashing, and continued, "Sorry, I don't think your friend will recognize you now." Siron remains calm, scanning the room with his eyes, a flickering aura of anger rising within him, his gaze intensely focused as he turns to call Amy's name. She is sitting on a chair with 2 underlings on either side, while Siron continues to sincerely try to wake her up.
Let's go home.
But Ami's expression still didn't change, her eyes vacant and empty. Bankoa just bit and ordered her subordinates. She doesn't want to go anywhere, and I didn't kidnap her or anything.
Get rid of the intruders, the naive subordinate asks back.
Where are you going? I love you.
He laughed wickedly. His eyes rolled back as he shouted with excitement. Where do you think this is? Hell.
Upon receiving the order, the subordinates immediately acted, and footsteps began to appear. Their faces show anger, and their eyes flash with deadly red light, targeting the 3 people. Test hurriedly takes a defensive stance to warn. Siron carefully uses mental domination. As she finished speaking, a series of deadly red mana streams burst out and wrapped around the 3 of them. Ran exclaimed in surprise. Mind control? Test replied anxiously. Those guys are all fake spirit schematics. They line up in a row, quite a few in number, and all use mental suppression on them at the same time. Siron looked at them with some confusion in his mind. Are all the monsters on this small island fake mental schemers? His gaze now turned towards Pan, sitting calmly in the back. Siron looked at his smug smile and wondered, who is this monster? He was extremely worried about her.
Ami is now in danger. I need to act quickly.
Siron calmed himself down. He must not let his emotions take over. Ami still shows no sign of waking, while the mental pressure continues to spread throughout the room. Siron looked at her with worry, but now a shadow appeared before him, a giant wave crashing toward the 3 of them. It's like a tsunami ready to sweep everything away. Siron still hasn't moved. He stands there, prepared to face it. The huge wave crashes over the 3 of them, white foam flying. Inside the water, Siron's arm reaches out. His desire now is to become stronger. Because he wants to protect his own and his loved ones, Siron is reaching out as his body gradually sinks into the water. In a dangerous situation, he doesn't want to become a useless mage. Right now, the girl he cares about, Amy, is in danger in front of him. In Siron's eyes right now is the image of Miro. Everything just described is the reason he wants to find it. Siron wants to understand the source of his power, his origin, and above all, he wants to eliminate the doubts that make him weak and hesitant. Right now, the evil within him appears and steps forward coldly. It sneers, "You know best, don't you? You are an entity without origin." The evil within him laughs loudly, like a tree that has lost its roots, only able to wither and die. Siron closed his eyes, ignoring the words just spoken. He gradually regained his balance and stepped forward to face his own evil. It suddenly froze when hearing the good within him think that his roots do not exist in the past. Siron, standing beside Ran, was startled to realize. After hearing what Masa said, I realized there are people supporting me. Next to Siron now are Ran, Tess, and other friends from the academy. Now they place their hands on his shoulders to give him strength. His loved ones are always behind him, supporting those willing to become his roots and his strength. Siron's eyes flash with a light that pierces through the darkness of evil as he ignores everything and looks straight at Amy sitting far away. Her image appears in Siron's mind. He is determined, so I will not hesitate anymore. The evil within me is gradually fading, and it too is smiling at Siron's thoughts. I believe in myself. You have earned the trust of those around you. The 3 of them push back the mental suppression together. The tidal wave from earlier is now dissipating. From the very center of the door, where Siron stands, a blazing golden light like the sun appears, illuminating the entire dark room. Ran and Tess stand nearby, forcing Long to cover his eyes. Bankoa and his henchmen are also blinded. Shouts of panic echo as he squints toward the door and asks, "What's going on?" Siron is now holding a small sphere that radiates a golden magic, staring intently at Bankoa. His voice exclaimed, "Starry light!" Behind Ran and Tess, they also appeared extremely surprised by this surge of power. Amy over there also widened her eyes. She looked over and became more alert than ever. Siron raises the sphere high and declares loudly, "I will not hesitate any more now." Feeling that power was hard to control, Amy quickly shouts to stop. "All right, wait a moment." But it seems it's already too late. He raised his arm to strike down, his eyes flashing with bright streams of mana. A blow that causes the ground to shake and crack. A golden light fills the room as the scene shifts back 30 minutes, Amy holding a glass of wine and lost in thought. He adds the potion to the wine. She silently judges that such a blatant trick is quite obvious. Ami looked at Pana, wondering if it was too obvious that he wasn't even trying to hide it. If she made a fuss, that G-Sky might get into trouble. Worried about the kid, she decides to drink the wine and strengthen her mind with the crimson eye. When he sees her drinking it, he might reveal his true intentions. At the same time, Siron along with Ren and Tess burst in through the door, knocking aside their subordinates. Ami wondered, what's going on? She was completely surprised to see her friends there, wondering to herself how they managed to get here. What should I do now? Turning back to the present, Ami sat there thinking I missed the moment to tell them I was still awake. Siron's strike nearly destroyed the entire floor of the room, causing Bankoa to fall backward with a look of terror in his eyes. Even Ran and Tess were surprised by the power of this attack. The others in the dark room were also wide-eyed with fear. Bankoa frowned, veins bulging on his ugly face. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who the hell are you? Where are you from?" Chi is a vast network connecting mages across the entire continent. He stood there coldly and replied, "My name is Siron from the SSS Magic Academy." Ryan and Tess were quite surprised and worried when he directly revealed his name and where he studied. Jees, over there, was anxious, thinking to himself, "What? What is he doing? Why is he revealing his identity?" Bankoa laughed loudly in triumph after hearing that, his words tinged with a threat. "An apprentice? You're not even a mage yet and you're fooling around? You'll get expelled if your school finds out about this, you know?" Siron remained completely calm, took a deep breath, and replied, "Whatever works." This surprised him a little, and he exclaimed, "What?" Siron continued, "To me, Ami is a friend more valuable than school or anything else in the world." Hearing these words, Amy's cheeks flushed red. He looked directly at him with a sharp gaze and warned, "If you dare take my friend to a place like this again, I will destroy it." "That's right. Do you think we won't save our friend because we're afraid of getting expelled?" "That's not how I, Orion, live." Tess also raises her wooden staff to affirm, "I, Ellen Test, believe the same. Remember that. We will make you regret it if you dare to touch the Siren team." Rand turned to ask, "What is the Siren team? And where did you get that stick?" Test irritably replies, "Shut up." Meanwhile, Bankoa begins to show signs of anger with veins bulging on his face. "I think you guys are misunderstanding something." He gestured towards Ami and continued, "But she came here on her own, and I don't think you have the right to tell a noble where to stay. Why don't you ask her to come back with you?" Tess immediately retorted, "Ami is in a state where she can't do it herself." Siren shouted to interrupt. Amy stepped closer, gently reaching out and saying, "Let's go." Amy raised her hand in front of Tess's surprised eyes. As soon as they touched, Bankoa nearly lost her balance. He looked confused and flustered. Amy's face now radiates elegance in her evening gown. She slowly stands up in front of Siren, giving a soft, her expression changing from surprise to a look of amusement. Banoa asked in a tense voice, "How?" But she had already taken the medicine. His eyes widened, pupils constricted, voice trembling. "Don't tell me you're a spy." Amy turned to look at Pan with a fierce, bloodshot glare. She spoke softly. "Have you heard about my family? Then everything is easier to handle." She directly asked, "Are everyone here addicted to drugs? That must be your main source of income." He still sat there and just listened silently. "Am seriously warned, if you dare send anything to the academy, I guarantee you will regret having done such things." Then she turned and left, leaving Pana sitting there complaining about his bad luck. He quietly thought to himself that she wasn't exaggerating. With the power of high-ranking nobles, he would definitely lose revenue and face danger. But afterward, he wouldn't be able to buy more drugs. Damn it. The scene shifts outside the palace, and from the outside the lights are still on and the festivities continue. Test looked ahead, thinking to himself that Siren probably knew Amy wasn't affected by the drug. She began to recall and remember Amy realizing that the reason she didn't move when Siren called her the first time wasn't because of the drug, but because she was angry about what had happened earlier. The image of Ami pouting in anger appeared in Test's mind, her face unconsciously blushing with delight, making Luyen beside her feel puzzled. Watching Siren holding Ami's hand as they left, she thought to herself, "A troublesome little dust? What kind of dust is this so adorable?" Test blurted out in amazement, probably very happy. Ran asked curiously, "Are you hungry?" She ignored his words and replied as she walked away, "Whatever." From above, the palace indeed appears vast, and Siren's group steps out from within, looking tiny compared to the building. They walk with confidence and a commanding presence. Meanwhile, the people around kept discussing the recent tremor. What was that just now? An earthquake? Suddenly a voice called from behind, "Wait a moment." Making the whole group turn around in surprise, Jis stands there looking at them, breathless. "It's that guy." "Now you're safe. I'll make sure they don't do anything bad to you and your brother." As soon as the words left his mouth, Jis shouted loudly with a determined face, "I will quit!" The boy, a bit excited, continued to raise his voice. "I will leave this job as you said, so I just want to thank you for helping me." Hearing this, Amy gently smiles in satisfaction, while Siren looks confused, glancing at her driver friend. Then G suddenly points at his face and shouts. Siron paused for a moment before directly warning the young mage, "Don't make her cry, or I won't forgive you, so be careful." "Did I make Amy cry?"
Meanwhile, Amy is clutching her stomach, laughing happily. Did you hear that, Siron? Be careful. She looked at Jis and asked, Right? Ami left a word of encouragement for the boy before turning and walking away. Whether you're a pirate or a dockmaster, I'm sure you'll be able to achieve what you want. Good luck. Those sincere words seemed to pierce into Jis's very soul. The boy blushed slightly, foolishly watching her back, his hands trembling as they clenched tightly. Jis thought to herself, just wait and see. Using Siron as a goal to surpass, the boy silently vowed, I will become cooler than that guy. In the middle of the night at the dock, Ran wondered, We're going to eat now, right? I'm hungry. Go ahead and find something to eat near where we're staying. Amy agrees. That's right. I don't think we can cook today. Meanwhile, Siron just smiled and remained silent. Ran continued to investigate, asked, How long do you plan to keep holding that stick? He went back inside. Down in the basement, Bankoa was still sitting there laughing maniacally and shouting, wondering. Bankoa, the great falls like this. He irritably reaches into his shirt to take something out, muttering to himself, a man called the ghost of the battlefield, losing to a bunch of kids. Loot is empty. All he has is an empty bag that makes Pan stop in his tracks. He then throws it directly at the trembling subordinate and loudly scolds him, Are you not ashamed? You lost to the kids because all you know is playing with drugs, the subordinate explained, but I've never seen a magic like that. The one next to him added, If we get hit by that thing, it won't be fun at all and there's nowhere to dodge. Hearing this, Banco Coabier could only cover his face and growl in anger. Are you planning to let them go like that? I have no choice but to say what can I do. She is a high-ranking noble just below the royal family. If we mess with them, all our wealth will disappear. Do you know how hard it was to get to this point? But my subordinate frowned and reminded him, Don't forget there's something even scarier than losing money. His words continued as if trying to awaken the beast inside Pan. We are a band of outcasts hunted by the Magic Guild. What if they find us here? He immediately responded, I understand, now give me some potions, this headache is killing me. Cracks and creaks sounded from the ceiling, accompanied by loud calls. The boss transitioned to a beautiful morning scene the next day on the beach with many tourists swimming. Siron's group also has their own space here. The four of them are swimming and splashing water around. The flying creature is none other than Ran. The two girls are the ones suffering from this. But right after, Tess quickly responded, a vacation that will be memorable for Siron and Ami. After everything was settled, he was quite happy and relaxed. After swimming in the sea, the whole group went out to eat. R still with a mouthful of food, chewing loudly, sitting in the middle of a seemingly luxurious restaurant with a sea view, his relaxed attitude making the other three feel a bit embarrassed. Soon, night fell and the moon rose high and bright. The group continued to enjoy the night market by the harbor. Ami walks ahead while Siron keeps his eyes on her. She follows behind, and Tess and Ram indulge in their food, each holding a grilled squid and eating happily. Ami had been waiting too. She smiled softly and handed him a fragrant grilled squid. Siron happily accepted it, quietly thinking that this was truly a vacation. The whole group looked out at the sea, their faces shining with amazement and excitement as a dazzling display of fireworks lit up the sky before them. Siron thought to himself that he should bring his parents here sometime. The scene shifts to the next morning, along a forest trail where a carriage is moving with the sound of galloping horse. Ryan and Siron are sitting right behind the carriage seat. Ryan's expression looks quite unhappy. Tess, while applying lipstick, wondered aloud. Honestly, how long are they going to be angry? We're not even that late. Voices arguing from inside the car, Ran shouted, Why are you changing clothes for so long? We won't arrive until noon. What? It's for your safety, got it? She even criticized your fashion. What's wrong with your outfit? Do you really think your weapon matches your outfit? A country bumpkin's look? Siron looked at the two of them and could only smile awkwardly. He had originally planned to take only Ami to explore the ruins, but now they had become so close that it was impossible to separate them. Am smiled and admitted her mistake. Sorry, Ran, the test was finished before me. He sighed upon hearing that. Truly, Ami put her heart into the preparation. Test snapped irritably. What? You mean I didn't give birth? Ran then looked seriously at her friend, pondering for a moment before his voice hesitated. She was pretty, but the test made her blush and wait. Then she looked embarrassed and shy, tapping her index fingers together in front of her and muttering to herself. I was born? Ami silently admired. A quick glance. She silently observes his expression. It seems he has feelings for Tess, but doesn't know how to show them. Then Ami glanced at her shy friend beside him. It's true. It's hard to express feelings to a woman stronger than oneself, stronger than who you are. Meanwhile, Siron remains the same, a wooden head with an innocent face that commits countless sins, clueless about the world.
Amy glanced away, cleared her throat to signal, but he still completely didn't understand. She drifted into her thoughts. Is that a problem? But I think the distance has shortened a bit. Test quietly smiles to himself. Probably Amy is thinking something strange again. So cute. Looking at the map, the coordinates of the ruins are about 2 hours by horse-drawn carriage from the tourist area. Mount Toa, the center of Gallant Island, is a dormant volcano that erupted 500 years ago, and at that time, a large-scale volcanic eruption buried the CGO. The result is believed to be only a small remaining population from the Golden Age at the ticket office before entering the CGO ruins on Gull Island, as Amy reads out the government information to restore the ruins, but the plan is cancelled due to local opposition. I was fanning myself and wondering, wouldn't restoring the ruins be good for the local people? Amy replied, that's right. They could increase tourism revenue. The young people on the street are attracted by the beauty of the two girls, and Ran has a suspicion. I think there is some secret, Siron responded. But to me, it looks like an ordinary tourist spot, even though it's quite large. While everyone was lining up together, Tess pointed ahead and loudly said to everyone, look, is that the person from KGO? Finally, it was their turn to stand before this man. The group looked so small. Siron quietly confirms to himself that this person must be very powerful. The man with red tattoos all over his body and most notably a mysterious swirling symbol in the center of his chest. From what I've heard from other tourists, it used to be bigger like this, but most of it has been buried. Next to them, some children visiting with their parents looked down and exclaimed it was so deep. Probably 100 meters, prompting the woman to quickly warn, don't stand there, it's dangerous. Ami noticed him hesitate and wondered why. Siron, what's going on? Are you not planning to go to the central temple? He sat down, placing his hand on the grass, and called Amy. Siron smiled in recognition and announced it was a spiritual realm. She sat down and asked, did you find anything with Sinatesia's spirit realm yet? Ryan wondered. What did you see? He immediately replied. They say that the ruins are buried underground, right? Siron added, I searched underground with my spirit domain just in case, and surprisingly, after a moment of hesitation, he continued, I couldn't find anything. Within more than 50 meters, this surprised the whole team. Amy exclaimed, nothing at all, in the earth. It seems confusing. What's going on? What does that mean? Siren's voice replied. It's not exactly nothing, but something feels off. Ryan pondered before suggesting, should we dig it up? This time it's Amy's turn. She places her hand on the ground. I will try. I can scan up to 500 meters with the scope, Tess exclaimed in surprise. 500 meters? Siren immediately agreed. All right, go ahead. Immediately, Ami started using her targeting mode to scan. Seeing her facial expression, everyone looked confused. Ran hesitated, saying, I suddenly feel strange. Siron also asked anxiously, what's going on? Ami replied. Hearing this only made him more confused. Her face was filled with shock and worry as Amy repeated it, unable to believe it. Siren hurriedly asked, what's going on? Test also wondered. 500 meters should be enough, right? No, that's not it. I did see something within 500 meters. I remember using the targeting mode to send a mana beam deep into the ground, and it touched a mysterious translucent curtain. Ami added, when I felt like I was touching something, the spiritual realm shattered like thin threads drifting in water. Siren immediately thought, like thin silk? Ami's spirit isn't that weak. I'm sure there's something beneath it. She rested her chin in her hand, thinking that if Janet were here, she could go all the way. Siren asked in surprise. As skilled as the Windmaster Etla, Ami replied. That's right. Even my older brother, the commander of the Conquests, has always valued Janet. Rand stood there reminding everyone if we need someone to help and have to go far to find them, shouldn't we stop the investigation? He added, isn't the principal the one who suggested coming here in the first place? It's beyond our capabilities. Maybe we should give up then? Those words made Siren think. When pursuing efficiency or truth, sometimes you forget the basics. In the past, the principal once told him not to lower his guard and make mistakes. You should also remember that some situations are dangerous enough to consider retreating. Never forget that. Amy added, Ran is right, but it's truly humiliating. The destination is right in front of us. Pulling back now wouldn't be right. At this point, he continued to reiterate his original suggestion. There is a way. We will drill down 500 meters. After a while, in front of the magnificent KGO structure, the visitors are just tiny black dots. Entering inside the temple, the architecture with cracks stained by time, Amy marvels with curiosity. It's so peaceful. Siron, why did they come here again? I already felt insecure about this. I don't understand. The principal clearly said that we would understand soon when we came here, but right now there's nothing special except tourists. These ruins date back thousands of years. What do they have to do with the person named Miro? Rand spoke up. Maybe if we dig down or go around, they'll find Miro Amy's suggestion. Anyway, we will have to use the spiritual realm.
Siron suggests, so what if we find a way to talk to the locals? She responds with her chin resting on her hand. You won't find much from the locals living near the tourist spots.
If you want to really talk to the locals, we will need a translator, Rand shouted in frustration.
Why are you ignoring me?
Test raised his hand to speak. Do you want to hear a good idea?
Really?
What is it? Rand still hasn't dismissed his idea. I've already prepared to dig the ground.
Test ignored that and continued to smile as he spoke. While you were examining the ruins, I was searching for something else. Her eyes now shone with seriousness. People.
Then Tess said to the group, look carefully, and everyone immediately turned to look at the crowd behind. Among the tourists, everyone is enjoying the atmosphere of the site, while some are indifferent to the ruins and scenery. They are mercenaries, blending into the crowd with weapons on their backs, as they swiftly enter a tavern on the outskirts of the temple where the mercenaries are quickly guided to their seats. Siron's entire group is here too. He watches them enter and concludes, just as Test said, mercenaries are gathering at the tavern.
Ami immediately praised.
That's impressive. The SNDN Test family truly has excellent vision.
She smiled and replied, I am still inexperienced, and Ron is eating. Behind Siron, there was a sarcastic voice. What a wonderful world. Even kids carry weapons.
Rand looked a bit annoyed and asked, the table next to us. I think they are talking about us.
Test immediately stepped in to stop them. Forget it, they're drunk.
They keep provoking over there. Look at that sword. He can't even swing it properly.
Don't you know? He's wearing it to impress the girl next to him. Surely anyone would feel tense sitting next to such a beauty. This makes both Ren and Test quite uncomfortable. He continued to taunt. If I glare at him, what will he do to me?
Tonight is the captain, he laughed loudly, teasing.
I'm losing my mood. Should I spill some blood? Scarlet brushed it off and asked, does teasing kids make you this happy? They keep targeting Siron. That guy in the yellow corner is just pretending to eat.
Hey, listen to me. Turn around and look this way.
Ran, angry with a forkful of noodles, thought to himself, if those bastards insult me, I don't care but my friends.
Thinking of that, veins bulged on his face as he stared fiercely, while Siron remained completely calm. He ignored those words and continued eating.
Sensing his friend's feelings, Siron looked over and signaled.
Ran was a bit surprised by his expression, but then immediately closed his eyes to regain his composure.
Ran has now returned to his usual composure, having learned calmness from his friend. That group stood up, and the annoying guy kept talking nonsense. So boring. I just wanted to stir up the atmosphere a little.
Did you feel embarrassed in front of the girls? Today, you guys are unlucky.
A moment later, they left, restoring a quieter atmosphere to the tavern. The old waiter ran out to check on them and asked, are you guys okay? Those thugs are bullying even children? The kids stayed silent until they left. Siron immediately asked, do you know who they are?
The old man replied, they have been coming to the shop frequently lately. They have no background at all. You children are very patient.
He wondered, do they usually come here?
Yeah. Good job, Ran. Actually, I was worried you might act on it. He pretends to respond. Actually, I was about to do it. But suddenly, Ren's expression became serious as he affirmed, we will meet them again, right?
Siron. The sudden question caught him off guard, leaving him frozen for a moment.
Siron smiled in response. That's right, let's go outside.
Siron's team observes the mercenaries below, noting that even in the tourist area, they move in formation.
It seems they have a lot of experience. Test comments. Archers are usually associated with agility. If we tail them, we'll be spotted immediately. She added that it seems that guy is the captain, and he uses a sword from a famous brand. Test added based on his experience, but it's not a limited edition. Amy added, especially that woman. The woman in the red cloak, she carries no weapons and shows no signs of physical training. Siron agrees. That's right. That person is a wizard.
From a great distance, the whole group has been observing and assessing the team that provoked them at the tavern. Siron firmly believes that even if a mage is part of that assault team, then these ruins must hold something special. At this moment, the Avenger mercenary group arrived in front of a ruined relic, but two tall local guards were standing watch. The group's archer stepped forward and said something to the guard, then turned to look at the other and nodded to signal, and the other understood and nodded back. Then he pulled the lever down. The tomb door immediately opened, dark inside but still with some glimmers of light. From above, a long staircase descends into the depths, seemingly endless. The Avenger team stands there, each one excited, eyes shining with anticipation. At that moment, a shout rang out from behind, causing the whole group to startle and turn around.
Siron led the way, smiling and waving, saying, "Let us in." Fok pointed and shouted, "Those guys are from the tavern earlier, and the others are just as surprised. They wonder, when did they start following us?" Siron stepped in front of the Avengers group, panting, and said, "Hello, can we come with you?" Khitan drew his sword and threatened him. "Do you want to die? Go away." Suddenly he frowned, his eyes showing surprise, thinking to himself, what the hell is going on? Seeing Siron's calm expression, Khitan wondered to himself, "You stayed silent earlier, but now?" Meanwhile, he also had no intention of fighting, only looking over with a determined gaze. Both spoke up to stop them. "Captain, I think we should stop." He looked at the two Kago behind him and continued speaking. "They said if we fought here, they wouldn't let us go in." This only made Khan angrier to the point of madness. He frowned in annoyance and cursed under his breath. "Damn those bastards." Siron seemed to understand the issue, successfully provoking, angering, and leaving the captain with no other choice. Khitan, feeling annoyed, retracted his sword and sighed, saying, "You're lucky." He stepped inside, not forgetting to turn back and say in Trich Thuong dialect, "You've escaped death twice." The whole group stood there listening to the Kago guard speak in the local language. "If you pass the check, just go in." He crossed his arms and reminded that the angel's eyes would be watching them. He clearly doesn't understand their language at all and looks confused. "What is he saying?" Rian smiled and replied, "I don't know. Maybe he wants us to enjoy ourselves inside." Siron carefully looked back with a scrutinizing gaze. Then the whole group descended the stairs into the depths of the earth. There are lamps on the wall illuminating the dark cellar. The whole group is quietly following the Avengers' guards. The test of the deep well is too intense. The stairs are packed tightly against the square wall, with a deep, hollow space in the middle. "Do you think this is the way to go down to the ruins basement?" Siron replied. "Maybe so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to check it with his domain." Even Amy was powerless when using the targeting field. The group simply moved down with almost the same thought. "We don't know what danger is waiting down there." Khitan irritably turned back and said sharply, "Damn it, we spent a lot of money to get information about this place. Are you guys crazy? Aren't you too young to explore a place like this?" "And what brings you here then?" He was a bit surprised to hear that. "Don't tell me you don't know where this is." He calmly chuckled and replied, "Of course not. You're already here anyway. Why didn't you tell us what was down there?" That made Hak Kai extremely shocked. Khitan gritted his teeth, furious and blushing, cursing silently. "This bastard thinks this is a joke?" We had to do a lot of work to learn about this secret path. Looking back, and at that time, an informant demanded a large sum of money. "Sorry, but I will need an extra 20 gold for the code, not mandatory." It cost Avenger up to 50 gold, yet Siron's people didn't lose anything and still made it here. This makes them furious. Are they secretly trying to cling to us now? Thinking that, Hai raised both hands and said, 5 gold. He offered to pay 5 gold for each question. Usually it would cost up to 100 gold. Siron replied calmly and wisely. "Then don't worry, we're going to find out everything once we go down there anyway." This made him secretly curse in anger. "This bastard." Khitan, standing behind, smiles and suggests, "So what now? Pay up if you want to go deeper, but don't say you came here to freeload off us." After hearing these somewhat sarcastic but truthful words, Siron turned to look at Amy. They nodded at each other. Then the whole group sat down on the stairs and replied, "Then we'll stay here. Just keep moving forward." Khitan got angry and blurted out a curse. "You little bastard!" He was so furious that his face turned red with bloodshot eyes glaring as if he wanted to eat them alive while secretly thinking, "Why dare you? These kids." Remember at the tavern, maybe Siron was trying to get back at Avenger for what happened there? He suddenly stood up and suggested that if it was just 1 coin in a question, we would be willing to pay, which made Khitan gasp in surprise. "What, a coin?" At the same time, Siron looked at the gold coin in his hand and glanced over at him. Captain immediately grabbed it, thinking that having it might be better than not. Then he shouted, "Now is the time to act. Pay up first." Test looked puzzled. "You said we would find out when we go down there." "Then why did we give them the money?" Ran whispered. "Maybe they're hiding something." Ami added, "And there might be a trap waiting for us down there." Siron thought to himself, "We need to extract as much information from them as possible before asking the first question." "Why did you guys come here?" Khitan replied. "We're here to meet the locals. Are you satisfied now?" He looked serious and dissatisfied, giving only a half-hearted answer with no explanation. "If you keep going like that, I won't ask any more questions." Seeing this, Scarlet, standing behind, spoke up. "But that's the truth. We really came here to meet the locals." Siron was a bit contemplative. They still avoided the question. He then continued to take out money and asked again why they wanted to meet them in the first place.
Then, after receiving the money, he hesitantly replied that it was for buying medicine. His sharp eyes looked at them and continued speaking.
You can buy it on the black market, but you can get it cheaper from the supplier, and we plan to sell them to fund our trip. Are you satisfied now?
The answer leaves Siron stunned, standing frozen in confusion.
Letting go of the drugs? Is there really nothing but a drug trade around the ancient ruins?
Both you and Ami turn to look, and he thinks to himself, there must be something more. These guys definitely don't know everything.
Siron began to piece together the facts. The Avenger group said they came here to meet the natives and buy medicine from them.
And when he saw from Ami's book that the KGO natives consider the medicine sacred because they use it in rituals, he wondered if restoring the ruins would be beneficial for the natives.
Ami also obtained information through the guidebook. The indigenous people live in the independent territory. I asked my brother for confirmation, but he still wouldn't tell me how to get in there.
Returning to the present, Siron continues to ask a question.
So, you mean this is the secret path to the independent territory?
Yeah. What do you mean? What do you think? You realize you slipped up. He quickly raised his hand to his stomach and closed his mouth, looking very embarrassed as he took out the money and apologized for asking without paying.
Here's 1 gold, 2 hands up to refuse. It's okay, I won't take money for that line. This surprises Siron.
What? But we didn't have any agreement.
So, you mean you accidentally revealed the information and don't need to pay? He happily smiles and puts the money back into his pocket, not forgetting to say thank you.
Hokai wondered, how did you find out?
That information is top secret.
Siron turned around. You're the one who told me, right?
Ami said that the natives use drugs for their rituals, even here being the source of the medicine sold throughout the kingdom. He added, I am sure only the natives with their special privileges have the right to keep such an item in large quantities.
These words leave the entire Avenger team in shock. Ran, with his chin resting on his hand, deduces that the local leader must be here. Hopefully this extra test is fun, and maybe they are in independent territory. Ha silently thinks that they've worked day and night for many days and spent a lot of money for this information. Then he praises.
You're really clever. Do you have any more questions?
Siron replied calmly.
All right. Let's go down and we'll find out more.
He's feeling annoyed inside.
Of course you have no more questions because you've realized that's all we know. Then both groups head downstairs. Now they have reached a circular door emitting light inside. The 2 groups of 8 people, who didn't get along much before, are now traveling together. In front of them now is an entrance door being guarded by 2 locals who are forcefully pulling it open, revealing a blinding light inside. The 2 groups continued inside together. Siron looked up, showing an expression of surprise and admiration. Ran also looked around hesitantly. So this is Amy, who immediately added the secret basement. In front of them was like a large altar hanging from the theater ceiling, shining with a golden sunlight-like light. The Avenger group was also a bit surprised. After all, it was their first time seeing such a place. There, that's the entrance to CGO. Both groups were a bit excited and amazed. Turns out it's real. The information is correct. They stepped forward and saw a mysterious black sphere appear before them. Siron looked over in surprise and exclaimed, "What is that?" Hai, noticing his expression, immediately asked, "What's wrong? Do you know anything about it?" "I remember when I met Miro, that black sphere appeared then too. That belongs to Miro. A black sphere is floating just above the stacked square blocks below." Khitan asked, "How do you guys know? What's going on? Does it look like your ball?" At that moment, a deep voice echoed. "Miro, the man dressed in indigenous attire with white braided hair. He is the elder of the KGO people." Looking at Siron, he asked again in the local language, "You just said Miro." While Captain Tan stood there silently, Hai quickly translated. He asked if you knew Miro. Siron immediately replied, "Yes. I have met her before." Hai continued acting as the translator. After hearing the response, the elder exclaimed in shock, "No way." He looked at Siron with a puzzled expression. "How is that possible?" Meanwhile, he tried to explain that I really had met her. The elder lowers his staff and replies, "I am not the one to judge you." He stands there and declares that you will be judged by the 8 eyes of the heavenly angel here. There are 8 floating black orbs arranged evenly around the octagonal altar, and the elder's deep voice says, "Those who wish to enter must pass Miro's test." Siron was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "What? Miro again?" All I understood was Miro, so I immediately turned to ask, "What did he just say?" Hokai snapped angrily. "Do you think I'm a translator?" Khitan continued. "So how long do you plan to mooch off us? You know, we have a lot to do, so why don't we split up from here?" Immediately, the elder demanded a translation for everyone, and the door behind them closed.
He added, "Once you enter this room, everything will become one." This made two exclaim in surprise. "What?" He shouted in explanation, "Wait, they are not our teammates." Scarlet beside him looked confused. What's going on?" The elder ignored his words and continued to announce, "You will be accepted or sacrificed. Prove your ability with the eyes of the angel." He then pointed to the orb and added, "As long as one of you passes the test, you will be allowed into Google. There is also another trade-off. If you fail, sacrifice someone so that one can enter." Only Hawkeye understood those words. He clutched his head and shouted, "Damn it, we're doomed. We've fallen into a trap." Siron and his group are still focused intensely. The atmosphere inside the ruins has become quieter. When will it end? Two of them then translated all the content that the elder had conveyed. So does that mean we're on the same side as these kids again? Scarlet took off her hood, looked over, and said, "Checks and proofs like this usually happen during the first encounter with a different civilization. The Cog tribe is a warrior clan, so they probably test combat ability. But to group us with these kids for evaluation, we should have separated them earlier." Amy, feeling a bit annoyed, looked over and frowned, complaining, "So you keep calling us kids, but how do you know if we're strong or not?" She immediately retorted, "Those guys probably only play with swords and magic at school. Real combat is not like in school. Understand?" I frown and smirk coldly. "Don't worry, we have no intention of cooperating with you." The two girls continued to glare at each other with fierce hostility, while Siron listened carefully as the elder continued, revealing there were two conditions to pass through the gate. He coldly announced that he would prove his ability or sacrifice someone for others to enter. He immediately asked, "What exactly does proving ability mean? What do we need to do?" Both of them look annoyed. "Don't interfere. I won't translate for you anymore," Siron replied. "Since we're on the same path, just ask him." Although he sighed unhappily, the situation forced him to relay the information to the elder. He replied, "One by one, each person will step forward to be judged and prove themselves through one of the 8 orbs. The language of the gods will respond, and if it turns red, they have failed. If it turns white, it means you've passed." Siron wondered, "Is there a limit to how many times we can try?" "Is there any punishment for failure?" the elder replied. "There are no limits or penalties. You can try as many times as you want until you're exhausted, but if no one passes, everyone has to go back." His answer made Fen smug. "So this isn't the Ha group mission then?" Scarlet also sneered. "Lucky us." Siron paid little attention and directly asked the elder, "What do you mean by achievement and sacrifice?" "So it means one person has to die for another to enter, yeah?" He nodded and replied, "That's right. That's Miro's command." They continued to ask their questions. "Is there any restriction on the sacrifice? Can we bring outsiders with us, like a corpse?" The elder's voice was low. "There are no restrictions, but remember one thing," he warned. "You can bring people in freely, but when you leave, all of you will become one unit. That's the entire rule." The back door behind the group has been closed for a while now. After gathering the information, Siron stroked his chin and thought, "Strange. Why would a brutal rule kill teammates just to get medicine?" Fen looks confident, as if it's no big deal. Scarlet wonders, who is Miro? A drug dealer? Siron quietly wondered if this was the place to exchange medicines. And this unification law is more cunning than its name suggests. It's a way the ancients used to rule, because controlling the masses is easier. He quietly assessed that unifying the majority's opinion was too difficult. Siron concluded that it might be a more dangerous rule than we thought. So, Khan confidently said, "What is this? This is easier than I thought." He stepped forward, smiling confidently. "We just need to kill the 4 kids here, and then we'll be in. What do you think?" Siron just sighed after hearing that, thinking to himself, "As long as the team leader doesn't let emotions take over, it's fine. At least his teammates seem focused on their goal." Scarlet stepped forward and replied, "Whatever, let's get started. We can't stay here forever, right?" Khitan turned around and stepped back, sounding annoyed, "So I really can't stand that kid." While she was discussing with Siron, we decided on the order first, right? What if you suggested the swordsmen go ahead of the powerful mages? Scarlet smiled as she listened, thinking the test involved attacking the sphere, right? Siron nodded, "That's right, because as a warrior clan, and if that sphere is what I think it is." He added, "It can absorb nearly unlimited energy, and the shape of the pavilion is designed to come into contact with the sphere." She replied, "I agree. So my swordsman will." After seeing Captain's furious expression, he stood there complaining, "What does she even know?" "Hey." Scarlet reluctantly turned to look at Siron with a wry smile. "Do you want to go ahead?" He looked at Ran and replied, "The swordsman from my side is the one who placed his hand on Test's shoulder with a very serious expression." Rian stepped forward, confidently ready to face the challenge. "Let me."
After finishing, he quietly moved toward the orb. As he approached, Test shouted loudly behind Vu and warned him. "Rian, be careful!" Khan's name shouted loudly. "Are you scared now?"
Make sure we can really feel that from you." Rian stood there, lost in thought.
"In the war, I will be at the forefront. We need to gather as much information as possible." "Right, Siron."
Meanwhile, Siron completely trusts him. "We're counting on you."
Ran. He stepped forward, clenched his fist, and punched the sphere, muttering, "They say there is no limit this time." Rian hesitated, looking at the number displayed on the sphere with curiosity. What does number 1 mean?
Siron shouted. "They say the language of the gods will respond."
It must be that number.
Rian, get back quickly.
Following his words, he quickly stepped back. The sphere turned red, signaling the failure of the challenge.
Ran then smiled, drew his great sword from his back, and said, "I understand," pointing the sword at the orb with an excited voice.
"If you attack, a number will appear on the sphere. If it shows up in white, it means you pass."
Keaton was panicked. "What do you mean? Did he really swing that thing?" Fane still couldn't quite believe it, showing his doubt.
"No way. It must be made of alloy. If that thing is made of iron, even using a strength diagram wouldn't be able to lift it."
Meanwhile, his friends kept cheering. Siron shouted, Ran crushed it. Test is bolder. Shout loudly and shatter it into pieces. He quickly rushes forward. A long streak of light appears from his eyes, a determined look on his face as he whispers to himself. "The sword passed down from my grandfather was actually stolen by me." Ran pushed his foot into the ground to steady himself and launch an attack. Then he charged forward and swung his sword with great force, his eyes shining brightly, feeling excited, with no better opening move.
The energy from the attack radiates in waves, like sound waves, throughout the underground chamber, forcing everyone to cover their ears.
Ran looks confused at this moment. Damn, I already cut it, but it feels like I haven't, as if it's absorbing my power. I stare blankly at the sphere, only seeing some dust rising, while the sphere remains unchanged. It displays the number 241 in red, indicating that the challenge has failed. Ria exclaims, 241? Is that 241 times the strength of a full-powered punch?
Siron, can I try one more time? Tess loudly reminds.
Your leg is trembling. After that last hit, it seems like he can't stand firm anymore.
Siron asks, how is your body now? Are you okay?
Ran calmly replied,
I think it absorbed all the energy, but a little rest, and it will be fine.
He replied relieved, so that's a relief, I see. It uses numbers to show the impact.
Rian stepped down regretfully, saying, if I had used the schematic, I might have succeeded. Falcon sneered. Auntie, you still can't use the schematic? He stepped forward excitedly. I knew it. That big test sword is just alloy. I'll break it apart. Look closely. The guy below seems a bit unwilling. I just want to try one more time. Fen, holding the chain hammer, smirks confidently, ready to strike. If that kid gets 241, I can do around 2,000. Ami looked around and asked to test. That guy? She immediately responded. That's right. He's a user of a power scheme. It seems he's aiming for a more brute force approach rather than using a sword with blunt weapons. F spins the chain way up in the air, his eyes flashing as he rushes to strike the sphere. He smiles confidently and smugly. A devastating strike creates a loud sound and a powerful shockwave, with dust and energy erupting fiercely. Foe smiles triumphantly, completely confident it has to be. But the result left him stunned and frozen. The sphere was still a failed red. What the hell is this? The other members of the Avenger team are also extremely shocked. Bane looked down and complained to his teammate. Damn it, is this thing broken or what? There's no way I'm only taller than that kid by 7 points. So now Test has stepped up to argue. Do you think it's just a cheap toy from the store? If you're done, please step aside. Scarrett is encouraging him. Maybe it doesn't show an objective impact, it seems to use a different formula. Fen hesitates to continue. That makes sense, right? If not, then he turned to look at R and thought to himself. What if not then? Fen shouted loudly. You lied about not being able to use the diagram, didn't you? Hearing that, the boy responded a bit angrily. This guy keeps adding fuel to the fire. Then Ran reminded him, if you fail, just sit back and watch my friend. At the same time, Test was also ready to face the challenge with her sword in hand. She silently wondered how useful her swordsmanship really was. Then Test focused her gaze ahead, smiling with delight, and thought to herself, this will be fun. Test stands upright with the sword in hand, eyes fixed on the black magic orb ahead. Her eyes fill with deadly intent, gripping the sword tightly, then suddenly her eyes change, a black glow appearing in her pupils. Test's lips curl into a half smile, as a sudden sound echoes behind her neck, and she swiftly kicks back, disappearing in an instant at superhuman speed. Siron, Amy, and Ran were so stunned they couldn't speak.
The Avenger mercenary team was just as surprised, waiting to see what would happen next. Test's sword quickly slashed toward the black magic sphere, even creating a streak of light that pierced through it, with a whistling wind that ruffled her hair. The tip of the sword touching the magic orb causes it to wobble. Siron on this side still hasn't closed his mouth, stunned, thinking about the speed. He watched the test here. She retracted her sword, waiting for the result, and continued to think. The sudden acceleration at her sword's tip created an illusion of a streak of light. Then the magic sphere scored Test 442 points. Seeing that, Fo Quan turned red with anger, unable to believe his eyes, and shouted, "No way! She scored higher than me even though she's stabbed with a sword." I casually respond to him with a hand test. If both of us fail, what's the big deal? And pure strength uses skills that leverage power, Fayan asked with dissatisfaction. What? Do you look down on pure strength? You think you're right, huh? Ignoring him, she happily approached Amy, thinking to herself, "This is pretty fun, I want to try again." Ami smiled happily as she praised Tess. "You're really cool." Hokai, standing beside her, fiddled with his arrow and spoke. "It's probably my turn now. All the swordsmen have already gone." After finishing, he quickly pulled out the sharp tip from the arrow and took a green-colored bottle from his bag. Ami saw his curious face and explained that those were magic crystal bullets. Siron looked at Hai loading the bullets into the tip of the arrow and asked confusedly, "Ma stone bullets?" She explained thoroughly. Mana stone bullets are special ammunition enchanted with attack spells. Its core material, mana stone, is a rare resource found only in specific natural conditions, and its composition depends on the environment where it is discovered. Furthermore, demon stones are not only hard to find, but also difficult to use, requiring high-quality materials and machinery to create them. A single Emathak bullet costs a gold, and they don't even use 10 grams of Mathak to make one. Hearing that, he was surprised and wondered, is it really that expensive but still usable? "How do you know so much about them?" Ami calmly replied. "My older brother is the captain of the Royal Archery team." Before shooting the arrow, Hai was reminded by the good-natured person to step back because he would use lightning arrows. With that, he frowned and observed the target, pulling the bowstring with his other hand. After aiming carefully, Hai releases his hand, and a beam of light shoots straight at the magic sphere. As soon as the arrow's tip touches the sphere, lightning bursts out, causing the black orb to change shape. It transformed into a white sphere, emitting lightning bolts several meters long. The people around, seeing this, couldn't help but marvel. In just a moment, the power vanished, and the dark magic sphere returned to its original shape. That attack was very strong, with a lightning bolt inside the sphere. At this moment, the score of 1,020 points appears as Hokai's answer. Seeing the result, he smirks with satisfaction. That was the highest score, but soon after, the lightning bolt disappeared, leaving a red hue on the number 1,020. Seeing that, Hai clenched his teeth in anger. Amy turned to ask him curiously, but unlike a swordsman, he didn't seem to be exhausted, right? Hai raises his hand in response. "That's right." She asked again, "Do you want to try again?" He raised a hand to his chin, hesitant to refuse. "No, it just costs money. I don't think using a different type of bullet will change anything." Fosun, standing nearby with a frown, said, "You probably need a pretty high score to get through." "What score do you need?" Amy glanced at Siron and asked, "Do you want to go next or should I?" Suddenly a voice spoke up. "Why don't you go first?" Scarlet raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a mocking tone. "Because I will be the next one. I think it's a good way to see who is stronger." "You want to see who is stronger?" Siron from behind shouted loudly to encourage them to show what they've got, finally eager to see Ami's magic. Siron suddenly remembered that Amy specializes in fire magic. Looking at her figure, he thought her signature trait was her ability to aim precisely with powerful firepower after just one shot. Unlike magic spells, which have clear but not absolute limits, fire magic has no temperature restrictions, and with unlimited potential for growth, many mages follow the path of the fire mage. But even experienced mages have trouble breaking through the 1,000-degree wall. Still, the reason fire magic is considered the strongest is because most things on this planet cannot withstand 1,000 degrees. Of course, fire magic also has its weaknesses. Since fire is light, it cannot travel far. Amy sharply looked ahead, silently considering that combining fire magic with flame strike creates a swift and precise attack, but its power diminishes at close range. She widened her eyes and raised both hands in front of her, thinking that she should do the opposite and use a fireball. Then Ami immediately summoned a huge fireball in front of her. The Avenger mercenary spirits also hesitated to look at it. Fen, in the middle, nervously said, "That's big." "Amazing." Ami's fireball blazed fiercely, carrying a power that made others fear her. She raised her hand,
her sharp eyes fixed intently on the target ahead. Then Ami extended her hand forward and commanded the fireball to launch. It blazed with flames and sped rapidly toward the black magic orb in front of her. As soon as they met, Amy's flames burst out fiercely, burning the black bow. Testvar's mouth opened wide in amazement, eager to see what would happen next. The magic sphere burns fiercely in Ami's blazing flames, with hot currents of air billowing out forcefully. The Avenger mercenaries were all sweating and staring in shock. Hokai hesitated and couldn't believe what he was saying. The black magic sphere still hovers proudly after being surrounded by Ami's blazing red flames. As the remaining embers fade away, the number 3,270 appears on the surface of the sphere. Hokai shouted in disbelief, "It's 3 times stronger than my lightning spear!" "Yeah." But soon after, the red dot reappeared on the sphere. Seeing that, Amy exclaimed in frustration, "What? Is this still not enough? How much more do I need to be stronger? You can't even keep your mouth shut behind your back and just stay silent. How high is your score?" But Scarlet just sneered and said, "You're just a kid." She sighed, stepping forward while mockingly observing and learning, causing little Amy to get furious from the teasing. She shouted loudly, "I want to try again this time. I will use sniper mode." Siron quickly grabbed Amy's hand to comfort her, angry that raising her power wouldn't help. "Stay calm." Scarlet smiled brightly and turned to say, "Since I'm also a fire mage, I'll use fireballs to match your level." Hearing that, Amy thought irritably, "Don't make me laugh, she's just copying my tactics." Soon after, Scarlet raised her slender hand and immediately summoned 3 large blazing fireballs above her head. She exerted all her strength, her face grimacing with sweat, then launched her 3 fireballs towards the black magic orb. It darted swiftly, weaving like a fish as the Avenger mercenaries looked on with disbelief. Even Scarlet here is stunned, with an expression of disbelief. After the fireball disappeared, the black magic sphere revealed the number 1,330. Seeing that, Amy immediately smirked with contempt and looked down on her. Old memories flooded back of Scarlet walking past other mercenaries, who all whispered in fear. She must be the rumored mage, right? She's famous among mercenaries. She is a rising star. The gossip makes Scarlet smirk with pride. Should we try inviting her to the team? Go ahead. I heard she's very selective about who she teams up with. She'll refuse any group she doesn't like, even just a little. Scarlet is a seasoned professional mage with years of experience since childhood. Of course, she is proud that her experience and skills are on par with any mage. But at this moment, she was sweating profusely, forcing an awkward smile, and Scarlet, unable to accept this, shouted loudly, "No way! That's right, it's because the firepower wasn't concentrated." She hurriedly justified herself. "I can easily surpass 2,000. Hokai on this side watches Scarlet and thinks to himself, "It's over." He looked at her score of 1,330 and remembered the red-haired girl's score of 3,270. Scarlet is now far ahead of Amy. Amy here whistles smugly, and Hai's thoughts now focus not on skill, but on the scale of talent. I am sure she is the most talented among her peers. No one here is stronger than her because even someone like her hasn't surpassed her. We can only dream now. The Avenger mercenaries share the same apprehension as he does. She glances at Scarlet when suddenly Amy calls out from this side. "Siron." She looks at him steadily and reminds him, "I think we're about to break through. Don't hold back." They couldn't believe what they heard and wondered what was going on. Kitan, frustrated, shouted loudly, "Let's retreat." Why waste time on something so pointless? And then he suddenly stopped and realized. "What do you mean? They haven't even given their all yet." On this side, Amy responds, and Siron confidently says he will try his best. Kitan, disgusted, yells loudly, "What's the point of trying your best? You won't be able to beat him anyway. It's over, understand?" Hearing that, Siron and his friends looked at him thinking to themselves, "We haven't even tried yet, and he's already giving up." Suddenly, he realized something, eyes wide open in shock. "Don't tell me," Siron secretly observed the Avengers, and maybe from the beginning we misunderstood the true purpose of this room's rules. He suddenly understood the reason Miro created this place. As he was lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly urged him to wake up. Huron quickly stepped forward with a line of thought, thinking that for now he would focus on the test while Chiron stood in front of the black magic orb. He gently raises his slender hand and summons a small photon in his palm, which then bursts into a bright glow all around. Seeing that, Scarlet wondered aloud, how does he inflict damage with that Kwangtu emission? Hokai gasped, sweat dripping as he realized the Kwangtu were oscillating. On Siron's hand, the particles are gathering to form a larger photon. Ran watches nervously, secretly assessing Siron's magic. A few days before we went to rescue Amy, recalling old memories, Ran shivered. He blinded the enemy with light and struck the ground with something. He looked at Siron, thinking everything happened too quickly for us to see what it was, and no one asked at the time.
Ran quietly confirmed to himself that I am sure the spell he is about to use is his special skill. As Ren's thoughts ended, Siron raised his hand and directed the light orb forward. His bright emerald eyes focused intently on the target ahead. Suddenly, the light orb in his hand burst with a dazzling flash, moving fiercely toward the black magic sphere without any command or action from him as Ran, Tess, and Ami watched in amazement, waiting for the number to appear. As soon as the result appeared, the Avenger mercenaries could only gape in disbelief. The magic sphere displayed the highest number among everyone present, 4,783. None of them dared to believe their eyes. Scarrett stammered as he read the number 4,783 on the black orb, unable to believe it. Isn't it just photon emission? How can light cause physical damage? Why nearby silently wondered in surprise. Not only that, the spell was too fast. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. If that spell targeted him, could he dodge it? Not to mention, it's 20 times J. I'm stronger than a swordsman using a schematic. Foe here also clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, what if I get hit once? This is bad. They are stronger than us. After seeing the result, Siron was surprised and muttered to himself, there's no way I scored 5,000. Then the sphere turned red, indicating failure. Seeing that, Siron thought to himself, I don't think I can score higher with the laser cannon. He angrily turned around and said, I want to try again. Ami behind him chuckled and said, now you understand how I feel, right? Siron approached his teammate and asked, what if I use the laser beam? She crossed her arms and replied, that's a good idea. Since laser damage accumulates over time, let's walk around the room once and figure out the next step. Then Ami's face suddenly changed completely. With a fierce look, she turned to the Avengers and called out, hey, are you guys planning to leave already? Ketan was startled and looked at her in annoyance. He looked annoyed, spun around and walked away, muttering to himself, nothing useful comes of this, so boring, I'm coming back. Suddenly both sides here said, Captain, he said we are not allowed to leave, until everyone here was checked. After hearing that, Capson's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. With no other choice, he stepped onto the stage. Siron, let's leave after they're done. Hearing that, Siron cast a glance at his teammates, thinking to himself that everyone must have now realized that the purpose of these strange rules in this room was to test the trust among teammates. This is a very strange testing method when you think about it. Ketan finally managed to lift his sword high in his hand. He pushed his foot back, preparing to run forward and attack. The numbers appearing in Siron's mind, along with his line of thought. In terms of pure firepower, mages are clearly stronger than swordsmen, but it doesn't seem to always be the case. Swordsmen can do many things that mages cannot. They are suited for different roles. Even the way this test is conducted has its issues. If the space were larger, Amy's sniping mode would be more powerful. Although this is very unfair, measuring the damage dealt creates the illusion that it is fair. Therefore, if you score lower than your teammates, you'll worry and look down on those with lower scores. In the end, after all this, someone must sacrifice themselves so the team can move forward. Katran staggered forward to attack the black magic sphere. He swung his hand to cut it, but missed because he didn't aim accurately. Ketan suddenly turned around in surprise, sweat pouring down his face as he waited for the result. The black magic sphere immediately displayed a very low number, 32. While others are reaching hundreds or thousands, Khan only reports a very low number of 32. Immediately, the faces of the Avenger mercenaries turned dark, filled with deathly aura. Captain hurriedly said, we're done, aren't we? Or is there nothing more we can do? So let's get out of here. Siron watched them leave, thinking the group would disband once they left this place. Watching their backs walk away, he sighed, realizing we probably can't do anything with a group that's about to break up, so it's best to retreat now. Thinking of that, Siron approached the group of mercenaries and asked Hai, can you translate for me one more time? He quickly agreed and replied, yes, what do you want to ask? Has anyone ever passed this test before? The elder CGO thought for a moment and then replied, I'm not sure. Sometimes they go in groups, sometimes alone based on what I've seen. Only 1 in 10 makes it through. Hearing that, Siron froze, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. He hesitated and asked again, what do you mean? The elder continued, saying that the success rate is higher when going alone. Siron widened his emerald eyes in disbelief and silently thought to himself, I thought this test wasn't meant to be passed, but someone did. And I didn't expect the pass rate to be as high as 10%. Thinking about it, he clenched his fist and said, I was set up by the principal. Amy, confused, asked again, what do you mean? He once told you that you would understand the world Miro lives in. Now I realize if I can't get through something like this, I won't be able to understand who Miro really is. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, but I'm sorry, Principal. He smiled with a determined look. I don't think I can give up. Seeing that he didn't answer, and noticing Siron's expression, she became even more curious. Khitan on this side kept pounding on the door, urging him, Jing. "Hey, open this door," the Elder Cog asked everyone. "Does everyone agree?" Hokai hesitantly turned back and asked, "What are you guys doing?" "Let's go." Suddenly, a voice rang out that left all the mercenaries stunned. "We can't do that." Turns out the person who just spoke was Amy. She crossed her arms and looked at them, then smiled and said, "Today, we really need to go into goal." Everyone was stunned by Amy's words. Scarlet nervously asked, "What are you talking about? Do you mean you want to go to KGO?" She was scared and hiding. "I just want to leave." "There's no other way left?" she asked, confidently crossing her arms. "Who says there's no other way?" "There is still a way." Scarlet frowned and growled, her face showing worry. Suddenly, Elder Kogo stepped forward from behind and spoke. "This is the room of sacrifice and achievement, where skills are proven and the maze of time is overcome." Ignoring their fear, he remains coldly guiding. "If you choose to sacrifice, 4 people will sacrifice so that 4 others can enter." Rian asked, confused. "What is he talking about?" Hokai angrily shouted, "So he means if there's nothing else, leave here." At this point, Ami sneered and asked back, "That's strange, but that's not what I heard. We can enter by sacrificing 4 people." They were stunned speechless. He stammered and asked, "Do you know the local language?" She replied with disdain. "What do you mean? We've understood the language since we arrived here." "If you don't remember, are you stupid?" Hokai muttered in fear. "Damn it!" He widened his eyes in fear inside. "No way. Isn't it strange to remember words you've never heard before?" Suddenly Tess grabbed at his collar and whispered softly, "Kiran!" She whispered in fear. "Amy is so terrifying." "Are we about to fight?" He tilted his head quietly, reassuring. "It's okay." The test made her so anxious she was crying. Now Amy leans forward provocatively. "Come on, charge at me if you dare." She sneers and continues with a sinister smile. It looks like they don't want to sacrifice in peace. Ignoring the surprised looks of the mercenaries, Amy beckoned provocatively. "Well, you guys should try your best too, right?" Hai looked terrified, sweat pouring down his face, and couldn't help but wonder, "Fight?" He silently observed the fight between Ren and Falcon, noting that the 2 male swordsmen were evenly matched. The image of Test gaining the upper hand and launching a double attack appears. Hokai can't help but feel resigned. The female swordsman is stronger than the captain. He then thought about how Ami cast her magic and couldn't help but feel inferior, as the enemy's magic ability was overwhelming. Hai gritted his teeth and pulled the arrow back, constantly thinking about his own arrow. Suddenly, a mysterious light appeared behind him, and Siron calmly extended his hand forward to cast a magic attack at them. He hurriedly ran away, his heart pounding, his name falling behind the speed of light. His eyes glinted dangerously, his expression growing colder, making it hard for anyone to approach again. Hai is afraid because of his own imagination. "We can't win, we will be wiped out here." He realized just in time and quickly bowed his head to speak. "I'm sorry, I underestimated you and made a mistake. And I also remind the Avenger group." Now everyone apologized together. Hawkeye's 3 teammates looked tense and clenched their teeth, not uttering a word. I thought they would stay silent, but unexpectedly Captain spoke first. "Sorry." Scarlet hurriedly felt grateful. "I have learned a lesson." Foe bows his head and admits fault. "I was too arrogant, please forgive me." M coldly looked at the people bowing their heads and asked with a displeased tone, "Is that all you do is apologize?" Khitan raised his head, grinding his teeth in anger at her arrogance. He frowned and held back, his eyes already bloodshot, hesitating as he spoke at the tavern. Amy crossed her arms, shot him a glance, and her entire body radiated a terrifying aura of strength. They hurriedly bowed their heads with Khitan stepping forward to speak. "Because I spoke badly about you at the bar, I truly apologize. Please forgive me." Test opened his mouth in shock, secretly thinking, so that's how it was. She recalled old memories and was unexpectedly surprised to realize that at the tavern, especially when she and R were severely insulted, she did it to make them apologize to us. Test's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she looked at the girl in front of her and thought to herself, Ami is so considerate. It seems this apology isn't sincere at all. She smiled maliciously and repeated, "So the tavern? Wait, don't tell me that during lunch you were at the same tavern as us? Why can't I remember anything?" She sneered with a contemptuous smile. "I wonder what you guys are talking about." Ket Tan lowered his head, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking, "You want us to apologize and change our minds?" His eyes widened in surprise, tears prickling at the edges as he remembered, wait a minute, that girl at that very moment. Khitan recalled the moment he saw the 4 of them in the tavern and couldn't help but doubt.
She didn't even come back when they were at the tavern, and he couldn't help but curse in anger. Ruthless. She is truly heartless. Test and Ran at the back were trembling with fear. Amy crossed her arms and sneered at Kapan. Lin's mercenary group gritted their teeth in fear as they heard her speak. Let me make a proposal. Amy, adopting a threatening stance, softly proposes, If you agree, we will leave together. He looks up in surprise and asks, What's that? She crossed her arms and smiled brightly, saying, The password is needed to enter this place. Siron pursed his lips in shock at Amy's words. Khitan frowned and clenched his teeth, muttering to himself, These guys still want to test their luck. He pretended to be scared and quickly scolded. So you went to such lengths just to get the password? You surprised me. She turned around awkwardly, smiling, and said, Sorry. Ami tilted her head playfully and looked at him. Siren smiled sincerely and whispered, Thank you, secretly evaluating a natural wizard who pursues efficiency. Some people see them as stubborn, but they take advantage of any advantage up to 200%. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. Damn it! Do you know what the password is worth? The 4 members of the mercenary group nervously spoke out the password. According to the CGO pronunciation, it will be Ketiano Hoa Grazia with Mia Benzen, which means knocking on my door will make it open. The door immediately opens, and a blinding light gradually appears inside. They step through the door to emerge outside, where the ruins are just rocky hills. Tess laughs comfortably and loudly, feeling like she's alive again. Siren walks last, but glances to the side, and the 4 mercenaries are still there. Should we consider today a day of discovery? We achieved results beyond our expectations. That's right, we can come back anytime. We should make a new plan, Rand suggested excitedly. What if I had another serving of pasta earlier? Pasta again? There are so many other delicious things to eat. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. It turned out the mercenary group was also following them. Scarlet nervously hesitated and asked, Do you guys want to join our mercenary group? Siren asked in surprise. Mercenaries? She immediately replied, That's right. Becoming a mercenary is a good thing. Scarlet awkwardly stammers and forces a compliment. With your skills, you'll quickly become a star. Your fame and money will skyrocket. As you can see, our team leader just left the group. Test and Amy and R look at each other confused. She keeps inviting us, so if you're okay with it, you can become our team leader. Just give the orders and we will do everything. I promise to treat your friends well, too. They wait with their lips pursed for his answer. Siron smiles kindly and speaks without saying thank you. After refusing, they calmly moved forward. Ran asked, curiously, So, you don't like pasta? What about curry instead of pasta? She nonchalantly interrupted and said, Let's go to the dorm first. Around it, they left behind countless mysteries for the mercenary group. Scarlet gasped in shock. There are still many hardships ahead on this road. Danger always hides behind cute appearances. She can't help but feel sad. My fate is truly unfortunate. The scene shifts to the evening at a hostel in the western tourist area. They are heading to their resting place, when suddenly Ren excitedly praises, You're really strong, Chiron. The 2 women are walking behind. Ami speaks slowly. That's right. I was surprised too. It feels like just yesterday you failed hundreds of times trying to learn teleportation, but now you're amazed and curious. The mass turning into light? Honestly, I don't understand what it means, but I can say it's truly amazing. He smiled gently and said, I actually don't fully understand it. Siren, with a mysterious smile, explained, When I attended the graduation class, you were already so strong. Wait, Siren won't attend the graduation class until at the earliest next year, right? She asked anxiously. If you graduate this year, what about Siren? What will you do? Ami casually asked again, Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Test replied with a sharp tone, Because it's important. She blushed shyly and asked, You said you would become a warrior after graduation, right? So you will go to the capital to register, and Siren will be lonely for a year. Ami was suddenly surprised when she heard her say that, as if realizing the importance of being apart. A worried look appeared on her face. Test quickly reassured her, fearing she might say something wrong. Of course, with Siron's skills he could easily graduate, but he will still be apart for a year. She bit her lip, confused and lost in thought. So Amy Y remembered the time they fought together, standing by the big window shouting orders, Follow me quickly or I'll make you call me senior forever. She suddenly realized she had just told him to follow her quickly. The 2 of them slowly moved forward. Amy calmly replied, I never really thought about it. I only chose to become a warrior because I'm good at aiming. I just moved forward without ever thinking that far ahead. Tess chuckled happily, poking her cheek playfully. And what if...
Instead of becoming a spy, you could go meet your boyfriend if needed, and with your looks, you'd have an advantage.
Ami pouted in embarrassment and argued, how could that be reasonable? She honestly admitted, and I am not good at espionage. I don't have as sharp senses as you do. Tess couldn't help but enjoy Ami's reaction. So adorable. She confidently makes a suggestion. No, I will teach you. Just follow my lead. Tess suddenly wraps his arm around Amy's waist and speaks mysteriously. First, she awakens her senses. She nervously asks, what are you doing? Tess gestures for silence. Ami looks over, confused, her face as if she just saw something terrifying. Hesitating to speak. There is someone in front of our room. Tess's gaze shifts to the room, and a shadow appears in front of the yard. She carefully deduces that it is a man based on his lung capacity. The four of them gather quietly and move toward the room. All four of them were stunned as they approached, leaning down to look at the person lying on the ground. Amy widened her eyes in shock, about to call out that person's name. On the yard is a boy battered and covered in injuries, with red liquid splattered all over his face. She screams in horror, and they hurriedly gather around the injured boy, worriedly calling for him to wake up. Siron anxiously places his hand on the boy's chest, stammering in shock. No way! He's stopped breathing? Suddenly Jay, using his injured arm, grabbed his hand and Siron opened his mouth in surprise. The kid hesitantly spoke. You should thank me. Jiss's face is covered with scars and wounds. The boy grits his teeth and tries to speak. Your friend, I protected him, not you, me. His arm drops loosely in shock as Siron stares in surprise, his eyes wide with worry, tears suddenly appearing on his face. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down as if mourning the boy's fate. Luckily, GIS received prompt first aid and is now resting on the bed. The four of them gathered around the bed, anxiously watching. Rand crossed his arms skeptically, asking if what was being said was really true. You frown and repeat, Bankoa is still tailing us. To understand better, we need to go back a few hours. That night at Vanna's secret fortress, he clenched the small root in his hand, smiling wickedly as he muttered, Those kids ruined my business and ran away. I've thought about it. I can't just let it go. He is Pankoa, the clone of the vulture bandit. Bankoa stands in front of the experiment, talking to himself. If they go all over the continent and reveal everything about me, it would be a big problem. I don't want to run away again. His hand reached for the triangular bottle containing the mysterious red liquid as he calmly continued. It's such a waste to throw away the entire production line here. I'd have to feed more mouths. Bankoa, holding the concentrated serum, grinned maliciously and said loudly, This super-concentrated drug with red eyes will take them down in one shot. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and ordered, Will you take on this mission again? Bankoa holds out the bottle of solution and demands, Jis, mix this into the red-haired girl's drink. The little boy widened his eyes in fear and hesitated, asking, What will happen if she drinks? He cruelly replied with a smile, Don't you know? She will die immediately. Pan's mind flashes with the image of Amy collapsing backward after drinking the super-concentrated medicine. He pretends to be dangerous and orders, Keep forcing her to drink. We will handle the rest. Riss tremblingly holds the triangular bottle in his hand, unable to hide his fear, secretly cursing. He's gone crazy. The boy looks at the devilish man in front of him and quietly comments, feeling a bit hesitant. You're crazy? Bankoa is completely out of his mind. He glances irritably and asks, What are you doing? In front of him, the image of the boy who dropped the triangle bottle containing super-concentrated medicine onto the floor, the red liquid spilling everywhere. Bankoko. A angrily asked, Are you not listening to me? Ree looked at his trembling hands that had caused the chaos, then put his hand to his ear, and, pretending to be kind, asked, What did you say? I can't hear you. Say it louder, the little boy said, trembling as if about to lose his mind. Me. Ree mustered all his courage and shout loudly, I said I'm quitting, trash. At the same time, Pan's giant fist swung toward the kid's face, cutting off a series of unwatchable actions. Pan's two underlings lick their lips in contempt. One sneers at you with disdain. I just finished eating. Damn it, it looks disgusting. He seems to be furious, speaking through clenched teeth. What are you all doing? Bring that bastard's little sister here right now. Jis was beaten to a pulp by Pan under the floor, with blood streaming from his forehead and nose. There isn't a single part of you that isn't injured. Returning to reality inside the room, Amy bitterly scolds you. You fool, both your sister and you will be harmed. She thought of Jis's brave figure when he gave up his job. I won't do it anymore. Ami worriedly looked at the boy lying on the bed and muttered, It's good that you kept your promise, but risking everything like this makes me feel that protecting both of you is meaningless. Rian stands in front of the hospital bed, arms crossed, questioning. Shouldn't we report the murder plot and kidnapping to the authorities? If what you say is true and they are special forces, then we probably already have them surrounded. She looks at you seriously, assuming that once they settled on this island, they must have anticipated something like this. Are we stuck here then? Ami nonchalantly explained. Even if we report to the authorities, your sister won't be saved. There's no way it would be good to save an orphaned child. Despite the three of them being confused and trying to figure things out, Siron pursed his lips, lost in thought. He suddenly asked, Ami, how strong do you think Pan's team is? Are you serious? You're planning to go fight them? She gives you a serious answer. Most of the regular soldiers are just muscleheads, but about 10 of them are skilled strategists. Ami reminds you of the scene where Manhwa calmly held a glass of wine and spoke. And those people. Her eyes linger on the tattoo of the parrot on his hand as she slowly continues. I think they're all from the parrot gang. Siron widened his eyes in surprise and muttered. The parrot gang test asked in shock, what's going on? Do you know them? He replied coldly. Yes, when our school was attacked. The schemer was hired by the Archmage. Siron remembered the moment he saw Lucas, a tattoo of a parrot on his arm. He slowly responded, believed to be from the parrot gang. Ami recalled the moment Lucas teased her and spoke up. That guy, he's been imprisoned by the Magic Guild. Going back a little to the old memories, the evening at the Magic Alliance's detention center. In front of a holding cell corridor guarded outside, Sakari displays a fierce expression as he grabs Lucas by the head inside the cell. He widened his eyes in pain and despair. Siron asked coldly, Lucas is a B-level criminal, right? Ami murmured thoughtfully. From what I can tell, that Pankoa guy is stronger than him. He stroked his chin, thinking that he's more formidable than Lucas. On the other side, Tess suddenly made a strange sound. She muttered in surprise. Pankoa's parrot, that's strange. Siron asked in surprise. Test. Does she have a feeling? She gave you a terrifying answer. That's not a gang of robbers, it's something else. I'm sure I remember the name Pankoa, and that he's a former Special Forces member. Suddenly, a mysterious hand appeared from behind Siron. Jis suddenly sat up, grabbing his shoulder and shouting, Run! We have to run! Everyone was surprised as they whispered to the boy to start running. As he finished speaking, Jis started coughing painfully. Siron frowned worriedly and reassured him, It's okay. You're in our apartment. Test, trembling with fear, announced that they said your ribs are completely broken. Rian asked cautiously, Do you think of any place where your sister might be held? Jis asked, with his eyes half closed. You think we're going to rescue her? Who gave you the right to judge? We have a rough idea of their forces. Most of them are drug addicts. Tess hesitated before speaking. Then the kid suddenly shouted loudly, cutting him off because they were after Amy. No! Jis anxiously shouted to explain. They are not after Amy. The boy tremblingly points ahead. She looked in shock at the direction Jis was pointing. The boy's arm was directed at Siron, confirming that it was him. He widened his eyes in shock and asked again, Pankoa is chasing me? Jis quickly became frightened and shouted in protest. It's not that bastard, Siron asked in surprise. The one who ordered them to bring you here. In my mind, I recall the scene where a sharp gun was pointed directly at me. Mangoa is stunned as he sees the weapon that could end his life just a bullet away from his head, with Jin standing there coldly aiming his gun at him. Jis couldn't help but be stunned. All of Pan's underlings had been subdued, and the remaining kid was still conscious enough to listen to their conversation. Jin coldly presses his weapon in the man's forehead, praising him. You've really become a thug now, huh? Banco! His eyes widened in horror. Bankoa turned to look at the window where a woman was sitting confidently, tremblingly calling out, Leader. She snapped her fingers on the iron bar, jumped down and said, I found you. I'm looking for someone who catches my attention. Then boom, I heard a sound from a building, so I checked and guessed you had already left. He widened his eyes in horror, his eyebrows almost touching. The demon gently touched Pankoa's shoulder and praised him. I didn't expect you to hide so well. Quite cold to escape your own family. She smirks wickedly, drapes her arm over his shoulder, and calmly asks, Are you living well now? The boy reminisces for a moment, a girl running swiftly through the forest. At that moment, Masa, looking like a young girl, hurriedly held her bag and opened the door to show off, while a cheerful little girl ran toward her with open arms. A whole line of people watched both of them intently, including a teenage Lucas. Bankoa Ni remembered everything and called out to Masa in fear. Back in the present, Jis trembles with worry and says, That person, she's looking for you. Siron stared in shock and asked again, Masa, did you say Masa? As soon as he finished speaking, the wall beside him exploded. Amy stared in shock, her eyes wide with worry.
Ran opened his mouth in surprise, anxiously catching the test. Jis, sitting on the hospital bed, also couldn't help but scream in fear. The five of them stood frozen as the explosion suddenly and violently erupted, everything around them bursting apart. Shards of the house flying through the air before Siron's wide-open eyes and face, which looked like he couldn't believe what he was hearing, as he called Clay a little thief parrot. Thick black smoke mixes with rising flames. The house is engulfed in a sea of fire. Somewhere, Siron's doubtful thoughts echoed. Why is that name appearing here? Meanwhile, in the capital city of Baska, at the headquarters of the Magic Association, night falls silently over the city with its towering skyscrapers. Somewhere inside, a man covered in blood with red eyes trembles, his body restrained by a hand that prevents him from moving. That person is Lucas, a B-level criminal who escaped conviction. He snarled, "The leader of the parrot band of thieves is Pankoa." Lucas's arrogance infuriated the white-haired man behind him. He yanked Lucas's hair back, but he still kept his arrogant expression and burst into loud laughter. Pankoa has full control over the transaction loop. No one can catch him, unless you have my help. The white-haired man is Sakari, an inspector from Investigation Team 3. His eyes darken and his voice turns colder. Pankoa is the leader of the parrot gang. Lucas smirked, grinding his teeth as he said, "Yes, I will reveal everything, so reduce my sentence. What do you think?" The bloodied hand suddenly swings the sharp knife. Immediately, Lucas was pulled back by his hair. Sakari angrily punched him hard in the back and slashed a deep cut, tearing the fabric of his shirt behind him. He screams in pain, sweat pouring down his face, blood already dried and caked on for who knows how long. Lucas clenched his teeth and trembled, glancing nervously behind him. Sakari still stood there, stoic, with his blood-stained shirt. His eyes gleamed brilliantly in the darkness, and the knife in his hand was still ready to strike. "It's not the fake parrot gang you made. I'm talking about the true leader of the parrot band of thieves." He steps on Lucas's back with his dress shoes, forcing him to the ground. Lucas's torn shirt revealed a large tattoo of a bird with a line of English text. Sakari looked and softly read, "The Legion of Parrot Mercenaries." "I remember 5 years ago when they trampled over the Iron Kingdom, almost turning it upside down. A legendary mercenary force." Their cold faces are vividly imprinted in Sakari's mind. His face now looked even more terrifying under the dim light of the room, his voice growing deeper. But their ambitious attack had failed and the survivors were now wanted across the continent. Lucas was exhausted, his hands chained above his head, lying in his own blood as he listened to Sakari's words. Now, the surviving leader is trying to revive the pirate gang known as the Fallen Saintus. Hearing this, Lucas's whole body trembled uncontrollably. He holds up the sign he's carrying in front of Lucas's eyes, an A-level criminal and a political offender, Clay. Fear gradually appears on Lucas's face. Meanwhile, Sakari was still sharing what she knew about that woman. She's everywhere but can't be found. His eyes were sharp and dangerous. She cannot be tracked down. All the witnesses who saw her reported different types of magic. They even wondered if she was really a mage. "What is that woman's ability, we wonder?" Sakari said as she imagined Masa, her hair gently fluttering in the wind. At this moment, somewhere else, she stands with her arms crossed, the moonlight shining through the window, making the large parrot tattoo on her bare back even more visible, her eyes glowing red. In front of her is the leader of the parrot gang, bowing his head down, and she softly calls out to Banco. Masa's eyes are blazing red, speaking like an order, breaking free from the cycle. Suddenly, he slammed his head down on the table. His action left Jis standing nearby, stunned. Bancoa got up, leaning on the bloody table, and slowly spoke. "Why?" His cold gaze fixed directly on Ma as he asked, "Why did you appear?" Jis broke into a sweat, secretly wondering if that person was Pan. Blood continues to flow from his forehead as Bancoa says, "He threw us into that damn killing kingdom as if that wasn't bad enough." Pan's hand clenched in anger, his brow furrowing as he roared in fury. Now suddenly he wanted to act like a family? Pan's emotions seemed almost uncontrollable. He shouted fiercely, "Big Brother is the one who killed them. My family, my brothers, my siblings, all of them were tricked foolishly because of the boss." Masa remained silent, staring intently at him. She glanced back at some images from the past when Masa returned after buying a small bag of bread with a cheerful smile. A little girl with 2 cute braids happily runs out of the cozy house, opening her bag of bread to share with each of the children. They all happily received her gift, and the girl with braided hair joyfully ate the bread. It seemed like those were memories full of happiness, but no, the scene gradually changed afterward. The innocent girl from before now has a blood-stained face, but still looks forward with determination, weakly saying, big brother, run away." Behind her, chaos unfolds as royal soldiers with swords chase relentlessly. The girl lies in a pool of blood, a dagger stabbed in her back, weakly saying, "Run away, sister," returning to reality. The lonely witch's silhouette stands in the room illuminated only by moonlight. Pan's loud voice echoes, "Big brother can't, but I can." Sweat drips down Pana's fierce face, his eyes flickering with disappointment. He shouted, "I tried to earn money so my brothers wouldn't have to risk their lives. I made sure they ate well and lived peacefully." The younger brother behind called him in English. Bankoa was about to say something else, but a hand gently placed on his shoulder, accompanied by a calm voice. "Do you really hate me that much? Is that why you ran away from the battlefield?" His pupils constricted, Bankoa immediately froze, unable to speak. Ma placed her hand on his shoulder, her gaze softening. "There's no way to raise you in a better environment. I've always felt guilty about that. But we are a team of mercenaries." The two of them stand facing each other, with a broken sword lying next to a pool of blood on the ground. The ghost's voice echoed steadily, "Because you deserted the war that day. More members of our family have died." Her eyes gleamed brightly in the dark. The demon growled, "Do you understand now? You are the one who put your family in danger." Those words hit Pana like a thunderbolt, his eyes wide open, his face stiff with disbelief at what he just heard. She continued, "You are still a coward both on the battlefield and in real life." "Miss Ban?" Jis gritted his teeth, stunned by a bad feeling. "That's right." Currently, Masa is staring at the kid and asks, "Who is this kid?" Bankoa looked at Jis lying on the ground and replied, "I called him because there's something that needs fixing. He's not involved at all." Ma smirked, but he didn't seem to be uninvolved. "Is it because that kid Siron, right?" Rice's eyes widened in shock and his face darkened with fear after hearing that. Bankoa was just as surprised, grinding his teeth. "So you think I wouldn't know the name of the kid who destroyed your office?" She stood with her hands on her hips, a mocking smile playing on her lips, her voice light but carrying an invisible weight that made even the listener shiver. "Yes, it is Siron. Honestly, my little brother is way too generous. You understand, right? It even saved someone like this and didn't abandon them, did it?" Jis gritted his teeth and gasped, using his last bit of strength to crawl backward, sensing the impending danger ahead. Maisa, in a low, commanding voice, says, "Bankoa, I have one last task for you." Her cold and dangerous gaze, along with her sneering smile, makes anyone who looks at her feel a chill down their spine. "Bring Siron to me, and the rest is up to you." Just then, sounds from outside reach their ears, causing Masa and Jin to startle and turn to look out. He walks over to the window, his cold eyes looking down, and behind him, a sigh of not too much surprise echoes. There seems to be a puddle spreading beneath the building, as if something had touched it. Ma said, "You're quite brave, huh?" Then casually lit her cigarette and ordered chase after them. The wind howled and the pouring rain hit Jin and Ma's men with emotionless faces. He held a gun in his hand, ejecting smoking shells after each shot. Back in the present, the men in black and white stand on the cliff, gazing at the distant blazing fire. Jin's eyes grow cold and serious as he stares intently at the flames. Then Jin and his men quietly turned and walked away, as black smoke continued to billow from the house, flames raging and the foundation collapsing. On the other side, there is also someone standing and watching the burning house with scorch marks on their shirt. It is Siren's group who are here. Watching the fire rage fiercely, the rain continues to fall, but they have no intention of leaving. Ran is carrying Jis on his back, while Test stands nearby with a face still stunned. Ami stood behind Siren, his blue eyes almost dimming. A name appeared in his mind. Clay Masa. The heavy rain soaked Siron's shirt completely as he stood in the rain looking up, wondering why it had to be me. In the distance, the house has been reduced to ashes, the wind howling relentlessly. And although the rain has poured down, it cannot stop that place from being destroyed. In another area, the town is immersed in silent night. In the small boarding house, Jis is deep in a peaceful sleep. But something appears in his dream that prevents him from resting peacefully. A tear rolls down his cheek, tormenting Jisruna. It falls, shattering the surface of silence. The boy struggles to rise from the lake with a pained expression as Jis runs, his feet soaked in blood. Those people are real. The evil image of Masa smiling cannot be erased. We really are the real deal. The little boy throws open the door and calls out loudly for Juna, but the disappointment weighs heavily as only an empty room remains. Jis's tears can no longer be held back. Footprints on the floor are like remnants of chaos. The boy screams and runs outside in despair. Juna runs while shouting as the growing unease fills his heart. Juna stands alone in the deserted neighborhood, rain falling harder, but his desperate calls go unanswered. It turns out he still hasn't escaped that nightmare. Juna, on a clear morning, a plume of white smoke rises from the house that burned down the night before, its ruins leaving everyone there stunned. What happened? It all happened in just one night. Looking out at the sea, a gentle voice spoke up. Clay Massa tested his sword on his hip, always ready to fight. 7 years ago, she attacked the Iron Kingdom alone. They say she almost turned the entire kingdom upside down. She is the leader of a legendary mercenary group. Ran clenched her fists in disagreement. But the attack on the Iron Kingdom has already failed, right? So there's nothing to be afraid of, her voice responded. Yes, the royal army arrived just in time before the golden hour ended. They tested adjusting the equipment on their body, seriously pinpointing the issues. But that moment was perfect. Ami's cloak fluttering in the wind created a stunning scene. She couldn't help but whisper softly. Time? Siron, putting his coat back on, explained casually. Yes, I think the parrot mercenaries were used during the Civil War. Summarize the situation at that time. As soon as the parrot mercenaries attacked the Iron Kingdom's border, the senator brought in the army as if he had been waiting for this moment. Ami also couldn't help but remember that, according to what my father told me, the parrot mercenary team was actually hired by that senator, so they were just discarded pawns. Ran wondered aloud, was this entire plan orchestrated by the senator? Maybe it's because he wants to reaffirm his position in politics as a senator. But he still couldn't shake his suspicion. Politics? I don't understand anything. She also can't give him a definite answer. But I'm not sure that's true either. Siron's hand on the reins suddenly clenched tightly. Let's go stop them. Then he turned to look at his teammates, giving them a look of trust. Is everyone ready? The three of them prepared themselves and responded in unison. The sound of galloping horses roaring, dust filling the air. They rush forward together, Siron filled with determination, eager to reach their destination as quickly as possible. He told himself, wait, I will come to find her myself. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hand gently touches the glass. Massa was a bit surprised and impressed by how bold these kids are. Are they always coming straight for us? Let's see what these guys are made of. Banco was sweating, not knowing what to think. Returning to Siron's group, they continued straight ahead. The test voice isn't very loud, blending with the sound of the wind. Rien, have you ever killed anyone? He didn't quite catch that. What do you mean? She repeats the earlier question. One Ren doesn't answer, but instead questions back. And what about you? She opened up. I once traveled with my father and wiped out a band of thieves. Then I made my judgment. But you're not yet, are you? He hesitated for a moment before drawing his sword. Ran head straight ahead, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. I don't think about it. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. Seeing this, she wanted to put an end to it. All right, that's enough. Suddenly, Test heard a sound and immediately called out loudly to her teammates. They're here! A group of black-clad figures rushes out from the woods and charges straight at them. Diallo shows no respect, mocking their small scale, only 4 of them? But before she could finish speaking, something happened that made her gasp in shock. One of them managed to shout a single spell word before sparks appeared and quickly rushed toward them. Seeing Amy controlling it skillfully, the assassin squad was stunned and exclaimed, "They have a mage!" After Rio realized everything, he immediately ordered a defensive target. But he didn't know that a more terrifying force was behind him. It approaches silently and terrifyingly. Jerome then activates his magic, causing them to explode. The subordinate witnessing this scene shouted in tears, "Kill the leader." He quickly drew his sword to avenge the boss, but the speed of the attack was even faster, and he was struck down in a single blow. He fell to the ground in shock, unable to understand why he had died like that. She looked over and saw her friend worriedly holding the sword. Ren quickly assessed in his mind, this is bad. Ren can't use the plan, so he's at a disadvantage in the speed battle. Jay notices that opening and feels triumphant, choosing the moment to ambush while muttering to himself, "Stupid guy! Why did you bring a greatsword into the forest?" "What's wrong? Are you chopping trees?" Tess charged at him, running and shouting loudly. His face now also shows anger upon hearing that. Chop the tree, don't underestimate it. At boom! This moment, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared where the tree was split in half, and it grew increasingly powerful. Huh? A swordsman? He said in shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. I have never killed anyone before, but the part of me crushed by my lack of ability, I have killed it hundreds and thousands of times. He couldn't help but remember the day he showed his determination to Siron before. Make sure you become a mage. I will become the strongest swordsman and protect you. Ron clearly states his stance. I have never, not even once, wielded a sword half-heartedly. Test smiles gently, happy to see the passion in his heart. Rio is watching through binoculars with a look of disbelief. There's no way they'll fight those kids. How could the fighting army lose? The subordinate beside him hurriedly explained. They have 2 mages over there. They're much stronger than we thought. He realized he had been too complacent. We lowered our guard because they were just children.
It seems like they know what they're doing. Should I show them something more interesting? A deafening explosion shakes the sky, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The clash of swords echoes loudly. Test splits her sword into multiple blades and charges straight at the enemy. Her eyes burn with fierce determination as she lunges forward, leaving him no time to react. Suddenly, Test hears a sound and immediately turns to Ren and shouts. Ren ducks down as arrows of unknown origin fly straight toward him.
Luckily, Ron managed to sit down and dodge. The arrows pierced straight into the rock above his head. He was so startled, he let out a breath of relief. That almost pierced my face.
The battle intensifies as Diallo watches them closely, still gripping his sword tightly, until something suddenly startles him and he hurriedly shouts an order to scatter. From all around, a source of magic simultaneously attacked them and suddenly appeared in the air. You charged straight down with a source of overwhelming power in your hand. Siron plunged directly downward, forcing the enemies to retreat quickly as the ground beneath your feet seemed ready to explode.
They panic and look for a hiding spot. Seeing your figure with immense power destroying their comrades, a voice slowly echoes from afar. That's right. I was standing nearby with my bow aimed directly at Siron. Step forward a little more. Suddenly, a fire vortex came rushing at him, causing him to shout in surprise. The vortex shot straight at him, forcing me to quickly put down my bow and dodge. Diallo, witnessing everyone open their mouths in shock before they could speak, easily adjusted the flames with Ami's hand, causing them to panic uncontrollably. There are mercenaries. They've been bothering me for a while now. Diallo couldn't help but curse under his breath. What the hell are these guys? What are they doing? He can only immediately order his subordinates to retreat. They quickly ran to hide, and the four of us saw that and immediately chased after them. Amy, furious as she wielded her power, said, "Do you think we will let you escape?" As she finished speaking, the flame in her hand shot out, right behind Diallo. But for some reason, the flames only touched the air, and a flash of blue light appeared. They just managed to vanish before the flames reached them. The four of them looked like they couldn't believe their eyes. What is this?
Teleportation. The test cannot understand why it happened.
There are no mages with them, Ami hurriedly said. I will check. I already recorded it. But when I checked again, she was utterly amazed. What is this? When I rewind to the previous scene, Amy noticed that they all had something glowing in their hands. Diallo still grinned mischievously as he fled. It was a magical creation on top of a tall fortress. Rio smirked as he looked at the item in his hand. No wonder the commander was interested in this skill. But just because you are talented doesn't mean you will win the battle. He couldn't help but recall the fight just now. In real battles, there are strategies you haven't even imagined. No matter how powerful Siron's magic is, they will still manage to escape. So keep attacking as you wish. Seeing the ruined debris before them, they teleport again.
As they run harder and harder, they are different from ordinary monobullets. To target a position, they must be controlled by a psychic user, right?
Amy kept running, while thinking about the flaw in this situation. There must be something controlling the coordination. Siron wondered how. For example, she can only make an educated guess. I think it must be nearby. The test running ahead suddenly called out. Everyone smells something extremely unnatural. Ron teased. Are you a hound? She glared in anger. I enhanced my senses with that schematic. Fool. Next to Amy's voice, she interrupts the conversation. Just as I thought. Siron realizes the magic circle before his eyes. Now I understand. They have linked a bracelet-like artifact to a magic circle. R looks like he can't believe his eyes, marveling in shock. It's so huge. Don't tell me it's inside this entire mountain. Ami also shares the same suspicion as him. I think you're right. These must have been on the surface of the northern forest. Tess was both stunned and furious when he realized. Won't it cost a lot of money to produce? How much money do they make from looting? Jiren pondered quietly about their strategy. The enemy had fought with a predetermined reinforcement route. Their numbers will stay the same as long as we are exhausted. We need to start a direct and swift battle. Ran, hearing this, impatiently suggested, keep moving forward while destroying these magic circles. Can we just cut through them with our swords?
Amy doesn't entirely agree. It's a good idea, but they won't be easy to break. The magic circles are engraved on objects, and they can be tougher than what the mind can imagine. Furthermore, this was not created by chance, but intentionally. And even if some circuits are cut, they can still function normally. Jiren, who had been silent all along, suddenly made a suggestion. Let's dig it up. Try destroying these magic circles.
Ren happily thought to himself. At last he agrees with me. But Amy couldn't believe it. What? The magic isn't inscribed on these symbols, but inside that space itself. We need to completely erase them at least 1 meter underground.
It takes too much effort, and that's time.
Tess suddenly objected.
So you mean it's better to keep fighting like this, rather than destroying these magic circles? Siron also adds. Exactly. So what is the optimal time limit to destroy it for maximum effectiveness right now? Amy pondered, then gave her answer. About 10 minutes, maybe. Anything longer would be a waste of time. Siron seems determined to give a warning. If we're already one step back, I might be able to destroy it in less than 2 minutes. Hearing that, Amy was stunned. What? You went into the magic circle and warned. It could be dangerous, so step back. Jaren kneels in the magic circle, beginning to focus his power. He lowered his head and his gaze grew serious as the magic power continued to rise. Everyone behind him looked on with suspicion, and Tess, confused and worried, called out, we don't have time for this. She immediately interrupted. Everyone, I think we should fall back. Tess asked, anxiously, confused, what are you planning to do? At that moment, Amy realized he had already started. Siren's domain is trembling, and she silently thinks, it's so fast. I know his body is as tough as indestructible diamond, but how can a human spirit fluctuate 20 times a second? Siron clenched her teeth and forced her consciousness just a little more, and the magic circle would shine brightly, with each carved line trembling intensely, and the mana filling the space blocking the view. Tess was startled as an unusual sensation swept through her body. She widened her eyes and stared directly at the center of the disturbance, feeling like she could see it. A burst of gold shatters the blue as Zirol stands amidst the raging energy. It's incredible. It's the light. The shockwave sweeps across, knocking dirt and rocks toward Ami. Ran and Tess immediately raise their hands to shield against the wave and the impact. The entire forest trembles violently as the ground cracks and rocks are thrown into the air. Large shards of stone soar through the blinding light. Debris and remnants of energy spread throughout the forest after the explosion. Amy and everyone look around in amazement after the explosion. Giron gasps for breath and looks up to check the aftermath. Is this okay? The entire area around the magic circle has collapsed, trapping the three of them. She looked at the scene with disbelief. Crazy. I don't even need to use my spiritual domain to check anymore. Tess quickly stepped forward to check on Siron with concern. Are you okay, Siron? Are you hurt? He waved his hand to show he's fine and smiled. I'm fine because as a defensive magic, it won't harm the caster. Rand softly asked. Is that a defensive magic? Giron calmly and slowly explained. I still don't have any yet. I had already come up with a theory beforehand, and luckily, it worked just as I thought. He was momentarily stunned, which could also be called a form of defense. Ami quietly analyzed what had just happened. The form of magic depends on the user. It is shaped by their imagination. But with such a fierce spell, you just barely smiled after what happened around the magic circle. The timeline rewinds a few hours, and Emi calls Siron back to ask, Siron, you said a few days ago you met someone named Masa, right? What is she like? Even with your intuition, don't you feel that something is off? He tilted his head uncertainly before answering the probing question. No, she was a bit surprised by his response. Don't you recognize her? Ami stands facing him, her eyes narrowing as she looks directly at Siron. I calmly reassure you, but don't worry, no matter what happens, I will stop her. The two of them stand facing each other. Siron frowns, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. What could be causing him such worry? Ami remains silent, as if trying to convince himself. Don't think about that anymore. Now I need to trust Siron. She shook off her doubts and looked up with a determined expression. All right, let's think of a different strategy. From now on, we will avoid fighting and focus on destroying the magic arrays first. Returning to the present, the ground trembles violently after the explosion from Siron's magic array. The streams of light burst down violently, one after another. He quickly assessed the situation. I guess they're trying to drag out the battle to wear us down, but if we destroy the magic arrays, that tactic will be useless. Actually, it would be better. They attacked us before I could act. Through the scope, the explosions are incredibly fierce. On the other side, looking down from above with binoculars, she screams in fury. You damn demons, how dare you destroy our red earth magic circle? Attack now! Rio angrily shouted beside him, then calmed down and said we should avoid direct confrontation since they have two sorcerers. He quietly asked, so what should we do now? Our plan is about to fall apart. He laughed loudly, with a confident look on his face. If they want to charge forward like that, then I'll cheer them on. Clear the way for them, and we'll take advantage of it. The quiet forest suddenly flashes with a beam of light, a streak of gold tearing through the trees and rushing forward with immense pressure, while a barrage of shadows descends from above like a meteor shower onto the battlefield. Ami and Tess rush forward into the exploding light. Tess speaks from behind. Don't you think something feels different? She replied softly. Yeah,
I can sense they're nearby, but they're not blocking our path at all. The upward view shows them heading towards the light stream. Ami's group will follow the path they are taking, which makes her suspicious.
Are they clearing the way for us?
Ran rushed after Siron into the golden light, realizing the situation.
This is a trap. What should we do now?
Siron was silent for a brief moment, then his eyes became determined.
Anyway, we keep going.
Rio coldly smiles and orders from above to gather everyone out there. The kids have arrived. She begins to prepare to carry out the order. An arrow shot into the sky, signaling all forces to take their positions. The giant machines began to move as the mechanisms were activated.
Don't hate us too much, kids.
Looking down from above at the dense formation below with confidence, if you hadn't pushed yourselves that far, we wouldn't have had to resort to these things. Just activating a small part of this is enough to crush an entire army. He sneers and looks into the distance mockingly. They were originally created to protect this island, but never mind. Captain Masa ordered us to capture them alive, so this is an urgent situation.
Someone reports, "They're coming, 1 kilometer ahead of me."
Rio looks through the binoculars and laughs loudly.
All right, crush them.
Over there, he approaches the observation scope, his eyes suddenly narrowing as he notices something unusual. Through the lens, only a bright point was seen rushing straight through the narrow mountain pass. Jerome shot up in a blazing golden aura tearing through the wind, making Rio exclaim, he was the only one. She screams out, not understanding the situation. Why is he going alone? Where are the others? He irritably said, "You idiot, that's a psychological trick. He thinks that if he's alone, we won't set the trap because it would be a waste." Kon Nguyengo doesn't understand. So what should we do now?
Rio had to growl again. Why are you asking that?
We have to make him regret messing with us with psychological tricks. Crush him. A series of archers simultaneously drew their bows, creating a deafening roar as a barrage of arrows rained down from above, targeting Siron rushing forward. He suddenly opened his eyes, realizing something unusual in the attack. Mana arrows. Mana arrows rain down from above, bringing devastating destruction as the ground trembles violently from continuous explosions. The other 3 staggered as the ground suddenly collapsed ahead, and Amy hurried forward, shouting in worry. Siron's silhouette gradually disappears into the thick, swirling dust blocking the view as giant rocks fall from above, surrounding him. The force of the impact exploded the ground, shattering rocks into pieces. A series of collisions crushed the narrow mountain pass, leaving no escape. The entire entrance is blocked by fallen rocks, leaving a heavy silence as you witness Siron being buried alive. Amy, Ryan, and Tess couldn't hide their horror. In contrast, she and Rio were smiling triumphantly like winners. But that smile didn't last long, as his pupils suddenly constricted. Rio stared intently at the beam of light emanating from beneath the earth.
What is that? Then gradually it became clearer and more radiant.
The energy it generates grows stronger, knocking away the heavy stones above. Ami, sensing the trembling divine particles, hurriedly moves forward. The rocks that once covered Siron are now cracking and breaking apart, shattered by the force of the blazing light. From afar, a magic circle centered on you spreads outward, crushing all obstacles around it. When the tremor subsides, only swirling dust and flying debris remain in the space. Jiren stands silently among the ruins, staring fiercely at the city wall, while Test is wide-eyed in shock, and Ami immediately recognizes his plan. Siron, so this is your plan. Earlier, when he was being chased by the enemy, he started to accelerate alone, leaving Ron behind. He intended to break the trap by himself. Unlike Ami's relieved feelings, Rio's side is in chaos. What just happened? I only saw the light shining out and the rocks shattering apart. Leader, what is that barrier of light, Captain? Her frightened scream suddenly rang out, cutting through the chaos. What the hell is that? A thief shouted upon seeing the blazing red light coming from where Siron was standing. Ah, the red light. This remark brought back some memories for Rio. Red light, huh? I once heard of a spell called laser. You immediately shot a laser beam forward as soon as he denied it, but that kid doesn't know how to use it. The bandits saw what happened and hurriedly bowed their heads and knelt down. It's coming, get ready. But after a few seconds, nothing happens, leaving Rio puzzled. What's going on? Nothing happened. As soon as he finished speaking, the city wall suddenly shook violently. Shoot him, you idiot! The earthquake is making Rio furious and scream. He hurriedly crawled up to check the situation and was shocked to see the gate being destroyed. In front of the heat of the laser, the iron gate bulged with rough bubbles. Soon it was pierced through, shards of hot metal flying everywhere. Siron's power made the bandits' faces turn pale. Clenching his teeth, Duangkung said, I don't care about the leader's toys or whatever. Rio also gave the order, just kill him. Thousands of mana arrows rush toward him. Facing the barrage, Siron quickly ducks down.
As the arrows exploded, you immediately gained momentum and moved toward the city wall. Ryo opened his mouth in shock, staring up at the beam of light above. What is that? The beam of light descends in front of the bandits, revealing a shadowy figure. He could only tremble and wonder how he managed to teleport when he shouldn't have been able to. Watching this from afar, Ami couldn't help but think, it's ridiculous. Usually, teleportation during a battle is nearly impossible because of the many variables involved. She analyzes Siron's actions just as he does. First, he fires a laser and then uses the information transmission properties of light magic to calculate his movement while gathering topogeometric data. Ami continues to assert that in a battlefield with many variables, she secretly guesses that he's probably quite angry. As Ami predicted, Siron was warning Ryo in a stern voice. This is your final warning. Calmly, he demands that the man release Juna and retreat. Ryo clenched his teeth, veins bulging with frustration. You little brat. You really think we'll let you go after causing trouble with us? As soon as he finished speaking, Ryo ordered his men to seize him. Faced with the situation, Siron simply calmly repeated himself. I told you. You give an ultimatum. If you dare to take one of my friends again, I will destroy you. Looking into Siron's furious eyes, he suddenly realized something. Wait, the spell destroyed the rocks earlier. What will happen if he uses it now? Remembering the current hole in the city wall, Ryo wondered if this fortress wouldn't be destroyed. Without giving him time to react, Siron clenched his fist and activated his magic. The compressed magical energy suddenly erupts in a fierce explosion, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to crack and shatter beneath the tremor. The invisible pressure from the town center pushed the bandits away, drowning out their screams as Ryo drew his bow and cursed loudly. Stop! Do you know how much this place is worth? He aimed at Siron, then let go. That bastard. However, the mana arrow was easily blocked by the defensive layer you created. It quickly exploded, causing the fortress to collapse along with the debris. Ryo stared in disbelief. The fortress we tested from afar still couldn't believe what it was seeing. It has been destroyed. The once mighty fortress is now just a pile of rubble. Watching the whole event from a mountain nearby, Masa whispered in admiration. Your brother is really impressive. I think that must be the wizard's magic. Even more terrifying than I imagined. It's amazing. A look of ambition is clearly visible on her face, bright and alluring, and I want it. The demon doesn't realize that Pan is standing below, watching her. He knew the battle on the other side had ended, so all his subordinates must have been defeated. Pankoa's face gradually darkened. Many years have passed, but those memories still vividly remain in his mind. Banoa told himself he knew this would happen someday. He remembers Han's appearance, the look of hatred in his eyes, and his calls to eliminate the enemy leader in the name of the Iron Kingdom. Facing a powerful army, Pan and his companions were in a dire state at that moment. It's like a stain on his life, because the man once called the Shadow on the battlefield ran away from the fight. Back to reality, Benkoa decides to take up his sword. I have avoided it ever since. It's probably finally time for me to return, he firmly believes. So, this is my final journey. At the same time, Siron's group is crossing a small stream in the forest. They move forward with unwavering determination. Suddenly, some magical fluctuations appear, causing Siron to be on alert. 3 mana bullets fired from above directly at the spot where your group is standing, exploding in mid-air and causing quite a commotion. A strange voice appeared, making the whole group very alert. Impressive. It turns out it's no coincidence that you managed to get here. Amy immediately shouted in protest upon hearing this, and the sudden attack, like a coward revealing himself, responded to her wishes. The guy introduced himself as the vice leader of the vet mercenary gang. He stepped out with a silver gun in hand, Agato Freeman. While Freeman held the Siron group at bay, someone found the location where his friend was being held. You must be Juna. Being imprisoned for so long has left you exhausted both physically and mentally. Juna tries to question her despite trembling all over. Where is my brother? But all I got in response was a sarcastic remark. It's really sad. Her brother is now safer than she is. The person gently pats the girl's head and offers comfort. Don't worry, once everything is over, I will take you home. Juna's eyes widened in disbelief at what she just heard. Really? Are you truly going to let me go home? She keeps promising that outside is dangerous, so I will let her go home once everything is settled. The girl gradually let go of her guard and drifted into sleep under the other's soothing touch. Once Juna was deeply asleep, she slowly approached. So, why don't you? Masa smiled faintly as he grabbed the string around the girl's neck. Sleep a little. As soon as she finished speaking, she forcefully yanked it away. Back to Siron's group. Their location is now just a sea of thick smoke and flames. Seeing the opponent reveal himself, Everyone gradually stepped out from behind the trees, their faces all serious as if facing a formidable enemy. They carefully assessed that Freeman is very strong, and he is the vice leader of the mercenary gang, meaning he is only behind one person. John also realizes a truth, and right now there are about 10 of them sneaking around, and they are stronger than the ones we faced earlier. A series of questions flashed through your mind. Why didn't they attack at the same time? Are they divided into 2 groups? Before Siron could find the answer, Amy's decisive voice rang out. From now on, I will handle it. This statement surprised everyone. She decisively assigned the task, saying, "You guys save the hostages," despite the panicked protests to stop her. Siron disagreed with the decision. But there are many more of them, she calmly interrupted. Yes, there are still many others on the run. But look, under the light, the weapon in Freeman's hand gleams with a chilling brightness. A gun. Ami explains her choice, saying, I'm sure the others also have guns, but they won't be as powerful as his. If we are all here, then the hostage will be in danger. She paused for a few seconds before firmly asserting to Siron, You have something important to deal with, right? Siron's protest caught in his throat when he saw Amy's gaze. You choose to support her. Fine, I'll leave it to you to handle here. This is met with opposition from R and Tess. Really? Did you really leave Ami behind? Hearing Siron's words, she immediately steadied herself and stepped towards Freeman. I will signal you, ignore his warning, and stay still. Moss's order still echoed in Freeman's mind. Bring Siron here for me. He continued to threaten, That's not a decision for you to make. In response, Ami quickly cast fire magic. The summoned flames begin to appear, then burst out fiercely, forming a wall of fire that blocks him. Freeman praises as he sees the wall in front of him. Impressive. Immediately after, his voice became much more serious, capable of creating a wall of fire over 5 meters high for more than 3 seconds, sacrificing yourself so your teammates can move forward. I respect your brave decision. The firewall disappears, leaving Amy alone. You are prepared for the fierce battle ahead. Jiron, don't you think I should have stayed with him? Tess tried to persuade him. I know Amy is very strong, but she is facing a seasoned fighter. Jiron can only soothe. Tess, don't worry about him. I promise he'll be fine. She hesitated but understood her teammate's current feelings, and you spoke with a confident tone. Ami will not sacrifice herself. She stayed because she was confident she could do it. John was extremely trusting when it came to long-range combat. Amy was 10 times stronger than me. Just as you thought, she found Freeman's words amusing. Sacrifice. Don't misunderstand. Ami taunts him by raising her hand. Do you want to learn how to shoot? I will teach you a few things. On the other side, Tess was gradually reassured by Siron. I understand now. Immediately the next second, she realized something. No, that's not it. What? Tess slowly searches through his memories. The actions they took for each other, and Ami's words come to her mind. Siron will do the same thing. All of this has reminded me to Tess. They are not just classmates or 2 people in love. At this moment, she can confidently say she trusts them. They completely trust each other, which is why they can do something like this. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but glance at Rio and wonder if she could do the same. The 3 of them quickly reached the ancient white castle on the hilltop. The 3 of them slowly approached the castle entrance, their faces showing clear signs of high alert. Bankoa, wielding a large Than sword, had been waiting for them beforehand. I have been waiting for you all along. He spoke with an arrogant tone. I'm sure you're looking for Massa. Humph. However, Pankoa appears very relaxed. You may go. He moved to the side to reveal the back entrance. I told you, you can go through. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Siron's group remained still and unmoving. In this situation, Tess slightly bowed his head as if making an important decision. She calmly drew her sword and urged, Siron, go now. Seeing Ron also choose to stay, Tess became even more determined. We will handle things here. All right, I will come back. Tesvarion and the others nod in agreement. You begin to activate your magic, and circles of blue light appear on the ground one after another. In just a moment, Siron dashed past Pankoa and charged straight into the castle. He suddenly burst into laughter. Cuckoo. Sacrifice, huh? I like testing others' denial. It's not about sacrifice. She and Ron are switching to battle-ready mode. The 2 of us are enough to defeat someone like you. The more cautious they are, the more Pankoa revels. I think you're misunderstanding something here. The one I see at fault is the one who just ran past me. Tesvarion couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Meanwhile, he kept talking non-stop, facing Massa alone. I don't know why he's the target of the leader. Pankoa's tone is full of anticipation. But your friend will die in the most painful way. Jerome left without knowing any of that.
Thinking this way, Tess and Ren became even more determined to deal with the crazy guy laughing excitedly. At the same time, he had already gone deep into the castle. Giron suddenly stopped in front of a wooden door, examined it carefully, and concluded that this was not the place. After a few more steps, Siron's gaze was drawn to something. On the distant ground, there was a small house bathed in sunlight. He took step after step closer to it. Soon, Siron was standing in front of the blue-painted door of the house. Without hesitation, you open the door. John, just stepping inside, hears a voice saying, "Finally, you're here." She gently rocked the rocking chair and said, "My younger brother." Masa smiled and turned to look at you. "Shall we continue our previous conversation?" Siron just stepped inside, and the door behind him slammed shut. The medals and shining swords on the wall were the first things to catch his eye. Then Siron bent down to assess the mess on the floor. "Masa has now stood up from the rocking chair where your sister was sitting, which looks pretty shabby, doesn't it?" But her voice is full of sarcasm. "Why do you look so scary?" But Siron paid no mind and immediately asked, "Where is it?" Masa softly smiles, her hand slipping inside her shirt as she begins to search. "That girl, this is her keepsake." She held up the necklace in her hand, staring directly into your eyes and saying each word sharply, "What should I do now?" "Siron." At this moment, Siron suddenly paused, his sharp eyes glancing to the right side of the room. You stare fixedly at the exposed legs through the door gap, while Masa keeps rambling there. A messenger of justice arriving late is not a good thing. Although not entirely sure yet, he still retorted sarcastically. Hearing this lie, she immediately burst into laughter. "What should I do with such an innocent young master? Are you disappointed?" Siron's entire face darkened as he coldly questioned, "Why did you do this? Why are you doing what you're doing? I told you before that if you keep clinging to the misfortune that has come to you, the world will only become colder and colder. When suffering comes to humans, they just can't bear it, no matter how small they are and no matter who they blame, as if they believe there is some culprit who ruined their lives." The yellow necklace is thrown to the floor, along with Masa's sarcastic tone. "Wizards are no exception. Do you think everything you've experienced happens outside the law of cause and effect? You think all the principles of the world follow logical laws, but that is just the surface of the world. Cause and effect and the culprit who broke it do not even exist." Masa smiled eerily, his eyes wide as he looked across. "The creation of the world is built upon paradoxes and absurdities. Depending on everyone's perspective, the meaning of events will change if you don't look at them. Light shines from the next room like an interrogation set prepared for Siron. With one hand on your hip, your voice low and seductive like a demon's whisper, it will become meaningless as if it never happened. Nothing can change that. Can Moai?" Suddenly, old memories flooded back into his mind. The bright smile in his memory was completely different from Masa's current harsh appearance. But someone as proud as you cannot accept that. You were born carrying the same misfortune as I did. But for someone like you, living to enjoy the good things, misfortune is like a virus that cannot be endured. Siron still stood firm, but now his hands clenched into fists, because the impatience you mistake for justice is what killed your friend. At the same time, inside the forest, Amy's cloak was covered in dirt and stains. Freeman gently bowed his head, hiding one eye with his hat. "Are you trying to teach me something?" As soon as he finished speaking, his previously clenched hand quietly relaxed, and a similar gun appeared on the other side just as quickly. Freeman raises both guns, his narrow eyes shining. "I will gladly accept that lesson," Omi quietly calculated in her mind. "A gunfight, huh? There are 6 mana bullets in each magazine, so he can fire 12 shots at once with more than EM soldiers hiding here. That means at least 132 shots per round. It's too late to tell the kids to come back, isn't it?" Bankoa is frantically laughing and mocking at the city gate. "Do you trust your teammates? What are you all doing here? Are you all in debt to that blonde-haired guy? I've also had teammates like that. Teammates are bound by absolute trust." Sunlight pours down from above, tearing through the clear blue sky. A child is lying unconscious on the ground, surrounded by unidentified figures. Bankoa has no strength left, staring blankly ahead through the crowd to see someone lying motionless in the distance. Suddenly, a cold wave of water poured over Panoa, followed by a chilling voice asking, "Are you an orphan?" Ma squatted down, the empty bucket in his hand still dripping water.
"Come with us or you'll die like this."
Bankoa looked up in surprise, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for his life. Thinking of that, he heavily lowered his dagger to the ground and began to continue. "Ma is my savior. My family is bound together by life and trust. That's the motto of the Parrot Pirate Gang, but you know?" Even though I felt fear at that moment, the veins in his eyes became more and more prominent.
Bankoa once again saw the fierce soldiers rushing toward him, the red flag falling to the ground. But he had no courage to look back. Bankoa cowardly ran away, leaving his comrades facing danger. When death is right in front of me, I can only run away, regardless of whether they are my saviors or not. However, a second later, he was also knocked back. Ren had to tighten his grip on the sword to barely block Pana's attack, but his strength was too overwhelming. He quickly ran out of strength and was easily kicked away by Pankoa. Seeing him crash hard into the wall behind, Tess shouted in panic. Rian, his whole body covered in blood. You have to look carefully to see his chest rising and falling. Tess was so angry her eyes sparkled with sparks, and she immediately charged forward. She attacked Pana, but he dodged quickly. Now that death is right in front of you, will you act differently than I do? That question only made Test's veins bulge with anger. While inside the small house, Masa stared intently at the transmission wire and coldly declared, "This is a lesson for you. Siron, it's too late to play the martyr of justice now, and even your friend is in danger, so do you still think you can change all the misfortunes in this world?" Masa looked up, carefully observing even Siron's smallest expressions. "What can you do now?" He still kept his head down, only his feet slowly stepping forward, the sound of shoes pounding heavily on the floor growing louder each time. "You want to know? Whether I can do what I'm thinking or not. Do you think I can?" Masa, despite being angry, forced a smile that distorted his entire face. "You're really annoying." As soon as the words finished, Siron's blue eyes widened in surprise as a series of light rings shot straight at him in response to Masa's loud shout. "Sound blast!" Siron gritted his teeth, one hand raised to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Sound blast. Oh, so she's a sound mage. He was shocked to realize the truth. That was why she had lured him into this enclosed space. In the tense moment, Ma still had time to mock and laugh. "My poor little brother. If you keep getting stuck in that arrogant sense of justice, you'll never be able to defeat me." Jiron was too busy resisting the onslaught to respond. What would a naive young master like you know? Behind every action there is a purpose. Justice, huh? You're just a fool who sacrifices his friends to show off. Despite the intense pain, Siron clenched her teeth and swallowed her scream. "It's too dangerous here. I need to get out." His hazy gaze fixated on the window behind Masa, and when Siron suddenly gathered her strength to charge, she immediately guessed his intention. Is he planning to rush through the window? "In the end, you're just a rookie," she secretly sneered. "You shouldn't let a mage read your movements so easily. Space is time. Abandoning space is also abandoning your future." Ma throws a firework to block the window, but when the smoke clears, Siron is nowhere to be seen. She has vanished. Taking advantage of her moment of surprise, he quickly sneaks up from behind. Siron's palm ignited a yellow energy sphere. Then he charged straight at Ma without hesitation. Thinking she had secured victory, Siron was almost stunned by what happened next. Did she dodge all those attacks? Masa's voice rang out evenly and calmly, honestly saying, "I'm quite impressed. I thought you would run away. But it turns out you aimed at my back. But it seems you don't have much close combat experience." John was stunned, eyes wide open, but quickly recognized Sona. Everything gradually became clear in his mind. She figured out the direction of the shot by sound and tilted her body so that her face was completely hidden by her hair. "I don't like the sound of gunfire." Masa's lips curl into a cold smile. "But this Sona is very useful." Siron furrowed her brows tightly, feeling a sense of unease rising inside. He immediately pushed himself off the ground and charged forward. Siron kept changing positions to distract Masa's sight and hearing, but her face showed no fear at all, her tone full of sarcasm. "You're struggling now." Masa casually swings his hand, firing a sound cannon directly at Siron without even looking. His face twisted from the impact, and seeing Siron fall to the ground fills him with excitement, an expression worth witnessing. Why does that woman have the ability to use high-level magic? That's what you're wondering about, isn't it? You're right. The pirate gang called Parrot was formed by unfortunate orphan children. Sound magic requires a lifetime of focus on sound to master it, and Siron clenched his teeth, struggling to lift his aching body. Do they have time to learn such a high-level magic? And just a moment ago, Masa's words seemed to be replayed. "I don't like the sound of fireworks," he silently affirmed with certainty. "You say you don't like the magic that people learn? A true mage would never say such a thing." Her lips curled up again, but her voice grew colder and colder. "That's quite annoying. Why does it feel even more uncomfortable now? I can also use the magic chain." As soon as the words finished, Ma opened her mouth wide and slowly uttered the 4 screaming words from B's throat. Jiren panicked, covering his ears with both hands, but it was useless. "I can't see your face right now, but you're extremely stunned, not just visually, but overall sensation." At this moment, Masa's calm voice rings out. "All your senses are probably paralyzed, aren't they?" She looked down at Siron arrogantly, evaluating him like prey. "Did you hear Benny's scream?"
After I speak, I quietly sigh and say, if I were to fire a close-range sonic blast like this, your brain functions would shut down, right?
Jerome furrowed his brow, silently determined that he couldn't sense anything anymore. The only remaining option was for Masa to slowly approach him and whisper a farewell in his ear, as if something had suddenly surprised Siron. Did he instinctively turn his head toward this sensation, as if sensing the soul? The light emanating from Siron's body made Masa gasp and open his eyes wide. The very next second, she was thrown back by his furious rage, while Masa held onto the table to steady himself, looking utterly stunned. All of his senses must be paralyzed, then? Is he using them instinctively? A blazing stream of red energy quickly gathers in Siron's palm before he throws it forcefully at Masa. She watched the bright red beam pass through her, feeling a hint of surprise in her heart as Masa's laser hand grabbed the corner of the table and decisively flipped it over to use as a shield. She was hiding behind, muttering curses under her breath. That bastard is using laser magic like a radar to find her position, but Benny's scream is still active. His senses must still be completely numb. When Masa looked out to check, he froze upon meeting Siron's gaze. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed together. Just now, Masa suddenly realized the problem when the laser scan cut through, piercing past Benny's screams. She just realized this while Siron on the other side launched a shot that pierced through the entire roof. Meanwhile, Ami kept using her acceleration skill and silently cursed. Those crazy bastards probably don't know the true value of mana bullets. Otherwise, her small body would weave through the rain of bullets, with powerful attacks pounding the ground and destroying everything around. Ami hides to one side, using her cloak to cover her face to avoid inhaling the thick smoke around her. She once again reassures herself that they definitely won't keep firing 3 mana bullets every few minutes, like this. The gun barrel still billowing smoke from its recent shot. A group of unidentified figures simultaneously retreated behind the nearby tree, alertly watching their surroundings and listening carefully for even the faintest sound. Amy gently raises her hand to make a stone float into the air. She purses her lips, quietly regulates her breathing to focus completely, and tracks the trajectory of the mana bullets that have already flown past. The image of the masked figures appears clearly in Ami's eyes, and a semi-precision mode immediately sends a wave of blue light sweeping across like a radar, capturing all their positions. She quickly identified her first target, found it. The flames instantly engulf the floating stone next to Amy. She gently blows to activate her silent fire skill. The enchanted stone sped swiftly through the forest, piercing through the gaps in the leaves and rushing forward, while the person hiding behind the tree still hadn't sensed the danger approaching. Before they could react, they were instantly wiped out. An attack. Someone quickly confirmed the location. Order to open fire at 5 degrees southwest. The explosion shattered the entire forest, smoke billowing into the fog. At that moment, another fiery projectile flew in from a different direction. The team with the silly hats accidentally became the target. Watching their comrades fall one by one, the remaining ones felt extremely panicked. The sniper's position has changed. One guy quickly shouted in panic. Do the enemies remember all the spots where we fired our shots? The entire forest has turned into a sea of flames. Even the most hardened survive on instinct and tremble. Where the hell are they? I said, where is it? While the enemies scream, Ami calmly raises her hand and unleashes a barrage of fire, burning the mercenaries around her. The entire space quickly plunges into a sea of flames, causing them to scream in despair. It's too hot, and from the blazing fire, Ami calmly steps out. Your subordinate was just wiped out, and you don't care? I guess you're pretty cold-blooded too, or maybe you're just scared. Because I dislike battles, I guess you could say I am also afraid. Mai was momentarily stunned by those words. What on earth was he talking about? Despite her confusion, she kept her guard up, wondering if he was playing mind games. At this moment, a flash of memory suddenly appeared in Freeman's mind. The mocking words of the cruel children echoed endlessly. You coward, Freeman is a coward. If you make Freeman cry, Ma will come to save him. At that time, he was just a weak 12-year-old boy who could do nothing but cry and beg. Stop now. Freeman hurriedly ran home amid the mocking laughter behind him. Hurry up and tell Mom to come to us. Then she will come visit us. He cried as he tried to climb up the window frame but slipped and fell flat on the ground. Did you get beaten up again? That's Masa with a gentle smile, teasing him. Freeman's brief memory fading away, bringing him back to reality. I need to keep going. Ami didn't expect Freeman to voluntarily suggest stopping the fight. What? His calm voice continued to echo. I'm worried about the leader. So why don't we stop here? Are you saying that kind of thing when all your subordinates are already dead? I still can't understand what he's thinking. Why is he worried about the leader and not his own men? Ami continued to make a guess. I bet your leader isn't that strong either. Freeman responded with a sharp gaze. as if certain that the kid would die at the hands of the leader. But Masa was definitely unbeatable. Even after hearing that confident statement, Amy still didn't think it was a serious matter. Is he crazy, or am I not seeing this as a problem? He keeps persuading her, aren't you worried about your boyfriend? Hearing that, she immediately takes a defensive stance, preparing for the next battle. You should worry about yourself first. Ami's eyes now brimmed with confidence, a teasing smile playing on her lips. I'm much stronger than him, he doesn't even dare to ask me out to hang out. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of stopping, Freeman also entered a combat stance. So, you are all on the same side, I understand now. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared right in front of Ami. Wait, what did you just say? At that moment, her instincts prompted her to turn around, allowing her to narrowly dodge Freeman's surprise kick. Before the opponent could regain his composure, he immediately launched his second attack. Ami quickly dodged but was still surprised. What? Close combat. I thought he would fight from a distance. Amidst the barrage of attacks from the opponent, she also seized the opportunity to cast a spell. Do you really think that move will work? Freeman didn't bother to say more and directly pulled out his gun. The surrounding air around Ami instantly exploded, nullifying her magic. She was forced to leap back to temporarily create some distance. He blew up the air around him to disrupt her magic. He is very experienced. But in the next second, Freeman closed the distance and delivered a straight kick toward Amy. The attack was so swift that she had to focus all her attention to dodge at the last moment. Moreover, he seems to be exerting all his strength to end the battle as quickly as possible, with continuous attacks forcing Amy to struggle to defend. At this moment, she couldn't help but be amazed by the opponent's strength. Damn it, he should have been a sharpshooter. Amy quietly assesses her opponent, but he does have real close combat skills. Now she has started to plan her counterattack. If that's the case, in the next second, Amy gathers her strength and swings the fire forward, causing Freeman to momentarily show surprise. He's defending while keeping his gun raised. She's trying to maintain the distance, right? In an instant, Freeman counterattacked with a fierce shot that engulfed the entire space. At that moment, something fell from above, catching his attention. Dozens of fireballs suddenly rained down right above Freeman's head. Ami is now attacking continuously from the sky. What do you think about that? Faced with that fierce scene, he remains unshaken. Freeman's eyes flicker briefly as his body moves swiftly to dodge. Fireballs rained down endlessly, but Freeman's evasion was just as swift, weaving left and right so quickly that only faint afterimages remained. Amy didn't expect the opponent to be this strong. A match made in heaven? Damn it! As soon as he dodged the final attack, Freeman loaded his gun, ready to counterattack. But when he looked back, the opponent was no longer in their original position. Freeman carefully observed her surroundings. She was hiding. Damn it, he's really strong. If close combat and long-range fighting don't work, I just need to shoot him. Although it might hurt my pride a little. She begins to switch techniques, summoning a tube of air. I need to make it so fast that even a normal person can't see it. Then Ami releases a small sting as a bullet. Fire burst. A technique with terrifying power that forces her to focus completely, creating an explosion of flames and using it to fire the projectile. Her continuous thoughts flash through her mind. But sound will be an issue. A force of Dojiakyu's perception could react to attacks based on their sound. The energy waves continue to emanate from the forming technique, so the bullet can reach its target before it makes a sound. It needs to be faster than its own speed of sound. After preparing everything, Amy immediately seized the opportunity. A swift attack faster than sound that she unleashed with all her might. A bullet whizzes past from behind, catching Freeman completely off guard. A deafening explosion erupts, shaking the ground. Amy couldn't contain her joy. She had succeeded, and he couldn't react in time. But in the very next moment, she was stunned by the scene before her eyes. What? It turns out Freeman was unharmed after that attack and is now casting a cold stare at his opponent. So it was the person there that shocked Ami. Did I shoot by mistake? Without wasting a second, Freeman instantly shifts his position. Ami was startled and alert. He has already disappeared. A gunshot suddenly exploded right in front of her. Damn it. Ami's mind kept replaying everything that just happened. I didn't make a mistake. It should have hit. She carefully recalled every moment of the confrontation. The image of the opponent's gun clearly appears in my mind. I'm sure its magic resistance spell is on that gun. Magic resistance? A spell that blocks the opponent's magic area. On the current battlefield, Amy keeps dodging a rain of bullets from the enemy while trying to counterattack. Both sides continue to struggle fiercely, but her analysis of the situation remains ineffective, only reaching about 3%. However, even a small mistake can make a huge difference. Freeman keeps closing in on his opponent. A bullet whizzes past, but he remains unfazed. Ami keeps fighting while retreating deeper into the forest to stretch the distance. If I keep my distance,
I can shoot him, but if I get closer, I won't stand a chance.
constantly using techniques and dodging has left her nearly exhausted. What should I do now? My mental strength is almost gone. At that moment, Freeman decides to deliver the final blow. Sniper mode won't work on me. He radiates a cold killing intent and charges straight ahead. Shouldn't you have stopped when I suggested? At that very moment, Amy immediately unleashed her final move. A sudden bullet whizzed from behind, leaving him no time to react. By the time Framer realized, it was too late. The bullet struck him down. What? How is that possible? Ami's arrogant voice echoes across the battlefield. This is not sniping mode. Have you ever heard of the split technique? When everything calms down, Amy can finally calmly reflect on what just happened. My current remaining mental strength is nearly gone. I have used my last bit of energy to unleash the fire shadow with a burst of spiritual power. Remembering that final move, she couldn't help but sigh in admiration, if she had thrown a stone until now. This time, it was like holding a chunk and directly using it to attack. Doing it this way, with magic resistance below 3%, it would be impossible to avoid. Her body was completely exhausted, causing Amy to slip and fall to the ground. In front of her, Freeman had been completely shot down. That life and death moment keeps replaying in her mind. Of course, it's not even 100 meters away now. In that moment, you should have given up when you had the chance. Because he approached me to finish me off, I finally had the chance to attack. The battle is truly over. Freeman, now defeated, lies dying on the cold ground as Ami struggles to hold up her trembling body. I feel like I could collapse at any moment. Suddenly, she remembered what he had said earlier. That kid will die at the hands of the boss, but Masa definitely can't lose. Thinking about the situation of his teammates, Ami's heart immediately became uneasy. What he said made her worry. Without thinking further, she decided to go help me and headed to Siron's place. Ami left without knowing that Freeman behind was still struggling to breathe. Now, old memories gradually come back to his mind. Masa Freeman seems to see her gently sharing a bunch of plump grapes. Want to taste? He was only 12 years old then, with a face full of amazement. Where did you get the fruit? Are you sneaking off to eat again? She replied with a calm, indifferent expression. Of course I stole it. Do you think my father would buy it for me? As long as I don't get beaten, that's good enough. And the two of them happily enjoy the fruit. Freeman couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness upon hearing this.
Masa has nothing because her foster father doesn't give her anything. Images of a dilapidated and impoverished room keep flashing through his mind.
That's why Masa often steals food. The scene of Masa being abused also vividly appears in my memory.
But even those things could be taken away by her foster father, and she would be beaten badly. I usually save money to buy gifts for Masa, even though I know they will also be taken away.
A delicate makeup mirror was carefully held in Masa's hand. Did you buy this again? She happily accepted the gift, but still couldn't resist teasing. For a poor child like you, what do you need a hand mirror for anyway? Freeman quickly protested, why wouldn't I need it? A girl needs to have one. Hearing those words, Ma only sneered with a self-deprecating smile. Do I look like a girl to you now? Do you like me? But all she received in response was a long silence as she turned away, unable to believe what she had just said. Are you serious? There's no other way. Masa had to speak frankly. But I don't like you at all. Hearing that, he broke down and cried. You're really mean. Thoughts intertwined with memories keep flooding in. Why would he hit someone as beautiful as Masa? For us kids, getting hit was just normal, and I thought the same way. But the memories gradually faded. The last image that remains is Masa's radiant face. That is not an ordinary way of discipline. By the time I realized it, it was already too late. Returning to reality, Freeman took his last breath with eyes full of regret. Masa, I had to protect you. Meanwhile, at a cold, lonely castle, Amila Lay slowly approached from afar. But as she stepped inside, contrary to the chaos of the battlefield, what awaited her was a terrifying silence. Not only that, but the scene before her left Ami speechless. In the distance, someone is lying in a pool of blood, suffering to the extreme. In front of Amy is a heartbreaking scene. Test is crying uncontrollably on the cold ground. She collapses in pain, clutching Rian tightly. Back to 30 minutes before Amy appeared, Test's team was in the midst of a fierce battle, with her continuously launching attacks against Bankoa. But he swiftly dodged and swung his greatsword to counterattack, the sharp blade tearing through the air as if aiming to end his opponent directly. Test immediately leapt back to dodge. Bankoa kept up the relentless pressure with heavy attacks, forcing Test to struggle just to hold her ground. She quickly stepped back further to create more distance, constantly calculating in her mind. He's not only strong, but his skills are very precise. and he's extremely well trained. On the opposite side, Pankoa was filled with murderous intent, advancing step by step like a demon, seemingly confirming Test's thoughts. So this is the skill of a mercenary parrot? It's on a completely different level, and the dangerous situation makes her heart tense like a stretched string. What should we do now? At that moment, a sound suddenly came from behind, catching both of their attention. From the pile of debris, Ren pushed himself up. That's right, he slowly stepped into the fight, so this is their true strength. I couldn't help but rejoice when I saw my teammates still standing firm. Ryan, while Pankoa couldn't hide his amazement at that speed of recovery. How is that possible? He looked genuinely stunned. How could you stand up after being hit in such a vulnerable spot by my attack? The tall swordsman tester still remembered to ask Henri if he was okay. He looked at the opponent thoughtfully and replied, I can endure it. That's more important. Test. Ren's eyes now shone with fierce determination. Attack now, I will block him. Hearing the plan, Test immediately and fiercely objects. No way. He's too strong for you. Ran simply replied calmly. If that's too much to ask, then I guess I'll just die. She didn't expect her teammate to choose a path of sacrifice like that. What? Ran in a calm, firm voice. Test, we are not fighting to survive. We are fighting to win. Test listened silently, each word weighing heavily on his heart. If you defend, then who will attack? With that approach, we can't win, and both of us will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Ran immediately entered a combat stance, with the image of the instructor flashing through his mind like a boost of strength. Did she forget the advice from the instructor? To win, sometimes we need to sacrifice an arm. Those words completely shook Test. Memories of her comrades and past battles flooded her mind with renewed confidence. At this moment, Test seems to have made up her mind, gripping her sword tightly. She understood, and she pointed her blade with full force at her opponent, while not forgetting to send a message. The forest will die. R is on the other side, and won't wait another second. Pulling Lathan's great sword in frustration. Don't make me look ridiculous. He directly raises his weapon and strikes down. Once you die, the others will be easier to deal with. But at that very moment, Pankoa suddenly realized something was wrong. What the hell? Are you not going to dodge? Suddenly, Ran rushed out from the side, knocking away Pana's great sword, and without hesitation, immediately launched the next attack. All right, then I will kill you first. The speed was too fast for Ran to defend, and Pan's fists kept pounding into his body. Just then, a sharp sword rushed in from the side. Test seizes the opportunity and continues the relentless pursuit as Pankoa, distracted by the pressure, is suddenly cut by the blade. From behind, Ren also managed to close in quickly, holding the opponent tightly to prevent him from counterattacking. These bastards! Pankoa struggled to break free but couldn't move. What kind of power is this? At that very moment, Ren shouted loudly at Test. Sensing the signal, Test poured all his energy into the finishing blow. While his voice still echoed in her ears, she charged forward with raging fury, fierce and unstoppable. Ran crashes into Pankoa from behind, grabbing his shoulders tightly. Pankoa, bitter, stomps hard on Ran's foot in retaliation. You bastard! He struggles, trying to break free from the hold. Let me go right now! Ran clenched his teeth, breathing heavily, using all his strength to hold his position. Ran suddenly increased strength in an instant. Rian's eyes widened as he poured all his energy into the effort. He smirked, revealing what was called imaginary force. Pankoa roared in pain, looking at R with terror. At this moment, R suddenly shouted loudly. Test! Rai signals to attack. Test furrowed his brow, his face showing intense concentration. 2 streams of cold air hissed from the corners of his mouth. She has entered a fighting stance, her sword aimed at the target. Test spreads her legs wide to gain momentum and rush forward. She silently thought that if she stabbed too shallow, he might not fall. If she stabbed too deep, she could hit him. Test's hand gently loosens the sword for a moment, but if she hesitates, she quickly tightens it again. The surge of power swirling around her weapon. She lunges forward, the stone floor shattering into small pieces beneath her, and she will lose the opportunity Ron has created for her. The distance between Tess's sword and Pankoa is getting shorter each moment. Tess stares fixedly at the target, the sharp tip of the sword appearing right within Pankoa's line of sight. The tip of the sword accidentally pointed between Pankoa's 2 front teeth as sweat poured down his face. At this moment, all Pankoa's eyes can hold is the image of the weapon aimed straight at him. Test successfully lands a fatal blow right in Pankoa's upper abdomen. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth as his eyes grew colder, the furrowed brow deepening with determination. Then he swung his sword behind him, creating a deadly slash that ended Pankoa, blood pouring from the wound. She encouraged herself, believing in the person Ryan also trusted. Blood kept spurting from Pankoa's mouth, her expression stiff and full of despair. A small shred of his remaining sanity tries to deny that he will. His tone is tinged with regret for such insignificant kids. Pan's flashback appears, the surrounding atmosphere burning red like fire, soldiers lined up densely, the majestic purple flag with the symbol of the destroyed nation waving, Han holding his sword and shouting a threat. Using the name of the Iron Kingdom, destroy the leaders of other foreign lands. Pankoa firmly insists, I've always found this kid a bit suspicious. He is the one who betrayed us.
Han's blue gemstone earring gently moved and he shouted, Please accept me into your family.
When in the tavern, Han stands on the table, raises his beer high, and loudly proclaims, I am Han, Senator of the Iron Kingdom, and I officially declare myself part of the pirate mercenary team. The introduction appears. I am Kolasan, Senator of the Iron Kingdom. He continued, the family's raid gathering will become the foundation for the development of the Iron Kingdom. Everyone from the border happily responded, Han ho Han. One day before the Steel Kingdom raid, at the Parrot Mercenary Team's base, a man reminded everyone, tomorrow is the day of the mission. Another burst out laughing, don't drink too much. At the departure party, Rio sat at the same table with Pankoa. He suddenly sighed, Big brother Pankoa, is what that little noble kid said true? Pankoa glanced up at the upper floor where Han was gathering with two others, while Rio continued to wonder if this battle truly held such great significance. Upstairs, Han is talking with Masa. He is smiling, his cheeks blushing shyly. Pankoa now slowly replied, I really can't understand that stupid mind of yours. It seems like just another bloody battle. Han's hand gently reached out to grasp Masa's hand resting subtly on the balcony railing. Rio asked again, But you're smart, so you must understand better, right? But Pan didn't respond anymore. He simply stood up and walked away. Rio sat there stunned and called out, Hey, did you not hear what I said? Rio's voice calls out to him, but Pankoa completely ignores it. He is lost in his own thoughts. Do these fallen ones really want to become a family with a noble? Pankoa is extremely uncomfortable and unwilling to sell himself to someone like him. I don't like that. Han gently takes Masa's hand and places a kiss on it. Back to reality. Pankoa's blood-soaked tiled floor. He lies sprawled on the cold ground. What's the point now? Pankoa breathes heavily, holding on to the little life she has left. He suddenly regretted that he shouldn't have run away. Instead, he should have died that day. Suddenly, Pankoa's eyes widened, his teeth clenched tightly, and he silently remembered the name Masa. Pankoa felt as if Masa was appearing right beside him, sitting with his knees drawn up. Ran, also deeply affected, was lying exhausted on a pool of blood. Tess drops the sword and rushes to him, while Rest holds R close and sobs. I'm sorry, if only I had more skills. Her hand covered in blood gently clenched over R's chest as Ami quickly ran toward the two of them from afar. Amy, frightened, looked at R's condition. What happened? Test? Test was tense as he bandaged Ran. We couldn't defeat that guy, Rian. He said he would hold him back so I can stab him. Ami heard that and quickly turned around as if searching for something. And then she saw Pan's corpse lying still beside her. Test sobbed, saying it was because of me. Test gritted her teeth as she cried, gradually reaching her limit. Ryan suddenly called out. Everyone, Ran has opened his eyes, and he smiled as he looked at Test. I'm so glad you're safe. Test was startled and couldn't hold back, calling out loudly. Ren reached out to wipe away the tears on Test's face. Don't cry, Test. If you had stabbed a little deeper, we wouldn't have been able to defeat him. His voice trembling, he forced out a smile. You did very well. You truly are the strongest swordsman. Amy and Test work together to lift R up. Ami looks worried at R's unstable face. Just rest for a bit. Don't push yourself too hard. Test seems worried. I heard something explode nearby. Ron suddenly spoke. I am worried about Siron. Amy glanced at Ron and nodded slightly as the building in front of them suddenly exploded, debris flying everywhere. And the other side of the building continued to be triggered to explode. Siron descends from the sky, his landing trajectory forming a bright yellow lightning bolt. Ami quickly runs toward him. Siron shouted loudly to stop him. Don't come any closer. It's sound magic. Ami immediately stopped, and from the top of the high cliff, someone had been silently watching everything. Damn it, so all your friends really have arrived. The demon stands amidst the wreckage of the building that just exploded, smoke billowing around him. Don't tell me they've already lost, these fools. Suddenly, Masa's eyes caught something that made her widen in shock. She saw from afar Pan's corpse lying alone on the ground. Masa's face remains cold and unmoved.
Manhwa, you finally died on the battlefield, so I will revoke your title of traitor. Ami saw someone was missing and asked where Siron Juna was. She was terrified and couldn't believe what she had just thought of. Don't tell me Jiren didn't respond as a silent confirmation. You're questioning Masa. Do you realize what you've done? Killing an innocent civilian unrelated to the battle. You've crossed the line, you know that? You say I abandoned my friends and drowned in a twisted sense of justice. Do you still think that way? I believed my friends would win and come back, and my friends fought trusting in me. Masa interrupted. You're wrong, maybe so, but someone is running hurriedly. The sound of footsteps echoes through the corridor. That's Juna, the girl clutching her chest and running forward. Masa's voice echoes. If Juna reaches out and opens the window at this moment, she would face Siren's stunned face below directly. Ami and Siren are stunned when they see her appear. Siren can't believe his eyes. Juna, you're overwhelmed with confusion. Are you still alive? Juna stands on the window ledge, her hand rubbing her eyes from the bright light outside. Jiren is still in shock, his face grim. Masa suddenly calls out softly, then she covers her face, her expression full of excitement. If you are truly righteous, you would forgive your sister, right? A memory flashes. Ma holding a ring with a sparkling blue diamond. Freeman spoke, sounding uncertain. I don't feel good about this job. Are we really okay with this? Seeing Masa so engrossed in admiring the ring, Freeman called out to Masa again. Masa suddenly snapped her fingers, causing the ring to fly around her back. It could be a trap. The ring landed on the wooden surface, and Masa's words continued. The problem is that there's no way out at all. Han is such a regular guest that it feels like he's supporting us. If we cancel the contract, he won't let us forget it. If anything happens, retreat immediately. We will also abandon this base. Tell the deputy leader secretly. Tell them they are never allowed to leak information outside. Understand? Masa noticed something unusual, but the sudden words made Freeman lift his gaze slightly. She's confused. Where is Panoa? Panoa has left the shop, his hand in his pocket, his cheeks flushed from the alcohol. Juna calls out from inside the building, her voice trembling. Jiren Tesfar's expression turns cold as he stares sharply at Juna. The sound of the girl calling still echoed more clearly with each word. My brother, my older brother. Siron furrowed his brow, his glowing pupils fixed intensely on Juna. Juna screamed, her face filled with utter panic. Where are you? Ami softly broke the silence with her voice. I've checked with my senses. It's a real person. Siron clenched his teeth tightly, sweat pouring down like rain, as he tried to dig through his memories. At that moment, I saw Masa's cunning smile appear beside a slightly open door, and on the bed inside, a pair of legs faintly visible. Just the legs of the girl lying there. Jiren in the flashback cast a wary look at those legs, silently blaming himself for not checking carefully. John clenched his fists, the veins on his hands standing out, because he was even afraid to go near where Juna was lying, fearing her body might be caught in the magic. A hidden doubt quietly shrouds Siren's mind. So why did that person pretend that Juna was dead? Seeing no reaction from the other person, the demon asked softly, What's wrong? She smiled faintly, spreading her arms to embrace the breeze. According to your wishes, I didn't harm the hostage, but you still can't forgive me, if you really want that. Masa suddenly raised her hand, gently opened her palm forward, then turned her hand over. You can kill me too. Siren suddenly trembled, biting his lip with a look of shock. His eyes were cold and empty, with deep wrinkles around them from tensing up. His mind was in turmoil. Who exactly is she? From above, Masa Sa looks down with a dangerous sneer in his eyes, as a fleeting memory flashes of the ceiling fan with integrated lights in the room. Siron's voice echoing, What about Masa's parents? Ma immediately replied, They were mercenaries, but truly the scum of humanity. Whenever they drank, they would beat me to death and back. Nhâm nhi suốt ly rượu chèn tài, ta tham chỉ còn không dám nghĩ đến việc phản kháng. Cổ một ngày tuôn nhũ sẽ chết nên ta già nổi thế này. Nỗi doan Masa nhắm nghiền mắt lại về son in hăng trên mẹp ly khi cổ ta uống xong, cứ giết ta cũng ruột. Back to reality. Siron was overwhelmed, the spell uttered to end the abuse of his foster father quietly. So why did she use that terrible spell on me? Is she trying to say that I am the one tormenting her? The trio, Amy and Ron, stand silently, their eyes full of suspicion. Two of them are already in position to fight back. Masa stands in the darkness, her hands gradually spreading wide, forming a strange pose. John remains lost in his own thoughts. Masa, who gave me the answer a few days ago, has disappeared? Or did she never really exist? Jiren suddenly bowed his head, but his gaze remained fixed. Masa, your pleas for forgiveness are useless. If you beg for forgiveness from the hostage and their family, I will stop. Masa chuckled softly.
Suddenly, she reached out her hand forward and unleashed a wave of energy. Why does that arrogance never stray even a little from my expectations? Masa's power quickly pushes Siron back. Just as I thought, if she wants to fight to the end, another strange surge suddenly strikes, transforming the initial energy into jagged lightning bolts. The taunting energy seems amplified, and Siron is literally blown away. Jiren slides across the ground, screaming in agony. Test calls out in worry. It's Jiren. Test quickly realized that Siron's movements just now were strange, and Amy's as well. She was stunned, and it was more than just surprise. Amy's fiery red eyes widened to the fullest. Siron was about to use teleportation. The close-up fight scene from earlier is rewound. Siron's magic formed a blinding blue beam, pulling everything back towards Masa. Ami continued, but at that very moment, Siron's magic was stolen away by that woman. Siron leans his hand on the ground, the other resting on his knee as a point of support, nearly exhausted and gasping for breath. Jiren is frantic, his hot breath blowing across his face. Something's not right. Ami stammered, her voice trembling as she struggled to believe the thought suddenly flashing through her mind. Could it be that the shock of teleportation makes Amy exclaim that she can no longer use it? Siron stares blankly at his own palm. Why? Siron bitterly questions himself. Why can't I use it? Rage boiling over, Siron lifts his head and lets out a heavy sigh. Facing you, Masa still stands there, continuing to maintain her destructive power. Siron clenched his fists and then slammed his hand down on the floor. The cracks immediately become visible. The magic from the punch floods the stone surface, causing the fissures to spread rapidly. In just a moment, the surrounding stone floor trembled and shattered into pieces. Taking advantage of the moment when Masa's power temporarily paused, Jiren rushed forward quickly to try to get closer to her. You tell yourself, all right, at least I can still use other magic. Jiren summons a spell, gritting his teeth, preparing to launch an attack forward. Misa remains completely unfazed, tilting her head with that same smile on her lips. Well, what should I thank her for? Siron unleashes a wave of power directly at Masa. Suddenly, Masa's illusion appears, stepping lightly through the fine dust, with sand and gravel flying beneath her feet. Her illusion smiles as it stands behind Siron, while he remains poised with his hand extended forward. The illusion approaches, softly extending its hand. After all, you've already got too much. She's been in front of Siron for a while now, drawing his magic flow into her sphere. Losing this much isn't a big deal, right? Siron flinched suddenly at the current situation. Siron's magic still streaked toward Masa. She made no attempt to resist, just stood there waiting for it to approach, then suddenly the magic stream vanished and fell to the ground just a short distance from Masa's face. Fear flooded Test and Ami's faces. Test exclaimed in horror. What is that? Did Photon disappear? Jiren still stands frozen like a statue. Masa suddenly speaks, having good adoptive parents and growing up in a good environment. In a prestigious environment where you learn exceptional magic, Masa places her hand on her hip and says, I guess the world is always so beautiful, and you probably see yourself as the main character. She spreads her hands wide again, a naive young master wanting to change the world like you. The demon summons magical sparks that surround her. Can you still think that way when all your rage has been exhausted? Ami reacts quickly, screaming in terror. Siron lies down. Masa's tiny glowing sparks tear through the air, rushing like meteors falling at the speed of light. Tesvarian ran straight ahead, dodging the explosions from the collisions. Masa laughed loudly with delight. She seems to be insane, her eyes flashing with a sharp blue light. That's amazing, your magic. The continuous explosions echoed as Amy hid behind a large rock for cover, clutching her head to avoid the shock waves hitting close by. She looked at Siron, who was sprawled on the ground, and desperately called out to Siron. You must be wondering, right? How could I have learned advanced magic? Jiren, who is not unconscious, heard all of Masa's confessions. I already ate the cape. She raised her hand to catch the magic orb. Because I haven't been able to get anything since I was a child. Masa sneers sarcastically. But don't be too upset. Siron only uses a few types of magic. Siron doesn't trust her own hands. She has stolen my magic. You cling tightly to the ground that can no longer be used. Teleportation, fury, photon cannon, old man. None of it can combine into complete and omnipotent power. Mesa stands calmly amidst the long streaks caused by the small magic orb. You're clever. Masa calmly directs the magical attack straight at where Siron is hiding. She screams in fury, just start learning from the beginning. Siron clutches her head tightly, trying to protect herself from the aftershock, while Masa delivers a few more cutting words, destroying all of Siron's efforts. Of course, the stolen magic can never be used again. You just lie there, playing with your hair. Jang clenched his teeth in frustration.
Ami clenched her fists, a few tears falling to the ground.
Is it just a few types of magic?
Ami's face is filled with rage.
The magic that Siron learned is his entire life. Fragmented memories of training and Siron's struggles replay in Ami Siron's mind.
The moments when Siron exhausted all his strength to fight flash before her eyes, his heavy expression more evident than ever, and Ami's tears kept flowing endlessly. Everything. Siron's hollow eyes look up. The echo in Ami's mind from Siron still lingers.
Siron told himself that his magic was the culmination of all his reflections, an enlightenment just before the boundary between life and death.
Tesvarian struggled to cling to the rock behind him.
It seems I've reached my limit and can't hold on any longer. Siron's inner turmoil rages over a spell he barely managed to conceive in his desperation, only to have it stolen so easily, and now he can't even use it again.
Suddenly, water appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Siron's fingers. He mocked himself for being so naive.
Siron's entire body gradually sank into the water in an instant.
His thoughts continued. Have I always been a proud person?
Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, startling Siron and causing his eyes to suddenly widen.
Amy stands nearby, clutching the rock crevice and shouting, "Wake up! Don't give up!" Her eyes filled with tears.
This is the external rule. Remember what you learned in class.
Siron suddenly snapped out of it.
The external rule.
Siron widened his eyes, the water beginning to rise above half of his face. The rule of outside knowledge. What was it again? But Siron let his whole body drift underwater, feeling somewhat resigned, only now remembering that his hands were stretched out in front of him, trying to stay alert.
No, focus. Remember?
Siron was completely submerged in the cool water when suddenly a uniform appeared from behind. His train of thought was interrupted. That day in class, Jiren recalled the past, sitting properly at his desk. During class, Xa writes the title. The sound of chalk squeaking against the board echoes. This lesson is special. She stopped writing, turned to face the class. Today we will learn about what is called the rule of outside knowledge. Xa is still happily suggesting. Try to imagine that she is not a teacher. What would that be like? Her words seemed to dissolve into the endless laughter of the students. How do you feel? That's a pretty tough question. Yacht looked around in confusion, suddenly noticing that even Ney was not fully awake, creating a three-dimensional ghost that also saw himself, anxiously reminding. The class is starting now. The past weaves into the present. The forgotten memories now feel more vivid than ever. You suddenly realize you've heard this lesson before. Sina begins to explain from the simplest things. People often do not realize the power of negation. The more I am told not to think about it, the more it appears in my mind, especially since you are my teacher. The truth about it will become a belief for you, and denying that truth seems impossible. Magic. As you can see, the omniscience you perceive is the truth and the omnipotence that has manifested it. When those two things combine, it will be activated. She pauses for a moment, then suddenly erases the image representing omniscience. But if Jiren listens carefully, something suddenly flashes in his mind. Let me lead the class to a hypothesis about a disrupted perception. What happens if someone believes a 100% lie? And if that wizard combined fake omniscience with omnipotence, what would happen? She stepped in front of Bup, seriously emphasizing with an example. From now on, anyone who treats her like a teacher will be doomed. The whole class immediately buzzed with excitement. Is that really true? Excuse me, the protests full of dissatisfaction are rising. That's impossible. It's not convincing enough to be used as a universal solution. Sina smiled with satisfaction and confirmed. Of course it's not reasonable. Even if it's destroyed, it's still magic. To eliminate a person, you have to pay a heavy price because you cannot violate the law of equivalent exchange. She also carefully added that this applies not only to the user, but also to the opponent. They have to completely believe in that fake omniscience for it to succeed. The whole class sighed in relief upon hearing that. So there's no way to be tricked. A wizard wouldn't believe such an illogical thing, right? Those words of comfort didn't last long, as Sina spoke in a low voice. That's why the fake discrepancies created spells and rules to confuse your perception defenses, so you might not even realize you've been trapped. Seeing the confused looks on the students' faces, she kindly explained further. Let me give you an example. The first rule is that the students here cannot consider her not to be a teacher. That's right, isn't it? You are indeed a teacher. Please be patient while the whole class memorizes this information before we calmly continue. Rule 2. Anyone who thinks she is a teacher will fall in love with her. Rule 3. Those who have fallen in love with her must obey her commands. The atmosphere gradually grew tense. Her expression became serious, and her gentle voice turned cold. Rule 4. Those who obey her commands will end their own lives before her eyes, filling the room with silence, no one daring to breathe heavily. Sina smiles and returns to her lecture.
What do you think? This example sounds a bit too extreme, but if we start with small and clear rules like these, it will be easier to accept the bigger rules, right? Moreover, a false entity can eliminate even a hint of doubt. With their omnipotence, they will probe their opponent's omnipotence and sow confusion. They are precisely entities that use omniscience and omnipotence freely. She shrugged casually. Of course, not everyone can become a false anomaly. Sometimes a person driven mad by crises can become like this. For example, the anomaly she just introduced is a transformation of the rules of a truly existing person. She can't reveal details, but she is also a renowned figure who has caused countless lives to be erased. John was stunned by what he just heard. No way. So what about the law of equivalent exchange? You yourself in the past also had the same question. Miss, how can we eliminate someone without breaking the law of equivalent exchange? Sina nodded happily and answered in detail. As expected, Siron student. A very sharp question. Usually mages apply theories by using spiritual energy as the price, but a heretic cannot do that. They must balance the scale of the law of equivalent exchange. A deviationist places a price on the other side of the scale. She rewrites the main points on the board for the class to understand easily. This fake anomaly will set another price to eliminate someone, a self-destructive price so terrible it can be equal to taking a life. Jiren was stunned, sweat pouring down his face as he heard Sina emphasize a self-destructive price. The scattered clues gradually come together. The surroundings fade into the mist, all sounds ringing in my ears, leaving only the words, the price. John suddenly wakes up from his daze. Now I understand. He leaves the classroom space to dive into another memory. If Masa is an imposter, then from the beginning, I was already within her rules. Siren rearranged the pieces. The full picture gradually came into view. Maybe it was at this moment that it all began. You reached out your hand, trying to use Xa's words to illuminate every hidden corner. The first rule is that anyone who hears my story cannot hate me. Jiren felt he was getting very close to the truth. The second rule is that someone who does not hate me cannot eliminate me, even if they hear the words, "Come here and take my life." The third rule is that I can steal the magic from someone who cannot finish me. I can take it. You summarize everything from the beginning to the end, and conclude that when facing an enemy who hates you, you should leave yourself defenseless. Remembering Masa's relaxed demeanor as she spread her arms and invited, "Come and take my life," Siron had no more doubts. If I had attacked Masa back then, she might have been killed right there and then. That's why she showed me that Juno was still alive to make the attacker hesitate when striking an unguarded person. So that's the reason. Returning to reality, the ground is now badly trampled. Amy collapses exhausted to one side, motionless. Tess and Ren are also unable to move. Masatanyan raised her hand to deliver the final blow, but a cold voice stopped her. "Now I understand." Masa stops all actions, eyes alert, as that voice continues to echo. "What kind of person are you?" "Hewlett." Amy recognizes the familiar sound and anxiously calls out to Ziron. Ran and Test also struggle to get up. Jiron. A figure slowly rises from the pile of debris. Siren locks eyes with a star-like gaze and confidently declares, "I will destroy that idea of yours." The demon dismissively scoffs, "You knowing the secret of the imposter won't grant you any power." She looked at you suffering, spitting blood, barely able to stand, and sneered. "You've lost all your strength, haven't you?" Amai interjected angrily to oppose him. "You can't steal magic so easily. If it can be taken away so easily, then it can be recovered even more easily. That is the law of equivalent exchange." She shouted, as if to reassure herself, surely there must be a limit. But Masa just calmly laughed it off. "Should I tell you, if you want to regain your magic, you have to catch me." Amai thought she must have heard wrong, disbelief in her voice. "What?" Ma laughs at others' pain. "I think this little sister's test might be a bit difficult. It's no longer fun. Ami feels uncomfortable inside, but can't deny it. Indeed, connection is a limit that many imposters use, but is it the truth?" Masa rolled his eyes, pondering, then pretended to contemplate. "Well, hope is what makes this world more beautiful after all," she drawled sarcastically. Although it might be a hopeless hope, as soon as she finished speaking, Masa aimed a magic orb directly at Siren. But she suddenly froze as she sensed danger from another direction. Masa quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. That was Amy's powerful strike. Tesvarion seized the opportunity and charged in, making Masa even more excited. "Isn't it better for us to resist further?" She concentrates her energy with both hands, launching a strike from each side to blow away anyone who dares to approach. Tesvarion, badly injured, still fought to clear the way for Siren.
Masa realized this and quickly changed targets. Siron also starts to act, quickly dodging the attack. Masa is stunned by his disgusting attitude. Most of the others have already run away. Why do you keep chasing after us? Siron continued to charge forward, his shouts filled with a complex emotion. Because I have found out what you used as the price for this magic. Tears streamed down his face as he urgently continued, the pain inside him immense. The demon curled his lips, trembling with excitement. You really are an interesting young man. At the same time, in another corner of the forest, Freeman slowly opened his eyes after a long unconsciousness. He tried to suppress the pain, constantly muttering, Masa. Masa can never be defeated. Old memories flood back under the deep blue sky filled with cheers for Masa. Many children are gathered around, praising a girl. Masa's team has won again today. Masa is the best. Masa Freeman drifts dreamily along the stream of memories. Our village has a place for those who lost their homes in the war to gather. For us, education is a luxury. And many of our friends didn't even have parents. We had no way of knowing about the world. So we didn't realize that it was wrong for our friend to be beaten by his father every day. We didn't know. Until that happened one winter when we were 15, Freeman happily ran to find his friends as usual. Masa, let's go play. But for some reason, the closer he got to the house, the more he had a bad feeling. Was the door still open? Freeman nervously peeks inside and sees Masa curled up in a corner, coughing heavily, and quickly rushes over to ask Han, Masa, did your father hit you again today? You're bleeding so much. No, Freeman. Today her eyes suddenly hardened and her voice unexpectedly took on a chilling tone. I stabbed my father. Freeman's face turned pale with fear. He trembled as he glanced at the tall figure lying sprawled in front of him. Fear spread throughout his entire body. Freeman hurriedly asked, what happened? Masa calmly recounted everything. Today I said that it's not that Dad could take my life, but that I wouldn't mind if Dad hugged me. And then Freeman could no longer hear anything. He was terrified, his eyes wide open in disbelief. The presence of this foul-smelling corpse has become disgusting in a different way. Just thinking about what happened is enough to make Freeman gag. He quickly grabbed Masa's hand and urged him to run. His friends might come here. The two children leave the dilapidated house in Freeman's unending torment. Why didn't I know what that monster was thinking? Why didn't I pay attention to him? Why didn't I realize that Masa was suffering? Why didn't I pay attention? That day he stood under the setting sun. From now on, I will protect you. But Masa doesn't want to continue with Freeman. She clearly drew the line. I will go alone from now on. That firm and strange attitude made him stunned and exclaim, Huh? Masa, respecting his friends, gently advised him, Go back to your parents. Freeman just can't understand this way of thinking. What are you talking about? Do you think I would leave you alone? He tries to express his determination. I need to protect you, but the other person remains resolute. I quietly say honestly that if you go with me, you'll only be a burden. You're weak and easily scared. Furthermore, Ma avoided eye contact and coldly declared, I don't like you. The old flames smoldering in Freeman's heart had burned him many times over. But it was also because of that ease that Freeman never forgot his true guiding principle. Once again, he was given renewed strength. Returning to the scene where Siron's group is fighting, Tess keeps using anti-gravity to leap high. She tries to dodge, barely avoiding the powerful attacks. But in Masa's eyes, that effort was just childish, flitting around like a sardine. She unleashed a wave of magic with terrifying dominance. This time, Tess couldn't dodge in time, and the wound quickly split open, forcing her to grit her teeth in pain as her leg hurt. Luckily, Ron was a step faster and escaped danger. He continues to attack, with his sword slicing sharply through the air. Ma pretends to be generous, praising you for dodging quite well, but his tone is full of sarcasm. You've used your head more than before. Mai felt completely helpless as neither her attacks nor her spells had any effect. Damn it! She collapsed exhausted onto the cold ground. Masa didn't hold back and decisively unleashed a large explosion. Suddenly, a green light rushes toward her. Ma glances upward with an excited expression. Jiran suddenly appeared right in front of her, catching her off guard. Do you still have magic? The distance between the two people was closing in. Siron's pupils flashed with sparks of electricity, symbolizing his boiling will, but Masa simply took what he had. Your magic and wind blades, are they your final spells? She gazed contentedly at the spoils she had just claimed. What will you do if your magic runs out? You've tried your best, but all that's left is a ruined wasteland filled with arrogance. Is this really the end? But Siren's stubbornness makes her laugh again. You're getting up again? Don't you remember? With the confidence of someone sure to win, Masa calmly reminds the arrogant kid who doesn't know his place that he can't defeat me. Even in an unfavorable position, Siron calmly shakes his head and says, "You don't remember anything about me." The dazzling light in his blue eyes confidently affirms that he will never give up. Masa quietly pauses in surprise. Something just flashed through her mind. The image of Freeman with his head covered in blood. Ma suddenly awakens, instinctively touching her own forehead. What is this? My hand immediately became wet. This disgusting, sticky liquid that shouldn't be here makes her wonder if it's sweat. In the end, Masa realizes that her mental strength is running out. Could it be because of this kid's magic? She quickly realizes the enemy's carefully prepared plan. This bastard released this magic freely on his way here, and I was careless. The situation suddenly turned around, and Ma hurriedly wanted to retreat. Damn it, I need to get out of here first. But Siron has already anticipated this move. You and your team rush in, regardless of whether she used teleportation. As expected, Masa's escape plan has been foiled. Huh? The obstacles in the forest after many hits. Only then does she finally realize in shock. That bastard. Did he use the wind blade just now to create a barrier for this moment? Jiran's goal is even more certain now. Even if you can use the stolen magic, you still need to experience it to understand all its functions. Masa, you just gained teleportation magic. You'll never be able to get past those dense obstacles. Now you have only one choice left. Just as you predicted, Masa was cornered and desperately used her frenzy to create an escape route. Siron and Ron were thrown back by the shockwave, but Masa herself suffered a heavy backlash, trembling in confusion. What is this? Masa's whole body suddenly trembles violently. Her domain is shaking wildly. She can no longer control her actions and can only angrily curse. What kind of magic are you using? Siron responded to Masa's question with the sound of a cold weapon slicing through flesh. She grimaced and looked down in shock to see her thigh had been pierced. That is an attack born from the resolve of the test. Siron countered Masa while contemplating. If Masa makes a mistake, even if her weakness is exposed, she would be overwhelmed by defeat and only use the magic she stole from me. She smirks triumphantly and huffs, not knowing that the photon blast would drain her spirit so much. She doesn't understand the principles of furious magic, but even so, as a mage, she could calculate thousands of variables to dodge in that brief moment. But Masa forgot a cruel truth. Sometimes a swordsman's move can surpass the speed of a wizard's thoughts. In an instant, the swift slash pierced through her leg, and then Tess decisively drew his sword. She collapses in shock, questioning how a human mind could be shaken like this. No way. Can the mind of an ordinary 17-year-old kid be that expansive? In an instant, Maskai realized that the useless young master was just what she thought. Something she couldn't take, and it was real. The bone-deep pain made her crawl back in fear as Masa silently approached. Truly, these kids were risking everything and charging at me. Seeing the opponent approach silently, she panickingly screams in silence. Don't come any closer, don't look at me. The ring on Masa's hand suddenly flashed red light, and immediately flashes of light shot down from the sky to the ground. Amy was stunned to recognize those guys. I was sure I had already defeated him. A group of hunters appeared before them, one after another. Freeman appeared, coldly declaring, "If you come near Ma, I will kill you all." In the midst of the shock, she suddenly remembered someone from many years ago. Yes, this had happened before. Someone truly approached her. In that moment of exorcism, 12-year-old Masa coldly rejected Freeman's feelings. "I don't like you." He was stunned, devastated, tears streaming down Freeman's face. In the wind-blown grass field, she indifferently asks, "Do you not understand me?" Everyone has that instinct, even parents and children who have lived together all their lives but still cannot understand each other. "I just want to be understood even once, but no one ever has been." Masa turns away and walks off, leaving a cold farewell. "Take care, the free boy." Suddenly, strange creaking sounds came from behind her. She panicked, shouted out, then turned around and was stunned to see Freeman repeatedly scratching his face. "What are you doing?" He held up a blood-stained stone in front of Masa with a dazed look in his eyes. "I look weak just because of my eyebrows." Freeman laughed hysterically through tears. "How about now? I don't look weak anymore, right? I will be stronger. Stronger than anyone, so come with me." She doesn't see it that way and screams in helplessness. "Are your ears blocked?" "I told you I don't like you. I'm going to marry someone else. I will have another child," he begged and cried. "I don't care. Do whatever you want. I will follow you because I want to. I will never give up." Ma stood frozen, completely powerless in the face of the terrifying madness. The urgent calls pulled her back to reality.
Captain! Captain! Run, quickly!" In their rage, Tess and Amy shouted together, "The battle is over. You have lost."
Return the magic to Siron. Freeman immediately steps forward to block the way, wary of Duang Kiem and frowning. "Then I have a proposal.
If you spare Masa and leave, I will spare you. Ami was stunned, unable to believe her ears at the ridiculous offer. What did you say? At that moment, Siron quietly took off his coat and smiled. You step forward in everyone's shock. Shirono softly calls out, Ran, from now on, cut down anyone who stands in my way. No one understands what Siron is doing, Ami exclaimed in shock. What? Wait, those guys, even without guns, are all schema experts. Test is also worried about both of them. Let me do it. Ran is not ready to fight. However, Jiren proudly lifts his head and refuses. This is a task only my knights can handle. Ran also decided to be firm and determined. I understand, Test nervously exclaimed. Ignoring Test's worry, R boldly stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Siron on the battlefield. If that is the young master's order, I will obey to the end of hell. The two of them calmly step forward, facing the enemy's encirclement head-on. Someone shouted in tension, Damn it to the end, this is the fate of those who choose it. The deadly battle erupts as everyone charges at each other. Despite their worries, Tess and Amy still choose to place their trust. I trust Siron won't let Ron die. Surrounded by enemy troops, he still shouts fiercely and swings his sword forward despite bleeding from his wounds. Suddenly, Ran realized in confusion that everything around him, from the grass to the enemies, was slowing down strangely, so he moved more slowly, and his steps gradually slowed down as well. That is when Siron quietly activates the photon transformation theory, creating a field at the speed of light. In that suspended space, all enemy movements become slow and useless. Don't interfere, Tess and Ami haven't understood what's happening yet. Masa's eyes widened in shock. Among the dazzling lights, Siron coldly walks across the battlefield like a god heading toward her. Siron coldly declares, I will come for you. Rian take them all down. The hunters could only grit their teeth in helpless panic as their bodies refused to obey. Immediately after, Siron coldly gave the order. Rian quickly swung his sharp, massive sword at the enemy. Am I just going to keep cutting them? It feels really uncomfortable, like I'm slicing a tied-up enemy. Although dissatisfied, Ran still obeyed absolutely. But this was still the young master's order. The sword is just a tool to accomplish that. The moment the blade hits the target, the opponent's figure gradually fades away. The opponent suddenly shot into the air and disappeared. All the mercenaries in front of him also vanished into nothingness. Freeman spun around, frowning as he looked back. Masa was still crouched, suffering from her wounds. She trembles as she frantically presses the button on her wrist, muttering something no longer audible. Images from her past seemed to flash before Masa's eyes. The mercenaries were stabbed during the fight. She once risked her life to save them, but failed. A burst of brilliant yellow light suddenly erupts behind Masa. She smiles sincerely and says, Because of me, don't die. Tess and Ami are stunned and speechless at the sudden change as brilliant golden lights fill the scene, creating an enchanting spectacle that engulfs the entire space. Siron coldly throws a punch directly at Masa, hitting her face hard and causing her body to be thrown backward, and then collapse. Seeing that scene, Freeman cried out in pain and despair, No, Masa, no. Test immediately stomps on his back, pressing the tip of the sword against his face to suppress him. Don't move, or I will cut you. Ami hurriedly runs forward. Siron, but he remains frozen in place, muttering regretfully, Still not yet, my magic hasn't recovered. She shouted in panic, disbelief in her voice. Isn't the condition supposed to be not to touch? Test also agrees and says, No, I think contact is correct. Freeman tremblingly clenched his fists and despairingly said, It's over, it's really over. In the tense atmosphere, Siron's cold voice suddenly rang out. One more thing, right? The price you paid for this magic. Masa struggled to sit up and admit. That's right. If the one who stole the magic was touched by the opponent. I have to say this. You have to hold me. Everyone was stunned after hearing that she sneered, challenging. Can you guess correctly? Masa recalls the past with an image of a blood-stained sword, a tall shadow reaching out to her. But it was actually a moment when Masa smiled brightly, hiding a weapon behind her back to understand what this means. Freeman rushed forward, crying out in unbearable pain. Jiren paused, deep in thought. This is one of my extraordinary outbursts, and at that moment an invisible hand suddenly appeared, gripping her neck tightly, the final price to pay. And as the story comes to an end, Test, sensing something's wrong, panics and asks, Ami, what does hugging mean? It's not what I thought, right? Otherwise Siron wouldn't have been able to get the magic. Even Ryan was stunned and confused about what was happening. Ami angrily grabbed Masa by the collar. Stop her from talking nonsense and give Siron's magic back immediately. If this is a lie, the law exceeding the standard won't work at all. Masa bitterly admits her fault to Siron. I apologize, Siron. You've come all this way to save me.
The one who has fallen into the pit of the past can't do anything anymore. The moment my past self started to tighten around my neck, at the same time, that invisible hand gripped her neck even more tightly. In her suffocating state, Masa tremblingly asked, "If I shamelessly ask you for this, will you kill me?" Ami was stunned into silence, while Freeman screamed in utter despair. "No, Masa, right?" But she still softly said, "If you do that, the magic will come back to you, and I think I will be left in peace." Amidst the frozen atmosphere, Siron remained terrifyingly silent before suddenly kneeling in front of Masa. "Do you want to be killed?" she exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide open. Then Siron reached out and put his arm around Masa's shoulder in a hug. Freeman frantically crawled forward, ignoring Tess's control. Masa Tess looks at Ami and sees her trying to hold back tears of despair. No, Ami cannot stay calm. Tears are streaming down her face, filled with confusion. The demon silently thought, "So you won't let me have a peaceful death? That's right. I have insulted and mocked you like this. I don't deserve forgiveness." Siron disregarded all the rules and moved to hold her head, causing Masa to stand frozen and surrender everything. "This is not the standard I set. Right now you are holding her entire body in your arms. When Siron gently affirms, 'I have embraced you in my arms,' Masa suddenly erupts in anger, grinding her teeth and shouting, 'Are you insulting me now, you bastard? You really don't understand anything. Just kill me already. I told you to kill me.'" Siron asked Masa seriously, "Do you want me to kill you? You are the one who taught me how to change the world, and now you're planning to run away from that world. The people you call family, the ones you've saved, and the ones who risked everything to save you. I understand. Thanks to you, many people have a new life. You have saved countless people. But now that you've come this far, do you want to die in despair because of your own misfortune?" Siron shouted angrily, full of rage. "And you, the one who told me I could live well in this world, keep going." Masa was stunned, tears streaming down her face as Siron held her tighter. The past of Masa gradually unfolds, and in the middle of the floor, a crying newborn lies. When a person is born, their life begins with their parents holding them in their arms. But that father is completely the opposite. He lifts the baby up. Damn it, it's a useless girl. But even God wouldn't allow Masa to have that. The things others have had since birth, Masa has never touched. She sits curled up in a dark corner of the room, growing up amidst countless beatings. That dark past has always haunted Ma until now. And then one day, the image of a blood-stained knife lying on the floor foreshadowed a future without light. That's right, there is no God in this world. This world is simply a place of unexplainable randomness and nothing but coldness. On the busy street, Masa hesitates. "Now we are freemen," he affirms. "Yes, because we are family." Those words left her stunned. Looking at this fool, she suddenly realized something. His words left Masa in a daze. Family was a concept that once existed in her heart. I was never given something like that. But I can protect the children who have to endure the same things as I did. The seeds of kindness planted in their hearts might give them a fresh start in life. Masa dreamed of a life full of hope so that the world would allow even someone like me to have a happy ending. But the truth is always more brutal than anything else. Smoke and fire cause the vibrant flag to tear apart. Accordingly, the faith within her is gradually collapsing, with no salvation in sight. The bodies lie in heaps in a dark and foggy scene. She realizes the cruel reality that the only salvation given to her is death. The demon's mind is like a black hole with no light, but suddenly something makes her open her eyes in shock. A burst of vibrant colors suddenly appears, a hand carrying hope, gradually reaching out and gently touching the ghostly face as if to comfort it. So it exists. The small light gradually begins to shine in the heart. Someone in this world can embrace Masa. It is the hug of understanding, a small embrace within a mother's vast heart. Back in the present, both Ran and Tess are stunned by what they see. Freeman witnesses this scene, tears streaming down his face, as Masa's kind soul has returned. She burst into tears inside Siron as leaves fell softly onto the withered ground, while Masa cried as if to pour out all her feelings. In another place, the magnificent palace has now become a mess. Ami stands with her arms crossed, gazing at the sky, her mind filled with countless worries. A voice beside her spoke up. It was Freeman. "To heal Masa's crisis, I have tried everything possible over the past 10 years. But a mutant's crisis can only be healed under special circumstances." He crossed his arms and gently confirmed the purification. The aberrant individuals who have undergone the purification have a rate below 1%. Even those who have experienced it cannot understand how it happened. They only say that seeing Siron and Masa peacefully outside the window feels like a miracle. Ami quietly steeled herself, never expecting it would end like this.
She looked at everyone recovering from their injuries, the same people who just yesterday wanted to kill us. Test is being bandaged up while Ayar quickly falls into a deep sleep, now seeing us as saviors. Ami is filled with countless thoughts, recalling Siron shouting, "The one who told me that living in this world is okay is you." The unforgettable image in her mind was Siron holding that woman, and she could feel herself gradually fading away. Ami closed her eyes and prayed, "Don't go anywhere, Siron." At the same time outside, Masa said frankly, "My unique traits have disappeared. I might not be able to use them anymore."
Because the rules have also disappeared. The magic I took from you has returned to you without any conditions.
She sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Masa took a deep breath and continued, "Because you didn't give up on me." Suddenly Siron spoke, surprising her. "If a world like this demands someone like you to die, then it should have such an ending." Masa chuckled softly and said, "I see. So I am like that too. A world filled with warmth formed in my heart. I thought it was impossible." Looking at Siron beside her, she continued her train of thought. But the thing she had always wished for was sitting right next to her. Although you possess an immense and unique power, your willingness to sacrifice for others, and your deep soulful nature, the image of you holding her tightly once again appears. Even when wounded, you still held me close until the very end, my savior. It seems the light has returned to Masa's eyes once again, like waves crashing against a calm rock. And because someone like you told me to live, she takes a deep breath. So I have no choice but to keep living. Jiran couldn't help but feel curious. "So now you plan to learn a different kind of magic?" Ma explained that I am a mutant, so I can't learn normal magic. Maybe another ability of the anomaly mimic will appear again. Just promise me now that you will never create a power that could destroy yourself. Hearing that, she waved her hand and chuckled. "All right, don't bother arguing with me anymore." But then I seriously considered it. Yeah, maybe I'll create a spell that attracts blonde boys. But suddenly a voice from behind the two of them asked, "What about the spell to attract people without eyebrows?" Masa shouted in surprise. "Freeman, you scared me. Can't you interrupt at another time?" I don't know who cleared their throat among them. Ami saw this and called out loudly to the three people eating. In the lively kitchen scene, everyone happily eats to recharge. Sitting at the feast, Ma speaks, "I feel guilty for involving you in this when you just came to visit, so I will help whenever I can. If you need 2 essential items, I will provide them for you while Test and Ryan keep eating eagerly." "This is so delicious," she keeps going. "This tourist spot still belongs to Fanoa. If it belongs to Fanoa, then it's simply mine already." John replied immediately. Amy nodded in agreement beside her. "We plan to go to the KGO relic. That place isn't fun at all. The fan above keeps spinning, and time keeps passing. Everyone is still happily eating and drinking in the room of achievement and sacrifice." Masa couldn't help but wonder. I didn't think there would be such a secret hidden there. What exactly is it for? Honestly, I don't know much about this island either. And you? Freeman takes a slow sip of his soup. I know a little. Her attitude gradually became impatient. Are you telling me you'll die if I ask you first? John, sitting nearby, looked hesitant, but the challenge was too great. I'm not sure if we can make it through. Masa rests his hand on his cheek, looking thoughtful. Why did you come there? I was planning to find someone named Miro and ask him something. You follow up uncertainly about who I am. Tez and R, unable to contain their curiosity, glance over, while Ma remains calm and composed, asking what existence is. That's important, and it's also why you and I fight so fiercely. Do you have any plans? Siron quickly suggested. There's only one, a method worth trying. Everyone couldn't help but ponder. Do you mean that thing called a laser? Masa asked curiously. Is there any way I can help? Yes, there is. She also fell into thought. Really? Rio immediately pulled something out of his shirt. Fankoa once had a way to go and get the item. He held it up in front of everyone, and Rio pushed it forward. A ticket to enter the core. Altered illusion. A type of magic born from specific trauma, applying distorted rules to reality within certain limits and conditions. It imposes those warped beliefs, distorted by trauma, onto others as absolute rules. If you don't know this rule, it's very hard to fight against it. That's why magic academies teach inexperienced students to avoid them. Purification is a rare ability that manifests from a specific trauma. When that trauma is healed, whether you want to or not, the current anomaly disappears and is replaced by a new one based on a new trauma. This phenomenon is called purification, and the process of resolving the injury is described as purification. Everyone was stunned in amazement. What? Even though this ticket looks small, its enormous value in front of me. Could this be the illegal trading route I've only heard rumors about? Amy seems cautious about the tempting offer. Doesn't anyone find that strange?
So what is the test we need to pass? Siron also reconsidered carefully. The mercenaries we met earlier revealed that it was a smuggling route that could be real or just false information. She couldn't help but wonder. If we passed the test of the glorious and sacrificial room, would there be any difference? The test also suggests that maybe we're overthinking it. Maybe because they were reluctant to bribe the locals, so they chose to do the test. Or it could be a local custom. You also seem to agree, so that's possible. But if it's a worthless place, the principal wouldn't ask us to investigate it. At this moment, Freeman suddenly suggested, "Why not try both ways? We don't have to choose between the two. We'll prepare the permits for everyone, and we'll need someone fluent in the local language." Masa then spoke up. "Sorry, but it seems there's no time to find a translator, because we have to leave before the magic dispels at any moment." Suddenly, a hand was raised, and it turned out to be Juna suggesting that if it's the local language, my brother knows a little. Everyone cheered happily, exclaiming joyfully, "Wonderful, this is great." Finally, Siron turned to call everyone. "Then we hide our hands and keep going. Let's try both paths." As the sunset gradually falls, the sky turns a gentle pink. A soothing voice carefully advises that this magic tool will lead you to the mountain's entrance. "When you return, make sure to receive treatment from the healer," Siron whispered softly. "Thank you." She crossed her arms, pretending nothing was wrong. "I can only help a little." With that, Masa falls into thought. "Yeah, I've carried a debt I probably can never repay in my lifetime." The four of them are gradually fading away. Suddenly seeing Siron turn her head, she briefly appeared to be hesitant. "Will we meet again?" But quickly replaced with a trusting smile. "Don't worry, class can find you anytime, anywhere." He smiled softly as a farewell. Then the four streaks of light disappeared into the vast sky. Masa gently asked Freeman beside him, "Do you think they're okay?" He only replied softly, "This mission will be very dangerous." Then she clenched her fist and reproached, "Hey, you should have told me about this beforehand." Freeman just remained calm, but was he worried at all? He ponders for a moment, whispering softly, "They are quite strong too." Demon looks up at the vast sky, letting his mood drift away. Suddenly she cheerfully put her hands on her hips and smiled. That's right. In an ancient town, the sky is now covered by darkness. Someone's hurried footsteps are approaching. Juna, after throwing open the door, hurriedly called out, "Big brother, geez," lying on the bed with bandages all over, tearful eyes. "Juna!" The little boy immediately jumps off the bed and hugs the girl in his arms. Jis was overwhelmed with emotion. "Juna, my sister," she also burst into tears. "Big brother, what happened to you? Are you okay?" The little boy quickly reassured his sister. "I'm fine, and how about you?" Juna quickly wiped her tears. "I am fine. The older brothers and sisters saved me. They defeated all those bad guys." Looking at the four people in front of him, Jis admired and marveled. "Really? They defeated those scary guys?" Suddenly, the boy drops to his knees and thanks them. "Thank you. I will never forget this kindness. I don't care much about testing, just being honest. It's nothing, really. Instead, we also have something to ask of you." Hearing that, Jis couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Do you want to ask me for help?" As soon as he finished speaking, 5 expectant eyes turned toward the boy, making Jis feel a bit awkward and shy. "Is that something I can do? Is that correct?" A moment after Juna fell asleep, the boy once again confirmed that they needed an interpreter to enter the KGO smuggling route. Jis crossed his arms, looking a bit scared. "I can only communicate at a basic level. That's the CGO autonomous zone. Everyone should be okay, right? That's a place even the Gaul government can't intervene in. No matter what happens there, you won't be able to get support from outside. John is not forcing you. You don't have to push yourself. We can find another interpreter." "No, of course I have to do it. What is there that I need to be involved in?" Ami couldn't help but chuckle softly at that. "Wow, you're really dependable." John quickly arranged the schedule. "Today is a rest day, and tomorrow we will set out. Everyone will receive treatment and recovery in the morning." G still can't hold back from restoring his magic. "That thing is very expensive," Ami teased immediately. "It's probably cheaper than the amount you paid for the guide." The kid is so embarrassed. "Can you forget about what happened before? The test looks like you've definitely recovered." "I'm fine." She tore off the bandage on my face without hesitation. "The wound has completely healed." Ami stared in amazement at it. "How did you do that?" Tess just calmly responds. "I chose the schema skill. T then used it as my second main magic. It can heal scratches, so T said to preserve the energy-producing cells." She couldn't help but wonder what kind of person Primer was, that he said he healed wounds with the schema skill. Cell activation? Did you use that skill? Test it now and explain clearly. Activating cells is very costly, so people usually don't use it for basic purposes. Ami crossed her arms, recalling that figure. That uncle of yours seems to be talking nonsense.
Freeman's expression appears. If I die, who will protect Masa? At this moment, Siron raises a question. I've wondered for a long time. What exactly is the cell healing magic, the enlightenment page, and the mechanism behind it?
Then I immediately ask a different question. Do you know that the schema skill creates a simulated human body model, right?
Each diagram is called a page of enlightenment. A page of enlightenment can enhance a specific trait in the human body. And the decision on the order to arrange those enlightenment pages is called formation construction. Hearing that, you couldn't help but be amazed.
Is the body enhanced in that order? Shias asks.
In actual combat, it works a bit more complexly because schema skills enhance the body's artificial traits into abilities.
So you need to use multiple supporting schema skills simultaneously.
Skills are combined as control vision, neural reflexes, nervous system, agile legs and strength, circulatory system, improving overall blood flow, and mitochondria reducing nervous system reactions. If you only increase reaction speed without muscle strength, or only increase muscle strength without agility, the body will be destroyed. Even with the same attribute, the way you combine it depends entirely on how you design the build,
Siron exclaimed. If you add swordsmanship or martial arts into the mix, it truly becomes limitless.
But you can't help but remember when you dueled with Ren and felt the infinite power of sword energy. It's no coincidence that schema skills and spirit gems are called the two pillars of unmatched strength. John immediately turned to look at Test, really very helpful.
Thank you.
Test, she chuckled softly.
With this much knowledge, I still have a lot to learn.
Test suddenly looked surprised, as if remembering something. So healing magic excludes me. Seeing Ren in front of her, she finally regained her composure. I got too excited.
In front of R, you haven't unlocked your schema skill yet and you're talking nonsense like that.
He reached out and hugged his wound in his stomach. Things like healing magic I don't need or accept. Without the schema skill, I'm still healthy. Seeing R's attempt to appear okay in front of everyone, Test is certain in his heart that he's lying and must be in a lot of pain.
But I have also witnessed firsthand that Ron's resilience and determination as in fighting Fanko are even stronger than any schema skill.
Brian, you should also receive healing treatment tomorrow. But he doesn't care. I'm fine, and it's not a fatal wound. You just cut in like that, that's not the issue. In the autonomous region, we can't know what dangers are lurking. If you fall, we will all be in danger. Test hesitated and tried to hold back. As for Siron, Ron had already calmly accepted it. I understand. She looked over with a face that couldn't hide her worry. R was sad, but quickly showed that being injured was nothing to be proud of. It was just because I overthought. The three people in the room looked at him affectionately. Ren clenched his fists, encouraging himself with his maximum speed and strength. I will protect everyone. The focus of the skill branch schema. The overall process of schema skills focuses on the basic schema skill, first called power building in a cycle. The basic schema skills at the bottom become stronger, but the higher they go, the less effective they are. The order can be temporarily changed, but since they are not innate attributes, they will burden the body. The next day, Siron's group was healed and restored by a healer early in the morning. Ami, who had finished her treatment and was standing nearby, whispered quietly, assessing the abilities of the person in front of her. It seems this wizard's healing ability isn't particularly outstanding either. With the weather clear and cool today, Siron's group begins their departure. The destination is the CGO Relic Site, a place that looks like a wizard's prayer altar. Your group has arrived near the KGO Relic checkpoint. Jis enthusiastically as the translator points ahead and says that right there is the pushcart used to enter the site. That is a type of vehicle commonly used on railways to transport ore or stones mined from the quarry. Observing the surroundings, Jiren silently thought, it perfectly matches the notes Freeman sent. Joe stands with arms crossed, looking imposing at the newcomers. The boy hesitantly steps forward and introduces himself. We are members from the Ban organization. He remained silent, focusing on the paper in front of him. Jis forced a friendly smile, hiding his fear inside. When will the bus start departing? Joss turned to look at Jack behind and nodded, and he understood the signal, raising his index finger. The kid carried out his duty, quickly relaying the message from the other side that they would have to wait another hour. After hearing the test, he conferred with everyone. What should we do now? Are we just going to wait here? Siron already has a plan in mind. You immediately suggested without hesitation, let's go to the altar and try the challenge. She couldn't help but wonder. Right now? But what if the bus leaves without me? Jerome, realizing the misunderstanding, explained, it's not about participating in the challenge right now. I just want to confirm something. Jis, not wanting to take risks, clearly refused. Then I will stay and wait. If I go with you, wouldn't I also have to participate in the trial?
I think that's the best way. He shouldn't get involved in trouble. That makes sense, too. Then I'll rely on you. At the trial altar, the ancient ruins exude an air of mystery. After climbing countless steps, your group finally arrived. One person asked, Siron, do you still remember the password? With excellent learning ability, this won't be difficult for Siron. Yes, let me read it aloud. The two guards stand expressionless as your group advances and stops in front of the gate. Suddenly, one of them turns back, grabs the latch, and forces it down, causing the heavy gate to open. Everyone was wide-eyed in amazement. The first test was full of question marks. Huh? Before I could say the password, the door already opened. Amy seems to have seen something. It's not a group of people coming out. A fully dressed in black appears before them, and Siron and Amy react even more strongly than before. It seems like an acquaintance, and I didn't expect this person to be here right now. Did she just say something? Amy couldn't keep her composure, shouting and pointing at the opponent. Oh no, why are they here? Candace and Aaron walk out together side by side, their calm demeanor contrasting with Amy's over-the-top excitement that piques Test's curiosity. Who are they? Are they your acquaintances? She immediately denied it. Not at all. Enemies who are sworn enemies, it seems the two people over there have realized the presence of our group. He doesn't seem very surprised, as if meeting Siron's group here was something Candace had anticipated. Just as I expected. Have you also come to this place? You caught the main point of what he was saying. Just as I expected. What does that sentence mean? Candace quickly changes his expression to look dangerous. What does that mean? What do you think? Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Aaron casually interrupts. Oh, is that Siron? John has no hard feelings towards her, so the conversation is quite cheerful. Hello? Are things still okay? Aaron politely replies, yeah, and you? He's probably talking halfway when suddenly she feels a chill. Her face darkens, and his eyes turn cold, warning her. Ami quickly tries to provoke him, but she's immediately dismissed. Always acting so arrogant and proud. Serves you right. Candace also refused to back down and immediately responded with provocative words. Aren't you all in the same situation? The 5 great families, the top graduating classes, all just empty titles. She started to get angry and annoyed. Does this inexperienced junior really dare to speak so arrogantly? Amy's expression pleased him. Candace chuckled smugly, his face becoming even more provocative. I understand your meaning now. Is my presence here an act of disrespect towards you? Because it will automatically trigger the memory of her nearly losing her life again, right? Hearing this, she completely lost control. Ami let her anger take over, her red eyes flashing with menace as she charged forward, ready to smash her opponent to pieces. Hey, if they start fighting here, Candace will call Harvest to come out and fight. He's just fueling the fire to follow his master's orders. Beautiful sister, your hot temper hasn't changed at all. Why did you rush to attack first? The first time I saw a terrifying monster like Harvest, someone shouted in fear, "What is that thing?" A hand reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Rand sensed the danger and, worried for his teammate's safety, rushed forward to stand in front of Amy. Jerome also didn't stand still. He began to perform a spell and issued a threat. Candace, please apologize to Amity. Bringing up painful memories from the past is a terrible act. Harvest was not at all frightened by Siron's words, his attitude becoming even more arrogant. My own painful memories are also flooding back now. Can you apologize to me now? Everything is happening according to Candace's plan. He is becoming more and more insane. Well, good for him. By the way, do you want to try facing me again? At this point, it's useless to resist. Erin reluctantly joins the fight, silently blaming herself, and admits defeat. Sorry, Siron, but a shadow silently moving underground suddenly lunges at Siron. A shadow was stomped down by someone's foot before it could reach its target. And Ami suddenly appeared to protect him from danger, glaring at Erin to warn her. She couldn't help but feel confused, as the mind control magic had no effect on him. Does it keep reverting to the state before the magic was cast? Seeing Erin's surprise attack fail, Candace muttered in frustration, neither side willing to back down. Siron's gaze grew even colder, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. The two sides continued to struggle for a while, with no one explaining what was happening to Test. She looked at everyone in confusion. Wait a moment. Everyone stop. In the quiet space, an unusual sound echoes into the Test's ears. It turns out it was coming from Erin's stomach. All eyes are on her. Amy and Siron froze in place, while Candace looked like he was constipated, staring at his teammates in disbelief after so long. Erin, embarrassed and wanting to hide, covers her stomach and sinks into a hole as the scene shifts to somewhere else where someone is devouring noodles. Erin eats as if she hasn't eaten in days, curious about the two people who just a moment ago were sworn enemies. She repeated, "So we are disciples of the great mage."
Ran, afraid of offending the wrong person, quickly confirmed that we are just students. Ami, knowing what he was thinking, spoke to reassure him. Don't worry too much. They have been completely defeated by Siron. Hearing such proud news made Ran excitedly cheer up. Siron suddenly froze. This reunion made him think a lot, and then he remembered. I heard he took all of the inheritance assets, right? While everyone on the other side was gossiping about him, the two of them kept eating without a care. After eating my fill, someone contentedly said, "Now I finally feel alive again." Canis temporarily put aside the conflict between the two sides and sincerely thanked Siron. "Thanks to you, I was able to eat my fill. Seeing that he's easy to talk to, you get straight to the point. Since we're in this situation, let's be honest with each other to some extent. What is your purpose for coming here?" It seems that because they are too close, Aaron steps in to explain instead of Canis, who is dreaming of becoming an archaeologist and is currently exploring this relic site. He is a bit annoyed, lightly blaming, and quite talkative for no good reason. This sounds strange. Test switches to gossip mode. Oh, archaeology? I'm also very interested. On the other hand, Ami couldn't care less about enemies. No one asked. Shit. Canis outwardly shows nothing but secretly plots and schemes inside, half truth and half lies. Aaron and I must pass the test at the altar at all costs. The difficulty was so high I was about to give up, but luckily I found the right opportunity. "Siron, I need your help." The time rewinds to when Aaron was so hungry he almost fainted, but still managed to hold on. "I'm fine, I'm just starving a little." Canis suddenly turns around and begs Siron's group for help. "Hey, do you have anything to eat?" "I'm fine, please just help Aaron." He reluctantly has no choice but to buy food for both of them. Canis pretends nothing is wrong on the outside, but inside, he is secretly plotting a dark scheme. The difficulty of the exam was too high, so I gave up on shipping. But it just so happens I ran into you. Siron, I need him. He's taking the opportunity to observe the opponent. This time we were right. What are you guys here for? Because the conflict between the two sides hasn't been resolved, Ami responded half truthfully and half factually, of course, to enter the KGO autonomous zone, just like the two of them. Canis knew she wouldn't easily reveal her true purpose, so he didn't bother arguing. "Do you guys know what's there?" Ami continued speaking with a calm face. "I guess we know just as much as you do." He was too lazy to guess, and turned to confirm with Aaron. "Is it true?" She was like a machine, analyzing truth from falsehood, completely lying. Aaron didn't hesitate to expose her outright. "He's just curious about what we know. His heart is pounding so hard he's hit right in the core." Ami could no longer keep her composure. She was so embarrassed she stammered. "What the hell is that pounding noise?" John silently thought as he watched the scene before him. It seems that lying in front of a spirit user is useless. You decide to reveal your cards first to show good intentions. "Canis, I will tell the truth. We don't have much information." Ami hurriedly stops you. "Siron." Siron knew she was worried, so he reassured her it's okay. Telling the truth wouldn't really cost anything. Feeling confident, Candace smirked and said, "If you have any questions, just ask." He tilted his head arrogantly. "I'll give you a little taste. Consider it my treat." Seeing Canis's contemptuous face, Amy grits his teeth in anger, while Long silently curses, "What does that guy even know? You're serious about discussing important matters." "Canis, do you know about the Maze of Time?" Everyone fell silent in agreement, so quiet that you could hear the ticking of a clock. He acted all serious and mysterious, knowing half, but not the other half. Ami could tell that Canis was looking down on him and responded spitefully, "How can you say you know half of it when he's just pretending to be mysterious and acting all secretive?" "I don't know, but Harvest might know." Hearing my name, he gets excited and wants to rush out. Indeed, Siron hadn't thought of it until Canis reminded him, and only then did he realize that Harvest was because it was a demonic creature inheriting the knowledge of the great mage Arin. "I have found a clue about this. Do you want to know more about the maze?" Ami also couldn't hide her curiosity, holding her breath as she waited for him to speak again. But Canis was not generous enough to share information for free. "How could I know? I don't see any reason to tell you that much." "You better cut it out." "Wouldn't it be better to just say it sooner, anyway?" Seeing that she seems to be misunderstanding something, he then reminds her, "You think inviting them for a meal is settling the debt?" Ami knows full well that Canis is demanding a fair exchange, which obviously includes that meal. But that's not all. She paused for a moment, then suddenly lowered her voice and emphasized, "Ami is certain you need us, otherwise you wouldn't be sitting here." He frowned, silent, but secretly admitting she was right. He didn't expect Amy to figure out the true intention. Canis silently sighed. "They're quick and clever, trying to make them depend on our information and manipulate them. But if it becomes a deal, it will turn into a fair relationship.
and we'll have to disclose some information in return.
His mind kept racing, his expression gradually turning serious. So, where should he bring up now?
There, you will face difficulties that are hard to overcome in your lifetime. Hiding a secret that lasts forever. John suggested they make the first move and asked, "Are you looking for a pass?"
That is not an issue for us. Aaron's mental magic can control the entire language domain.
A pass like that only requires a blank sheet of paper. The question is suddenly answered, and you realize, now you understand.
Siron realized that it was the reason he could enter the altar without a translator. Ami immediately understood what he meant. You mean your goal isn't the smuggling route, right? Canis is probably secretly glad he doesn't have to bother explaining. That's right. After that, Canis didn't need to hide anything anymore. He honestly expressed that what I want is to overcome the trial of the altar. As you all know, Aaron and I failed, so I want to borrow your strength. She frowns as if she's thinking about something very important. Amy is scheming, trying to find an excuse to tease Canis and make him less arrogant. So, how many points do you get? His face looks like he just ate shit, and his expression is very unpleasant. He is embarrassed and guilty. So sudden, is Ami determined to see this through? I'm curious. Come on, just say it as if it's something really hard to talk about. Both Canis and Aaron turn their faces away, avoiding eye contact. He is hesitant. I don't want to say. Seeing their reactions, she couldn't just ignore this anymore. What's wrong? You are disciples of the great sorcerer. How many points do you have? Neither side was willing to give in, each one arguing back and forth. Why should I tell you my statement first? If you say it, I will say it too. The rule is to state your points first before asking. John sighed and interrupted this pointless argument. Let's get back to what we were talking about. If we help you overcome the trial of the altar, what will you help us with in return after that mental torture? We all need time to recover. His face still looked very tired and unwilling to talk, so she gently persuaded him. Canis, let's tell them a little. If we want to trade, we need to build trust first. And besides, they also invited us to have a meal. Canis let out a sigh and reluctantly agreed. All right, Canis, ask again to be sure. Are you really going in? No matter what awaits there, my mind was made up long ago. Siron emphasized, yes, I want to know about the maze. He still seems uneasy, so he repeats himself one more time. Are you all definitely going? Your answer still doesn't stand out, so I will go. Canis's face darkened as if he was about to reveal something earth-shattering. Then I will tell you one thing clearly. Without my help, you will almost certainly die if you go there. This time he completely angered Amy. She stood up abruptly, her eyes turning red. I've had enough of this guy. Not stopping there, despite everyone around trying to hold her back, Amy still resolutely charged forward to fight Tan for Canis. Are you threatening me now? That's a place even the bank organization frequently visits. Why would you have to die there? Hey you, what you're saying about knowing is all just lies, right? Seeing her make a move, he broke out in a sweat, his face changing color, and hurriedly explained, No, listen to me. The thing about going in is the problem. The issue is that after I get in there, I can't reveal all the details. But I'm not lying. I even know how to get past the altar. Sharon, don't you also know? Ami looked quite surprised after hearing it. She paused her movement for a moment. What? John was silent for a moment and then admitted, Yes, both of them said in unison. The immortality function. Canis raised his voice, determined to pursue it to the end. Were you planning to activate it at the altar? What do you mean immortality? He was also confused and didn't understand. What is that? You're not planning to find a way to dodge or cover it up. Without hesitation, Siron straightforwardly said, Yes, that's right. If you look closely, the structure of that place is very unique, isn't it? There's no need for 8 gems just to test its power, so I figured from the start. What the Angel's Gaze judges probably isn't strength. I thought so too when I saw Tadan. At this point, her anger had subsided, and she calmly sat down to speak properly. But activating the immortality function is very dangerous. That is certain information. After calculating these probabilities, Candace concluded there is a 50-50 chance, but I believe it's definitely related to the immortality function. The decision is up to you guys. It sounds pretty dangerous. Ami couldn't help but worry. To make it easier for everyone to understand, he summarized with a simple sentence since, in short, we borrowed Siron's immortality function, and if we pass the trial of the altar, I will increase your chances of survival. That's the condition I set. I can't reveal everything right now, but I have a sure method for all of us to survive and return home. Do you believe that? Siron suddenly fell silent, looking down, lost in thought. Images from the past keep flashing through Siron's mind, along with countless warnings and even the gift of immortality. Maybe they are even more dangerous than I think. He looked up at his teammates, his thoughts still racing, even as he prepared to face the mercenaries of Peros. All right, I will trust you this time, but I have conditions of my own in return.
Everyone focused on listening as he said, "First, I want us to split into 2 groups, one to go through the smuggling route and the other to face the trial of the altar." Siron paused briefly, his demeanor full of confidence, his eyes shining with an unchangeable determination.
"I will go alone to the trial of the altar." The next morning, at the ruins, someone's worried voice about Siron echoed, "Are you sure you're okay?" "Ami really doesn't want you to go alone, but there's no other choice. So she desperately warns you not to forcefully activate the immortality function. Remember? To ease her worries." Siron promised.
"Yeah, I'll try, and if it doesn't work, I'll give up right away."
At the same time, you also remind everyone to be careful. Even with a permit, smuggling is still illegal. Unexpected things can happen. Amy turned back to look at her group behind her.
"It seems like nothing will happen to
Siron cheerfully says goodbye to everyone.
"All right, see you later."
The 2 sides separated and went in opposite directions.
Seeing Aaron still not moving, Canis quickly urged him on.
"What's wrong? Hurry up and go." She still stands still, watching Siron's back. This Canis. Siron is blonde, right? It's an obvious truth everyone knows. He instinctively answered her, "Yes." Blonde hair, like discovering some terrible truth. Canis was shocked and stunned. "Aaron, can you see Siron?" This makes him a bit preoccupied and thoughtful, as Aaron perceives the world in a way completely different from ordinary people. She can't see what we see, and vice versa, we can't see what she sees. Her perception of Siron's blonde hair is indeed the color yellow. It really is something quite strange. Canis suddenly became curious about what Aaron just saw. "Is something wrong? How does it look?" This is still a secret. She doesn't want anyone to know. Not even him, so she skillfully changes the subject. "It's nothing. Let's keep going." Aaron walked away, thinking to himself, "So, that's how it is." That child is the image she saw of Siron being bathed in golden light, surrounded by creatures that cannot touch the source of the light. Someone is reading a string of characters that not everyone understands. "Kentia, summon the Hoa Agrazer, Yumiya Benzin. Type it in and the door will open." Footsteps echo in the quiet space. Siron stands in the so-called room of glory and sacrifice. The altar of challenges. A voice rises to introduce. This is the room of glory and sacrifice. Rick, like a pre-programmed machine, begins to explain the rules. The 8 eyes of the angels will judge you. To enter KGO, you must first pass through this labyrinth. Siron stared fixedly at a black hole, feeling uneasy and silently thinking that Ami's warning was right.
The immortality function is extremely dangerous and must be remembered but at all costs.
Siron remembered Miro once told him that someone who reached the realm of great perfection like you would no longer be a being capable of receiving my invitation. Since then, the immortal function has never been activated again, and if his mind were to become distracted once more, he feared he might never return. Anyway, the number of trials is infinite. Jiren reached out his hand and began casting the spell. You have finished calculating the attack plan in your mind. A beam of light shoots straight from your palm into the black hole, starting with which laser beam. The power displayed was so formidable that Rick was utterly amazed as the cold black hole relentlessly devoured the beam of light. The numbers keep increasing over time. 200, 2,731. Siron is extremely tense. You stare intently without blinking. The numbers keep rising. 6,822. It seems something Siron didn't expect has happened. You stare in surprise, suddenly stopping the move you just performed. Is there a display showing the number? Siron's inner warning bell rang that something was wrong. It turns out that after a certain period, the indicators are refreshed. This mechanism is designed to counteract energy accumulating magic. Seeing you stop, Rick confirms. Do you want to go or stay? If you want to prove your strength, conquer this space maze. From the beginning, Siron's goal was to overcome the altar's challenge, so he wouldn't give up easily. I'll try one more time and see how it goes. At the same time, you keep convincing yourself. If you've come this far, there's no turning back now. My teammates have already entered through the smuggling route, so I have no choice but to see it through. The immortality function. After activation, a transparent barrier surrounds Siron, separating him from the outside world. Siron closed his eyes to regain his composure and let out a small sigh. It's okay now. When he opened his eyes, a blue light radiated from them, showing his determination to overcome the challenge at all costs. Let's move forward. In space, a brilliant light flashes suddenly. The light spreads wider and wider, forming a blinding beam heading toward the black hole. What is that? He uses all his knowledge to silently assess the situation, unable to believe the mental strength pouring out from the other side of the infinite realm, being completely drained by those 8 gems. There's nothing he can do. Siron helplessly cried out in pain. I've lost control.
It feels like I've become a gateway connecting two sides of space. The mysterious energy continues to tear through my body as if wanting to shatter me into tiny pieces.
Siron, using his last bit of strength, begged, "Please don't disappear like this." And at the same time, somewhere else near the smuggling route, a handshake symbolizing mutual cooperation was accompanied by a person's voice. "Please help me." Jis reached out his hand while trembling as he greeted the other person.
"I'm Jim, the new contact person for this time." Joss greets the kid with a friendly smile. "Jis, you don't seem like the type to do these things, do you? Where's Banco?"
He usually comes in person, after all.
Jis broke out in a cold sweat and hesitated before giving his answer.
"He has passed away already," he said, unable to believe it.
"Are you going to sell salt now?"
Josh and Jack radiated deadly intent as he ordered, handing me the pass to check.
Immediately, the paper was roughly snatched from the kid's hand. "Here is my paper." Joss focused on examining the paper. Everyone held their breath, waiting. The stroller started rushing down the street at full speed, and the terrified person clung tightly to it while screaming. Her frantic scream echoed everywhere in the sky.
"Is this really safe?"
Rand's face wasn't much better. It felt like she was about to be thrown out, so she held on tightly. On the contrary, Ami seems much calmer. She sits quietly, as if deep in thought. A sudden voice echoed in my mind. "Is it true that Pankoa is dead?" Jiakbe reminds us that the pass is real. There are too many suspicious things. Zhao started to become more cautious. Such an important matter being entrusted to those clowns. "Don't you think something seems off? It looks like something has already happened outside." He shares the same thought, his eyes looking dangerous. "We will find out the truth soon. Once we arrive there, everything will become clear." It's not hard to guess that Amy immediately realized who was behind this. Is she trying to send her thoughts? "Aaron, are you translating the native speaker's words for everyone to hear?" "Yes, I have established a mental communication channel with everyone." Amy expressed her concern. "Could it be that now I can also read your thoughts to avoid misunderstandings?" Aaron began to explain. "Don't worry, this only connects the surface mind on the 11th floor, like a kind of tunnel." Ami then asked again. "The outside surface mind has all 12 levels of consciousness, with the lowest being the 12th floor, the realm of reason. Level 11, the surface mind. From level 10 onwards is the deep inner self." Aaron is not hesitant to share. "Since only the thoughts that have passed the final filter are transmitted, you can't scrutinize the inner mind. Anyway, if you resist strongly, the connection will be cut off. If you don't like it, I'll disconnect voluntarily." Ami seems quite satisfied with the answer. "Not at all. Being able to read only the surface thoughts is indeed an extremely convenient ability. Just keep it like this." Seeing Jis with a pale face, like a soul lost, sitting unconscious on the chair, Aaron added that she already removed the hissing from the communication channel, and it would be troublesome if outsiders learned about her abilities. Moreover, he has poor facial control, so he's easy to expose. And it seems his translation skills aren't that good either. In return, you must keep this secret. You must. Ami also asks, how about everyone else? The two machines started to flood in, making Ami a little overwhelmed. Test was excited like a child receiving a gift. "I'm so happy. Did you hear what I said?" Fran was no different, excitedly going along with her. "Yeah, I heard you." "Got it. It's truly amazing. Like a radio tuning into a test station and broadcasting everything openly. I've been itching to talk for a while now." He was excited and praising me. "You can chat with many people using just your thoughts like this." "That's amazing." Ami also caught the cheerful mood and couldn't help but speak freely. "So cool. This will really be useful. I forgot I was sharing my mind." Amy jumped in surprise. Oh my god. She silently blames herself for revealing her true thoughts. Realizing that Amy has a more adorable personality than her tough exterior, Aaron can't help but smile. Seeing Aaron's sincere smile, Amy felt that maybe her personality was better than she thought. Test was anxious and couldn't sit still. "Hey guys, those guys are suspicious of us. What should we do now?" Ryan at this moment has no energy left to do anything else. He's so hungry he's seeing stars. Maybe there's something to eat around here. Test angrily scolds him gently. "In this situation, you can't take it anymore." He's annoyed, so tell Aaron to turn down the volume or turn this off. "Do you think this is just a chatting room?" Test refused and strongly opposed. "Why turn it down?" Turning it up again is Aaron's ability. "What right do you have to turn it on or off?" Ami praised without holding back. But this ability is really convenient. Canis outwardly acts like he doesn't care and just sighs, but inside he seems to be feeling proud of himself. Just consider it a reward for forming the alliance because Aaron's abilities will be extremely important in the future. But that's a matter to consider after Siron overcomes the trial of the altar and forms his team. Emi looks for a topic to pass the time. "Canis, those locals really look dangerous." Canis doesn't object.
That's right. Do you know what happens if you get caught smuggling?
Quick and sharp-tongued statements that are accurate mean death. This matter is much more serious than Ren thought, so he couldn't help but marvel. Really? He doesn't hesitate to express his thoughts.
Yeah, those guys are crazy. They treat that crime as just everyday stuff. Their minds must be abnormal.
He immediately showed his disgust. Turns out the bad guys aren't just Panko.
Amy suddenly realized that no wonder you guys avoid the smuggling route. Not satisfied, Canis added that it's not just because of that, Ed. It seems something is being hidden at the challenge altar. This is also something she cares about. What exactly is it?
He suddenly felt like saying whatever came to mind. That place is a sacred site, special to the Kogo people, a place to welcome a certain individual. Amy quickly tries to gather some information from Canis. A welcoming place? Who is that? His face serious as if he's discussing something important. Is it an angel? After hearing that, she couldn't help but be stunned. The angel returns to the trial chamber at the altar. Siron appears dazed, lost in some world. Rick and another person both look stunned, eyes wide as if they've seen something unbelievable. His entire body radiated a dazzling light as he floated in the air, while below, he seemed to be expressing reverence and praise. Era Ianki, Ian Kira. 100 years ago, KGO residents received a proposal to sign a tourism agreement from the Galiante government. The natives, believing they could not resist the flow of the times, agreed to sit at the negotiating table. Soon after, tourists began flooding the land. The thriving tourism industry brought huge profits, but the Galiante government began crossing forbidden lines, exploiting the people and their way of life. At first, they only sat in carriages and observed the locals, but then cases of kidnapping children to sell as entertainment for the aristocracy began to emerge. The local people, furious, rose up in protest, but all they received was silence and indifference. Though strong in force, their political power was extremely weak. The people of Kogo had to surrender their relics, and in exchange, they sealed off the gates leading into their autonomous zone, cutting off communication with the outside world. The trade gates closed that day and never reopened again. The footsteps of the Siron group quietly approached, and Ami looked on in amazement at the scene before her. This is a magnificent structure that leaves everyone in awe. The KGO Autonomous Zone. She carefully observes every corner, still unable to hide her amazement. The place believed to have vanished beneath volcanic ash. Is this the legendary civilization? As the group moved further inside, Ami suddenly noticed something, and her expression became even more wondrous. So that was the image of the residents moving within their territory, each doing different things, making it look incredibly lively. Most of them are injured somewhere, carrying a large load of goods on their backs. Everyone's eyes then shift to the mother, holding her emaciated child in her arms. Is this the place that holds the Golden Emperor relics? Is this really the Cog Autonomous Zone? Canis and Aaron's faces turned pale as the horrifying scene before them exceeded all expectations. And Aaron pressed herself close to Canis in utter panic. Canis hides here, then gently wraps his arm around her shoulder. That's right. A few dark scenes from the slum area in the past gradually come into Canis's mind clearly. His eyes become extremely serious, looking just like Islan, just like... The group continued to venture deeper into the autonomous zone, following Jack and Josh's guidance as they gradually entered the tunnel area illuminated by flickering oil lamps. The deeper we go inside, the scene becomes darker and ink-like. At the end of the path stands a man, tall and imposing, seemingly the leader here. That is Manhat with sharp eyes like a blade and his distinctive braided hair. Jis immediately stepped forward to introduce everyone. His name is Manhat. Rumor has it he is someone who breeds and supplies monsters for the temple. Amy listened silently while sighing inwardly, wishing Aaron could use magic to interpret. Her eyes gradually shone with a pale blue light full of suspicion and threat. This guy is very strong enough to instantly recognize if someone uses magic. At last, Manhat finally spoke his first words. Did Bankoa really die? Amy suddenly realized something and looked towards Aaron. As expected from Aaron, the girl is eavesdropping from Jis's side. Your courage is really impressive. Jis is still trying to hold back his fear as he speaks. The Pankoa organization will no longer purchase from now on because we are about to leave this island. Manhat still remains cautious in front of strangers. You won't be trading anymore, right? If you're not here to trade, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Jis was about to explain further. We were pushed aside impatiently by the other side. Jis's small body was struck decisively by Manhat and fell flat on the ground. His sharp, eagle-like eyes pinpointed the key position of the strangers. It seems you are in charge here. What is your relationship with Pankoa? Jis was hurt, but still tried to get up. Amy secretly admired him.
This little Jis is quite capable. Even in such a dire situation, you still fulfill your role as an interpreter, so you must be terrified inside. Then you turn to face Manhath directly and ask what your relationship with Pankoa is. Could it be called a life-and-death relationship? Because I have bet my very life on it, so your face looks even scarier than before. Is that so? Then you can also settle the debt left by Pan, right? Ami paused to think for a moment before asking the person in front of her. Do you have a debt? How much? Manhat immediately answered with the number he memorized, a total of 8 kilograms. The important thing was the next statement that made everyone almost jump in fear. After subtracting the deposit, there are 10,000 gold left, and Amy couldn't hold her composure and exclaimed, "What 10,000 newtons?" Ami also couldn't keep her composure anymore. Was the land this red back then? She suddenly remembered the miserable people she saw at the beginning. So how are the poor folks over there? With that huge amount of money, the people here could feed themselves for an entire year and still have leftovers. They have sold a large quantity over the past nearly 5 years. So why do they look so miserable and starving? Despite the cold sweat streaming down, they still stand in front of Amy. I will report that matter when I return to the organization. Whether it's settling the remaining payment or returning the goods, they will handle it themselves. For now, please let us stay here, but Manhat has lost all patience. I don't understand if it's not due to the translation. Then what is your purpose in coming here? Ami calmly explains. I am waiting for a friend who has entered the glorious room to make a sacrifice. Hearing her full answer, he will be here soon. Manhat smiles with an evil grin. He burst out laughing even louder. I see. Now I understand. Ami looked a bit surprised and confused. What? Manhat roared in anger. You think just making up a story about bringing your friend to the altar and insisting here will get you in? Being suddenly yelled at made her annoyed too. What did you say? Manhat didn't bother to care and continued mocking. Dozens of ordinary people use all kinds of tricks to break into the guild to buy time and make a profit, then lose their lives. Manhat's aura makes the normally breathable atmosphere feel suffocating. While we were still talking politely, quickly reveal your true purpose for coming here. Amy is also extremely annoyed at being falsely accused. Hey, I told you my friend is taking a test and will be back. Aaron quickly reminded from behind. That man's focus is intense. Be careful. Over there, Jack and Juz are ready to fight. Look at them. It seems there are a few nobles mixed in with them. Weren't they here to kidnap children? Search them for weapons. They might be hiding something dangerous. Jis hesitates, trying to salvage the situation. Wait a moment. Ran, at this point, has his hand on the sword hilt and stands in front, stopping them. Do you really think you can do this to us, loyal members of the Vankoa organization? Before he could finish, Manhat interrupted. If this is a challenge, I am ready to fight to show you what respect truly is. Everyone here is prepared to fight, except Jis, who is trembling on the side. All weapons are ready. A certain sound suddenly begins to emerge. They march straight toward Manhat's group. Joss nervously turns to ask the leader in a state of utter panic. This whole mess, but Cao An's condition isn't much better. Why is the horn sounding? They hurriedly turned back and ran in the opposite direction. Damn it, has war already broken out? Canis and Aaron also curiously followed. Let's go see what's happening. All right. They run quickly toward the end of the tunnel, and the closer they get to the light, the brighter it becomes. Ami's group arrived to find everyone stunned as Rick called on the residents to kneel and show their reverence. According to his call, the messenger of the god, the one who came to save us, has descended to the mortal realm. The residents all kneel down to pray and give thanks. Everyone shouted in unison, welcoming the messenger of the gods. Jerome still stood dazed on the high platform. You see your teammates and shout out, Amy, help me, what's wrong with these people? I have no idea what they are saying. More than anyone, Manhat feels like the sky is about to fall. Meanwhile, Ami could only stand to the side and force a smile. I don't really understand anything. And right now I'm just so scared I want to die. At that moment, Manhat started rambling on and on. According to Thugo's legend, the one who awakened all 8 eyes of the angel was present at the glory office and the sacrifice. It is said to be descended from the angels and must never offend the angelic lineage, always obeying their commands, because KGO once disrespected the angels and dared to offend the divine. As he finished speaking, he suddenly knelt down and begged earnestly, "Please take my life, divine envoy." Those around him also knelt down to apologize along with Manhat. I didn't realize you were a messenger of the gods, so I unintentionally offended you. Their actions left Siron so stunned he almost lost his footing. Huh? You can't help but be surprised and wonder. Is it automatically translated? Ami quickly replied from behind. That's Aaron's ability. Hearing that, Siron immediately turned his gaze to the 2 people across from him. So that's how it is. A person suddenly approaches from afar, accompanied by a formal voice speaking out. Dear Messenger of the Mouths, Siron's group was somewhat surprised by Dupuji's presence. He spoke bluntly and questioned whether you had seen Lady Miro's secret family heirloom before coming here. Siron froze for a moment after hearing that, his eyebrows immediately furrowing. He quickly drifted into a daze, recalling the secret of Miro. In his memory, Siron's eyes now shone brightly as if he had seen something extraordinary. Countless hazy images began to intertwine, from the high sky to a tower. That ancient architecture becomes clearer and clearer in the haze of memory. Returning to the present, Siron silently wonders if that is the thing he saw back then. Then he quickly checked the opponent. Not wanting to keep Siron waiting, he immediately bowed low and introduced himself. I am Kadum, the head of Kogo. From now on, I humbly serve you. Hearing that, Siron and Ami immediately exchanged cautious signals. In a flash, the scene shifts to the entrance of the tunnel, and Siron carefully advises Jis, from now on we will handle things ourselves here. It might be very dangerous, so please stay here. Jis nodded understandingly. I got it. Everyone take care. It still seems to be on your mind, the kid added. This place looks completely different from what I knew. Drop by my house after you're done. I will prepare some delicious food to treat you all. Siron gratefully replied. Thank you for helping me with the translation. After saying goodbye, the colleagues hurriedly followed each other into the depths of the tunnel. The cheers now echoed everywhere. At last, the god's messenger has arrived at the fortress. The deeper they went, the clearer they heard a series of pleading voices. Please, envoy, heal our children's illnesses. My family is starving and about to die. Please grant us some food. Please grant us eternal youth and immortality. Hearing those words, Aaron's head throbbed like a hammer, and all he could do was scream loudly. Canis, their mental voices are too loud. Canis is just as panicked, quickly grabbing her shoulders and warning her to disconnect their minds before their emotions swallow us. Siron then gazed into the empty space, quietly pondering. If we follow that person, maybe we will find everything we've been searching for all this time. The mysteries of KGO regarding the Divine Messenger and Miro's story are also passing through Siron's mind. Now the group is gradually moving into the cave, silently following each other toward the Kogo Palace. Amid the mountain landscape, the majestic palace stands imposing and grand, as locals watch curiously when strangers pass by. Not long after, the last group of people finally sat together in the banquet hall. Kadam's face now bore a courteous smile, his voice filled with respect. Honorable messenger of the gods. With that, a group of servants slowly placed a large instrument in the center of the hall. This is a small gift that I wish to offer to you, your majesty. Seeing the luxury before him, Tess was instantly amazed. How much could all this be worth? On the contrary, Siron's face was completely calm, his eyes flat and terrifyingly still. Realizing this, Kadam's smile faltered, hurriedly clapping to signal, as if this still wasn't enough to satisfy him. Immediately, graceful figures glided out from the main door. Before their enchanting steps, Kadam regained his confidence. These are the most stunning saints at CG. I hope you will be pleased. And at this moment, Ren's face was flushed red. He quickly wiped his mouth and said skeptically, Look at the eyes of those girls. Could it really be? Amy immediately spoke firmly. Were they forced to wear the mask? Siron's aura could no longer be concealed at this point. His face darkened and his cold eyes made Kadam uneasy. He quickly clasped his hands together, still trying to appear friendly. It seems I miscalculated. I thought you would welcome it happily. Honestly, this is also the first time I've received a divine envoy. I'm just following the old traditions. Hearing this, a deep sense of disgust rose in Siron's heart. How far have those who broke the seal enjoyed their pleasures to make this a tradition? In your mind right now, there are countless thoughts. Immortality is a realm aimed at nirvana, but it is not absolute enlightenment. It's just a path leading to it. Still, those who break the seal and are at my level just go through the hardships of the sacrificial altar to get money and beautiful women, and the local people with enough sacrifices to support the entire tribe and offer women who hold the future of the tribe what are they ultimately longing for. So if I take these things, what am I supposed to do? Kadong heard that and immediately rejoiced as if he had found gold. He instantly became excited and responded, The people are the children of the great gods, and moreover, beings like you, with angelic lineage, are the only ones capable of connecting the clan with the divine. With that, Kuzum respectfully clasped his hands before his chest and asked for our faith to be sent to the gods. Hearing this, I couldn't help but show my attitude. No way. How could we do that? Meanwhile, Siron calmly asked if mentioning the god meant referring to Ankena, and he immediately confirmed, adding more.
Exactly. Specifically Ankara, which means eternal immortality. That godly deity has been present since the dawn of creation and made us. With unmatched power, he has always watched over and protected us. Hearing this, Siron was slightly stunned, secretly amazed. The creator? At that moment, a loud noise rang out as Rick entered with a cane from outside. "How pitiful it is!" he shouted loudly, his hoarse voice echoing through the space. "What the hell is going on here?" The response to that scream is a chilling silence. The music suddenly stops, and the dancers immediately collapse as if drained of all energy, falling to the cold stone floor like broken dolls. Amidst that scene, Canis and Aaron's senses of alertness were on high alert. Kadam was also feeling awkward and snapped. What is my father doing? Does he dare to ruin the sacred feast? Even though his hands and feet were trembling, Rick still maintained his discontented attitude. Where is there anything sacred here? Out there, the villagers are wasting away from hunger and thirst, yet you squander money on these absurdities. Are you planning to destroy the entire tribe? At this point, he has also started to lose his composure, only able to awkwardly utter words, and a once respected elder and former clan leader of Sijo now speaks with such harsh words. The villagers are full of hope thanks to the appearance of the divine envoy. Are you planning to crush that hope? And Rick still maintained his harsh attitude. Please wake up and see the truth. Then he turned his back and left, leaving a heartbreaking words behind. What the villagers need is happiness, not the messenger of the gods. Kadam can do nothing but silently watch his father's back. A sharp, icy glint like a dagger flashed in his eyes, and all that cruelty was now concentrated in Siron's gaze. Under the starry sky, the majestic statue stands silently, as if observing the vast universe. Kadam leads Siron's group out into the large square. As everyone stepped out, they instinctively looked up at the statue there. He raised his hand toward the sky and asked, "Do you see the stars in the north? If you guess correctly, it will form the shape of an 8, and at the intersection of the 2 circles, the brightest star will appear. Try to find it." Test frowned slightly, whispering to those beside him. Why is he suddenly explaining astronomy like that? Come on, just give it a try. Amy nodded in agreement. Yes? Siron looked up at the shining stars, secretly alert, because we need to clarify what his true intentions are. Suddenly his eyes froze. Could it be? Is that it? Jiren pointed to the sky and asked, seeing a flash of light in the starry night. Kadam smiles knowingly. That is your homeland. Are you talking about the homeland? Kadam looked up at the star and slowly said yes. That is where the God who created us resides. We are born and then return to dust on this land. But the soul will fly toward the sky and reside on that star. It is precisely the kingdom in the high sky. A burning faith rose within him. That is our homeland's heaven. Kadam looked at Siron and asked frankly, "It seems like you don't really believe in the divine, Siron?" "I don't believe, but I also don't deny because wizards don't draw conclusions about things they can't explain." He placed his hand on the statue and continued sincerely, "Gods created mankind, breathing life into chaos. They made giants, and from the bones and flesh of those giants, humans were born. The first person named Kamo. Legend says he lived up to 782 years. Although human lifespan is getting shorter, each generation continues the next, and the lineage is maintained until the very end." The prophet Haynes Kadum gazed at the statue and sincerely declared that it was he who created the foundation of civilization right here on this land. In those days, our ancestors seemed able to travel freely to heaven. Jiron and Ami continued to listen quietly and attentively. He continued the story. The base deep beneath the depths of Fei Tich is the clearest proof of that. You are startled when you hear about that underground place in Fei Tich, as Kadam continues to share the information he has learned. Do you know? The original size of this relic was many times larger than this. I've heard that everything was buried beneath the volcano's ashes, and Siron felt a chill run down his spine. It's a place even my senses can't detect. Are there any things there in that underground facility? He clenched his fist and replied, "Deep beneath the ruins there is a gate leading to heaven." Test was startled by this and immediately shouted, "Wait!" Ami was also stunned and asked again, "The so-called heaven that you mentioned earlier." Siron was startled and immediately looked up at the sky. He slowly asked with doubt, "Is Siron's gaze directed upward and trying to see through the sky?" He continued uncertainly, "Are you implying a star in the literal sense?" Rand narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that the thing needed to activate that door?" Kadung interrupted and nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right. It's a gate that operates based on the mechanism of immortality. Only those with angel blood can open it." Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they heard it. Jiron remained silent, lost in thought. Candace and Aaron stay quiet, saying nothing. You take a deep breath and quietly calculate in your mind. It seems this is not just bragging.
It was also thanks to my immortality that I was able to transcend time and return here. But a different planet? And it is a place where gods reign, in intense atmosphere. Siron slowly raised his head to look at Kadam before speaking. What benefit will you gain if you send us there? He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice deepening. Since ancient times, angels have served as intermediaries between gods and humans. The one who breaks the seal is the heir to the angel's power. Then Kadum suddenly clasped his hands together and bowed, begging you to meet the divine and restore the radiant light to the clan. You gently hold him back, as if you can't quite believe the offer you just heard. To go meet the gods? His voice, filled with a desperate plea, echoes, Please save the clan from the brink of extinction. You, as the descendant of the angel Siron, can definitely do that. Ami stepped forward forcefully, her eyes full of anger and discontent. Hey, old man, you might as well sell the lup for money to buy food. Why gamble the fate of the entire tribe on someone of unknown origin? Kadum clenched his fists, his voice becoming sharp and filled with despair. Even if we sell loop to survive, the Kogo tribe is doomed. The shockwave from the volcano shook the very roots of Kigo, igniting a civil war among the tribes, along with invasion and assimilation from Galleon's culture. He looked straight at Siron, his eyes burning. Kigo is gradually falling apart. Soon, our people will be completely consumed by outsiders. I can't let that happen. I want to be fully resurrected. For that purpose, the tribe is willing to accept any sacrifice. He took a deep breath, his eyes turning cold and serious. May I ask, has anyone ever broken in seal to reach heaven and then come back? Kadung nodded slowly and recalled, of course, it has happened before. 200 years ago, the god's envoy gathered his allies and set out for heaven, returning safely after receiving the divine will of the god family. According to historical records, that envoy demanded a reward of 100 million gold. Ami, full of doubt and suspicion, asked, So, how did those people manage to come back? He hesitated for a moment as if he didn't want to answer that question. That matter. Siron glanced at Kadum, his voice cold as if he had already guessed the answer. He doesn't know, does he? His eyes avoided eye contact as if trying to hide something. Yes, I only know that the messenger left us that message. It wasn't a very profitable mission. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy and I didn't ask any more questions. Siron silently thought to himself that this was a dangerous journey worth 100 million gold and not to be taken lightly. Suddenly, he remembered Canis's words. If you go there without me, your chances of dying are nearly 100%, and you'll realize that Canis knows all about this. I have told the truth about everything. I know this is a dangerous mission. I will give you anything you want. John hesitated slightly before speaking. Wait a moment. He bowed his head to think, trying to piece together all the information he had just heard. The more he thought about Siron, the more dangerous he felt. Let me think for a moment. At this point, Siron's group has left, and only Kadum remains standing in the square. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. Leader, are you really planning to send those children to heaven? Kadum narrowed his eyes and glanced behind him, but said nothing. Rick appeared and clenched his staff tightly, his voice almost trembling with rage. If they go, they will surely die. He turned back and firmly said, Everything is for Kogo's benefit. Because of Kigo, what you gained when sending the divine envoy there 200 years ago was nothing but extending your own lifespan by 300 years, wasn't it? His gaze suddenly turned cold after Rick's words. He shook his head and spoke bitterly, and even though many who broke the seal have reached paradise, none have returned. Rushing toward eternity will cause one to lose their humanity. Lord Miro has warned you before. Kadum roared in fury, his eyes blazing like a raging fire, and told him to shut his mouth. Someone like you, who destroys KGO, has the right to say those words? Only I have the strength to revive KGO, because I am the embodiment of Kogo's power. Rick closed his eyes in helplessness. Meanwhile, a thatched wooden hut rests peacefully in the forest beneath a starry night sky, with a suspension bridge hanging nearby as Siron's group discusses inside. Amy looked at Canis, her voice urging with undeniable impatience. Just tell me everything you know. What is it? Who are these people? Thanks to me, you managed to get past that trial altar, so now it's your turn to speak. But still, he remained silent and did not speak. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Aaron standing in a corner. Siron quietly stared at her. Aaron stopped eating and softly said, This cake was given to me by Siron. Canis sighed and finally spoke up under everyone's gaze. I'll tell you what I know about heaven. Suddenly, someone appeared outside. Manhat quietly looked towards the thatched wooden hut, still lit up.
His gaze seems to be calculating something. The secret Siron was deliberately hiding begins to be revealed to his companions. What I witnessed at the trial altar was John speaking, while recalling fragmented images when the blinding light shone down from the altar. It was in that moment that the massive castle, as if covering the sky, suddenly lit up before his eyes. That completely unfamiliar space makes Siron can only describe it with vague concepts, some place or other, but Canis confidently makes a sarcastic remark. Mimayel. As expected, that place is definitely heaven. He didn't show any reaction and carefully inquired. Before making the final decision, I have one thing I want to ask you. How much information have you gathered? This question made Canis fall silent for a moment, and after a brief pause he reluctantly admitted, "My master seems to have been to heaven and returned." Jerome immediately stood up in shock. "Did you verify the unbelievable truth from Canis's words? Did Ayen also use the relic to get there?" He firmly denied it. Definitely not. It seems that heaven is connected to many other relics scattered around the world. While Amy and Canis argued loudly back and forth, I don't know what exists in that place called heaven. Why? Harvest smoothly slipped out from outside the yard and squeezed through the opening, hearing her mention my name with a displeased attitude. "Weren't you the one who said Harvest possessed memories?" He took the initiative to fight and handle it, which is unfortunate. But we don't know if he erased his memories related to the heaven on his own. This news shocked Amy to the core. Did he really erase his own memories? Harvest confirms once again, that's right. He understands their shock, so he thoughtfully adds an explanation, perhaps because he doesn't want stories about heaven to spread to the outside world. Siron's mind was deeply troubled by the unanswered question. What secret does the third-level Archmage, recognized worldwide, hold that forces him to erase his memories to keep hidden? But outwardly I remain calm and continue to ask questions. Canis, tell me what this is about. Does the existence of gods in heaven really exist? He took the opportunity to push forward the verification process, but we can't know for sure until I see it with my own eyes. So take me there. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Siron as they heard the decisive and firm decision of the opponent. After hearing what he said, I became even more determined. Siron looked straight at Canis and said in a firm voice that left no room for interference, "I won't go." He sighed in frustration, but remained firm in his decision. "Your opinion doesn't matter. Please stick to the agreement. Take me and Aaron there." John tries to change Canis's mind. "Honestly, I also don't want them to go anywhere. Didn't I already make it clear? Once you step in, there's no going back the same way. Don't you understand what I mean? You're deliberately emphasizing their danger. Just as you said, this is too dangerous. It's not a place you can just visit out of curiosity." Hearing Siron's worried concern, Canis clenched his jaw and stayed silent, but his face gradually darkened. He tried to hold back but couldn't resist and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "This cowardly guy Harvest is trying to salvage some of Siron's goodwill. To put it mildly, he's got a pretty good sense of judgment. He acts based on the information he has gathered. Anyway, if Siron doesn't go, we can't reach heaven either. I guess I have to deceive him." Canis paused for a moment before deciding to play along. "Did you forget my condition for the deal? I promised to improve your chances of survival. What if I had a way to come back here?" he revealed, gradually breaking down the Siron group's defenses. "As you know, we had our master's legacy stolen by the Wizards Guild. So, while struggling to find a way to deal with it, Harvest rekindled an old memory. Through Canis's story, their old memories are vividly brought to life. We took that as a clue and set out. And in the end, we found the secret place where the Grand Mage hid everything. Because he erased his memories, the Wizarding Association couldn't discover that place." Jiren, curious, had no idea he was gradually falling into a trap that had been set. "Are you saying that place has a way to come back here?" Canis nodded and signaled to Aaron. "It's not just that, let me show you." She slipped her hand into her inner shirt pocket and revealed a cube-shaped metal object that looked like a Rubik's Cube. The initial reaction was extremely intense. "Look, that thing has strange colors creating a diffuse frog reflection, made of mysterious metal with uncopyable patterns. All clues point to one answer, an artifact. This makes Siron and Amy also serious. An artifact? From then on, Canis proudly declared. That's right. Moreover, it has been fully unsealed and can be used immediately. This makes everything seem to go crazy with excitement. It's so insane. The relic that just unlocking its seal could cause a war is now right in front of me? This attitude is completely opposite to Siron's confused appearance. But what is this used for? Your curiosity led you to touch the main compartment of the artifact. It immediately sank down, and the surrounding blocks shifted direction. In just a second, the glowing object in the center of the mass was fully revealed before Siron's group, who were all stunned. Seeing how inexperienced they are, Canis sighed softly and said, "Bring it here. Aaron will show you." Tess couldn't hold back and moved closer to Amy, whispering, "Hey,
How does that girl know how to use ancient artifacts? She explains carefully to her friend. Erin has a nervous system type, so you could say she has the ability to see through the true nature of relics. Doing this means I've memorized the coordinates of this place. Now I'll try moving to a different spot. Amy immediately panicked and jumped in fear. Why right in front of me? Following her instructions, the artifact shape on the ground gradually emits strange buzzing sounds. The glowing gem in the center suddenly burst with a fierce light illuminating the entire room. And then a black vortex appeared right above the top of the treasure. The Siron group immediately opened their mouths in shock, but after just a few seconds, he realized what was going on. I see now. This is the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate crosses space and time, and Canis's answer confirms his suspicion. That's right, its name is Metagate. Harvest will demonstrate it. At this moment, Harvest's bony hand slowly touches the dense black shadow of the teleportation gate, then suddenly appears just a few steps away from the gate. Making this always so exciting, Erin whispers urgently, "Harvest, it's very dangerous, stop! The portal only stays open for a minute." As soon as the words were spoken, the relic emitted hot smoke and returned to its original state. Canis reached out and picked it up from the ground, explaining carefully, "After using Metagate to remember this location, we will go to heaven and activate it so we can return any time. This will be our secret trump card. What do you think?" The excitement shining in Tess's bright eyes and his amazed expression made it clear. This thing is truly incredible. Ami's greed for money chose the right moment to surface, but if she sold this, how much money would she get? This comment drew strange looks from her friends, making her blush. What? Just curious. Only a serious mental calculation test would probably not sell well. Canis generously helps Amy understand the complicated fundamentals behind it. Price is another matter. But since this is something that could shake the entire world, only supranational organizations at the ivory tower level would be capable of handling it. She mumbled to herself. Well, even with a guarantee in place, Siron still remained cautious. But I still have a question. Why do you all want to go to heaven so badly? Just having been there once isn't enough to be convincing. What is the motivation that makes them risk everything to go? Candace already had the answer, so she answered smoothly. Before going to heaven, he wasn't yet a grand mage, but after returning from heaven, his level suddenly changed. Do you understand what that means? Siron immediately guessed part of the truth in horror. Could it be that he didn't let you realize it yourself and instead stole the chance for you to answer on your own? It was the enlightenment gained from heaven that transformed him from an ordinary mage into a grand mage, so much so that even Amy couldn't keep calm. Is that really true? Canis decided to add a final remark. Now you understand, right? Every mage dreams of becoming a grand mage. Knowing this truth, it would be unreasonable not to go to heaven. Seeing the opportunity ripe, he was not shy about throwing in another spark. Not yet finished. All of my master's notes are encrypted, but there is only one sentence written clearly, so everyone can read it. Siron indeed caught that statement. What does it say? He gradually opened the bright box. What was inside? That place is the origin of all things, the source of schema, and that name successfully shattered Rion's composure. Schema? Canis began to feel helpless in front of the few loud calls from the group across. But ancient magic had been forgotten, yet Ami did not disappoint him, shouting once more. Ancient magic. Canis Janin continues his story with the ancient weapons sleeping peacefully. This time, Tess takes a dominant position on the spot. After a few cuts across the throat, Canis successfully uncovered the secret and left everything behind at Metagate. But right now, the group in front of us is just busy swarming around Siron like a bunch of flies. Let's go, Siron, let's go. I really want to go. I can return anytime, but not going would be the real mistake. Seeing that 99% of the targets had gone inside, Canis happily smirked, fully convinced he had deceived them all. Watching Siron's stiff, stone-like face, he secretly rejoiced. Let's go to heaven or what? At this moment, 2 quick knocks on the door suddenly sound. This drove Canis crazy. Who would come at this hour? The normal sounds during this unusual time immediately put him on alert. They instinctively gathered together, their eyes fixed on the source of the noise. John cautiously approaches the door, moving slowly to prepare for any situation. But Manhat, in a rush and unaware, immediately speaks as he enters, the messenger of the supreme deity, the envoy of the gods. Please give up your plan to go to heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, the reactions on Siron's faces varied greatly. He also didn't wait for a response from the other side and continued speaking. Allow me to be a bit rude. Manhat curled up, his muscles tensing as he began to unleash a tremendous force. Giron and Canis, the closest, were the first to bear the shockwave.
They tried to keep their feet firmly on the ground to stay steady against the strong winds, but in the end, they failed and were all swept backward. At this point, the Siron group finally regained their composure from the illusion, using their dominance to force others to comply. His power is truly astonishing. You represent the whole group and step forward to ask, "What are you implying here?" Mon places his hand on his chest and bows respectfully. "Reaching heaven is impossible for me because I failed to prove my strength in the Hall of Glory and the altar." Siron's face shows understanding. "So you are expressing concern for us?" His voice couldn't hide his sadness. "If someone is not strong enough to pass the Hall of Glory and the altar, it's best for them to stop here." Since the entrance to heaven was restored, many have ventured there, but none have returned. Man took a deep breath and then shouted with all his courage, "That is not a land worth risking your lives for trivial gains." But then Siron's calm yet firm voice continued, saying, "My purpose here is not for the benefits that Chief Hua has brought us." The blue eyes of the boy stare intently at the person in front of him, and then emphasize each word. "I came to seek information about the person named Miro." As soon as I heard that, I immediately lifted my head. Exactly as I expected, when you refused money and status, I could sense it to some extent. Lord Miro is the savior who changed the fate of the KGO tribe. Every word he spoke was uttered with utmost clarity and boundless reverence. At the moment the gateway to heaven was discovered, the internal rifts within the tribe grew even more severe. During the Galliani aristocratic purge, the CGO tribe seemed on the brink of extinction. It was at that critical moment that Miro appeared and established a hall of glory and unity. Thanks to that action, the fratricidal war ended and the entire tribe was saved from extinction. Later, Lord Miro entered and disappeared behind Gufin's door that leads to heaven. He only left a message saying he was seeking the Supreme Gufin to help your tribe. Amy couldn't contain her curiosity. Who exactly is Gufin? Manhat replied honestly that Gufin is the one who opened the path to heaven. That is why we call that place the Gufin Gate. Ami's eyes suddenly sharpened as she quickly stepped forward to cut in. Wait a moment. She suddenly starts asking a question to warm herself up. Those who entered paradise appeared 2 centuries ago. Could Gufin actually belong to an even more ancient era? Then how can I meet him? Manhat's tall figure instinctively tensed up. He hesitated for a moment before reluctantly admitting that even I don't have an answer. Siron unconsciously raised his hand to his chin. If that's true, you speculate in your mind that Gufin must also be someone who breaks the seal. Possibly a master of space magic with time control abilities similar to Amin. And to meet someone like that, who disappeared behind the Gufin door, is none other than the one who broke the seal. After Miro finished speaking his inner thoughts, Manhat once again bowed respectfully to say goodbye. I truly admire Siron's unwavering resolve and resistance to material temptation. You must be here for a noble cause, not for petty ambitions. Whatever your choice may be, I have no right to interfere. But I hope you will consider everything carefully before acting. Jerome pressed his lips together, doubts flooding his mind. The descendant of the angel who broke the seal. Miro, who entered the gate of heaven to meet Gufin. You can't help but recall Anpass's serious face. Why did the principal do that? Having entrusted someone to break the seal like me to this place, the sun quickly shone again over the ancient land, and everyone gathered in the deepest part of the ruins as the Gufin door in the solemn and respectful atmosphere slowly opened for Siron's group to enter. The crowd around them eagerly gestured but held back their voices. As Kadam stepped forward and Jianga extended both hands in friendliness, while the iron door behind them suddenly flickered with a small flash, he kneels before Siron, carefully presenting the scroll in his hands. O messenger of the divine, please carry the will of our people to heaven and hand it over to the one in power there. You did not reply but only carefully received the scroll. Siron's eyes instinctively glanced at his friends, and in his mind, the guesses he made last night suddenly resurfaced. Could it be that the principal already predicted I would choose a different path? Ami was the first to nod in agreement. Maybe he believes you won't choose the path to heaven, right? Canis said casually as he tossed the cube in his hand. Honestly, if I were in your position, I would think the same. After all, I am the one who is truly unpredictable. Seeing everyone so calm, Siron anxiously shouted, Is this really okay for you guys to follow this way? We are heading towards the star we just saw. Even with Metaget, if something happens before you finish speaking, your annoying ass will be stabbed with a cold blade. Ami moved closer, her sharp eyes piercing into Siron's soul. So why did you drag me all the way here? Didn't you say you'd feel safer if you went with me? Are you just bringing me here for a date? When faced with danger, we all have to stand together.
I put my hand on my chest and confidently declare I share that view. Even if you are the one who opened the gates of heaven, whether to move forward or stop is my own choice.
I already confirmed that I will go anywhere you go.
Then even if I have to escape hell, I am willing to walk with you.
Irun closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Why do I feel like my steps are so heavy? However, once you have made up your mind to step forward, believe that we will definitely return, no matter how difficult it gets.
Immediately, a purple light flashed in your left eye, and your right hand decisively placed itself on the red stone.
The energy begins to seep through every crack in the stone, then quickly erupts, shattering the heavy door. Kadam watches this scene, instantly filled with excitement and clenching his fist. The Goofin door has opened. Honor the angel. As soon as the words are spoken, everyone present shout in unison. Anka's white light under Siron's hand grows brighter and brighter, beginning to envelop the people behind Ami.
Then the beam of light suddenly flashed, in an instant taking away the entire group. The door closed again as if nothing had happened.
Siron and the others were quickly swept into a space-time vortex, with fierce gusts hitting their faces, making it almost impossible for him to keep his eyes open. But then Siron seemed to see something, his blue pupils suddenly dilating. The emotions in his fingertips were no longer just random whirlwinds. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed the end of the wormhole and rushed into a stunningly beautiful world. But before the dreaminess could settle for more than 3 seconds, everyone was screaming in horror.
What kind of hellish place is this, in the sky?
Magic is completely useless. Jiron tries to take in the entire scene below with his eyes. This place is Ami, across from here, who is also stunned stiff.
Meanwhile, the two Ren are still lost in panic from the feeling of freefall.
They can't stay calm like Canis and Aaron. The faint golden light from above pierces through the thick clouds directly onto them. At the same time, it accidentally revealed a corner of the huge glass tower in the distance.